I was scavenging for corpses at the dump site, never expecting the body bag to contain the goddess of Transcendent Academy, the heiress of the Xia Consortium. The mechanic voice blared alarms, indicating she was the perfect candidate for Project Zero unit. Without hesitation, I hauled her back to my workshop for modifications. She woke up wanting to kill me, but the control chip I implanted left her body obedient. At this moment, a nearby gang came to cause trouble, so I had her put on a rabbit mask to deal with it. That day, a heavy rain poured down as I was at the garbage dump as usual. Suddenly, an unlicensed black car sped over. A few men roughly threw a body bag out of the car, and one of them shouted, "Just dump her here." Another seemed hesitant. "Boss, should we double check?" "Go to hell. You fucking think you can survive even with your heart smashed to pieces?" With this scolding, the corpse bag thudded heavily onto the garbage pile, and the car swiftly disappeared into the curtain of rain. I didn't want to meddle in others' affairs. Dumping bodies in this landfill wasn't a first-time occurrence. But just then, the mechanical voice of Mech Throne in my mind went off like crazy. Warning, ultra-high-density life magnetic field detected. Warning, Class S mythical potential entity spotted. Judgment, perfect candidate for Project Zero. This news left me breathless. You need to understand, I transmigrated into this world 18 years ago when still in the womb, orphaned at birth, and struggled relentlessly just to survive after inheriting this junkyard. Finally awakened supernatural abilities, only to become the most money-guzzling mechanic, constantly getting beaten up in the academy. But today, Core Project Unit Zero has a chance to activate. This is my only opportunity to change my fate. Without hesitation, I rushed to the body bag and yanked open the zipper. A face smeared with mud and blood yet still stunningly beautiful appeared before me. My mind buzzed instantly. It was none other than the goddess of Transcendent Academy, the heiress of the Xia group, Xia Qingxue. She was just dumped here like garbage. I was both surprised and delighted. Ding. Acquire Prototype Unit Zero. The King of Armaments then issued another warning. Warning, the host's vital signs are rapidly declining. Life-saving measures must be taken within 5 minutes to proceed with the next phase of modification. No time to hesitate, I zipped up the body bag, hoisted it onto my shoulder, and dashed toward my dwelling and workspace combined. Upon arrival, I kicked open the corrugated metal door of the converted shipping container and flung her onto the metal operating table in the innermost modified section. Unzipping the bag again, I stripped her bare, the ghastly bullet hole in her chest glaringly conspicuous. Take her to a hospital? The thought flickered briefly before I crushed it instantly. Years of scraping by in this slum have taught me all too well that mercy and morality are luxuries I simply can't afford. From the moment I carried her, Xia Qingxue became my prototype machine to defy fate. I took out the high-potency life serum I had prepared in advance and injected it into her. As the medication took effect, she slowly opened her eyes. Seeing the unfamiliar surroundings and her own naked body, she was terrified. She struggled to get up, but her body was weak. She turned to look at me, her eyes filled with terror. "You." I stared at her and said calmly, "You're awake, Unit Zero." Unit Zero? Machine? Her thoughts were clearly in disarray. She recalled the scene of her murder before falling unconscious, hatred spreading, yet her current situation terrified her even more. She pleaded with all her might, "You. Let me go. Money, power, I can give you anything." I couldn't help laughing. "You're kidding, right? You owe your life to me, what else can you offer?" She continued to plead, "Please, don't transform me." I deliberately twisted her meaning. "Oh? Begging me to transform you? Alright, no problem, consider it done, absolutely thorough." After speaking, he injected her with an anesthetic, watching her fall unconscious again. My gaze turned calm as I activated the throne of machinery. I wanted to erase Xia Qingxue's consciousness to create an utterly obedient blank puppet, but found it impossible at this stage. But it's okay, I still have a backup plan. Implant a mind control chip to ensure the highest authority over her body remains in my hands. I focused my will and issued a command in my mind, consuming source particles to create a psychic control chip and a miniature auxiliary blood pump. The psychic chip took control of her body, while the auxiliary blood pump repaired and sustained her damaged heart. Though my accumulated source particles were nearly depleted, the success of this transformation made it all worthwhile. Xia Qingxue woke up, saw me, and instantly erupted with emotions, hatred, humiliation, fear, ordering me to get away. She looked down at the oversized men's clothing on her body and immediately realized it was my doing. She mobilized the icy power within her, conjuring a sharp ice dagger out of thin air, and thrust it fiercely toward my throat, screaming that she would kill this commoner. Yet, the ice dagger stopped just before touching my skin, hanging in midair without advancing further, as if an invisible hand had seized her wrist. Without even blinking, I watched her calmly, the corners of my lips curling into a cold smirk, and said, "So disobedient, Zero." Xia Qingxue's pupils trembled as she asked me in horror what I had done to her. I told her I had saved her life, and as payment, she must obey me forever. She let out a bitter laugh and resolutely stated she would rather die. My voice suddenly softened, whispering to her like a demon, asking if she didn't want to live, to experience the beauty of the world, to seek vengeance. The word revenge struck her most vulnerable nerve, her breathing quickened, the flames of hatred overpowering fear. I knew that a wealthy young lady like her, suddenly killed and abandoned, must have been caught in family strife or business vendettas, harboring intense hatred in her heart. Sure enough, hesitation flickered in her eyes as she asked if I could really help her get revenge. I countered by asking who else she could trust now, reminding her she had lost everything, but still had me. The words seemed to pierce her heart, reminding her of those loved ones and friends who had turned into blurred crimson, and she fell into silence. I spoke again, urging her to hand over her hatred, strength, and everything to me. In exchange, we would never abandon or forsake each other, until the very end. Just then, the sheet metal door of the workshop was suddenly pounded with loud, violent bangs. Members of a nearby gang yelled for me to open the door, saying the 3-day deadline was up and demanding I sign the transfer agreement immediately. They threatened to burn down this damn scrapyard and kill me if I didn't comply. This isn't the first time they've tried to forcibly take over my junkyard. The so-called fair deal they offered was ridiculously low. How could I possibly agree? Xia Qingshui instinctively glanced toward the door, while I pretended not to hear, maintaining a teasing smile on my face though inwardly I was already cursing. The carefully crafted atmosphere had been abruptly ruined. I turned around, took down a pure white rabbit mask with no expression from the wall, walked over to Xia Qingshui, and handed it to her, my voice tender as if coaxing a pet. Go on, sweetheart. Then, the corners of my mouth curled up, revealing a flash of white teeth as I coldly said, first, do me a small favor. Help me, kill them. I give the order, help me, kill them. Xia Qingshui, that lofty daughter of the Xia family, the school's idolized goddess beauty, reacted faster with her body than with her consciousness. Her empty eyes showed no ripple as she slowly stretched out her pale hand and took the cold rabbit mask. The oversized t-shirt draped over her frame, the hem barely covering the edge of her shorts, revealing straight, slender legs that gleamed distractingly white under the dim light. She put on the white mask, and in that moment, the symbol of Xia Qingshui vanished, awakening the machinery that obeyed me. Barefoot she moved, light as a graceful deadly feline, towards the relentlessly battered iron door. The drunken ranting outside grew increasingly aggressive. Damn it, open the door or I'll. Click, the door opened. The leading thug was about to swear, but when he saw the person opening the door was Xia Qingshui wearing a rabbit mask, his expression abruptly changed. Oh ho, hiding a little chick, are we? He reached out to grab the mask, but his hand froze halfway. Immediately after, his underlings behind him let out a blood-curdling scream. In the pouring rain, all the raindrops falling toward his underlings froze into ice crystals midair. With a crackling sound, frost rapidly spread, and within mere seconds, several living men became ice sculptures in various poses, their faces frozen in expressions of arrogance and shock. The gang leader was terrified out of his wits, his pants turning warm and wet. At this moment, I stepped out slowly from behind Qian Shui, holding a heavy industrial wrench in my hand. Without even glancing at the trembling thug, I said coolly to the artwork, thaw. The frost quickly melted, and the thugs regained their mobility, but their bodies remained stiff and their minds sluggish. I walked over, raised the wrench, and struck precisely at the back of each thug's head. 1, 2, 3. Blood mixed with rainwater as it flowed, my face devoid of expression. I did this only to prevent Xia Qingshui from being exposed. After all, this place shouldn't have superhumans with freezing abilities. As for me, a poor student from the garbage dump, beating a few thugs who came to pick a fight was far more plausible. Besides, I was a superhuman anyway. Finally, holding the blood-dripping wrench, I walked up to the boss slumped on the ground. Did I ever let you touch my stuff? Bang! The world fell silent. Expressionless, I wiped the wrench's bloodstains on the corpse, crouched down, and expertly rifled through the pockets, rinsing the soaked bills in a puddle before stuffing them into my pocket. Then, I wrapped the body in a body bag and tossed it into the dump, thinking, tomorrow's trash sale, this should help add some weight. Turning around, I saw Xia Qingshui in her rabbit mask standing barefoot at the door, her clothes soaked by the rain, outlining a breathtaking silhouette. I frowned and reminded her, don't come out now, or you'll get soaked. I don't have any spare clothes for you. Back in the tin shack, I looked at Xia Qingshui, who had taken off her mask and stood silently in the corner. Her pale yet stubborn expression made me smile. See, I'm quite merciful, I said. All I did was control your body, I didn't erase your consciousness or turn you into an idiot. I reached out and lifted her chin with my finger, forcing her to look at me. Aren't you going to thank me? Xia Qingshui's body trembled, her eyes welling up with humiliated tears, yet the chip implanted in her brain forced her lips to part uncontrollably, uttering, thank you. I smiled contentedly, running my fingers through her silky hair, marveling at its texture, so different from my own world, and a sense of satisfaction washed over me. I yawned, patting the metal-framed bed as I commanded, 0, lights out, sleep. Xia Qingshui's body moved against her will as she walked to the wall to switch off the lights. Just before darkness engulfed the room, she managed to choke out through sobs, I have a name. My name is Xia Qingshui. The light flickered and died, my icy voice echoing in the darkness. Xia Qingshui is dead. From now on, you will be called Subject 0. And only Subject 0. Chapter 4, Life is like forced sex. If you can't escape the trap, you might as well enjoy it. Xia Qingshui's body froze in place. Her will screamed in defiance, resisting fiercely. Bedtime had arrived. Was she really going to sleep in that bed? That iron frame bed reeking of cheap soap and faint rust? Though Suli had cleaned it thoroughly, leaving no grease or debris visible. But compared to her previous $1 million bed, a smart, temperature-regulated soft bed maintained daily by personal maids. What difference was there between this and sleeping directly on a pile of trash? She'd rather stand all night than lie on that bed. But it was useless. Her mind screamed in protest, yet her body refused to resist. That ship faithfully executed its master's commands. Her legs moved of their own accord, step by step, stiff as a marionette, toward that bed. She could hear the faint creak of the bed frame as she lay down. She could also distinctly feel the uncomfortable heat radiating from the man beside her. In the darkness, Suli rolled over, seemingly treating her as if she belonged there. He naturally stretched out his arm, pulling her into his embrace, then casually draped a leg over hers. He encircled her completely, pinning her tight, as if holding a life-sized pillow. His movements were practiced and unapologetic. Soon, Suli's steady, deep breathing filled the air beside her ear. This devil had drifted off into a comfortable slumber. But Xia Qingxue, her eyes vacant, felt no trace of sleepiness. Humiliation, rage, disgust. 1,000 emotions churned violently within her. Yet her body felt like a cold stone, unable to muster even a tremor of resistance. There she lay, held by a man. A man who lived in a junkyard, who had just committed murder, who now controlled her body, a demon. Was this truly how it would be from now on? Become this man's puppet, his zero unit. His servant? The thought sent a chill down her spine. But did she have a choice? The answer was no. Xia Qingxue was dead, murdered by a traitor within her own family and discarded like trash. It was this man before her who had given her a body capable of movement, sensation, and vengeance. At this realization, the fierce turmoil within Xia Qingxue's heart strangely subsided. Forget it. If resistance is futile, then I'll just give up. Rather than tormenting herself internally, she might as well accept it. After all, she had nothing left. No. There's still one thing left. Revenge. The thought of their hypocritical faces, the searing agony in her chest. A flame more intense than humiliation ignited her soul in an instant. As long as those traitors of the Xia family paid with blood. As long as she could witness their expressions of utter despair. Being treated like a pillow? Even if she were treated like a dog, she would accept it. And what she must do now is beg for mercy. Wait. Waiting for her master's mood to improve, hoping he might take pity and avenge her. Xia Qingxue's eyelids grew heavier and heavier. Before she slipped completely into unconsciousness. For the first time, she truly saw the face of the man beside her. No, to be precise, it was a boy. Barely 18 or 19 years old, about her age. Setting aside his shabby, unkempt appearance. His features were actually quite handsome. His facial features were sharply defined, his nose high and straight. When his eyes were closed, long lashes cast small shadows beneath his eyelids. If he were cleaned up, dressed in proper clothes, and stripped of that bone-deep coldness and madness, this face could easily captivate a large number of girls in the academy. Unfortunately, Xia Qingxue's gaze fell upon his slightly too long, messy hair. And the oil stains in his fingernails that seemed impossible to wash away. He was a handsome devil living at the bottom of society. The thought struck her as absurd. But her body couldn't hold on any longer, and she closed her eyes and fell asleep. A shrill electronic tone pierced the morning's tranquility. Xia Qingxue's consciousness was violently wrenched from a hazy fog. She felt warm, her nose filled with an unfamiliar scent, a mix of soapberry and faint motor oil, and a steady, powerful heartbeat right by her ear. Slowly opening her eyes, the first thing she saw was a broad, solid chest. Her gaze drifted downward, and then her entire body froze. Her arms were wrapped tightly around the man beside her. Her cheek pressed against his chest, one leg even wrapped around his. The intimacy of the position made her scalp tingle. Her body, seeking warmth while she slept, had betrayed her will. Just then, a hand reached over her head. It stopped the alarm clock on the nightstand with pinpoint accuracy. "HM? How did you sleep?" Suli inquired, his tone as calm as if addressing his own wife. Xia Qingxue's consciousness hadn't fully awakened yet. That innate, ingrained sense of pampered privilege made her respond instinctively. "Not comfortable. Not as good as my big bed at home." The words left her own mouth before she could stop them. Suli couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, of course. It's only natural that our pampered young lady wouldn't be used to sleeping on this iron bed. You'll get used to it eventually." With that, he rose from the bed and efficiently retrieved 2 dry, hard-steamed buns from a cupboard, then poured 2 cups of cold water. This was breakfast. He wolfed down his portion in a few bites before handing the other to Xia Qingxue, who remained lying in bed. Xia Qingxue's stomach protested. Eat this? Not even the pet dog her family used to keep would touch this stuff. Yet her hand reached out involuntarily to take it. Mechanically, she shoved it into her mouth, chewing bite after bite as if chewing wax. Suli finished eating, slung his faded old backpack over his shoulder, and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he glanced back at Xia Qingxue, sitting on the edge of the bed with a vacant stare. To prevent this unstable creation from causing trouble after he left, he had to add an extra safeguard. 0. Enter standby mode. At his command, Xia Qingxue's body stiffened abruptly, the last glimmer of life fading from her eyes. She became nothing more than a lifeless, exquisite doll. Command 1. Do not leave this room. Command 2. Maintain this state until my return, unless encountering danger or an intrusion into this room. At the very moment the program was about to completely overwrite her consciousness, Xia Qingxue mustered every ounce of strength to voice the question burning in her heart. Are you going to school? Su Li had already reached the doorway when he turned back. Seeing her dazed expression, he nodded with satisfaction, as if inspecting his own possessions. Of course. Stay home like a good girl. Chapter 5. Beyond the academy gates, Xia Qingxue's social death. Su Li locked the door behind him. As he walked down the street, his mind was filled with countless thoughts. Xia Qingxue truly was a sheltered young lady raised in a greenhouse. He savored her unconscious complaint from that morning. A cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Just a little pressure, then dangle the carrot of revenge and she'd obediently fall into line. No wonder she'd been ambushed and targeted for assassination. Naivety that was the greatest original sin in this world. Yet Su Li's expression showed no sign of relaxation, instead, it grew more solemn. He understood better than anyone that his devilish whispers were merely supplementary. What truly kept Xia Qingxue subjugated was the chip implanted in her brain. And that fine-grade mental control chip wasn't permanent. At most, it would last 2 weeks. Su Li silently repeated this number in his mind. The chip would erode along with her extraordinary consciousness. After 2 weeks, if Xia Qingxue's will remain steadfast, she might resist his commands. At that point, a genius who had regained her freedom, possessed power far surpassing his own, and harbored a deep, seething hatred toward him. Su Li knew all too well that he would die a miserable death. But if she remained weak and helpless, it wouldn't matter. Therefore, he must pursue a two-pronged approach. On one hand, he had to utterly crush her spirit within these 2 weeks. Make her develop a deep-seated dependence, make her accustomed to his presence. She must engrave the word obedience into her very soul. This is sustained psychological manipulation. On the other hand, and most crucially, he must gather more materials and source particles as quickly as possible. He must create a more advanced control core before the chip fails. Or, he must grow powerful enough to crush her effortlessly. The third option can be discarded outright. It all comes down to the first 2 points. What a joke. Expecting a recognized, combat untalented mechanic to surpass a violent genius like Xia Qingxue through solo training in 2 weeks? It would be more practical to simply surpass her directly. Lost in thought, Su Li arrived at the academy. Zecity Supernatural Academy. This institution was the sole choice for all supernatural beings in the entire city. Not because it was exceptional, but because there was no alternative. In this world, social class had long been cemented. For the vast majority, the city where you were born essentially determined that you would never leave it for the rest of your life. Without special privilege or wealth, crossing city barriers was a pipe dream. Born here, raised here, die here. Su Li walked through the school gates and headed skillfully toward the western side of the academy. The entire Supernatural Academy was sharply divided into 2 distinct worlds by an invisible line. The inner courtyard and the outer courtyard. The inner court was a sanctuary for prodigies and geniuses. Every student admitted here was a 1 in a million prodigy, the academy's future hope and the city's most precious treasure. Xia Qingxue was the brightest star in the inner court. But the outer court was no ordinary place either. If the inner court is an ivory tower, then the outer court is a more realistic and far more brutal microcosm of society. Here, extraordinary talent is rare. What prevails is sheer effort. There are the rich second generation, whose families have deep pockets and who rely on resources to climb the ranks. Tough characters born into gangs, hardened by blood and fire since childhood. And then there were those like Su Li, mediocre talents, penniless and powerless, NPCs tossed into the fray to fend for themselves. Damn it! This can't go on any longer. Sitting in the back row of the lecture hall, Su Li listened to the teacher's hypnotic drone from the podium while his mind raged. The chip's control has a time limit. I must urgently build my own strength. I must tackle both fronts simultaneously to seize control of my destiny. On the podium, the balding professor was passionately delivering today's first lecture. What is transcendence? So, transcendence is a leap in the hierarchy of life beyond conventional concepts. It's all complete bull. Second lecture, how is transcendence defined? Still ing bull. For the entire morning, Su Li endured nothing but these ethereal, abstract lectures. Not a single bit of practical knowledge that could translate into combat prowess. He'd heard the inner courtyard followed a completely different teaching approach: real combat, resources, secret techniques, everything you could want. Too bad it had nothing to do with him, an outer courtyard student. Lunchtime, the noisy academy cafeteria. Su Li sat expressionless, shoveling the cheapest nutritional meal into his mouth. Just then, the massive light screen at the cafeteria's center abruptly cut to an emergency news bulletin. The next second, the entire cafeteria fell deathly silent for an instant before erupting into chaos. Xia Group solemnly announces, our shining star, Miss Xia Qingxue, a prodigy student of the Inner Academy at Ziqing Supernatural Academy, passed away tragically late last night at the age of 18 after succumbing to a sudden malignant heart condition despite emergency treatment. What? Is this real? Xia Qingxue is dead? My goddess. How could this be? She was an executive-level extraordinary being. How could she have heart disease? The entire cafeteria plunged into profound shock and sorrow. Countless male admirers of Xia Qingxue beat their chests in anguish, wailing in grief. Only Suli. He merely glanced calmly at the news on the light screen. Then he lowered his head and stuffed another large mouthful of rice into his mouth. Heart attack? He nearly laughed out loud. Your goddess truly isn't dead. She was merely picked up by this trash collector and brought home, fitted with a chip under my control. Now, like a well-behaved slave, she waits in my doghouse for my return. Suli. Suli. It's blown up. It's blown up. Xia Qingxue is dead. A dark-skinned, burly young man approached, carrying a low-grade nutrition meal and sitting down across from Suli. He looked utterly stunned. Suli didn't even lift an eyelid, continuing to shovel food into his mouth. I'm not blind. I saw it too. The man was Wang Bin, one of the few in the outer court who could exchange a few words with Suli. A pure physical type extraordinary being, his mind was as straightforward as his muscles. Maybe he'd been drugged so much it had fried his brain. Wang Bin was clearly taken aback by Suli's indifferent reaction. But after grumbling a couple of times, he quickly pushed the goddess's death to the back of his mind. Hey, Suli! My armor's busted, the core transmission shaft cracked. Now it jams whenever I exert force. Wang Bin suddenly remembered something, pulling out a metallic-looking armored gauntlet from his crotch as he spoke. I took it to the Academy repair shop, and those jerks quoted me 50 grand for repairs plus a 2-week wait. Where the hell am I supposed to get 50 grand? I'm eating. Suli felt a bit helpless, but he still paused his chopsticks and glanced at the armor. One glance was enough. He had the blueprint for this armored gauntlet in his mind, needing no source particles to pinpoint the issue. He extended a finger and tapped a joint on the armored arm. This is the flaw. Suli stated calmly, the size of the transmission shaft doesn't match your arm. The uneven force distribution will cause it to crack with prolonged use. Even if repaired, it will break again. I can fix it for extra pay. Chapter 6, Home. Time to study hard with Xia Qingxue. How much do you want? Wang Bin rubbed his hands together, his face brimming with anticipation as he looked at Suli. Suli slowly held out his palm, fingers spread wide. 5,000? Wang Bin's eyes lit up instantly. Without a second thought, he agreed. Sure thing. Brother, you'd better fix it fast. Suli had only intended to ask for 500. But seeing Wang Bin agree so readily, what else could he say? 5,000 yuan to make a friend. Does this sharp-witted martial artist understand the principle that acquaintances get half, while friends get the whole pot? Anyway, Suli understood it. He might rip off anyone else, but he wouldn't rip off his own family. Then it's settled. In his excitement, Wang Bin's steel-like hands suddenly grabbed Suli's wrist. Paired with his fanatically adoring gaze, it instantly gave Suli goosebumps all over. Get lost. Nantong, go to hell. Afternoon, skills practice class. The middle-aged instructor with a receding hairline stood on the training field, clapping his hands. Students. Snap out of it. We students from the vocational school, as long as we master a trade, will contribute to urban development in the future. We're no less than those geniuses from the academic school. He cleared his throat and pointed to a pile of sand, soil, and cement behind him. All right. Now. I'll explain the elementary application theory of earth elemental abilities, optimal mixing ratios for building materials and on-site mortar preparation. Oh, the agony. Sitting in the back row, Suli listened to the professor's passionate lecture on mortar mixing, feeling his temples throb. All watered-down courses. I can't stand staying here another day. But complaining was all he could do. Want to drop out? Refuse to pay tuition? Forget it. In this world, once you awaken as an extraordinary being, you must undergo the Academy's standardized education. It was an ironclad rule. Put simply, it's to facilitate the city's high command in cataloging and managing all extraordinary beings. In case any troublemakers try to rebel in the future, it makes centralized suppression easier. After barely enduring the school day, Suli felt like the sky was falling. He'd wasted an entire day at school without learning anything useful. But it didn't matter. The mere thought of his private tutor, locked away in that tin shack, instantly lifted Suli's spirits. If school won't teach me real skills, I'll learn them myself at home. Xia Qingxue, that former genius of the inner courtyard. The cultivation knowledge and combat experience stored in her mind were 10,000 times more valuable than these dust-sweeping techniques. Home to study intensely under her. 30 years of such life until the empire crumbled. Su Li hummed a song from his past life as he finally returned to his kingdom's garbage station. As soon as he approached, he saw a fresh mountain of trash piled up in the unloading zone. Damn those corporate dogs. Su Li spat at the pile of trash. They pay me peanuts every day and expect me to handle all this junk. Think I'm a charity worker? He cursed his way through the trash to his own unassuming tin shack. Click. The heavy padlock clicked open as he pushed the door inward. Inside, a slender figure lay motionless on his bed. It was Xia Qingxue, in standby mode. Her eyes were open, yet her pupils held no focus. Like a doll abandoned by its creator, perfect yet utterly soulless. Su Li tossed his backpack onto the floor and walked to the bedside. Looking down at his creation, a playful smile touched his lips. He reached out and gave her delicate cheek a light pat. Zero. Wake up. His voice was soft, yet carried an unmistakable command. How can you sleep at your age? Ah. At Su Li's command, a glimmer of life flickered back into Xia Qingxue's vacant eyes. She was awake. In truth, she had been awake all along. Throughout this entire day spent in a zombie-like standby state, her body remained immobilized. But her mind raced at an astonishing pace. She had reached a conclusion. Su Li was nothing more than a penniless mechanic living in a junkyard. The brain-controlled chip he'd created couldn't possibly be that technologically advanced. Such a device must have a limited lifespan. Based on her extraordinary knowledge, Xia Qingxue made a bold prediction. 3 weeks at most. After 3 weeks, the chip's energy would be depleted, and its control would fail. The day the chip fails is the day she, Xia Qingxue, will return. Xia Qingxue. Bide your time. Bide your time and avoid confrontation. Once I'm free, I'll make him kneel and call me master. Realizing this, she calmed down. She looked at Su Li, a pitifully tender smile even appearing on her face. What is it, my master? Su Li froze for a moment before narrowing his eyes. He didn't believe this woman could be tamed so quickly. No deal. Stop pretending, he said coldly. I have no interest or desire to play games with you. He pulled up a chair and sat directly across from her, cutting straight to the point. I want you. Teach me everything the inner court has taught you. The methods for transcendent advancement, combat techniques, everything, without holding back. Sure. Xia Qingxue agreed with surprising ease. She tilted her head, smiling like an innocent young girl. If my master wishes to learn, I will teach you well. The ranks of the extraordinary, from lowest to highest, are awakening, execution, catastrophe, barrier, and beyond that lies the highest tier, the human form, natural disaster. Xia Qingxue counted them off on her fingers, as if afraid Su Li wouldn't understand, explaining each one to him. All right. I've appraised enough. Take it away. Su Li waved his hand, signaling that this part could be skipped. Skipping the plot doesn't mean skipping life. This hierarchy was familiar to every extraordinary being. Su Li was at the lowest rank, awakened, while Xia Qingxue was one tier above, executive. A single tier's difference felt like an unbridgeable chasm. Some people are impossible to surpass in a lifetime. Su Li cut straight to the chase. How do I advance to the executive level? At this question, a flicker of mockery passed through Xia Qingxue's beautiful eyes, though she concealed it well. She continued in her gentle tone. Each extraordinary being ascends differently. Mechanics rely not on cultivation, but on creation. Every time you personally create a new item, every new understanding you gain is an assault on your rank. At your current level, crafting a single fine-grade piece of equipment will naturally loosen your rank. Oh, very good. Su Li now understood it all comes down to crafting gear. Crafting gear is the way to go. Gear must be crafted. Very well. Su Li's gaze returned to Xia Qingxue. Then don't rest today either. Teach me combat techniques. Combat techniques? Xia Qingxue was a bit surprised. Yes, no more chatter. Su Li stood up and flexed his limbs. Although the mechanic had mechanical constructs for protection, if someone got close, he wouldn't even have the slightest ability to fight back. That would be a disaster, wouldn't it? Assure my absolute safety first, then attack me using whatever method you excel at. A pleased curve lifted at the corner of Xia Qingxue's lips. You said it yourself, master. Chapter 7, Mechanical Revolver Blueprint, 0. I really must take control of you. Night fell in the blink of an eye. Su Li lay on the ground, his entire body aching as if he were about to fall apart. He was simply no match for Xia Qingxue. Don't let her petite frame fool you, she packs some serious brute strength. Su Li was like a maggot, writhing on the ground whenever they fought. He kept writhing like that until nightfall. Master? Shall we continue? Xia Qingxue stood beside Su Li, gently nudging him with her foot. No, let me rest a bit. Su Li gasped for breath, his thin clothes soaked through with sweat, revealing the still-defined muscles beneath. He waved his hand, signaling Xia Qingxue to bring him a glass of water. Upon receiving the command, Xia Qingxue carried the cup and handed it to Su Li. As Suli drank, he suddenly remembered something and spoke up. Oh, right, Zero. You've been declared dead, you know. Socially dead. Clang. The glass cup in Xia Qingshue's hand slipped from her grasp, crashing heavily to the floor and shattering into pieces. Her pupils instantly contracted to pinpricks. Dead? Am I dead? This news cut deeper than any humiliation she had endured at Su Li's side. It meant that Xia Qingxue no longer existed in this world. She was no longer the Xia family's heiress, no longer the academy's prodigy. She was merely a dead person, without a name. Even if she managed to escape one day, even if she walked onto the streets, people would only stare in astonishment and say, "Look, that person looks just like that dead someone." She had been utterly erased from the world. Only Zero remains alive now. Ha, seeing that look on your face makes me want to laugh. Su Li adored that soft, vulnerable expression and couldn't resist teasing her. You're so twisted. Is that so? I think so too. Just as Su Li was about to say something, a familiar car horn honked outside. The garbage truck's here. Struggling to his feet, Su Li opened the door and stepped outside. First, he directed the robotic arm on the recycling truck to load the large pile of trash he'd sorted during the day. He then set aside the scrap metal and parts. He planned to melt them down into source material points later. Beyond its two core abilities, the Mechanical King's Throne also possessed a storage warehouse for materials. This was incredibly convenient. After the weighing and settlement were complete, Su Li pointed to the inconspicuous black body bags tucked away in the corner. He casually asked the greasy-faced driver in the cab, as if chatting about everyday matters. Hey, buddy, how much do you think these dead bodies are worth? He added earnestly, they were just killed yesterday, fresh as can be. The organs might even be usable. Give me a price. The driver didn't even lift an eyelid. He merely leaned out of the cab and glanced at the bags. Freshly killed ones are worth something. Yours have been sitting for a day worthless. How about this, I'll weigh them by the pound along with this pile of trash. Fine. Su Li had no reason to refuse. Leaving these carcasses here would only lead to rot and stench. Better to get some real money for them. The transaction settled, the garbage truck suddenly drove off. Su Li glanced at the amount credited to his wristband. Today's post-tax income, 241 yuan. No choice, taxes must be paid. Paying taxes is the duty of every living soul in the city. Next up was this pile of scrap metal. Let's see if I could turn it into gold. Su Li rubbed his hands together, his eyes burning with anticipation. Mechanical King's Throne, initiating scan. Ding. Initiating scan of newly stored materials. Detected, abandoned iron frame can be decomposed into 0-1 source particles. Detected, degraded plastic pipes hold no value. Detected, burned circuit boards can be decomposed into 0.05 source particles. A series of beeps announced nothing but worthless junk, and Su Li's face darkened. Just then. Ding. High-density metal reaction detected. High-grade material discovered. Fine alloy steel fragment. Add to Machine Nation material repository? Su Li's eyes lit up instantly. Yes. Integrate immediately. High-grade alloy steel stored in material repository. Source particle 2. All that effort wasn't wasted after all. Before he could fully savor his triumph, the Mechanical Throne's notification sounded once more. Mission issued, apply what you've learned. Task details, manually repair or craft one common grade equipment piece to solidify your foundational skills. Reward, one random common grade mechanical blueprint. Ha! A new mission? Su Li was delighted. The Mechanical King's Throne occasionally issued tasks like the main control chip blueprint he'd obtained through one such mission. How convenient. She just accepted Wang Bin's order today to repair his armored gauntlet, and now the Mechanical Kingdom had issued a quest that very evening. Awesome. Free 5,000 credits and a blueprint. Awesome. Double the joy. Without delay, Su Li returned to his quarters and first gave orders to Xia Qingshuo. Go cook for me. Xia Qingshuo, yes. Su Li immediately pulled out Wang Bin's bulky metal armored gauntlet from his backpack. He placed it on the workbench, and with a thought. The complete structural diagram instantly formed a 3D model in his mind. TSK. What a piece of junk. Su Li didn't even bother using the perfect manufacturing function of Divine Hand, that would be a waste of source points. He casually gathered a few scraps of iron, some rivets, and bearings from a pile of scrap in the corner. Guided by the flawless blueprint in his mind, his actions flowed seamlessly, cutting, grinding, reassembling. In less than an hour, the brand new transmission mechanism was installed. He slammed his fist onto the workbench, causing the armored gauntlet to emit a deep, resonant hum. The power transmission was incredibly smooth, a whole level stronger than before. After completing the final inspection, the prompt from the Mechanical King's Throne sounded as expected. Ding! Detection confirms completion of repair and optimization for common grade equipment. Task, apply knowledge completed. Dispensing rewards. Congratulations on obtaining the blueprint, normal grade mechanical revolver. A burst of blue light exploded in Su Li's mind, revealing a weapon blueprint. Mechanical revolver. This thing is great. It perfectly fills the gap in his most lacking offensive capability. Master, dinner is ready. Su Li rubbed his temples, stood up, and prepared to eat before crafting the revolver by hand. But when he approached the simple folding table and looked at the so-called meal, his entire body froze. 2 plates sat on the table. In each dish lay a lump of black, sticky, gooey substance, still faintly bubbling with suspicious bubbles. A pungent smell of burnt plastic assaulted his nostrils. You tell me, what the hell is this? Can that thing on the table even be called food? Su Li didn't know. All he knew was that even a dog would shake its head and walk away from this stuff, muttering curses under its breath. Are you trying to poison your master? 0. I really have to restrain you. Chapter 8, Science is dead, God has not been born. I can't cook. Xia Qingxue stated the fact calmly. It wasn't a lie. Asking the pampered young miss of the Xia family to cook. It was like asking a blind person to embroider, utterly unreasonable. But Su Li's order was to cook, and she couldn't disobey. So this mess was the final result of her utmost effort, strictly following orders. She knew full well this concoction could kill someone if eaten. But she had fulfilled the order. The rest was none of her concern. Su Li stared at her innocent expression that seemed to say, I did my best. And nearly burst out laughing in frustration. Staring at the plate of black, unidentifiable substance, he was torn. Discard it? No. The flour, the water, and the natural gas burned, didn't any of that cost money? The word waste simply didn't exist in Su Li's vocabulary. Stealing his resolve, he clenched his teeth, picked up his chopsticks, and pinched off a small piece. Closing his eyes, he shoved it into his mouth. The next second, Su Li's face instantly turned green. An indescribable taste exploded in his mouth. It felt like chewing on a rusty nail and a burnt tire at the same time. That single bite nearly sent him straight to meet his long-deceased great-grandmother. This is gulp. Su Li's Adam's apple bobbed violently as he forced himself to swallow the entire mouthful. Now that's a real man. His eyes red, he picked up the plate and shoveled another huge mouthful into his mouth. This is money. How could he not eat it? Chewing, he pushed another plate towards Xia Qingxue. A smile twisted across his face, uglier than a cry. Here, you eat too. Su Li knew this bitterness absolutely couldn't be borne alone. Xia Qingxue's pupils dilated instantly, her resistance nearly breaking through the constraints of her brain chip. Her body began to shake violently. Yet her hand, defying her will, grasped the spoon. Scooping up a spoonful of the black paste, she tremblingly brought it to her delicate little mouth. Woo! The moment it touched her tongue, her body's most primal defense mechanism kicked in. A wave of intense nausea surged up to the top of her head. She couldn't hold it in any longer. Xia Qingxue bent over abruptly, vomiting violently onto the ground in great gulps. Gag, gag, gag. She vomited until she was dizzy, tears and snot streaming down her face. She was utterly miserable. Please don't make me eat it. I'll do anything you want. Xia Qingxue had lost all strength and means this was the ultimate humiliation. Did you swallow it? I swallowed it. How does it feel? How does it feel, you? Su Li smiled as he watched Xia Qingxue. What genius girl. She was knocked flat on her ass. Go wash up, then clean the place. Eat the energy paste in the fridge. Su Li wasn't exactly a monster, he still made sure his machine servant ate her fill. Thank you. See? If everyone carried a little more love in their hearts, the world would have a brighter tomorrow. The once rebellious Xia Qingxue, now she's kneeling on the floor saying thank you? Su Li must think he's some kind of master dog trainer now. Meanwhile, Su Li the gluttonous eater from the dining hell returned to the junkyard. He needed to find raw materials for 2 mechanical revolvers. He had no precision machine tools here, let alone a temperature and humidity-controlled workshop. Everything had to be done by hand. If you ask how he managed to implant such a precise chip into Xia Qingxue's brain with pinpoint accuracy, well, that was just the king's throne of machinery pulling some magic. Don't ask him, he doesn't know the exact mechanism himself. No craniotomy, no drilling, it just worked. Su Li rummaged through a pile of scrapped hovercar chassis. Soon, he found several steel plates of suitable thickness and a seamless drive shaft, plus a few precision gears salvaged from robotic arms. The materials were gathered. He carried the pile of junk back to his workshop and tossed it onto the workbench. Then he sat down and closed his eyes. In his mind, the blueprint of that revolver, a masterpiece of violent aesthetics, came into sharp focus. Every component, every step of the process, emerged with crystal clear clarity. The next second, he opened his eyes. Those hands moved. They were hands so fast they left afterimages. No machine tools? I have my hands. No cutting machine? I have a small saw blade. Sparks flew as the shrill screech of metal grinding echoed through the small tin shack. Xia Qingxue had finished cleaning and was curled up in the corner, watching the scene unfold before her. Was this right? She'd seen other mechanics at work before. They all prepared a series of auxiliary tools, even burning incense and offering prayers to the god of machinery before starting work. But who else just needed it by hand like Suli? Time ticked by second, as the moon climbed higher in the window. When the final tiny gear was precisely fitted into the gun body, Suli exhaled a long breath. Click! The crisp click of the mechanism echoed. On the workbench lay two massive revolvers, their entire bodies finished in matte black, radiating a menacing, brutal aesthetic. Suli picked up one of them. Heavy in the hand, it felt exceptionally solid. I'll call you both death bells. He smiled with satisfaction. These two, death knells, possessed no flashy advantages, no auto-aim or energy enhancements. Their sole virtue was sheer power. Powerful enough to crack a human skull like a watermelon with a single shot. 6 rounds per magazine, devastating power. Thinking of reloading, Suli looked at the empty magazine and frowned again. The guns were forged, but damn it, there were no bullets. He'd have to make his own bullets now. Sigh, so be it. Suli wasted no time, diving headfirst back into the trash heap. He quickly found some suitable metal tubes and cut them into casings. He extracted powder from discarded chemical batteries and mixed it with several other materials. He concocted a crude yet potent explosive. Finally, he melted some metal and cast it into projectiles. The entire process was tedious and monotonous. Come here, give me a hand. Count the number of bullets for me. Suli called out without looking up. Xia Qingxue walked over silently, watching Suli use his bare hands to pack the gunpowder and projectile tightly into the cartridge case. She couldn't help but mutter to herself. This defies physics. Suli heard her, but his hands kept moving as he shot back without looking up. What's scientific or not? Mumble, mumble. He glanced up at her, his expression as if surveying a fool. At least I have materials to work with when I make these things. What about you? You can conjure ice out of thin air, and now you're lecturing me about science? Suli seeded the final bullet, blowing away the dust. Science is dead, God hasn't been born yet. I'm the boss. Chapter 9, For Whom the Bell Tolls? Click. With the bullet chambered, Suli closed the cylinder with satisfaction. The weighty metallic feel brought an unprecedented sense of reassurance to his heart. This was the security firearms provided. Suli weighed the deadly weapon in his hand before stepping out of the tin shack with Xia Qingxue. In an open patch of the junkyard, he commanded Zero beside him. Up ahead, create an ice wall as large as you can manage. Xia Qingxue said nothing, merely raising her hand. The air temperature plummeted instantly as countless ice crystals coalesced from thin air. Before her, they rapidly solidified into a sturdy ice wall half a meter thick. Suli raised his arm, aiming the gaping muzzle of the death bell directly at the ice wall. No aiming. No charging. Bang! A deafening roar erupted across the junkyard. The instant the bullet left the barrel, Suli felt a tremendous recoil surge through his arm, shaking it as if it might fracture. The ice wall, struck as if by a giant hammer. Boom! A hole the size of a wash basin blasted open right in the center. If that hit a person, wouldn't they be covered in bruises? Truly a masterpiece from the mechanized nation. Suli rubbed his numb wrist, staring at the gun barrel billowing white smoke, unable to suppress his admiration. The mechanical revolver blueprint provided by the Mechanical Kingdom Throne was nothing short of perfect. It was the largest single soldier weapon he could craft at his current stage. Xia Qingxue had grown numb. But perhaps this was for the best. Gazing at Suli's profile, a strange thought unexpectedly formed in her mind. Without a cheat code, how could he possibly be worthy of being her master? Dissolve the ice wall. Time to sleep. Suli issued the command. Yes. The ice wall instantly dissolved into vapor and vanished. Xia Qingxue silently followed Suli back to the tin shack. Then, with utter naturalness, she slipped off her oversized t-shirt and shorts. She climbed into Suli's bed and settled quietly on her side. Suli also shed his outer garments and slipped under the covers. In the darkness, Suli slept with his head resting on the death bell. In an exclusive, luxurious bar reserved only for the upper echelons of the Xia family. Xia Zhe gently swirled the crystal glass in his hand. The amber liquid refracted a mesmerizing halo under the lights. As Xia Qingxue's second uncle, his current state of mind was as rich and satisfying as this glass of premium whiskey. A man clad in a black suit, his gaze as cold and venomous as a snake's, appeared silently behind him, bowing respectfully. Second Master, the news of the young lady's death has been announced. The outside world has accepted the official account. Very good. A satisfied curve lifted at the corner of Xia Zhe's mouth. With the eldest brother dead, Xia Qingxue remained as the sole heir, a mountain pressing down upon him. With this troublesome niece gone, the elder brother's line would be severed completely. The entire Xia group, its staggering wealth and power, would naturally fall into his hands. He sipped his wine, savoring the taste of victory. But the man in black hesitated for a moment before speaking. Xia Qingshua's body hasn't been found yet. It doesn't matter. I had it disposed of. A wicked smile curled at the corner of Xia Zhe's lips. My niece is so pretty, she might get picked up by some homeless guy. No need to worry about it. Yes. At night, knocking sounds came from the tin-roofed shack. Thump. Su Li and Xia Qingxue awoke simultaneously. Put on your masks. Don't act yet. Su Li whispered the command, then grabbed the cold death bell from under his pillow. Open the door. Su Li. Stop ing playing dead. What the Iron Shavings gang couldn't handle, we Vultures gang will finish today. The shouts outside were brazen and arrogant. Su Li pulled on his pants and t-shirt, his expression unreadable. Xia Qingxue, wearing a white rabbit mask, stood like an emotionless specter. She slipped silently into the shadows behind the door. Su Li kept one hand in his pocket while casually pulling open the metal door with the other. Outside, 7 or 8 rough-looking burly men stood holding steel pipes and machetes. Leading them was a bald man with a scar across his face. The bald man grinned at Su Li, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. He slammed a document against Su Li's chest. Kid, cut the crap. Sign the scrapyard transfer agreement, and our boss might let you leave in one piece. The bald man pointed to a muscular, bulging-templed man behind him and said smugly. Forgot to mention, this brother here's a genuine extraordinary being. If you don't know your place. These people are such a pain. I really want to kill them. Reason. Find a reason. Just then, the mechanical voice of the Machine King's throne sounded perfectly timed in his mind. Mission assigned, first test of strength. Mission details, use the death bell to eliminate one extraordinary being 01. Reward, random common grade design blueprint. Su Li's smile grew even brighter. Heh, here's the perfect excuse. The E-rank extraordinary being saw Su Li's smile and felt a sudden pang in his heart. An ominous foreboding washed over him. He instinctively let out a low growl and activated his ability. Hardened skin. Crackle. His skin instantly glowed with a bronze metallic sheen. Yet, Su Li's other hand had already drawn a second identical death bell from his waist. Dual pistols would provide the answer. He didn't even aim, merely raised both arms. Then, destruction descended. Bang! 12 frenzied booms merged into a thunderous wall of death within the confined space. The extraordinary being's prideful ability crumbled before this terrifying steel storm, as fragile as a sheet of window paper. Flesh, bone, and viscera. His entire body, starting from the chest, was torn apart by those 12 large-caliber bullets into a pile of blurred, still steaming fragments. The gunfire ceased. The man was dead. Before Su Li, the figure of that extraordinary being had vanished. Only a chaotic mess of flesh and blood remained scattered across the ground. The remaining thugs froze in place. The arrogance on their faces had turned to utter terror. One man dropped his steel pipe with a clang to the ground. Su Li slowly lowered his twin pistols, still puffing white smoke, and blew gently on the muzzles. Still the most effective. In the deathly silence, the bald leader suddenly roared. Don't be afraid. He's out of bullets. He must be out of bullets. Now. All at once. Kill him. His shout snapped the remaining thugs out of their stupor. Right. A gun that powerful must have limited ammo. He's out. Su Li watched the charging mob, his face showing no trace of panic. Instead, a hint of amusement played across his lips. He didn't even step back, merely calling softly into the shadows behind him. Help me, 0. Chapter 10, Today. Today. Help me, 0. The words had barely left his lips. A ghostly white figure silently flashed out from behind him, blocking his path. 0 gave the thugs no time to react. Snap. Out of nowhere, several razor-sharp ice spikes erupted from the cold, hard ground. Thud. 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 The thugs charging at the front were impaled from below by the ice spikes, skewered like candied hawthorn berries. They were savagely skewered into bloody human meat skewers. They were impaled high in the air. Their screams echoed endlessly. Oh my, this is too brutal. I can't bear to watch. Just finish them off already, spare them the agony. Su Li watched the scene unfold, smacking his lips like a benevolent landlord. Yet he had been the most ruthless killer moments before. He tucked the death bell into his pants pocket. No bullets meant no risk of accidental discharge. Then, repeating his earlier trick, he turned the pockets and sleeves of those thugs, pulling out several hundred yuan in cash. For Su Li, this was a decent windfall. After all, money earned from murder and robbery wasn't subject to taxes. 0, clean this up. Su Li ordered. As for why gangs kept coming after him? Because he'd stopped paying protection money. Back when he didn't have any hacks, he was just a broke student paying a little money for peace and quiet was fine. Now that he was a player with cheat codes, why would he pay protection money to NPCs? No way. It must be those bastards from the Blood Rat Gang again. Su Li surveyed the mess on the ground, his gaze turning cold. Just you wait. Just wait until I gear up properly. Your gang will be the first to go. Completed mission, first test of edge. Reward, wearable arm exoskeleton blueprint. Suli was stunned. Is this mechanical king's throne supposed to be this considerate? His wrist had nearly gone numb from the recoil of his gunfire moments ago, and he'd been fretting over a solution. The mechanical kingdom promptly delivered an exoskeleton. He was craving some ice hail. Why not today? Suli stroked his chin, his gaze growing increasingly dangerous. What's done is done. Today seems like the perfect day for murder. Suli didn't want to delay this for even a second. He was the type who couldn't rest easy or even sleep until he'd settled a score with his enemies. The mere thought of those bastards from the Blood Rat Gang probably still feasting on meat and wine made him feel worse than getting beaten himself. And besides, he had Xia Qingxue, a supermodel with combat prowess, standing right beside him. A measly Blood Rat Gang? That was nothing more than a one-click wipeout. At that very moment, Machine King's Throne issued another mission. Limited time mission, blood debt repaid in blood. Mission details, within 24 hours, wipe out the Blood Rat Gang headquarters. Reward, blueprint for a fine-grade scout prosthetic eye. Damn it! Machinery Kingdom! Look what you've done! Suli's eyes turned red when he saw the reward. Now he had no choice but to do it. These were fine-grade blueprints. For a prosthetic eye. He'd risk his life to complete this mission. Suli made his decision instantly. Without another word, he turned and charged toward the trash heap, beginning to rummage through the materials. First, craft the exoskeleton. Then, with Xia Qingxue in tow, we'll slaughter the Blood Rat Gang. 0. Help me out. Xia Qingxue had just finished mopping up the blood on the floor. Before she could catch her breath, Suli called her over to rummage through the junk pile for materials. She was absolutely furious inside. Sigh, why does every good person get exploited like this? Just keep acting cocky for a few more days. Just wait until I break free from the chip's control, then you'll be the one crying out for mercy, begging me to spare you. Time was too tight. Suli only managed to cobble together one exoskeleton. This exoskeleton could be summed up in one word: crude. It extended from Suli's fingertips all the way to her elbows. 5 brass-colored mechanical knuckles, still bearing scratches. A plate of armor covered the back of her hand, its edges left unpolished. The entire contraption was covered in rough weld marks and patches of mismatched metal. It resembled less an exoskeleton and more a Frankenstein's monster cobbled together from scrap. But Suli remained unfazed. Like code, it worked, and that was all that mattered. He slipped it onto his left hand. After all, his right hand was trained to be tougher than his left. Under the cover of a moonless night and howling wind, murder and arson thrive. Suli found 2 black raincoats, donned one himself, and handed the other to Xia Qingxue. Put on your masks and stay close to me. What are we doing? Xia Qingxue looked at him and couldn't help asking. Killing. He picked up a smiling cat mask from the wall, which perfectly paired with Xia Qingxue's toothy rabbit mask. The Blood Rat's lair was hidden in an underground bar. This dive bar, involved in every kind of vice, was notorious as a den of iniquity in the neighborhood. Suli didn't charge in like some cute little thing and start slaughtering everyone. He pulled his raincoat hood tight and entered the bar like an ordinary patron. Xia Qingxue followed closely behind him like an emotionless shadow. Inside the bar, deafening music pounded, choking smoke filled the air. And a tangled mess of hormones mingled together. Suli showed no fear as he strode straight to the bar. He tapped the counter. A bartender with floral tattoos on his arms lazily lifted his head. What? Ordering drinks? Suli shook his head. I don't drink. I'm here to sell something. Saying this, he lifted a corner of his raincoat, revealing the menacing pistol grip of the death bell, strapped to his waistband. Ask your boss. Interested in this? Black market? The tattooed bartender narrowed his eyes. He sized up Suli from head to toe, then glanced at the slender figure behind him wearing a rabbit mask. What's the merchandise? Bring it out for inspection. Suli shook his head. My goods are precious. You're not qualified to see it. Have your boss, Blood Rat, come talk to me personally. Meanwhile, bar owner's office. A man with an extremely sleazy appearance was violently smashing a liquor bottle on the floor. He was Blood Rat, the leader of the Blood Rat Gang. He was a beast transformation type extraordinary being. When his power activated, his entire body transformed into a giant rat stripped of its skin, hence the nickname. Damn it! Why the hell isn't that bald-headed piece of back yet? Blood Rat stomped his feet in rage. I told him to take Iron Skin to handle that dump. He can't even manage this Thai task. When he crawls back here, I'll wring his neck and use his head as a piss pot. Just then, a subordinate knocked and entered. Boss, there's an arms dealer outside who specifically requested to see you. Blood Rat waved his hand impatiently. Let him in. They weren't afraid at all. In this territory, no one dared cause trouble on Blood Rat Gang's turf. Those who dared to cause trouble had long since turned to dust. But today might be different because the visitor was Suli.
Chapter 11, Bloodbath at the Blood Rat Gang, 0, We're Rich. Creak.
The door swung open as Su Li and Xia Qingxue stepped inside.
You're the black marketer? Got any good stuff? Blood Rat's eyes didn't even glance at Su Li.
His small eyes seemed glued in place,
Fixed intently on Xia Qingxue's figure, still shapely and alluring beneath her raincoat. He swallowed hard. He'd made up his mind. He'd kill and loot without hesitation. The gun stays. This girl stays too.
Su Li wasted no words, placing a death bell on the table. Blood Rat's eyes, however, remained glued to Xia Qingxue.
Is this the mistress? Would you care to show yourself? My wife has facial injuries and fears frightening the leader. Su Li bluffed without batting an eye. No problem, no problem. It'll work just as well with her face covered. Blood Rat's grin grew even more lecherous. He licked his lips and uttered a sentence that could have killed him on the spot. I get the feeling your wife really wants to sleep with me. Damn it. Su Li couldn't take it anymore. His hand, hidden beneath the table, gently tugged at Xia Qingxue's skirt hem. Strike! Right at that moment. Both of them moved simultaneously. Su Li drew his dual pistols like lightning. Bang! 12 bullets, like a raging fire dragon, all poured into the Blood Rat's chest and head. Meanwhile,
Xia Qingxue had long been fed up with this little bastard.
A sewer rat who wasn't even worthy of a glance from her normally, and now he dared spout such nonsense. Damn it!
With a flick of her thoughts, a pale blue ice shield instantly materialized before Su Li, blocking any potential friendly fire.
Then,
the temperature in the entire room plummeted below freezing. The Blood Rat's body, already torn to shreds by bullets, hadn't even had time to spurt blood before the terrifying cold instantly froze it into an ice sculpture riddled with bullet holes. Then, with a clatter, it shattered into a pile of ice shards on the floor. What the hell just happened? The henchman guarding the door heard the gunfire inside and reacted instantly. They kicked the door open just in time to witness the Blood Rat shattering into a pile of ice shards.
Kill him. Su Li didn't even glance at them.
His hands moved so fast they seemed like phantoms, swiftly reloading both death bells. His mind raced through calculations. The Blood Rat Gang, according to rumors, had 5 E-rank extraordinary beings, collectively known as the 4 Heavenly Kings.
Blood Rat was dead. The one sent to the junkyard, Iron Skin, was dead too. 3 remained.
He must be cautious and stay within Xia Qingxue's protective range.
Put.
Xia Qingxue had already begun her slaughter. She didn't even bother with the low-level thugs at the entrance. A razor-sharp ice spear materialized out of thin air, impaling the tattooed bartender directly onto the wall. Then, wearing her rabbit mask, she strode confidently into the bar's main hall.
Su Li followed closely behind. Bang! Bang! He raised his hand and fired 2 shots, precisely shattering the 2 surveillance cameras in the corners of the ceiling. The footage couldn't be leaked. The patrons drinking in the bar, upon seeing a disturbance and a clash between extraordinary beings, immediately scared less, screaming and scattering like birds and beasts. In the blink of an eye, the entire bar was left with only members of the Blood Rat's gang. Shoot! Shoot! Kill that pair of bastards! A leader bellowed hoarsely, firing wildly from behind the bar. Bullets rained down like hail.
Xia Qingxue merely snorted in disdain.
She clapped her hands lightly before her chest. Call and response. Hum.
A massive, translucent ice wall shot up from the ground, shielding both of them completely.
Bullets struck the surface, clinking and clanking like mere tickles. Suddenly, Su Li felt a chill run down the back of his neck. A murderous intent. Without a second thought, he grabbed Xia Qingxue's arm and yanked her forcefully in front of him. Cover me. Thud. A dull thud. A dark figure slammed violently into Xia Qingxue's ice shield. Did the refraction create an invisibility effect? It's a woman. And she's got a pretty good figure. Xia Qingxue reacted lightning fast. Being used as a shield had her boiling over. Countless ice spikes shot out like machine gun fire. The woman darted about like a monkey, dodging with lightning speed. But her foot slipped. Glancing down, she saw her ankle already encased in a layer of frozen ice. Now, the woman was still in a daze. Su Li's gun barrel had long been aimed at her. He cocked the hammer. He pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! A deafening blast. A gaping hole appeared in the woman's pale forehead. Then, red and white splattered all over the wall. Damn it! Third sister. I'll fight him to the death. The remaining gang members, witnessing this scene, went completely berserk, eyes bloodshot as they charged forward. Su Li didn't even bother firing again, merely glancing indifferently at Xia Qingxue. Clear the area. Yes. Xia Qingxue vanished from her spot in an instant. Amidst a few short screams and the sound of cracking bones, the entire bar hall fell completely silent. Su Li reloaded his magazine, circling the pile of bodies before his brow furrowed. Something was off. Counting that female assassin earlier, only 3 of the Blood Rat Gang's 5 extraordinary individuals had been killed so far. Where were the other two? He scanned the area but found no trace of the fifth extraordinary being. Escaped? Suli clicked his tongue. Fine, if they're gone, they're gone. Kill them next time. He was always pragmatic. Even if the job wasn't finished, the payment had to be collected. He beckoned to Xia Qingxue and strode straight toward the office behind the bar. Kicking the door open, he found a waist-high safe and a weapons rack bristling with long and short firearms. Suli's eyes lit up instantly. He shoved the corpses aside and began looting every gun and bullet from their bodies, leaving nothing behind. We're going to be rich. He tossed several assault rifles and handguns into a burlap sack. Turning to look at Xia Qingxue, the smile beneath his cat mask was exceptionally bright. Zero, we're rich now. Xia Qingxue's response was as straightforward as ever. But Su Li's greed didn't stop there. Just having guns wasn't enough. This gang must have a stash of cash somewhere, right? I need money. Gold bars. Precious metals. He walked to the office wall and tapped it with his hand. The sound was off. Zero, get this thing open for me. Xia Qingxue approached, pressing her delicate white hands against the wall. Snap. A layer of frost spread instantly, rendering the wall fragile and brittle. With a gentle push, the entire wall crashed down, revealing a pitch-black safe behind it. Suli kicked it with all his might. No use. You try. Xia Qingxue struck again, freezing the entire safe into a massive block of ice before smashing it with a single punch. Crash. The safe shattered into pieces. The dazzling golden light nearly blinded Su Li. Zero. I love you to death. Chapter 12, The Scout's Prosthetic Eye, Seeing Through Illusions. At that very moment. Woo-woo. The shrill wail of sirens grew louder as it approached, the flashing red and blue lights illuminating the entire alleyway as bright as day. City Patrol. Looks like the earlier commotion alerted some concerned citizens who called the cops. Retreat. Su Li spat out the single word without a moment's hesitation. He had no desire to clash head-on with this pack of mad dogs wielding official licenses. It was unnecessary and would only cause trouble. He yanked the sack brimming with loot over his shoulder, his other hand snatching Xia Qingxue's wrist. They plunged headlong into the bottomless shadows of the bar's back alley. Blind spots and surveillance, filthy sewage pipes, fire escape routes piled high with junk. For Su Li, who had grown up scrambling through the city's underbelly, these places were more familiar than the classrooms of the academy. He dragged Xia Qingxue along like two rats, silent and swift as lightning. The sirens and commotion behind them faded into the distance. Only when the familiar, rust-stained metal door slammed shut behind them. Only then was the outside world completely shut out. Su Li tossed the sack onto the floor with a sharp rustle. He removed the kitten mask from his face and exhaled a long breath of relief. The air still carried the lingering scent of gunpowder and blood, yet here, he felt an overwhelming sense of peace. He flipped the heavy sack upside down. Clatter! Stacks of cash, several heavy gold bars, and over a dozen black firearms, mixed with magazines, piled up on the ground like a small mountain. Su Li surveyed the spoils, his mood lifting considerably. See that, Zero? He kicked the pile of money with his foot. Killing and arson bring rich as the ancients truly spoke the truth. Xia Qingxue watched Su Li grinning like a fool on the floor. She felt a twinge of contempt but also a fair amount of satisfaction. Her disdain stemmed from the fact that these items were worthless junk in the Xia family. Even gold bars were too heavy for her to carry. Her sense of accomplishment stemmed from the fact that Su Li had obtained all this through her assistance. She was a useful person. Unconsciously, Xia Qingxue had already begun to give herself credit. Just then, the notification from the Mechanical King's Throne sounded in Su Li's mind. Time-limited quest, blood debt repaid, completed. Dispensing rewards. Congratulations on obtaining the blueprint, fine-grade scout prosthetic eye. Su Li's breath caught in his throat. It's here. It's finally here. Fine grade. And a prosthetic eye. This thing is worth more than all this scrap metal piled on the ground combined. Reconnaissance, intelligence, that's the foundation of controlling everything. He crouched down, sorting through the spoils on the ground, categorizing the standard issue pistols and rifles. In his eyes, these mass-produced common goods were nowhere near as valuable as his handcrafted death bell. Selling these guns would be a waste. Su Li muttered to himself, disassemble them. Perfect for replenishing source essence points. Ding. Deconstructed, miscellaneous pistols x8, miscellaneous rifles x4. Total source points gained, 17. Current source points, 30. Excellent. With these source points, I can craft the prosthetic eye with 100% success. But right now, materials are the top priority. Fine-grade scout prosthetic eye. Required materials, high-precision artificial lens X1, micro-image processing chip X1, flexible neural conduction cable X2, micro-bioelectric converter X1. Su Li scanned the list and realized he didn't have a single one of these items. These weren't junk you could dig up from a trash heap, they were all legitimate precision industrial components. He considered ordering them online, but if that failed, he'd have to hit the black market. He'd have to sell the gold on the black market too. Might as well craft a few more death bells to sell alongside it for cash. Suli had a solid plan, but now it was time to rest. After a night of hustle, dawn was breaking. Suli glanced at the blood splattered on his clothes, then looked at Zero, who was also covered in a mess. Let's go. Time for a shower. Xia Qingxue felt reluctant, but the sticky blood covering her body was unbearably uncomfortable. Suli led her to the makeshift bathroom partitioned off by a curtain inside the tin shack. Without waiting for her response, he began undressing himself. I'm supposed to bathe with you? Xia Qingxue's voice trembled slightly. Of course. It saves water. Stripping down to just his shorts, Suli turned to face her, his tone unapologetically confident. Don't be shy. You're mine from the inside out. What's there to be shy about? Sigh. Xia Qingxue was rendered speechless by that retort. Suli was right. If it had been someone with ulterior motives, she might have been completely taken advantage of and utterly ruined by now. But Suli, at least, could still exchange a few words with her. He didn't treat her as a mere tool. Could he truly be a good person? The moment that thought surfaced, Xia Qingxue shuddered violently. Xia Qingxue. Xia Qingxue. What the hell are you thinking? What kind of good person picks up the school beauty and turns her into a docile slave? Unfortunately, she had completely misunderstood. The reason Suli hadn't touched her had nothing whatsoever to do with being a good person. It was purely because he was utterly exhausted lately. So exhausted he couldn't even muster thoughts of that sort. Simply put, it just wasn't worth the effort. He worked himself to the bone every day, barely getting enough protein for himself. Why waste precious protein on Xia Qingxue? All for that fleeting pleasure? Suli simply refused. In the cramped bathroom, steam began to fill the air. Suli turned on the old showerhead, and warm water gushed down in a steady stream. He scrubbed the bloodstains from his body without a second thought. Xia Qingxue remained frozen in place, utterly motionless. Take it off. Suli's voice carried through the sound of the water, tinged with impatience. Want me to help you? Those words proved more effective than any threat. Xia Qingxue closed her eyes, resigned to her fate, and with trembling hands, began to undo her clothes. The garments slid to the floor. Head bowed, she stepped into the curtain of water, huddling as far into the corner as possible, her back turned to Suli. Suli glanced at her. The perfect curve of her back was faintly visible through the mist. But in his eyes, there was not a trace of desire. Only an appreciation for his own creation. She was truly beautiful. And she was his. Turn around. Suli's voice was soft, yet carried an unquestionable command. Xia Qingxue's body stiffened, yet she slowly, humiliatedly, turned around. She kept her head bowed, unable to meet his gaze. Warm water flowed over both of them. Suli made no further move, merely watching her silently, as if admiring a freshly polished work of art. After a moment of silence, he suddenly spoke, breaking the ambiguous and oppressive atmosphere. I'm giving you a chance. His voice sounded slightly muffled by the splashing water, yet it reached Xia Qingxue's ears with crystal clarity. Now, you may ask me 3 questions. Chapter 13, 3 questions, 3 answers. Xia Qingxue's defenses crumble. Now, you may ask me 3 questions. Xia Qingxue's mind buzzed. 3 questions? Was this some new form of humiliation? Her mind raced, countless thoughts flashing through her head. Ask how to escape? He definitely wouldn't tell me. Ask who he really was? He seemed like just another poor commoner from the slums. This was a trap. But her competitive spirit ignited completely in that moment. She lifted her head, daring for the first time to meet Suli's gaze directly in this cramped space. Then, her gaze instinctively drifted downward. There, it remained in a non-combat state. A sense of defeat more intense than humiliation surged through her heart. She, Xia Qingxue, the pride of heaven, the academy's goddess. For 18 years, countless men had gazed at her with unmasked desire in their eyes. Yet this man before her had stripped her bare. Showered with her, yet showed no reaction whatsoever? Had she lost her charm? That thought was more painful than death itself. So, biting her lip, she asked the first question one she herself found absurd. Am I not pretty? Suli paused, as if he hadn't understood. He looked her up and down, then nodded. You're beautiful. All her measurements met top-tier standards, a perfect blank canvas. Xia Qingxue's heart sank. A blank slate. So in his eyes, she was nothing more than a pretty part. Humph. Barefoot, she lunged forward 2 steps, reaching out to grab Xiao Suli. She refused to believe it. But Suli's reaction was faster. He instinctively stepped back half a pace, easily evading the grab. What are you doing? Are you seriously taking half a step back? I am. One last question. Suli was puzzled. Was Xia Qingxue out of her mind? Wasting a precious question on this? Xia Qingxue was on the verge of tears from sheer frustration. If she could control her own body, she'd pin Suli to the ground right now and grind him into the floor 100 times over. She fought back the urge to strangle Suli, took a deep breath, and asked the final and most crucial question. Why me? When you found me, I was clearly on the brink of death. Why did you go to such lengths to save me and preserve my consciousness? Suli looked at her with an expression that screamed, "Are you kidding me?" Then, he told her the truth. Because I couldn't do it. With my abilities at the time, I simply couldn't handle such an advanced procedure as erasing consciousness. Xia Qingxue froze. She had imagined countless possibilities. Like Suli harboring special feelings for her, or coveting the knowledge within her mind. But she never imagined the answer would be. He was simply broke. Wow! Xia Qingxue could hold it in no longer. She crouched on the ground, like a little girl who'd suffered the greatest injustice, and burst into loud sobs. Tears mingled with hot water, dripping incessantly from her exquisitely beautiful face. Her entire face screamed, "I'm not happy." Suli watched her, thinking his AI assistant might be throwing a tantrum. If she kept crying like this, she'd go from clumsy to foolish, and crying only made her seem more foolish. Enough, enough. Stop crying. He walked over impatiently and picked up the shower gel. You help me bathe. Xia Qingxue lifted her tear-filled eyes to meet his and made an unreasonable demand. Fine. Suli hesitated for a moment but agreed anyway. After all, she was his property. A little tantrum was no big deal, soothing her wouldn't hurt. He squeezed shower gel onto his hands, roughly worked it into lather, then pressed it directly onto Xia Qingxue's smooth back. His palms were rough, calloused from years of handling metal. Rubbing against Xia Qingxue's delicate skin, it wasn't exactly comfortable, it even stung a little. Xia Qingxue's body trembled slightly, her face flushing crimson. He hastily smeared soap across her body before rinsing it away under the showerhead. Smack! Suli casually slapped the back of her waist, producing a crisp sound. Alright, dry yourself off. He tossed the only clean towel onto her head and stepped out of the bathroom first. A few minutes later, Xia Qingxue had dried herself off. Her cheeks still flushed, she silently returned to the room. The two lay down once more on the narrow iron bed frame. Suli habitually tucked the death bell beneath his pillow, rolled over, and soon fell into a steady rhythm of breathing. Xia Qingxue, however, lay awake, utterly sleepless. Why not ambush him? The thought flashed through her mind. Let him see what I'm capable of. Xia Qingxue thought this, reaching out to grab the sleeping Suli. But her body remained utterly still. That chip, like an insurmountable mountain, crushed every ounce of resistance within her. The girl's hand twitched slightly beneath the covers before finally dropping limply. She sighed. Forget it. No more embarrassment. Sleep. Dawn broke, once again shattered by that damn electronic alarm clock. Suli sat up, yawning. Time to waste her life at school again. He casually switched on the old news projector by his bedside. A cheap, snow-speckled light screen projected onto the wall. A news anchor, expressionless and looking like he hadn't fully woken up, delivered the morning headlines. Next story. Early this morning, a vicious turf war erupted at the Blood Rat's stronghold in the West District. Over 20 members, including gang leader Blood Rat, were killed. The scene was horrific. The city inspectorate has completed cleanup operations. According to an anonymous witness, the perpetrators were two masked figures in black, one tall, one short, whose identities remain unknown. The inspectorate reminds citizens, gang conflicts are dangerous. Do not gather to watch, lest you be caught in the crossfire. Suli chewed on a dry steamed bun expressionlessly, watching the news as if it were a tedious silent film. Over 20 lives lost, yet not a ripple was made. This world truly rotten to the core. Time to get up and eat. Got it. Xia Qingxue climbed out of bed, clad only in her undergarments. Her jade-like feet touched the cold metal floor, making her flinch slightly. She stood up, making no effort to find any clothing to cover herself. Her long, straight legs rose to form full, rounded buttocks, tracing breathtaking curves. Her slender waist accentuated the fair, inviting curves of her chest. After last night's shared bath, she seemed to have abandoned any pointless sense of shame. After all, in this man's eyes, she was probably no different from the parts on the workbench. Suli's gaze swept over her, then he withdrew his eyes and continued munching on the steamed bun in his hand. Finishing the last bite, he downed the cold water in his cup. Then he stood up and slung his worn-out backpack over his shoulder. Stay put at home today, ready to defend if danger arises. Got it, you nag. Chapter 14, Zero's Trash Food Show-Off. Got it, you nag. Xia Qingxue snapped back instinctively. The words had barely left her mouth when she froze in surprise. Suli reached out and gave her a light tap on her smooth forehead. The girl immediately clutched her head, gazing at Suli with an expression of utter innocence and helplessness. Ouch. What was that for? I'm hitting you. Damn it. Suli ran off after the slap, yanked open the metal gate, and vanished in a flash. Unsurprisingly, Suli arrived at school. He spotted Wang Bin immediately. He walked over and tossed the repaired armor into his arms. Here, take this.
Wang Bin fumbled to catch it, his eyes widening at the gleaming, brand new armor.
He couldn't wait to put it on. With a slight exertion of force. Buzz! A smoother, more fluid sensation of power instantly spread throughout his entire body. Wang Bin's mouth formed a perfect O. He looked at Suli, clutching a stack of coins in his hand, ready to kneel. Dad! Get lost! Suli snatched the money from his hands and kicked him away. Wang Bin didn't get angry. He hugged his precious armor and grinned like an idiot. Then, as if remembering something, he approached excitedly. Oh right! Suli! Big news! The outer courtyard exams are in 3 days. Word is, the top 3 finishers get direct admission to the inner academy. Suli's expression remained unchanged upon hearing the news. Inner court? He had the top genius from the inner court locked up at home, serving as his personal tutor day in and day out. Go to the inner academy to listen to old men lecture on how to sweep dust? None of my business. He said this while counting his money. It really has nothing to do with us. Wang Bin scratched his head, then added excitedly. But this time it's different. I heard the top 3 winners not only get into the inner courtyard but also a huge cash prize. Suli's footsteps faltered. Money? Money was precisely what he lacked most right now. Still, his face remained expressionless, though the thought was firmly lodged in his mind. Through the entire morning's lectures, Suli listened with drowsy attention. His mind wasn't on anything like transcendent ethics. His mind was consumed by the blueprint for that fine-grade scout prosthetic eye. And that damn materials list. He scoured gray market channels for information. Flexible neural transmission cables and high-precision artificial lenses could be bought for a price on some borderline websites. But those 2 core components, the micro-image processing chip and the micro-bioelectric converter, were nowhere to be found. These things were classified as high-level restricted items, never sold to civilians through legitimate channels. Looks like a trip to the black market is unavoidable. Suli pondered this as noon approached. Going to the black market required money. Sitting in a corner of the cafeteria, he shoveled his meal while mentally tallying his current assets. The cash he'd snatched from the blood rats yesterday totaled 37,000 yuan. Those few small gold bars might not look like much, but on the black market, they could probably fetch over 100,000. Add to that the meager savings in his bank account, just over 3,000 yuan. All told, he had roughly 150,000 yuan in startup capital. But this amount was still far from enough to buy those 2 core materials. Suli frowned. Only now did he truly grasp how money-guzzling the mechanic talent was. If only he had a physical enhancement talent like Wang Bin. He could have spent every last penny on potions and turned himself into a biomechanical monster. A day on campus was monotonous. For outsiders like Suli, it was all about killing time and wasting talent. By the time they grew older, they'd squandered their time and failed to cultivate their talents. They were destined to become useless. After finally enduring the school day, Suli passed a street stall on his way home. In the sizzling oil pot on the stall, chunks of meat with a suspicious color were being fried. This was synthetic meat, pressed from various scraps and additives. It was the most popular dish in the slums. Suli splurged for once, pulling out 20 yuan to buy a large bag. Today he'd struck it rich time to treat himself. I'm back. Suli carried a bag of steaming fried meat back to the tin shack. The overpowering aroma instantly drowned out the lingering smell of motor oil that had permeated the room for years. He tossed the paper bag onto the table. Zero, come on over and dig in. Xia Qingxue approached, her nose twitching. Her eyes locked onto the golden brown, crispy synthetic meat. Suli picked up a piece himself, popped it into his mouth, and chewed with a satisfying crunch. It's safe. Go ahead and eat. Only then did Xia Qingxue cautiously pick up a small piece and tentatively put it in her mouth. The next second, the crispy crust cracked between her teeth, releasing scalding meat juices mingled with the rich aroma of fat. It exploded across her taste buds, which had been tormented by steamed buns and cold water for 2 days. Xia Qingxue's eyes instantly brightened, then narrowed blissfully. She abandoned all pretense of ladylike manners. She grabbed chunks of meat and stuffed them into her mouth, her cheeks puffing out like a little hamster. So delicious. Sitting on the edge of the bed, her slender white legs dangled back and forth, her face radiating pure contentment. In that moment, she felt that this 20 yuan synthetic meat tasted better than any delicacy she'd ever eaten. A single piece of synthetic meat could make her this happy. It seemed her taming plan was progressing quite smoothly. He devoured the fried meat in his hand in just a few bites, watching as Xia Qingxue stuffed the last piece into her mouth and then licked her fingers with lingering satisfaction. Finished? Alright, get to work. Suli locked the door, completely shutting out the outside world. He stuffed all the gold bars and cash seized yesterday into a black travel bag. Then he dove headfirst into his workbench. He intended to roll all the remaining materials into death bells. Going to the black market required more than just money. He needed hard currency that commanded respect. Sparks flew as the metallic clanging resumed. This time, his movements were more practiced than last night. Meanwhile, Xia Qingxue loaded bullets nearby. Suli's black workshop was back in operation. After nightfall, 3 death bells lay silently on the workbench. A pile of bullets lay beside them. Like every mad inventor, Suli gazed at his creations with admiration. 0. Suli called out. Change clothes. Come with me. Xia Qingxue silently slipped into the black raincoat and donned her rabbit mask. Suli also changed into his own gear. He stuffed the 5 death bells, the rolled bullets, and the travel bag brimming with cash into a larger burlap sack, slinging it over his shoulder. Finally, he slipped on the smiling kitten mask. They left. The two vanished into the night, one ahead, one behind. Chapter 15, the black market part of the plan. Zesity, West 9th District. This was the city's gray zone. Suli led Xia Qingxue with practiced ease into a foul-smelling back alley. At the end of the alley stood a dilapidated shop bearing the sign for Old Wang's motorcycle repair. Suli approached and knocked on the rusty iron door in a specific rhythm. 3 long knocks, 2 short ones. A small window in the door slid open, revealing a pair of wary eyes peering out. Suli said nothing, merely lifting a corner of the sack to reveal the menacing barrel of the death bell within. The eyes behind the window flickered. Click! The iron door creaked open a crack. Suli, leading Xia Qingxue, slipped inside. Inside the shop, a one-eyed man with a cigarette dangling from his mouth sat on a greasy sofa, polishing a dagger. He was the contact for this black market operation, nicknamed Old Blind. Long time no see, kid. Old Blindy lifted his eyelids, his voice raspy. What good stuff did you bring this time? He recognized Suli, who had once sold parts and seamless steel pipes here. But times had changed. Today, Suli was going to show him something heavyweight. Suli tossed the burlap sack onto the ground. 3 of these, he gestured toward the sack, plus a few gold bars. Trade for cash. Also, I need a few things. He handed over the list detailing the materials for the artificial eye. The old blind man took the list, glanced at it, and immediately furrowed his brow. Micro-image processing chip? Bioelectric converter? He tossed the list back onto the table and shook his head. These things are military-grade controlled items. Money won't get you them. But, he changed his tone. I do have a job for you. If you can pull it off, I can help you find the materials you need. You know, if I don't have it on this street, no one else does either. Tell me about it. Suli inquired. It's a wealthy merchant from the outer city. He wants someone killed. Suli's eyebrow arched. Who? The old blind man exhaled a smoke ring and slowly gave an address. The doctor at Clinic 78 on Wanling Street in the West District. Suli paused in surprise. Kill a doctor? That's not a good idea. At those words, the old blind man's soul eye flashed a hint of amusement, as if anticipating a good show. Haha, kid, you've got it all wrong. That doctor prescribed some aphrodisiac medicine to that wealthy merchant. He paused deliberately, lowering his voice. The effect was too potent. The merchant is still lying in the intensive care unit. I heard that if it had been delivered just half an hour later, the person would have been ruined. Suli listened and fell silent. He felt this world was growing increasingly abstract. For this? To kill a doctor? The way the wealthy think was beyond the comprehension of a poor soul like him. But none of that mattered. What mattered was that he needed those materials. Deal. Suli spat out the 2 words, crisp and decisive. Give me the doctor's records and the clinic's floor plan. A flicker of approval passed through the old blind man's soul eye. Good lad, you're straightforward. He retrieved an old tablet from beneath the counter and tapped it a few times. I can place the order for you through my channels first. Come collect them once the deal's done. As for your goods. He picked up a pair of death bells, weighed them in his hand, then pulled back the wheel to inspect the inner mechanism. This thing looks crude, but the gunpowder ratio and rifling inside are the work of a true expert. He named his price. 3 guns plus the gold bars. I'll give you a total of 150,000. Suli shook his head. 300,000. The old blind man stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled. 200,000. Take it or leave it. Deal. Suli completed the transfer promptly. The money's been transferred. The doctor's information has also been sent to your communicator. He added one final reminder. Remember, keep it clean. That doctor doesn't seem like a pushover either. Suli tucked away the communicator without another word. Got it. He pulled Xia Qingxue up and turned to leave. On the way back, Xia Qingxue remained silent the entire time. Suli, however, seemed in a good mood and spoke up first. See that, Zero? That's how this world works. A rich man, having ruined his own bird by taking drugs, must kill a doctor. And we, to get better parts, have to take this job. What he said was true. A ridiculous, yet undeniably true fact. Back to the tin shack. Suli's first move was to open the communicator and review the data sent by the old blind man. A man's photo appeared on the light screen. The man appeared to be in his 40s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a white lab coat. He looked refined and harmless. Target, Wen Jixue. Identity, Chief Physician, number 78 Wanling Street Clinic. Notes, suspected E-grade extraordinary being. Ability orientation unknown.
Former member of the Green Snake Organization.
Green Snake?
Before Suli could speak, Xia Qingxue beside him furrowed her brow first.
I've heard that name.
Her voice grew solemn. It was an infamous underground organization specializing in illegal human modification and banned drugs, employing extremely brutal methods.
They were eradicated by the joint forces of the Inspectorate years ago. I never imagined there were still remnants left. Suli, far from feeling tense, actually smiled. Very well.
This means he must have something valuable in his possession.
A doctor researching human modification, how could his clinic possibly lack some hidden treasures? This deal might turn out to be more profitable than anticipated.
He shut off the holographic display and turned to Xia Qingxue.
Tomorrow, we'll go see the doctor. Xia Qingxue froze for a moment. See a doctor? Suli gave her a thorough once-over before declaring with solemn earnestness. Yes, I've already planned everything. What kind of doctor? Xia Qingxue's mind struggled to keep up with his train of thought. Suli looked her up and down, then glanced at himself. Then, in a matter-of-fact tone, he stated his plan. Just say I'm not up for it. Xia Qingxue's face went blank, then flushed crimson, before turning ashen. She finally understood this bastard's scheme. For a doctor specializing in banned drugs and aphrodisiacs, what kind of patient posed the least threat and allowed him to let his guard down? Of course, someone like Suli, someone with a private problem. You. Just play the part of my desperate, helpless girlfriend. We'll improvise when the time comes. Xia Qingxue bit her lip hard. For some reason, amidst the humiliation, she felt a tinge of excited anticipation. Chapter 16, The Little Wife Xia Qingxue, The Incompetent Husband Suli. Are you a pervert, Xia Qingxue? She asked herself this question. In the past, she would have declared with absolute certainty that she was not. But now, she could only say, it's hard to say. Just as her mind wandered, Suli's impatient voice drifted from the bed. Stop spacing out and go to sleep. This isn't something to rush it and you'll blow it. Suli rolled over, tugged the covers into place, and continued in a tone that suggested he was assigning tasks. Even with you, our supermodel enforcer, we can't just charge in recklessly. That doctor is from the Green Snake Organization. People like that always have their lairs rigged like hedgehogs, full of traps and backup plans. If we just barge in, I'm afraid we'll get ambushed. Better safe than sorry. The Green Snake isn't some blood rat gang you can just bump into. He paused, then laid out the final plan of action. Tomorrow's Saturday. We'll start by reconnoitering the location using the plan I outlined. We'll scout the clinic's layout, assess his strength and habits. We'll strike only when it's absolutely foolproof. Suli's voice sounded unusually calm in the darkness. We only have these 2 days. Next Monday is the external exam. I must get the artificial eye out before then. Time is tight, and the task is heavy. He needed money, but more than that, he needed power. This assassination is the pivotal piece in his plan. Got it? Then hurry up and come to bed. Suli issued his final command. Xia Qingxue stopped overthinking. Her task now was to be a blade. A blade that strikes wherever its master commands. Understood. She climbed onto the bed. In the darkness, she did something out of character. She took the initiative to embrace Suli. Suli's body stiffened. What's wrong? Can you really help me seek revenge? Xia Qingxue's voice echoed faintly in the silent room. Destroy the Xia family. Kill all my enemies. Suli remained silent for a moment. It's not up to me, but to you. His voice held not a shred of emotion. You have value to me, so naturally I'll help you fulfill your wishes. An equal exchange, isn't it? Xia Qingxue said nothing more, only tightened her embrace. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. Suli's plan was officially set in motion. He dug out a decent enough set of old clothes from some forgotten corner and changed into them. Then, he began transforming Xia Qingxue. He made her wear the plainest medical mask, concealing that face capable of causing a sensation. He then applied some cheap cosmetics, sourced from who knows where, slapping them haphazardly across her face. He didn't intend to make her look ugly. Instead, he deliberately thickened her eyeliner, adding a touch of allure and melancholy to her originally cool, distant eyes. Finally, he slipped her into a slightly tight old sweater that perfectly outlined her breathtaking curves. After this transformation, the aloof, Ice Queen school beauty vanished completely. In her place stood a tempting little wife, one whose eyes held a faint sadness, whose entire being radiated mature charm, and who looked like she was just begging to be teased. Very good. Suli nodded with satisfaction. He took Xia Qingxue's hand and stepped out of the tin shack. Today, he was a husband with a frown on his face because he couldn't perform. And she was his anxious wife. Together, they headed to 78 Wanling Street. An unconventional medical consultation was about to begin. Come on, honey, let's go see the doctor. Suli deliberately emphasized the word wife and affectionately squeezed Xia Qingshue's hand. Xia Qingxue thought Suli might actually need to see a doctor. Clinic at 78, Wanling Street. The storefront was modest, indistinguishable from any ordinary neighborhood clinic. As Suli pushed open the door, a strong scent of traditional Chinese medicine mixed with the smell of disinfectant hit him. A man in a white coat sat behind the reception desk, yawning. He wasn't the refined Wen Jishue from the photo, but a greasy-faced, obese man. The man lifted his eyelids, saw Suli, and showed no reaction. But when his gaze fell upon Xia Qingshuo standing behind Suli, those small eyes instantly lit up. His gaze, like two slimy worms, roamed shamelessly over the curves outlined by Xia Qingshue's sweater. Seeing a doctor? The fat man cleared his throat and asked. Suli perfectly timed his expression, embarrassed to speak yet compelled to reveal his constipation. Doctor, he stammered for a while. Seeing his timid demeanor and glancing at the exquisite young wife behind him, the doctor instantly understood everything. He looked at Suli with a sympathetic gaze tinged with pity. Then, his eyes lit up with excitement as they turned to Xia Qingshuo. A dark thought quickly took shape in his thick skull. Such a beautiful wife, stuck with such a useless husband. What a waste of heaven's bounty. Perhaps he could help this poor woman. And help himself. Where is Dr. Wen? Su asked aloud, simultaneously pulling Xia Qingshuo half a step behind him without drawing attention. He saw it. He saw the unmasked greed and lust in the fat man's eyes. In that instant, a new name appeared on Su Li's mental hit list. This fat man must die too. He had a cleanliness obsession. A mental cleanliness. He hated it when others looked at his possessions with those filthy eyes. Xia Qingshuo was now his possession. I'm just the doctor. The fat man puffed out his belly, which was covered in layers of fat, his tone tinged with arrogance. Dr. Wen is busy. For minor issues, I can handle it. His gaze still bypassed Su Li, lingering on Xia Qingshuo. Sis-in-law, come closer. Don't be shy. The fat man grinned, his expression greasy. Let your husband tell us what the problem is. We doctors have seen it all. Su Li's hand at his side clenched silently. But his face remained frozen in that same helpless, awkward expression. Doctor, my condition is a bit unusual. As he acted it out, he mentally devised 18 ways to kill this fat man. I've heard only Dr. Wen can treat my kind of rare condition. At those words, a flicker of understanding passed through the fat man's small eyes. He understood. This kid was here to beg for Dr. Wen's special effect medicine. His nerve grew even bolder. Want to see Dr. Wen? The fat man leaned back in his chair, speaking in a condescending tone. Fine. Have your wife stay behind. She'll come with me into the inner room for a private chat about the condition. He licked his lips, grinning like a hyena spotting a juicy piece of meat. If I'm satisfied, you'll see Dr. Wen. Xia Qingshuo. Chapter 17, Truly Deserving of Death. Su Li. Bite your tongue. Su Li urged himself inwardly. He couldn't take it anymore. He wanted to pull out the death bell right now and blow this fat-brained bastard's brains out. Just as he was about to explode. Squeak. The inner door creaked open. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looking quite refined emerged from inside. It was Wen Jishue. The sight of the overweight man in the white coat instantly filled his face with irritation. What brings you back? Did you run out of your medication? Wen Jishue frowned, his tone dripping with contempt. And one more thing. Stop wearing my white coat. Look at yourself, you're practically bursting out of my clothes. The moment the fat man spotted Wen Jishue, his earlier arrogant, overbearing demeanor vanished instantly. Like a schoolboy caught red-handed, he frantically stripped off the tight-fitting white coat. A smile more painful than crying stretched across his face. Dr. Wen, I was just trying to help you out since you were so busy, you know? Wen Jishue ignored him, his gaze sweeping past him. His gaze settled on Su Li and Xia Qingshuo. His gaze was entirely different from the fat man's. There was no blatant desire, but rather something far more unsettling. Like an anatomist examining a specimen, cool, yet tinged with a hint of scrutiny. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. What's the problem? Su Li immediately switched back into the role of the henpecked husband, clutching Xia Qingshuo's hand as he nervously said. Dr. Wen, I've heard that only you can treat my kind of complex condition. When Jishue's gaze lingered for 2 seconds on Xia Qingshuo's face, masked yet still revealing its exquisite contours. He understood instantly. He'd seen this kind of thing before. Come in. Without another word, he turned and walked back into the inner room, leaving behind only his retreating figure and an open door. Su Li pulled Xia Qingshuo past the fat man. In the instant they brushed past each other, Su Li's gaze was as cold as if he were looking at a corpse. The fat man shuddered involuntarily, a chill running down his spine. The inner room was far cleaner and more orderly than the outer area. It resembled a small laboratory more than a typical clinic. When Jishua sat behind the desk, briefly inquired about Su Li's symptoms, and then wrote out a prescription. He retrieved several unlabeled vials from a locked cabinet. 1 pill a day, taken after meals. His tone was as matter-of-fact as if he were explaining how to take cold medicine. 1 course of treatment, 50,000 yuan. These cost 5,000 yuan. Don't take more than prescribed, it'll blow your mind. Su Li stared at the 10 tiny pills, his eye twitching. What a ripoff. $500 a pill? That'd be enough for me to get better in days. Yet his face still bore that pained expression of reluctantly having to buy it. Gritting his teeth, he paid up. This consultation wasn't entirely fruitless. Su Li keenly noticed that this tiny inner room was equipped with no fewer than 5 pinhole cameras, all positioned extremely discreetly. Clearly, when Jishua was either being monitored by someone, or he himself was recording something. To rashly commit murder here would mean the footage would be transmitted immediately, inevitably drawing the Green Snake Organization's pursuit. Thank you, doctor. Su Li took the medicine and dragged Xia Qingshui out, head hanging low like a defeated rooster. The moment they stepped outside, he spotted the fat man waiting at the doorway, grinning smugly. Hey, bro. Got the medicine? The fat man approached, slapping Su Li's shoulder with familiar ease. Don't get discouraged. Dr. Wen's medicine is a miracle cure. Guaranteed to fix you right up and restore your virility. Su Li stared at him, saying nothing. He'd already figured out the fat guy's background from Dr. Wen Jishua's earlier tone of contempt. Just like himself, a lowly nobody. Every penny he earned probably went toward buying Dr. Wen's medicine and junk food. A complete wastrel. At that thought, Su Li suddenly stopped in his tracks. He grabbed the fat man's arm and pointed to the deserted alleyway beside them. Bro, step aside for a word. The fatso stared at Su Li's expressionless face. Then he glanced at the young wife behind him, masked yet still radiating charm, and swallowed hard. As if compelled by some unseen force, he followed Su Li into the dimly lit alleyway. The moment they stepped inside, Su Li turned around. You said you'd take care of my wife? Before the fat man could process the meaning behind those words, Su Li had already struck. He didn't even draw his gun. Instead, he gripped the heavy butt of the death bell with his backhand and slammed it with all his might into the fat man's face. Thud. A dull thud. The fat man's puffy face instantly blossomed like a flower, blood and tears gushing from his nose. His 200-plus-pound body collapsed like a pile of mud, slumping to the ground. He wasn't a transcendent being at all, just an ordinary, slightly phony fat guy. Zero, turn away. Don't look. Then he crouched down, pulling out the miracle drug he just bought for 5,000 yuan from his pocket. He pried open the fat man's mouth and shoved every single pill inside at once. You like pills, huh? Here, have them all. After doing all this, Su Li stood up. He looked down at the fat man convulsing on the ground. Not long after, the fat man's face began to turn red, then purple. His entire body swelled like an inflated toad, distorting into an eerie shape. Lying on the ground, he clutched his crotch with both hands, letting out a blood-curdling scream like a pig being slaughtered. Ah! It's going to explode. It's going to explode. The excruciating pain made him writhe like a maggot on the filthy ground. Su Li watched it all with a blank expression. Until the fat man's screams gradually faded away. Finally, he died in the alley. Su Li hoisted the corpse with effort and tossed it into a trash bin. Only then did he take Xia Qingshua's hand and walk out of the alley as if nothing had happened. Xia Qingshua's hand still felt slightly cold. She instinctively glanced back at the dark alley entrance. Su Li tugged her gently, his tone flat. What are you looking at? He paused, a hint of wicked amusement flickering across his face. Incidentally, it also served as a test of Dr. Wen's medicine's efficacy. Seems his medicine packs quite a punch. Xia Qingxue fell silent. This man was nothing short of a devil. But somehow, he had a point. That fat man truly deserved to die. Chapter 18, Signal Jammer. Let's go. Home. Yes. The journey passed in silence. Back in the familiar tin shack, Su Li locked the door from the inside. He shed his coat and immediately slipped into work mode. That clinic was a turtle shell. While rummaging through the trash heap for usable parts, Su Li analyzed the situation. There were far too many cameras, positioned in such tricky spots clearly set up by professionals. If we stormed in, even if we succeeded, the footage would be transmitted to Green Snake in an instant. Then we wouldn't just be provoking a doctor, we'd be provoking an entire assassin organization. Xia Qingxue listened quietly. She knew Su Li was right about everything. So, Su Li pried a signal transmitting chip from a pile of discarded motherboards. We had to render it blind and deaf first. He weighed the chip in his hand. I'll make a signal jammer. Its range won't be huge, but it'll cover the entire clinic. All his surveillance and communications will turn into nothing but static. He looked at Xia Qingxue and laid out the plan of action. Prepare tonight. We'll strike tonight. By Monday, I'll be using that prosthetic eye. 0, come here. Come help. Xia Qingxue silently approached. What? Suli held up the signal chip in his hand. I need to make a signal jammer, but I don't know what encryption channel Green Snake uses. He could build it, but fabricating data from scratch was impossible. Xia Qingxue paused upon hearing the question, then sank into recollection. Green Snake. She murmured the name softly. I believe I've seen intelligence on them within our clan's internal database. Suli's eyes lit up. He said. They're using a military-grade Viper frequency hopping protocol. Xia Qingxue's voice was soft, but her words made Suli frown. To evade tracking, their signal randomly hopped across an extremely wide frequency band every 0.3 seconds. Conventional jammers couldn't possibly keep up with their speed. Frequency hopping? This is going to be tricky. Suli stared at the chip in his hand, then glanced at the pile of junk on the workbench. But a cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. There was still a way. I don't need to chase after its frequency. He picked up a discarded microwave magnetron, weighing it in his hand. All I need to do is blanket the entire frequency band from top to bottom with stronger junk signals. In short, it's a saturation attack. You think you can jump around? I'll just blow the whole thing up and see where you jump to. That's what they call defeating magic with magic. Suli muttered to himself. No, it's using trash to defeat technology. He tossed the chip onto the workbench and barked the order without looking up. Alright, stop spacing out. Take the power core out of that scrapped drone over there. Xia Qingxue said nothing, silently walking over to the wreckage of the scrapped drone. Her pale, delicate hand reached out, fingers closing gently. Snap! The hard alloy casing crumbled in her hands like a fragile cookie, exposing the energy core within, still faintly glowing red. She handed the core to Suli. Suli took the core, his other hand already grasping the microwave magnetron and signal chip. No blueprints. No precision instruments. It all relied solely on Suli's talent, without a shred of external assistance. Consume 5 source essence points to research the signal jammer blueprint? Yes. The next second, Suli's brain raced like an overclocked supercomputer, processing at breakneck speed. The structure of that signal chip, the power curve of the magnetron, the output pattern of the energy core. In mere seconds, a flawless, even brutally efficient design blueprint crystallized before his mind's eye. Then, he got to work. His hands moved so swiftly they left after images soldering, connecting, winding. 1 hour later. A contraption composed of a magnetron, signal chip, drone energy core, and a tangled mess of wires. An oddly bizarre contraption appeared on the workbench. It looked like a junkyard Frankenstein's monster ready to explode at any moment. Done. Suli surveyed his new creation with satisfaction. High-power signal jammer, complete. Tonight, we'll install this thing and make our move. Understood. Night deepened. Suli and Xia Qingxue returned to Wanling Street once more. This time, they didn't use the front entrance. Like a nimble gecko, Suli scaled the clinic's rear wall with ease, affixing the unsightly jammer to the exterior air conditioning unit. He pressed the switch. Buzz. An invisible electromagnetic wave instantly radiated outward. Suli pulled out his communicator and glanced at it. Signal full bars. Then, it instantly dropped to 0. It had taken effect. He gave Xia Qingxue below him an OK sign. Go ahead. Xia Qingxue hesitated not a moment. She reached out and pressed her hand against the clinic's sturdy security door. Crack! Frost spread across the surface, instantly rendering the entire door brittle and fragile. With a gentle push, the lock shattered. The two slipped inside. Inside the clinic, darkness reigned. But Suli's ears caught the faintest sound of glassware clinking together. The sound came from the inner room. He signaled to Xia Qingxue, and the two advanced silently, one ahead, one behind. The inner room door stood ajar. Through the crack, they could see the room was brightly lit. When Jishue stood with his back to them at a laboratory bench, completely absorbed in mixing something. His face bore an expression of fervent obsession. Suli didn't act immediately. He sensed something was off. Just then, when Jishue spun around as if he had eyes in the back of his head. His face still bore that refined smile, but his eyes were filled with mockery and cruelty. Gentlemen, are you here for a follow-up appointment so late at night? No sooner had the words left his mouth. An odorless, strange fragrance instantly filled the entire room. Suli felt a wave of dizziness wash over his brain as the scenery before his eyes began to distort. A primal, overwhelming desire surged uncontrollably from the depths of his being. He abruptly turned to look at Xia Qingxue beside him. He saw an unnatural flush spreading across Xia Qingxue's face. Her breathing grew ragged, and those once cool eyes were now filled with a hazy, yearning gaze. Pheromones. This ability controlled pheromones. He could stir the most primal desires within living beings, driving enemies to turn on one another. Ha! When Jishue watched the scene unfold before him, letting out a delighted laugh. Enjoy yourselves, my guests. Once you've had your fill of fun, you'll make perfect test subjects for my new drug. Chapter 19, Helping Xiao Shui with her QQ space. He believed he had everything under control. But he didn't know. Within Su Li's mind, the mechanical king's throne still existed. Warning. Unknown psychic toxin detected invading. Consume 10 source essence points to perform mental purification? Yes. Su Li roared in his mind. The next second, a cool sensation instantly spread throughout his entire body. The haze in his eyes instantly cleared. At that moment, Xia Qingxue had completely lost her senses. Like a cat in heat, she lunged toward him. Su Li's eyes turned cold. Instead of dodging, he swept her into his arms. Then, under Wen Jishua's stunned gaze, he spun violently with Xia Qingxue in his arms, presenting Xia Qingxue's back directly toward Wen Jishue. 0. Attack! He issued the coldest command. Though Xia Qingxue's body was controlled by desire, the chip remained utterly loyal to its master's commands. Boom! Countless vicious ice spikes erupted wildly from her back. The smile on Wen Jishua's face froze instantly. Before he could react, he was instantly engulfed by this sudden onslaught. Put! Put! His body was pierced by countless ice shards, pinned to the wall like a tattered ragdoll. Only then did Su Li release Xia Qingxue, kicking her away with a single blow. He walked over to Wen Jishua's corpse, staring at his eyes that refused to close in death, and let out a cold laugh. He drew his dagger and cleanly severed Wen Jishua's head, placing it into a black bag he had prepared long ago. Then he turned and walked toward the locked cabinet. He knew the real treasures lay within. He smashed the cabinet open with a single punch. Inside, rows of labeled reagents stood neatly arranged alongside several metal boxes. Su Li opened one of the boxes. Inside, several items lay quietly. Detected, high-precision technology chip. Can be decomposed into 15 source particles. Ding! Detected unknown precision components, can be decomposed into 5 source particles. Excellent! Su Li swept everything clean. Carrying the bag containing the severed head, he pulled up Xia Qingxue, who was still gasping on the floor, and walked out of the clinic without looking back. He returned to that familiar tin shack. Su Li locked the door from the inside. He sighed as he looked at Xia Qingxue, still slumped on the floor, her face flushed and her eyes unfocused. In this state, she couldn't be taken out in public. Ugh, such a hassle. He walked over to Xia Qingxue and crouched down. I'm going to save you. Let's get you to calm down. His tone made it sound like the most ordinary thing in the world. Then, beneath Xia Qingxue's dazed yet faintly yearning gaze, she gasped, murmuring unconsciously. Su Li frowned at her state. He knew that if he didn't completely extinguish the fire ignited within her, her brain might suffer permanent damage from prolonged overexcitement. Then his 0 unit would become defective. Xia Qingxue nodded. She could only turn to Su Li for help now. Su Li reached out, caressing the girl's forehead and body before slowly. Xia Qingxue couldn't help but let out a soft whimper. A few minutes later, he looked down at Xia Qingxue lying on the ground, her eyes vacant like a broken doll, his tone flat. Calm down? Xia Qingxue didn't answer. She simply stared at the ceiling with wide eyes, as if reliving the moment. Once you've calmed down, go wash your face. We should go report back. Xia Qingxue's voice carried a hint of hoarseness from crying. She steadied herself against the wall, her legs still weak, and slowly stood up. Her body wasn't like this before. She knew it well. It had to be Su Li. It had to be that demon. When he implanted the chip, he must have secretly added some sleazy command to boost sensitivity or something. Otherwise, how could she possibly be so sensitive? Yes. That must be it. It's all Su Li's doing. In her mind, Xia Qingxue pinned all the blame squarely on Su Li. It was still that same old Wan's motorcycle repair shop. Still that one-eyed old blind man. When Su Li tossed the blood-dripping bag onto the table, a flash of unmistakable surprise flickered across the old blind man's soul eye. How long had it been? Not even a day. He opened the bag, glanced at the lifeless head inside with its eyes wide open, and after confirming it was Wen Jishue himself, nodded. Good lad, quick and ruthless. He pulled a metal box from beneath the counter. Everything you want is right here. Su Li opened the box. Micro-image processing chip, bioelectric converter. Not a single item missing. He tucked the box away, said not another word, and turned to leave. Wait. The old blind man called him back. Kid, interested in taking on another job? Su Li's footsteps faltered. What kind of job? The old blind man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. It's that wealthy merchant again. He says the doctor's medicine, though potent, seems to have some side effects. He wants you to go catch a few more people for him to bring back for research. Su Li's brow furrowed. Who? The old blind man uttered a name that sent both Su Li and Xia Qingxue reeling. The Xia family. I can't do that now. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Li flatly refused. Are you kidding me? The Xia family? They were Zicheng's top-tier aristocracy. They weren't even in the same league as sewer rats like the Blood Rat Gang. Messing with the Xia family now would be tantamount to suicide. A flicker of disappointment passed through the old blind man's soul eye. You're not serious? Such a golden opportunity. Before he could finish his sentence, suddenly, the cold mechanical voice of the Machine King's throne echoed in Su Li's mind. Critical revenge clue detected. Triggered mission, the beginning of the pledge. Mission objective, accept the commission and successfully apprehend an outer circle security operative of the Xia family to obtain internal intelligence. Mission reward, fine-grade blueprint. Su Li fell silent. Damn it. This machine nation sure knows how to pick the moment. The old blind man watched Su Li's shifting expression, mistaking his mood for hesitation. Kid, think it through. This job comes with a sky-high reward. Su Li lifted his head, met the old blind man's gaze, and slowly uttered 2 words. I'll take it. He had no choice but to do it now, even if he couldn't. This wasn't even a choice. After all, a fine-grade blueprint commands astronomical prices on the market, starting at $1 million. And all I'm risking is a tiny bit of my life. Chapter 20, I replacement. How much are you willing to sacrifice to grow stronger? Good lad, I knew you had guts. Here's the target's info, Li Hu, a convoy captain for the Xia family. That wealthy merchant specifically requested him, saying he seemed involved in something. Su Li took the file and glanced at it. The photo showed a burly man with a face full of fleshy bulges. Got it. He tucked the file away, made no further delay, and swiftly vanished into the night with Xia Qingxue in tow. Back at the tin shack, Su Li locked the door from the inside, then placed the metal box filled with artificial eye materials onto the workbench. He now had 2 urgent tasks to complete. First, create the scout prosthetic eye. Second, eliminate that man named Li Hu. He glanced at the calendar on the wall. It was past midnight. Today was already Sunday. Tomorrow was the outer courtyard exam. After a week of classes, time would be extremely tight. 0. He looked at Xia Qingxue. Do you remember this Li Hu? Xia Qingxue removed her mask. For the first time, her exquisitely beautiful face revealed a searing hatred. Yes. Her voice was as cold as if it came from hell itself. On the day I was attacked, it was him escorting my convoy. Damn, he really is a piece of work. Su Li couldn't help but praise Li Hu. If not for him, would he have found such a valuable body? But praise aside. Now, this Li Hu had also been formally added to Su Li's death list. Very well. Su Li walked up to Xia Qingxue, staring into her eyes burning with hatred. Now, I'm going to kill him. You heard it too. Half of this is for the mission reward, but the other half is for you. Su Li's daily cup. To help you take the first step toward vengeance. I know. Thank you. For the first time, Xia Qingxue's voice carried a hint of sincerity. Su Li nodded with satisfaction, then issued the order. Gather all information on Li Hu's travel routes, daily routines, everything. Then, don't disturb me. He was about to begin crafting the prosthetic eye. This item is crucial. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, in an undisclosed underground facility in Zicheng, a figure cloaked entirely in black robes sat silently before a massive light screen. The screen displayed hundreds of separate surveillance feeds. Suddenly, the feed representing Dr. Wen Jishue's clinic turned into a blinding screen of static. Sir, Dr. Wen's signal has been lost. Another cloaked figure materialized silently behind him. HM? The leader of the black-robed figures uttered a hoarse syllable. Reason? Unknown. No abnormal alerts were detected before the signal cut off. Send someone to investigate. Yes. The subordinate withdrew upon receiving the order. The leader in the black cloak continued to gaze silently at the snowflakes. They, the Green Serpent, were ghosts of the old era and pioneers of the new. They believed in the ultimate evolution. Fragile carbon-based lifeforms like humans had long reached their end. Only through modification and fusion could they shatter the shackles of flesh and welcome the true descent of the gods. And Zicheng was the first Eden they had chosen. When Jishue was merely an insignificant pawn they had deployed. His life or death was of no consequence. But someone could silently cut off their signals. That was quite interesting. The plan is imminent now. No mishaps can be tolerated. It seems this city harbors some intriguing little rats we never knew about. A hint of playful amusement tinged the voice of the cloaked figure. I hope you'll bring me a little surprise. The discovery of the green snake did not halt Su Li's actions. He was hard at work. Sparks flew across the workbench. High-precision artificial lenses were being polished, micro-image processing chips implanted, and flexible neural transmission cables meticulously connected one by one. Beads of sweat formed on Su Li's forehead. This was 100 times more complex than crafting the death bell. Every step demanded absolute precision. He wasn't consuming source essence particles, everything was done by hand. Because through the machine nation, he couldn't learn much. He had to feel it with his own hands. When the final cable was connected, buzz. A faint hum. A mechanical prosthetic eye, shimmering with an eerie blue glow and radiating sci-fi precision and beauty, lay quietly in his palm. Exquisite grade scout prosthetic eye, complete. With its completion, Sully felt something different. The bottleneck of his rank loosened slightly, and his analysis and understanding of machinery deepened. Was this what Xia Qingxue had referred to? A breakthrough? Sully gazed at this flawless creation, his eyes filled with fascination. But soon, an undeniably practical question presented itself. Should he replace them? To carve out his own, original, human eyes. Then, replace them with this cold, mechanical creation? In that instant, a flicker of hesitation did indeed stir within Sully's heart. It was the instinctive resistance of a living being to the loss of its own integrity. But this hesitation lasted less than a second. It was then utterly crushed by an even more intense craving for power. It must be replaced. How much are you willing to sacrifice to become stronger? Sully's answer was everything. He picked up the prosthetic eye, still faintly glowing, and retrieved a surgical knife gleaming coldly from the toolbox beside him. He stared at his own black, human pupils reflected in the mirror. Then, he smiled. Farewell, my mortal body. He raised the scalpel and, without hesitation, aimed it at his left eye. You're not using anesthesia? Xia Qingxue, who had remained silent all along, finally couldn't hold back upon witnessing this scene. Digging out his own eye with his bare hands? This man is truly insane. Anesthesia would interfere with the prosthetic eye's insertion. Sully didn't even turn his head, his voice eerily calm. It'll only hurt for a moment. It won't kill you. Sully didn't even turn his head, his voice eerily calm. It's just a little pain. It won't kill you. With that, he hesitated no longer. Under Xia Qingxue's horrified gaze, he raised the scalpel precise, swift, steady. Splash. A faint, spine-chilling sound. Blood trickled down his cheek. His expression remained unchanged, as if it were not his own eye. Just an old, worn-out part that needed replacing. He casually tossed the blood-streaked eyeball onto the table. Then, he picked up the scout prosthetic eye, which glowed with a faint blue light. Slowly, he pressed it into his empty, blood-soaked eye socket. He spoke, enunciating each word deliberately, join the glorious evolution. Cybernetic eye. Chapter 21 Flesh is weak, machinery ascends. ZZZZT. A faint crackling of electricity filled the air. The flexible neural transmission cables at the prosthetic eye's tip, like living things. They automatically began connecting to the optic nerves deep within his eye socket. Intense pain surged like a tidal wave. Sully's body shook violently from the excruciating agony. Veins bulged on his forehead, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. But he clenched his teeth, not uttering a sound. Xia Qingxue watched from the side. She had to admit it. Sully was a demon, but he was cruel to others and even crueler to himself. Only someone like this could avenge her. Just then, the notification from the mechanical king's throne finally sounded in Sully's mind. Detected connection of fine-grade cybernetic body plugin. Neural signal adaptation in progress. Adaptation progress, 105,090. Ding. Adaptation complete. Sully's eyes snapped open. His right eye still bore the black pupil characteristic of humans. His left eye, however, had transformed into a mechanical orb radiating an icy blue glow. A mechanical eye composed of countless intricate optical lenses. His world had changed. Through his left eye, the entire room structure had transformed into a three-dimensional map woven from countless blue lines. Dust particles suspended in the air, minute cracks in the walls, the slightest tremor in every muscle of Xia Qingxue's body. Everything was presented before his eyes as clear data. Scout's prosthetic eye. Mode 1, microscopic vision. Mode 2, data calculation. Sully shifted his focus and switched to data calculation mode. He looked at the funeral bell on the table. Target, common-grade mechanical revolver death bell. Material analysis, inferior alloy steel, gears. Structural strength, 78. Potential failure points, 3. Optimization recommendations, 4. A string of data flashed before his eyes. Sully paid no mind. Optimization was nowhere near as effective as simply replacing worn-out parts. Not worth the price. Then, he turned his gaze upon himself. A pale blue light screen, visible only to him, slowly unfolded before his eyes. This was his personal interface. Name, Sully. Rank, Awakened Grade E Class. Talent, Mechanic. Cybernetic Enhancement, Fine-Grade Scout Prosthetic Eye Left. Source Points, 35. A satisfied curve lifted at the corner of Sully's mouth. This cybernetic eye might not grant him earth-shattering combat prowess, but information that was the most powerful weapon in this world. Had he possessed this prosthetic eye earlier, he would never have fallen victim to Wen Jishua's trap. He could have instantly analyzed the composition and concentration of pheromones in the air, evading the attack in advance. This was the beginning of mastering everything. Sully began tallying his current resources. 35 source particles, 200,000 cash. With this amount of money, if he wanted to buy ready-made blueprints directly from the black market, he probably couldn't afford many. But it would be enough to buy scrap metal by the ton. Su Li's plan crystallized instantly. He could buy scrap metal in bulk, then have the mechanical king throne, break it down into source particles. Then use the source particles to derive new blueprints and create even more powerful mechanical constructs. Source particles, 5 points for a common blueprint. 20 points for a high-quality blueprint. This was a perfect virtuous cycle. The only prerequisite is having the initial capital. And now, he has it. What he must do now is convert every resource at his disposal into raw combat power. He must give himself and Xia Qingxue a comprehensive upgrade. According to Su Li's values, money in one's hands was merely a string of numbers. Who knew when one might pass away? The greatest tragedy would be leaving money unspent. Every penny must be spent where it counts. More importantly, he glanced at Xia Qingxue beside him, now restored to calm. He knew clearly that the chip controlling her would be completely ineffective in 10 days at most. By then, he would either have to replace her chip or crush her with absolute power. Therefore, this upgrade was imperative. With 35 source essence points available, he would first test the waters by simulating a high-quality blueprint. Su Li's thoughts shifted, switching to the simulation interface for the mechanical king's throne. Countless gray icons spread out before him like stars, each representing an unknown possibility. He focused his intent on the weapons category. Consume 20 source essence points to randomly simulate a fine-grade weapon blueprint? Yes. The next second, 20 source points vanished instantly. Countless weapon blueprints flashed wildly through his mind. Combinations formed, then shattered. Finally, a blueprint radiating a cold, murderous beauty slowly solidified. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the blueprint, fine-grade deathly silence electromagnetic sniper rifle. Su Li's breath caught for a moment. A sniper rifle. And an electromagnetic one at that. This thing was practically tailor-made for someone like him, a backstabber who loved lurking in the shadows and firing cold shots. He suppressed the wild excitement surging within and began calmly mapping out his next upgrade path. Basic gear was merely a stepping stone. Fine grade, that was his current objective. His gaze settled on Xia Qingxue. In his initial conception, the Project Zero plan was a vast and intricate undertaking. The psychic control chip implanted now was merely the most fundamental component. Next came the more critical stages: cyborg skeletal replacement, superhuman augmentation modifications, and neural reflex accelerators. Step by step, he would transform Xia Qingxue from a carbon-based lifeform into a perfect killing weapon that belonged solely to him. Of course, he couldn't neglect his own upgrades either. The scout prosthetic eye was merely the beginning. Next, he would outfit himself with a powered exoskeleton, a tactical analysis chip, and even replace his fragile heart with machinery. Flesh is weak, machinery ascends. This is no joke. Are you going to sleep or not? I'm going to bed. Xia Qingxue's voice interrupted Su Li's grand vision. After a day of turmoil, she was utterly exhausted. Su Li snapped back to reality and nodded. He pulled out his communicator and, with practiced ease, placed a large order for scrap metal on several recycling websites using the money he'd just received. These were his precious sources of source points. Only then did he carefully examine the blueprint for the silent electromagnetic sniper rifle. Required materials: high-strength alloy barrel X1, electromagnetic acceleration coil X4, fine-grade energy core X1, precision sights assembly X1. Su Li's brow furrowed. All these are top-tier components? Chapter 22, Stray dogs don't need tombstones, just run wild until they rot. Most of the materials he could either salvage from scrap he had on hand or procure on the black market. But that fine-grade energy core was a major problem. This thing was rarer than the materials he'd used for his prosthetic eye before, a genuine military-grade control item. Even if it existed on the black market, it would command an astronomical price. His current funds were nowhere near enough. Looks like this sniper rifle is out of the question for now. Su Li felt a pang of disappointment. This would significantly impact his upcoming plan to take down Li Hu. Li Hu, the head of the Xia family's convoy, was no pushover himself and was undoubtedly surrounded by bodyguards at all times. Without a sniper rifle capable of long-range kills, taking him out would become exponentially more difficult. Damn it! Su Li cursed under his breath. At the end of the day, it all came down to being broke. He shut off the holographic display and pushed the thought aside. Sleep. You have to take things one bite at a time, one step at a time. Where's that report on Li Hu I asked you to write? All you think about is sleeping. Su Li glared at Xia Qingxue, who was already settling down to lie down. Xia Qingxue rolled her eyes, grabbed an old tablet from the side, and tossed it to him. It's all in there. Read it yourself. Su Li caught the tablet and opened it. On the screen appeared the detailed profile of Li Hu that Xia Qingxue had compiled from memory. Name: Li Hu. Position, Captain of the 3rd Fleet, Security Department, Xia Group. Ability level, D tier P, physically superhuman, talent, flesh enhancement. Regular routes, daily at 9 a.m., escorts convoys from Xia Corporation Tower to the West District Warehouse. Returns at 5 p.m. Personal habits, gambling addict, womanizer. Every Sunday night, visits the Red Rose Casino alone. Su Li's eyes narrowed. Every Sunday night, alone. This was his chance. And today happened to be Sunday. But he glanced at the time dawn was approaching. Missed it. A peak D rank flesh enhancement ability? That's practically a little Superman. Su Li muttered to himself. The Xia family truly lived up to its reputation. What immense depth of resources. This mission pits machinery against flesh. Su Li shut off the tablet and lay back down on the bed. Xia Qingxue followed suit, lying down beside him. Then, as always, she wrapped her arms around him with effortless ease. Su Li didn't resist. But he didn't sleep. With his eyes closed, his mind raced. He began to sort through his current goals and tasks. First and foremost, earn money and accumulate source particles. This was the foundation of all his plans. Second, eliminate Li Hu and complete the Mechanical King's Throne mission. Obtain the blueprint for the fine-grade powered exoskeleton armor. This would also secure the payment from the old blind man. Third, find a way to acquire a fine-grade energy core to craft that electromagnetic sniper rifle. Fourth, complete Xia Qingxue's second core modification before her chip fails. Fifth, handle tomorrow's outer court final exam. One by one, the objectives crystallized in his mind, then neatly prioritized. Was he tired from doing so much, thinking so much? Tired, yes. But he feared becoming a lowly weakling even more. Su Li murmured to himself, stray dogs need no tombstones, they just run until they rot. Daybreak. Bang! The metal door of the shack was pounded with a deafening clang. Su Li opened his eyes. The mechanical iris in his left eye flickered slightly, already discerning the situation outside. It was the scrapyard's delivery truck. The scrap metal he'd purchased had arrived. Su Li dismissed the driver and gazed at the mountain of scrap piled at the entrance, his face lighting up with the joy of a bountiful harvest. This was all precious source material to him. Then, he dove headfirst into the heap of scrap metal. Mechanical King's Throne, begin decomposition. Ding. Decomposing scrap rebar source particles 01. Ding. Decomposing scrap engine casing source particles 03. Ding. Decomposition complete. By the end of the morning, Su Li had worked like a diligent worker ant, completely dismantling the mountain of scrap. His source particles surged from a meager 15 points to a staggering 45 points. Excellent. Su Li surveyed his labor's fruits and nodded with satisfaction. This iron cost him 30,000 yuan, yielding 30 source points. The exchange rate was 10,000 to 10 points. 100,000 yuan equaled 100 source essence points. With his current savings, Su Li could exchange for 200 points. Not bad at all. Next, it was time to prepare for tomorrow's exam. He had no intention of personally stepping into the fray for hand-to-hand combat. That was the work of brutes. He was a mechanic. The romance of a mechanic lies in drowning enemies with an endless tide of creations. He needed to build some toys. He opened the blueprint library of the Mechanical Throne, navigated to the Mechanical Constructs section, and simulated some common tier blueprints. Blueprint 1, Mechanical Explosive Spider. Blueprint 2, Mechanical Scout Hound. Blueprint 3, Electromagnetic Pulse Beetle. Not bad, all three are usable. Su Li stared at the three blueprints, grinning like a child who'd just gotten a new toy. The explosive spider handles clearing paths and reconnaissance dog, tasked with close combat and surveillance. The electromagnetic pulse beetle, this one's a heavyweight. Specifically designed to take down targets who also use machinery or carry electronic devices. 0. Stop loafing around. Come help out. Su Li barked the order, diving back into another grueling round of manual grinding. He needed to assemble a small yet absolutely lethal mechanical army before tomorrow's exam. Thus, Su Li's junkyard transformed once more into a bustling black workshop. Sparks flew everywhere, and the clanging of metal and the whirring of cutters never ceased all day long. Xia Qingxue became his most perfect assembly line worker. Su Li handled the core components, while she assembled the relatively simple outer shells and leg structures. At first, she was clumsy and awkward. But soon, she demonstrated the astonishing learning ability of a prodigious superhuman. Her movements grew faster and more precise. By the end, Su Li scarcely needed to offer further instructions. An uncanny rapport formed between the two. When night fell once more, Su Li straightened his aching back, surveyed the fruits of their labor before him, and wore a look of profound satisfaction. At his feet lay 30 palm-sized, jet-black mechanical explosive spiders, each glowing with a dangerous crimson light. Lay motionless on the ground, like a squad of death squads awaiting orders. Beside them, 5 half-man tall, ferocious-looking, mechanical scout dogs wagged their steel tails. Each had been implanted with a rudimentary thought model by Suli, using his prosthetic eye as the terminal. Suli could issue them basic commands. In Suli's hand rested a metal box resembling a cigarette pack. Opening it revealed 12 neatly arranged electromagnetic pulse beetles, each no larger than a fingernail. A tiny mechanical army was complete. Suli gazed at this group of little creatures, grinning so widely his legs couldn't close. Tomorrow, we'll see if I'm the one blasting fish or getting blasted myself. Mechanical explosive spider. Mechanical dog. Chapter 23, The Fish Pond Bureau welcomes a shark. The next day, after settling Xia Qingxue, he then led his legion in a grand procession toward the school. 30 mechanical explosive spiders were stuffed into an oversized utility bag, bulging at the seams. 12 electromagnetic pulse beetles were tucked into that metal cigarette case, tucked into his pants pocket. As for the 5 mechanical scout dogs, each over half a person's height, Suli intended to have them enter the Machine Nation's warehouse. But the warehouse was packed full of steel and materials, all for his exam preparations. There's no more room. Suli could only let them follow him like real dogs. They trotted along behind him. Thus, the outer courtyard students witnessed an utterly bizarre scene. Suli, the junkyard madman who usually kept to himself, radiating an aura that warned strangers to stay away. Today, he arrived at school accompanied by 5 mechanical hounds, ferocious-looking creatures that clearly weren't to be trifled with. The 5 mechanical dogs marched in perfect lockstep, closely following Suli, their metallic claws clacking sharply against the pavement. Every student who saw him instinctively stepped back 3 paces. Their eyes brimmed with awe and confusion. Suli paid no attention to these gazes. He strode directly into the examination hall. The first section, Comprehensive Theory Exam. A light screen answer board was distributed to each person. Faced with the dense array of questions covering supernatural history, energy structure studies, and monster compendium, the other students began scratching their heads in frustration. But Suli merely studied the questions calmly. The light ring within his left eye, the scout prosthetic eye, spun rapidly. Connecting to network. Retrieving relevant databases. Answer locked. Cheating? You've got to be kidding me. I gouged out my own eye and painstakingly fitted this prosthetic myself. Using my own skills to get prosthetic eyes connecting to the internet and looking up information, how could that be called cheating? That's called leveraging your own strengths. Suli's fingers danced across the light screen so swiftly they left after images. In less than 10 minutes. While other students were still struggling with the first major question, Suli had already submitted his answers. Ding! Exam completed. Final score, 100 points. The word perfect score flashing on the screen sent a collective gasp rippling through the quiet exam hall. Perfect score? No way. It's only been a few minutes. He must have guessed. How is that even possible? Everyone stared at Suli as if he were a freak. Even the middle-aged proctor rubbed his eyes in disbelief. In all his years of teaching, he'd never seen anyone finish this hellishly difficult theory exam in such a short time, let alone get a perfect score. Did this kid swallow the entire textbook whole? Suli completely ignored the stunned, jealous, and skeptical stares around him. He stood up and, under everyone's stunned gaze, was the first to stroll out of the exam hall. The entire room was left staring at each other in silence. Zhao Yu, a student seated in the front row, watched Suli's retreating figure and snorted disdainfully. What's he trying to pull? What good is excelling in theory? In the world of extraordinary beings, it's ultimately fists that speak. Just wait for the practical combat later, I'll teach this trash a lesson. His sidekicks chimed in agreement. Exactly. A trash collector? Like he could turn the tables on us? Word is he crossed brother Zhao the other day. Zhao's already made it clear he's going to cripple him during the combat training. They all assumed Suli's performance would end right here. Little did they know. The real show was only just beginning. Suli stepped out of the exam hall and made his way to the combat training grounds. He found a spot to sit down, waiting for the part he anticipated most. Hey, classmate, you're done too? A timid voice sounded from behind him. Suli turned around. A petite figure stood not far away. She wore an oversized hoodie with the brim pulled low. It obscured most of her face, revealing only a delicate, petite chin. She seemed terrified of the 5 ferocious mechanical dogs surrounding Suli, huddling in the corner of the wall, afraid to come too close. A faint glow flickered in Suli's left eye. Target, Lin Wanwan. Rank, E-tier peak. Talent, twin souls not fully awakened. Status, primary personality dominant, mental fluctuations stable. Lin Wanwan. A notable figure in the outer court. Or rather, a madwoman. The entire outer court knows that this girl, timid as a rabbit in appearance, harbors another personality entirely opposite within her. A madwoman brutal and bloodthirsty beyond measure. Once, some rich kid with no sense of his own place saw her as an easy target and tried to make a pass at her. The next second, that rich brat had his arm torn off right there on the spot, nearly dying in the infirmary. Since then, no one dared cross her. Suli stared at the timid girl before him, who couldn't even speak to him in a normal voice. He knew the timid personality was currently in control of her body. He felt no interest, merely uttering a faint hum before preparing to leave. But then, Lin Wanwan gathered her courage and took another small step forward. For the upcoming combat drill, could I team up with you? Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. They all fear me. No one wants to be on my team. Suli's footsteps faltered. Team up? He glanced at the girl who looked harmless enough, yet harbored a beast within her body. Then he glanced at the 30 spiders in his shoulder bag, ready to explode at any moment. One madwoman, one traitor. This pairing seemed kind of interesting. All right. Suli uttered a single word. Really? A delighted voice came from beneath Lin Wanwan's hood. Thank you. Suli paid her no further attention, striding straight toward the assembly point for the live combat drills. Lin Wanwan trailed behind him and his 5 mechanical dogs like a little shadow, treading carefully. The combat training ground was a massive simulated urban ruin training facility. All students who had completed the theoretical course gathered here. The instructor overseeing the combat assessment was a towering figure with a face full of fleshy bulges. He blew a shrill whistle, drawing everyone's attention. Listen up, you lot. The instructor's voice boomed like a great bell. The rules for this field assessment are simple. Form teams freely and enter the ruins. Hidden within the ruins are 100-point bracelets. Find a bracelet, activate it, and claim the corresponding points. Additionally, you may seize bracelets from other teams. Any team that loses all its bracelets is immediately eliminated. The assessment lasts 6 hours. Lin Wanwan. Chapter 24, Not Buddies? You're cheating, so what's the point of talking? Finally, the top 3 teams based on combined points and theoretical scores will earn admission to the inner courtyard and a generous cash prize. Got it? Got it. The students responded in scattered murmurs. Louder. Did you all skip breakfast? Got it. This time, the shout boomed like thunder. The drill instructor nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. Now, form your teams freely. The assessment begins in 10 minutes. No sooner had he finished speaking. The students on the field immediately began forming cliques. Those with strong abilities or wealthy, influential families were soon surrounded by crowds. Meanwhile, Suli's side remained conspicuously deserted. Apart from Lin Wanwan, who followed him like a shadow, not a single soul dared to approach. After all, only a madman would associate with another madman. Not far away, Xiaoyu, the rich kid who had spoken insolently to Suli in the exam hall, watched them with a cold sneer. Surrounded by 7 or 8 hangers-on, his group was one of the largest in the venue. See that? Those 2 freaks are sticking together now. Xiaoyu sneered dismissively to his henchmen. Perfect. Saves us the trouble of hunting them down one by one. Once we get inside, they'll be the first ones we take care of. Break that trash collector's legs. Then grab that little madman and teach him a lesson. Xiaoyu believed he had the strength. All mistakes stemmed from his own lack of power. His eyes glowed with depraved cruelty. He had no idea what kind of monsters he'd provoked. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Time's up. The instructor blew his whistle. All teams, enter the field. The assessment begins now. At his command, hundreds of students surged like a tidal wave into the vast urban ruins. A chaotic hunt commenced. Suli, accompanied by Lin Wanwan, strolled leisurely into the ruins. His plan was simple. Kill, and kill some more. Why bother hunting down 100 bracelets hidden who knows where? What a joke. Stealing them from others was always easier and faster than searching for them himself. The moment the 2 entered the ruins, Suli spotted a relatively intact abandoned building nearby and walked inside. The 5 mechanical dogs, like ghosts, silently dispersed and vanished into the surrounding shadows. Let's find a place to settle down first, Suli said. Lin Wanwan nodded, as obedient as a kitten. They made their way to the 3rd floor of the building and found a room with an unobstructed view. Suli walked to the window. The mechanical iris in his left eye began spinning rapidly. Scout prosthetic eye, activating. Scanning surrounding area. Instantly, a 3-dimensional structural map centered on Suli unfolded clearly before his eyes. Though it couldn't cover the entire ruins, it was sufficient for Suli. Red dots representing life signs moved constantly across the map. Where people were, how many were present, what they were doing. Nothing escaped his gaze. He was like a god with a full map sheet activated. I command, you act. Suli gazed at the nearest cluster of red dots on the map and spoke calmly. You'd better obey. Of course. Lin Wanwan lifted her head. Beneath her hood, the eyes that had once held timidity now flickered with a glint of excitement and a bloodthirsty gleam. I'm very obedient. Good. Let's go. A cold curve lifted at the corner of Suli's mouth. The rules for this assessment were clear. Injuring others is permitted, even severe injuries are acceptable. As long as no one dies.
This gave him ample room to maneuver. He watched the group of 8 red dots on the map, creeping toward their building, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. The one leading them was none other than Zhao Yu. "They're here," Suli said to Lin Wanwan beside him. "Hold off on acting for now. Watch me work." "Okay." Lin Wanwan nodded obediently, reverting to her harmless demeanor. Soon, a clatter of footsteps echoed up from downstairs. Zhao Yu and his 7 henchmen stormed upstairs, cursing under their breath. "Damn it, this Thai place not a single bracelet in sight. Brother Zhao, don't worry. I just saw that trash guy and that little madman go into this building. Perfect. Let's make our first kill on them." They quickly reached the 3rd floor and immediately spotted Suli standing by the window, with Lin Wanwan hiding behind him. A look of delight instantly spread across Zhao Yu's face. It's like searching high and low only to find it when you least expect it. "Hey, isn't this our Su University genius who aced the theory exam?" Zhao Yu sneered sarcastically, leading his men step by step closer. "What? Found the bracelet yet?" He glanced at Suli, then at Lin Wanwan, his smile growing increasingly arrogant. "Just the 2 of you, huh?" Suli regarded them, his expression unreadable. He simply put his finger in his mouth and whistled softly. Shoo! The whistle was faint, yet strikingly clear. The next second, woo! 5 black bolts of lightning shot out from the shadows on both sides of the corridor. It was those 5, the long-ambushed, mechanical scout dogs. Bearing their sharp alloy fangs, they instantly surrounded Zhao Yu and his entourage. The smile froze on Zhao Yu's face. Suli looked at him, a kind smile spreading across his face. Strike! No sooner had he spoken. Lin Wanwan moved. A terrifying force erupted from her petite frame, utterly incongruous with her appearance. Her entire body shot forward like a cannonball, crashing directly into the arms of one of the henchmen. Snap! The sound of shattering bones rang out clearly. At the same moment, Suli also moved. He showed no mercy, swiftly drawing 2 death bells from his shoulder bag. Bang! Bang! 2 deafening explosions. The 2 henchmen closest to him didn't even have time to react. Each now bore a bloody hole in their thigh, collapsing to the ground in agonized screams. 2 men down in an instant. Woof! 5 mechanical dogs simultaneously pounced, savagely tearing into the remaining men. Boom! Boom! Several mechanical spiders, crawling out from who knows where, suddenly lunged into the crowd and detonated with a thunderous boom. The entire scene instantly transformed into a one-sided slaughter. Lin Wanwan moved like an unstoppable killing machine. With every strike, another person was sent flying, bones shattered and tendons torn. The mechanical dogs handled support and harassment. Exploding spiders created chaos and dealt area damage. Suli stood at the center of the battlefield. Occasionally raising the death bell in his hand, he'd fire a shot at some unlucky soul's arm or leg. In less than a minute, the entire corridor fell completely silent. Zhao Yu's 7 henchmen lay sprawled on the floor, wailing pitifully, none able to rise. Only Zhao Yu remained standing, unscathed. He hadn't been spared the beating, he'd been scared out of his wits. Staring at the hellish scene before him, his entire body trembled. His pants were already soaked through. Suli blew the smoke from his gun barrel and slowly walked up to him. He pressed the cold muzzle against Zhao Yu's forehead. Speak. Zhao Yu stared at Suli's expressionless face. Then he glanced at the woman behind him, Lin Wanwan, who had just twisted someone's arm into a pretzel with her bare hands. Finally, he burst into tears with a wail. No, dude. You're already cheating at this game, what else could I possibly say? Chapter 25, The Strong Can Humiliate the Weak. No, dude. You're cheating, what else can I say? Zhao Yu wailed, tears and snot streaming down his face. His entire body collapsed onto the ground, as if he had completely given up resistance. Had he truly lost all strength and means? Had he given up? He hadn't. Deep within his tear-blurred eyes, a glint of venom and calculation flickered. His talent was the lightning ball. A power that could highly compress electrical charges in the air and then release them in an instant. Against thick-skinned, physically robust superhumans, this ability might only cause a slight scratch. But against a mechanic, like Suli, whose entire body was a metal construct, it was an absolute natural counter. He was quietly gathering power. If that fool Suli dared to come any closer, he was confident that with a single, intensely condensed, electroball, instantly pierce his heart. Suli, rifle in hand, advanced step by step toward him. Zhao Yu's heart leapt into his throat. Closer. Closer still. Now. Just as Zhao Yu prepared to lunge forward in a sudden attack, Suli's footsteps abruptly halted. The light in his cold mechanical left eye flickered slightly. He could see the abnormally active electrical energy surrounding Zhao Yu's body with crystal clarity. Nice act. A mocking curve lifted at the corner of Suli's mouth. Almost bought it. Zhao Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. He'd been seen through. Bang. 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 Suli gave him no chance at all.
The death bell in his hand instantly spewed forth 4 tongues of flame. The bullet struck Zhao Yu's limbs with pinpoint accuracy. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the entire floor. Zhao Yu's lightning ball, which hadn't even been released yet, instantly dissipated. He lay in a pool of blood like a dead dog. His limbs were shattered, leaving him only to twitch. After all, the rules only prohibited killing. As for beating someone into a human stick? No problem. The school had staff with advanced medical talents, they could heal anything. Suli slowly approached him. With the cold muzzle of his gun, he tapped the man's face, contorted in agony. Playing games with me? You're still too green. Sigh. Can we make peace? Zhao Yu sucked in a sharp breath of pain, his voice trembling. I'll give you all my points. Just stop torturing me. Suli smiled at the words. He crouched down and tapped Zhao Yu's cheek with the muzzle of his gun. In a tone that implied it was only natural, he countered. Why? Isn't that what being strong is all about, being able to humiliate the weak however you please? At the same time, outside the ruined exam hall, on the massive viewing screen, the clash between Suli and Zhao Yu was being broadcast in crystal clear detail. When Suli uttered that outrageous claim about the strong humiliating the weak, a wave of murmurs instantly rippled through the spectator area. Several academy instructors tasked with maintaining order frowned. The outer academy students were still too crude, so full of murderous intent, lacking the decorum befitting extraordinary beings. He's only relying on his equipment advantage. His actual strength is pathetic. On the other side, however, several inner court prodigies who had come to watch displayed entirely different expressions. A golden-haired giant dog, arms crossed in radiating pride, let a playful curve form at the corner of its mouth. I actually think this kid has a point. The survival of the fittest is the fundamental truth of this world. Beside him, a man with stern features and glasses nodded in agreement. Interesting. At least he's far more genuine than those hypocrites spouting nothing but righteousness and morality. They watched the spectacle unfold on the screen, a youth clad in work clothes, his gaze cold and terrifying. For the first time, their expressions betrayed genuine interest. Inside the ruined building, Suli had no idea he had become the center of attention. Staring down at Zhao Yu, who lay utterly broken at his feet, he pressed on. Answer me this. Get it right, and I'll let you sleep soundly tonight. Which teams are the strongest right now? Where are they positioned? I'll tell you everything. Zhao Yu gave up struggling entirely. His own squad had been torn apart like paper by that seemingly harmless little madman. His pride and joy trump card had become nothing but a joke in the face of Suli's monstrous gaze. He now resembled a dim-witted villain from a third-rate pulp novel, stripped of all means and strength to resist. All that remained was to be humiliated at the protagonist's whim. Speak. Suli's gun barrel remained pressed against his forehead. At this moment, there were 3 strongest individuals present. Zhao Yu dared not withhold a single detail, spilling everything like beans from a bamboo tube to Suli. The first was the Flame Trio, 3 fire elemental superhumans who coordinated like a single entity, making them exceptionally troublesome. They preferred open terrain. I tracked their landing and they should be in the Eastern Commercial District now. The second was the Heavy Armor Brotherhood, led by a pair of biological brothers, both physical type fighters with terrifyingly high defense. They had the largest numbers and seemed to have landed near the central plaza, sweeping up other squads. Zhao Yu paused here, swallowing hard as genuine fear flickered in his eyes. The last one is a lone wolf. We all call him Nightmare. No one knows his real name, nor what his true talent is. All we know is he moves like a ghost, striking from the shadows. No squad he targets ever survives past 10 minutes. Where he is now, no one knows. Suli listened and nodded. The Flame Trio, the Heavy Armor Brotherhood, and the mysterious Night Fiend. Very well. His prey list had been updated. One last question. Suli looked at Zhao Yu. Where are your bracelets? Zhao Yu pointed gloomily at the pocket on his broken leg. Suli wasted no time, searching all 8 of them and retrieving 8 unactivated point bracelets. He activated all 8 bracelets. Then, he casually handed 4 to Lin Wanwan. These are for you. Thanks, boss. Lin Wanwan accepted the bracelets, her voice sweet enough to make one sick. But the bloodstains on her face and hands were utterly unsettling. Instantly, both players' points began skyrocketing. Suli, current points 50, current rank 15. Lin Wanwan, current points 50, current rank 15. Tied. Very good. Suli rose to his feet with satisfaction, gazing down at the pile of mangled flesh at his feet. You can sleep now. He raised his foot and slammed it down hard on Zhao Yu's neck. Zhao Yu let out a muffled groan and passed out completely. Suli began formulating his next move. Now, with his and Lin Wanwan's points surging into the top ranks, they were bound to attract the attention of other teams. Especially the stronger ones. Going head-to-head wasn't his style. Big shot? What do we say? Chapter 26, The Angler Suli Hit and Run, What a Rush. Big shot? What do we say? Lin Wanwan had now become Su Li's devoted follower. After all, Su Li genuinely helped her earn points. Forget about good or bad. Anyone who helps her earn points is a saint. Lin Wanwan chuckled foolishly, casually tossing the bracelet with her right hand. Su Li activated the half map projected by his cybernetic eye. He spotted the 3 red dots representing the flame trio prowling the eastern commercial district. He glanced again at the cluster of red dots representing the heavy armor brotherhood, flexing their power in the central plaza. High-stakes game. All gathered together? A cold smile curled the corners of his mouth. Let's go, he said to Lin Wanwan. Let's continue fishing. Ruins, East District Commercial Street. This area once simulated Zicheng's most bustling district, now reduced to a field of rubble. Instead of confronting the flame trio immediately, Su Li led Lin Wanwan elsewhere. Instead, he spotted a luxury store that appeared relatively intact and stepped inside. Then, he pulled out 5 mechanical explosive spiders from his shoulder bag. Like a patient hunter, he placed these deadly little toys one by one in every corner of the luxury store. At the entrance, in the display windows, beneath the cash register, and even within the ventilation ducts on the ceiling. After completing this, Su Li began searching the room. Thanks to his cybernetic eye, he unsurprisingly located 3 wild bracelets. Buzz. Su Li and Lin Wanwan each took one, reserving the third as bait. Su Li tossed it onto the central table in the luxury boutique. Like placing the juiciest bait on a fishing hook. All right. Su Li clapped his hands, then silently retreated with Lin Wanwan to a building across the street. Through his scout eye prosthetic, he could see everything inside the luxury boutique with crystal clarity. Now, all he had to do was wait. Wait for the fish drawn by the scent of blood to take the bait themselves. Not long after, a 4-person squad appeared within his field of vision. The leader wielded earth magic, capable of petrifying with his hands to boost defense and strength. Following behind were a speed type, another who could shoot wind blades, and finally a support healer. A standard party composition. They cautiously entered the luxury store and immediately spotted the Wild Points bracelet on the table. Ha! What a stroke of luck. A perfect start. The speedster didn't hesitate for a second and started dashing over to grab it. Wait! The Earth-type male leader was cautious enough to stop him. But in that split second of hesitation, the speed-type member suddenly felt something cold and slimy crawling up his pant leg. He looked down. A jet-black mechanical spider, its dangerous red eyes flashing, was rapidly climbing up his calf. What the hell is this thing? His words trailed off. Across the street, Su Li watched the scene unfold, clenching his fist lightly. Art is an explosion. A dozen violent explosions erupted simultaneously from all directions around the luxury boutique. Su Li immediately sprang to his feet. He slapped the butt of Lin Wanwan, who was covering her ears in terror beside him. Get up! It's time to fight! The sharp slap jolted Lin Wanwan awake, and she snapped her head up. Her previously timid eyes instantly turned bloodshot. A cruel and excited curve formed at the corners of her mouth. Her second personality had taken over. Fight? Her voice grew hoarse and low. Damn it! Su Li's words were concise and to the point. Without a word, both leaped from the building like 2 hunting cheetahs. They charged toward the luxury boutique across the street, still billowing black smoke. Inside, the 4-man squad from earlier had been blown to smithereens. The Earth-type man, relying on his thick skin and tough constitution, was barely standing. But his body was covered in bloody gashes. The speedster lay on the floor, wailing in agony, one leg blown off. The wind blade user had been knocked flying by the blast wave, crashing into the wall and losing consciousness. Only the support, who had hidden at the rear, had narrowly escaped serious injury. Just as he moved to heal his teammates, Su Li and Lin Wanwan had already charged in. Bang! Bang! Without a word, Su Li raised his hand and fired 2 shots. Precision shots struck the Earth-type man squarely in both knees. The Earth-type man let out a piercing scream as his massive frame crashed to his knees. Meanwhile, Lin Wanwan appeared before the support like a crimson bolt of lightning. No, no! Before the support could even beg for mercy, Lin Wanwan had already extended her delicate white hand, slapping it against the back of his neck. Snap! A crisp snap. The world fell silent. Su Li stepped forward, expressionless, and one by one, stripped the points bracelets from all 4 of their wrists. Another bountiful harvest. Just then, 3 searing fireballs suddenly screeched in from outside the shop, slamming violently into the ground beside them. Boom! 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 Violent explosions sent plumes of dust billowing into the air. Su Li's left eye instantly locked onto the 3 figures radiating intense heat beyond the dust. The flame trio had arrived. Take them down! Lin Wanwan's blood-red eyes flashed with excitement as she lunged forward, ready to fight them to the death. But Su Li's hand shot back, landing a hard slap across her butt. Snap out of it. Don't get carried away. Listen to me first. That slap seemed to carry some kind of magic.
The blood-red glint in Lin Wanwan's eyes quickly faded, reverting to her timid, cowardly demeanor.
The dominant personality had switched back once more. Going head-to-head with 3 perfectly coordinated fire-type extraordinary beings in such open terrain? That would be sheer madness. Suli wasn't a reckless fool. He swiftly scanned the mental map in his mind. The cluster of red dots representing the heavy armor brotherhood had indeed detected their movements and was now steadily closing in on their position. Trying to pick up the scraps? A cold smile curled at the corner of Suli's mouth. His plan crystallized instantly. Run first. Lure the flame trio away. Then strike back with a counterattack. Stay close. Suli growled, yanking the still-dazed Lin Wanwan to her feet before charging toward the back door of the luxury boutique. Trying to escape? The leader of the flame trio, a man sporting a mohawk hairstyle, sneered coldly at the sight. Chase. 3 streaks of fire followed closely behind, hot on their heels. A chase erupted, unfolding through the ruined streets. Suli dragged Lin Wanwan for a few steps before realizing something was wrong. His own stamina simply couldn't keep up. You're in better shape than me. Carry me. Hurry. Suli commanded without hesitation. Okay. Boss, hop on. Chapter 27, The ingenious use of the mechanized king's throne. A minor opening isn't a true opening. Okay. Boss, hop on. Lin Wanwan abandoned all shyness and immediately crouched down. Suli leapt directly onto her petite back. Don't let her small stature fool you. Lin Wanwan possessed astonishing strength. Carrying Suli on her back, she sprinted at breakneck speed. But the fiery trio chasing them weren't pushovers either. Scorching fireballs, as if guided by eyes, kept exploding behind them. Damn it! Is this never going to end? Suli, clinging to Lin Wanwan's back, fumbled into his shoulder bag and pulled out a dozen mechanical exploding spiders. Without looking back, he hurled them toward the rear. Boom! 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 A series of explosions successfully halted the flaming trio's pursuit. Just then, woof! 5 mechanical scout dogs burst out of the shadows beside them and raced to their side. Suli activated the mechanical dogs hidden in the other buildings, his eyes lighting up. He immediately leapt off Lin Wanwan's back. He landed steadily on the back of one of the mechanical dogs. You, ride that one. He pointed at another mechanical dog and called out to Lin Wanwan. Lin Wanwan mimicked his actions, flipping herself onto its back. Instantly, their speed surged once more. The 2-man mechanical dogs weaved frantically through the ruins. The other 3 spread out to cover Suli's rear. The fireballs and explosions behind them grew ever closer. Feeling the scorching heat wave, Suli knew this couldn't go on. He had to make a choice. He glanced back at the relentless trio of flames, his gaze turning cold. He issued his final command to the mechanical dog bringing up the rear. Cover our retreat. The mechanical dog abruptly halted its advance. It turned, facing the 3 fireballs hurtling toward it, and let out a final roar. Woof! It detonated itself. Boom! The violent explosion instantly engulfed the loyal mechanical dog, reducing it to a pile of burning debris. Meanwhile, Suli seized the opportunity, leading the remaining men and dogs to vanish completely at the end of the street. The Mohican-haired leader of the flaming trio spat venomously at the burning wreckage. Damn it! He got away fast. He was about to give chase. Suddenly, he halted, whirling around to stare down the opposite end of the street. A heavy, oppressive aura was rapidly closing in. Not long after, a large group of people came into view. Leading the way were 2 men over 2 meters tall, built like bears. The Heavy Armor Brotherhood. Hey, isn't this the Fireplay Gang? The Brotherhood's leader, a bald, burly man, grinned at Mo Shigan. What? Chasing a trash collector and lost him? Mohican's expression darkened instantly. None of your damn business. What? You wanna fight? The bald brute flexed his fists, his knuckles popping loudly. That's exactly what I'm thinking. I've had my eye on you 3 for a while now. Tensions flared instantly between the 2 sides, the air thick with the smell of gunpowder. A major brawl was about to erupt. And the instigator of it all? Suli. At that moment, he sat leisurely atop an abandoned building several blocks away. Through the vision of his scout's eye, he watched the scene unfold with keen interest. When dogs fight, they both get bitten, he remarked. Lin Wanwan sat beside him, nibbling on an energy bar as she asked curiously. Boss, what should we do now? Suli patted the 4 mechanical dogs standing by his side. Nothing. Let's rest up first. Wait until they've beaten each other to a pulp. Then we'll go in and collect the kills. He showed not a shred of sorrow for the mechanical dog that had just sacrificed itself to cover their retreat. In his world, these creations were nothing more than expendable tools. If they break, just rebuild them. He pulled a magazine from his shoulder bag and began leisurely reloading both of his death bells. Click. Click. The crisp clicking of the mechanisms echoed rhythmically across the rooftop. His mind, however, raced at breakneck speed. He was strategizing how to confront those 3 fire elemental superhumans moments later. A direct confrontation was out of the question. Their flames held too much sway over his mechanical creations. Ah, if only Zero were here. Suli couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If Xia Qingxue were here, a single area-wide freeze spell would instantly incapacitate those 3 fire players. Why go through all this trouble? Alas, now he could only rely on himself and Lin Wanwan. He glanced at the points counter on his wrist. Base points, 10. Zhao Yu's team of 8 contributed 80 points, with him and Lin Wanwan each earning 40 points. The 4-person squad earlier contributed 40 points, so he and Lin Wanwan each got 20 points. Of the 3 wild bracelets found, he kept 2 for himself and gave 1 to Lin Wanwan. Adding it all up. Suli, current points, 90. Current rank, 7. Lin Wanwan, current points, 80. Current rank, 9. This ranking still isn't enough. He's still far from first place. He must eliminate both groups below him. Suli reinserted the fully loaded death bell into his waistband. His gaze returned to the distant battlefield, now a chaotic mess of bodies and blood. A predatory smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He already had a plan. What was the best way to deal with a fire elemental extraordinary being? Of course, it was to prevent them from playing with fire. Instead, he would deploy the ultimate cheat code, the Mechanical King's Throne. With a flick of his thoughts, he opened the Mechanical King's Throne's simulation interface. He didn't simulate any new weapons. Instead, he entered several keywords. Explosion, oxygen consumption, fire suppression. Consume 5 source points to simulate a standard grade item in a specified direction? The consumption of source essence points for designated simulations varied, and 5 points was the minimum requirement this time. Yes. Instantly, countless chemical and physical reaction formulas flashed through his mind. Finally, a simple yet brutally effective design blueprint solidified. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the blueprint, common grade vacuum implosion bomb. This contraption, to put it plainly, is a specialized explosive device. When detonated, it produces neither intense heat nor flames. Instead, through a unique reaction, it rapidly consumes all oxygen within its blast radius in an instant. This creates a brief negative pressure, even a vacuum. Within that zone, any flame requiring oxygen to burn will be instantly extinguished. It's practically tailor-made for the flame trio. This is the one. Without hesitation, Suli spent another 5 source essence points to activate the rapid construction function of the divine hand. Now was not the time to be frugal, time was the most precious resource. Consuming materials from the mechanical realm warehouse, creation began. Activate. Chapter 28, the mantis stalking the cicada, unwittingly stalked by the sparrow. Lin Wanwan, save me. He pulled out several empty metal cans from his shoulder bag as a disguise, though he'd actually retrieved them from the mechanized kingdom. He pulled out several more packets of chemical powder whose composition was unknown. His hands moved so fast they seemed to leave afterimages. Mixing, filling, sealing. In less than a minute, 3 seemingly ordinary objects, resembling soda cans, emerged in his hands, vacuum implosion bombs. He carefully placed these 3 deadly devices into his shoulder bag. Then, he glanced at the distant battlefield where fierce firefights still raged. Let's go, he said to Lin Wanwan. It's our turn to step in and break up the fight. Big shot? Are you seriously mixing explosives on the spot? Lin Wanwan watched his seamless series of actions, her eyes wide with amazement. Hee, mechanic, pretty amazing, huh? Suli flashed her a mysterious smile. This scene was also clearly displayed on the spectator screens outside the exam hall through the ubiquitous surveillance system. The entire viewing area fell silent once more. Everyone stared at the screen as if witnessing a freak show. The youth who had conjured 3 soda cans out of thin air on the rooftop like a magician. Several proctors responsible for monitoring the exam were so shocked they jumped to their feet. What on earth was happening? Was he just making explosives? A teacher with expertise in mechanics stared intently at the replay footage, his voice trembling. The materials and techniques he used. They didn't match any known explosive manufacturing process. This defies science. Is this kid's talent in mechanics? Another teacher pushed his glasses up, attempting to offer a rational explanation. He must have prepared the blueprints and materials in advance, right? Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, pulling off an impromptu simulation like that and actually building it in such a short time? That's just impossible. That's simply beyond human capability. They preferred to believe Suli had been prepared all along, rather than accept that someone could master the mechanic talent to such an extraordinary degree. In the inner courtyard spectator area for geniuses, the atmosphere shifted from playful amusement to solemn gravity. From Suli's seemingly casual movements, they all sensed a kindred spirit, the aura of genius. No. Even more terrifying than themselves. Jailbird, can you roll 3 usable explosives in a minute? As the question rang out, every genius in the inner courtyard turned their gaze toward the source. There stood a man clad in a massive exoskeleton power armor. His talent was mechanical alchemist. An advanced talent of the mechanic, he had long since reached the D rank execution level. The man known as Locker fell silent for a moment. His electronically processed, muffled voice emerged from beneath his helmet. Speed-wise, I'm on par with him. But he's only E rank. That is the crux of the matter. One sentence plunged all the geniuses present into silence. Indeed. An E rank mechanic had demonstrated manufacturing speed and creativity that even D rank mechanical alchemists would envy. This could no longer be described as mere genius. This was monstrous. Back on the battlefield, Sully had no idea how much of a game-changer the mechanical King's Throne had become. His sole focus now was the fight. The clash between the Flame Trio and the Heavy Armor Brotherhood had reached a fever pitch. Both sides fought with blazing intensity, their abilities' radiance casting flickering light across the entire commercial district. But clearly, the numerically superior Heavy Armor Brotherhood held the upper hand. The Flame Trio had been driven back to the entrance of an abandoned shopping mall. They were retreating step by step. Damn it! These muscle-bound brutes are too tough. The Mohican leader gasped for breath. He conjured a wall of fire, temporarily halting their charge. Just then, a black, soda-can-sized object plummeted from the sky. It rolled. It rolled to the feet of the three of them. What is this? All three froze in surprise. Before they could react. Across the street, on the rooftop, Sully watched the scene unfold and gently snapped her fingers. Boom! No flash of fire, no deafening roar. Only a dull thud. The next second, an invisible, terrifying suction force erupted violently, radiating outward from the soda can. The Flame Trio felt the air around them instantly sucked away. The blazing flames on their bodies, like roosters having their necks wrung, instantly extinguished. Their entire bodies wilted. What the hell? My fire! Unprecedented terror spread across their faces. Across the field, the Heavy Armor Brotherhood stood frozen in disbelief. In that split second of collective bewilderment, two figures descended from the sky like ghostly apparitions. One was a petite yet ferocious crimson figure. The other was Sully, wielding two menacing revolvers. Sully's voice echoed in everyone's ears, like the Grim Reaper's verdict. The peacemakers have arrived. Bang! 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 The tolling of the funeral bell echoed. The first shot announced Sully's arrival. The bullet struck with precision, hitting the leg of the weakest-looking member of the Flame Trio. The man let out a piercing scream and collapsed instantly. Without a glance, Sully's figure flickered and appeared before him. With one swift motion, he ripped the points bracelet from his wrist. Instantly, one less enemy. Looking for death. The Mohican leader and another team member finally snapped out of it. Though deprived of their flames, they were battle-hardened extraordinary beings. With a furious roar, they charged at Sully from both sides. Sully's eyes flashed coldly as he swiftly tossed another, vacuum implosion bomb, at his feet. Puff! A dull explosion echoed once more. The air around them was sucked out once more. The two Mohicans' forward momentum abruptly halted. They felt a stifling pressure in their chests, their vision spinning and blurring. But Sully himself wasn't faring much better. This brief vacuum environment caused him intense discomfort as well. But he forced himself to endure the suffocating sensation, raising the death bell in his hand once more. The second shot declared his victory. Bang! The bullet screamed through the air. Yet in that suffocating instant, Sully's movements slowed half a beat due to oxygen deprivation. The Mohican chieftain, relying purely on combat instinct, managed to tilt his head just enough to dodge the deadly shot. The bullet whizzed past his ear, leaving a trail of blood droplets. Damn it! Sully cursed under his breath. Meanwhile, another teammate seized the opening, driving a vicious punch straight toward his face. At that critical moment, Sully jerked backward violently, simultaneously bellowing at the top of his lungs. Lin Wanwan! Save me! Chapter 29, Reaching the Summit, Preparing to Evacuate, Block the Bridge. Roar! A savage, inhuman roar, brimming with feral fury, erupted from nearby. Lin Wanwan's petite figure instantly materialized beside the team member. Hand-to-hand combat was the feast she excelled at and relished most as her second persona. Without a single wasted motion, she extended her delicate white hand and seized the soldier's arm as it swung toward Sully. Then, she twisted it backward. Snap! A bone-chilling crack echoed through the air. The entire arm twisted at an unnatural angle, twisted into a twisted knot by her bare hands. Ah! The agonized scream echoed throughout the entire neighborhood. A smile, both innocent and cruel, spread across Lin Wanwan's face. Ha! She released her grip and delivered another vicious kick, this time to the player's knee. Snap! Another sharp crack. She was like an unrelenting bone-breaking machine. She treated that poor player like a toy, dismantling him at will. Meanwhile, the Mohican leader finally recovered from the suffocating pressure. Huff! Flames! The familiar flames blazed up once more from his body. The vacuum period was over. His eyes burned with fury as he watched his comrades being slaughtered by Lin Wanwan. He was about to gather a fireball to support his teammates. But at that very moment, he saw that youth again, calmly pulling another black, soda-can-sized object from his shoulder bag. The Mohican chief's pupils instantly contracted to pinpricks. For the first time, his face betrayed utter despair. Another one? He stood no chance against that little madman in hand-to-hand combat. His only hope lay in the flames. But Suli wouldn't grant him that hope. Puff! The third, vacuum implosion bomb, detonated. That familiar suffocating sensation descended once more. The flames that had just begun to burn on the Mohican leader's body were instantly extinguished, as if doused with cold water. Meanwhile, Lin Wanwan had already dealt with her toy. She turned her head. Those blood-red eyes locked onto him in the arena. She licked her lips, then lunged toward the Mohican chief like a crimson shadow. Seconds later, accompanied by a bone-chilling crack, the once arrogant captain of the flame trio had his limbs shattered by her blows. He collapsed to the ground like a crooked-necked roast chicken. "Pick up the bracelet," Suli commanded. A flicker of excitement danced in Lin Wanwan's blood-red eyes. Like a hound that had seized its prey, she stripped the points bracelet from the two still twitching bodies before scampering back to Suli. She handed it to him, eager for praise. Not far away, the heavy armor brotherhood, who had witnessed the entire scene, finally snapped out of their daze. It wasn't that they were slow to react. It was simply that Suli and Lin Wanwan's actions had been too swift. From the moment Suli tossed the first soda can to the complete annihilation of the flame trio, the entire sequence unfolded in less than 2 minutes. In the blink of an eye, the dust had settled. Suli took the bracelet and activated the one belonging to Mohican Captain. Ding! Points earned, 100. The number on Suli's wrist skyrocketed instantly. Suli, current points, 190. Current rank, 1. He was instantly crowned, reaching the top spot. Meanwhile, Lin Wanwan absorbed 80 points from another team member. Lin Wanwan, current points, 160. Current rank, 3. Those two bastards cheated the flame trio out of their points. The leader of the heavy armor brotherhood, that bald, burly man, finally roared in fury. "Brothers! Charge! Tear those two apart!" The muscle-bound brutes charged at Suli and Lin Wanwan like a herd of crazed wild bulls. Suli watched them, curling his lip in disdain. "Fight? Fight my ass!" He whistled again. "Big dogs! Come here!" 4 mechanical scout dogs burst out of the shadows. Suli and Lin Wanwan each leaped onto one. "Trying to chase me?" Suli turned back, watching the charging muscleheads with a mocking grin. He pulled several mechanical explosive spiders from his shoulder bag. He flung them behind him like petals scattered by a celestial maiden. "Bye-bye, folks." He patted the dogs' heads. 4 mechanical hounds, each carrying a person. Once again, they transformed into black lightning bolts and vanished deep into the ruins. Whoa, that was thrilling. Lin Wanwan lay sprawled across the mechanical dog's back, sticking out her little tongue. The blood-red hue in her eyes slowly faded, returning to her timidly adorable expression. The intense struggle seemed to have drained her considerably. Her hood had been blown off during the chase, exposing her delicate, innocent face pale with a hint of sickness. Suli glanced at her but said nothing. He began calmly analyzing the current situation. He himself had 190 points, firmly holding the top spot. Lin Wanwan, with 160 points, was in third place. So, the one in second place must be the solitary night demon Zhao Yu had mentioned. His points were also substantial. Suli decided against confronting such a tough nut head-on for now. His current points were already high enough, no need to risk a showdown. He would change his strategy. "We're not fighting anymore," Suli said to Lin Wanwan beside him. "We'll scavenge 4 wild bracelets and stack up more points. Then, before the exam ends, we'll head to the only evacuation point and block the bridge. We can snatch one last wave." Lin Wanwan nodded, not entirely sure what she meant. "We'll follow the boss's lead." "Good." Suli nodded with satisfaction. He commanded the remaining 4 mechanical dogs to spread out and begin a thorough search of the ruins. As for himself, he closed his right eye. He concentrated all his energy on the left, scout prosthetic eye. Within his field of vision, the entire structure of the ruins became crystal clear. Any hidden compartments or secret compartments where the bracelet might be concealed were laid bare. One handled the wide area search. One handled the wide sweep. Together, they formed the most efficient treasure-hunting duo imaginable. A frenzied scavenging operation commenced. Meanwhile, upon the highest bell tower amidst the ruins, a shadowy figure sat motionless atop the gargoyle statue, like a sculpture fused with the night itself. He glanced at the constantly flickering point counter on his wrist. Chen Tianyang, current points, 170. Current rank, 2. Ha! My points dropped to second place? His gaze drifted toward the distance.
That direction was precisely where the explosion had just echoed from.
Interesting. Chapter 30, the final melee before evacuation. Boss, how did you find the bracelet here?
Lin Wanwan looked at Su Li, who had retrieved another gleaming bracelet from a pile of discarded ventilation ducts, her face brimming with admiration.
Intuition.
Su Li bluffed without batting an eye, casually activating the bracelet.
Su Li's current points, 200.
Of course, he wouldn't tell Lin Wanwan that his left eye functioned like a built-in X-ray vision sheet.
Over the next hour or so, the trio, 2 humans and a dog, well, 4 dogs, scoured the entire East District commercial street over and over, like a mine-clearing vehicle with radar activated.
Su Li's scout prosthetic eye was tasked with locating the wristbands hidden in every nook and cranny,
while Lin Wanwan and the 4 mechanical dogs handled the legwork, retrieving the bracelets one by one.
Their division of labor was clear and highly efficient. Their points skyrocketed at a pace baffling to all spectators.
Boss, look. I found another one.
Lin Wanwan, like a puppy showing off a treasure, pulled a bracelet from a destroyed ATM and ran back excitedly. Su Li took the bracelet and glanced at the time on his wrist.
Only 2 hours remained until the exam ended.
He glanced at the leaderboard.
Su Li's current points, 280. Current rank, 1. Lin Wanwan's current points, 260. Current rank, 2. With these scores, as long as they played it safe and didn't take unnecessary risks, the top 2 spots are already in the bag. Alright, let's rest for an hour.
Su Li called a halt to this frenzied scavenging spree. He pulled 4 unactivated wild bracelets from his shoulder bag.
This was his deliberate backup plan. His purpose was to prevent anyone from suddenly surging ahead at the last moment and overtaking them.
These 4 bracelets were his trump cards for a counter-suppression.
Let's head to the evacuation point and wait for them.
A sly grin spread across Su Li's lips. The final showdown was about to begin. At the end of the ruins stood a colossal, steel-cast gate. This was the sole evacuation point. At the conclusion of the test, only those who passed through this gate would be considered successfully evacuated.
Su Li and Lin Wanwan arrived here an hour early.
They made no noise, instead finding a spot on the second floor of an abandoned building with an excellent vantage point and extreme concealment. Su Li reached into his shoulder bag and pulled out his final, deadliest trump card.
12 untouched mechanical explosive spiders. Like a hunter setting traps.
He placed each of these deadly little creatures one by one along the only path leading to the main gate. Meanwhile, the 4 mechanical scout dogs stood like silent statues. They lurked in the surrounding shadows, utterly silent.
With everything prepared, Su Li and Lin Wanwan dropped into the shadows of the ruins. Su Li raised his ever-present death bell. Through the scope, he watched silently, fixed on the grand gate that marked both the end and the hope. Like a patient sniper, waiting for his prey to walk into range. All was ready. All that was missing was the east wind. Time ticked away, second by second. 15 minutes remained until the exam ended. At that very moment, the cold mechanical left eye of Su Li flickered with a faint glow. "It's here," he murmured.
At the edge of his vision, the first red dot appeared. It was a student, panting heavily and covered in wounds. Spotting the evacuation gate mere steps away, his face lit up with the wild joy of someone who'd narrowly escaped death. He thought he was safe. Then, the second, the third. More and more students converged on the evacuation point from all directions. Some were jubilant, some dejected, and some still looked around warily. But now they had no time for conflict. Their sole objective was to pass through that gate. Then, the heavily armed Brotherhood also appeared in force. Though they had suffered heavy losses in the previous battle, they remained a force to be reckoned with on the field. The bald, burly man's face was etched with resentment and fury. He clearly intended to make one last desperate grab for victory. Just as everyone thought the outcome was decided, a pitch-black shadow materialized silently atop the evacuation gate, like a specter. It was Nightmare. He looked down from above, surveying the prey below as if selecting his dinner. Everyone was present. The final, most chaotic battlefield was about to unfold. Su Li lay concealed in the shadows of the ruins, watching the group. The smile on his lips grew colder and colder. Like a director, he quietly savored the spectacle he had orchestrated. He made no move to act. He waited for the most perfect moment to reap the harvest. The man standing atop the evacuation gate, Chen Tianyan, the very nightmare whose name sent shivers down everyone's spine. His name sounded bright and sunny, but his talent was utterly dark. Night Fiend. An exceedingly rare transformation-type talent that allowed him to morph into mythical beasts. Bat-like wings sprouted from his back, fueling his bloodlust, granting him blinding speed, and bestowing immense strength. He glanced at the points counter on his wrist. Chen Tianyan current points, 230 current rank, 3. Third. Clearly, he was not satisfied with this status quo. Slowly, he rose from the doorframe, spreading his arms wide like a monarch surveying his domain. Everyone. His hoarse voice carried clearly to every ear below.
The exam is nearly over. Hand over your point bracelets. I can let you walk out this door in one piece. His words were arrogant, domineering, and left no room for doubt. The crowd below erupted instantly. Damn it! How arrogant! He thinks he can block all of us by himself? The bald, burly guy from the heavy armor brotherhood was the first to lose his temper. Brothers! Don't be afraid of him. No matter how strong he is, he's still just one man. Let's all go at him together and tear him apart. Right. Tear him apart. The mob, relying on their numbers, roared and charged toward the gate. Chen Tianyan watched the charging crowd, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Fools! He murmured softly. The next second, his body began to undergo a dramatic transformation. His skin turned pale, muscles bulging and twisted. His back ripped open violently, sprouting a pair of enormous, monstrous black wings. His eyes transformed into 2 points of crimson light. Chen Tianyan opened his mouth and emitted a shrill, inhuman scream. Then, he moved. Like a black bolt of lightning, he plunged from the sky and charged straight into the crowd, beginning to snatch the bracelets, using them as points. Suli could no longer hold back. He knew he couldn't let this man slaughter everyone. Otherwise, his top spot would be in jeopardy. Wan. Let's join the fray. Chapter 31, Alliance vs. Betrayal, Suli. Wan. Let's go too. Suli barked the command. Got it, boss. Lin Wan had been waiting impatiently, the blood-red glint returning to her eyes. The two charged out of the ruins, one in front, one behind. Bang! Bang! Suli raised his hand and fired 2 shots, not aiming at anyone. Instead, they struck Chen Tianyang's path of advance, forcing him back for the moment. The heavily armed brotherhood, currently under attack, spotted Suli's arrival. They froze in shock, then erupted in joy. The bald, burly man dodged Chen Tianyang's attacks while shouting at Suli. Brother! Stop fighting! Let's team up. Together, let's take this monster out first. We'll split the remaining points evenly. Suli's heart leapt with joy at the words. Team up? Sure thing. He loved being a two-faced fence-sitter. Deal. Suli agreed immediately. You guys hold him off from the front. I'll look for an opening to take him out. Got it. The bald, burly man was overjoyed and immediately began directing his men. They formed a defensive formation, holding Chen Tianyang down with all their might. It proved that no amount of muscle could compensate for a lack of brains. Several muscle-bound thugs stood like iron towers, using their sheer bodies to forcibly limit Chen Tianyang's attacks. Suli watched the scene unfold and gave Lin Wan a knowing look. Go. Test his mettle. Got it. A gleam of excitement flashed in Lin Wan's blood-red eyes. Like an arrow released from its string, she shot forward in an instant, charging straight at Chen Tianyang. Close quarters combat. Lin Wan, known as the bone-breaking machine. In close quarters combat, she'd never feared anyone. She's asking for it. Chen Tianyang watched the reckless little thing charging at him and let out a cold, dismissive snort. He abandoned his muscle-bound henchman and turned to confront Lin Wan head-on. Bang! 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 2 figures instantly locked in combat. Fists and kicks flew with dizzying speed. But soon, Suli realized something was wrong. Lin Wan was actually getting pushed back. After transforming into the Night Fiend, Chen Tianyang's strength and speed utterly overwhelmed Lin Wan's second personality. The moment Lin Wan let her guard down, revealing an opening, Chen Tianyang's fist slammed viciously into her midsection. Put! Lin Wan spat out a mouthful of blood, her petite body flying backward like a big dog. Catch her! Suli's pupils contracted as he immediately issued the command. A mechanical reconnaissance dog darted out from the side, catching Lin Wan securely. Meanwhile, Suli sprang into action. Bang! 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 The death bell in his hand instantly spat out 3 tongues of flame. 1 shot to the head. 2 shots to the chest. He wasn't worried about killing Chen Tianyang. If this monster could be killed so easily, he wouldn't deserve his second-place ranking. Sure enough, Chen Tianyang's speed reached its absolute limit. Suli's left eye could clearly track every single one of his movements. But his body simply couldn't react fast enough. Chen Tianyang merely shifted his stance, effortlessly dodging all 3 deadly bullets. Damn it! Suli cursed under his breath, hesitating not a moment. Retreat! He commanded a mechanical dog to charge fearlessly toward Chen Tianyang, sacrificing its own body to buy them a precious second. Then, dragging the remaining men and dogs, he retreated once more, diving back behind the stunned muscleheads. Cover us! Quick, cover us! He bellowed at the bald, burly man, lying through his teeth. He's almost done for. I hit him just now. He's crippled. Crippled. Seriously, bro? The bald, burly man looked skeptical. Trust me, bro. It's covered. Suli pounded his chest in assurance. Hang in there a bit longer. I've got a killer move up my sleeve just holding back. You even called me brother. I'll hold it down for you even if it kills me. The bald, burly man, his blood boiling from Su Li's words, roared in anger. He led the remaining brothers in another reckless charge. Meanwhile, Su Li pulled Lin Wanwan into a safe corner. He first checked Lin Wanwan's injuries. Thankfully, she'd only coughed up a little blood and seemed fine. Then, his gaze returned to the battlefield. Chen Tianyang was being relentlessly pinned down by that group of muscle-bound brutes who were fighting with a near-suicidal intensity. Now was the moment. A sinister smile curled at the corner of Su Li's lips. Silently, he unleashed his final trump card. 12 mechanical explosive spiders crawled silently from the ground toward the center of the battlefield. On the battlefield, the bald, burly man finally seized an opening. He roared with fury, mustering every ounce of strength to lock Chen Tianyang in a death grip from behind. Now, brother, unleash your ultimate move. He bellowed hoarsely. And Su Li did unleash it. He watched the 12 spiders that had already crawled into position, then gently clenched his fist. Explode. Boom. A violent explosion erupted simultaneously from the center of the battlefield. The entire ground trembled violently. Outside the examination hall, all spectators leapt to their feet in shock. That's Su Li. He blew up his own men? That's treacherous. This kid is no human. An invigilator glanced at the clock. Only 5 minutes remained until the exam ended. Staring at the battlefield engulfed in flames and thick smoke on the projection screen, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. To win, he'll stop at nothing. Such a student could be called a genius. The rules never said nothing could be stabbed from behind, it's just that Su Li was a bit of a bastard. The smoke from the explosion hadn't yet cleared. Wan, stop hitting people. Grab the bracelet. Su Li gave the order. Got it. Lin Wanwan's figure shot forward like an arrow released from its string, plunging instantly into the chaos. Her target was clear. Those muscle-bound brutes, blown to bits and writhing on the ground in agony. Strike while the iron is hot. Lin Wanwan moved with blinding speed, darting through the crowd like a butterfly flitting among flowers. She darted through the crowd, snatching wristbands with lightning-fast strikes. Meanwhile, Su Li fixed his gaze firmly on the center of the dust cloud. He knew Chen Tianyang hadn't fallen yet. Sure enough, a figure burst from the smoke, black mist billowing from its body, covered in wounds yet still ferociously fierce. Su Li, I'll kill you. Chen Tianyang had completely lost control. He abandoned everyone else, fixating solely on Su Li. Su Li stared at him, advancing instead of retreating. He aimed the Yi death bell in his hand at Chen Tianyang, unleashing a furious barrage of firepower. Come on then. Got the guts to kill me? Chapter 32, Settlement. Still us 3 brothers. Bang! 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 The death bell boomed relentlessly. He wasn't firing to wound, but to lure the target toward the evacuation gate. Chen Tianyang, utterly enraged, gave chase without a second thought. One pursued, one fled, drawing ever closer to that steel gate. Now! Su Li instantly activated all 4 of his hidden wild bracelets. His points surged once more. Then, facing the last 2 mechanical dogs, issued his final, most frenzied command. Get me out of here! The 2 mechanical dogs charged violently behind him, then detonated with a thunderous explosion. The immense thrust felt like 2 invisible giant hands. Violently propelled Su Li toward the gate. Chen Tianyang, having pursued too closely, was also swept away by the blast's shockwave. Just as the 2 were about to be flung through the gate, Lin Wanwan had already snatched the bracelet. Seizing the moment, she delivered a fierce kick straight to Chen Tianyang's back. The 3 of them flew through the air like cannonballs. At the same moment, they flew through the steel gate. Beep! A shrill alert sounded. Evacuation successful. Their scores were frozen in time at that very moment. The final rankings slowly appeared on the light screen. First place, Lin Wanwan points, 340. Second place, Su Li points, 320. Third place, Chen Tianyang points, 310. The points gap between these 3 and the rest of the field was as steep as a cliff. At this moment, less than a minute remained before the exam officially concluded. The outcome was already decided. Su Li still held Lin Wanwan in his arms, who had been carried forward by momentum. His other hand pressed down firmly on Chen Tianyang, who was still struggling. Stop fighting. It's over. Su Li shouted. Chen Tianyang snapped out of his daze, glancing around at his surroundings. Then he glanced at the final rankings displayed on the light screen. The crimson glare in his eyes slowly faded. The monstrous black wings and twisted muscles on his body swiftly retracted. Soon, he reverted to the dark-clad, somewhat sullen-looking youth in his black combat suit. Only his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. He collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath. Others gradually emerged from the ruins. The bald, burly man from the heavy armor brotherhood emerged, eyes red with rage, and stormed toward Su Li. Su Li! You bastard! Didn't you say you'd let us go? Before he could finish his sentence, Suli stepped forward first, his face filled with remorse as he grabbed the man's hand. I'm sorry, brother. I'm truly sorry. I did unleash my ultimate. But I couldn't control this little madwoman. Suli looked pained as he gestured toward the still frenzied Lin Wanwan in his arms. Lin Wanwan played along perfectly. The blood-red hue returned to her eyes as she let out several mad dog-like growls. Then she opened her mouth and began tearing at Suli's chest clothing with frenzied abandon. See that, bro? When she goes berserk, she even bites me. Suli struggled to restrain Lin Wanwan while speaking with heartfelt anguish. I was just trying to help you take down that night fiend. Who knew she'd suddenly lose control? Ugh. The bald, burly man watched the scene unfold. He glanced at Lin Wanwan's frenzied, unrecognizable state, then recalled the rumors circulating about her. The anger on his face slowly began to fade. He believed it. Sigh. The bald, burly man sighed and patted Suli on the shoulder. It's okay, bro. What a shame. It's okay, brother. I forgive you. Suli nodded magnanimously, watching his I get you expression and nearly bursting into laughter inside. Muscleheads are so easy to fool. Soon, all the surviving students had evacuated. The burly instructor stepped to the front of the line. His expression was complex. He glanced at Suli, then at Chen Tianyang, and finally, his gaze settled on Lin Wanwan, who was still throwing a tantrum in Suli's arms. Clearing his throat, he began announcing the final results. The results of the Outer Court Comprehensive Examination are now being announced. Behind him, a massive light screen began scrolling through every participant's name and final score. Theoretical Examination Section, first place, Suli. Perfect score of 100. The announcement sent a ripple of murmurs through the crowd. But everyone's attention shifted to the upcoming practical combat scores. Practical combat scoring conversion. Using Lin Wanwan's first place score of 340 points as the equivalent of 100 points for conversion. The final rankings slowly appeared on the light screen. First place, Suli. Theoretical score, 100 points. Practical combat score, 941 points. Total score, 1941. Second place, Chen Tianyang. Theory score, 97 points. Practical score, 912 points. Total score, 1882 points. Third place, Lin Wanwan. Theory score, 85 points. Practical score, 100 points. Comprehensive total score, 185 points. When the final results were revealed, everyone was stunned. Lin Wanwan ranked first in practical skills but dragged down by her theoretical score, barely holding on to third place overall. Chen Tianyang excelled in both areas yet still finished second. As for Suli, achieved an utterly absurd perfect score in theory and an equally terrifying high score in practical application. Dominated the foreign college comprehensive exam with an indisputable, crushing victory. Overall top score. The entire venue fell into dead silence. Every pair of eyes focused on the youth clad in cheap combat gear who appeared utterly unremarkable. Their eyes brimmed with shock, confusion, envy, and a hint of fear. This madman who emerged from the junkyard. Today, in the most brutal, most unreasonable way, he had shown everyone who truly reigned supreme in the outer court. Congratulations. Chen Tianyang walked up to Suli, gave him a nod, and for the first time, his eyes held an equal measure of scrutiny and a hint of fighting spirit. Suli nodded back in acknowledgement. But what puzzled him even more was Lin Wanwan beside him. Hadn't this little minx told him that theory was just blind guessing? If you're just guessing, how the hell did you score 85%? Was her luck just that ridiculously good? Or was it that her so-called timid personality wasn't as simple as it appeared on the surface? For the first time, Suli felt a flicker of curiosity toward this teammate. Just then, the burly instructor and a middle-aged man in a suit, who looked like a leader, stepped forward. The middle-aged man was the vice dean of the External Affairs Department. Clearing his throat, he forced a formulaic smile and began announcing the awards. First, let us congratulate Suli, Chen Tianyang, and Lin Wanwan on successfully qualifying for admission to the inner courtyard. Chapter 33, Selecting Materials, Entering the Inner Court. Scattered applause broke out around them. Most eyes were filled with envy. Next up, the cash and material rewards for this exam. The vice dean raised his voice. Third place, Lin Wanwan. Rewarded with 50,000 yuan in cash. And granted access to the Outer Academy Material Repository to select any one material. Second place, Chen Tianyang. Rewarded with 80,000 yuan in cash. Plus access to the External Materials Repository to select any two materials. And our first place winner. The vice dean's gaze settled on Suli. Suli, you will receive a cash reward of 100,000 yuan. And, he paused deliberately, building suspense for everyone. Will be granted access to the Outer Academy Materials Repository to select any three materials. The Outer Academy Materials Repository. Though it's only the Outer Academies, it still holds many treasures unattainable on the open market.
Countless envious, jealous, and resentful gazes shot toward Suli like sharp knives.
And Suli, upon hearing this reward, couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. 3 materials. Perhaps the silent electromagnetic sniper rifle he needed to craft. He might find the fine-grade energy core right here. He suppressed the wild excitement surging within, his expression remaining as calm as ever. He stepped forward and accepted the card representing the 100,000 yuan reward and the token granting access privileges from the Vice Dean.
"Thank you, Dean." His voice was quiet, yet it reached every ear with crystal clarity. Then, under the complex gazes of all present, he led Lin Wanwan and Chen Tianyang, who had also earned his qualification, toward the door leading to the materials repository. The Outer Academy Materials Depot. It resembled a vast metal graveyard more than a warehouse. All manner of mechanical parts and rare metals were meticulously categorized and stacked upon shelves, their surfaces gleaming with a cold, metallic sheen. As Suli walked through it, his scout prosthetic eye rapidly scanned everything around him. Detected, C3 grade high-strength alloy plate. Detected, scrap military grade drive shaft. Soon, his gaze locked onto an inconspicuous corner. There, a dust-covered metal box lay quietly. His prosthetic eye instantly provided an analysis. High energy reaction detected. Target, premium grade energy core military surplus model. Found it. Suli's heart skipped a beat. Without hesitation, he selected this energy core as his first piece of loot. Next, he selected a high-strength alloy plate essential for crafting the sniper rifle's receiver. 1 slot remained. Suli continued searching through the materials warehouse. Suddenly, the alert from the Mechanical King's Throne sounded in his mind without warning. Warning! Unknown special material detected. Scanning and analyzing in progress. Analysis complete. Material name, resonance crystal fragment. Material properties, capable of inducing faint resonance with biological brainwaves, amplifying emotional fluctuations. Mechanical King's Throne assessment, this material can serve as the core component for the 0 units Phase 2 modification, the emotional overwrite module. Suli's footsteps halted instantly. Emotion overwrite module? His gaze fell upon the deepest recess of the shelf. A gray crystal resembling ordinary quartz, utterly unremarkable. An utterly insane yet irresistibly tempting plan. It crystallized in his mind in an instant. His current control over Xiaqingxue relied on the chip's coercive commands. But this control was temporary and the most brutal form. But what if? If he could create an emotion override module and implant it into Xiaqingxue's brain, he could modify her emotions as easily as altering code. Make her feel joy when she sees him. Make her feel pain when she disobeys his commands. Make her feel dependence when touched by him. At that point, he would no longer need any coercive commands. He would control this woman from the very root, from the depths of her soul, completely and utterly. Suli's breathing grew ragged. Without hesitation, he selected this seemingly worthless, broken stone as his third trophy. He couldn't wait to see what Xiaqingxue would become. Done choosing? The teacher in charge of the materials warehouse asked, yawning. Yes, I'm done. Suli registered the 3 materials and cradled them in his arms. All right, follow me. A voice came from the doorway. Suli looked up. Leaning against the doorframe, a young man in his late 20s wore a wrinkled suit, his hair a tangled bird's nest, and heavy dark circles hung beneath his eyes. He gazed at them listlessly. He was the one here to guide Suli and the others, a teacher from the inner courtyard. He would also be their future homeroom teacher. Judging by his appearance, he looked less like a teacher and more like a corporate drone who'd been squeezed dry. Hello, everyone. My name is Qin Feng. The young man yawned, tears welling up in his eyes. You 3 are heading to the inner courtyard, right? Follow me. He waved weakly, then turned and walked away, as if speaking another word would exhaust him. Suli, Lin Wanwan, and Chen Tianyang exchanged glances. Is this the inner court instructor? Somehow, he seemed even less reliable than that dust-sweeping instructor from the outer courtyard. Without another word, the 3 silently followed him. They traversed a long, futuristic metal corridor. A massive alloy door slowly opened before them. The world beyond the door left Suli and Lin Wanwan, both visiting for the first time, holding their breath in awe. Is this the world of geniuses? Suli instinctively cursed under his breath. If the outer courtyard was a scrapyard reeking of rust, sweat, and violence, then the inner court was paradise. Beneath their feet lay alloy floors polished to a mirror-like shine, clearly reflecting the soft dome-shaped light screen on the ceiling. The air held not a trace of unpleasant odor. Only a faint, refreshingly pleasant scent lingers. Occasionally, students in uniform passed by them. Each exudes an aura distinctly different from students in other departments. Confident and powerful, they radiated an aura of elite excellence. Suli even experienced a fleeting illusion as if he had stepped straight from the slums into paradise. Even Chen Tianyang, usually so composed, flashed a barely perceptible hint of longing in his eyes. Lin Wanwan, meanwhile, nervously clutched Su Li's sleeve like a country girl seeing the city for the first time.
Alright, stop gawking around like a country bumpkin.
Chin Feng, leading the way, said wearily.
Follow me. First, we'll handle enrollment and pay the fees. Pay?
Su Li froze for a moment.
What? We fought our way up here, and now we have to pay too?
Chapter 34, The Darkness of the Inner Court, Materials Complete, Li Hu's Message. Chin Feng looked at him with an expression reserved for fools.
Of course. Do you think all this equipment and resources in the inner courtyard just blew in on the wind? Everyone pays 30,000 yuan in tuition per semester. No one gets out of paying, not even me. 30,000 yuan. Su Li's heart instantly sank halfway.
The 100,000 yuan bonus he just received, still warm in his hands, hadn't even begun to fund his grand ambitions before being slashed by more than half. Just moments ago, he'd thought this place was paradise. Now, Su Li felt it was a hell disguised in a gorgeous coat, devouring people whole without sparing a bone. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly transferred 30,000 yuan from his chip card. Chen Tianyang and Lin Wanwan also handed over their payments, their faces etched with pain.
Alright, the paperwork was done.
Chin Feng glanced at the deposited amount, and the lifeless expression on his face seemed to brighten slightly.
Alright, you can rest today. Class is dismissed.
Be at the comprehensive teaching building in Zone A1 tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock for your first class.
Don't be late. With that, he turned and walked away, unwilling to linger for even a second longer.
Su Li and the other two stood rooted to the spot, feeling the pain of their wallets being emptied.
Damn it.
Su Li muttered under his breath. This inner courtyard is even shadier than the outer one.
Sigh. Chen Tianyang beside him sighed as well.
He nodded to Su Li in farewell, then turned and headed toward the dormitory area.
Big shot, I'm heading back to rest too.
Lin Wanwan murmured softly.
Alright, go ahead.
Su Li waved his hand.
He too was heading home. Back to his kingdom, nestled in the junkyard. Tonight, he would forge the dead silence electromagnetic sniper rifle.
Now he had both the fine-grade energy core and the high-strength alloy plates. All that remained were the electromagnetic acceleration coil and the precision sight assembly. He planned to use his remaining funds to try his luck on the black market for these two items. When Su Li dragged his weary body back to his familiar tin shack, the moment he pushed open the door, a thick, pungent stench of blood assaulted his senses. His pupils contracted sharply. Two twisted corpses lay sprawled across the floor. Clear signs of a struggle littered the surroundings. Yet Xia Qingxue, his 0 unit, stood quietly by as if nothing had happened, in standby mode.
What the hell? Su Li immediately grew alert, the mechanical iris in his left eye spinning rapidly as it scanned everything around him. Blood rat gang. Xia Qingxue's voice came from nearby.
She had already been taken out of standby mode by Su Li.
Su Li finally remembered upon hearing this.
Of the 5 extraordinary beings from the blood rat gang, he had only eliminated 3.
One more had been instantly killed by his gunshot during the exam. So the last one had made it here. Were they planning a sneak attack? Su Li looked at the corpses on the ground and asked. Xia Qingxue's reply was as concise as ever.
I heard someone prying open the door, so I came out.
Then they died.
Her tone was as matter-of-fact as if she'd just stepped on 2 ants. Su Li looked at her, then glanced at the corpses on the floor.
He knew Xia Qingxue was downplaying it.
But in reality, with her D-rank executioner's strength,
dealing with an E-rank fugitive was no different than kicking 2 stray dogs to death. Well done.
Su Li nodded in approval.
Drag them out. Sell them for money tomorrow. Don't waste them. Got it. Xia Qingxue responded with a nod, then dragged the 2 corpses out like dead dogs.
After finishing their meal, the two tidied everything up. Su Li glanced at the sky night had only just fallen.
He decided to take Xia Qingxue to the black market once more. This trip had 2 objectives.
First, to use his remaining funds to purchase the final 2 materials needed to build the sniper rifle.
Second, he wanted to seek out the old blind man again to gather more detailed intelligence about Li Hu. Knowing both yourself and your enemy ensures victory in every battle.
Though he already had a plan, gathering more information could never hurt.
0. Change clothes and put on the mask. Su Li issued the order. We're heading out again. Back to old Wan's motorcycle repair shop.
The old blind man showed no surprise at Su Li's return, merely blowing a smoke ring.
Back again? Kid. What are you looking to buy this time? Su Li didn't waste words.
He slammed the list for the electromagnetic acceleration coil and precision sighting assembly onto the table. The old blind man glanced at them and grinned.
Wow, you're really going all out. These 2 items won't come cheap.
The acceleration coil, a military factory reject, 80,000. The sight, with night vision and thermal imaging, 12,000.
Total, 200,000. No haggling.
Su Li's eye twitched violently.
Bloody hell, what a ripoff.
But right now, he desperately needed both items.
Deal. Gritting his teeth, he transferred 200,000 yuan. His newly replenished nest egg instantly shrank by more than half. Only 70,000 yuan remained as emergency funds. After receiving the materials, Su Li inquired about Li Hu again. Was there any more detailed intelligence on Li Hu? The old blind man, pleased with the payment, spoke a bit more. Yes. That wealthy businessman has sent word again. The night after tomorrow, at the Golden Lily Hotel in the eastern part of the city, there will be a charity auction gala. Li Hu will be one of the Xia family's security captains, responsible for on-site security. As the old blind man said this, a peculiar smile flickered across his face. Moreover, that wealthy businessman is quite particular. He said that to make things easier for you, he'd specially arranged 2 tickets to the event. He pulled 2 exquisitely crafted, gold-embossed invitations from his drawer and handed them to Su Li. Su Li accepted the invitations, examining their ornate designs while inwardly sneering. Make it easier for me to act? More likely, he wants me to be cannon fodder, drawing fire for him. But that's fine. Entering openly and above board would be far easier than sneaking in covertly. Understood. Su Li tucked away the invitation and materials, took Xia Qingxue by the hand, and turned to leave. Now, everything is in place. Time to head home and rub his big treasure. On the way home, Su Li didn't forget to give Xia Qingxue his daily dose of mental preparation. He waved the invitation in his hand and said in a light-hearted tone, "See? The day after tomorrow, I'll help you get a little revenge." Xia Qingxue remained silent, saying nothing. Su Li turned his head to look into her eyes, which still shone brightly in the night. "Young lady," he said, "see? I didn't lie, did I? I promised I'd help you seek revenge. Now, the first step is about to begin." His voice carried a hint of enchanting magic. "As long as you obey me and serve my purpose. Li Hu is just the beginning. Next will come Zhang Hu, Wang Hu. All who betray you will pay the price." Chapter 35, Dead Silence. The electromagnetic sniper rifle has been successfully manufactured. Understood. Thank you. Xia Qingxue's body trembled slightly. She knew this man was dangling a carrot before her. Yet she was willing to swallow it whole. Because it was her only hope now. She murmured softly in response. Su Li smiled with satisfaction. Very good. Today's PUA session had yielded good results. Back to the tin shack. Su Li locked the door from the inside, then spread all the materials out on the workbench. High-strength alloy plates, premium-grade energy core, electromagnetic acceleration coil, precision sighting assembly. His eyes flashed with an unprecedented, fanatical light. He was about to begin crafting that weapon capable of altering the course of battle. Silent electromagnetic sniper rifle. Once the sniper rifle was built, everything would be alright. Then, construction begins. Su Li took a deep breath. This time, he didn't directly consume source points like before, letting the mechanical king's throne do the heavy lifting. After all, while cheating was foolproof, lightning fast, and offered countless benefits. But the items produced that way wouldn't count as his own accumulated experience, nor would they help him break through his bottleneck. He had to do it himself. Closing his eyes, the intricate blueprint of the sniper rifle materialized in his mind, every component, every manufacturing step, crystal clear. Then, he opened his eyes and began. Cutting, grinding, melting, joining. His hands moved with the steadiness of a precision robotic arm. His left eye, the scout prosthetic eye, magnified every detail to the extreme. Time ticked by second. From nightfall to the dead of night. Then into the next day. Click. With the final crisp click of the mechanism. A monstrous weapon, cold and deadly, yet exuding a technological beauty, lay silently upon the workbench. Its matte black body flowed with sleek, lethal lines. Coils of acceleration coils, emitting a faint blue electric glow, wrapped around the barrel. At the buttstock, a compact yet powerful, fine-grade energy core was connected. Mounted atop the receiver sat a precision-engineered scope. The fine-grade dead silence electromagnetic sniper rifle was complete. Xia Qingwan witnessed it all. What once seemed unimaginable now left her only numb. Su Li was a genius, there was no doubt about it. Su Li gazed at the rifle as if it were his most perfect creation. He tallied his current gear. Fine-grade scout prosthetic eye. Fine-grade dead silence electromagnetic sniper rifle. 2 common-grade Reaper revolvers. 2 common-grade exoskeleton armor. Additionally, an executive-grade servo, Xia Qingxue. And several mechanical constructs. Excellent! Su Li let out an excited shout. He was already improving. Better than before. Stronger. He picked up silence. The weighty feel in his hand filled him with a sense of security. But he didn't dare fire it directly. The power of this thing was absolutely beyond comparison with the death bell. He had to test it first. Su Li walked to an open area in the junkyard and propped up a thick alloy steel plate stripped from a scrapped armored vehicle 60 meters away. Then, he retreated to the entrance of the tin shack and raised silence. Through the scope, he locked onto the steel plate. Within the lens, distance, wind speed, humidity, all data points raced through rapid calculations. He gently pulled the trigger. There was no deafening boom. Only a faint, almost inaudible hiss, like tearing through air. A tiny alloy projectile, enveloped in a blue electric arc, vanished instantly from the muzzle. The next second, 60 meters away, at the very center of that 10-centimeter thick alloy steel plate. Suddenly, without warning, a gaping hole the size of a bowling ball appeared. Around the hole, traces of high-temperature melting remained. Such terrifying penetration power. But Sully had no time to marvel at this astonishing sight. Because the moment he fired, a terrifying recoil like being gored head-on by a rhinoceros. It slammed into his shoulder from the butt of the gun. Sully let out a piercing scream as the immense force hurled him backward. He landed hard on his butt. He nearly landed flat on his ass. His shoulder felt like it was about to shatter. Damn it, that was way too strong. Gritting his teeth, Sully scrambled to his feet, rubbing his shoulder. He pondered. This gun's power was more than enough. But his own body was still too weak. This physical condition was a major flaw. Looks like he'd need to acquire some auxiliary gear. He glanced at his interface, noting he had 40 source points remaining. An arm exoskeleton alone won't suffice. Legs needed reinforcement too. Ideally, he'd need a full-body powered exoskeleton. With a flick of his thoughts, he reopened the simulation interface of the mechanical king's throne. This time, his goal was clear. High-grade powered exoskeleton. He would stake every last source point and all his savings on this gamble. He was betting on himself that he could acquire a brand new shell before attending the auction. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to complete the assassination mission. No, I've got my priorities backwards. Sully rubbed his aching shoulders and suddenly cursed himself. How could I have forgotten about that monster, Xia Qingxue? My own body stats were weak, but Xia Qingxue was formidable. An exoskeleton could be built worn by him during routine operations to enhance self-defense capabilities. But when it came to critical moments, executing high-risk assassinations would require enhancing Xia Qingxue instead. That meant he needed 2 sets of blueprints, one for his own exoskeleton, and another for Xia Qingxue's enhanced cybernetic body. But 40 source points? That's nowhere near enough. My once plentiful 300,000 bonus and savings dwindled after paying 30,000 for inner court tuition and spending another 200,000 on materials. Now, only 70,000 yuan remains as emergency funds. And that money still needs to cover consumables like spiders and beetles. No! It's time to make a choice. Sully pondered as he returned to the tin shack. For the first time, he found himself at a crossroads. Should he pursue the path of fleshly weakness and mechanical ascension self-evolution? Or pour all resources into crafting a single god-tier creation, the Gundam-style path? Or perhaps abandon the elite and embrace quantity? Or pursue the endless, mechanized sea of mass-produced soldiers? He must make a choice. He watched Xia Qingxue silently organizing parts for him. Without thinking, he asked her. 0. HM? Xia Qingxue lifted her head and looked at him. Sully gazed into her clear eyes, tinged with a hint of numbness. For the first time, he spoke in a tone that was almost equal, almost consultative. Tell me, how should I choose? Fine-grade dead silence electromagnetic sniper rifle. Chapter 36, Only children make choices. I want it all. He briefly outlined the 3 paths he now faced. He felt a bit lost. He needed an outsider's perspective. Even if that observer was his slave. Xia Qingxue listened quietly to Sully's confusion. Her mind, once shrouded in hatred and humiliation, now displayed the clear logic befitting a top-tier heiress. She categorized the 3 scenarios Sully had described into 3 distinct schools of thought. Strengthening oneself was the Ascension school. Strengthening creations was the Divine Creation faction. Creating armies was the Swarm school. She looked at Sully and spoke slowly. Most mechanics I know choose to major in one school and minor in another. Because resources and energy are limited. Sully nodded. This aligned with his own understanding. But Xia Qingxue's next words stunned him. But you're different from them. Her gaze fell upon Sully's cold mechanical left eye, then shifted to the menacing sniper rifle on the workbench. You're a genius. Therefore. She lifted her head, and for the first time, her beautiful eyes flashed with a light called ambition. Why not have it all? Lack of money now is just a temporary problem. She stepped forward, coming to stand before Sully. Her gaze locked with his, her voice thick with allure. Just help me exact my revenge, help me reclaim the Xia family. Then, whatever money you desire, I can give you. Whatever materials you desire, the Xia family's warehouses hold them all. The entire Xia group, this staggering fortune can fuel your ambitions. You're trying to brainwash me now, aren't you? Sully couldn't hold back a smile after hearing her words. Gazing at the utterly earnest, even fanatical expression on her stunningly beautiful face, he couldn't resist reaching out to pinch her smooth cheek. Nice texture. Xia Qingxue froze at his touch, her cheeks flushing instantly. But in that very moment, Suli finally understood. Yes. Only children make choices. He wanted it all. Why should he be bound by rigid traditions? With the game-changing cheat code of the King's Throne of Machinery, why couldn't he pursue all three paths simultaneously? Strengthening himself ensures he possesses the ability to protect himself and turn the tide in any desperate situation. Strengthening Unit 0 meant wielding an unstoppable blade capable of eliminating all direct threats. And forging the Machine Legion? That's for large-scale battles and dealing with the trash mobs not worthy of his personal attention. These three paths complement each other, none can be neglected. This is the true form of a mechanical sovereign. You're right. Suli released his grip, and the last trace of confusion in his eyes vanished completely. In its place emerged an unprecedented resolve and ambition. Money, I'll go earn it. I'll avenge your enemies. The Xia family, I've got them in my sights. He looked at Xia Qingxue and issued a new command. And now, you should go to sleep. Xia Qingxue froze, taken aback that Suli would suddenly tell her to sleep. But she still obediently replied. Yes. As usual, the two lay down on the narrow iron cot. Xia Qingxue soon drifted into a deep sleep, exhausted from the day's exertions. Suli, however, felt no drowsiness. His eyes closed, his consciousness immersed itself in the interface of the mechanical King's Throne. He opened the vast blueprint section, as expansive as a starry sea. He resolved to use his remaining source points to address his greatest weakness, his physical prowess. He needed a prosthetic body or exoskeleton that could keep pace with the demands of combat. His focus narrowed to two keywords, prosthetic enhancement and leg modifications. Consume 30 source points to simulate a high-grade prosthetic blueprint in a specified direction? Yes. 40 source points instantly dwindled to 10. Countless intricate blueprints, muscle fibers, skeletal structures, energy conduits flashed through his mind at lightning speed. Finally, a blueprint brimming with streamlined elegance and explosive power slowly solidified. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the blueprint, fine-grade cheetah bionic prosthetic leg. A prosthetic? Not an exoskeleton? Suli froze upon seeing the blueprint. That meant, if he wanted to replace his legs with these, he would have to first amputate his own legs. He instinctively glanced at his own legs, which were still relatively intact. Then he gave a self-deprecating chuckle. Cut them off, then. After all, flesh is weak. He dismissed further thought, closed the interface of the mechanical King's Throne, shut his eyes, and forced himself into sleep. The next day, inner courtyard. Suli, Lin Wanwan, and Chen Tianyang, the three of them entered the technologically advanced A1 comprehensive teaching building together for the very first time. The slacker youth Qin Feng leaned against the lectern, yawning listlessly. All right, everyone's here. Let me introduce our three new students, Suli, Chen Tianyang, and Lin Wanwan. They placed first, second, and third in the recent Outer Academy exams. Everyone, give them a warm round of applause. Scattered applause echoed through the classroom. Dozens of gazes turned to them in unison. These are the geniuses of the Inner Academy. Their gazes held curiosity, scrutiny, and in some cases, a barely perceptible hint of disdain. But when most of them saw Suli, their expressions grew complex. Many among them had witnessed the brutal combat assessment through the light screens. They knew Suli and his companions were ruthless competitors through and through. They were the cream of the crop, unscrupulous and willing to sacrifice everything. Only such individuals deserved to sit among them. Ignoring these gazes, Suli casually found a seat in the back row. Soon, the lecture began. Though Qin Feng appeared half dead, his teaching persona was like a completely different person. Today's lesson focused on how to swiftly and effectively neutralize an enemy's combat capabilities after engagement. The entire classroom fell silent in an instant. Every pair of eyes focused on him. They were accustomed to listening to lectures. Qin Feng directly projected a series of bloody and realistic combat videos onto the light screen. Some depicted street battles between the inspectorate and rioters, others showed extraordinary beings locked in life and death struggles in the wilderness. Look here. He pointed at an enemy in the footage, charred to a crisp by a pyro-type extraordinary being. Many people think pyro-type abilities are just about throwing fireballs from a distance. Wrong. The true power of fire lies in its instantaneous heat and direct area of effect, explosions far more effective than spending ages aiming only to miss. Don't overthink it. In a life or death struggle, you won't get time to aim. Chapter 37, The Inner Court teaches real skills, the trio beaten into pudding. He switched to another scene. A combat-style extraordinary being shattered his opponent's throat bone with a seemingly simple elbow strike. Look closely, it's here. Qin Feng circled several vital points on the human anatomy diagram with a red light pen: the throat, temples, back of the head, heart, spleen, and others. Combat is not a performance, it is not for show. His voice was cold and ruthless. Combat is ugly, it exists for survival and victory. Therefore, what you must do is forget all those flashy techniques. Use every means at your disposal to strike these points, aiming for a single lethal blow. Suli listened, his eyes growing brighter. His scout prosthetic eye marked every vital point Qin Feng had indicated. Every attack angle was clearly recorded. Brilliant! This was exactly what he needed to learn. He had made the right choice coming to the inner courtyard. Qin Feng looked down at the students below the stage, some excited, some solemn, some filled with longing. A satisfied smile touched his lips. He pushed his glasses up and spoke slowly. Everyone, don't rush. Talk is cheap. Soon, we'll have a hands-on session where you'll get to experience it firsthand. And in the next class, Suli finally experienced firsthand just how hands-on the inner courtyard's practical sessions truly were. Qin Feng led them into a vast room filled with gleaming white metal walls. For the new students, this is the holographic combat simulation classroom. Qin Feng pointed to the metal devices in the center of the room, resembling hibernation pods. Lie inside, and the system will scan your body, simulating your current physical stats, abilities, and even equipment with 100% accuracy. Then, your consciousness will enter a virtual battlefield. He paused, a devilish grin spreading across his face. Now, the system will randomly assign opponents for 1v1 combat. Go all out, no holds barred. Because your sole objective is to kill your opponent. Suli gazed at the instruments, a flicker of curiosity crossing his eyes. Without hesitation, he was the first to lie down inside. A faint electric current spread throughout his body. Scanning body data. Scan complete. Generating virtual avatar. The next second, Suli felt only a white haze before his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a vast arena reminiscent of a Roman Colosseum. He looked down at himself. At his waist hung two familiar, death bells. Inside his shoulder bag lay 30 mechanical explosive spiders. Beside him, the 4 mechanical scout dogs followed. Good. All his gear had been simulated. Except for the E-Silent sniper rifle he hadn't had time to use. Suli had placed it in the Machine Nation warehouse and hadn't retrieved it. And now, a figure appeared opposite him. It was an unremarkable man of average build and ordinary appearance. Suli was just about to scan the man's data with his cybernetic eye. But the next second, the man moved. He saw the man's movement. But his body hadn't reacted in time. Then, a cold, slashing sensation like a blade cutting through flesh shot up from his throat. He looked down and saw blood gushing from his neck. He died. Suli's consciousness abruptly snapped back to reality. He sat up from the metal apparatus, his face etched with disbelief. That's it? He hadn't even seen how the other guy had attacked. How does it feel? Qin Feng's infuriatingly smug face appeared before him. Welcome to the inner court, Suli. Here, every single person is a monster. Suli stared at him, saying nothing. I refuse to accept this. Damn it, I refuse to accept this. Without another word, he flopped back down. Again. Matching opponents of equal skill. Match successful. Everything went white before his eyes, and Suli found himself back in the arena. This time, his opponent was a long-haired girl in a white dress, appearing gentle and charming. She flashed him a sweet smile. This time, Suli had learned his lesson. He wouldn't give her any chance at all. The moment he saw his opponent, the death bell in his hand was already raised. Bang! The bullet screamed out. Yet the girl remained standing in place, smiling at him, utterly motionless. Just a split second before the bullet struck her forehead. Put! From beneath Suli's feet, the ground erupted without warning, shooting forth countless thick, sharp thorn vines. He had no time to react. His entire body was impaled by the vines piercing upward from below, skewered like a kebab, suspended mid-air. He died again. 1 class period, 1 hour. Suli had lost count of how many times he had died. At first, he couldn't even react, getting instantly killed in a split second. Later, he could barely summon his mechanical hound and throw an explosive spider, managing to struggle for a few seconds. Finally, he could even use the death bell to inflict a wound on his opponent before dying. He could break their limbs or cripple them. But the outcome remained the same. Death. Until the bell rang to end class. Only then did Suli's consciousness finally break free from that endless cycle of death. He crawled out of the apparatus, his face pale. Meanwhile, the other inner courtyard prodigies in the classroom were all refreshed and invigorated, their faces bearing expressions of lingering satisfaction. Clearly, they had all fought to their heart's content. But Suli and his 2 companions were the ones suffering. Suli glanced at Lin Wanwan and Shen Tianyang beside him. Their expressions were even more grim than his own. Evidently, they too had been thoroughly beaten. From being the arrogant, unstoppable geniuses who ruled the outer courtyard. Now in the inner courtyard, they were mere punching bags, easily bullied and slaughtered by anyone. This crushing sense of disparity felt like a bucket of ice water dumped over all 3 of their heads. For the first time, they clearly understood just how vast the chasm was between themselves and these true monsters. Heh, feeling comfortable now? Good work, everyone. Qin Feng surveyed the students below the stage, a smug grin spreading across his face. Alright, that wraps up this morning's class. Class dismissed. Go eat and rest. He walked over to Suli and the others, patting Suli's shoulder, a gesture that felt like both comfort and a warning. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. Meals at the inner courtyard cafeteria are free of charge. Plus, they serve high-energy nutritional meals. Make sure to refuel, you'll need it for the afternoon classes. Ha! Free! Suli, Lin Wanwan, and Chen Tianyang exclaimed in unison. They'd all been scared stiff by the inner court's 30,000 yuan tuition fee. Hearing there was actually something free made their eyes light up. A free lunch. And high energy at that. Instantly, the frustration and defeat from being mercilessly beaten for an hour vanished into thin air. Getting killed a few times? So what? As long as it's free, it's no big deal. Eat? Suli looked at Lin Wanwan and Chen Tianyang. Let's eat. Lin Wanwan nodded excitedly. Let's eat. Chen Tianyang also agreed succinctly. The trio instantly reached a consensus. Like three wild dogs breaking free from their leashes, they charged toward the cafeteria. Chapter 38, Suli, the feeder, and the security plan. The inner courtyard cafeteria was worlds apart from the noisy, greasy shed in the outer courtyard. This place resembled a high-end buffet restaurant. Suli gazed at the plate piled high with delectable braised pork belly and sweet and sour pork tenderloin. Tears nearly welled up in his eyes. Finally, he was eating the home-cooked meals he'd enjoyed daily in his previous life. Though he knew these meats and vegetables were all artificially synthesized. But as long as they tasted right, that was enough. He carried his plate piled high like a small mountain to a corner table and began to wolf down his meal. Lin Wanwan and Chen Tianyang weren't much better at the table. Around them, some senior students from the inner courtyard, seeing their starving ghost-turned-reincarnation expressions, all wore kind smiles. Ah, poor things from the outer courtyard. A senior student approached their table, tray in hand. You guys haven't had much to eat, have you? She picked up a piece of synthetic steak that looked particularly high-end from her tray and placed it onto Suli's plate. Here, have this. Thanks, senior. Suli's mouth was full of food, and he mumbled his thanks. Little brother, here, take my energy drink. Another senior smiled as he handed over a blue bottle. Thanks, senior. Suli accepted without hesitation. He noticed that while the inner courtyard students were all incredibly arrogant and believed in strength above all else, they possessed a certain warmth and humanity that the outer courtyard students lacked. Perhaps, in the eyes of these true geniuses, someone like Suli, an ordinary person who had struggled his way up from the outer courtyard, could never pose any real threat to their interests. Therefore, they didn't mind extending a condescending kindness toward these pitiful juniors. But Suli remained unfazed. Whether it was condescending or not, why pass up a free meal? He just went ahead and ate it. Thud. Just as he was buried in his meal, a dull thud suddenly echoed from across the room, as if something heavy had landed on a chair. Suli looked up. There, seated directly across from him, was a metalcan clad in a massive exoskeleton power armor. It was none other than the D-rank, mechanical alchemist, who had commented on him in the spectator area cage. Suli? A muffled, electronically processed voice emanated from the helmet. What do you want? Suli's mouth was stuffed with braised pork, his words muffled as he asked. Lao Guan seemed unfazed by his rudeness. After a moment's silence, he voiced his request. Could I see your mechanical creations? Of course, I won't look for free. He pushed a metal box towards Suli. I'll trade you this for it. Sure thing. Without hesitation, Suli agreed. He, too, admired the violent aesthetic of the power armor adorning this tin can before him. He reached into his shoulder bag and pulled out a mechanical explosive spider, placing it on the table. The spider crawled forward on its 8 legs, making its way to the metal can. Suli, meanwhile, accepted the metal box. Ding! Unknown blueprint detected. Acquiring. Acquisition complete. Acquired blueprint, common grade alloy forging technique. Ha! Alloy forging technique? Suli paused in surprise. This wasn't a specific equipment blueprint, but rather a fundamental material processing technique. Yes. The muffled voice from the prison cell echoed through his helmet. You're quite exquisite, little thing. He extended his massive mechanical hand, carefully pinching the spider between 2 fingers. Its internal structure is remarkably ingenious. You're quite skilled. This is a technology that enhances the density and toughness of metallic materials. Though only basic grade, it should prove quite useful at your current stage. I'll trade you 1 technology for the design concept of your toy. This trade is fair. Fair enough, thanks, woof. Suli nodded and carefully stored the technical blueprint. Liao Guan examined the mechanical spider in his hands carefully before asking another question. Could you tell me how long it takes to build one of these spiders? Suli hadn't calculated it precisely, but after a moment's thought, he gave a rough estimate. 10 minutes? Give or take. The colossal steel frame of the prison tank trembled imperceptibly. But he suppressed his emotions well. 10 minutes.
An E-rank mechanic could craft such an intricately designed explosive device in just 10 minutes. That speed was already catching up to him. Monster. In his mind, the prison cell labeled Suli with that definition. He stood up. Goodbye, Suli. If we get the chance, we'll exchange ideas again. With that, he turned and walked away with heavy steps. Suli was full and satisfied. He, Lin Wanwan, and Chen Tianyang all belched simultaneously. Brr. Just then, Chen Tianyang, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. Suli, I have a job opening. Are you interested? What kind of job? Suli was a bit surprised. Work as a security guard. Chen Tianyang was concise. I'll think about it. Suli had no interest in being a security guard. I'll do it. But Lin Wanwan beside him excitedly raised her hand. Is there money in it? Boss. Chen Tianyang glanced at her, then turned his gaze back to Suli. There's money to be made, and plenty of it. Tomorrow night, at the Golden Lily Hotel in East City, temporary security for an auction. You two have decent skills, you can both come along. Golden Lily Hotel? An auction? Suli's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this the very place he was going to kill Li Hu? Not a buddy? Is the world this small? Suli did well not to show his inner shock. His mind was racing. Working as security would grant him legitimate access to the entire hotel's security system, making it easier to approach Li Hu, the security team leader. And those two invitations would allow Zero to attend as a guest, wearing a mask. At that time, one will be in the open, the other in the shadows. Working together from inside and out. Take down Li Hu directly. I'm a genius. Chapter 39, I'm security. Protecting the community's peace. I'm a genius. Suli silently gave himself a mental thumbs up. He looked up at Chen Tianyang and said earnestly, I take back what I said earlier. I'm in too. All right. Chen Tianyang nodded, seemingly unsurprised. I'll send the meeting time and location to your communicator. Be there on time tomorrow night. During the afternoon practice session, Suli was once again used as a punching bag and thoroughly beaten. After school, he dragged his exhausted body back home. He shared his plan with Xia Qingxue. Tomorrow, he would infiltrate the Golden Lily Hotel as security personnel and assassinate Li Hu. After all, Xia Qingxue was a D-rank operative. She might offer a different perspective on combat. I have a question. Suli looked at her. If you fought that Li Hu, who would win? Upon hearing this, Xia Qingxue looked at him with an expression reserved for fools. Are you kidding me? I'd only need 30 seconds to wrench his head off. Oh? Suli was somewhat surprised. Aren't you both D-rank executives? There are differences among operatives. Xia Qingxue's tone carried a trace of innate pride. Do you think I was the only genius in the inner courtyard back then for nothing? Do you really think I rose through the ranks just because of my looks? Hard to say. Suli muttered under his breath. A cross instantly appeared on Xia Qingxue's forehead. Suli ignored her, clapped her hands, and flashed a sly grin. All right, enough joking around. I've got a plan for tomorrow's assassination attempt. What plan? Xia Qingxue asked curiously. A sinister curve lifted at the corner of Suli's mouth. It's simple. Tomorrow, you, as a guest, will enter through the main gate. Meanwhile, I, along with Lin Wanwan and Chen Tianyang, will be security personnel handling internal security. I'll find a way to introduce you to Li Hu. At that point, you'll be responsible for openly drawing his attention and engaging him. Meanwhile, I'll be in the shadows, waiting for the chance to hit him with a big shot using dead silence. One in the open, one in the shadows, double insurance. He'll be as good as dead. Xia Qingxue nodded after hearing this. This plan does sound solid. All right, that's the plan. Suli clapped his hands. Now, begin preparations. Without resting, he plunged back into his workbench once more. First, he retrieved the blueprint for the alloy forging technique he had traded for from the prison cell. Do you wish to learn this technology? Yes. Instantly, a flood of knowledge and techniques regarding metal material processing surged into his mind. Then, he picked up the 2 death bells and the exoskeleton armor. He intended to use the newly acquired techniques to give them a complete overhaul. Sparks flew once more. After undergoing the alloy forging technique, the death bell S-barrel became significantly more robust, capable of withstanding greater explosive force. As for the exoskeleton armor, infused with new alloy materials, its power output surged beyond recognition. He worked through the night. When the morning sunlight streamed into the small tin-roofed workshop the next day, Suli gazed at the 2 brand new toys before him, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Now, he was off to school to continue getting beaten up. Oh no, he was going to class. Another day of getting thoroughly beaten up in the inner courtyard. It wasn't until after school that Suli finally felt alive again. He told Chen Tianyang and Lin Wanwan he needed to head home first and would meet up with them later. Back to the tin shack. Suli retrieved a box from a corner. He changed into it.
He tossed the box to Xia Qingxue. Xia Qingxue opened it to find a sleek yet elegant black evening gown inside. Su Li had bought it online with his meager savings. You want me to wear this? Xia Qingxue was taken aback. Of course. You can't show up at the auction wearing my t-shirt, can you? Su Li retorted impatiently. Put on the mask, take this invitation, and go in first. Remember, your mission is to play the part of a guest. I'll find Li Hu, then have you kill him. Yes. Xia Qingxue changed into her formal gown, donned an ornate silver mask that covered the upper half of her face, and left first with the invitation in hand. Meanwhile, Su Li began preparing his own attire. He didn't conceal the menacing, death silence. Instead, he simply slung it over his shoulder, carrying it openly and unapologetically. After all, he was going as security. A security guard carrying a gun? Perfectly reasonable, right? At the entrance of the Golden Lily Hotel, Su Li strode over, his sniper rifle taller than a man slung over his shoulder. The greeter at the entrance, seeing his appearance, was about to intervene. Chen Tianyang and Lin Wanwan walked over from the side. He's with our team. Chen Tianyang explained. The three successfully reunited. They had changed into the hotel's uniform sharp, black security uniforms. Su Li stared at his own dapper outfit in the mirror, complete with the large sniper rifle slung over his shoulder. He chuckled. Security. Security. Protecting the peace, loves bear biscuits, and adores resident Xiaodan. When I shoulder my gun, I'm a soldier. Su Li muttered to himself, while Lin Wanwan, also dressed in a security uniform, looked petite and adorable. What are you two whispering about? Come stand guard and patrol. Yes, sir. Chapter 40, Preparations. What are you two whispering about? A man who looked like a junior leader walked over and barked impatiently. Hurry up. Get over here for patrol duty. Yes, sir. Su Li and Lin Wanwan immediately snapped to attention and saluted awkwardly. They were assigned to patrol the corridors surrounding the banquet hall. Su Li slung his heavy sniper rifle over his shoulder, strolling along while discreetly scanning the hotel's internal layout and surveillance network with his scout prosthetic eye. Soon, his gaze locked onto a figure. It was a burly man, nearly 2 meters tall, with muscles bulging so tightly they strained his security uniform to the point of tearing. His face was crisscrossed with several vicious knife scars, giving him an undeniably menacing appearance. He was Li Hu. At that moment, he stood at the entrance of the banquet hall, barking orders at his security guards. Meanwhile, inside the banquet hall, Xia Qingxue smoothly entered with her gold-embossed invitation in hand. Crystal chandeliers, melodious music, men and women in elegant gowns and tuxedos. Everything before her eyes felt both familiar and unfamiliar. She even spotted several familiar faces among the crowd, people who once belonged to the Xia family. Those who had once groveled and fawned before her. Now, however, they pretended not to see her behind her mask. It felt like a lifetime had passed. But more than that, she felt an overwhelming excitement, the kind that comes from being on the verge of taking revenge on her enemies. She could feel her blood simmering beneath the surface. Her body trembled slightly with this surge of excitement. Soon, the auction commenced in earnest. One after another, rare and precious items were brought onto the display platform, eliciting waves of gasps and bidding calls. At that moment, Xia Qingxue's communicator vibrated softly. It was a message from Su Li. Target has left the banquet hall and entered the 3rd floor, room 307 lounge. Another woman is inside. A cold curve formed at the corner of Xia Qingxue's lips. Playing hooky? Still playing around with women? Very well. Even at death's door, he still doesn't know. Xia Qingxue glanced at the auction crowd before heading to the 3rd floor. After sending the message, Su Li was about to find an excuse to leave. But Lin Wanwan, standing beside him, suddenly spoke up in a low voice. Boss, you don't seem to be here for the job, do you? Her voice was soft, yet her eyes held a sly glint that seemed to see right through him. Su Li glanced at her, neither confirming nor denying. Lin Wanwan chuckled softly. Just mind your own business. If anyone asks, I'll say you got an upset stomach and went to the bathroom. She actually volunteered to cover for Su Li. Su Li was somewhat surprised but nodded in agreement. Thanks. He turned and headed for the 3rd floor. But his greatest concern now wasn't how to kill Li Hu. With his and Xia Qingxue's coordination, eliminating him should pose no unexpected challenges. His real worry was how he and Xia Qingxue would escape after eliminating Li Hu. After all, this was the Golden Lily Hotel. The entire hotel, inside and out, was saturated with state-of-the-art surveillance systems. The moment they made their move, they would be locked onto instantly. Then, facing the wrath of the entire Xia family and the pursuit of the city's special investigation unit, they wouldn't stand a chance. They must devise a foolproof plan. A perfect plan that would both eliminate Li Hu and allow them to escape unscathed. Su Li's footsteps halted. His mind raced. His gaze swept across the corridor, taking in the guests in their elegant formal wear and the diligent security personnel.
Finally, his eyes settled on the ceiling, on that inconspicuous fire sprinkler head.
A mad plan crystallized in his mind in an instant. He didn't immediately rush toward the third floor.
Instead, he turned and entered a nearby employee passageway leading to the back of house area. His scout prosthetic eye had already scanned the entire hotel's floor plan, memorizing every detail. He navigated with ease to the hotel's storage room. Here, the room was piled high with cleaning agents, alcohol, and spare tablecloths and curtains. It was practically a natural powder keg. A devilish grin spread across Su Li's face. Silently, he released a mechanical scout dog and 3 mechanical explosive spiders from the Machine Nation warehouse. Go! He strapped a small bottle of alcohol to the mechanical dog's back. Through his cybernetic eye, he programmed its tactical panel with a route to the blind spot near the door of room 307 on the 3rd floor. Set the mood for me. Like a ghost receiving orders, the mechanical dog. Silently, it vanished into the shadows of the ventilation duct. 3rd floor, room 307 lounge. Li Hu was wrapped around a seductive woman, groping her with abandon, thoroughly enjoying himself.
He didn't notice at all.
Not far from his door, at the corridor's bend, a mechanical dog had already spilled the alcohol from its back onto a pile of decorative rugs. Then, 3 explosive spiders crawled over.
The red light on their bodies flickered faintly. Boom! A muffled, not particularly loud explosion echoed.
Flames instantly shot up, igniting the alcohol-soaked carpet.
Thick black smoke began billowing out. Beep! The next second,
the smoke detectors throughout the entire 3rd floor emitted a piercing, shrill wail. The inconspicuous sprinkler heads on the ceiling began spraying a torrent of water mist everywhere.
Damn it! What the hell?
Li Hu in the lounge was startled by the sudden commotion, quickly pulling up his pants as he rushed out.
Meanwhile, Su Li took advantage of the initial chaos, slipping into the hotel's electrical control room like a stealthy cat.
Surveying the dense array of complex circuit controllers before him, a cold smile spread across his face.
He didn't reach for the main switch.
Instead, he pulled the metal cigarette case containing the electromagnetic pulse beetle from his pocket.
Act 2 begins.
He opened the box and flicked a beetle with pinpoint accuracy onto the circuit board controlling the banquet hall and 3rd floor corridor lighting.
ZZZZT. A faint crackle. A deep blue electric arc erupted instantly.
The entire banquet hall and all 3rd floor corridor lights flickered wildly a few times before going completely dark with a crack.
Panic, screams, chaos instantly engulfed the entire Golden Lily Hotel. Chapter 41, One-Hit Kill, Prepare to Evacuate. What happened? Chen Tianyang and Lin Wanwan both looked utterly bewildered.
But they quickly snapped out of it and immediately threw themselves into the task of evacuating the crowd. Meanwhile, Su Li slipped out of the electrical control room like a ghost, silent and stealthy, taking advantage of the darkness and chaos.
He didn't go elsewhere.
Instead, he moved against the flow of fleeing people, returning to the 3rd floor. At the end of the corridor, that familiar figure wearing a silver mask stood waiting silently.
It was Xia Qingxue.
Su Li walked up beside her.
Wait for my signal, he whispered. Yes. Xia Qingxue nodded. Just then,
a furious, rage-filled voice erupted from nearby.
Everyone, stop messing around. Stand in your positions. It was Li Hu.
He was pulling up his pants while loudly directing his security guards, rushing toward the source of the fire. Then, he spotted Su Li and Xia Qingxue huddled together, shivering violently. All he saw was a stunningly beautiful masked woman being held in the arms of some stinking security guard who'd appeared out of nowhere. Rage instantly surged to his head. You bastard! He lunged forward in a single stride and shoved Su Li away.
What the hell is wrong with you? You're flirting here at a time like this?
He pointed his finger right at Su Li's nose and unleashed a torrent of curses.
What the hell happened?
I'm sorry, sir. Su Li immediately adopted a terrified, cowering expression, apologizing profusely. Li Hu couldn't be bothered with him. His gaze had already fixed on the masked figure Xia Qingxue.
He couldn't explain why.
He felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the woman before him, her figure and that icy, aloof aura she carried.
She resembled very much like his own late young mistress.
The thought made his heart skip a beat.
Ma'am, are you all right? Li Hu's tone instantly softened.
This place is too dangerous.
Let me escort you back to the lounge first.
We'll wait until the commotion subsides.
Xia Qingxue didn't speak, only nodded fearfully.
Li Hu's heart leapt with joy, and he immediately began leading her toward the 307 lounge. Su Li watched the scene unfold, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth.
The fish has taken the bait.
Su Li followed behind them, watching as Li Hu escorted Xia Qingxue into the pitch-black room 307 lounge.
He followed them inside. Inside, it wasn't just the 3 of them.
There was also a seductive, cheap-looking woman crouched on the floor, trembling violently.
Su Li cursed under his breath at Li Hu's reckless behavior. A threesome? Me. What the hell are you doing following us in? Li Hu was about to close the door when he spotted Su Li trailing in. His voice turned impatient as he barked. Sir! It's too chaotic out there. I'm responsible for protecting this lady's safety. Su Li immediately put on a loyal, spineless act. Li Hu looked at his pathetic demeanor, then glanced at the trembling, exquisite married woman beside him. The last shred of caution in his heart vanished completely. Just a useless security guard. No big deal. He slammed the door shut with a bang. The room plunged into darkness. Li Hu rubbed his hands together, advancing step by step towards Xia Qingxue. Hee, don't be afraid, beautiful. Leave the outside mess to my men. We're perfectly safe here. He believed he was about to indulge in a delightful feast. But he didn't know. Behind him, that security guard he dismissed as useless, Su Li, had silently drawn the menacing silent electromagnetic sniper rifle from behind him. And before him, the trembling beauty, Xia Qingxue, slowly raised her head. Beneath the mask, her eyes flashed with a bone-chilling intent to kill. Now! Strike! Su Li pressed the black muzzle of the rifle against Li Hu's completely unguarded back. He gently pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A faint, tearing sound ripped through the air. The alloy bullet, encased in blue arcs of electricity, shot out at point-blank range. Boom! Li Hu's D-class peak physique, the source of his pride, exploded like a watermelon stuffed with explosives. A massive, bloody hole was blown open from within. The lecherous grin on his face froze instantly, replaced by endless shock and disbelief. He didn't even have time to utter a scream. At that very moment, Xia Qingxue moved. She stepped forward, her gloved, delicate hand like an iron clamp, snapping down on his throat before the still twitching body hit the ground. Her gloved, pale little hand shot out like an iron clamp, seizing his throat with brutal force. Snap! A crisp sound of shattered bones echoed. Li Hu's head drooped at an unnatural angle. A double fatal blow, instant death. Kill! The alluring woman witnessed everything and was about to scream, but Su Li grabbed her by the throat and snapped it clean off. Not a single sound escaped her lips. After finishing all this, Xia Qingxue immediately played the part of a terrified, innocent guest, screaming as she bolted out of the lounge. Meanwhile, Su Li stowed his sniper rifle and stepped out of the shadows. He grabbed the panicked Xia Qingxue and spoke in a soothing tone. Ma'am, don't be afraid. I'm security. I'll escort you to the emergency exit. Playing the part of a dutiful security guard, he guided Xia Qingxue down the stairs. Coincidentally, at the second-floor stairwell entrance, they encountered Lin Wanwan and Chen Tianyang, who were evacuating the crowd. The boss? Is the big shot eating? Lin Wanwan watched Su Li descend the stairs like a knight in shining armor, shielding a mysterious masked woman. Her eyes widened in shock. She knew Su Li was up to no good. Who would have thought he'd use the fire as an excuse to go flirt with girls? Chen Tianyang also stared at Su Li with a peculiar look. He never imagined this seemingly cold-hearted guy would have such leisurely pursuits. Su Li's face darkened as he met their ambiguous, gossipy stares. He stiffened his expression, cleared his throat, and declared in an extremely serious tone. Ahem, stop imagining things. I'm escorting this young lady through the emergency exit. Her identity is highly sensitive. Pretend you never saw me. Lin Wanwan immediately patted her rather flat chest and promised. I swear I won't say a word. You're just sneaking off for a tryst in the chaos. Su Li's face darkened further. He couldn't be bothered to waste words on these two mentally unstable individuals. Grabbing Xia Qingxue's hand, he prepared to exit through the nearby emergency exit. But just then, a piercing scream erupted from upstairs. Captain Li has been killed. Everyone, seal off the scene. Not a single soul is to leave. Chapter 42, Fleeing Under Fire. Everyone, seal off the scene. Not a single soul is to leave. It was the other Xia family security guards who discovered Li Hu's body. In an instant, the entire atmosphere of the hotel changed. Security personnel who had been evacuating guests immediately reversed course, sealing off every exit. Chen Tianyang and Lin Wanwan's expressions instantly turned grave. A death. And it was the head of Xia's security team. This was serious trouble. Su Li's heart sank. He hadn't expected the body to be discovered so quickly. Now, all exits were sealed off. They were trapped like fish in a barrel. Click. To make matters worse, as the backup power kicked in, the lights throughout the entire hotel suddenly came back on. Brightness everywhere. Su Li's heart sank abruptly. Without hesitation, he immediately withdrew the still warm silence into the storage compartment of the mechanical king's throne. Are you kidding me? Anyone who saw that massive hole in Li Hu's back would know it was a sniper rifle. Even a fool could tell. And in the entire hotel, he was the only security guard carrying a sniper rifle. Now, he had to run. He knew he couldn't stay here any longer. If he waited any longer, more people would gather. Once the inspection team arrived, he'd be the first suspect. He spun around, his voice low and urgent as he snapped at the stunned Chen Tianyang and Lin Wanwan. Chen Tianyan. Wan Wan. Stop standing there. Let's get out of here. Both of them froze. Run? Run where? They didn't kill anyone. What did this have to do with them? They were still thinking that once the inspection team arrived, they might even get a bonus for doing their duty. Lin Wanwan blinked her big eyes innocently and asked, "Boss, why are we running?" I don't know either. Just run, that's all. Suli tried to wriggle out of it. Think about it, the killer's still lurking in the shadows. What if we run into trouble? Making a measly $200 a day, is it worth risking your life? If you guys aren't running, I sure as hell am. But anyone who survived that outer courtyard isn't exactly a little angel. Chen Tianyan's dark eyes fixed intently on Suli. Suli, did you do something? Did you kill him? The he referred to, of course, was the security chief Li Hu, whose body had just been discovered. At this point, Suli knew there was no point in pretending any longer. He could only nod. At this moment, he could only choose to trust these two classmates by his side. His own combat prowess was limited, and Xia Qingshue's abilities absolutely could not be exposed in public. After all, anyone witnessing that signature ice-based ability, coupled with her stunning figure, would inevitably connect it to the deceased Xia Qingxue. At that point, the Xia family would inevitably grow suspicious and launch a frantic investigation. This time, he had to escape. "Brother, help me this once." Suli looked at Chen Tianyang and dashed out. "I'll treat you to dinner." Just then, outside the hotel, the sound of police sirens grew louder and more urgent. Over a dozen armored vehicles bearing the city's special inspection team insignia had completely surrounded the entire Golden Lily Hotel. Inside the hotel, the Xia family's own security personnel began scrambling frantically, sealing off every exit. What sent chills down Suli's spine even more was that, through his scout prosthetic eye, he clearly saw two exceptionally powerful energy signatures emerged from the VIP suite on the hotel's top floor. One was a woman in a white suit, her silver hair flowing long. A visible electromagnetic force field swirled around her body. The other was a gaunt old man clad in black martial arts attire, carrying an ancient-looking long sword. Target, unknown rank, unknown. Target, unknown rank, unknown. Both of these individuals were hired by the Xia family to protect the true VIP guests of this auction. Unknown? Undetectable? Suli felt a chill run down his spine. Undetectable meant these two were of the disaster level tier, surpassing even the execution level. And they had already begun hunting down the killer. If caught by these two monsters, Suli had no doubt he'd be torn to shreds on the spot. "Suli! I should never have come with you. You've screwed me over." Chen Tianyang muttered under his breath, but his reflexes kicked in instantly. He didn't think about detaining Suli to claim credit and rewards. Instead, he lowered his voice and asked, "How do we escape?" "You tell me, I'll follow your lead." "Boss, I'm with you too." Lin Wanwan edged closer, her small face etched with tension. Suli looked at the two of them. For the first time, he felt cold sweat soaking his back. He finally understood firsthand just how arduous and perilous the path of avenging Xia Qingxue truly was. Yet at that very moment, his heart began to race wildly. His body trembled slightly. But it wasn't from fear. It was because of sheer, overwhelming excitement. "Good. You can run. Just trust me." A wild gleam flashed in Suli's eyes. His mind was racing. The inspectorate, the Xia family security, and those two sea-level big shots. Where was the breakthrough point in these three encircling forces? Without a doubt, it was the Xia family security. They had the most men, the most chaos, and were the weakest. And the four of us? We're wearing security uniforms right now. The breakthrough point lies right here. A perfect plan, one that exploits the blind spot right under the lamp, took shape in an instant. "Follow my lead." Suli's voice was urgent and commanding. "We're going to catch the killer. Then, we'll escape in the chaos. But one of us must play the role of the killer. Who will be the living target drawing all the fire?" Chen Tianyang's expression changed instantly. Though he'd agreed to help Suli, he couldn't bring himself to send someone to their death. His instinct was to refuse. But just then, holy crap! Lin Wanwan stepped forward. She looked at Suli, and her eyes, once timid, were now filled with unwavering resolve and trust. "Boss. Trust me." Suli looked at her, then glanced at Chen Tianyang. He knew this was the only way. "All right." He hesitated no longer. "Wan. Right now, immediately, charge out of here. Make as much noise as possible. Draw everyone's attention to you. Chen Tianyang. You, me, and Zero, the three of us will pretend to chase after you and follow behind. Our target is the underground garage. Once we're in the garage, grab any car and drive straight out. Engage the inspection team in a shootout, then escape this place." His plan was simple, brutal, and insane. But it was also our only way out. Chapter 43, The Outlaw Has Nowhere to Run. Understood. Lin Wanwan nodded firmly. The next second, the blood-red glint returned to her eyes. Second personality, online. Roar. She let out a roar unlike any humans, her entire body launching like a cannonball, smashing through the nearby glass window and charging out. The killer is over there. Don't let her escape. Suli immediately put on a dramatic act, pointing at Lin Wanwan's retreating figure and bellowing at the top of his lungs. Then, grabbing Xia Qingshui and Chen Tianyang, he pretended to give chase, following close behind. The entire hotel erupted into chaos in an instant. Every security guard, every inspector, and even those two C-level bigwigs were drawn to the murderer Lin Wanwan, who was wreaking havoc. Meanwhile, Suli and his two companions took advantage of the chaos to successfully dash down the staircase leading to the underground garage. Hurry! 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 Suli's heart pounded wildly. He could sense two powerful auras closing in on them from behind. They were about to be discovered. Finally, they burst into the underground garage. Suli's gaze immediately locked onto a black armored SUV parked not far away. That's the one. Without bothering to find the keys, he drew the death bell and fired a shot straight through the window. Bang! The window shattered instantly. He yanked open the door and shoved Xia Qingshui inside. Then he jumped into the driver's seat himself. Staring at Chen Tianyang, who was still frozen in shock, he roared, "Get in the car! Wanna die?" Chen Tianyang snapped out of it, rolled over, and jumped into the back seat. Suli stared at the ignition wires beneath the steering wheel, wasting no words. He ripped two wires clean out, then pressed his fingers together with a fierce snap. ZZZZT. A surge of electricity shot through his fingers. The shock made Suli's fingers go numb, but thankfully, the engine cranked to life. The engine roared to life. Hold on tight. Suli slammed his foot on the gas pedal, flooring it. The black SUV charged out of the garage exit like a raging bull, hurtling forward with frenzied speed. At the garage exit, over a dozen armored vehicles from the inspectorate squad had already blocked the way. The black muzzles of their guns were all aimed squarely at them. Fire! Rat-a-tat-tat! A dense wall of fire instantly engulfed the entire exit. Bullets rained down like a storm, pelting the SUV's armor and sending up a series of blinding sparks. Boss! Catch me! At that critical moment, a frantic shout suddenly rang out from midair. There stood Lin Wanwan, covered in blood, whether her own or someone else's, no one could tell. Like a wounded bird, she plunged from the window of a nearby building. She drew all the firepower toward herself. Then, with her last ounce of strength, she leaped toward them. She had pushed herself to the absolute limit, buying Suli precious time. Now it was up to them. Damn it! Facing the hail of bullets before him, Suli knew that holding back any longer meant certain death. He couldn't hold back any longer. Zero! He roared at Xia Qingshui, who had remained silent in the passenger seat. Move! The next second, an indescribable, extreme cold erupted violently, radiating outward from the SUV. Crackle, crackle. The air itself seemed frozen solid. The bullets, whistling through the air, froze solid mid-flight. Then they fell limply to the ground. Those dozen armored vehicles, those dozens of inspectors firing wildly, along with their weapons, were all covered within a single second. Were all covered by a thick layer of frost, emitting a ghostly blue-white glow. The entire garage exit instantly transformed into a world of deathly stillness and ice sculptures. And those ice sculptures still maintained their firing stances. With reverence, they gazed upon their queen. This was the innate talent, Arctic Cataclysm. Chen Tianyang in the backseat stared at this scene unfolding before him, as if witnessing a miracle. His eyes nearly popped out of his head. Stop ing around. You take the wheel. Suli yanked open the sunroof, grabbed Lin Wanwan as she jumped down, and tossed her into the passenger seat. Then he leaped out of the driver's seat himself, handing it over to Chen Tianyang. Hurry! Get out of here! He himself retrieved the menacing dead silence electromagnetic sniper rifle once more from the mechanized King's Throne storage compartment. From the back seat, he aimed the cold muzzle through the sunroof at the hotel's top floor. There, two powerful auras had just burst forth. The instant Suli aimed the barrel at them, a dangerously crackling electromagnetic sound erupted from the hotel rooftop. Crackle! Crackle! The silver-haired woman in the white suit slowly raised her slender arm. Countless dazzling arcs of electricity began to wildly converge and dance at her fingertips. That terrifying energy illuminated the entire night sky as bright as day. Damn it! Railgun! Suli's scouting eye instantly analyzed the essence of her ability. He hesitated not a moment. Click! He pulled the trigger. The electromagnetic projectile screamed out at 3 times the speed of sound. His intent wasn't to injure, but to disrupt the opponent's power build-up. The silver-haired woman clearly hadn't expected this little mouse below to dare fight back. With a slight flick of her finger, the projectile halted before her, momentarily disrupting her attack. But it wasn't over yet. As Suli fired, he swiftly tossed over a dozen mechanical explosive spiders toward the rear of his vehicle. Duck! He roared. Boom! A violent explosion erupted behind the SUV's rear. The powerful shockwave, like an invisible giant hand, violently hurled the entire SUV several meters into the air. And in the very next second after they were thrown into the air, a pillar of light brighter than lightning descended from the heavens. It slammed down with brutal force, striking the very spot they had just occupied. Sizzle! The ground instantly melted, leaving behind a massive scorched crater over 5 meters in diameter, still billowing thick black smoke. Had Sully not reacted swiftly, they would have been reduced to charred lumps along with their vehicle. Yet the danger was far from over. Another figure, the gaunt old man clad in black training attire, had already leapt from the hotel rooftop. Like a weightless falling leaf. Silently, he landed in front of their vehicle. The unsheathed long sword in his hand glinted with a sinister cold light under the moonlight. Gazing at the overturned SUV, he slowly raised his sword. Then, with a gentle flick, he said nothing. But Sully's prosthetic eye caught the faint movement of his lips, as if issuing some kind of silent command. Cut! The next instant, an invisible, razor-sharp blade of energy swept out. The ground around them, the streetlights, even the abandoned building beside them. Everything was silently and neatly cleaved in two by this sword energy. Chapter 44, Out of Danger. Staring at the old man before him, who seemed like a god or a demon, Sully could only think of 2 words. How the hell was he supposed to fight this? This wasn't even the same dimension of combat power. But at that very moment, Xia Qingxue beside him suddenly made a move. Without a word, she extended a slender, pale finger. A faint ice blue glow gathered at her fingertip. Then, a crystal-clear ice butterfly, no larger than a fingernail, silently fluttered from her fingertip. The ice butterfly did not fly toward anyone. It merely fluttered its wings once in midair before dissolving into tiny ice shards that vanished into the air. The action was small and discreet. No one present, including Chen Tianyang and Lin Wanwan, noticed it. But the withered old man, whose eyes were as still as ancient wells, flickered imperceptibly. The long sword he held aloft seemed to pause for just an instant. Now! Sully's, scout's prosthetic eye, precisely captured this fleeting opening. He had no time to ponder why this ancient monster had suddenly shown weakness. He knew only this was their one and only chance. Go! He roared, kicking the car door open. Then, dragging Xia Qingxue with him, he charged like a madman toward another undamaged car park nearby. Chen Tianyang and Lin Wanwan snapped out of it and followed close behind. Trying to escape? On the rooftop, the silver-haired woman raised her arm once more, and dazzling lightning began to gather. Meanwhile, on the ground, Old Bai raised his long sword once more. But this time, his sword swung slowly. So slow, it seemed deliberate. The invisible sword energy sliced past the rear of the sedan car Sully and his group had just seized, cleaving a wall behind it clean in two. Meanwhile, atop the building, the super electromagnetic cannon poised for launch was forced to halt, having lost its optimal firing angle. Boom! Sully slammed his foot on the accelerator, flooring it. The new sedan roared to life, streaking like a black lightning bolt and vanishing completely into the night. All that remained was a scene of utter chaos. And the gaunt old man standing rooted to the spot, staring after their departing figures. Old Bai! What are you doing? The silver-haired woman leapt gracefully from the high building, landing beside him. Her tone brimmed with accusation and displeasure. Sorry, old age makes my hands shaky. Old Bai sheathed his sword, wearing an expression of utter indifference as he spoke calmly. The silver-haired woman's chest heaved with fury, but she could do little against this stubborn old man. Meanwhile, a black sedan weaved frantically through the city streets. Chen Tianyang floored the accelerator, leaving all pursuers far behind. Only after confirming they were completely safe did he pull into a secluded, abandoned factory and bring the car to a halt. All 4 of them breathed a long sigh of relief. They had survived. The first thing Sully did was examine Lin Wanwan's injuries. He grabbed her wrist and examined it carefully. So, boss? Am I gonna die? Lin Wanwan's complexion was still somewhat pale, but her spirits were surprisingly good. After examining her, Sully discovered she had only sustained minor internal injuries and was otherwise unharmed. Her innate talent seemed to come with an exceptionally strong self-healing ability. She was already nearly recovered. She won't die. Sully released her hand and remarked indifferently. Then, his gaze shifted to Xia Qingxue, who had remained silent since earlier. He looked at her, his eyes filled with scrutiny and examination. That ice butterfly earlier. And that old man's absurd slip of the hand. It was all too coincidental. But he knew now wasn't the time to press her. I'll head out now. Got school tomorrow. Chen Tianyang broke the silence, pushed open the car door, and glanced at Sully. This time, I owe you a favor. With that, he turned and vanished swiftly into the night. Boss, I guess I should head back too. Lin Wanwan murmured softly. Even though they just caused a huge ruckus at the auction, assassinated the security chief, and narrowly escaped death at the hands of 2 C-rank big shots. But tomorrow, school still awaited them. Life is just that tie. Yeah, let's go. Su Li nodded. After both of them had left, Su Li finally got out of the car with Xia Qingxue. He had no intention of driving this car home. This car was too conspicuous. He led Xia Qingxue on foot through the shadows of the city. But he didn't head straight home. Instead, he headed in another direction. He was headed for the black market. At the same time, he also examined the new blueprint provided by the mechanical king's throne. Fine-grade centipede spine. Damn it, another thing to be implanted inside his body. As the name implied, Su Li would have to remove his own spine to use this thing. But right now, he had another task to attend to. Find the old blind man and collect the bounty. Li Hu was already dead. The exorbitant reward promised by that wealthy merchant was finally his to claim. It was still at old Wan's motorcycle repair shop. When Su Li pushed open that rusty iron gate once more, accompanied by Xia Qingxue, old blind man was leisurely wiping down a bizarrely shaped shotgun with an oilcloth. He showed no surprise at seeing Su Li, instead grinning widely to reveal a mouthful of yellow teeth. Kid, you sure made a big splash tonight. His lone eye sparkled with the gleam of one eager for a show. You nearly tore the entire Golden Lily Hotel apart. Su Li ignored his taunt, replying flatly. The man is dead. Where's my payment? Heh, don't be impatient. The old blind man lowered his gun, retrieved an anonymous black chip card from beneath the counter, and slid it across the table. The wealthy merchant was very satisfied. You did a splendid job, he said. The old blind man paused, then added another sentence, part reminder, part warning. And he's taken care of everything else for you. Whether it's the Xia family or the inspectorate, you needn't worry about anyone coming after you. After all, in their eyes, the old blind man's single eye fixed on Su Li with profound meaning. You're merely a blade. That's just great. Su Li nodded, his face expressionless. Then what about the price? The price? The old blind man burst into laughter upon hearing this, as if he'd heard the funniest joke in the world. Su kid, don't go thinking all us old folks are villains. We genuinely care about you promising new generation. Su Li stared at him, saying nothing. He didn't believe a single word. Unconditional kindness is the most costly of all. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Chapter 45, Amputation, Becoming Stronger. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. The old blind man dropped his smile and slid the black chip card towards Su Li. Inside is 500,000. It's the wealthy merchant's payment to you. 500,000. Su Li's heart skipped a beat. This was a huge sum. Additionally, the old blind man pulled a heavy metal box from beneath the counter. This is also for you, he said. A small gift. Su Li opened the box. Inside lay several alloy ingots with a peculiar metallic sheen. They appeared unremarkable, but Su Li's scout prosthetic eye instantly provided an analysis. Detected, high-grade material memory titanium alloy. Properties, possesses exceptional shape memory capabilities and energy conductivity, making it an ideal material for crafting advanced cybernetic limbs and morphing equipment. Su Li's breathing grew slightly ragged. This very material was the core component he needed to craft those cheetah bionic prosthetic legs. Who exactly was this wealthy merchant he'd never met? Not only had he resolved Su Li's greatest concern, but he'd also delivered the very thing he needed most. What exactly was he after? Stop overthinking it, kid. The old blind man seemed to read his mind. Take what's yours and get out of here. You're already a sharp blade now. There'll be plenty of times when we need you. Yes. Loyalty. Su Li snapped to attention, his expression solemn. Through fire and water, master. Get lost, stop talking back. The old blind man waved his hand impatiently. You nearly died this time, didn't you? Go back and rest. Back to that familiar tin shack. Su Li locked the door from the inside, then plopped down into a chair and let out a long sigh. The exhaustion of narrowly escaping death washed over him like a tidal wave. He began reviewing the entire operation from that night. He realized he had been overconfident. Had it not been for Xia Qingxue's final ice butterfly, had it not been for that inexplicable slip of the hand by the old man in white, they would never have walked out of that hotel alive tonight. His plan had seemed flawless. But ultimately, it was built on the foundation of information asymmetry and a relatively small gap in strength. Once confronted with an absolute force like old Bai's one that defied reason, all his calculations would crumble like a house of cards. Still not strong enough, Su Li murmured to himself. Then, another question he had long suppressed surfaced in his mind. He turned his head to look at Xia Qingxue, who was silently tidying up the room. 0. HM? Do you know that old man Bai? Xia Qingxue's body stiffened imperceptibly. After a moment's silence, she slowly nodded. I know old Bai. He used to be my father's personal bodyguard. Tonight. Her voice held a hint of uncertainty. It seems he recognized me too. Those words exploded like a bomb in Su Li's small tin shack. Su Li's expression darkened instantly.
He stared intently at Xia Qingxue, the cold mechanical left eye's iris rapidly contracting. This was a massive, unforeseen variable. A C-class disaster-level powerhouse, a loyal remnant of Xia Qingxue's father's forces, had learned that Xia Qingxue was still alive. And he knew she was with him. It was like a ticking time bomb suspended above his head, ready to detonate at any moment. What kind of man was he? Su Li's voice was cold and hoarse. Old bias stubborn, he swore allegiance only to my father. Xia Qingxue recalled how he vanished from the Xia family after her father's death. She never imagined he'd resurface here. Will he expose your secret? I don't know. Xia Qingxue shook her head. But if he wants to save me, he'll come find me. Su Li fell silent. Come find her? And then what? To see that I've implanted a chip in her, transforming her into this monstrosity? Su Li had no doubt that old man Bai would instantly erase him along with this entire junkyard from physical existence. No. Absolutely not. He couldn't stake his very existence on the loyalty and mercy of an outsider. He must possess power capable of matching, even crushing, a C-tier powerhouse. He must become stronger. Faster. A madness unlike any before flickered in Su Li's eyes. He stared at the workbench, at the several pieces of memory titanium alloy glowing with an unusual sheen. Then, he took a deep breath and closed his eyes. In his mind, the blueprint for the cheetah bionic prosthetic leg, brimming with explosive beauty, materialized with crystal clarity. He began working. In an instant, all the materials on the workbench melted, cut, reassembled, shaped. Under his command, the cold metal seemed to come alive. At a speed visible to the naked eye, they were forged into a pair of sleek, powerful, silver-black mechanical prosthetic legs, covered in intricate hydraulic transmission structures and energy circuits. In less than half an hour, a pair of flawless, art-worthy cheetah bionic prosthetic legs lay quietly on the workbench. He glanced once more at his own fragile, human legs. A single thought crystallized in his mind with unshakable clarity. He turned to Xia Qingxue and commanded in a tone brooking no argument. Clean the operating table. Bring all the hemostats, suture needles, and disinfectant alcohol over here. Xia Qingxue froze. What are you doing? Su Li didn't answer her. He simply reached into the toolbox and slowly pulled out an industrial cutting saw, its blade gleaming coldly. Then he sat down on the cold metal operating table. He looked at Xia Qingxue, a savage grin spreading across his face. What are you doing? Amputation, of course. Zero, come here and assist me. Xia Qingxue's mind went blank with a buzzing sensation. She stared at the man seated at the operating table, one hand holding prosthetic leg blueprints, the other gripping a cutting saw. She felt she wasn't looking at a human being, but a true madman crawling out of hell. Su Li paid no heed to her shock. He took a deep breath and, without hesitation, aimed the still buzzing cutting saw at the base of his left thigh. Zzzzzzzzz. The piercing sound of flesh and bone being severed echoed throughout the tin shack. Intense pain surged through his body like a tsunami. Su Li's face turned deathly pale in an instant, beads of sweat the size of beans rolling down his forehead. But he clenched his teeth, the hand gripping the saw not trembling in the slightest. Chapter 46. This is what modification feels like. Steady, precise, decisive. He was like the calmest surgeon performing the most insane operation on himself. Hemostat. Su Li's voice was hoarse from the excruciating pain. Xia Qingxue's body moved involuntarily, handing him the hemostat. Su Li took them and deftly clamped the spurting artery. Then, he aimed the cutting saw at his own right leg. Another bone-chilling screech of cutting echoed. When the two blood-soaked severed legs fell to the ground, Su Li's consciousness had already grown hazy from blood loss and excruciating pain. Yet, driven by an inhuman willpower, he picked up the sleek, streamlined cheetah bionic prosthetic legs. He aligned the prosthetics interface with his mangled stump. Ding! Detecting high-grade prosthetic interface. Connecting to spinal nerve center. Calibrating power balance. Adaptation complete. Su Li abruptly sat up from the operating table. He stared at his new legs, brimming with metallic texture and explosive power. He felt the ceaseless power surging within them. He slowly rose to his feet. He tried taking a step forward. Crack! The floor beneath his feet cracked into a web of fine fissures from the sheer force of his step. Su Li lowered his head, staring at his new legs. Then he lifted his head. He looked at Xia Qingxue. Xia Qingxue stared at the man before her, his newly attached metal prosthetic legs still stained with blood and bits of flesh. For the first time, her mind froze. Madman. That word no longer sufficed to describe him. He was a demon, a complete and utter demon who could inflict such cruelty even upon himself. I succeeded. Do you understand? Su Li's voice was hoarse, yet tinged with an indescribable frenzy. Xia Qingxue's lips trembled, but ultimately, under the chip's control, she uttered a few words. Yes, you succeeded. She had believed that by enduring and waiting for the chip to fail, she would have a chance to turn the tables. But now, she wasn't so sure.
Could a monster who could laughingly sever his own legs truly be defeated by conventional means? Suli paid no heed to her fear, lost in the exhilaration of his power returning. He could feel it clearly, the power coursing through those metal prosthetic legs. This sensation was more exquisite than anything else. Clean this place up. Suli pointed at the two severed legs and the bloodstained floor, his tone as matter-of-fact as if instructing Xia Qingxue to fetch a basin of water. Suli pushed open the metal door and stepped out into the pouring rain. He needed to test his new toy. He bent his knees slightly, then thrust forward with explosive force. Boom! A deep, muffled air explosion echoed. Suli's figure vanished instantly from his spot, transforming into a black afterimage that plunged straight into the curtain of rain. Too fast. His speed was so great that even the raindrops seemed left behind. The wind howled in his ears as the ground raced backward beneath his feet. This was power. This was the power he had longed for. Suli's figure charged wildly across the empty junkyard, kicking up vast swaths of muddy water and leaving deep footprints in his wake. He even felt that if he wanted to, he could cover over 10 meters in a single stride. After unleashing his pent-up energy, Suli finally came to a halt, his chest rising and falling slightly. He felt the immense explosive power emanating from his reborn legs, yet simultaneously sensed another weakness in his body. His core, his spine, they couldn't keep pace with the terrifying power of those legs. With every surge of power, his upper body felt as if it were about to tear apart. It seemed the of his centipede spine must be prioritized immediately. Suli returned to the tin shack. Xia Qingxue had already cleaned everything up, and the room was once again piled high with parts. Without resting, he immediately issued commands to the mechanical king's throne in his mind. Scan the entire junkyard for neuroadaptive alloy and high-strength biofiber. These were the two most crucial materials for crafting the centipede spine. Ding! Scan initiated. Comparing with material database. Scan complete. In Sector C7, a scrap scavenger Type 3 combat mech wreckage contains qualified neural adaptive alloy. In Sector F4, high-strength biofiber detected within a discarded roll of military-grade high-tensile cable. Found it! Suli's eyes lit up instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and headed towards Zone C7. However, barely a few steps later, a piercing roar of engines erupted from the junkyard entrance. A massive, heavily modified off-road vehicle crushed through the flimsy iron gate and barreled in with reckless abandon. The doors swung open, and several rough-looking men jumped out. Leading them was a bald man with a face full of fleshy bulges and a scorpion tattooed on his neck. Where the hell is that little bastard Suli? The bald man spat on the ground, his eyes scanning the junkyard like a vulture. Bro, look over there. Isn't that the wreckage of a scavenger? This is prime stuff. One of his henchmen pointed excitedly at the half-buried mech not far away. Brother Chang's eyes lit up, and he licked his lips greedily. Get to work. Strip every valuable part out of it for me. All the good stuff in this dump belongs to our vulture gang. They were completely unaware that a cold gaze was watching them from the shadows nearby. Suli's brow furrowed. That mech wreckage was precisely where he was headed. A bunch of blind trash. Suli stepped slowly out of the shadows. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached every ear clearly. Bolt Strong and his crew turned to see Suli, the lanky teenager, and sneered with contempt. Hey, isn't this the little boss of the junkyard? What, you want to compete with Big Strong for scraps? Get lost. Suli's reply consisted of a single word. What did you say? Bald Chang's expression darkened, and his henchmen immediately closed in. Kid, you're asking for it. One thug yelled, swinging a steel pipe at Suli's head. Suli moved. No, he vanished. To the henchman's eyes, Suli's figure ahead suddenly blurred, then vanished into thin air. The next second, an irresistible force slammed into his side. Thud. A dull thud like steel piling crashing into concrete. Before the henchman could even scream, his entire body flew backward like a broken sack. His body twisted into an unnatural arc mid-air before crashing heavily onto a distant pile of trash. The entire scene fell deathly silent. Everyone was stunned by the bloody scene. Bald Chang's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He hadn't even seen how Suli had moved. All together now. Kill him. Chapter 47, Brother, did you turn into a woman? All together now. Kill him. The remaining henchmen snapped out of their shock, seething with rage as they charged toward Suli. A cold smile curved Suli's lips. Perfect. You'll be the test subjects for my new legs power. His figure blurred into a trail of afterimages as he charged forward. Like a cheetah charging into a flock of sheep, each kick tore through the air with a piercing whistle. Crack. A thug's knee buckled backward under the force of the kick, emitting a bone-chilling crack. Thud. Another thug's chest was struck by a sweeping roundhouse kick. His entire body recoiled as if struck by a battering ram, his chest caved in, and he flew backward. In less than 10 seconds. Every one of Bald Chang's henchmen lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious and possibly dead. Bald Chang was utterly petrified. He stared at the teenager before him, unscathed and not even breathing heavily. His legs began to tremble uncontrollably. What kind of monster are you? Suli didn't answer him. He merely walked toward Bald Chang, step by step, slowly. Each step felt like crushing Bald Chang's heart. My junkyard. Suli stood before him, towering over him with a cold, emotionless voice. This is no place for the likes of you. With that, Suli raised his metal prosthetic leg. Then, it came crashing down. Crack. Ah. Bald Strong clutched his own leg, bent at an unnatural angle, and let out a blood-curdling scream. Suli remained expressionless as he raised his other leg. Snap. Another crisp crack of breaking bone echoed. My rules are simple. Suli watched the bald-headed strongman writhing on the ground like a maggot and spoke slowly. Take your trash and get the hell off my turf. Don't let me see any of you around here again. Bald Chang's face was drenched in cold sweat and snot from the pain. Staring at the expressionless youth before him, his eyes held nothing but pure terror. He dared not utter a single threatening word, merely nodding frantically before directing his equally maimed henchmen to crawl and scramble away from this hellish place. The world was finally quiet. Suli didn't spare the fleeing dogs a single glance, striding directly toward the wreckage of the scavenger mech. He deftly dismantled it, quickly locating the neural adaptive alloy and high-strength biofiber he needed. The materials were complete. Returning to the tin shack, Suli placed the two core materials on the workbench, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Fine-grade prosthetic centipede spine. Replacing it would catapult his core physical strength to a new level, finally unlocking the full potential of his cheetah prosthetic leg. But a new problem now confronted him. He could laughingly saw off his own legs. That was relatively simple. But the spine. This thing connects to the entire central nervous system, running through his entire body. He couldn't just yank it out like pulling a radish, could he? That wouldn't be modification, it'd be suicide. Damn it, this is a mess. Suli scratched his head in frustration. The divine hand could guarantee a 100% success rate, but only if there was a viable surgical procedure. And the procedure of pulling out his own spine clearly fell outside the realm of feasibility. He needed specialized equipment, a sterile operating table, precision neural connection instruments. None of which existed in his junkyard. Go to the hospital? Don't be ridiculous. As an undocumented immigrant declared dead, he'd likely be dissected like a lab rat the moment he stepped through the door. What the hell was he supposed to do? Suli paced back and forth in the room, his mind racing. Suddenly, a figure clad in bulky power armor flashed through his mind. That guy in the cafeteria, the one Suli had only seen once, yet remembered vividly. From head to toe, he was encased in a silver power armor that looked incredibly expensive, never even taking it off to eat. Suli remembered everyone called him Cage. Someone who could afford to wear gear of that caliber everywhere was definitely no ordinary student. Such a person would most likely have their own well-equipped private workshop. Last time in the cafeteria, he exchanged contact info with that prison can. Time to take a gamble. Suli immediately pulled out his old communicator and found the contact labeled jail can. Without beating around the bush, he sent a direct message. Do you have a sterile operating room and neural interface equipment? Need it urgently. Will pay. After sending the message, Suli waited quietly. In less than a minute, the reply came. The reply was equally concise. Available. Address, Warehouse 03, Silverwind Complex, 7th Industrial Zone. Come alone. No trouble. It worked. Suli felt a surge of joy. He immediately packed the partially shaped centipede spine and other materials, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and left the junkyard. He didn't bring Xiaoqing, he went alone. Half an hour later, he arrived at a large warehouse that looked perfectly ordinary. He pressed the doorbell. Creak. The heavy metal door slid open slowly. Suli stepped inside, then froze in place. The interior of the warehouse bore no resemblance to his imagined scene of scattered parts and oil-stained floors. Bright and spotless, it resembled a high-tech precision laboratory. And standing at the center of the lab was a figure. A petite girl with yellow hair who looked no older than 16 or 17. Her messy, short blonde hair stood on end. She wore an oversized pajama top printed with cartoon bears, the hem barely covering the tops of her thighs. Large patches of fair skin were exposed to the air. A pair of snow-white, delicate feet stood bare on the cold metal floor. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she yawned and looked at Suli with obvious impatience. Suli? Come in. Don't track mud from outside in here. The voice was a slightly husky teenage girl's tone. Suli's mind instantly froze. He stared at the petite blonde girl before him. Then he recalled the hulking figure in bulky power armor from the cafeteria. An absurd thought surged uncontrollably through his mind. Suli's brow furrowed as he tentatively asked. Wait, where's your brother? The blonde girl rubbed her eyes, her face still dazed from sleep. Who? Lao Guan. I need to talk to him. Suli said matter-of-factly. The girl's expression instantly shifted from dazed confusion to one of disgust, as if looking at an idiot.
She sighed heavily, then pointed a slender white finger at her own nose with obvious irritation.
I am Lao Guan. Chapter 48, Centipede Spine. Su Li's mind went blank with a buzzing sensation.
He scrutinized her from head to toe, a girl barely 5 feet tall. She wore cartoon pajamas, her bare feet exposed, and her entire being radiated an aura of frailty, pitiableness, and helplessness.
A prison cell? Her?
The one clad in heavy power armor, never taking it off even to eat.
She was the one who looked like a walking fortress? This is less believable than him hand-rolling a revolver. You're the prisoner?
Su Li felt his worldview crumbling.
No kidding. The girl aka Jail Ken waved her hand impatiently. My name is Guan Ziyao. Jail Ken is just some stupid nickname those idiots gave me. Alright, stop acting like a country bumpkin. Hurry up and tell me what surgery you need. My time is precious.
Su Li took a deep breath, forcing himself to accept this setup. He figured it out, this young lady probably had some kind of social anxiety disorder. That's why she wore that metal can around her head everywhere. He stopped wasting words, unzipped the backpack he carried on his back, and placed it on a clean metal table. Inside lay the partially shaped, centipede spine, semi-finished product he had already worked on,
along with some auxiliary materials. I need to transfer this onto myself.
Su Li pointed to his own back.
Guan Ziyao had been looking lazily bored.
But when she saw what Su Li had brought out, a glint of sharp focus flashed through her sleepy eyes for the first time. She stepped forward, picked up the spinal prosthesis with its eerie mechanical beauty, and examined it closely. The longer she looked, the more serious her expression grew, until it finally turned to utter shock.
Multi-joint linkage, neuron adaptive interface. You designed this yourself? Guan Ziyao's voice had changed completely, all traces of earlier impatience vanished. Instead, it was replaced by the fervor and disbelief of a technician witnessing a masterpiece. This design concept is far too advanced. MHM. Su Li responded with a simple nod.
That single syllable carried more weight than any lengthy discourse.
Guan Ziyao's gaze toward Su Li had completely transformed.
It was no longer the gaze of someone looking at an ordinary classmate, but rather that of someone seeing a kindred spirit, a monster who had already surpassed her.
You're replacing your own spine?
She swallowed hard.
Yes. Madman. Guan Ziyao reached the same conclusion as Xia Qingxue, yet her eyes now burned with a flame of excitement. But I like it. I've never personally performed modifications at this level before.
She shoved Su Li toward the deepest recesses of the lab.
Follow me.
There, resting quietly, was a sci-fi-inspired silver white metal pod.
Fully automated sterile operating table. Lie down. Guan Ziyao pointed at the operating table, her tone leaving no room for argument. Take off your top. Leave the rest to me. Su Li didn't hesitate, lying down as instructed.
Cold mechanical arms descended from above, scanning and securing his body. Warning, normal spinal activity detected in surgical subject. Forced replacement carries a 17% mortality rate or risk of full paralysis.
Proceed? The cold electronic voice sounded. Proceed.
Disable safety protocols.
Transfer all operational permissions to manual control. Guan Ziyao shouted at the console, her gaze intensely focused. She knew routine replacement surgery carried risks.
But this man before her, and the thing he'd brought forth, defied all notions of conventionality. She had a premonition that she was about to witness a miracle.
The anesthesia began.
A cold liquid flowed into Su Li's body, yet he forced himself to maintain a sliver of clarity. He must intervene with the divine hand at the critical moment. The surgical pod sealed shut, leaving Su Li bathed only in soft white light. He could feel the cold laser scalpel precisely cutting through the skin and muscles of his back, exposing the vital spinal column that connected his entire body. The nerve stripping began.
Guan Ziyao's voice came from outside. Here it comes.
The most critical step. Su Li could feel countless tiny mechanical probes meticulously peeling each of his original spinal nerves away from the main trunk, one by one. The process was excruciating beyond imagination. Even with anesthesia, the sensation of his soul being torn apart inch by inch was enough to break any tough guy. Su Li's teeth ground together with a grinding sound, veins bulging on his forehead.
Hold on. It'll be over soon. Guan Ziyao's voice carried a hint of tension.
Just then, the mechanical arm of the lead surgeon prepared for the final excision.
Now.
Su Li's will erupted with explosive force.
Divine hand, activate.
In that instant, he seemed to become a god himself. His will, channeled through the mechanical king's throne, perfectly enveloped the entire operating table. Guan Ziyao, who was operating, suddenly widened her eyes in shock. She watched the data streams on the control console go haywire.
Every parameter was fluctuating wildly beyond theoretical limits, yet bizarrely maintaining a perfect equilibrium.
The primary surgical arm seemed imbued with life. It completed the final incision and removal with an angle and speed that were absolutely impossible for a human to achieve, a feat of divine skill. The old spine was extracted.
The new centipede spine was precisely inserted. Neural docking commenced. Sully felt his consciousness plunge into an ocean composed of billions of luminous points. Thousands upon thousands of cold metallic nerve fibers, like living creatures, precisely located the original nerve severance points within him, then fused. Boom! An unprecedented wave of excruciating pain, mixed with an indescribable sense of relief, exploded within him. He felt as though a searing hot steel brand had been seared into his back. That cold metal was merging with his flesh, his bones, his very soul. Ding! Detecting connection of fine-grade cybernetic body, centipede spine. Connecting to central nervous system. Neuronal compatibility rate, 7,085,100%. Adaptation complete. Warning. Massive energy surge detected. Your rank barrier is weakening. The surgical pod's hatch slowly opened. Soaked in sweat and nutrient solution, Sully slowly sat up from the operating table. He lowered his head, sensing the changes within his body. It was different. Everything was different. Chapter 49, the Xia family arrives, Xia Qingshue's identity exposed. If before, his body had been like a modified car with a chassis that didn't match its engine. Now, he was a flawlessly manufactured supercar. The terrifying power emanating from those cheetah prosthetic legs was no longer a burden. Instead, it could be perfectly channeled throughout his entire body via the centipede spine. He rose slowly to his feet with a simple twist of his waist. Crack! A crisp airburst echoed through the air. Guan Ziyao, standing before the control console, stared at the energy readings on the instrument panel as they spiked red in an instant. Her mouth gaped wide enough to swallow an egg. Monster! Sully lifted his head to meet her gaze, a satisfied smile curling his lips. He knew he was just one step away from reaching D-class execution level. He walked up to Guan Ziyao and transferred 20,000 credits directly through the communicator. This was the price they had agreed upon earlier. Thanks. Guan Ziyao watched the transaction confirmation, yet her earlier excitement had completely vanished. She just stared intently at Sully, as if he were a priceless treasure. I'll take the money. She licked her dry lips and spoke in a tone bordering on pleading. But, could I see the blueprints for your cybernetic body? Guan Ziyao's eyes burned with a hunger for technology, like a die-hard fan who'd just spotted a limited edition collectible. Sully found her expression rather amusing. He never considered those blueprints treasures anyway. He had access to as many as he wanted from the mechanical king's throne. Of course, it was no big deal. He casually packaged the blueprint data and sent it to Guan Ziyao via communicator. Hee, awesome. The instant Guan Ziyao received the file, a fanatical grin spread across her face. She didn't even bother with Sully, plopping straight down at the console. She devoured the blueprint, hungry for every whimsical detail. My goodness, this energy circuit design is genius. And this neural buffer structure, how could they achieve this? It's practically a work of art. Sully watched the tech-obsessed girl, now completely immersed in her own world, and shook his head. He dressed himself and stretched his limbs. Crack! Crack! He merely twisted his waist slightly, and his vertebrae emitted a crisp series of cracking sounds. An explosive surge of energy shot from his soul straight to the crown of his head, leaving him feeling utterly refreshed. Hey, Sully called out. Ha! Don't bother me. I'm in the midst of a divine revelation. Guan Ziyao waved dismissively without looking up. Sully didn't get angry. He just said calmly. This blueprint is considered extra compensation. In exchange, I want unrestricted access to this lab whenever I need it. Hearing this, Guan Ziyao abruptly lifted her head from the data stream. She stared at Sully, her expression utterly serious. No exchange needed. She declared with unwavering resolve. Being allowed to study designs of this caliber is a huge favor to me. Forget access rights, you'll be the second in command here from now on. Everything in the materials library except for my own prized possessions is yours to use freely. For a pure tech geek like Guan Ziyao, money and favors pale in comparison to the tangible value of a god-tier blueprint. Sully had completely won over this enigmatic girl with a mysterious background using a blueprint he himself considered insignificant. All right. Sully nodded, accepting the offer. Having a fully equipped backup base would indeed save him a lot of trouble. He lingered no longer, turning toward the warehouse entrance. He couldn't wait to feel just how powerful his fully realized form truly was. The night was as dark as ink. Sully's figure darted swiftly through the shadows cast by the city's buildings. Fast. Too fast. The terrifying explosive power provided by the cheetah prosthetic leg, perfectly coordinated with the centipede spine, reached 120% of its potential. He now felt like a true cheetah. Each push-off propelled him over 10 meters forward. Those obstacles of varying heights were nothing to him. A simple push-off was all it took to leap over them effortlessly. Within mere minutes, he had returned to his familiar scrapyard. Yet, as he neared his tin shack, his footsteps abruptly halted. His brow furrowed deeply. Something was wrong. Besides the familiar sense of engine oil and rust, the air carried an unfamiliar, ominous chill. More importantly, his reinforced steel door had been violently breached from the outside, revealing a gaping, savage gash in the door. Su Li's eyes instantly turned cold. He moved with stealthy steps, like a ghost in the night, silently approaching the tin shed. Through the gaping hole in the door, he saw the scene inside. Xia Qingxue stood frozen in place. Before her was the elderly man in the martial arts uniform from today's escape. The gaunt old man was now kneeling on the floor. Young miss. You've suffered so much. Chapter 50, Old Man. You don't want anything to happen to your young mistress, do you? Su Li's gaze instantly turned cold. He moved with stealthy steps, like a ghost in the night, silently approaching the tin-roofed shack. Through a gap in the door, he glimpsed the scene inside. Xia Qingxue stood motionless, frozen in place. Before her, a gaunt old man clad in martial arts attire knelt on the floor, tears streaming down his aged face. His body trembled slightly with emotion. Young miss. Your servant has come too late. For making you suffer. It was that old man. Su Li remembered this martial arts-clad elder vividly. Without hesitation, he slashed the road surface with his blade, unleashing tremendous destructive force. Another point was that he had let Su Li and the others escape. Someone from the Xia family? Judging by appearances, they were loyal remnants of Xia Qingxue's old faction. This was a positive development, meaning an additional combat force could be utilized. But it was also a bad thing an uncontrollable powerhouse could disrupt all his plans. Su Li no longer concealed himself, a hint of amusement playing on his lips as he strode confidently through the broken doorway. Oh? A display of deep master-servant affection, are we? His voice was quiet, yet it felt like a bucket of cold water, instantly dousing the room's sorrowful atmosphere. The old man kneeling on the floor whipped his head around. His cloudy yet piercing eyes locked onto Su Li like a hawk's. A terrifying aura of murderous intent instantly enveloped the entire room. It's you! You little bastard! You imprisoned the young miss! The old man's voice was hoarse, brimming with endless murderous intent. Su Li, however, seemed oblivious to the killing intent. He walked straight to Xia Qingxue's side, extending his hand with effortless ease. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist, drawing her into his embrace. Xia Qingxue's body stiffened slightly, but she offered no resistance. Old gentleman, you may eat whatever you like, but you mustn't speak carelessly. Su Li smiled warmly at the old man, his tone light and teasing. What do you mean by confinement? My Zero and I are merely playing a harmless little game. He lowered his head and breathed softly into Xia Qingxue's ear. You agree, don't you, my darling? Xia Qingxue's cheeks flushed crimson instantly. Tears welled in her eyes, yet only 2 words escaped her lips. Yes. You. The old man trembled with rage, nearly leaping up to kill him. Su Li, however, spoke first, his voice slow and deliberate, tinged with a devilishly playful tone. Old gentleman, I advise you not to make any sudden moves. He extended a finger and gently tapped Xia Qingxue's temple. You see, I accidentally installed a tiny chip in Zero's brain. This chip is linked to my heartbeat. If my heart stops, or if I'm in a bad mood, just flip the switch. Su Li paused, his smile growing ever brighter. Bang! He mouthed the words, head exploding. You wouldn't want to see your precious young miss come to harm, would you? Su Li lied. Yes, he liked to lie. That chip had no self-destruct function whatsoever, nor was it linked to his heartbeat. But who would dare take that gamble? Who would dare risk Xia Qingxue's life to test it out and expose this lie? Xia Qingxue couldn't, and this old man before him certainly wouldn't dare. Su Li watched with satisfaction as the old man's face shifted from anger to terror. Finally, it settled into a face as lifeless as ashes. He gently patted the back of the girl in his arms. Zero, say a few words to your old friend. Xia Qingxue's body trembled slightly. She felt like crying, but no tears came. She knew Su Li's methods, and she knew this man's ruthlessness and his terrifying, inhuman talent. If she showed even the slightest hint of pleading for mercy now, who knew what even more horrific methods this demon would use to torment her in the future? She forced all emotion down. In a voice that was almost numb and hollow, she addressed the old man kneeling on the ground. Old Bai, thank you for remembering me, but I cannot return. The old man, named Bai Tsung. He had once been the most trusted personal guard of Xia Qingxue's father, an elder who had watched Xia Qingxue grow up from childhood. On the day Xia Qingxue met her tragedy, he happened to be in seclusion, striving to break through to a higher realm. When he finally succeeded, filled with joy, the news that awaited him was the tragic death of the young miss from a sudden heart attack. Heart attack? He didn't believe a single word of it. He had been investigating in secret, vowing to uncover the true culprit behind the young lady's murder and avenge her. But he never imagined that the next time he would see the young miss, it would be in such a state. The young mistress. Bai Tsung's voice was hoarse, filled with anguish. Old Bai, he saved me. Xia Qingxue cut him off, each word stabbing like a knife into his heart. I have already been declared dead by the Xia family. She lifted her head, her eyes once clear as starlight now empty and lifeless. In this world, there was no longer any Miss Xia Qingxue of the Xia family. Now, there was only his zero. She looked at Bite Song, mustering every ounce of strength to squeeze out her final words. Please return, Elder Bai. I'm doing just fine. Those 5 words pierced Bite Song's heart like 5 poisoned blades. But, before Bite Song could say more, a lazy voice cut him off. Did I give you permission to leave? Suli released Xia Qingxue and pulled a chair over for himself, sitting down. Crossing his legs, he regarded Bite Song with a scrutinizing gaze. Old man, no need to rush off. Since you're here, let's have a chat. Bite Sang suppressed his murderous intent, rising from the floor and fixing a deathly stare on Suli. Suli paid him no mind, casually picking up a sheet of paper and a pen from the workbench. Swiftly, he scribbled down a long list of rare metals and electronic components. Then, he handed the list over. Here you go, old Bai. These are some resources I'll need soon. Bite Sang glanced down at it, his pupils suddenly contracting. Every single item on that list was exorbitantly expensive, and some were even military-grade restricted materials. What do you mean by this? Bite Song's voice was as cold as ice. Nothing much. Suli spread his hands in a shrug, his face breaking into an utterly sincere smile. I'm the kindest soul around. Seeing Zero lose his appetite and sleep over revenge every day, I just couldn't bear it. He stood up, walked over to Bite Song, patted his shoulder, and said earnestly, I, Suli, sincerely wish to collaborate with you. Together, we'll seek justice for Zero for your former young miss. Bite Song's face twitched. He didn't buy Suli's nonsense for a second. Suli watched his constipated expression, his smile growing even brighter. Ha! Look at our dear old Bai enjoying himself. Chapter 51, What Others Won't Part With. Suli steps in. He had long planned to give Xia Qingshue's control system. Then add a game-changing feature, the emotion overwrite module. This module required an extremely rare resonance crystal as its core. Once installed, he could even influence Xia Qingshue's emotions to some extent. Beyond mere physical obedience, it would cultivate genuine mental pleasure. Simply put, it would make her genuinely feel that obeying him was a joyful thing. However, crafting this module still requires a mountain of costly materials. This old man before him clearly held a pivotal position within the Xia family. He must be rolling in wealth, right? This is like gold coins delivered right to my doorstep. Not exploding? Suli's gaze drifted subtly towards Xia Qingxue beside him. No gold coins? Then your young lady's little game is about to get a difficulty upgrade. Spending old Deng's money, using his young miss, and having her willingly help me seek revenge. Just the thought of it sent shivers of satisfaction down Suli's spine. Besides, his own transformation was nearly complete. Xia Qingshue's subsequent modifications absolutely couldn't be halted. A tool that merely obeys commands is no match for one that thinks for itself, grows stronger, and brings joy. Old Bai, you wouldn't refuse, would you? Suli's smile carried an undeniable sense of pressure. Bite Song clenched his fists so tightly his nails dug into his flesh. He longed to strike down this devilishly grinning youth before him with a single blow. But he couldn't. As if the tension weren't already unbearable, Suli slapped his thigh. A simple gesture. The next second, under Bite Song's eyes that seemed ready to spit fire, Xia Qingxue moved. She moved like a soulless puppet, her steps stiff and unnatural. She approached Suli, then, with utter compliance, sat down sideways. She sat on the demon's lap. In that instant, Bite Song felt as though an invisible giant hand had clenched his heart. The pain was so intense he could barely breathe. That was the Xia family's most brilliant jewel. The young lady he had watched grow up since childhood, cherished like a precious jewel, held in his palms for fear of dropping her, and guarded like a delicate flower for fear of harming her. Now, she was being treated like a mere plaything, at the mercy of some unknown upstart. What utter disgrace! Suli's arm encircled Xia Qingshue's supple waist. His chin rested lightly on her fragrant shoulder as he flashed a victorious smile at Bite Song, whose face had turned ashen. See? Zero is quite eager for our collaboration too. These materials are meant to make her stronger, to better serve her vengeance. Surely you wouldn't let a mere trifle of resources delay the grand cause of avenging the young mistress? Every word from Suli felt like an ice pick, stabbing deep into Bite Song's heart. He knew he had no choice. He drew a deep breath, as if summoning every ounce of strength within him, and forced the words through gritted teeth. Fine. I'll give it to you. But you must guarantee the young lady's safety. Of course. Suli's smile grew even brighter. Zero is my most precious asset. I cherish her more than anyone else. He lowered his head and gently kissed Xia Qingshue's smooth cheek. You agree, don't you, my darling? Xia Qingxue squeezed out a barely audible syllable from her throat. The tears of humiliation finally slipped uncontrollably down her cheeks, landing on Suli's hand, hot and stinging. Suli seemed oblivious, lifting his head to look at Bite Song. His smile faded considerably, his tone turning earnest. Old Bai, you see, we are now allies on the same side. Don't you want to avenge your young lady? As he spoke, he reached out and gently stroked the spot on Xia Qingshue's chest where a cold mechanical heartbeat.
They shattered Zero's heart and discarded her like genuine trash into this filthy, stinking dump. Su Li's voice carried a mesmerizing, bewitching power. If not for me, she would have long since turned into a pile of rotting bones. This vengeance, this hatred, are we just going to let it go? Baeksan's breathing instantly grew heavy. Of course he wouldn't let it go. He dreamed of tearing those who plotted against the young Miss limb from limb. What do you want? Baeksan croaked hoarsely. Simple. A cold, mad gleam flashed in Su Li's eyes. You provide the resources, money, intelligence, everything I need. And I will forge Zero into the sharpest blade of vengeance this world has ever seen. He lowered his head, gazing at the exquisite, tear-streaked face cradled in his arms. His voice was soft, yet carried an unquestionable command. I will make her tear apart, piece by piece, every single one of those who ever hurt her. What do you think of this deal? Fine. I accept. Baeksan's voice was hoarse and dry, as if each word drained every ounce of strength from his body. He gazed deeply at the young lady cradled in Su Li's arms, lifeless as a soulless puppet, his eyes brimming with agony. I'll go find what you want right now. He added one last sentence, almost like a plea. Be gentle with the young lady. With that, he lingered no longer, as if every additional second was torture. He turned and vanished into the night like a fleeting shadow. The room fell instantly silent. Su Li felt the faint, uncontrollable tremors of the girl in his arms and let out a low chuckle. He released his hold, gazing at Xia Qingshue's tear-streaked face. Her face, filled with humiliation and unwillingness, stirred not a shred of pity in him, only amusement. It reminded him of a saying, the goddess others can't bear to part with? Su Li stands up and kicks her. Why cry? His fingers gently traced her cheek, wiping away a single tear. Isn't this a blessing? Su Li's tone brimmed with self-assured delight. Look, now someone's offering money, someone's offering skills, all just to avenge you. You should be so happy you could laugh. Xia Qingxue jerked her head up, forcing a smile with both hands. Her smile looked more painful than crying. Xia Qingxue didn't want Baeksan dragged into this. An old man should be allowed to rest. He shouldn't be enduring humiliation and pain to help her. That's the right attitude. Su Li nodded with satisfaction, pleased with the look in her eyes now. He stood up, stretched lazily, and his entire skeleton crackled like popping beans. All right, no more sitting around. Let's get to work. He gestured toward the workbench where the prepared metal materials lay. Bring those over. Tonight, we're going to make something fun. Chapter 52, Xia Qingshue's Modification Project. Baeksan's figure vanished into the night, leaving the room shrouded in deathly silence once more. Su Li gazed at the body trembling slightly in his arms, overcome by humiliation and rage. A cold smile curved his lips. He released Xia Qingxue and walked over to the workbench, sitting down without a second thought. He was in a very good mood now. Baeksan's appearance signaled that a stable, high-end supply chain had opened up for him. And his own pockets were far from empty. With the $500,000 he'd received from the old blind man, Su Li had spent $35,000 to purchase a large quantity of materials from him. Most crucially, he spent another $50,000 to acquire 50 source essence points. And so, Xia Qingshue's zero-unit modification plan commenced. Zero, you said you wanted to grow stronger. What should we modify first? This was the first time Su Li had ever sought her opinion on a modification matter. Xia Qingxue paused, then understood. This wasn't a discussion, it was an assessment. It was to see if this tool possessed clear self-awareness. Suppressing the humiliation welling up inside her, she entered a state of absolute rationality. Her voice grew icy as she spoke. I have two weaknesses. First, range. My Arctic Cataclysm talent has an effective lethal range of only 30 meters. Once I encounter enemies capable of ranged attacks, I become extremely vulnerable. Second, vision. Ordinary human eyes cannot track high-speed moving targets. Nor can they instantly analyze optimal solutions in complex battlefield environments. I need a pair of eyes like yours. She was referring to Su Li's eyes, which flashed with blue data streams during work. She wanted the scout prosthetic eye too. After hearing this, Su Li finally lifted his head, a playful smile spreading across his face. Heh, you sure have a lot of conditions. Though his tone was teasing, he felt deeply satisfied inside. Truly a genius with S-class talent, he analyzed his own strengths and weaknesses with crystal clear clarity and logical precision. This saved him a lot of trouble. The issue of range can be addressed with external gear. For instance, a cryogenic circulation enhancement backpack can expand your operational range by more than tenfold. As for the eyes, Su Li's gaze settled upon Xia Qingshue's eyes, as clear and serene as autumn water. Indeed, it was time for a change. With a thought, the mechanical king's throne instantly presented the optimal solution. Ding! Detected, fine-grade modification plan, holographic eagle eyes. Effects, provides 12x dynamic visual magnification, integrated computational module, infrared and low-light night vision capabilities. Required materials. Required source particles, 30 points. Su Li examined the proposal and nodded in satisfaction.
Then, he turned to Xia Qingxue, like a master preparing to upgrade his pet's gear. I can equip you with holographic eagle eyes or craft an amplification backpack for you. But remember this. His voice turned cold and stern. Every ounce of power I grant you comes at a price. I need you to use these powers to create tenfold, hundredfold value for me. If you fail to do so. Suli didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning in his eyes was unmistakable. Xia Qingxue's heart sank. She knew that with each modification she underwent, the further she drifted from her identity as Xia Qingxue and the closer she became to being nothing more than a tool zero. But she had no choice. I understand, she replied softly. Very well. Suli stood up and retrieved several precision components from the newly delivered materials. Then we'll start with the eyes. Suli decided to first create a chip eagle eye. This exquisite grade item wasn't merely an upgrade for Xia Qingxue, it held the key to whether he could break through his own bottleneck and ascend to executive grade. After two self-modifications, the cheetah prosthetic leg and the centipede spine, he could clearly sense the intangible barrier of the awakened grade within his body. The time had come. It was time for him to upgrade. Stronger. Higher. More magnificent mechanical creations awaited his creation. A fiery passion unlike any he'd ever known ignited in Suli's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged into the fabrication of the chip eagle eye. His hands transformed once more into the most precise instruments. Cutting, polishing, etching, assembling. Countless components, minute as dust, seemed to come alive in his hands, finding their places as if guided by an unseen force. Xia Qingxue stood nearby, watching silently. She watched Suli's hands move so swiftly they left afterimages, observed his expression of focus bordering on madness. Unbeknownst to her, the hatred in her heart had unconsciously mingled with a trace of awe she herself could not comprehend. In the realm of creation, this man was a god. 1 hour later. Suli paused his movements. Resting in his palm lay two crystal thin plates, thinner than contact lenses, shimmering with a faint blue glow. Crystal chip eagle eye, completed. Ding! Detection, you have successfully crafted an exquisite grade item. Your rank barrier is under assault. Advancing to D rank executive tier, progress, 998%. Required ascension ritual. Ritual name, creator's baptism. Ritual requirement, manually fuse a fine grade creation with a living organism to achieve perfect integration and successful operation. Ritual outcome, success grants advancement. Failure penalty, none. The notification echoing in his mind caused Suli's lips to curve into a faint smile. An ascension ceremony? So that's what it was. This, then, was the sacred rite of the mechanic. Merely creating it wasn't enough, one must personally install and successfully operate it to complete a true creation. He picked up a thin crystal plate and walked over to Xia Qingxue. Then, he retrieved a vial of anesthetic from the medical kit beside him. Though he relished the feeling of control, he had no interest in watching a woman suffer agonizing pain. Yet, just as he prepared to inject it, Xia Qingxue spoke. Her voice was quiet, yet unwaveringly firm. No need. Suli's hand froze mid-motion as he looked at her, slightly taken aback. Xia Qingxue lifted her head, meeting his gaze directly. Her cool, clear eyes held a hint of stubbornness and defiance that was hard to pin down. You didn't even use anesthetic when you replaced your own eyes. I'm replacing my eyes. I can do it too. Heh, you're quite the trooper. But sorry, for the ritual to succeed, you'll just have to endure it. He extended two fingers, steady as a rock, gently prying open Xia Qingxue's right eyelid. This is a prosthetic that can fuse directly with the eye. No need to gouge out the eye like Suli did last time. But she must endure the fusion of machine and flesh. The instant the cold crystal touched the eyeball, an indescribable agony surged through her, mingled with the terror of a foreign intrusion. Caused Xia Qingxue to suppress a pained cry. Her body instinctively tried to struggle, to pull away. But Suli's hands, like iron clamps, held her head firmly in place, leaving her utterly immobilized. Don't move. Chapter 53, Join the Glorious Evolution. Don't move. He could see countless microscopic neural probes, 10,000 times finer than a strand of hair, extending from the crystal plate. Piercing, tearing. Then attempting to connect to her fragile optic nerve. This was the most critical and most agonizing step. Xia Qingxue clenched her teeth, cold sweat instantly soaking her back. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. She stared into Suli's icy eyes, which reflected her own agonized expression. Summoning every ounce of strength, she refused to utter a single sound of surrender. Zzzzz. A faint crackle, barely audible, filled the air. The world before Xia Qingxue's eyes suddenly went black. Immediately, a waterfall composed of countless streams of blue data erupted into brilliant light. Ding! Holographic eagle eye installation complete. Creator's baptism complete. Your rank barrier has been utterly shattered. Congratulations on advancing to D-class executive rank. Boom! In that instant, Suli felt as though an invisible shackle within his mind shattered explosively. The entire world appeared different through his eyes. If before, he perceived all things through the analysis of the mechanical king's throne, now, relying solely on his own eyes, he could faintly glimpse beyond the machinery. Invisible threads of rules representing structure, energy, and transmission. This was the executive level. Meanwhile, the data stream in Xia Qingshue's eyes slowly receded. She gazed at the world before her. A series of data points: heart rate, body temperature, muscle density floated around Su Li's body. Even the dust particles dancing in the air became visible to her, their flight paths crystal clear. To her eyes, this world had transformed into a calculable, predictable database. Su Li surveyed his masterpiece, a creation of near-perfect execution, and nodded with satisfaction. Using the same method, he implanted another eye for her. Then, he gently stroked Xia Qingshue's cheek. Well done, Zero. At that very moment, the cold and sullen notification from the mechanical king's throne sounded once more in Su Li's mind. Ding! Promotion ceremony perfectly completed. Dispensing promotion rewards. Congratulations on obtaining one random high-quality equipment piece. Congratulations on obtaining one random fine-grade blueprint. The next second, Su Li felt a weight suddenly settle in his hand. Opening his palm, he saw an arm blade radiating metallic texture and a murderous aura lying there silently. Entirely pitch black, its lines were sleek yet menacing. When folded and stowed, it perfectly hugged the curve of a human forearm. Fine-grade prosthetic weapon, high-frequency vibration mantis blade physical item. Simultaneously, another blueprint, shimmering with a faint golden glow, slowly materialized within his mind. Fine-grade auxiliary prosthetic, adrenaline overload pump blueprint. The finished product? Su Li's heart began to pound wildly, utterly out of control. System, your ing my reborn parent. He stared at the cold killing machine in his hands. Then he glanced at his own arms, still sturdy enough. His eyes flashed with a madness brighter than any he'd ever known. Now that Zero had undergone its initial phase of modification, it was time for him to have some fun. Modification. Must modify. Adrenaline overload pump, build it immediately. This ready-made, mantis blade, install it tonight. This human body. I refuse to be human anymore. Fight while alive, die fighting. If it doesn't kill me, I'll fight to the death. Su Li's unabashed, tangible madness made Xia Qingshue's eyelids twitch uncontrollably beside him. Her newly activated, holographic eagle eyes could even clearly analyze Su Li's current heart rate, blood pressure, and adrenaline levels. All the data pointed to one conclusion. The man before her was in a state of extreme agitation. Xia Qingxue shot Su Li a helpless glance. That look in her eyes could be diagnosed as pure and simple cyberpsychosis. Pure cyberpsychosis. Beyond redemption. She didn't even feel the urge to offer a word of advice. She simply turned silently and walked toward the iron bed frame that belonged to Su Li. Go ahead and make a scene. She pulled the blanket over herself, wrapping it tightly around her body. Her back turned to the madwoman about to begin dismembering herself. I'm going to sleep. Sleep well. Su Li picked up the hammer, screwdriver, and hacksaw, contemplating how to drive the mantis knife into his own arm. The first rays of dawn filtered through the tin roof's window. Xia Qingxue slowly opened her eyes. Her sleep had been restless. Late into the night, the bone-chilling sounds of bone being cut and metal being struck had echoed intermittently in her ears. She sat up and looked toward the workbench. And then she saw him. Su Li, bare-chested, leaned back in his chair, seemingly asleep. His once intact right arm was now unrecognizable. From the elbow down, a monstrous metal blade seamlessly fused with his flesh, still bearing traces of fresh blood. Su Li spread his fingers, and the blade extended. He clenched his fist, and the blade retracted. His face and body were splattered with mottled bloodstains. He looked like someone who had just crawled out of a hellish slaughterhouse. Look at you. Do you even resemble a human being anymore? Xia Qingxue murmured softly, unable to hold back. Her tone carried complex emotions she hadn't even noticed herself. She got out of bed and walked over to Su Li. Hesitating for a moment, she still reached for a towel from the nearby rack and dipped it in some clean water. Then, she reached out, carefully wiping the bloodstains from his face. Maintaining her master's physical health and basic appearance was surely part of Zero Program's duty, right? Yes, that must be it. It absolutely wasn't because she wanted to do this. The girl thought this, yet her movements grew ever gentler. Just then, a hand suddenly seized her wrist. Zero, you don't have Stockholm Syndrome, do you? Su Li's voice carried pure curiosity and bewilderment. Xia Qingshue's movements froze instantly. Su Li genuinely found it strange. He had modified her, controlled her, forced her to eat that pig feed, treated her like a pillow, like a plaything. By all rights, she should be itching to cut him into 1,000 pieces. Why, now, could she still wipe his face so calmly? Could the humiliation simply vanish after a night's sleep? He couldn't fathom this complex female psychology at all. Could it be that the esteemed Miss Xia was secretly infatuated? The more painful, the more pleasurable? Impossible. Xia Qingxue reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She violently shook off Su Li's hand and recoiled 2 steps as if electrocuted. Her face instantly flushed with shame and fury. This bastard. This devil. How could she possibly feel anything for someone like him? She was merely fulfilling her duty as a tool. Yes. That's exactly it. Chapter 54, Oscar-winning actor Su Li, Baizong's defenses crumble. Forget it, forget it. Seeing Xia Qingxue's bristling demeanor, Su Li couldn't be bothered to probe further. He stood up. At the flicker of his intent, a jet-black light flashed. 2 razor-sharp mantis blades sprang silently from his forearms. They sliced through the air, leaving 2 deadly cold gleams. Deployed and retracted with effortless precision perfect. He nodded in satisfaction and slipped into his faded school uniform. Covering up my body that was becoming less and less human, I slung my backpack over my shoulder. It was time to clock in at school and serve his sentence. Su Li walked along the muddy path leading to the academy, feeling quite content. Just as he neared the school gate, a withered figure materialized before him like a ghostly apparition, utterly silent. It was Baizong. He looked as though he had aged 10 years overnight. His sunken eye sockets were bloodshot, clearly a sign of a sleepless night. He handed a heavy metal box to Su Li, his voice hoarse. The materials you requested are all inside. Su Li took it without hesitation, opened it, glanced inside, and nodded in satisfaction. Truly the veteran butler of the Xia family, his efficiency is second to none. Closing the case, an incredibly warm smile spread across his face. Thank you so very much, old boy. Su Li said warmly. It was as if the person who had threatened him with Xia Qingxue's life yesterday wasn't him at all. What a quick change of face. Those who succeed invariably share one trait. They're utterly shameless. Oh, right, Zero asked me to pass along his regards this morning. She said please don't overwork yourself, old man, and take care of your health. She's doing very well now, well fed, warmly dressed, and happy every day. Baizong's face twitched violently, beyond his control. He knew full well this was all nonsense spouted by Su Li. But what could he do about it? Su Li watched his frustrated expression like he wanted to kill someone but dared not lift a finger and felt her heart burst with laughter. Feeling the moment was right, he shifted gears and casually inquired. By the way, old boy, may I ask something? On the day Xia Qingxue was killed, who was actually present? Who gave the order? Also, who's currently in charge of the Xia family now? The second master, Xia Zhe. Su Li's eyebrows arched slightly. Xia Zhe? He asked with a hint of amusement. Wasn't he Xia Qingxue's uncle? And her father was his own brother? Yes. Baizong nodded, his voice brimming with endless sorrow and fury. The family had the eldest daughter's father. He went missing a year ago while exploring a high-risk ancient site, and his fate remains unknown to this day. Since then, Second Master Xia Zhe has rightfully taken control of all matters concerning the Xia family. On the surface, he showed great affection for the eldest daughter. But behind the scenes, he has relentlessly employed various tactics to marginalize and suppress the elders loyal to the head of the family. The eldest daughter, gifted with exceptional intelligence, had long discerned his treacherous ambitions. She has been quietly gathering strength, determined to reclaim what rightfully belongs to her. Alas! Baizong's fist clenched tightly. She was still too young, too kind-hearted. She never imagined Xia Zhe would be so utterly depraved as to lay hands on his own niece. On the day of the incident, Xia Zhe had lured the young miss to the estate outside the city under the pretense of a family meeting. The perpetrator was a traitor among Xia Zhe's men, a C-class catastrophe-level extraordinary being codenamed Scorpion. Su Li listened quietly, the full picture already forming in her mind. Another classic tale of aristocratic infighting, an uncle plotting to usurp the throne by murdering his exceptionally gifted niece. The story was cliché, yet undeniably effective. Xia Zhe. Su Li silently repeated these 2 names in her mind, a cold curve forming at the corners of her mouth. Very well. He had his targets for revenge. Yet as he looked at the old man before him, his face twisted with grief and anger, he suddenly felt that this alone was insufficient. His tone shifted abruptly. The expression of an ally vanished from his face, replaced by a condescending, unmasked contempt. What good does it do to say all this? Su Li's voice cut like a poisoned blade, striking precisely at Baizong's most vulnerable spot. You worthless old man, unable to even protect your own daughter. Baizong snapped his head up, staring at Su Li in disbelief. Su Li, however, completely ignored his murderous glare, continuing to speak the cruelest words in the most matter-of-fact tone. Every agony she endures now, her transformation into this wretched form, her nightly tears of humiliation. All of this is your doing. Because of your incompetence. These words struck Baizong's soul like a series of heavy blows. His entire body flushed crimson. Blood rushed to his head, causing waves of darkness to cloud his vision, nearly toppling him from his feet. Yes. If only he hadn't secluded himself. If only he had detected Xia Zhe's plot sooner. If only his strength had been just a little greater. How could the young miss have ended up in this predicament today? Suli was absolutely right. It's all my fault. Yes, yes. Baitsang's body shook violently. Her aged face was instantly covered in tears of regret and anguish. It's my incompetence. Everything is my fault. He seemed drained of all vitality. His entire frame slumped, resembling a true, frail old man in the twilight of his life. Suli watched him in this utterly defeated state. He nodded with satisfaction. Perhaps he truly possessed a talent for verbal sparring. An ally consumed solely by hatred was uncontrollable. But a tool filled with guilt and remorse? That was the most useful kind. What he wanted wasn't an equal partner, but a dog that would unconditionally satisfy all his demands. And unconditionally fulfill every demand. Suli knew the moment had arrived. The contempt and coldness vanished from his face in an instant, replaced instead by a solemn expression brimming with righteous indignation and compassion. He stepped forward. With an incredibly heavy tone, he steadied the tottering Baitsang. Old Bai, go now. His voice carried a hint of hoarseness tinged with shared sorrow. I know you're grieving, but now is not the time for self-blame. Rest assured, I will help Xia Qingxue seek justice. Suli spoke these words, even squeezing out a few convincing tears. Tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. That performance was Oscar-worthy. I, Suli, am willing to challenge the entire Xia family for her sake. This impassioned and heartfelt declaration left Baitsang utterly dumbfounded. You. Baitsang stared at the figure before him, the very same person who, just a moment ago, had hurled vicious insults at him like a demon. And the next moment transformed into a righteous champion. His mind was utterly scrambled. He couldn't fathom which side of this person was genuine. Of course, Suli hadn't genuinely experienced a change of heart. His words stemmed purely from the fact that just moments ago, the cold voice of the mechanical king's throne had echoed in his mind. Ding! Key figure Xia Qingxue detected seeking revenge. Main quest phase 2 activated, prelude to revenge. Objective, within 1 month, assist 0 in eliminating the enemy, poison scorpion. Rewards, 3 fine-grade blueprints, 200 source points. Seeing these generous rewards, this wasn't a matter of whether to help, it was a must. Now that the mission's been issued, might as well put on a show for that old tool Baitsang. Boost my favorability with him. That way, he'll be more willing to cough up the cash in the future. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, right? Suli watched Baitsang's deeply moved expression and nearly laughed himself silly inside. Old dang, you'd better deliver on this one. The master of your young lady is counting on you to upgrade her gear. Chapter 55, the first Sufan teases Gu Ziao. Old Bai, I'm leaving now. Take care of yourself. Suli said no more, playing his part to the fullest. He nodded solemnly to Baitsang. Then, carrying that heavy metal box, he turned and walked into the academy. Leaving Baitsang alone in the wind, his heart a tangled mess of emotions. Once out of Baitsang's sight, Suli immediately stored the metal materials in the mechanical realm warehouse. Upon entering the academy, Suli's aura instantly retracted, having advanced to D-rank executive. As long as he didn't actively unleash his power, he appeared indistinguishable from any ordinary outer academy student. For this was the essence of a mechanic, not some physically enhanced human. He entered the classroom and found Lin Wanwan seated at her desk. Her injuries had healed, restoring her delicate and charming appearance. Spotting Suli enter, she gave him a timid, shy smile. Suli merely nodded in response. He noticed that Chen Tianyang hadn't come to school today. Suli paid no mind to these matters. All he wanted now was to find an opponent. To test the power of his new gear. He absolutely had to dominate the simulated battlefield. The simulated battlefield class was scheduled for the last 2 periods. Suli's opponent was a senior from the inner courtyard. A long sword wielder with the ability, wind speed, and execution level practitioner. Neither wasted words, they clashed immediately. Simulated combat, commence. Zhaofan's figure instantly blurred into a thin line. The long sword in his hand whipped up wind blades, slashing down from above. In the past, facing an attack of this caliber, Suli could only scramble to dodge, utterly powerless to retaliate. But now, a flash of blue data streamed across Suli's eyes. The scout prosthetic eye instantly calculated the opponent's attack trajectory and speed. His cheetah prosthetic leg surged with power beneath him. His body slid sideways at an impossible angle. He narrowly evaded that deadly slash. Simultaneously, explosive force surged from the centipede's spine encasing his waist. His body twisted violently mid-air. The sleeve of his right arm's school uniform was instantly torn apart by an invisible force. A flash of dark light. The razor-sharp, high-frequency vibrating mantis blade, accompanied by a shrill screech that tore through the air, swept upward from below, slashing viciously toward Zhaofan's throat. Fast. Fierce. Precise. Zhaofan's pupils suddenly contracted. He never imagined this outer courtyard brat's speed and reflexes could reach such heights. Stunned, he could only forcefully draw his blade to block. Clang! A shrill clang of steel met steel. Suli, his strike having missed, showed no hesitation. His left hand flipped, and a massive, futuristic-looking black sniper rifle materialized in his grasp. Dead silence electromagnetic sniper rifle. Without even aiming, the moment his body hit the ground, he fired a shot straight at Zhao Fan's chest. Bang! No deafening gunshot echoed, only the dull thud of an electromagnetic projectile being fired. Zhao Fan only saw a flash of blue lightning streak past his eyes. The next second, excruciating pain erupted in his chest. The simulation system declared his heart had been pierced. Battle over. Instant kill? An external academy transfer student had instantly killed Zhao Fan, an established powerhouse from the inner academy? What the hell kind of international joke is this? Suli felt the surging power within his body. And the exhilarating thrill of battle coursing through him. Only one thought remained in his mind. Awesome. This is what fighting is all about. He was no longer that worm crawling on the ground. He now possessed the qualifications to face these so-called geniuses in direct combat. By morning, Suli had traded victories and defeats, rapidly gaining combat experience. But for Suli, lunchtime was the happiest moment of all. For it meant rest. The inner courtyard cafeteria was far more luxurious than the outer one, with much more refined food. Suli and Lin Wanwan sat quietly at a window table, eating their meal. Lin Wanwan appeared somewhat reserved, occasionally stealing glances at Suli. Her eyes brimmed with curiosity and admiration. Suli's crisp, decisive victories earlier that morning had filled her with longing. Just then, a figure clad in bulky power armor came rushing over. Thud! The tray slammed onto the table. Lao Kan arrived. Her thick power armor stood out conspicuously in the quiet cafeteria. Suli! Guan Ziyao's electronically altered voice sounded unusually excited. She shoved Lin Wanwan aside. Though Lin Wanwan had moved aside on her own. Her heavy metal frame plopped down right beside Suli. What the hell is that mantis blade? She grabbed Suli's right arm. Those eyes hidden beneath the helmet seemed to see right through him. They fixed intently on the arm beneath his school uniform. When I operated on you yesterday, I implanted a microbiosensor in your body. And a visual monitor. Suli sighed helplessly. There was no way around it. To gain something, he had to give something in return. Guan Ziyao declared with righteous indignation, her voice brimming with excitement. Just now, I detected your arm's biological signals. They were overridden by a signal I don't possess. Let me see it. Did you snag another god-tier piece of gear? Where did you get it? Let me see it now. Her impatient demeanor. Like a child who'd spotted a coveted toy, she grabbed Suli's arm and shook it relentlessly. Shaken until his head ached, Suli could only sigh helplessly. We're eating. Stop messing around. Let me see it first. After we finish eating. No way. I want to see it now. Watching this tech geek pouting while clad in a metal can, Suli sighed. He knew that if he didn't satisfy her, there'd be no peace at the dinner table. Fine, I'll let you see. Suli extended his hand. Click. The mantis blades instantly drew from their sheath. The next second, two menacing blades gleamed with a sinister black light. Like the fangs of a venomous snake, silently sprang from his forearm. A faint glow, visible to the naked eye, flowed along the blades. Hum. The blades emitted an extremely high-frequency vibration in the air, as if even light itself was being distorted by them. The entire cafeteria fell instantly silent. Every pair of eyes was drawn to this sudden spectacle. What the hell is that? A cybernetic weapon? Or an external armored arm? Lin Wanwan, standing closest, turned deathly pale with fright and instinctively took a step back. The icy killing intent radiating from those two blades sent a chill down her spine. Only Guan Ziyao. She completely ignored the razor-sharp blades, practically pressing herself against them. Like the most devout believer, she was paying homage to her own deity. The high-frequency vibration energy core featured a flawlessly integrated folding structure. She extended her clumsy mechanical fingers. Carefully, she reached out to touch the cold blade, muttering technical jargon under her breath. A miracle. This ING thing is a miracle. Chapter 56, Small but Adorable. Suli, you're in trouble. Breathtakingly beautiful. Could this be the mechanical god descending to earth? Guan Ziyao. She snapped her head up. Through the helmet, she stared intently at Suli, her voice trembling with excitement. Her synthesized voice cracked and stuttered. Suli, how did you do this? You've ascended to executive level? Suli watched her, now utterly consumed by frenzy. He calmly retracted the mantis blade. With a click, the blade retracted perfectly into his arm, as if it had never been there. He picked up his chopsticks, took a bite of rice, and spoke slowly. Just luck. I've only just broken through. Eat? I can't eat anymore. Guan Ziyao pressed herself almost flush against Suli's body. The heavy power armor creaked and groaned. Through her helmet, she cooed in a voice that sounded eerily distorted after electronic processing. Hey, Suli, wanna come over to my place tonight? I'll show you something special. Just give me the design blueprints for that treasure on your arm to study.
As she spoke, she gently nudged Suli's arm with her massive metal shoulder.
Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it.
Beside Suli, a 2-meter-tall metalcan was desperately trying to strike a seductive pose. The scene was as bizarre as it could possibly get. Lin Wanwan, sitting nearby, listened to this conversation brimming with double meanings. Her face flushed bright red, and she couldn't help but hug her tray again. She slid her chair slightly to the side, distancing herself from the two men. After all, in her eyes, this was nothing short of two men openly flirting in broad daylight, arguing and discussing all sorts of things. It wasn't her fault for jumping to conclusions. Suli stared at the girl before him, now fully transformed into a lovesick fool. He felt utterly speechless. But he did need her. The materials Bite Song had sent had already arrived. The adrenaline overload pump he'd been obsessing over still needed to be installed in her specialized lab. Suli set down his chopsticks and narrowed his eyes. With a scrutinizing gaze, he examined Guan Ziyao's power armor from head to toe. He deliberately drew out his tone, asking slowly, "Really willing to do anything?" Guan Ziyao's electronic voice instantly perked up with excitement. "Of course. As long as it doesn't involve core technology, I." Before she could finish, she caught Suli's gaze turning playful and mischievous. Guan Ziyao's tech geek brain instantly conjured up 10,000 words of unspeakable scenarios. She jerked back a step, her power armor clanking loudly. She instinctively clutched her chest though it was covered in thick armor. What are you doing?" Her electronic voice cracked with alarm. "I'm warning you. While I do admire your skills, that kind of thing is absolutely out of the question. I wasn't thinking about that kind of thing." He shot her a look reserved for the mentally challenged, scanning Guan Ziyao's bulky power armor utterly devoid of any curves. "You've got no chest, no, but just a body as hard as iron. You don't seriously think you can trade your looks for my core technology, do you?" Suli's tone dripped with blatant contempt. Pure fantasy. These words struck like poisoned daggers. They pierced with precision and elegance into the fragile heart of the girl hidden behind the power armor. Ouch. That kinda stings. Guan Ziyao's electronic voice instantly shot up an octave, filled with the fury and grievance of being struck at her most vulnerable spot. She just doesn't like seeing people, that's why she covers herself up. Her figure beneath the power armor is petite and adorable. You jerk. Ironclad straight guy. Doomed to be alone." Guan Ziyao stomped her feet in anger. The heavy metal foot stomped the cafeteria floor with a thunderous thud. The surrounding students all looked at Suli with the kind of gaze reserved for heroes. He was the first person in the entire academy to speak to the prison guard like that. Suli paid no heed to her fury. He finished his last bite, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and stood up. "I'll be at your place at 7 tonight. I need to install a new plugin and will require access to your operating table. In exchange, I'll show you part of the blueprint for the mantis blade." Suli finished his meal and stood up. "Part of it?" Guan Ziyao instantly forgot her anger, trailing after him like a shadow with heavy footsteps. "No way. It has to be the whole thing." Fine, I'll let you touch it once. Just once. Get lost." Lin Wanwan watched this bizarre scene unfold and quickly finished the last few bites of her meal. She jogged to catch up with Suli's pace. And so, a peculiar scene unfolded on campus. Suli walked ahead, expressionless. Lin Wanwan trailed beside him like a little sidekick, keeping pace step for step. And a 2-meter-tall metalcan thumped along behind them. All the while, it kept muttering things like blueprints, "Just one look, don't be so stingy." Just as the two humans in one can were about to exit the cafeteria plaza. Woo! A piercing siren grew louder from the distance. A sleek, all-black hovering police vehicle, radiating an oppressive aura, defied the academy's restrictions. It descended directly from the sky, coming to an abrupt halt right in front of Suli and the others, stirring up a whirlwind. The doors slid open. Several fully armed inspectors in black combat gear, rifles at the ready, leapt out of the vehicle. Leading them was a tall female inspector with a sleek, short haircut. She wore no helmet, revealing a striking, commanding face. Her gaze swept over the three figures. Finally, it settled precisely on Suli. "You're Suli?" The sudden commotion caused the surrounding students to halt in their tracks, all watching the spectacle unfold. Suli was momentarily stunned by the commotion. But outwardly, he remained composed. His face instantly contorted into an expression of harmless innocence. Even slightly obsequious smile, bowing and scraping before the female inspector. "Sir, hello. I'm Suli." As he spoke, he quietly took half a step back, making himself appear more like a frightened ordinary student. "I didn't know the officers had honored us with their presence. What might you need from me?" "Then there's no mistake. Handcuff him and take him away." Instantly, two fully armed inspectors stepped forward, reaching straight for Suli's wrists to apply the handcuffs. Suli's gaze turned icy in that instant. His mind raced. The inspectorate? Why would they come straight to the academy to make an arrest?
He immediately thought of Captain Li Hu, the one he had taken down. And the fact that he'd killed several inspectors during his escape, it must mean that incident had been exposed. But how could it have been exposed so quickly? Hadn't that mysterious wealthy businessman covered it up? Or had the undercurrents of this city pushed his game with Xia Zhe into a new phase? And now, had he become the first pawn pushed onto the chessboard? Countless thoughts flashed through Su Li's mind, but in the end, he chose not to resist. He knew resistance now would serve no purpose. To openly clash with these lackeys representing the city's highest enforcement agency would only escalate the situation beyond control. Before getting into the car, he addressed Guan Xiao, "If you want to see the blueprints, you'll have to work hard to bail me out." Chapter 57, Sir. I have a second personality. The hand of money strikes. Just try to lay a finger on him. For the first time, Guan Xiao's electronic voice carried an unmistakable threat. I guarantee it. Tomorrow, your Inspector General will personally deliver you to my doorstep to apologize. The female inspector merely turned to give her a cold, dismissive glance. Miss Guan, I'm following protocol. He's a suspect in a murder case. I'm merely taking him in for questioning. If you wish to intervene, fine, have your old man come speak with our chief himself. With that, she ignored Guan Xiao's furious outburst. She shoved Su Li directly into the police car. The doors slammed shut, and the police car roared to life, soaring into the air. Soon, it vanished into the horizon. Left behind on the square were a crowd of students watching the spectacle and an ironkin stomping his feet in fury. Inspectorate headquarters, interrogation room. Cold metal walls, blaring fluorescent lights. And the cold interrogation table. Su Li was handcuffed to the chair, facing the very female inspector who had arrested him. This was his first time in the station in 2 lifetimes. But Su Li wasn't particularly panicked because panic wouldn't help anyway. The female inspector didn't rush to speak. Instead, she tossed a stack of documents onto the table in front of Su Li. The documents contained several photographs. The images captured the events at the Golden Lily auction, the underground parking garage, Su Li stealing the car, assaulting the officer, and fleeing. All captured in one seamless sequence. Look at these photos. You stole a vehicle and killed an inspector. What do you have to say about this? Su Li stared at the photos, his face contorting into an expression more innocent than Douyi's. He lifted his head, his eyes filled with innocence and fear, and looked at Mu Keqiu. Sir, I'm innocent. He began his performance. That night, my classmate Lin Wanwan and I went to the security company for an interview about a part-time security guard position. Then that team leader, Li Hu, Then he called out a bunch of people to break my legs. Su Li spoke with tears streaming down his face, as if he were the victim. I was terrified and could only fight back desperately. In the chaos, my second personality took control. He drove me to the underground parking garage. Stealing the car was just to escape. I didn't kill the inspector, it was all an accident. Sir, I truly didn't mean to. It was self-defense. You're saying your alter ego not only killed Li Hu, but also stole the car, assaulted and killed the inspector, and fled the crime scene? She forced herself to suppress her anger, repeating each word deliberately. And now you tell me you're innocent? That it was self-defense? Su Li nodded frantically, his face etched with sincerity. That's right, sir. You truly see through everything. Bang! Mu Keqiu finally couldn't hold back any longer, slamming her palm hard onto the table. Do you take me for some little cutie pie? Su Li muttered under his breath. Hard to say. What he didn't know was that the case had already been thoroughly bribed by wealthy merchants. The entire inspectorate, from top to bottom, was itching to wrap it up as self-defense and settle it with a payout. Cold-hearted colleagues had turned into hot money. They were thrilled, who would actually cause trouble for them. But then along came Mu Keqiu, a stubborn fool who wouldn't budge an inch. You! Mu Keqiu's face flushed crimson with anger at Su Li's muttered remark, her chest heaving violently. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Fine. Very well. She sneered coldly. You claim to have a second personality, do you? Yes. Then let's conduct a psychological evaluation. Mu Keqiu pulled a helmet-shaped device from the drawer. This is a deep consciousness scanner. It can directly access the subconscious and second personalities. Nothing can hide from it. Su Li stared at the device, his heart skipping a beat. He hadn't expected this greenhorn to possess such cutting-edge technology. Of course, he had no alternate personality. Once he put it on, any lies would be exposed. But that was beside the point. Because just as Mu Keqiu was about to place the device on Su Li, the interrogation room door was suddenly knocked upon. An older inspector poked his head in and addressed Mu Keqiu. Mu, come out for a moment. Zhou Ku is looking for you. Mu Keqiu frowned. Though reluctant, he had no choice but to set down the equipment and walk out. Outside the door, at the corner of the corridor, the middle-aged man known as Zhou Ku stood waiting impatiently. Mu, what exactly are you trying to do? Section Chief Zhou lowered his voice. The higher-ups have already classified this case as an accidental conflict. That Li Hu deserved every bit of his death. Why are you digging into this? Who are you trying to offend? The Xia family has publicly stated it was an accident and even paid us compensation. What more do you want? By Song's large hand. Besides, the black market guy offered even more money. Just to protect Su Li. How can you be so unreasonable? You even got our big shot arrested by the Internal Affairs Division? What are you trying to do? Start a rebellion? Section Chief Zhou. Mu Keqiu argued forcefully. But he did ambush and kill the inspector. The surveillance footage shows it clearly. What assault on the inspector? Does the report mention casualties? Did you see it with your own eyes? If you didn't see it, it didn't happen. Team Leader Zhou said with exasperation. But. No buts about it. Section Chief Zhou cut her off abruptly, issuing his final ultimatum. Now, immediately, right this instant. Release the person. We'll handle it as an act of bravery and high moral character. This is an order. He paused, then added a sentence that nearly made Mu Keqiu faint with rage. And you're coming with me to apologize to Su Li. Little Mu, being an inspector isn't about fighting and killing. It's about navigating human relationships. The interrogation room door swung open once more. Section Chief Zhou entered first, his face plastered with a chrysanthemum-like smile, followed by Mu Keqiu, whose expression was as cold as ice. Oh my! Su Li, it was all a misunderstanding, a colossal misunderstanding. Section Chief Zhou stepped forward personally. Fumbling frantically, he unlocked the handcuffs on Su Li's wrists. His demeanor was warm and affectionate, as if reuniting with a long-lost son. We're so sorry for the injustice. It was our mistake at work, we arrested the wrong person. Su Li rubbed his wrists, his face still wearing that innocent, harmless smile. He thought to himself, did the wealthy businessman pull strings? How much did he pay? To get the boss to apologize to me like this? Seeing that smile, like he'd found his own father, no wonder he's in charge. But outwardly, Su Li smiled and said, not at all, officers. You were just doing your duty. I understand, I understand. Understanding is key, understanding is key. Section Chief Zhou wiped the sweat from his forehead and gave Mu Keqiu a meaningful glance behind him. Hurry up and apologize to Su. Chapter 58, Safely Escape the Inspectorate, Create an Adrenaline Overload Pump. Hurry up and apologize to Su. Mu Keqiu stood frozen, her pearly teeth clenched against her lower lip, utterly silent. Apologize to this criminal who's full of lies. Seeing her frozen in place, Section Chief Zhou grew impatient and stepped in to smooth things over. Su Li, you see, our young comrade Mu is full of energy and drive, but she can be a bit stubborn. Don't take it personally. As he spoke, he shot Mu Keqiu another fierce glare. Mu Keqiu closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Finally, she ground out a few words through clenched teeth. I'm sorry. Su Li watched her, utterly humiliated yet forced to bow her head. He felt utterly exhilarated. This was exactly what he craved. He loved that helpless look in her eyes. He stood up and walked over to Mu Keqiu. A magnanimous smile spread across his face. It's all right, Commander Mu. He deliberately leaned close to her ear, speaking in a voice only the two of them could hear. Whispered softly. I forgive you. But I'll remember what you said earlier. I hope we have another chance to meet. After speaking, he gazed at Mu Keqiu's flushed cheeks and bowed respectfully to Section Chief Zhou. Well then, Section Chief Zhou, if there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave. The school is waiting for me to return to class. Go. Of course you may go. Section Chief Zhou nodded hastily. I'll send a car for you. A dedicated vehicle. No need. Let her drive me. After all, she's the one who arrested me. It's only right to see this through to the end. Section Chief Zhou froze, glancing at Su Li. Then he glanced at his subordinate, who was practically cosplaying as a cherry bomb right there. Now he understood. This gentleman was exacting revenge. He dared not offend either side now. He could only silently mourn Mu Keqiu for 3 seconds in his heart. Little Mu, did you hear that? Su Li specifically requested you to escort him home. This is your honor. And the honor of our inspectorate. You must safely and punctually escort Su Li to the school gate. Yes. At the entrance of the inspectorate, beside the jet-black hovering police car, Su Li swaggered over, flung open the rear door, and climbed in like a triumphant general. Mu Keqiu, his face dark, slid into the driver's seat. Buzz. The police car slowly ascended into the sky, heading toward the academy. Inside the cabin, a deathly silence hung heavy. Su Li leaned back in the comfortable seat, leisurely admiring the reflection of. He cleared his throat, breaking the silence. Chief Mu, don't keep that sour look on your face. Smile a little. Look, the misunderstanding is cleared up now. You should be happy for me. Mu Keqiu's grip on the steering wheel was so tight her knuckles turned white. She shot Su Li a cold glare through the rearview mirror, saying nothing. Su Li, however, seemed unfazed. Actually, I should thank you. If you hadn't been so diligent in dragging me back, I wouldn't have gotten to drive the car. To show my gratitude, how about I treat you to a meal next time we get the chance? Shut up. She feared that if she let this jerk keep talking, she might lose control and break traffic rules. She'd crash straight into a building and take him down with her. Buzz. The police car pulled up at the school. Mu Kechio spoke up. We're here, Mr. Su. Please step out. Yes, thank you, Officer Mu. Before stepping out, Suli patted her shoulder. Learn more from your superiors. How else can you improve? With that, before Mu Kechio could react, Suli stepped out with a flourish. He casually closed the door behind him. He waved at the woman inside, trembling with fury. He waved and flashed a dazzling smile. Boom! The hovering police car shot upward in an instant, vanishing into the sky at breakneck speed. Suli watched the direction the police car vanished, feeling thoroughly amused. Teasing this righteous, hot-headed rookie was far more entertaining than a fight. The moment he turned around, a massive metal can came charging toward him with heavy, thudding footsteps. Beside it was Lin Wanwan, her face filled with concern. Suli! Are you okay? Did they hurt you? Guan Ziyao's electronic voice brimmed with urgency. Her clumsy mechanical arm even reached out, attempting to feel and check on Suli. Suli looked at these two friends who had rushed over to check on him the moment they arrived. A wave of warmth washed over him. He spread his arms wide with a smile, his voice exaggeratedly dramatic. Oh my two good brothers. By the looks of you two, you're seriously planning to bail me out of the inspectorate, huh? Of course. If you really get locked up, who's gonna show me the blueprints? Guan Ziyao's electronic voice brimmed with righteous indignation. But the look of relief on her face was plain for all to see. Suli, I'm just glad you're okay. Lin Wanwan murmured softly from the side. Just a minor incident, got in for a cup of tea. As long as you're back, does tonight still count? My lab. Your blueprints. 7 o'clock sharp tonight. Got it. Got it. Night fell. Suli helped Zero with dinner and instructed her to stand by. He arrived punctually at Guan Ziyao's warehouse. The door swung open, revealing the same girl in her cartoon pajamas, her messy blonde hair sticking out every which way. You deadbeat, you finally showed up. Guan Ziyao yanked him inside and slammed the door shut. Her impatient demeanor resembled that of a female demon preparing to pounce on Tang Sang. Where are the blueprints? Where are they? She rubbed her hands together, her face brimming with anticipation. Suli wasted no words, immediately sending her the basic structural blueprint and folding module designed for the mantis blade. Ah! A miracle! Truly a miracle. The instant Guan Ziyao received the files, she descended into sheer ecstasy. Clutching her communicator, she bounced up and down, giggling incoherently. Enough with the staring. Get to work. Suli ruthlessly interrupted her worship ritual, pointing toward the silver-white fully automated operating table. He carefully arranged the materials delivered by Bai Tsung alongside the components he had prepared. Tonight's target, the adrenaline overload pump. Guan Ziyao knew business came first. She forced down her excitement and slipped into work mode. Are you going to build it now? Guan Ziyao watched Suli walk over to the workbench and asked. Of course. Watch closely, don't blink. Guan Ziyao didn't even bother with propriety between men and women. Like a curious cat, she crept closer. Her entire body was practically pressed against Suli's back. I'm ready, Suli, hurry up and start. Chapter 59, One Day. Tech-savvy girls will rule the world. I'm ready, Suli, move already. Then I'm going to move. Suli said indifferently, it'll be quick. The moment the words fell, his hands moved. They were no longer two hands, but two blurred after images moving so fast they were indistinct. Countless tiny components danced, collided, and reassembled in his hands. Sparks continuously erupted from his fingertips. Guan Ziyao was utterly transfixed. This wasn't manufacturing, it was magic. In less than half an hour. When Suli finally stopped moving, a metal core of exquisite precision and mechanical beauty lay quietly on the workbench. The adrenaline overload pump was complete. Guan Ziyao gazed at this creation before her, resembling a work of art. Then she glanced at the man beside her, calm and composed. She uttered only two words. Suli picked up the still warm overload pump and turned toward the silver-white fully automated operating table. He glanced back at Guan Ziyao, still frozen in place, and urged impatiently. Stop spacing out and come help. It's time for the next step. Guan Ziyao snapped out of her daze and hurried over. Her eyes brimmed with fervor and anticipation. Suli pointed at the operating table, then began unbuttoning his own shirt, his tone leaving no room for argument. Get undressed. Lie down. Ha! Guan Ziyao froze. I have to take mine off too. Suli looked at her as if she were an idiot. I meant me. What the hell is going through your head? As he spoke, he had already stripped off his shirt, revealing his lean yet muscular upper body. Hurry up. Come help me with the pre-op prep. Don't waste time. Yes. Don't even mention just having her assist even if Suli asked her to pour a cup of coffee by hand now. She'd consider it the highest honor. The surgery begins. With Guan Ziyao as his assistant and a full set of professional equipment, Suli's procedure proceeded with greater ease. The laser scalpel precisely incised his chest cavity. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, Suli meticulously connected the complex overload pump, piece by piece, to his heart's blood vessels and nervous system. The moment the final interface fused seamlessly. Ding! Fine-grade auxiliary prosthetic, adrenaline overload pump, successfully installed. Suli could distinctly feel a second heart cold yet brimming with explosive power now beating within his chest cavity. He slowly sat up from the operating table. The wound on his chest, aided by the highly effective regenerative serum, had already begun to slowly heal. He stared at the gruesome scar across his chest. A mad gleam flashed in his eyes. He was going to test the power of this new toy. Activate, adrenaline overload pump. At the command of his will, the metallic core within his chest cavity surged violently. Boom! A torrent of savage energy surged from his heart, flooding every limb and bone. Suli felt every vein and muscle in his body ignite. Power! Power! Endless power surged wildly within his body. He slammed his fist into the steel plate beside him, used for testing strength. Boom! A deafening roar. The steel plate bore a clear imprint of his fist, forcibly stamped into it by a single blow. This state could last for about 3 minutes. For 3 minutes, his strength, speed, and reaction time would all double. After 3 minutes, he would enter a debilitating half-hour period of exhaustion. Given his current physical condition, he could only endure this level of overload once per day. But it was enough. Feeling the explosive power surging within him, nearly bursting forth, Suli couldn't help but let out a monkey-like shriek. Awesome! Suli prepared to pack his things and leave this place, heading home. Just then, a faint voice drifted over from nearby. Suli, are you going home? Of course. Suli shut off the overload pump, and the violent force slowly receded. His face flushed slightly, his skin feeling as though it had been scalded by hot water. Don't go back yet, please. Guan Ziyao's voice carried a faint blush. I've got plenty of cool stuff here. We could study it together. My mechanical cat can do backflips. Want to see? Suli shot her a glance and cut her off without mercy. No. Guanzi, keep it together. We're good brothers here, cut the girly nonsense. Brothers? Brother? Guan Ziyao froze in place. She stood frozen in place, her self-proclaimed genius brain encountering its first unprocessable error code. Brother? He called me brother? This doesn't make sense. Could Suli be a eunuch? That's why he has no interest in women? Guan Ziyao's gaze instinctively drifted towards Suli's lower body. No, no. She immediately shook her head, dismissing this absurd notion. Then could it be that the women he usually associates with are simply too high caliber? Had he grown so jaded from feasting on delicacies that he'd become completely desensitized to someone like her, a simple home-cooked dish? The thought felt like another arrow piercing her chest. Damn it! This insensitive, clueless straight guy. Someday, a tech-savvy beauty like me will be the trend of the times. Guan Ziyao seethed inwardly, yet her lips formed a grudging reply. Heh, well then, take your time leaving. No need to see you off. Oh, no worries, I'll take my time. Suli didn't pick up on the hidden meaning at all, mistaking it for genuine concern. He casually waved his hand and pushed open the door to leave. Fuming, Guan Ziyao stayed behind, pumping her tiny fists into thin air several times. On his way home, Suli passed by a night market stall. A rich aroma, mingled with grease and spices, wafted over. He paused, glancing at the stall selling fried snacks. He recalled buying a portion of fried synthetic meat on a whim a few days prior. Xia Qingxue, who wouldn't touch the hellish dishes he cooked for her, had polished off that junk food clean. Zero actually likes this stuff. Suli muttered under his breath. 2 large portions, please. He paid, then carried the 2 steaming portions of fried synthetic meat back to his junkyard. Click. The metal door swung open. Almost the instant he stepped inside, the girl who had been sitting blankly on the bedside suddenly jerked her head up like a kitten catching the scent of fish. Her beautiful eyes locked onto him. No, to be precise, they locked onto the food in his hands. Before Suli could speak, Xia Qingxue had already climbed off the bed and walked up to him. But she didn't look at the food right away. Instead, she slightly furrowed her lovely brows and gave him a light sniff. What's wrong? Suli felt puzzled. Xia Qingxue lifted her head to look at him, a fleeting, barely perceptible wariness flashing in her modified eyes. The scent of another woman. Chapter 60, Epic Grade Dragon Frost Steel Exoskeleton Armor, 0 type fully acquired. There's another woman's scent. Her voice remained as cool and distant as ever. Yet it carried a hint of accusation she hadn't even noticed herself. HM? Suli froze for a moment. Then it dawned on him she was talking about Guan Ziyao. He chuckled and shook his head. Your nose is pretty sharp, huh? He handed her the fried synthetic meat in his hand, as if feeding his own pet. Never mind, just eat. Mm. Xia Qingxue took the steaming fried food, walked silently to the small table, sat down, and began eating in small bites.
She had nothing to do today, so she cleaned the entire tin-roofed house spotless. She'd even operated the robotic arm crane to clear the mountain of trash piled outside. As time passed, Suli had granted her more and more permissions. And she, it seemed, was growing more accustomed to life here. The metal bed frame, the smell of machine oil, and the unpredictable man before her.
It felt as though the once dazzling young miss of the Xia family had been nothing but an unreal dream.
The dream had ended. This identity called Zero was her true life.
Is it tasty?
Suli stripped off his shirt, preparing to take a shower.
The freshly healed, grotesque surgical scar on his chest lay starkly exposed under the light.
Xia Qingshue's gaze lingered on the scar, her chewing motion pausing slightly.
You've modified your body again?
Yeah, Suli flexed his shoulders, feeling the surging power within him, a hint of rapture on his face.
Why not?
The power of machinery fascinates me.
Just don't end up becoming a full-blown cyber psycho. Xia Qingxue remarked indifferently. Suli smiled unconcernedly. He walked over to Xia Qingxue, looking down at her from above. Zero, I'm already quite powerful now. What about you? When will you advance? He spoke with a hint of anticipation in his voice. Disaster level. Wouldn't it be great to advance sooner?
Then I'd have my own disaster level machine servant. Just thinking about it feels awesome.
All it takes is a catalyst and a ritual. Xia Qingxue replied.
Advancement in the psychic arts often requires a powerful emotional shock, the key to breaking through the bottleneck.
I've brought you that opportunity. Suli's tone suddenly turned icy. I had Bai Song find out.
The one who attacked you that day goes by the code name Scorpion.
Does that name ring a bell? Snap.
The plastic fork in Xia Qingshue's hand snapped in her fingers without her realizing it.
Poison Scorpion. It was him.
The one who sent someone to shatter my heart. Seeing her look as if she wanted to devour his flesh and skin, Suli nodded with satisfaction.
Excellent. The opportunity was set.
Just then, Xia Qingxue lifted her head. Those eyes fixed on Suli with an intense stare.
What about my modification plan? I want to be modified too. I want to become stronger.
Sure.
Suli smiled at her eager expression. Let me see what I can find for you.
He closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking deep into his mind.
Mechanical King Throne, using Unit 0 as the blueprint, simulating the optimal subsequent modification path. Ding. Command received. Initiating comprehensive simulation. Analyzing S-Class Extreme Cold Catastrophe talent traits.
Matching existing material database.
Calculating optimal energy circuit.
Simulation cost, 20 source particles.
Confirm? Confirm. Suli didn't hesitate.
Source particles can be earned again, but a perfect modification plan is a rare find.
Ding. Simulation complete.
The next instant, an immense and intricate modification blueprint unfolded in Suli's mind. It was no longer a single cybernetic limb or piece of equipment, but an entire system. From the innermost core to the outer armor, a systematic modification plan.
Phase 1, Energy Amplification. Core equipment, exquisite grade cryogenic cycle amplification backpack.
Effect, violently expands the talent range of Arctic Cataclysm from 30 meters to 100 meters.
Phase 2, Melee Armament. Core equipment, fine-grade psionic conduction armor, custom frostblade.
Effect, perfectly channels frost energy into weapons, enabling ice blades and frost effects, significantly boosting melee lethality.
Phase 3, Mobility Enhancement. Core equipment, fine-grade turbo flight wings. Effect, grants the user short-range gliding and aerial maneuverability, completely compensating for the lack of agility. Phase 4, Ultimate Liberation. Core equipment, epic-grade frost dragon steel exoskeleton armor.
Effect, forms a deep symbiosis with the wearer, comprehensively amplifying all abilities and unlocking the ultimate skill, Absolute Zero. All blueprints required for this modification scheme can be purchased with source particles. Suli stared at this terrifying modification plan, his heart pounding wildly.
Building a Gundam with your bare hands? Interesting. And the blueprints can be bought directly with source particles, saving a lot of hassle. But damn, even the epic tier blueprints are ridiculously expensive. A whopping 200 source points. 10 times the cost of a fine-grade blueprint. But Suli quickly let it go.
He recalled a profound truth from his past life.
Expensive is never its flaw, it's mine.
As long as he worked hard to farm gold, he'd eventually assemble this divine gear set.
However, while boosting combat power is certainly important.
But before that, there's an even more crucial issue that must be addressed first.
That is loyalty. He certainly didn't want to painstakingly transform Unit 0 into a humanoid Gundam.
Only to have the control chip fail one day, leaving this Valkyrie as the first to hold a blade to his own throat. Therefore, before upgrading the external equipment,
He must first completely overhaul the internal operating system. Su Li's gaze fell upon another corner of the workbench. Resonance crystal. The core material for crafting the emotion overwrite module. It must be built. Zero, come assist me. Yes. Though Xia Qingxue didn't know what Su Li intended to do, she obediently walked over, preparing to be a quiet assistant as before. He went all out. In less than 10 minutes, when all was quiet once more, a brand new chip, more sophisticated than the previous main control unit, lay quietly on the workbench. Emotion overwrite module, complete. He yanked Xia Qingxue toward him before she could recover from her shock. He pinned her firmly to the chair. Don't move. He activated the mechanical king's throne, once again draining source essence to perform the installation directly. A sensation instantly coursed through Xia Qingxue's entire body. Her body arched violently, her eyes rolled back, as if her very soul had been ripped from her. Ding! Emotion override module installation successful. Establishing connection with primary mental control chip. Connection established. System upgrade complete. You now possess the highest emotional management privileges for Unit 0. Chapter 61, Mr. Wu, the Big Spender. Yay! I did it! I did it! Su Li excitedly snapped her fingers, watching Xia Qingxue gradually regain her senses. Do you feel any different? He asked curiously. Different? Not really. Xia Qingxue shook her head, a trace of bewilderment in her eyes. What happened to me just now? It felt like I'd been electrocuted. She only remembered a violent tremor, and everything after that was a bit hazy. Su Li watched her, still unaware of what had happened. A gentle smile spread across his face. From this moment on, you belong to me inside and out. Xia Qingxue couldn't help but roll her eyes at that. No kidding. She had long accepted her fate. What difference did it make whether he said it or not? Su Li smiled, offering no explanation. He reached out, gently caressing Xia Qingxue's smooth cheek. Then, in his mind, he quietly issued the first command concerning emotion. Joy. The next instant, a wave of pure, unbridled joy like a flood breaking through a dam. It erupted from the depths of Xia Qingxue's soul. This joy came so suddenly, so intensely. It left Xia Qingxue utterly dazed. The corners of the young girl's mouth curled upward uncontrollably. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't suppress it. Her heart felt as sweet as honey. Looking at the man before her, she found him more and more pleasing to the eye. The more she looked at him, the more she liked him. What on earth is happening to me? Xia Qingxue pressed her hands against her burning cheeks. Feeling the uncontrollable happiness surging within her, she was utterly thrown into confusion. She should hate this man. Why does seeing him now make her so happy? Ring 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 ring. At that moment, Su Li's communicator rang. He answered the call. Hello? Su kid, we've got a job. It was the old blind man calling. The black market intelligence dealer, old blind man. Su Li raised an eyebrow and asked directly, what is it? Mr. Wu, the wealthy merchant, wants to meet with you. A barely perceptible gravity tinged the old blind man's voice. Bring your machine servant. Mr. Wu? That mysterious wealthy merchant. Su Li narrowed his eyes. It seemed his pawn had finally piqued the chessmaster's interest. Address. He didn't waste words. The usual spot, West 9th District, Old Wan's motorcycle repair. The call ended. Su Li glanced at Xia Qingxue beside him, her cheeks still flushed with inexplicable joy, and gave her cheek a light pat. Let's go. I've got business to attend to. He took the masks off the wall, putting one on himself and handing the pure white rabbit mask to Xia Qingxue. 0, prepare to depart. He checked his gear, mantis blades, sniper rifle, handgun. Plus some mechanical contraptions. 2 masked figures, 1 black, 1 white, vanished like ghosts into the night of the junkyard. The pair arrived once more at the black market, the old blind man's place. You're here? Su kid. The old blind man looked exactly the same. He scanned Su Li with his single prosthetic eye. His brow twitched. Part of this kid's body had been replaced with machinery. Less than a week ago, he was just a clueless little punk. Mr. Wu is upstairs. Go up. The old blind man gestured toward a small door nearby. Su Li understood immediately and led Xia Qingxue over. Pushing open the iron door, they found not the cluttered warehouse of spare parts they'd imagined. Instead, a gleaming private elevator stood there. The elevator ascended silently. Ding! When the elevator doors opened once more, the scene before them suddenly opened up. Here lay an incredibly luxurious penthouse suite. Soft carpets, enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, and beyond them, the chaotic yet dazzling nightscape of West 9th District. A middle-aged man in an exquisitely tailored silk robe, his hair meticulously combed. He stood with his back to them, gazing out the floor-to-ceiling windows at the view beyond. This was Mr. Wu. Here? Mr. Wu did not turn around. His voice was gentle, yet carried the composed air of one accustomed to authority. Please, have a seat. Suli didn't hesitate, pulling Xia Qingxue down to sit on the expensive leather sofa. Mr. Wu turned around. He appeared to be in his 40s. His features were scholarly and refined, adorned with a kind smile that made him resemble a teacher. Yet the calculating glint in his eyes betrayed the cunning of a seasoned fox. Mr. Wu, hello. Suli smiled as he spoke. Thank you for getting me out of the inspectorate. It was nothing. Mr. Wu waved dismissively, walking over to the wine cabinet to pour himself a glass of red wine. I asked you to do something, so it's only right that I handle the trouble it caused. He swirled the wineglass, looked at Suli, and finally bared his fangs. Now, you, young man, any interest in pulling off another big job? Big deal? Xia Zhe, my old friend. Mr. Wu cast a fleeting glance at Xia Qingxue, who sat on the sofa as still as a doll, before continuing. I know you two don't get along. And I, for one, don't like seeing him live too comfortably. He took a sip of wine and spoke slowly. In 3 days, Xia Zhe has a shipment that will be smuggled into the city via a cruise ship outside the city walls. On the surface, it's a luxury cruise ship, but in reality, it's loaded with military-grade cybernetic implants and weapons. I want you to hijack that shipment for me. Suli's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Steal an entire ship's worth of Xia Zhe's arms? What kind of international joke is this? A look of distress immediately spread across his face as he waved his hands repeatedly. Mr. Wu, you're overestimating me. I simply can't do it. Suli knew his own limitations. Him and Xia Qingxue going to raid Xia Zhe's arms ship? That'd be suicide, wouldn't it? Of course I know. Your role is to support the team. As the young folks say, it's about playing support. I understand Mr. Wu's meaning. What I mean to say is... Suli's lips curved into a faint smile. We need more money. Ha! Fine. I love a guy who loves money. Mr. Wu chuckled. He liked people driven by desire and greed. Such people are easy to control. The reward, you'll like it. He set down his wineglass, walked up to Suli, and held up 3 fingers. Money? I have plenty. Resources? I'm not short on those either. I know that for young people like you, who need to keep getting stronger, these are what you need most. I won't write you a bad check. Mr. Wu's gaze held a deadly allure. 3 million in cash, once the job is done. Also, you're a mechanic, right? I'll hook you up with rare materials. Suli's heart skipped a beat. 3 million in cash. Plus access to rare materials. This offer was undeniably generous. Especially the latter for him, it was more valuable than money. Many of the materials he needed. And money alone couldn't buy them. Is this what a big spender looks like? Deep pockets indeed. Chapter 62, Mr. Wu's Big Deal, the cruise ship heist. Is this what a sugar daddy looks like? So rich and powerful. Suli felt the power of money deep within. Mr. Wu, care to elaborate on the plan? Heh, Mr. Wu chuckled, picking up a tablet from the table and tossing it to Suli. The detailed route map of this cargo ship, crew configuration, firepower distribution, and the highest level backdoor access to the ship's security system, it's all here. My people have already handled all the intelligence gathering for you. All you need to do is be in the right place at the right time, then find the target. A sly, fox-like gleam flashed in Mr. Wu's eyes. At that moment, the entire ship's security system would be paralyzed for 10 minutes. And the crew will be collectively incapacitated for 10 minutes due to the incident. 10 minutes should be enough for you to empty that ship, right? Suli studied the plan on his tablet, his mind racing through the possibilities. He finally reached a conclusion. This mission could be accepted. But he must arrange his own backup. He couldn't fully trust Mr. Wu. Everything must prioritize his own survival. What do you think? Mr. Wu smiled with satisfaction at Suli's dazed expression. Do you still think it's impossible? Suli took a deep breath. He knew he had no grounds to refuse. You've offered a price I can't refuse. Suli nodded and tucked away his tablet. Let's make this a pleasant collaboration. Mr. Wu extended his hand. Suli extended his hand as well, clasping it firmly. Both men wore smiles that spoke volumes, their outward politeness masking the mutual understanding between them. Leaving the penthouse suite, Suli and Xia Qingxue walked through the chaotic streets of the black market. Master, Xia Qingxue's voice carried a hint of gravity. This Mr. Wu is dangerous. I know. Suli's tone remained calm, but danger also meant opportunity. He's like a tightrope walker right now. On the left lies Xia Zhe's vengeance, on the right, Mr. Wu's manipulation. One misstep, and he'd be doomed beyond redemption. Yet only under such extreme pressure. Could he squeeze every last drop from every available resource at breakneck speed? Strengthening both himself and Xia Qingxue. After all, unless you push yourself to the limit, you'll never know how much potential you truly possess. We still have 3 days. A wild, excited gleam flashed in Suli's eyes. In 3 days, we'll deliver a grand gift to Xia Zhe. 3 days later, Zahai, tomorrow's star cruise. Amidst the bustling crowd, a rather unique couple boarded the cruise ship. The man wore a well-tailored black suit, though it seemed slightly unfamiliar on him. His female companion wore an elegant black evening gown that outlined her breathtakingly perfect curves. A rabbit mask adorned her face. It was Suli and Xia Qingxue, disguised as tourists to attend the party. Suli held a glass of champagne, arm in arm with Xia Qingxue, as they mingled through the crowd. They appeared to be a wealthy couple here to indulge in pleasure. Yet his gaze instinctively scanned every corner of the cruise ship. He committed every security post and surveillance camera to memory. Within the field of view of the scout's prosthetic eye, a 3D structural map of the entire cruise ship rapidly took shape. Master, Xia Qingxue whispered softly in his ear, at 3 o'clock, below deck, we've detected a high-density metal reaction and faint energy fluctuations. That should be the location. Suli nodded, his expression unchanged. Mr. Wu's intelligence was spot on. Xia Zhe's shipment of arms didn't go through conventional freight channels. Instead, they were disguised as party supplies. Hidden in the lower cargo hold of this luxury cruise ship. This cruise ship would arrive at the estuary of the Blackwater River at midnight. Then, via disguised cargo ships, the arms would be transported into the city without anyone noticing. The plan was flawless. Unfortunately, he encountered Mr. Wu, an old silver coin. And Suli, that unpredictable madman. Suli glanced at the time on his wrist. 10 minutes remained until the unexpected incident Mr. Wu had planned for. He needed to find a secluded spot to make final preparations for the upcoming move. He led Xia Qingxue through the bustling dance floor toward the observation deck at the stern of the cruise ship. Fewer people lingered here, just a few couples kissing in the sea breeze. Suli found an empty corner, leaned against the railing, and pretended to admire the night view. Zero, are you ready? Any time. Xia Qingxue's voice was cold and calm. Suli smiled. He lifted his head, gazing at the bright moon in the sky. He raised his champagne glass and downed it in one gulp. Then cursed under his breath, tastes awful. Just then, the cruise ship's PA system crackled with static, followed by a panicked voice. Emergency announcement. Emergency announcement. A severe gas leak has occurred in the ship's galley. All guests are requested to remain calm and stay where you are until rescue arrives. Here it comes. Suli and Xia Qingxue exchanged a glance. Mr. Wu's plan had been set in motion. Almost simultaneously, the lights throughout the entire cruise ship flickered violently several times before going out with a sharp crack. The entire vessel plunged into an eerie, pitch-black darkness. Screams and panic erupted from the crowd. Power outage. What the hell? Amidst the chaos, Suli stood there. Holding Xia Qingxue's hand, they moved like two shadows merging into the darkness. Silently, they slipped toward the lower cargo hold. Someone else? Suli sensed a faint presence, so subtle it nearly blended with the surroundings. Yet it too was heading toward the cargo hold. He was certain this wasn't one of Mr. Wu's men. According to Mr. Wu's plan, the teams responsible for backup and cleanup wouldn't arrive for another 8 minutes. Therefore, this person could only be an enemy. Was this a contingency left behind by Xia Zhe? Or some other faction? Suli gestured to Xia Qingxue. You go to the warehouse first and proceed as planned. I'll deal with this tale. Xia Qingxue nodded. Suli switched his prosthetic eye directly. Infrared thermal imaging mode activated. The entire dark world instantly transformed into a thermal map composed of varying hues. 20 meters ahead, a faint, blurred red outline appeared clearly within his field of vision. A stealth user? Suli's legs thrust forward violently. The prosthetic's acceleration propelled him forward like a land-based jet. In an instant, he closed the distance. Just as he brushed past the lurking figure, Suli moved. Without even turning his head, the mantis blade on his right arm sprang forth. He thrust it backward with brutal force. Thud. A dull thud of blade meeting flesh. Ripples rippled through the air. A woman clad in a form-fitting black combat suit, her figure impeccable, materialized out of thin air. Her face was etched with utter disbelief and terror. She couldn't comprehend how she had been instantly exposed. But Suli gave her no time to think. With a flick of his wrist, the razor-sharp mantis blade sent the female assassin flying high into the air. The excruciating pain made her emit a short, agonized scream. Immediately after, Suli's left arm jerked, and another mantis blade sprang out in an instant. A flash of cold steel. A beautiful head flew skyward. Chapter 63, Suli, I don't want to cosplay Kobe. A beautiful head flew skyward. Warm blood splattered all over Suli. He expressionlessly shook the blood from his blade. He stared at the headless, scorched corpse lying on the ground. From discovery to execution. The entire process concluded in the blink of an eye. Clean. Neat. He didn't even bother to check the woman's background. He merely strode swiftly toward the warehouse. By the time he arrived, Xia Qingxue had already dealt with the guards at the entrance. Using the backdoor access granted by Mr. Wu, she opened the heavy warehouse doors. A pungent smell of gunpowder hit him like a wave. Inside the vast warehouse, dozens of enormous shipping containers were stacked neatly in rows. Damn it, that old bastard Xiaze, is he planning a rebellion? Suli stared at the arsenal sufficient to arm a small army. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. We only have 10 minutes, Xiao Qingxue reminded him. Enough. A greedy gleam flashed in Suli's eyes. He intended to take the entire warehouse with him. He pulled several intricately designed devices from his backpack, massive claw hooks. These were specially crafted grappling hooks made from new materials. One by one, he secured these barbed hooks onto the critical load-bearing structures of the warehouse's ceiling and walls. Each barbed hook was connected to a specialized high-strength cable thicker than an arm. By the time he finished, exactly 8 minutes had passed. Mr. Wu's promised backup better not let us down. 0, cool this ship down. Suli issued the command to Xia Qingxue. Xia Qingxue nodded and pressed both hands against the frigid cargo hold floor. Arctic cataclysm. A terrifying cold current, visible to the naked eye, erupted violently from her center. Crack! 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 The entire outer hull of the cargo hold and the sections connecting to the ship's hull were covered in a thick layer of solid ice within mere seconds. Under the extreme cold, the metal structures at the connection points became extremely fragile. At that very moment, a deafening roar of rotor blades erupted from the top of the cruise ship. A massive, heavily modified heavy-lift transport helicopter hovered directly above the cargo hold. This was the rescue team sent by Mr. Wu. Suli fired a grappling line toward the helicopter, which was caught by a hook above. The crew swiftly completed their assembly. The cargo bay docked with the transport aircraft. Go! In the next instant, dozens of specialized cables connecting the cargo bay snapped taut. The helicopter's terrifying engine power surged to its absolute limit. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Boom! Amidst a bone-chilling metallic snap, the entire massive cargo hold was forcibly torn from the hull of the cruise ship. Like a massive iron box, it was yanked out of the hull by an invisible giant hand. The massive transport helicopter gradually ascended, preparing to take off and escape. Suli and Xia Qingxue each grabbed a rope. Just as they were about to depart, a sudden flash of electric arcs erupted. A blood-soaked woman on the deck had her hair twisted by the arcing electricity, her face contorted in a hideous grimace. Beside her lay 2 bodies, charred to cinders by the electricity. Clearly, they were Mr. Wu's men. Suli recognized her. It was the woman in the suit who had intercepted him at the Golden Lily auction. He hadn't expected her to be here too. This meant escape was impossible now. Damn it, am I going to crash? The words had barely left his mouth. The woman on the deck slowly raised her hand. Her finger, from nearly 100 meters away, gently pointed toward the transport helicopter. Crackle! A terrifying arc of electricity, thicker than a bucket, slammed into the helicopter's engine. Suli let out a curse. Just as the arc was about to strike the helicopter's door suddenly swung open. A figure, without a moment's hesitation, dived straight down from dozens of meters up. It was an ordinary-looking young man. Dressed in ordinary work clothes, his face would blend into a crowd. Yet his descent was astonishingly swift. Like a meteor, he hurtled toward that terrifying arc of lightning. Boom! The youth collided with the arc midair. A violent shockwave sent the aircraft trembling. The young man grunted, using the force of the explosion to land steadily on the swaying deck. He landed directly in front of the woman of lightning. Mr. Wu's men? Suspended midair, Suli watched the 2 dogs fighting below. The aftershocks of their battle tore through the surrounding steel. Huge craters pockmarked the deck. The cruise ship was sinking because of their fight. Move! Move! Fly already! The helicopter pilot's roar echoed through the communicator. Hanging such a heavy cargo pod, stabilizing it amidst the turbulent battle currents, the pilot was clearly numb. The massive transport helicopter hesitated no longer. Engines roared at full throttle, the weapons pod dangling below. It accelerated and vanished into the dark night sky. Just as it was about to completely exit the danger zone, Suli let out a half-sigh of relief. Suddenly, Xia Qingxue, clutched in his arms, jerked her head up. Below! Danger! Suli felt a chill run down his spine. From the sinking deck below, a lightning spear erupted from the ground. It hurtled toward the helicopter in the sky. The lightning spear's speed surpassed the speed of sound. It shot straight toward the most vulnerable part of the helicopter hovering overhead its engine. It's over! The pilot's anguished cry echoed through the communicator. There was no way to dodge the strike. 0. Ice wall. At this critical moment, Suli roared with fury. She grabbed the cable with her free hand and opened her palm toward the incoming lightning spear. Permafrost wall. Moisture in the air instantly crystallized. Between her and the helicopter, a massive ice wall several meters thick materialized out of thin air. The next second, the lightning spear and the ice wall collided with a thunderous crash. Boom! No flames, only a blinding white light that swallowed everything. The ice wall held for less than half a second before cracking and shattering explosively. Electric arcs flew in all directions. The blast struck the main cable of a cargo hold. Crackle crack. A bone-chilling metallic snap echoed through the air. The specialized cable, thicker than a thigh, melted instantly. The massive cargo hold suddenly lurched downward. The entire helicopter, thrown off balance by the sudden shift, began to plummet through the air. Xia Qingxue clung tightly to Suli as they were tossed about like ragdolls. I don't want to cosplay Kobe. Hold steady. Hold steady. Damn it. The pilot didn't want to cosplay Kobe either, desperately fighting to control the aircraft. Just then, a roar of air currents erupted below. An ordinary-looking man grabbed Su Li's shoulders, flinging him and Xia Qingxue back into the plane. Immediately after, a loud thud. Half a woman's corpse was tossed inside as well. It was the upper half of that lightning woman. With one hand, he grabbed the thick cable. The other hand clamped onto the cargo hold. His entire body was fixed to the outside of the cabin like a nail. He spoke softly toward the cockpit. Keep flying. I'm here. Chapter 64, Superman Chi, Rich Rewards, Next Plan. Suli watched the scene unfold. Chasing an airplane with his bare hands? Stabilizing a cargo hold weighing several tons with one hand? And casually tear a C-rank powerhouse in half? He was practically a superhero. Where did Boss Wu find this badass? His appearance fee must be enough to buy his own life. Suli glanced at the woman beaten to a pulp and felt a quiet satisfaction. You dared to shock me? Still got it? Speak. Of course, the dead can't speak. Under that superhuman suppression, the helicopter swayed precariously. It eventually flew away from the chaotic waters. Half an hour later, the aircraft landed smoothly on the other side of Zicheng, an abandoned private port. Outside, a torrential downpour raged. Mr. Wu stood silently in the rain. He was no longer wearing the silk pajamas, but had changed into a crisp black suit. Bodyguards stood behind him, holding a large black umbrella over his head. Seeing the helicopter land, Mr. Wu's face immediately broke into a broad smile. The cabin door opened, and Suli and Xia Qingxue were the first to leap out. Suli, you've worked hard. Mr. Wu smiled as he approached, looking at Suli with the warmth of a teacher toward his own student. He patted Suli on the shoulder. Then he turned slightly and gestured toward the young man beside him, who had remained expressionless throughout. Come, let me introduce you. This is Aki. From now on, he'll be your contact person. Suli's gaze fell upon Achi. Even his prosthetic eye couldn't scan any data from him. Brother Aki, my name is Suli. He smiled and extended his hand toward Achi. Achi didn't put on airs, shaking Suli's hand in return. Then, ordered by Boss Wu to unload cargo, he could carry 3 containers at once. Damn, he was more reliable than a crane. Suli couldn't help but stare a few extra times. He admitted it, he lusted after Achi's body. He was a bastard. If only he could control him, implanting a chip would be a marvelous thing. Suli, I knew you'd make it big. Here's your reward. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a bodyguard approached from behind, carrying a silver briefcase. Mr. Wu took the case and opened it. Inside lay neatly stacked stacks of crisp, brand new banknotes. 3 million in cash after taxes, not a penny less. Additionally, Mr. Wu added, if you need access to any rare materials, just tell Achi. He'll send them to you. I have high regard for you. Mr. Wu patted Suli on the shoulder, like a benevolent elder taking a liking to a younger generation. Stick with me, and I won't let you down. Suli stared at the box overflowing with cash. And hearing about the rare material channels, his heart skipped a beat. He struck it rich. This time, he was truly going to strike it rich. Mr. Wu is such a good guy. A really, really good person. In her heart, Suli had already handed Mr. Wu 100 good guy cards. No matter what this big shot intends to use him for, at least he delivers on his promises. He gives every penny he promised, and he means what he says. With a boss like this, who else could succeed if not him? Suli instantly felt that working under Boss Wu held a bright future. Carrying the cash box, he flashed an utterly sincere smile. Then he pointed at the charred, half-burnt remains of the lightning woman lying on the ground. Mr. Wu, may I take this body away? He rubbed his hands together, speaking with a touch of embarrassment. I have a bit of a peculiar hobby. I'm rather interested in this sort of thing. Mr. Wu froze upon hearing this. Then he flashed a knowing, suggestive smile that only men would understand. Haha, young people, having a bit of a special hobby is perfectly normal. He waved his hand dismissively. If you want it, just take it. No need to be polite. Thank you, Mr. Wu. You're my savior. Suli's face lit up instantly. Forgetting any disgust, he walked straight over and hoisted the half-corpse onto his shoulders. This was the corpse of a C-class extraordinary being. Who knows what he might be able to develop from it? Suli departed. Mr. Wu's smile grew even more benevolent. This Suli capable, ambitious, utterly mad, and not picky about his meals. Truly a rare talent. Suli returned home well past midnight. He casually tossed the half-corpse of the woman onto the cold operating table. Then he plopped down at his workbench. Instead of rushing to process the spoils of war, he began by taking stock of his assets. 3 million in cash had already been deposited into an anonymous bank account. His first move was to withdraw 500,000. Through black market channels, he ordered a full 50 tons of high-purity scrap steel. This would serve as the fuel for converting source particles. Based on the conversion rate of the mechanical king's throne, this batch of steel would yield approximately 500 points of source essence. A colossal sum. From the remaining 250 million yuan, he planned to allocate 2 million specifically for Xia Qingshue's upgrade fund. He hoped to advance the second phase of Xia Qingshue's modification plan as soon as possible. Simultaneously, to ensure the Scorpion's elimination without fail, he himself needed more high-grade mechanical constructs to arm himself. These were all necessary investments. Suli hesitated no longer. He directly spent 40 source essence in the Mechanical King's Throne marketplace. He purchased the complete blueprints for the fine-grade cryogenic circulation amplification backpack and the fine-grade psionic conduction armor. Then, he compiled a detailed list of all materials required for the blueprints. He sent it directly to Achi. Achi's reply came swiftly, consisting of just one sentence. Materials complete. Total cost 1.2 million. Money transferred today, delivered tomorrow. Damn, that's expensive. Suli stared at the figure and couldn't help but curse under his breath. The 3 million he'd risked his life to seize through sheer effort. Before he could even get comfortable with it, most of it was gone in the blink of an eye. Once again, he felt it keenly. Just how money-guzzling the profession of a mechanic truly was. It was nothing short of a bottomless pit. He scratched his head in frustration. His gaze drifted unintentionally to the half-corpse on the operating table. What could be done with this corpse? He stroked his chin and walked over. He began to examine the remains of this C-rank powerhouse closely. Though torn in two by Aki, its muscle fiber density, bone strength, and lingering arc energy far surpassed those of ordinary humans. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. Hey! I've got an idea. He conceived a brilliant plan that would save money, repurpose waste, and dramatically boost combat effectiveness. He would use this corpse to craft a deadly weapon. He'd even thought of a name. It would be called Electric Nima Horse Dance 3000. Chapter 65, Xia Qingshue's reinforcement complete. Electric Nima Dance Machine 3000. Suli grew more and more excited the more he thought about it, his eyes flashing with a light rivaling a 1000-watt bulb. The core concept of this masterpiece was to harness the residual lightning energy within this corpse. He intended to create a specialized energy core to channel, store, and amplify these residual energies. Then, he would implant the most basic chip into this half-corpse. After welding on the barrel, a high-voltage plasma self-propelled turret would be born. The best part? Most of the materials were readily available. The corpse was scavenged, and the parts were lying around everywhere in the junkyard. Nearly zero cost. I'm a genius. Suli couldn't help but give himself a pat on the back. No time to waste. He immediately immersed himself in creating this masterpiece. Xia Qingxue was awakened by the commotion and stumbled over, her eyes still heavy with sleep. She watched Suli performing all sorts of unspeakable procedures on the half-corpse of a woman. She couldn't comprehend it, but she was utterly stunned. This man was having one of his episodes again. Dawn broke. As the first rays of sunlight streamed into the tin-roofed shack, Suli finally completed his masterpiece. Upon the operating table stood a monstrous creature, silent and still. It retained the upper body of the Electro Girl, while its lower half had been replaced by gears. Her head had been transformed into a camera. 2 rows of gun barrels protruded from its shoulders. Suli surveyed his creation with satisfaction, then snapped his fingers. Activate, Electricity's Damn Dancing Machine 3000 model. Buzz. The red light atop the monster's head flared brightly. Immediately, it aimed both plasma machine guns at a pile of scrap metal in the corner. ZZZZT. Blue plasma rounds poured forth like a raging storm. Done. This thing will stay here to guard the place. Suli gave the Bounce Dance 3000 model a satisfied command to stand by and maintain alert, then turned toward the iron bed frame. Xia Qingshuo was wrapped in her blanket, sleeping soundly. Suli had no intention of sparing her. He walked straight over and gave her firm, rounded buttocks a firm pat. 0. Wake up. At your age. How can you sleep so soundly? Get up. We still need to gather intel on the poison scorpion. Xia Qingshuo jolted awake, sitting up groggily. She rubbed her reddened buttocks, feeling somewhat helpless. Awake, awake. Over the past 3 days, Suli hadn't been idle. While awaiting Mr. Wu's move, he frantically gathered every scrap of information on the venomous scorpion through Baitsong's intelligence network. The poison scorpion was a sea-level disaster-grade powerhouse. A direct confrontation would be risky even with Suli and Xia Qingxue teaming up, their odds of victory weren't high. They had to outsmart it. And to maximize the plan's success rate, Xia Qingxue had to become stronger. Just then, the metal door of the shack was knocked loudly. Suli walked over and opened the door to find several large boxes waiting outside. Clearly, these were his goods. Mr. Wu's efficiency was truly remarkable. He carried the boxes into the room and opened them. Inside lay various rare metals and precision components, each shimmering with an unusual luster. All the materials required for the fine-grade cryogenic cycle amplification backpack and fine-grade psionic conduction armor. Not a single item was missing, and he'd even included some spare parts. The flame of creation reignited in Su Li's eyes. He turned to look at Xia Qingxue, who had already dressed herself. A mischievous smile spread across his face. "Zero, don't just stand there. Your new toy has arrived. Come here. We'll begin the second phase of your modification." Xia Qingxue looked at the materials radiating a cold aura. Then she glanced at Su Li's eyes, burning with fervor. Not a trace of fear stirred within her. Instead, a surge of intense anticipation welled up within her. She knew that with each new piece of equipment, she drew one step closer to the success of her revenge. All right. She walked over to the workbench to assist Su Li. This time, Su Li held nothing back. He intended for Xia Qingxue to witness firsthand how her new power was gradually taking shape in his hands. He wanted her to understand who truly bestowed her with power. Over the next few hours, the entire tin shed echoed with the sounds of metal being cut and parts colliding. When the equipment was complete, a silver-white metallic sphere radiating sci-fi aesthetics, along with a pair of streamlined armored gauntlets perfectly contoured to the curves of her arms, had been quietly placed on the workbench. Su Li picked up the arm armor and personally fitted it onto Xia Qingxue. The cold metal pressed against her warm skin, clicking softly as it locked into place perfectly. Then came the backpack. Su Li picked up the silver-white metallic sphere and held it behind Xia Qingxue's back. This device required direct neural connection to her body to maximize the amplification of her strength. He had Xia Qingxue's shapely back with a gaze reminiscent of a butcher selecting cuts of pork. "Now then," he inquired, "which spot would be more suitable, the nape of your neck or the small of your back?" She merely turned calmly, her back to Su Li, her voice cool and detached. "It's up to you. Wherever you find convenient, that's where it goes." She handed over the decision entirely to this man. "Oh?" Su Li's lips curved into an amused smile at her words. He slid his finger gently down the smooth curve of Xia Qingxue's neck. It traced her straight spine, glided over her alluring collarbone. Finally, it came to rest on her slender waist, barely a hand's width. Xia Qingxue's body trembled slightly, beyond her control, with each movement of his finger. A strange current surged through her body, radiating from the spot where his fingertips touched. The nape of the neck, connected to the central nervous system, reacted fastest, but its exposed interface made it a vulnerable spot. The lower back, connected to the spinal nerve endings, reacted slightly slower, yet offered sufficient concealment and undeniable sensuality. Su Li's voice, like a demon's whisper, echoed in her ear. "Which one do you choose?" Xia Qingxue bit her lip, feeling her cheeks burn hot enough to fry an egg. She didn't know if Su Li was being deliberate or genuinely discussing technique. Finally, she ground out a few words through clenched teeth. "I'll follow your lead." "Ha!" Su Li chuckled softly, pleased with Xia Qingxue's willingness to let him take control of everything. He stopped teasing her and picked up the backpack. "Then on my lower back. Bear with it, it might feel a bit itchy." Su Li directly activated the Mechanical King's Throne's servant installation function. Though it consumes 20 source essence points, it spares you the agony of surgery. Su Li pinched the girl's waist dimple. There. How does it feel? Chapter 66, Su Li's Unique Entertainment Project. Warm and smooth to the touch, with an excellent feel. Buzz. Almost simultaneously, a ring of frosty ice rose around Xia Qingxue's body. The entire room dropped below freezing. Fine icicles formed in the air. Xia Qingxue could distinctly sense the power of her Arctic cataclysm surging, as if amplified by an intensifier. It surged wildly. With a single thought, the streamlined, psionic conduction armor on her arms instantly illuminated. A meter-long blade, crystalline and translucent throughout, radiating a terrifying chill, materialized in her hand. She could feel that if she wished, she could turn this room into an ice cave within 3 seconds. Everything within it would shatter from the cold. Enough, put away your powers. It's getting a bit chilly. Su Li shivered and quickly spoke to stop it. He was only human, not made of iron. If she kept this up, even his tin shack would turn into an ice cellar. But deep down, he was overjoyed. This million plus wasn't wasted. This power was absolutely incredible. Su Li glanced at the digital clock on the wall and realized it was already afternoon. He stretched lazily and extended an invitation to Xia Qingxue, who was still getting acquainted with her newfound power. Come on, let's go out for a bit? Xia Qingxue froze at his words. She sheathed the ice blade in her hand and asked uncertainly, "Can I go out?" Ever since Suli had taken her in, she hadn't been able to go out openly. Every time she went out, it was only to complete missions with him. Suli was a seasoned taskmaster. Why not? Suli looked at her with eyes that said, "My little cutie. You're my lawful property now. I can take you wherever I please." He gave Xia Qingxue a thorough once-over, stroking his chin as he said, "We'll get you a new hairstyle and dye it later. I think white suits you just fine. And buy you some clothes that blend in with the crowd. At worst, people will just think you're exceptionally pretty. Who would connect you to that late Miss Xia, who passed away from illness? What are you going out for?" Xia Qingxue asked. "Before the big battle, you need to relax." A mysterious smile spread across Su Li's face. "That old tool Bite Sang already sent me the latest schedule for the poison scorpion." He waved his communicator. With the weapons stolen and the ship sunk, Xia Zhe is practically losing his mind. The entire Xia family was now like a pack of rabid dogs, snapping at anyone in sight as they hunted down the arms thieves across the city. Su Li's smile held a hint of schadenfreude. "I bet Xia Zhe is having a rough time right now, huh?" As his top enforcer, Scorpion had been taking the brunt of the abuse these past few days. He vents his frustration daily by torturing people at the underground boxing ring. That place would be his final resting ground. A cold, murderous intent flashed in Su Li's eyes. But there's no rush. He walked up to Xia Qingxue, extended his hand, and made an inviting gesture. "Tonight, I'll take you somewhere fun first to relax. Tomorrow, we'll send him on his final journey. Zecity, South District. An underground boxing ring called Bloodpool. This is where real men in Zicheng come to be. The air thick with sweat, alcohol, and the tang of blood." And Su Li chose this place as his date spot with Xia Qingxue. "Is this the fun place you were talking about?" Xia Qingxue wore plain casual clothes. A baseball cap pulled low over her face, concealing her strikingly beautiful features. She watched two muscular men locked in a brutal brawl inside the cage. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly. "What else?" Su Li took a sip of cheap soda bought from a roadside vendor and said matter-of-factly, "Before the big fight, we gotta break a sweat and warm up, right?" He pulled Xia Qingxue along, navigating the crowd with practiced ease to a betting counter. "Next match who's fighting whom?" he asked the burly bookie. "The rookie meat grinder versus the three-time champion Iron Hammer," the bookie replied without looking up. Su Li glanced at the photos and odds on the nearby signboard. The one called Iron Hammer was a bald, muscular giant standing 2 meters tall, with pitifully low odds. The newcomer meat grinder, however, was a frail-looking young man. Su Li's gaze lingered on the meat grinder's profile for a fraction of a second. He smiled. He pulled a wad of crumpled bills from his pocket, roughly a few thousand yuan, and slammed them all onto the table. "I'm betting on the rookie to win." The bookie froze, staring at Su Li like he was some kind of cute little thing. "Kid, got too much money to burn? Iron Hammer's a monster who can punch a cow to death." "My pleasure." Su Li didn't bother with small talk. Grabbing his betting slip, he pulled Xia Qingxue along and pushed his way to the front row of the cage. Soon, the match began. The moment the rookie meat grinder stepped into the ring, he drew boos and jeers from the entire crowd. He was too skinny compared to Iron Hammer across the cage. He looked like a little chick. Iron Hammer. Tear him apart. One punch. I bet he'll finish him with one punch. Amidst the roaring crowd, Iron Hammer grinned savagely, his heavy footsteps steadily closing in on the frail youth. Xia Qingxue turned away, unable to bear the sight. Su Li, however, watched with relish. He even issued an order to Xia Qingxue in his mind. Excitement. An inexplicable, faintly bloody thrill surged through Xia Qingxue's heart. She realized she no longer found the scene before her cruel. Instead, she felt a strange anticipation. Just as the Iron Hammer's fist was about to smash into the meat grinder's head, a sudden change occurred. The frail youth who had kept his head bowed suddenly snapped it up, with a bone-chilling screech of metal grinding against metal, instantly transforming into a pair of high-speed rotating alloy drill bits. Thud! Under the horrified gaze of Iron Hammer, the alloy drills effortlessly pierced his chest. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The Iron Hammer's massive frame crashed to the ground. Instant kill. The entire arena fell deathly silent. Everyone was stunned by this bloody reversal. Su Li whistled, grabbed Xia Qingxue's hand, and turned toward the prize redemption counter, claiming the prize. Su Li then led Xia Qingxue over to the frail young man. "Friend, hold on. Can we have a word? Got something to say?" The young man's gaze fixed on Su Li. "Nothing much, just making friends." Su Li's face still bore that harmless smile. He extended his hand and pointed at the young man's mechanical arms, which had just been wreaking havoc. "Did you modify these beauties yourself?" Chapter 67, Treating, Dining, Accepting as a Dog. "Did you modify these beauties yourself?" The young man's gaze instantly sharpened. Modifying cybernetic limbs often involved the city's underground tech network and those shadowy cybernetic surgeons. Su Li's question was already probing his background. Is it any of your business? The young man retorted coldly. Of course it does. Su Li smiled, slowly extending his right hand. Then, right before the young man's eyes, he focused his will. That pair of high-frequency vibrating mantis blades, radiating a murderous beauty. Silently, they sprang from his forearm. A murderous intent enveloped the entire scene. The youth's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpricks. He stared fixedly at the pair of arm blades on Su Li's forearm, which resembled works of art. For the first time, a hint of envy flickered in those lone wolf eyes. As a fellow being who had also undergone modifications, he understood better than anyone the technical sophistication behind Su Li's arm blades, and how vast the gap was compared to his own crude, makeshift drills. They weren't even in the same league. You. The young man stared at Su Li, his Adam's apple bobbing. He couldn't utter a single coherent sentence for half a minute. Su Li watched his stunned expression with satisfaction, slowly retracting the mantis blade. My name is Su Li. I'm a doctor. He wasn't a doctor, but what did it matter if he lied? Su Li now possessed the means to manipulate others. Su Li's smile resembled a devil holding candy, luring a lost lamb. If you want your treasure to become sharper, come find me, and I'll make you stronger. Su Li smiled as he spoke, offering a contact method. Did he admire this young man? No, he just wanted a cannon fodder. A tool to face the poisonous scorpion. He paid no further attention to the still stunned youth, instead pulling Xia Qingxue by the hand and vanishing into the chaotic crowd. The young man silently repeated the contact information in his hand, the seed of strength taking root within him. That evening, Su Li did not rush into action. He knew that hunting a C-rank powerhouse like the poison scorpion was too risky for just him and Xia Qingxue alone. He needed more helpers. He opened his communicator and pulled up two contacts, Lin Wanwan and Chen Tianyang. He sent each of them an identical message. Interested in a side gig? One night, 100,000 yuan. Not long after sending the messages, Lin Wanwan's reply came through. Boss, I'm starving. Chen Tianyang, however, hesitated for a long time before replying with a questioning emoji. Su Li chuckled and sent over an address directly. A private room at Yunding Pavilion, one of Zicheng's most luxurious restaurants. This restaurant served real meat, actual meat. Not synthetic meat. For the people of this world, eating a meal of real meat was a luxury they could only dream of in a lifetime. What he intended to do was simple. Treat them to a meal. Then, make these two willingly become his dogs. 7 o'clock in the evening, at the Cloud Peak Pavilion. When Chen Tianyang, dressed in cheap casual clothes, and Lin Wanwan, in a simple dress, entered the lavishly decorated private room, they both felt a bit overwhelmed. Su Li was already seated at the head of the table. He wore no mask, dressed in a well-tailored suit. His entire demeanor was worlds apart from the penniless youth who once lived in the junkyard. Beside him sat a mysterious woman, also dressed in an evening gown and wearing a rabbit mask. Here? Sit. Su Li gestured toward the seats across from him. Chen Tianyang and Lin Wanwan sat down stiffly. Staring at the table laden with expensive dishes whose names they couldn't even pronounce, they were momentarily at a loss for words. Don't be shy, eat. Su Li's tone was casual. It's on me today. We're all kids from poor families, none of us have ever seen anything like this. Chen Tianyang nearly knelt before Su Li. Godfather? Are we planning a rebellion? Su Li burst into laughter at the remark. Pointing at Chen Tianyang, he teased him playfully. Tianyang, can't you show a little backbone? A single meal has you completely mesmerized? Chen Tianyang stuffed meat into his mouth as he mumbled indistinctly. I'm just pathetic. Beside them, Lin Wanwan nodded vigorously while taking small bites of her own meal. Me too. Su Li watched these two classmates, completely won over by a single meal, and smiled even more broadly. This was exactly the effect he wanted. He didn't rush into the main topic. Instead, he waited until they were nearly finished eating before speaking slowly. Full yet? Full. Chen Tianyang rubbed his round belly, looking thoroughly satisfied. Foster father, what do you need me to do? Through fire and water, if Chen Tianyang so much as wrinkles his brow, he's not your son. Get lost. I never gave birth to a creature like you. Su Li scolded with a laugh, then his expression turned serious. It's simple. His voice turned icy. Help me. Kill someone. Kill someone? Who does my foster father want to kill? A C-class disaster-level powerhouse. Su Li added casually. CC level? Chen Tianyang shot up from his chair, terror etched across his face. Foster father. You're sending us to our deaths. The two of us combined aren't even worth a single finger to crush. Lin Wanwan's face turned ashen with fright, and she set down her chopsticks. Calm down. Su Li raised his hand, motioning for them to sit back down. I'm not sending you to fight them head-on. He briefly outlined his plan. When the time comes, my friend and I will lead the assault.
You two just need to stay on the periphery, using your abilities to harass and distract the enemy, creating opportunities for us.
I have a plan. Suli declared confidently, first we'll do this, then that, and finally. After hearing the plan, Chen Tianyang's expression remained grim. Foster father, the risk is still too great. That's a C-rank powerhouse. High risk, high reward. Suli's tone brimmed with temptation. He held up one finger. Once it's done, each of us gets this much. 10,000? Chen Tianyang asked tentatively.
That amount would cover his monthly expenses.
No. Suli shook his head, slowly uttering two words. 100,000. Go. Chen Tianyang and Lin Wanwan both swallowed hard. 100,000. For penniless students like them, this figure was an unimaginable fortune. The fear on Chen Tianyang's face was instantly replaced by greed. He gritted his teeth and slapped his thigh. Let's do it. Foster father. Wherever you point, I'll strike. Through mountains of blades or seas of fire, I'll face 10,000 deaths without hesitation. People die for wealth, birds die for food. Faced with 100,000 yuan, what C-rank powerhouse? What risks? All could be cast aside for now. Very good.
Suli nodded in satisfaction. This was precisely the kind of desperado he sought, one who would risk even his life for money. He rose to his feet, looking down on these two cannon fodder whose minds had been clouded by greed. Tomorrow night, I'll notify you of the exact time and location. Remember, this is our only secret. If word gets out, we won't even be able to call ourselves friends. Chapter 68, Suicide Squad Ready. Suli didn't finish his sentence. But in his icy eyes, a hint of undisguised murderous intent flashed. Chen Tianyang and Lin Wanwan nodded solemnly. They knew this man before them, though he treated them to feasts and showered them with money. But he was also a truly ruthless character who could smile while uttering the word kill. Suli observed the pair's mixture of fear and greed, nodding with satisfaction. All right, the meal was finished, and the business was settled. He stood up, waving casually like a boss wrapping up business. Go back. Wait for my word. Suli, I trust you. Chen Tianyang and Suli exchanged glances. Chen Tianyang looked at him with deep meaning. Rest assured, your trust won't be misplaced. Boss, can I take some leftovers home? Lin Wanwan asked sweetly, eyeing the leftovers on the table. Dipping them in steamed buns back home would be pure bliss. Suli ruffled the girl's silky black hair. Go ahead and pack it up. After Chen Tianyang and Lin Wanwan left, the private room was left with only Suli and Xia Qingxue. Suli sat back down and poured himself a glass of expensive red wine. He gazed at the girl beside him, wearing a rabbit mask, who had remained as silent as a doll throughout the entire time. Tomorrow, we can kill the scorpion. Suli swirled his wineglass and asked softly. How do you feel? Nervous? Xia Qingxue's body tensed instinctively. Her eyes flashed with searing hatred. Yet alongside it, a thread of instinctive fighting spirit toward a C-rank powerhouse flickered. Suli smiled. In his mind, he quietly issued a command. Confidence. An inexplicable confidence surged into Xia Qingxue's soul. Her slightly trembling hands instantly became steady as a rock. The girl lifted her head, her eyes seeming capable of freezing everything in their path. I feel. He's as good as dead. Very good. Suli took a satisfied sip of wine. He relished this feeling. He was not only her master, but also the god of her emotions. Back at the junkyard, Suli didn't rest. With the big battle approaching, he still needed to prepare some more little toys. He opened the ammunition box obtained from Mr. Wu and retrieved several high-explosive grenades. From his own materials cache, he retrieved some specialized electromagnetic coils and viscous gel. What he intended to create were weapons specifically designed to counter extraordinary beings. Sticky electromagnetic pulse grenades. These grenades wouldn't unleash massive explosive force upon detonation, but they would release intense electromagnetic pulses, instantly disabling all electronic devices in the vicinity. The sticky gel adheres to targets, delivering continuous electrical shocks. They're highly effective for clearing out grunts. Just as he was concentrating on rolling the grenade, ring. His communicator rang, displaying an unknown contact. Hello? It's me. The hoarse voice of the underground fighter came through the line. A faint smile curved Suli's lips. Fish, you're hooked. Have you come to your senses? I want to get stronger. The young man's voice carried an unwavering resolve. Very well. Suli set down the tools in his hands. Come to my junkyard. I've got a special gift waiting for you. Half an hour later, the youth known as Meat Grinder appeared before Suli. Without a word, Suli tossed several items before him. A brand new set of alloy drill armor, gleaming with a metallic sheen. A micro-combat support chip designed for implantation into the chest cavity. There are also several high-concentration muscle enhancers. These are all for you, Suli said indifferently. The young man stared at the gear before him, far superior to his own set, and his breathing quickened. How much? I don't want your money for these.
Su Li's smile resembled that of a devil tempting someone into signing a contract. The young man froze, utterly bewildered. I only need you to do me a small favor. Su Li said slowly, I'll arrange for you to participate in a special boxing match. Your opponent will be formidable. But if you equip these, you'll have a chance to win. Su Li gazed into the young man's eyes, hungry for power, and offered his final enticement. Of course, you can refuse. But opportunities to grow stronger don't come around every day. The young man stared intently at the brand new armor. Finally, he gritted his teeth. Damn it! Very well. Su Li nodded with satisfaction. He didn't tell the young man about the grand package he'd prepared for him. Whether it was the armor or the implanted chip, both contained high explosive bombs remotely controlled by him. He was essentially a human bomb. He patted the young man on the shoulder like an older brother who believed in his junior. I'll help you install it. Remember your name. From today on, you're called the Suicide Paratrooper. The young man didn't understand the meaning behind the name, but it sounded pretty cool. The next day, night. The Bloodpool underground boxing arena was more bustling than ever. For tonight, a true heavyweight was arriving. The Xia family's top enforcer, the C-class disaster-level powerhouse Poison Scorpion. He would be the headliner, stepping into the ring himself for an exhibition match. In one of the arena's VIP boxes, Poison Scorpion reclined on a plush sofa, his arms wrapped around two scantily clad beauties, a look of pure contentment on his face. He'd been feeling troubled lately. The death of the young miss had caused significant turmoil within the Xia family. Then, just days ago, that crucial shipment of arms had suffered an accident at sea. Both the cargo and the ship were lost, earning him a severe reprimand from Xiaze. He came here tonight purely to unwind. And to send a warning to those restless local thugs in the southern part of the city. Brother Scorpion, your opponent is ready. A subordinate entered and reported respectfully. Oh? What kind of scum? Poison Scorpion asked lazily. A newcomer who's been making a name for himself on the black market lately. Codename, Electric Drill. Heard he's pretty tough. A newcomer? Poison Scorpion snorted dismissively. Get him here fast. Don't waste my time. Meanwhile, in another corner of the boxing arena, Su Li, Xia Qingxue, Lin Wanwan, and Shen Tianyang, the four of them had already slipped in quietly. Got the plan memorized? Su Li's voice came through the miniature communicator, clear in each of their ears. Got it. Su Li glanced at the time on his wrist. Lin Wanwan, head to the front rows of the audience seating. Chen Tianyang, go to power distribution room 3. Wait for my signal, then cut the main circuit there. 0, you come with me. The three immediately split up. Su Li, however, took Xia Qingxue to the spot directly above the boxing ring. A suspended walkway used for maintaining the lighting equipment. This was the optimal sniping position. He lay prone on the cold steel beam, raising the silent electromagnetic sniper rifle. Through the scope, he locked onto the man about to enter the ring below. Poison Scorpion, clad in a black vest, revealed muscles scarred with vicious wounds. Opposite him, the youth codenamed Drill slowly made his way up. Ding! The bell signaling the start of the match rang out. Chapter 69, Cannon Fodder, Poison Scorpion, Chen Tianyang. Ding! The bell signaling the start of the match rang out. Roar! The Poison Scorpion let out a beastly roar, its body swelling instantly by a full size. A strange, scorpion-like chitinous layer emerged on its skin. The ground beneath his feet cracked violently. His entire form transformed into a black afterimage, charging toward the drill. So fast. What overwhelming pressure. Is this the power of a C-rank expert? Electric Drill's pupils suddenly contracted. Without hesitation, he activated the alloy drill bits on his arms. Buzz. He crossed his arms, attempting to block the Scorpion's earth-shattering punch. Boom! A deafening roar. The reinforced body of the electric drill proved as fragile as paper against the Scorpion's terrifying strength. The alloy drill bits on his arms shattered instantly. His entire body flew backward like a. He flew backward, slamming hard into the iron cage and spewing a mouthful of blood. Instant kill. Another instant kill. But this time, the one instantly killed was himself. Poison Scorpion stared at the lifeless, barely breathing electric drill lying on the ground. A look of disappointment spread across his face. Trash. He shook his head and turned to leave. But in that very instant as he turned, a cold smile curved at the corner of Su Li's lips. Now! He pressed a button on the remote control in his hand. The electric drill lying in a pool of blood suddenly twitched violently. The micro-combat support chip implanted in his chest by Su Li instantly overloaded. Goodbye, my cannon fodder. Su Li murmured silently in his mind. Boom! An explosion more violent than any previous collision roared through the center of the boxing ring. Electric Drill's body, along with the modified bomb inside him, instantly turned into a searing fireball. A terrifying shockwave, carrying countless fragments of flesh and metal, swept out in all directions. The nearest venomous scorpion was sent flying by the sudden blast. The keratin layer on its body absorbed most of the blast's force. Ah! He let out a pained howl. And this was only the beginning. Attack! Su gave the order. In the number 3 distribution room, Chen Tianyang severed the main circuit with a single stroke. Snap! The entire boxing arena plunged into darkness in an instant. Spectators scattered in panic. Lin Wanwan, closest to the venomous scorpion, instantly transformed, activating her second form. She leapt forward, her petite frame darting like a cat scaling a wall. She landed on Poison Scorpion's face, pinning his body to the ground. The Poison Scorpion hadn't even recovered from the previous explosion. Though the blast hadn't inflicted much damage, he was utterly bewildered. Had he been assassinated? Who dared to kill him? Now! 0. In the darkness, Su aimed, fired, and shot. One fluid motion. As the electromagnetic propelled bullet streaked toward the Poison Scorpion, pinned down by Lin Wanwan. But the monster seemed to sense it, kicking Lin Wanwan away with a single blow. Then it sidestepped the bullet. Xia Qingxue, standing beside her, had already prepared to strike. She leapt down from the suspended corridor. Her black evening gown billowed through the air like a blooming black rose. Arctic catastrophe. The instant she touched down, a terrifying cold current erupted violently, radiating outward from her. Crack! Crack! The entire boxing ring, along with the surrounding ground, was encased in a thick layer of solid ice within mere seconds. The security personnel who had just recovered from the explosion and were preparing to charge forward were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. And the scorpion, who had just scrambled to his feet, found both feet firmly frozen to the ground, unable to move. "It's you?" The scorpion stared at the woman before him wearing a rabbit mask, radiating terrifying cold, and instantly recognized her. That little. She's not dead? Die. Xia Qingxue's eyes burned with nothing but pure, unadulterated hatred. The frost blade in her hand, radiating endless cold, came crashing down toward Poison Scorpion's head. Get out of the way. The Poison Scorpion roared in fury, crossing his arms to block. Clang! The ice blade struck its carapace, leaving only a faint white mark. The defensive prowess of a C-rank powerhouse was truly terrifying. But Xia Qingxue's objective was never to injure him. The terrifying cold emanating from the ice blade instantly coated the scorpion's arms with a thick layer of frost, slowing its movements. And at that very moment, a shadowy figure materialized silently behind the Poison Scorpion. It was Su Li. The high-frequency vibrating mantis blade in his hand traced a deadly arc through the darkness. Its target, the scorpion's completely unguarded nape. Success! Su Li thought to himself. But at that very moment, a deadly sense of danger made every hair on Su Li's body stand on end. A chilling, malevolent wind swept down from above his head. Without a second thought, Su Li activated the adrenaline overload pump. His cheetah prosthetic legs surged with power, propelling him backward in a blur. Clang! A shrill clang of metal on metal echoed. Where he had stood moments before, a massive poison hook thick as a calf and glowing a deep, ominous green, slammed into the ground, carving a deep crater into the hard surface. Su Li steadied himself and looked up, his pupils suddenly contracting. In the darkness, the Poison Scorpion had undergone an even more terrifying transformation. It now bore no trace of human features whatsoever. It had transformed into a creature over 3 meters tall, covered in dark green armor, with a massive scorpion tail trailing behind it. A true monstrosity. This is the Poison Scorpion's complete form. A bona fide Class C disaster. Roar! The monster let out a roar unlike any human voice, its massive venomous claw swept towards Su Li like a bolt of lightning. At that critical moment, a dark figure descended from the sky. It was Chen Tianyang. He roared in fury, transforming into the Night Fiend to block the attack. Paid to do the job, taking the blow for someone else. Having promised Su Li, he would take this blow for him. Yet, ideals are lofty, while reality is stark. An E-rank awakening versus a C-rank calamity, a 2-tier gap as vast as an abyss. Thud! The poison hook showed no hesitation, piercing straight through Chen Tianyang's chest. Ugh! Chen Tianyang didn't even have time to scream before the venom instantly corroded his body and nerves. His eyes, wide with agony, instantly lost all their light. The scorpion casually flicked its tail. It flung his lifeless body away like discarded trash, slamming it hard against a distant wall. Chen Tianyang died instantly. Was it because Su Li had treated him to a meal he could never afford in a lifetime? Or perhaps because of Su Li's promise that his trust would not be betrayed? The speaker meant no harm, but the listener took it to heart. He took it to heart and paid for his naivety with his life. Chapter 70, My name is Extreme Cold Catastrophe, the world's freezer. Not a single second was spent mourning Chen Tianyang's death. The next moment, it was Lin Wanwan's turn. Pick on the weak, a truth everyone understands. Lin Wanwan's second form hadn't faded yet, the girl was now pure brute force.
Bloodlust consumed her as she eyed the poisoned scorpion before her, itching for a fight.
That's how hacky Wan was. Sneezing at everyone she meets. How presumptuous.
The venomous scorpion let out a cold, disdainful snort, then lashed out with its massive tail.
Crack.
The girl raised her hand to block. A jet of dark green venom spattered from the scorpion's tail, splashing onto Lin Wanwan's hand.
Ah! Lin Wanwan let out a piercing scream of agony.
Her skin began to rot at a visible pace. Her entire body convulsed as she collapsed to the ground, seemingly on the verge of death. The situation took a drastic turn for the worse in mere seconds.
2 cannon fodder, 1 encounter, 1 dead, 1 gravely injured.
Suli's expression remained utterly unchanged. He issued a cold, ruthless command to Xia Qingxue beside him. Freeze her.
Xia Qingxue froze in shock.
I said, freeze her. There's no way to treat her here.
If the poison spreads unchecked, she'll die for sure.
The only option is to use extreme cold to freeze her body along with the toxins. To delay the fading of her vital signs.
We'll save her back home. Xia Qingxue instantly grasped Su Li's intent.
Without hesitation, she extended her hand and pointed gently toward Lin Wanwan. A surge of pure, crystalline cold erupted. It froze Lin Wanwan, still writhing in agony, along with the ground beneath her, into a crystalline ice sculpture. After completing this, Su Li lifted his head. Her icy eyes locked onto the enormous monster before her.
There was no turning back now. He must be killed. 0.
Su Li roared, and the mantis blade in his hand sprang forth once more.
Cooperate with me.
His cheetah prosthetic leg erupted with explosive force, transforming his entire body into a black bolt of lightning. He charged headlong toward that terrifying monster.
Xia Qingxue moved simultaneously.
The frost blade in her hand erupted with an unprecedented chill. Crescent-shaped ice blades slashed toward the poisoned scorpion's joints, eyes, and other vulnerable points.
Annoying flies. The poisonous scorpion was thoroughly irritated by Xia Qingxue's ranged attacks.
Its massive scorpion tail whipped wildly, shattering each incoming ice blade. But just as it was struggling to fend off Xia Qingxue's attacks, Su Li's figure had already closed in beside it like a ghostly apparition.
The frenzied power granted by the adrenaline overload pump
propelled Su Li's speed and strength to unprecedented heights. The mantis blade in his hand traced deadly flashes of cold light through the darkness, slashing frantically at the scorpion's relatively vulnerable abdomen.
Clang! 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 A series of dense clangs of metal on metal rang out. Sparks flew everywhere.
Each of Su Li's strikes was blocked by that hard carapace, leaving only shallow white marks.
Useless! The poisoned scorpion let out a vicious laugh.
With a swift flick of its claw, it lunged toward Su Li.
Su Li thrust his foot forward, narrowly evading the strike.
Yet the razor-sharp claws still carved a deep gash into his arm, exposing bone.
Conventional attacks couldn't break through this monster's defenses. He must find its weakness. Su Li's cybernetic eye raced, frantically analyzing every movement of the poisoned scorpion, every muscle's trajectory. Got it.
He noticed that every time the scorpion swung its tail to attack,
the joint connecting its tail to its body would briefly open for a fraction of a second. That was its only weakness. 0. Attack its eyes. Force it to use its tail. Su Li growled into the communicator. Xia Qingxue understood instantly.
She ceased her area attacks, instead channeling all her frost power
into the frost blade in her hand. Go!
The crystalline ice blade shot from her grasp. Transforming into a streak of light, it carried a bone-chilling cold as it stabbed straight toward the poisoned scorpion's massive compound eyes.
This strike was swift and ruthless. The scorpion sensed the deadly threat. Without hesitation,
its massive scorpion tail lashed out like lightning from behind, precisely intercepting the ice blade.
Clang!
The tip of the frost blade collided violently with the poisonous hook.
The immense force shattered the ice blade into countless shards.
Meanwhile, the scorpion's indestructible poisonous claw became encased in a thick layer of frost.
Now! The instant the poisoned scorpion swung its tail to block, Su Li moved. The power of the cheetah prosthetic erupted to its absolute limit. His entire body transformed into an afterimage nearly impossible for the naked eye to track. The mantis blade in his hand traced a perfect, deadly arc through the air. Its target was precisely the vulnerable joint exposed by the scorpion's raised tail. The vulnerable joint connection. Die. Thud. This time, there was no sound of that despair-inducing block. The razor-sharp blade, vibrating at high frequency, sliced through like cutting butter, effortlessly severing the massive tendons and nerves connecting the scorpion's tail. Roar! The poisoned scorpion let out its first incredulous roar since the battle began. Its proudest weapon had been brutally severed. Dark green venomous blood gushed like a fountain from the severed stump. The excruciating pain drove it utterly mad. It abandoned all defense, its massive pincers. Like two small mountains, it slammed down viciously toward Su Li, who was mere inches away. It intended to take this insignificant human down with it. Meanwhile, after severing the scorpion's tail, the 3-minute duration of the adrenaline overload pump had expired. A tidal wave of weakness instantly engulfed his entire body. He watched helplessly as the massive scorpion claws loomed larger before his eyes. Not even enough strength left to move a finger. Was he dying? No. He still had zero. A graceful figure stepped in front of him. It was Xia Qingxue. She spread her arms wide, shielding Suli behind her. Then, she lifted her head, gazing at the shadow of death about to descend. Slowly, she closed her eyes. Absolute zero. No earth-shattering roar, no dazzling light display. An absolute chill radiated outward from her, silently spreading. Time itself seemed to pause at that very moment. The venomous scorpion's massive pincers, poised to strike, froze mid-air. Even the dust particles dancing in the air ceased their movement. The entire world turned into a deathly silent, icy blue. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Snap. The lock within the maiden's body shattered, the barrier broken. The calamity known as the Arctic catastrophe descended upon the world. Chapter 71, Your Sister, I Will Raise Her, The Transformation of Lin Wanwan. It was the sound of the invisible barriers binding her being utterly shattered. Witnessing her comrades' brutal deaths, with her most trusted master about to be slain. Amidst the extreme emotional turmoil, caught between the flames of vengeance and the resolve to protect. She finally took that step. The calamity known as the Arctic catastrophe descended upon the world at that very moment. C-class catastrophe. Boom. Impossible. In the giant compound eyes of the frozen scorpion, for the first time, revealed fear born from the depths of its soul. It could feel its life, its energy, even its consciousness, being utterly obliterated at its very core by this unreasonable chill. Xia Qingxue slowly opened her eyes. She gazed at the monster that had once filled her with despair, her face devoid of any emotion. She merely extended a single finger. She touched the frozen scorpion with a single flick. Crumble. A single word, like a divine decree. Crash. That once mighty C-class disaster-level terror monster, along with its hard carapace, its flesh and blood, its bones, transformed into a sky filled with crystal and ice dust. Under the darkness, it shimmered with a dreamlike glow, drifting down slowly. Both form and spirit annihilated. Mission complete, rewards issued. Machine Nation distributed the reward, but Suli had no time to look at it. Xia Qingxue's body swayed slightly, her complexion turning pale. Clearly, that strike had taken a tremendous toll on her, having just ascended to her new rank. Meanwhile, Suli, struggling through the weakness phase of the adrenaline overload pump, made his way to Xia Qingxue's side. He stared at the miraculous scene before him. Then he glanced at Xia Qingxue, whose aura surged dramatically, transforming her almost beyond recognition. A look of immense satisfaction spread across his face. S-class talent truly terrifying. This move was a total win. Well done, Zero. He stepped forward and steadied the swaying Xia Qingxue. We should go now. He hadn't forgotten that Lin Wanwan was still frozen solid like an ice sculpture here. And the lifeless body of Chen Tianyang. He hoisted Lin Wanwan onto his shoulders, glanced at Chen Tianyang's body, and decided to bring him back too. You take Wanwan. Suli handed the ice sculpture of Lin Wanwan to Xia Qingxue, then hoisted Chen Tianyang onto his back. Perhaps he could still be saved. Even if he can't, we must bring his body back. But just then, woo-woo! A piercing wail of sirens grew louder, rapidly approaching from the distance. Blinding headlights pierced through the blast-damaged entrance of the boxing ring. It was the inspectorate. They had arrived. Suli's expression changed instantly. Damn it, these snitches got here way too fast. Several police cars pulled up, and a large group of fully armed officers rushed out. Leading the charge was none other than that hot-headed rookie who had left such a deep impression on Suli. Mu Kachio. She surveyed the scene of utter chaos before her. Like a boxing ring ravaged by winter, with ice dust scattered everywhere, her pretty face grew solemn. When her gaze swept over Suli, who was preparing to flee, those sharp eyes instantly locked onto her. Suli! She roared in fury, drawing the service pistol from her waistband. Stop! Stop! Am I stupid or something? Suli cursed inwardly, her feet not slowing for a second. He was at the scene of a murder, carrying a corpse on his shoulder. If caught now, he'd never be able to clear his name. He growled at Xia Qingxue. Run! Then, with Chen Tianyang slung over his shoulder, he cranked the power of his cheetah prosthetic leg to maximum. His entire body transformed into a black streak of lightning, charging madly toward another exit at the backstage. Xia Qingxue didn't hesitate either, hoisting Lin Wanwan onto her back and following close behind. Stop right there! Mu Kachio stomped her foot in fury at the sight, immediately leading her men in pursuit. But how could her speed possibly match that of Suli, who had undergone multiple enhancements? Carrying someone on his back, Suli still ran at breakneck speed. Weaving through the intricate backstage corridors, he soon left his pursuers far behind.
Following the map recorded by his cybernetic eye, he charged into an abandoned storage room. On the storeroom floor, an inconspicuous manhole cover had been opened in advance.
Jump! Without a moment's hesitation, Suli leaped down, still carrying Chen Tianyang. Xia Qingxue followed closely behind. The moment they landed, Suli pulled a remote control from his backpack and pressed the button. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as the entire storage room was rocked by a violent explosion. Collapsing walls and burning debris instantly buried the sewer entrance completely. Half an hour later, within the intricate web of Zecity's underground sewer system, Suli and Xia Qingxue finally halted their steps. It should be safe now. Suli set Chen Tianyang down and exhaled a long breath. He glanced to the side. Xia Qingxue stood silently, staring at the lifeless body of Chen Tianyang on the ground. Her face, hidden behind the rabbit mask, revealed no emotion. "What are you thinking?" Suli asked. "Nothing." Xia Qingxue's voice was calm. She just thought he was foolish. He sacrificed his life for a mere 100,000 yuan. No, he wasn't stupid. Suli shook his head. He was just an ordinary man who wanted his family to live a better life. For him, 100,000 yuan was worth risking his life for. Suli pulled Chen Tianyang's communicator from his pocket. Using Chen Tianyang's fingerprint, he unlocked the screen. He opened the contacts list. It was lonely and empty. Besides Suli and Lin Wanwan, there was only one other contact. The note read, "Little sis." Suli paused in surprise. Only then did he recall that people at the academy had mentioned it. Chen Tianyang's parents had passed away early, leaving him with only a younger sister still attending a regular middle school. They relied on each other for survival. He was working his ass off to make money and climb the ladder, not for himself. It was to give his only remaining family member a better life. Suli fell silent. "Don't worry, brother. I'll take care of your sister. You have nothing to fear." Suli hoisted him onto his back again. "Let's go home. We still have a patient waiting for emergency care." Back to the junkyard. Suli immediately lifted Lin Wanwan onto the operating table where he himself had lain just moments before. The energy representing the deadly poison had already invaded every organ in Lin Wanwan's body. Only the extreme cold had temporarily halted its spread. The situation was dire. Xia Qingxue's voice was grave. Conventional antidotes were useless. This toxin was destroying her cellular structure. "I know." Suli's expression also turned serious. He knew full well that conventional methods were useless. Therefore, he would employ unconventional methods. Mechanical King's Throne, using Lin Wanwan as the blueprint, scan her innate abilities, and derive the optimal modification plan. Suli issued the command in his mind. Ding! Command received, initiating scan. Scan complete. Detected target talent, dual soul. Talent description: this lifeform possesses two independent souls. The primary personality is gentle, while the secondary personality is violent. Both primary and secondary personalities are currently unconscious. Simulating optimal modification plan. Chapter 72, Your Brother is Dead. Simulation complete. Modification plan, Queen of Thorns. Core modification: utilize scorpion venom to stimulate and awaken the dormant secondary personality. Force its fusion with the primary personality. Simultaneously implant a mental chip to ensure absolute loyalty. Modification effect: talents will be fully activated, granting simultaneous control over deadly venom. Surveying this audacious and reckless modification plan, a look of immense satisfaction spread across Suli's face. 0. Follow my command. Use your frigid aura to precisely stimulate this region of her cerebral cortex. He pointed at Lin Wanwan's temple. I intend to awaken the sleeping little angel within her mind. Though Xia Qingxue didn't understand what Suli intended to do, she obeyed immediately. A pure, crystalline chill like an invisible probe pierced precisely into Lin Wanwan's brain. Simultaneously, Suli crafted another chip and implanted it into the back of Lin Wanwan's neck. Buzz! Under the dual stimulation of the cold energy in the chip, Lin Wanwan's frozen body suddenly trembled. A completely different aura. A terrifying aura brimming with savagery, madness, and chaos burst forth from her body. Her once delicate and lovely face instantly contorted into a hideous grimace. Vine-like patterns of dark green emerged from beneath her skin. Roar! Her eyes snapped open. Those eyes were no longer clear and pure. Instead, they blazed crimson, filled with a frenzied, murderous intent. She let out a roar unlike any human voice and lunged toward Suli, the nearest target, her jaws snapping shut. Bad girl. Suli's face showed no trace of surprise. He calmly issued a command in his mind. Mental subjugation chip, activate. ZZZZT. A powerful surge of bioelectricity instantly coursed through Lin Wanwan's entire body. Her frantic movements abruptly froze. Continue the modification. He gave Lin Wanwan no chance to catch her breath. Directly within her mind, he issued new commands to the mechanical king's throne. Consume source essence points to purchase and manufacture the blueprint for the fine-grade toxic circulation system. Ding. Blueprint purchased. Materials insufficient. Proceed with machinery kingdom inventory? Yes. The next second. A massive pile of metallic components and biological conduits, shimmering with an eerie green glow, materialized out of thin air on Su Li's workbench. He once again entered that state of miraculous creation. Cutting, welding, assembling. In less than half an hour, he had fashioned an external circulation system resembling a venomous snake skeleton. Exuding an eerie, otherworldly beauty, had been fashioned by his hands. This system could be directly connected to Lin Wanwan's body. It would transform the deadly scorpion venom within her into her own power, transforming her into a true queen of venom. 0. Restrain her. Su Li picked up the still steaming, venomous circulation system and commanded Xia Qingxue. Xia Qingxue immediately stepped forward. She pinned Lin Wanwan, still stiff from recent taming, firmly onto the operating table. Su Li hesitated not a moment. With his all-powerful mantis blade, he made a precise incision across Lin Wanwan's back. Then, he attached that metal system, as rigid as a venomous snake's spine, section by section, with Lin Wanwan's own spine, seamlessly fused and embedded into her own spine. Ah! Excruciating pain, mingled with a strange sensation of power, caused Lin Wanwan to let out another agonized, stifled growl. She could feel the toxins within her body, which had been frantically destroying her flesh. Now, as if finding an outlet, they surged madly into that cold metallic system. Circulating, amplified, then purified. Then, a more refined, more ferocious, and entirely controllable venomous force flowed back into every bone and muscle of her body. Ding! Thorn's Queen Phase 1 modification complete. As Su Li completed the final interface connection, Lin Wanwan's howls gradually subsided. She slowly raised her hand. With a flicker of her intent, venom flowed from her fingertips. Now she possessed formidable combat skills, superior stats, and deadly venom. Once she ascended to executive level, she could serve as a lethal dagger for assassination. Lin Wanwan stared at Su Li before her. A flicker of struggle passed through those crimson eyes. But in the end, she slowly lowered her proud head. Master. Su Li looked at her and suddenly smiled. He reached out, gently cupping her chin, forcing her to lift her head. Let me see Lin Wanwan's dominant personality, shall we? He asked with keen interest. Oh, I forgot she's already merged with you. So, are you still her now? At this question, a flicker of struggle and confusion. A flicker of struggle and confusion. After a moment, the violent aura around her gradually subsided. A faint, almost sickly smile, yet tinged with a hint of innocence. We are one. Her voice grew peculiar, as if two voices had overlapped. Thank you for saving me. Immediately, the violent aura belonging to the alternate personality once again took control. She extended her tongue and gently licked Su Li's finger. Her crimson eyes burned with unmasked possessiveness and fervor. Wanwan really likes her master. Su Li withdrew his finger and wiped it on the relatively clean garment. He looked at the girl before him, pure yet sensual, radiating a sickly sweet aura, and felt deeply satisfied. A tool isn't enough just to be obedient. A good tool actively seeks to please its master. Good. I like that. Su Li's tone was flat. He turned away, his gaze settling on the stiffening corpse of Chen Tianyan lying on the floor. Sigh. You stay here. I'll go to Chen Tianyan's place and deliver him to his family. The night grew deeper. Su Li shouldered the bag containing Chen Tianyang's body. Following the address on the communicator, he arrived at a dilapidated public housing complex on the city's outskirts. The environment here wasn't much better than his own junkyard. The air was thick with a damp, musty stench mixed with the sour, putrid smell of various foods. He found Chen Tianyang's home. It was a metal door, its paint peeling away. He raised his hand and knocked softly on the door. Knock, knock, knock. After a long while, the sound of slippers scraping against the floor came from inside, followed by the timid voice of a sleepy young girl. Who is it? I'm your brother's friend. Su Li lowered his voice. Silence lingered inside for a moment, as if hesitating. Then, the door opened a crack. A small face, bearing some resemblance to Chen Tianyang but more delicate and youthful, peered through the crack. It belonged to a girl who looked no older than 15 or 16. She wore a faded, worn-out nightgown, her hair slightly disheveled. When she saw Su Li and then the enormous bag at his feet, a flicker of confusion crossed her eyes. But when she caught the faint, lingering scent of blood, her face instantly drained of color. As if sensing something, her small hands gripped the doorframe tightly, her voice trembling. Is it you, brother? Have you returned? Your brother is dead. Chapter 73. Funerals are the luxury of the rich, mission reward. Chen Ling seemed to sense something. Her small hands clutched the doorframe tightly, her voice trembling. Is it you, brother? Have you come back? Suli stared into her eyes, filled with both hope and fear, and fell silent. He'd considered countless ways to handle this situation, like simply laying the body down and leaving, or weaving a lie. But in the end, he chose the most direct and cruelest approach. Your brother is dead. His voice held not a hint of emotion. Like a cold stone, it shattered the last shard of the girl's illusions. Chenling's body swayed violently. Drained of all strength, she clung to the doorframe to keep from collapsing. Tears streamed down her face like beads from a broken string. Silently, they slid down her cheeks. She did not cry out, nor did she demand answers. She simply wept in silence, and that very stillness was more heartbreaking than any wailing or screaming. Suli offered no comfort. He merely placed the body bag containing Chen Tianyang's remains by the doorway. Then, he took out an envelope and placed it on top of the bag. The envelope was thick, containing a bank card with 100,000 yuan. He was a good man. Suli looked at the girl before him, who was crying so hard she was nearly choking. Slowly, he spoke words of comfort he might rarely utter in his entire life. To protect his comrades, he stood alone against an enemy far stronger than himself. He never backed down. Suli continued, "Here's my number. Call me if you need anything." Funerals in this world were crude affairs. Just stuff the body in a bag and toss it aside. After all, proper graves, cremations, and urns were luxuries for the wealthy. For the poor, death was simply death. Having said that, he no longer looked at her, turning to leave. He wasn't a good man. He had used Chen Tianyang, treating him as cannon fodder. That was all he could do. Give him a dignified cause of death. "Brother? Could you wait a moment?" Suli's footsteps faltered slightly. He turned back to see the girl named Chenling had already wiped away her tears. Her bloodshot eyes no longer held the fragility and sorrow of before. Instead, a heart-stopping calm and determination, unmatched by her years, had taken their place. She looked at Suli and asked, one word at a time. "Who killed him?" Suli fell silent. He looked at the stubborn girl before him. He finally spoke, stating a fact. "The one who killed him is dead too. By my own hand. Consider it revenge for Chen Tianyang." "Thank you." Suli looked at her, saying nothing more. Back at the junkyard, Suli felt an exhaustion unlike any he'd ever known. Not physical exhaustion, but mental. He exhaled deeply twice before pushing open the familiar metal door. The room was brightly lit. Xia Qingxue and Lin Wanwan, two girls of different styles, yet both equally stunning young women, were waiting quietly for him. The moment Suli entered, Lin Wanwan's crimson eyes lit up instantly. Like a small animal spotting its master, she immediately rushed forward. She wrapped her arms affectionately around his arm. "Master, you're back." Her voice carried a hint of sickly sweetness. Xia Qingxue stood quietly by the side. Her gaze swept back and forth between Lin Wanwan and Suli, analyzing something, her expression betraying no emotion. Suli felt the soft touch on his arm. He glanced at the expressionless main wife beside him, feeling a headache coming on. He patted Lin Wanwan's head. "Behave yourself." Then, he walked over to the workbench and pulled up the system panel for the mechanical king's throne. The mission completion notification had already sounded in his mind with the death of the poison scorpion. Main quest phase 2, Prelude to Revenge, completed. Mission rating, S exceeded expectations. Dispensing rewards. Congratulations on obtaining fine-grade blueprints X3, source particles X200. 3 brand new blueprints instantly flooded Suli's mind. Fine-grade Little Ivan. Description: a super bomb centered around ultra-concentrated source matter. Upon detonation, it obliterates everything within a 100-meter radius. Single-use item with immense destructive power. Use with extreme caution. Fine-grade portable energy shield. Description: a wearable device for the forearm. When activated, it generates an energy shield capable of withstanding most degrade attacks. Duration is proportional to energy consumption. Fine-grade ebony ivory pistols. Description: 2 specially modified handguns. Ebony boasts extremely rapid fire, ideal for suppression. Ivory delivers immense power, perfect for precision strikes. Little Ivan. Energy shield. And dual pistols. This reward is generous, compensating for many of his weaknesses. Especially the big Ivan. It was practically the final surprise he'd prepared for Xiaze. Suli suppressed his excitement and turned his gaze to Lin Wanwan, who was still clinging to him. Xia Qingxue had already ascended to C rank, becoming a disaster, his sharpest trump card. As for Lin Wanwan, she remained at the lowest E rank awakened. She'd be of little use in the tough battles ahead. No, she must be upgraded immediately. A sharp gleam flashed in Suli's eyes. "Wanwan, come here." He beckoned to Lin Wanwan. "What are your orders, master?" Lin Wanwan immediately scurried over like a kitten. Tilting her innocent yet alluring face upward, she gazed at him expectantly. "Want to become stronger?" "Yes." Lin Wanwan nodded without hesitation. "Good." Suli pointed to the operating table. "Lie down." "Ha?" Lin Wanwan froze for a moment, then her pretty face flushed as she said shyly, "Master, right now? Isn't that a bit too fast?" "What's too fast?" Suli tapped her head impatiently. "I'm helping you advance." Seeing her bewildered expression, he explained. "Your secondary personality has been awakened. But it hasn't fully merged with your primary personality yet, which limits your power. Moreover, you possess deadly venom and combat instincts, yet lack a ritual to facilitate your advancement. Therefore, I've decided to create one for you myself. Ascension Ritual. After ingesting the venom, ascend to the executive tier." Suli produced a sealed vial containing concentrated venom. He placed the dark green, almost black venom before Lin Wanwan. "Drink it." Suli's tone was utterly devoid of emotion. "Succeed, and you'll ascend to the executive level in one fell swoop." Lin Wanwan lifted her head, gazing at Suli. A sickly, fervent smile spread across her face. "Whatever my master commands, even if it's poison, Wanwan will drink it with a smile." She opened the jar, tilted her head back, and downed the deadly liquid in one gulp. Ugh. Chapter 74. Don't kiss my master's teeth. The fragility of the primary personality, belonging to humanity, and the fury of the secondary personality, belonging to the monster. Under the toxin's influence, the most intense conflict erupted. "Hold on." Suli's voice thundered like a bolt of lightning, exploding within her mind. "Didn't you want to grow stronger? Didn't you love me? If you can't even endure this pain, what right do you have to stand by my side? Conquer it. Devour it. Let it become your nourishment." Every word from Suli struck like a powerful shot of adrenaline, piercing deep into Lin Wanwan's consciousness on the brink of collapse. "Yes. Master. I cannot disappoint my master. I must grow stronger. I must stay by my master's side forever." The power within her, belonging to the twin talent, was fully unleashed. She began to actively, frantically devour the toxins raging within her body. Transform them, bit by bit, into your own strength. Snap. Another crisp sound of a barrier shattering. Ding. Promotion ceremony complete. Congratulations. Your subordinate unit, Lin Wanwan, has successfully advanced to D-class executive. When Lin Wanwan opened her eyes again, she slowly sat up from the operating table. Her crimson eyes gazed dreamily at Suli before her. Then, she reached out with both hands and embraced him tightly, burying her face deep into his embrace. "Master." Her voice trembled with the relief of having survived a catastrophe, yet it also carried a sickly satisfaction. "Wanwan, you did it. So, Wanwan wants a reward." Lin Wanwan lifted her fair face, still tinged with a hint of pallor. Her tone brimmed with anticipation and playful coaxing as she gazed at Suli. What kind of reward?" Suli froze for a moment. But he quickly caught on. "If you want the horse to run, you have to feed it." Lin Wanwan had just endured a life or death ordeal. Asking for a reward now was perfectly reasonable. He was about to ask what materials or equipment she wanted. But Lin Wanwan suddenly stood on tiptoe, her crimson eyes sparkling with mischief. She planted a quick peck on his cheek. Then, like a little fox who'd stolen a piece of candy, blushing, she buried her face back into Suli's embrace and whispered softly, "I got my reward." Suli. Before he could react, a chill, oppressive aura wafted over from the side. Xia Qingxue had silently moved to his other side, her expressionless gaze fixed on the intimate exchange between the two. Her ice blue eyes betrayed no emotion. But Suli keenly sensed. The air temperature around them seemed to drop several degrees. Xia Qingxue couldn't help but roll her eyes inwardly. Why? I was here first. Whether it was becoming his zero unit, or calling him master, it was all mine first. Why the hell is this sickly girl who popped up out of nowhere stealing my thunder now? An indescribable, inexplicable. A feeling called injustice surged wildly within her heart. No! I can't lose. With that thought, the girl stepped forward. Her hand extended, expressionless, she pushed Lin Wanwan still clinging to Suli's embrace aside. Then she stood before Suli. Lifting her head, she declared in a tone of righteous indignation. "I advanced today too. So I deserve a reward too." Suli looked at the icy school beauty before him, her expression saying, "I don't care, I just want it." Then he glanced at the sickly girl beside her, her face twisted in a pout of grievance. He felt like he had two headaches for one head. What the heck is going on here? Now they're competing with each other? "You want a reward too?" Suli asked with a headache. "What do you want?" Xia Qingxue remained silent. She merely extended a finger and pointed to her flawlessly beautiful cheek. The implication was clear. Suli now seriously suspected that when he had implanted the emotion override module into Xia Qingxue back then, had he accidentally flipped some strange switch? Looking at the two creations before him, each more troublesome than the last, Suli sighed. Forget it, forget it. At least he wasn't the one losing out. What's the big deal about a kiss? It's not like it'll cost me an arm and a leg. He'd just treat it as a gesture to appease his employees. He leaned down, preparing to lightly brush his lips against Xia Qingshue's cheek. But just as he drew near, Xia Qingxue suddenly turned her head ever so slightly. Thus, the kiss meant for her cheek landed squarely on a pair of soft lips. The entire room fell silent in an instant. Lin Wanwan's bloodshot eyes widened in shock, her mouth forming an O shape, her face screaming, caught red-handed. Xia Qingshue's body stiffened abruptly, a flicker of triumphant cunning flashing in her eyes. A blush she hadn't even noticed herself. Suli, however, was utterly frozen in place. He could distinctly feel that soft touch. That faint, snow lotus-like fragrance. Had I been set up? In a past life, this kind of behavior would have landed her in jail for sure. What else could this be but female hooliganism? Just as he tried to step back, Xia Qingxue suddenly wrapped her arms around him. She wrapped them tightly around his neck, preventing him from leaving. Stop kissing! Don't kiss my master! A shriek filled with hurt and fury erupted from nearby. Lin Wanwan, like a kitten whose favorite toy had been snatched away, instantly bristled with fury. She lunged forward. Opening her little mouth, she sank her teeth into Xia Qingshue's smooth arm. She still had some restraint and didn't release any venom. SSSS. Xia Qingxue winced in pain and instinctively released Suli. Turning around, her eyes instantly filled with murderous intent as she glared fiercely at Lin Wanwan. Are you a dog? I don't care. My master is mine. You're not allowed to kiss him. Lin Wanwan still had Xia Qingshue's arm clamped between her teeth. Her muffled protests echoed, her bloodshot eyes screaming, protect my food. Yours? What gives you the right to say it's yours? Xia Qingxue sneered coldly, her body radiating a bone-chilling aura. Everything follows the rule of first come, first served. I don't care. I don't care. I want my master. Lin Wanwan threw a tantrum, scrambling forward with arms and legs flailing. Suli watched the two girls practically ready to come to blows before him, feeling his temples throb violently. He grabbed one by each collar, pulling them apart. One by one, you all think you can rebel, huh? Stop fighting over it. One at a time. Tonight, I'll reward you properly. Chapter 75, Banquet? Funeral. One by one, tonight I'll reward you properly. At these words, both girls froze instantly. In Lin Wanwan's blood-red eyes were instantly filled with excitement and anticipation. She even pressed her cheek against Su Li's chest. Meanwhile, a captivating blush swept across Xia Qingshue's icy cold, exquisite face. The emotion override module embedded in her mind stirred an odd, shameful yet hopeful sensation within her. This was precisely the effect he desired. Rewarding you for your work. Suli pointed toward the workbench, preparing to gather materials and upgrade his gear. Ha! That's your reward, master? Lin Wanwan felt a pang of disappointment, but Su Li's next words instantly lifted her spirits. Whoever works the hardest tonight will get double rewards. Yes, master. Lin Wanwan instantly burst with energy, charging forward like she'd been injected with adrenaline. Xia Qingxue flushed slightly and glared at Su Li, though her body betrayed her excitement. He closed his eyes, immersing his entire focus into the three brand-new, fine-grade, blueprints. Big Ivan was the trump card, the one to turn the tables with it could be built. But tonight, he'd focus on enhancing his standard combat capabilities first. The choice was clear. Portable energy shield, and ebony ivory. One for defense, one for offense, perfect. Step aside, everyone. Suli opened his eyes and walked to the workbench. From the mountain of materials, he precisely selected every component needed to craft these two pieces of gear. In less than an hour. A pair of black armored gauntlets radiating technological sophistication. A pair of massive pistols, one as dark as night, the other as white as ivory. Now lay silently on the workbench. Suli picked up the armor and strapped it onto his shoulder. With a flicker of his intent, a pale blue, translucent shield composed of hexagonal energy cells instantly unfolded before him. A profound sense of security washed over him. He picked up the two pistols, again ebony in the left, ivory in the right. The cold metallic feel and perfect weight distribution made him itch to find something to test their power on right away. At that very moment. Beep beep. His communicator beeped again. It was an encrypted message from Achi. Su Li tapped it open. Inside was only a photo and a single sentence. The photo showed Xia Zhe's revolting face. He stood on a massive podium, looking triumphant. The message read, "Tomorrow night at 8 p.m., Xia Zhe will host a charity dinner at City Hall to announce the establishment of the Xia Foundation. All of Ziqing's high-ranking officials will be in attendance. The intel you requested, don't forget to transfer the payment. Thanks, Brother Qi." Su Li smiled as he read the message. A charity dinner? What a hypocrite. But it was a good opportunity. A chance to take them all down at once. Just as he thought this, the cold voice of the mechanical king's throne echoed in his mind once more. Ding! Final revenge target detected. Main quest final stage activated, the king's funeral.
Objective, at the charity gala, end Xiaoze's life to proclaim the death of the old king and the birth of the new.
Reward, one epic blueprint including its materials.
Suli froze for a moment before comprehending.
This was a direct opportunity to create an epic tier item. Get ready.
Tomorrow, we attend a grand funeral. Meanwhile, in Zicheng, at the Xia family manor.
In a study lavishly decorated like a palace. Xiaoze puffed irritably on an expensive cigar. The smoke swirled thickly, yet failed to dispel the gloom between his brows. Lately, he's been feeling down. Deeply troubled.
First, there was the Golden Lily auction. Li Hu, his crucial pawn planted within the security company, was mysteriously eliminated. Then, the entire ship of military supplies he'd smuggled from Green Snake at enormous cost sank right in front of his own doorstep, ship and crew, all gone. And just last night, his most trusted trader, Poison Scorpion, died. This string of blows had cost him dearly and made him sense an extremely dangerous presence.
He knew someone was targeting him.
And each time, the enemy's methods grew more ruthless, more brazen. Who could it be?
Xiaoze crushed his cigar into the ashtray with a vicious stomp, his eyes flashing with savage fury. Was it that old fox, Mr. Wu? Or those stubborn old fools within his own family?
He glanced at the ice cubes floating in the golden liquid, and an absurd thought surfaced in his mind.
Or perhaps his own dear niece, the one who should have been dead?
The thought was extinguished the moment it surfaced.
Impossible. She was dead as dead could be. Could she have come back as a ghost to find him? Thump. The study door was knocked. Come in.
A subordinate in a suit entered respectfully. Second master, the schedule for tomorrow night's banquet has been fully confirmed. Xiaoze nodded, forcing his irritation back down and resuming his usual composed demeanor. The charity dinner tomorrow night was crucial for him. It was the stage where he would solidify his control over the Xia family and declare his status to all of Zhe City.
Absolutely no room for error.
Security arrangements, are they all in place? He asked in a low voice.
Everything is in order.
His subordinate replied promptly. The city guard will handle security for the banquet venue, not even a fly will get in. Additionally, the two newly borrowed C-rank experts from Green Snake will also be protecting your safety in secret.
Upon hearing this, Xiaoze's expression finally eased slightly.
The city guard, plus two C-level extraordinary individuals.
Very well. Xiaoze waved his hand. You may go.
Yes. After his subordinate left, Xiaoze relit a cigar.
He walked to the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows.
Gazing out at the sprawling estate that belonged to him, a smug, cold smile flickered in his eyes. No matter who was scheming in the shadows. By tomorrow night, the entire Xia family, indeed, all of Zhe City, would be utterly subjugated beneath his feet.
Then, he would have all the time and energy in the world to drag that rat hiding in the sewers out, bit by bit. Then, crush it mercilessly.
But it was a funeral meticulously prepared for him.
The next day, at 8 o'clock in the evening.
Zhe City Municipal Center, brightly lit, crowded with dignitaries. Nearly every prominent figure in Zicheng had gathered. Dressed in lavish attire and wearing the most hypocritical masks, they mingled through the banquet hall, chatting and laughing.
In an inconspicuous corner of the banquet hall,
Suli, dressed in a waiter's uniform, pushed a food cart. Head bowed, he moved silently through the crowd. A smile he couldn't suppress played at the corners of his mouth.
Chapter 76, Niece, you're not dead.
Suli thought about what he was about to do, and he couldn't help but laugh. He touched the precious treasure beneath the tablecloth, waiting for Xia Qingshue's arrival.
Today, we gather in celebration. Xiaoze, dressed in a bespoke white suit, stood on the podium delivering his speech, a performance brimming with hypocrisy and lies.
Below the stage, thunderous applause erupted as the elite guests wore expressions of profound emotion.
The entire banquet hall was immersed in a false harmony.
Suli, too, clapped along appreciatively.
Clap. Bang.
The two ornate doors of the banquet hall, carved with golden patterns,
were kicked open from the outside. The deafening sound instantly interrupted Xiaoze's speech. It also drew everyone's attention. An assassin.
Stop him.
The bodyguards below the stage reacted instantly.
Several immediately drew their weapons and charged toward the entrance. But before they could take a few steps,
a slender, ice-blue figure darted out like a ghostly apparition. It was Xia Qingxue.
Tonight, she wore neither hat nor that ridiculous rabbit mask.
She wore a black evening gown,
revealing that face capable of driving the entire city of Zhe into a frenzy.
Pale and breathtakingly beautiful,
she stood there, bold and unapologetic, before everyone's eyes.
Xia Xiaoqings? Impossible. Wasn't she dead?
It was her. It really was her. The guests below the stage erupted in an instant. Everyone stared in disbelief at this once believed dead prodigy. She was alive and well, standing before them once more. And on the podium, the moment Xiaoze saw Xia Qingshue's face, the smile on his face froze completely. A fear born from the depths of his soul instantly gripped his heart.
Stop her. Quickly! Kill her! Xiaze screamed in a panic, barking orders at the two C-rank experts borrowed from Green Snake standing beside him. Yet the two men standing behind him like shadows remained motionless, watching the scene unfold before them with cold indifference. Their orders were to protect Xiaze's safety, not to obey his commands to kill. That's how pragmatic Green Snake was. Useless! All of you are useless! Xiaze cursed furiously. Baitsong! Kill this one for me! Xiaze turned to an elderly man, but Baitsong only stared blankly at Xia Qingxue. He completely ignored Xiaze's command. He forced down the terror rising in his chest. His gaze returned to Xia Qingxue, who was steadily approaching him. A smile twisted across his face, uglier than crying. My dear niece, you're not dead? Thanks to your uncle, someone saved you. Xia Qingxue's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. With each word she spoke, she took another step forward. The terrifying chill emanating from that C-rank powerhouse sent the surrounding guests reeling back in terror. Heh, that really is fortunate. Cold sweat beaded on Xiaze's forehead. He understood. He grasped everything in an instant. Why his recent string of misfortune, why the weapons went missing, why Poison Scorpion died. It was all because of this man, who should have been dead, pulling the strings behind the scenes. But it didn't matter. A ruthless glint flashed in Xiaze's eyes. If he could kill her once, he could kill her again. He watched Xia Qingxue, who had already walked down to the stage, and sneered coldly. Since you're not dead, why didn't you come home sooner? Uncle's been worried sick about you. Xia Qingxue halted, lifting her head. Her eyes locked onto him, a mocking curve playing at the corners of her mouth. Uncle, you weren't quite so cheerful when you sent the poisonous scorpions to kill me. Those words exploded like a bomb dropped into a tranquil lake. The entire banquet hall instantly fell into dead silence. All the guests stared wide-eyed, disbelief etched on their faces as they watched Xiaze on stage and Xia Qingxue below. They were creatures of power, possessing the sharpest instincts for such high-stakes family feuds. Uncle and niece turning against each other. Xiaze had plotted against his own niece? This was an earth-shattering scandal. Xiaze's face instantly drained of color, turning deathly pale. He never imagined Xia Qingxue would be so direct. To expose this matter so ruthlessly, in front of the city's entire elite. What the hell are you talking about? He roared, his voice trembling with fear beneath a thin veneer of anger. You must be out of your mind, dead and resurrected. I'm talking nonsense? Xia Qingxue smiled a smile as cold as ice, yet breathtakingly beautiful. Then dare you show everyone the mark on your arm, the mark that belongs to the Green Snake? Xiaze's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpricks. He instinctively covered his left arm. And that gesture said it all. The guests below the stage erupted in an instant. Green Snake. That notorious terrorist organization wanted across the entire federation. The second master of the Xia family is actually colluding with Green Snake? It's over. Only these two words echoed in Xiaze's mind. He knew he was utterly finished. Reputation, status, everything all would vanish into thin air tonight. And all because of this woman standing before him. I want you dead. Driven mad by rage and humiliation, Xiaze shed his facade entirely. He drew a dangerous red glowing energy pistol from his coat and aimed it at Xia Qingxue below the stage. But just as he was about to pull the trigger, bang! A muffled gunshot echoed from a corner of the banquet hall. It was Su Li he had struck. One of the two C-rank experts who had remained motionless beside Xiaze finally moved. He merely raised his hand casually. Hum! The bullet fired by Su Li inexplicably suspended mid-air before dropping limply to the floor. Immediately, the expert turned his gaze toward Su Li, his fingers forming a loose fist. Su Li instantly felt the air around him seem to be sucked dry. An invisible, immense force clamped down on his throat, choking him, leaving him unable to breathe. Air manipulation? Su Li's face flushed crimson. He knew he couldn't keep pretending any longer. Summoning every ounce of strength, he ground out two words through clenched teeth. Wan. He, master, I'm here. A voice, sweet yet tinged with a sickly smile. Like a ghostly apparition, it echoed silently behind Xiaze. Xiaze's hair stood on end in an instant. He whipped his head around to find Lin Wanwan had appeared behind him without warning. Her delicate face bore an innocent yet cruel smile. Her blood-red eyes glowed with excitement. Nobody move, or he'll die. The two C-rank experts, along with the other bodyguards, paled visibly. Second young master. Chapter 77, I shall regain control of everything in the Xia family. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. Xiaze cursed furiously, his rage boiling over. He could feel it. The deadly aura emanating from that poisoned blade. Lin Wanwan held a poison-coated blade, poised to plunge it directly into Xiaze's throat. And right at this tense moment, art is an explosion. Su Li's voice, tinged with a hint of maniacal laughter, echoed throughout the banquet hall. He violently ripped open the tablecloth before him. Beneath it, the disguised cake box little Ivan.
was now flashing with blinding red light, emitting a rapid, ticking countdown. The moment they saw it, every extraordinary being present regardless of rank turned ashen. They could clearly sense the terrifying power contained within that small box. Destructive energy potent enough to level this entire place.
Madman! You madman!
The air manipulator could no longer maintain his composure. He roared in fury, abandoning his suppression of Suli, and slammed his palms together.
Vacuum strangle!
He intended to eliminate Suli, the greatest threat, at the fastest possible speed.
But the instant he moved,
a withered figure appeared before him like a ghostly apparition.
It was Baitsong. Your opponent is me.
Burning flames of vengeance blazed in Baitsong's eyes.
With a single slash of his blade, his colossal power shattered the invisible air cage into oblivion. Betrayal!
At the most critical moment, Baitsong chose to stand with Suli.
He locked down the most troublesome air manipulator.
Meanwhile, the other C-rank expert was firmly restrained by Xia Qingshue's overwhelming cold aura.
Opportunity!
Xia Zhe surveyed the chaotic scene before him, a flash of ruthlessness crossing his eyes. He spun violently, his energy pistol locked onto Lin Wanwan, who was pinning him from behind. He would eliminate this closest threat first.
But an eerie smile spread across Lin Wanwan's face.
Thud! Before Xia Zhe could fire, a crystal-clear frostblade pierced straight through his chest.
It was Xia Qingxue.
Seizing that split-second opportunity, she hurled the ice blade with all her might.
Ugh! Xia Zhe stared down in disbelief at the gaping wound in his chest, watching the frost spread across his body. His life force was rapidly draining away. He collapsed slowly, his eyes still fixed on Xia Qingxue, filled with resentment and venom. Go!
Suli roared lowly. Baitsong forced his opponent back with a palm strike. Xia Qingxue and Lin Wanwan immediately withdrew as well. The three converged towards Suli at top speed. The two C-rank experts of the Green Snake stared at Xia Zhe lying on the ground, then glanced at the still flashing, little Ivan. Their expressions darkened to the extreme. The mission had failed. Without a moment's hesitation, they turned and prepared to retreat through the window. But how could Suli give them that chance? He looked at the three who had regrouped, then glanced at the countdown nearing 0. A devilish grin spread across his face. He pressed the detonator in his hand.
Goodbye, everyone.
Let's send the most dazzling fireworks to my friend, Mr. Xia Zhe. Suli embraced Xia Qingxue and Lin Wanwan, and the three leaped from the upper floor. A parachute deployed behind him, swiftly carrying them away from the blast center.
Boom!
A small, fiery mushroom cloud erupted atop the Zicheng Municipal Center. It erupted with a thunderous roar. The terrifying shockwave, like the wrath of the gods,
instantly engulfing the entire banquet hall and everything within it.
Whether it was the wealthy and influential guests, or the well-trained city guards, or the two C-rank powerhouses who hadn't managed to flee in time. Before the unreasonable, absolute might of little Ivan, all beings were equal. Everything was reduced to ashes in that blazing light. Suli felt a terrifying force thrusting him backward. His entire body was hurled forward by the violent blast wave. Xia Qingxue and Lin Wanwan suffered the same fate. The three of them tumbled awkwardly several times before finally regaining their footing.
Suli glanced back. Flames engulfed half the night sky, turning it crimson.
The once golden municipal center had now become a burning inferno. Half of Zicheng's upper-class elites suffered heavy casualties in the explosion. He knew this time he had gone too far. But he didn't care. His gaze swept over the empty space behind him. Baitsong did not emerge. That loyal old man had sacrificed his life to buy them the final, crucial seconds.
Suli fell silent for a moment. He landed by the riverbank. Xia Qingxue turned to face Suli. The bewilderment and humiliation had vanished from her exquisite face. To the company. Her voice was cold and resolute. I will reclaim everything that belongs to me.
Suli looked at her and smiled. This was the 0 he wanted.
Suli nodded.
Without further ado, he simply extended his hand.
Then let's go. Go reclaim everything that belongs to you.
The entire city of Zicheng had been plunged into paralysis and chaos by this unprecedented explosion. Piercing sirens, the roar of fire trucks, and the screams of the crowd filled the air. Suli and his two companions arrived at the skyscraper housing the headquarters of the Xia Group. This was the power center of the Xia family. At this moment, the building had entered the highest level of lockdown. The entrance was packed with Xia Zhe's private security guards, their expressions tense.
Master, we can't get in through the main entrance. Lin Wanwan licked her lips. It's fine. Follow me. Xia Qingxue stood there, clad in that black evening gown, slightly torn from the battle.
Step by step, she advanced toward the brightly lit main entrance of the building.
Suli and Lin Wanwan followed behind her.
Halt! Who goes there? The guards at the entrance immediately raised their weapons, the black muzzles of their guns trained on the three of them. At the head of the group stood a middle-aged man who appeared to be the captain. When his gaze fell upon the face slowly emerging from the shadows,
Familiar yet unfamiliar, exquisite face emerging from the shadows. He froze in place as if struck by lightning. His pupils contracted violently from sheer shock. He nearly dropped the weapon in his hand. "Miss Data?" His voice trembled with disbelief. You weren't already." The young team members behind him, though they had never met Xia Qingxue in person. They had all seen the late young lady's photo in company records. At that moment, everyone stood speechless, as if they had seen a ghost. Xia Qingxue halted, her gaze calmly sweeping over the guards who had once belonged to her father. "Xia Zhe is dead." Her voice was not loud, yet it thundered like a bolt of lightning, exploding in everyone's ears. "From this day forward, I, Xia Qingxue, shall reclaim control of everything belonging to the Xia family." Chapter 78, Epic Mecha Trial, Guan Ziyao's Cooperation. From this day forward, I, Xia Qingxue, shall reclaim control of all matters pertaining to the Xia family. Her tone carried not a shred of emotion. Only the authority of one who ascends to power. The guard captain stared at the young lady before him, her aura utterly transformed from the past, as if reborn. He recalled the earth-shattering explosion that had just erupted from the city center. His mind raced, instantly piecing everything together. Without hesitation, he dropped to one knee with a thud. Lowering his once proud head, he cried out in a voice brimming with reverence, even bordering on fervor. "Welcome home, young lady." As he knelt, the guards behind him reacted in unison, dropping to one knee in perfect formation. "Welcome home, young miss." The unified roar echoed across the entire square. They knew the sky had changed for the Xia family. And they, in the first instance, chose to pledge allegiance to the new queen. Xia Qingxue watched the scene of submission unfold before her, her face devoid of any expression. She simply stepped forward, walking through the ranks of kneeling guards. Over the next few days, the entire city of Zhe was plunged into an unprecedented political earthquake. The municipal center was bombed, killing over half of the upper-class nobles and officials on the spot, including the commander of the city guard. Xia Zhe, the second master of the Xia family, also perished in the explosion. Meanwhile, Xia Qingxue, the eldest daughter of the Xia family who was believed to have passed away from illness, miraculously returned to life that very night. With thunderous force, she reclaimed control of the entire Xia group. Rumors swirled and conspiracy theories ran rampant. Everyone knew the sky over Zhe City was about to change forever. But Su Li also found himself increasingly busy. After helping Xia Qingxue suppress several unruly shareholders within the conglomerate, he also activated his reward. Main quest final stage, the king's funeral, completed. Mission rating, S perfect finale. Rewards being dispersed. Congratulations on obtaining 1 epic tier blueprint including its materials. Congratulations on receiving a special reward, Machine Nation feature unlocked customization available. A series of system notifications sent Su Li's mood soaring to new heights. He immediately checked his rewards. Epic Cyborg Armor, Judgment. Description: a ultimate exoskeleton armor system featuring a tomb steel core frame, integrating flight, defense, and attack capabilities. Capable of deep neural integration with the user, featuring self-repair and evolutionary capabilities. Gazing at the blueprint for this ultimate divine armor, crafted specifically for him, Su Li's breathing quickened. Gundam in hand. And it's for me to wear. Without hesitation, he immediately retrieved the mountain of epic tier materials accumulated from the system rewards. Today, no one was going to disturb him. Su Li locked himself in his workshop. He embarked on a 3-day, non-stop, frenzied creative spree. 3 days later, when Su Li pushed open the studio door, he had visibly lost weight, yet his eyes shone with an almost frightening intensity. Hovering silently behind him was a set of armor entirely pitch black, brimming with streamlined curves and a brutal aesthetic. Judgment completed. With a single thought from Su Li, the battle armor instantly disintegrated into countless modules that, as if possessed of life, enveloped his entire body. The instant the faceplate snapped shut, an unprecedented, world-shattering terror surged through his very bones. He sensed that now, a single punch could obliterate a building. Awesome! Feeling this power, Su Li let out a satisfied sigh. With this judgment armor, he finally possessed a true foundation to stand firm in this perilous world. Having eliminated Xia Zhe, that major threat, and now possessing divine armor, Su Li's nerves, stretched taut for so long, could finally relax. He decided to take a break. Thus, the next day at Zhe City's Transcendent Academy, a combination no one could have anticipated arrived. Su Li still wore his school uniform, looking every inch the impoverished student. But by his side were 2 stunningly beautiful girls who could turn any man's head. One was Xia Qingxue, the Ice Queen goddess who had re-enrolled and returned to the Inner Academy. The other was Lin Wanwan, the red-eyed beauty whose face was perpetually adorned with a sickly sweet smile. When the 3 of them appeared together on campus, they instantly drew the attention of everyone around. Isn't that trash talker Su Li? How is he walking with Xia Qingxue? Wasn't Xia Qingxue dead? How did she come back to life? Honestly, I like that red-eyed girl. Damn it, what kind of bull luck did this guy get? Whispers of envy, jealousy, and resentment rippled through the campus. Suli paid no heed to the stares or whispers. All he wanted now was to fully savor this hard-won, blissful campus life. Before dismissal, Suli was about to head home with his 2 accessories. Thud! 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 A series of footsteps, heavy enough to make the ground tremble, approached from behind. Without turning around, Suli knew exactly who it was. Suli! Dad! Wait a minute! Guan Ziyao's electronic voice, distorted by a voice changer, grew louder as it approached. Suli turned around. Holy cow, this iron can after just a few days apart, she'd upgraded her gear. The silver power armor she wore had clearly been upgraded. The armor was thicker, the lines more streamlined. 2 small turbine nozzles had even been added to her back. What are you yelling about now? Suli stared at the tin can charging toward him, utterly speechless. Dad! Calling you dad is fine, isn't it? Guan Ziyao's electronic voice brimmed with excitement. You haven't been to school these past few days where you holed up at home building a mech? Her sources were remarkably well connected. So what if I was? Let me see it. Quick, let me see it. Guan Ziyao was so excited she nearly jumped up, her massive metal arm grabbing Suli's arm in one swift motion. The mech you built must be a miracle too. Let me see it. Just once. No way. Suli refused coldly. Are you kidding? Judgment is his biggest trump card right now. There's no way he'd just show it to anyone. Don't be so stingy. Daddy! Guan Ziyao started pouting, rubbing his massive metal frame against Suli. We're brothers, aren't we? What's yours is mine. Suli got goosebumps from her rubbing and quickly pushed her away. He hadn't told her that his last brother was already dead. Talk business, not touchy-feely. He. Guan Ziyao didn't get angry. She leaned close to Suli's ear. Lowering her voice, she spoke in a tone dripping with temptation. Dad, no, Suli, let's work together. Work together? Chapter 79, Making a Deal with the Devil. But who's the devil? Cooperation? Yes. Cooperation. Guan Ziyao's electronic voice carried an unquestionable certainty. Suli looked at her, somewhat surprised. How exactly would this cooperation work? Guan Ziyao seemed to have already planned it out. She activated a small projection device on her power armor. A map of Zicheng's underground factions instantly projected itself into the air. For the first time, her tone carried the cool, rational composure of a great family's heir. For us mechanics to establish ourselves in this world, technology alone is insufficient. We also need our own influence, our own intelligence network, and a steady flow of funds. She extended her massive mechanical finger and tapped firmly on a chaotic area marked as a black market on the map. Therefore, I intend to establish our own cyberware shop right here. Her voice brimmed with ambition. A black market shop catering exclusively to outlaws, gangsters, and mercenaries who operate in the shadows. We'll sell them the strongest cyberware, the deadliest firepower, turning them into our sharpest blades. We'll make the dirtiest money off them and gather the most secret intel. And this shop, I want us to run it together, the 2 of us. She looked at Suli, her eyes hidden beneath the helmet, gleaming with intense heat. You are the sole technical core of the shop, our god. You're in charge of creation, of setting the rules. And I'll handle all the funding, connections, materials, and take care of anyone who dares to cause trouble. We split the profits 70-30. Only 70%? 70% is yours. 30% is mine. Heh, that sounds more like it. He had to admit, Guan Ziyao's proposal was incredibly tempting. It almost perfectly aligned with his own previous thoughts. And Guan Ziyao was undoubtedly the best partner. She had money, connections, and was a die-hard fan who'd even call her own father for the sake of technology. So? Guan Ziyao looked at Suli's silence, asking nervously, are you in on this partnership or not? Suli looked at her and suddenly smiled. Have you thought of a name for the shop? Guan Ziyao froze for a moment, then beamed with delight. She knew Suli had agreed. I have, she exclaimed excitedly. It'll be called Rebirth. May everyone who walks through our doors find new life. Rebirth. Suli silently repeated the name and nodded. Good name. He extended his hand. Then, happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Dad. Guan Ziyao excitedly extended his massive mechanical hand, clasping Suli's hand tightly in a firm grip. Then go make the arrangements. I'm heading back. Got it. Master, here are the materials you requested. Inside the office. Xia Qingshui placed an alloy case filled with rare metals before Suli. She now held absolute control over the Xia family. Outwardly, she was the queen of the family, a cold, decisive ruler who took no prisoners. Anyone daring to question her would mysteriously vanish from the city by the next day. But before Suli, she remained the utterly obedient Zero. Suli nodded, inspecting the materials inside the box with great satisfaction. Good work. What reward do you want? At those words, a captivating ripple flashed in Xia Qingshui's eyes. She stepped forward and gently embraced Suli.
She pressed her face against his chest. In a voice brimming with infinite longing, she whispered softly, "I want you to love me." That emotion override module had long since twisted and amplified her feelings for Suli. Twisted and amplified, transforming them into a near-religious, pathological obsession. Suli felt the soft body in his arms, yet his face remained expressionless. He merely patted her back gently, as if soothing an obedient pet. He relished this feeling of absolute control. At that very moment. Beep. His communicator suddenly chimed. An unfamiliar number. Suli's eyebrow arched slightly. He motioned for Xia Qingxue to let go, then answered the call. "Suli, do you have time? I think we should meet." A voice came through the phone, refined and courteous, yet chillingly familiar voice. It was Mr. Wu. Suli's eyes narrowed instantly. Mr. Wu, Xia Zhe's sworn enemy. But now, Xia Zhe was dead. And Xia Qingxue, with Suli's assistance, successfully consolidated the Xia family and emerged as its new matriarch. The business world is like a battlefield. There are no permanent enemies, nor permanent friends. Only eternal interests exist. As one rises and another falls. The Xia family has now quietly emerged as Mr. Wu's greatest rival in this city. Since Xia Qingxue took control. Suli and Mr. Wu have had no further contact whatsoever. Both sides maintained an uneasy truce. So why would this old fox seek him out now? Mr. Wu, what an unexpected visitor. Suli's tone remained calm, betraying no emotion. What might you wish to discuss with me? Guidance is too much honor. Mr. Wu chuckled softly on the other end of the line. It's just been a while since we last met. I thought I'd invite this interesting young man for a cup of tea and a chat. Incidentally, I'd like to discuss a future business venture with you. The future? Yes, Mr. Wu's tone grew meaningful. A business concerning the future of this city and the future of all of us. Suli fell silent for a moment. He knew this cup of tea wouldn't be pleasant. But he did not refuse. Time and place. Tomorrow at 3 p.m., West City, Jingxin Tea House. I'll be waiting. The call ended. Suli stared at the darkened screen, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. He knew it. His peaceful campus life was over. A new chess game had begun. This time, he would no longer be a pawn. He would become the player challenging the old fox. I've thoroughly investigated Mr. Wu's background. Xia Qingxue, standing nearby, spoke up immediately after Suli hung up the phone. Now at the helm of the Xia family, the intelligence network she could command far surpassed anything from the past. The chaotic black market we know was established and firmly controlled by him. Her voice carried a hint of gravity. Meeting him now is like trying to skin a tiger. A tiger? Suli smiled at the remark. He has his ways, and I have mine. Who knows who the tiger really is? Chapter 80, Opening a Shop, the most cliched filler plot. Who's the tiger and who's the hunter? That remains to be seen. Just as he was preparing for tomorrow's meeting, his communicator buzzed again. This time, it was Guan Ziao. Suli. Hurry over. Your shop. It's open for business. Guan Ziao's incredibly excited electronic voice came through on the other end. Suli froze for a moment. The prosthetic shop? How many days has it been? This iron can's execution speed is insane. Address. Black Market, Central Avenue, number 13. It's the most conspicuous one there. Come cut the ribbon, my big boss. Half an hour later, Black Market. Suli led Xia Qingxue and Lin Wanwan to Central Avenue following the address. Then, he spotted the so-called new shop at a glance. Amidst rows of dilapidated, chaotic shops. A 3-story black building brimming with cyberpunk style. It rose abruptly from the ground, standing out like a sore thumb. Above the building's sign. 2 bold, sweeping characters formed by neon tubes. Rebirth. A red carpet even stretched across the entrance. Both sides were lined with celebratory flower baskets that looked incredibly expensive at a glance. To the uninitiated, it might have looked like some Fortune 500 company was opening a branch here. Suli stared at this ostentatious display and felt a throbbing headache coming on. What he wanted was a low-key, discreet black market operation. Not a viral hotspot screaming for the whole world to notice. Suli. Dad. You're here. Guan Ziao's towering silver figure burst out of the shop, rushing forward with enthusiastic greetings. Today, she even tied a festive red ribbon onto her bulky power armor. How about that? Pretty efficient, huh? She patted her chest plate, her face begging for praise. You're practically shouting from the rooftops that we opened a shop here, aren't you? Suli said with a sigh. What's there to be afraid of? Guan Ziao declared with righteous indignation. In the black market, fists and skills are the biggest signs. We're going all out. We want everyone to know this is the most formidable cybernetic shop in all of Zicheng. She pulled Suli toward the shop entrance. Come on, big boss, don't just stand there, it's time for the ribbon cutting.
Two scantily clad bunny girls approached, carrying a tray draped in red cloth. Resting on the tray was a pair of gleaming golden scissors. Suli sighed at the absurd spectacle. Forget it. If they want to go big, so be it. After all, he now had the capital to be flashy. He picked up the scissors and with a sharp snip, cut through the red silk ribbon. I hereby declare, Rebirth Cyborg Clinic officially opens today. Guan Ziyao's electronic voice boomed through the loudspeakers, echoing down the entire Central Avenue. The surrounding gangsters and mercenaries gathered to watch the spectacle burst into mocking laughter. Opening a shop on the black market and daring to be so flashy? Must be tired of living. They were all waiting to see when this new shop would be smashed to pieces by the local thugs. Of course, the outcome they anticipated soon arrived. But the outcome was far beyond anyone's expectations. Suli and his group had barely entered the shop, their seats not even warm yet. Bang! A deafening crash echoed as the shop's newly installed door was kicked open from the outside. A dozen or so thugs, their faces twisted with brutality. The leader was a bald, one-eyed thug with a thick gold chain around his neck. Leading them was a bald, one-eyed man with a thick gold chain around his neck. He clutched a blood-stained baseball bat in his hand. He swept a contemptuous glance around the shop's futuristic interior with his lone eye. Then his gaze settled on Suli. What the hell? Who gave you permission to open a shop here? The one-eyed man slammed the bat hard onto the floor, producing a dull thud. Don't you know this is Blood Wolf Gang territory? Did you ask me, One Eye, before opening a shop here? His henchmen behind him erupted in a chorus of raucous laughter. Each of them rubbed their hands together, eyeing Xia Qingxue and Lin Wanwan inside the shop with malicious intent. Guan Ziyao's massive power armor stepped forward. It emitted a low hum, as if preparing to act. Suli raised his hand, signaling her to hold her fire. He looked at this typical local thug demanding protection money. His expression remained utterly unruffled as he asked calmly. Finished? Then get out. What did you say? The one-eyed man's expression darkened instantly. He hadn't expected this shopkeeper, who looked like a pretty boy, would dare speak to him like that. Kid, you're tired of living. Smash it. He roared in rage, raising his baseball bat to smash the nearest holographic display stand. The onlookers around them all wore smug, schadenfreude-filled grins. They knew the show was about to begin. But just as the one-eyed man's bat was about to come crashing down, a flat, emotionless voice drifted in from the doorway. You dare smash my shop? The one-eyed man instinctively turned his head. There, standing by the doorway as if he'd been there all along, was a young man in an ordinary jacket, his features utterly unremarkable. It was Ah Chi. In his hands, he held a massive celebratory flower basket. The one-eyed man frowned at this sudden intruder. Who the hell are you? Messing with Blood Wolf Gang's business? Ah Chi paid him no mind. He simply held the basket and walked straight through the gang members, as if they were nothing but air. He walked up to Suli, set the basket down, and gave a slight nod. Suli, you opened a shop? Congratulations. The one-eyed man who'd been ignored was now utterly enraged. Damn it! How dare you ignore me? He roared in fury, raised the baseball bat in his hand, and swung it viciously from behind, smashing it down hard onto Ah Chi's skull. He swung with all his might, enough force to shatter a concrete slab. Ah Chi didn't even turn his head. Crack! A soft crack. The heavy, forceful baseball bat was casually caught between his two fingers. Noisy. Ah Chi uttered two words indifferently. Then, his fingers tightened ever so slightly. Snap. The solid steel baseball bat twisted like a pretzel as he snapped it clean in two. Immediately, he swung it back. Thud. A dull, heavy thud. The one-eyed man's massive bald head caved in like a smashed watermelon. Before he could even scream, his entire body collapsed like a pile of mud. He collapsed limply to the ground, dead on the spot. Suli, the boss asked me to tell you. From today onward, this shop and the entire black market Central Avenue will be your territory. Run it with confidence, no one will dare cause trouble. Chapter 81, The Game of Power. You're the latecomer. Just run your business with peace of mind. From now on, no one will dare cause you trouble. Ah Chi's tone was as if stating an established fact. Thanks, Brother Aki. Suli smiled and nodded, adding, and thank you on my behalf, Mr. Wu. He knew this was Mr. Wu extending goodwill toward him. It was also a declaration to the entire black market of his presence. From this day forward, Suli was no longer the trash collector anyone could push around. He was now Mr. Wu's partner. That title alone would make everyone in Zicheng 99 think twice before messing with him. Ah Chi gave a slight bow in acknowledgement. Then he turned and slipped away like a ghost, leaving without a sound. As if he had never been there. All that remained was a trail of destruction and the Blood Wolf Gang's henchmen at the door, scared out of their wits. Suli didn't even glance at them. He merely waved casually at the tin can beside him, who was so excited he was nearly short-circuiting. Tin can, clean up the mess. Got it. Guan Ziyao's electronic voice crackled with excitement as she trudged over.
That massive mechanical arm, like scooping up little chicks, one by one, grabbed those still shivering thugs. Along with the corpse on the floor, tossing them onto the street outside the shop. Get the hell out of here. Dare to come back, and I'll break every bone in your body. The surrounding vendors and passers-by who had been waiting to watch the spectacle now fell silent at the sight of the bloody scene before them. The looks they cast at the rebirth clinic had shifted from schadenfreude to one of profound reverence and dread. They knew the sky over the black market was about to change. A shop endorsed by Achi, the top enforcer under Mr. Wu's command. Its weight and influence were self-evident. A minor disturbance was thus swiftly quelled. Rebirth Clinic officially opened its doors. Suli stepped back, leaving the day-to-day operations entirely to Guan Ziao, who threw herself into the work with boundless energy. He himself returned home with Xia Qingxue and Lin Wanwan. For tomorrow, he had a far more crucial appointment. He was about to engage in his first real, face-to-face showdown with that old fox, Mr. Wu. He pushed open the villa's front door. Yes, a villa. He hadn't slept in that dump of his for ages now. Of course. Back when he was broke, sleeping in a junkyard was unavoidable. Now that he had money, sleeping in a junkyard? That would be insane. He worked his ass off to make money, wasn't it all for the sake of enjoying life? Suli flopped himself heavily onto the plush, expensive leather sofa in the living room. He switched on the massive holographic television. The news broadcast was airing the official report on the massive explosion that had occurred a week prior. A solemn-faced female anchor delivered the report in a clear, precise tone. Regarding the severe explosion that occurred at the municipal center 1 week ago, thorough investigations by the inspectorate have now determined. The incident was caused by an accidental explosion resulting from a gas leak in the aging gas pipeline of the municipal center's kitchen. It is unrelated to any terrorist attack. Put. Suli watched the scene unfold, nearly spitting out the iced coffee he'd just taken a sip of. Gas leak? How could they possibly come up with that? His little Ivan could probably vaporize the entire municipal center's gas pipeline. But then again, it made perfect sense. That night, half of Ziqing's upper-class elite perished. Their deaths left countless coveted positions vacant. Their subordinates were itching to take their seats, wishing they'd die even faster. Their rivals, like Mr. Wu, would seize the chance to voraciously devour their assets, stuffing themselves until their mouths dripped with grease. And the Xia family, who should have been the most enraged and determined to pursue justice to the end. But with Xia Qingshue's forceful return, they were engulfed in a bloody purge within their own ranks, leaving them no time to focus elsewhere. Thus, an assassination capable of upending the entire power structure of Zicheng was casually dismissed as an accident. No one would seek the truth. Because, for everyone still alive, this outcome was the best possible result. Suli turned off the television, feeling only a sense of boredom. This was the so-called high-stakes game of the elite. He stretched lazily and called out to Xia Qingxue beside him, who was polishing the frost blade. Zero, come here. Give your master a shoulder massage. Yes. Xia Qingxue set down her weapon and walked behind the sofa. Her fair, slender hands began kneading Suli's shoulders with a touch of awkwardness. Suli closed his eyes, savoring this hard-earned moment of comfort. He relished power, he relished wealth, and he relished the thrill of transforming this once privileged princess into his personal servant. Yet at the same time, his heart was filled with caution about the future. He knew full well he was just a nobody from the junkyard. He had overthrown Xia Zhe through sheer madness and calculation. Then, in the future, there would surely be countless others like him lurking in the shadows, coveting everything he now possessed, preparing to overthrow him. Therefore, he could never afford to let his guard down. Especially tomorrow, when he met with that old fox, Mr. Wu, he would need to be on high alert. That would be a true game between two masters of strategy. One wrong move, and the entire game is lost. Just as Suli was enjoying Xia Qingshue's service and contemplating tomorrow's high-stakes game. Master! Master! A voice brimming with excitement and eagerness to report good news echoed from the villa's backyard. Immediately, a crimson blur streaked past. Lin Wanwan swooped in like a swallow returning to its nest. I'm trained now. Her face begged for praise as she spoke, eager to be rewarded. Suli opened his eyes, but before he could speak, Lin Wanwan spotted Xia Qingxue massaging Suli's shoulders. Her crimson eyes narrowed instantly. "Ya! You sneaky cat!" She let out a displeased cry and leapt straight onto Suli's lap. Like a kitten guarding its food, she spread her arms wide, claiming Suli for herself. She glared warily at Xia Qingxue. "Get away from my master. This is my spot." Xia Qingxue merely gave her a faint glance. Her gaze was as if she were looking at a stubborn, unreasonable fool. Not only did she refuse to leave, she escalated her actions. Bending down, she gently pressed her cheek against Suli's side. In a tone only Lin Wanwan could hear, brimming with provocation, she murmured softly. "First come, first served. You're the latecomer. You." Lin Wanwan puffed out her cheeks in anger, ready to explode on the spot. All right. Stop arguing, stop arguing.
Chapter 82, Does knowing more bring more happiness? Alright. Suli felt the different textures on her legs and cheeks. He couldn't help but chuckle. One hand pressed down on the nearly frenzied yandere girl clinging to his leg. With the other hand, he pinched the icy school beauty's pretty face. Both of you, behave yourselves. He relished the sensation of being fought over by two stunningly beautiful girls. This greatly satisfied his tyrannical vanity. He turned to Lin Wanwan and asked, "How's the training going?" At the mention of business, Lin Wanwan perked up instantly. She hopped off Suli's lap and declared triumphantly, "Master! Look!" She extended her delicate little hand and waved it lightly toward the backyard. A cloud of poison spread like a sky full of blades. A cage of strangulation, annihilating all. Not bad. Suli nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that after advancing to the executive level, Lin Wanwan not only fully mastered the venom within her body, but had also become more aggressive and deadly. Her master. Lin Wanwan leaned in again, batting her large, watery crimson eyes. Her face brimming with anticipation as she looked at him. "Wanwan's so amazing, is there a reward?" "Yes." Suli smiled and picked up an item from the workbench. It was a collar, steeped in Gothic style, crafted from black leather and silver metal. A collar. A delicate silver bell hung from the collar. "Starting today, wear it." Suli's tone brooked no argument. "This is your exclusive proof of identity, given to you by me, the greatest assassin." Yes. "Master, please put it on me yourself?" Suli smiled at her eager expression. He picked up the collar and fastened it around her neck himself. The moment the cold metal clasp clicked shut, Lin Wanwan's body swayed uncontrollably. Like a big dog. A profound sense of belonging flooded her soul. The crisp jingle of the bell around her neck sounded like the most beautiful melody in the world. The farce ended, and night deepened. Suli offered no further rewards. He simply took a quick shower before retiring to his room to sleep. He needed to rest and recharge, preparing himself in peak condition for tomorrow's showdown with the old fox. The next day, at the tranquil mine tea house, a low-key black hovercar glided to a stop at the tea house entrance. The door opened. Suli stepped out of the vehicle. He wore a perfectly tailored black suit once again today. A calm, faint smile graced his face. He looked every inch the distinguished gentleman arriving for an appointment. But anyone who knew him understood. Beneath that calm exterior lay a soul of unparalleled madness. Immediately afterward, two figures also stepped out of the car. One on the left, one on the right, they stood behind him like shadows. On the left was Xia Qingxue. She wore a sharp black women's suit, her long hair pulled up high. Her face was shielded by sunglasses that blocked most scrutiny. Her icy, beautiful face bore no expression. Her entire being radiated an icy aura that kept others at arm's length. On the right was Lin Wanwan. Her face bore an innocent yet sickly smile. Her blood-red eyes scanned everything around her with curiosity. Like a feral cat bristling with aggression toward everything. One as cold as frost, the other as fiery as flame. The moment these two stunningly beautiful girls, each radiating an overwhelming aura, stepped into the tea house, the entire tea house hall fell silent. Every pair of eyes was involuntarily drawn to this peculiar pairing. They all wondered, who exactly was this young man who looked barely 20? What kind of background could he possibly have to warrant such bodyguards? Suli entered the private room arranged by Mr. Wu. Incense smoke wafted gently through the room. Mr. Wu sat alone, leisurely brewing a pot of steaming tea at the tea table. Today, he maintained his usual refined and courteous demeanor, his face adorned with a warm smile, appearing like an ordinary tea drinker awaiting an old friend. "Here? Sit." He gestured to the seat opposite him. Suli accepted the invitation without hesitation and sat down. Mr. Wu's gaze lingered with interest on the two young women for a moment. A fleeting, imperceptible gleam flashed in his eyes before he swiftly resumed his usual expression of calm composure. "Try this," he said, pushing a cup of freshly brewed, fragrant tea towards Suli, "this year's special supply Yunding Snowbud, you won't find it anywhere else." Suli lifted the cup and took a delicate sip. Fine tea. Fine tea deserves a worthy companion. Mr. Wu smiled, finally getting to the point. "Suli, Xia Zhe is dead. The Xia family now belongs to the young lady standing behind you." His tone grew meaningful. "So, should our collaboration also move into the next phase? How does Mr. Wu envision this cooperation?" Suli set down her teacup and asked calmly. "Very simple." Mr. Wu's eyes flashed with the cunning gleam of an old fox. "I want you, and the Xia family behind you, to become my most steadfast allies in this city. Together, we will seize complete control over every aspect of Ziqing both above and below ground. Then, whatever resources, technology, or status you desire, I can provide." Suli listened to his grand promises, his face betraying no emotion. He merely countered, "Sounds good. But I want to know, what do I have to give up?" Mr. Wu chuckled. "I enjoy talking to smart people. He didn't answer directly, instead shifting the conversation abruptly to another matter. You killed a woman aboard the Rising Star, correct? Su Li's gaze instantly sharpened. That woman? He had almost forgotten. Later, you blew up 2 C-class extraordinary beings. Do you know whose people they were? Su Li remained silent. They were all Green Snake's people. Mr. Wu looked at Su Li, his smile turning slightly amused. You killed their men and ruined their deal with Xia Zhe. Do you think they'll just let it go? They'll be coming for you soon. This is a warning and a warning. Su Li fell silent for a moment before suddenly smiling. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Wu. But it's just a mere green snake. Mr. Wu chuckled. Young man, having ambition is a good thing. He said slowly, but Zicheng is too small. You haven't truly seen the outside world yet. Sometimes, knowing too much and seeing too far doesn't bring happiness. Mr. Wu's gaze grew distant and complex. It only makes you feel your own insignificance all the more. Chapter 83, Am I dodging his sharp edge? It only makes you feel your own insignificance all the more. Mr. Wu's tone carried a hint of the world weariness and gentle admonition of someone who'd been there. Upon hearing this, Su Li suddenly grinned and uttered a remark that instantly made the atmosphere feel a bit strange. I'm not small. He looked at Mr. Wu and added earnestly. I'm huge. Mr. Wu froze. He stared at Su Li's deadpan expression. It took a full 3 seconds before he realized the kid was playing a joke on him. Ha! You little rascal. Mr. Wu couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. He laughed so hard tears nearly streamed from his eyes. Pointing at Su Li, he shook his head while laughing. Not bad, not bad. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Bold enough. And entertaining enough. He laughed for quite a while before finally quieting down. Picking up his teacup again, the admiration on his face was plain to see. Good. Since you're unafraid, I can rest assured. He took a sip of tea, his expression turning serious once more. The Green Snake's men will arrive soon. From what I understand, the one coming this time is a guy codenamed Doctor within their organization. A madman who tinkers with genes and viruses. And I have another piece of intelligence here free of charge. Mr. Wu's eyes sharpened. Do you remember that female inspector named Mu Kachio who bailed you out of the police station? Su Li's eyebrows raised slightly. That idealistic, headstrong rookie? Of course he remembered her. She's gone missing. Mr. Wu slowly delivered a piece of news that even caught Su Li off guard. The very next day after you blew up the municipal center, she vanished without a trace from the inspectorate's dormitory. No sign of life, no trace of a body. Su Li's eyes narrowed instantly. Mu Kachio is missing? This matter reeked of peculiarity. Why would a squad leader from the inspectorate vanish without a trace? Was she silenced? Or? Interesting. A hint of amusement flickered across Su Li's face. It seemed this Green Snake organization was far more intriguing than he had imagined. Thank you for the information, Mr. Wu. Su Li rose to his feet and bowed his hands respectfully toward Mr. Wu. Today's tea has been most satisfying. So, regarding the matter of cooperation, I accept. Su Li's response was crisp and decisive. He knew he needed Mr. Wu, the local power broker, at this moment, to shield him from certain overt troubles. And Mr. Wu, in turn, needed his sharp blade to deal with hidden enemies like the Green Snake lurking in the shadows. It was a perfect alliance, each getting what they needed. Happy cooperation. Mr. Wu rose to his feet and extended his hand. May we both obtain what we seek when we meet again. Stepping out of the tea house, Su Li's mood did not lighten despite the agreement with Mr. Wu. Instead, it grew heavier. Green Snake, the doctor, Mu Kachio. One clue after another intertwined, forming an invisible web that enveloped the entire city of Zicheng. He felt as though he'd been swept into the center of a colossal whirlpool. Master, Xia Qingshua's voice sounded beside him. Where shall we go now? Home. He knew only that a storm was brewing. The Green Snake organization was like a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, ready to strike at any moment and deliver a fatal blow. Rather than passively waiting, he would take the initiative and seize control of the battlefield. Back to that luxurious villa belonging to the Xia family, situated in the city's prime location. The first thing Su Li did was lock himself inside the villa. Within the vast space he had converted into his private laboratory. This place was more spacious than Guan Ziyao's warehouse and equipped with even more cutting-edge technology. After Xia Qingxua became the family head, she mobilized the Xia family's resources to fulfill every demand of this behind-the-scenes emperor. 011. Su Li's voice echoed through the villa's internal communication system, reaching every corner. Effective immediately, the villa is placed on maximum alert. 0. You are responsible for monitoring all city networks and traffic. I need to know the movements of any suspicious individuals. The two girls sprang into action immediately. Su Li stood before the workbench, gazing at the towering pile of materials obtained from the Xia family, a mad gleam in his eyes. Since the enemy was coming, he had to prepare the grandest welcome ceremony for them, didn't he? Over the next 7 days, Suli worked almost without sleep or rest, pouring every ounce of his energy into a frenzy of creation. He churned out hundreds of spider sense mines as if they were worthless, scattering them throughout every corner of the villa. He equipped himself and the 2 girls each with a portable energy shield. The ebony ivory was also modified a second time, fitted with modules capable of firing micro-tracking projectiles. He even upgraded the entire villa's security system into an impenetrable fire network composed of dozens of automated plasma turrets. He intended to transform this place into a death fortress. A death fortress where even gods would shed layers of skin upon arrival. 7 days later, as Suli finished calibrating the final turret, Xia Qingshua's figure appeared at the laboratory entrance. A solemn expression crossed her face. Master, we've found it. Regarding the doctor, regarding the green snake's secret laboratory in Zicheng. She projected a virtual holographic display. A complex underground structure diagram is displayed above. Alongside it is a photograph of a man in a white lab coat, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, appearing refined and scholarly. His eyes, however, held an unnerving madness. The doctor, whose real name remains unknown, serves as the chief scientist of the Green Snake Organization's Genetic Modification Division. A C-tier peak psychic adept specializing in mental manipulation and the creation of biological weapons. He arrived secretly in Zicheng 3 days ago. And his destination was here. Xia Qingshua's finger tapped a location on the map, an abandoned biopharmaceutical factory on the outskirts of the city. According to the encrypted intelligence I intercepted, his mission this time is to retrieve the most critical experimental subject, codenamed Son of God. Moreover, Xia Qingxue paused, a flicker of coldness passing through her icy blue eyes. Eliminate all collaborators and heretics who know too much. Suli watched the information on the light screen and smiled. Eliminate? Very well. Saves me the trouble of seeking him out. When would he make his move? Tonight. Xia Qingxue replied. Intelligence indicates he'll visit us tonight with his most prized creation. Chapter 84, Doctor, Son of God, let's blow him away. Is that so? A predatory smile spread across Suli's face. He walked to the massive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the sky gradually darkening beyond. Then let's prepare the wine and food and await our distinguished guest. He turned to look at the 2 creations behind him, already fully prepared. Tonight, let's see whose creation proves superior. Or whether my creations as a mechanic will prove superior. Night deepened. The entire villa lay in utter stillness, like a sleeping steel colossus. Yet beneath this stillness lies a deadly trap capable of shattering any intruder to pieces. On the villa's top floor, beside the outdoor pool, Suli reclined leisurely on a beach chair, sipping chilled juice. Xia Qingxue and Lin Wanwan stood like 2 flawless sculptures. One on his left, one on his right, they stood silently at his back. Here they come. Suli suddenly spoke, gazing at the distant sky as a cold smile curved his lips. Within his field of vision, a tiny red dot, radiating an abnormal biological energy, was rapidly approaching the villa. Almost simultaneously, Xia Qingxue and Lin Wanwan simultaneously lifted their heads, their eyes flashing with icy combat intent. Soon, the figure appeared within visible range. It was a girl. A girl clad in a white dress, barefoot, with features as delicate as an angel's. Her eyes held pure golden vertical pupils, devoid of any emotion, as if a deity were surveying ants. Mu Kachio. Ha! So she was being used as a vessel by the green snake? Suli smiled. So, as long as he killed the doctor, this useful tool would be his. She hovered motionless in midair, her gaze indifferent as she looked down upon the villa below. Boom! Without warning. A shockwave visible to the naked eye. A shockwave composed purely of psychic energy, like an invisible battering ram, crashed down from the heavens, smashing viciously into the villa's roof. The full power strike of a C-tier peak psychic extraordinary being, powerful enough to level an entire building. Yet, the instant that shockwave was about to make contact with the villa, a vast, pale blue energy shield composed of countless hexagonal energy cells instantly rose from all sides of the villa, like an inverted giant bowl, enveloping the entire villa within its embrace. It was Suli's creation, a large-scale defensive matrix formed by linking dozens of portable energy shields. Boom! The psychic shockwave collided violently with the energy shield. A deafening roar erupted. The violent energy surged outward like a tsunami, sweeping in all directions. The entire villa district shook violently. The energy shield flickered violently, its hexagonal grid cracking extensively. Yet in the end, it barely managed to withstand the blow. Oh! A refined male voice, tinged with surprise, echoed from midair. Behind Mu Kachio, a man in a white lab coat and gold-rimmed glasses slowly materialized. It was the doctor. His eyes flickered with astonishment and greed as he gazed upon the energy shield below that had actually withstood his full power strike. An interesting turtle shell. He pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose, observing Suli below with the gaze of one admiring a work of art. You are Suli? It seems the secrets you hold are far more numerous than I imagined. Suli slowly rose from the lounge chair and clapped his hands. Doctor? I've long admired your reputation. A calm smile graced his face, as if the earth-shattering blow moments ago had been nothing more than a harmless joke. Staying up late at night, bringing your mother to tear down my house. Now that's hardly polite behavior. Heh, sharp-tongued little brat. Far from angered by the remark. Instead, he laughed. That smile resembled that of a scientist who had discovered an intriguing specimen. But it doesn't matter. Soon, you'll become one of my most perfect specimens. No sooner had the words left his mouth. Mukacho, standing beside him, flashed her pure golden vertical pupils once more. Gravity crush. Terrifying pressure instantly descended from above. This time, it wasn't merely a mental assault, it was the real deal. A gravitational field powerful enough to crush tanks. Crack. Crack. The energy shield that had just withstood the blow, under this unreasonable crushing force. Instantly covered in cracks, it emitted a wail of strain. It was on the verge of complete collapse. Wan. Suli roared. Hee, leave it to me, master. Lin Wanwan's figure instantly transformed into a crimson streak of lightning, leaping off the rooftop. Mid-air, she opened her little mouth toward the gravity-warped zone below. Put! A jet of dark green, acridly toxic mist erupted from her mouth. The mist spread like a living thing. It even corroded the invisible gravitational field, causing it to hiss and crackle, destabilizing it. Seize this chance. 0. Xia Qingxue had been poised and ready. The frost blade in her hand erupted with a bone-chilling glare. Ice shatter. A ferocious ice dragon, formed from frozen air, roared forth from her blade's edge, surging upstream to violently collide with Mukacho mid-air. Poof! For the first time, Mukacho's expressionless face, as emotionless as a god's, revealed a hint of human-like disdain. She merely raised her hand casually. Gravity reversed. The ferocious ice dragon halted abruptly less than 10 meters from her. Then, with even greater speed than its initial charge, it reversed course and slammed back down toward the villa below. Suli couldn't help but curse under her breath. This ability was downright dirty. Without a second thought, he activated the portable energy shield on his left arm. Buzz! A pale blue hexagonal shield instantly unfolded. Boom! The ice dragon slammed into the shield, erupting in a deafening roar. So powerful. Did you see that, Suli? Dr. Su's voice echoed from midair, dripping with condescending arrogance. Before absolute power, your little toys are utterly useless. Now, I'll give you one last chance. Kneel. Surrender to me. I can make you the most honored dog by the side of the Son of God. Doctor, do you know what? What I despise most is people showing off in front of me. Suli silently pulled out a string of Little Ivan. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to blow him up. Chapter 85, Look behind you. Judgment descends. No. Suli. Hold back. He took a deep breath and decided to activate his defense system. Ebony Ivory. You think this is over? Suli aimed the gun barrel at the doctor suspended mid-air, the curve of his lips growing increasingly sinister. No. The real show has only just begun. He pulled the trigger with a sharp jerk. Bang! 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 The storm of bullets from the ebony and the ivory's devastatingly penetrative heavy firepower erupted simultaneously in that instant. Countless bullets, like a vengeful swarm of bees, poured madly toward the sky. Stupid. The doctor shook his head in disdain. Mukacho beside him merely waved his hand casually. An invisible gravitational barrier instantly materialized before them. Every bullet, the instant it touched the barrier, twisted, torn apart, and reduced to useless scrap metal. However, the doctor failed to notice. Suli's face showed not a trace of surprise or disappointment. Instead, his smile grew even more eerie. Because these bullets, from the very beginning, were never meant to injure. They were for pinpointing. Just as the doctor reveled in the thrill of this cat and mouse game. From every direction around the villa, the rooftops, walls, gardens. In every hidden corner. Dozens of menacing automated plasma turrets slowly rose into position. Their black muzzles simultaneously locked onto the two figures suspended midair, who believed victory was theirs. Surprised, Doctor? Suli's voice echoed like the tolling bells of hell. Welcome to my kingdom. Fire. At Suli's command. ZZZZT. Dozens of blue plasma beams, brimming with destructive energy. From all directions, like an interwoven net of death. Instantly sealing off all escape routes for the doctor and Mukacho. What? For the first time, the arrogance on the doctor's face transformed into genuine shock. He never imagined this modest villa concealed such terrifying firepower. Mukacho reacted instantly, thrusting both hands outward with all her might. Gravity repulsion field. Hum. A distorted force field erupted violently, radiating outward from her as its center.
Most of the plasma beams, upon contact with the repulsion field, were forcibly deflected, shooting into the empty night sky. Yet a few stray beams still found their mark, slamming into her body with brutal force. Boom! Boom! Mukucho's body jerked violently mid-air, emitting a muffled groan of pain. Her white dress was scorched with several charred holes. Beneath, the metallic sheen of her bio-armor like a second skin glinted through. Nice work! Sully watched the scene unfold, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. This was the opening he'd been waiting for. In the split second Mukucho froze while blocking the barrage. A streak of icy blue light appeared silently behind her. It was Xia Qingxue. She had somehow maneuvered behind the enemy. The frost blade in her hand radiated a bone-chilling coldness capable of freezing souls. It plunged straight toward Mukucho's completely unguarded back. Psychic shock. At the critical moment, the doctor intervened. His eyes, hidden behind gold-rimmed spectacles, suddenly blazed with intensity. A piercing mental force, like steel needles, violently stabbed into Xia Qingxue's brain. Xia Qingxue's body froze rigid. That fatal strike, as a result, veered off course by a hair's breadth. Thud! The ice blade grazed Mukucho's body, though it did not pierce her heart. It still left a deep gash on her side. A terrifying wound encrusted with frost. Roar! The excruciating pain caused Mukucho's pure golden vertical pupils instantly stained with a savage crimson hue. She was utterly enraged. Spinning violently, she ignored the wounds on her own body. A slender white hand shot out, clawing viciously towards Xia Qingxue, mere inches away. Gravity black hole. Xia Qingxue felt the surrounding space violently contract. A terrifying suction force emanating from Mukucho's palm threatened to crush her entire body into subatomic particles. Her body was pulled toward it, utterly beyond her control. Zero. Su Li's eyes widened in fury at the sight. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his second heart. Adrenaline overload pump, activate. Boom! Frenzied power surged through his entire body once more. Bloodshot veins instantly filled Su Li's eyes. The mantis blades, accompanied by gunfire. Like venomous snakes with eyes, they dodged every obstacle, striking Mukucho's body from all directions. Mental barrier. The doctor intervened once more, erecting an invisible mental barrier before Mukucho. But what about behind you? Like a ghostly apparition, she materialized behind the doctor. It was Lin Wanwan. A deadly dagger clutched in her hand, she grinned with a sickening smile as she plunged it viciously into the doctor's back. Trivial tricks. The doctor didn't even turn his head. The space behind him suddenly twisted violently. Lin Wanwan's fatal strike missed its mark entirely, piercing clean through his body. A mental illusion. Oh no! Lin Wanwan's heart lurched in alarm, and she immediately tried to retreat. But it was too late. Mental prison. Lin Wanwan felt darkness engulf her vision as she was pulled into the realm of the mind. In an instant, the battle shifted dramatically. Xia Qingxue was firmly sucked into the gravitational black hole, unable to move. Lin Wanwan was trapped within the mental prison, her fate unknown. Meanwhile, Sully was on the verge of collapse due to the side effects of the overload pump. It was over. The doctor gazed down at the three ants trapped in their desperate predicament, a victorious smile spreading across his face. He issued his final command to Mukucho. Son of God, eliminate them. Ha! Is that all? His laughter, filled with contempt and arrogance, echoed across the night sky. The doctor's brow furrowed slightly as an ominous foreboding rose within him. Sully slowly rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He lifted his head, gazing at the doctor suspended mid-air. I admit, your creation is formidable. Doctor, you are the first to truly witness my power. He spread his arms wide, like a fanatical believer welcoming a deity's descent, and let out a piercing howl to the heavens. Then, witness it. Judgment. Descend. As his words fell. Boom. The villa's roof violently exploded. A monstrous, jet-black silhouette streamlined and brimming with violent beauty. Like a demon god bursting forth from the earth, it soared skyward. It was a suit forged with grave steel as its core framework, belonging solely to Su Li. Epic cyborg armor. Judgment. It hovered silently behind Su Li. Its dark gold energy core, like the eye of a demon lord, emitted a heart-stopping glow. This is Chapter 86, another great find. Family. This is. The doctor stared at the oppressively menacing mecha before him. For the first time, the arrogance on his face transformed into genuine shock and greed. He could sense the technology and power contained within this suit. It was exactly what he desired. Su Li roared with fury. The judgment armor instantly fragmented into countless modules. As if possessed of life, it emitted a series of clicking sounds as it covered his entire body. As the monstrous, demonic helmet-like visor slowly closed. Hum. A pressure more overwhelming than Mukucho's erupted violently, radiating outward from Su Li. He felt as though he were a god. Now.
A voice, muffled by the armor, slowly emerged from beneath the monstrous visor. My turn. He merely raised his hand casually. Boom! A jet-black energy beam instantly shot from his palm. Mukacho's pride and joy, the gravity repulsion field. Before that pitch-black beam, it shattered like a soap bubble, pierced through in an instant. What? The doctor's expression changed completely. Without a moment's hesitation, he prepared to teleport away with Mukacho. But it was too late. The pitch-black energy beam grazed Mukacho's body before slamming violently into the distant night sky. No explosion. No sound. Only the night sky seemed to have been erased, as if a piece had been forcibly wiped away with an eraser. Mukacho let out a muffled groan of agony, plummeting from midair like a kite whose string had snapped. Half her body had been grazed by that terrifying energy, vanishing completely. No! The doctor, witnessing his most perfect creation suffer such devastating damage, let out a heart-wrenching roar. His eyes, hidden behind gold-rimmed spectacles, instantly turned blood red. An indescribably immense psychic force burst forth from his body, coalescing into an invisible hammer that smashed down upon Suli. Mental storm. Yet Suli merely hovered motionless in midair, allowing the mental storm to engulf him. Is that all you've got? A voice, deepened and given a metallic edge by the armor, slowly emerged, tinged with a hint of mockery. Like tickling. The storm dissipated, leaving Suli's pitch-black judgment armor unscathed. Impossible. This can't be. The doctor stared at the demonic figure before him. His faith, his pride. In this moment, it was utterly, mercilessly crushed. Nothing is impossible. Suli slowly raised his right hand. That monstrous metal palm aimed at the doctor, who now hung suspended in midair, utterly broken and defeated. Now, it was his turn to face judgment. His fingers clenched with a violent snap. Black hole annihilation. A beam of pitch-black light, more solid and profound than before, shot instantly from his palm. This time, the target wasn't a glancing blow, it precisely enveloped the area where the doctor stood. No! The doctor let out a final, terrified roar. Then, his voice, his body, his entire existence were utterly and silently erased within that absolute darkness. Not even a speck of ash remained. Having accomplished this, Suli slowly descended to the ground. He deactivated the judgment armor. The monstrous mecha once again disintegrated into countless modules, retracting back into his body. He walked over to Mukacho, who lay unconscious with only half her body remaining, and crouched down beside her. He gazed at her face, still furrowed with worry even in unconsciousness, and a playful smile touched his own lips. Child of the gods? From this day forward, you belong to me. Found another treasure. Family. He scooped Mukacho up in his arms, then turned to the two girls beside them, who were frozen in shock. Let's go home. We've gained a new sister. Inside the futuristic private laboratory at the Xia family villa, Mukacho lay motionless on the cold operating table. The mangled half of her body had been reattached by Suli using various mechanical prosthetics. A literal human patchwork. Cold metal replaced her warm skin. A monstrous mechanical arm had taken the place of her slender limb. Of course, Suli hadn't forgotten to implant the latest model into her brain. The latest model, featuring an integrated. After completing all this, Suli surveyed his new masterpiece with satisfaction and snapped his fingers. With all this done, Suli surveyed her new masterpiece with satisfaction and snapped her fingers. Awaken. At his command, Mukacho on the operating table abruptly opened her pure golden vertical pupils. But in the next instant, that godlike, cold, and merciless gold began to fade rapidly. Replaced instead by the blackness of humanity, filled with confusion and agony. Where am I? She struggled to sit up, staring at the half-metallic half of her body, her eyes filled with horror and disbelief. I was sleeping in my dorm room, right? How could this be? Memories surged back like a tidal wave. Memories of being an inspector, of confronting Suli in the interrogation room, of being reprimanded by her superior. Everything was crystal clear. Yet the period after her disappearance remained a blank void. You're awake? A familiar voice came from beside her. Mukacho whipped her head around to see the man who made her teeth grind with hatred, staring at her with a look of amusement. Suli! It's you? She instinctively tried to summon the power within her body. But she discovered her body simply wouldn't obey her commands. What have you done to me? She asked in terror. Nothing. Suli stepped before her and extended his hand, gently caressing her half-frozen, metallic cheek. Just turned you back into a human. Or rather, a devilish curve lifted at the corner of Suli's mouth. I've made you mine. He gazed into Mukacho's eyes filled with rage and resentment and issued the command in his mind. Pleasure. A wave of euphoria instantly swept through Mukacho's entire body. The fury on her face dissolved into bewilderment, then into a blush of shame. She realized she couldn't bring herself to hate this bastard standing before her. You bastard. She mustered every ounce of strength to force this feeble curse through gritted teeth. Thanks for the compliment. I am a bad guy. I look forward to your continued guidance. Chapter 87, Mukacho Betrayed. I'm a bad guy. From now on, please give me plenty of guidance, my Inspector Mu. He didn't let his guard down just because he had Mukacho in his grasp. Instead, he was filled with curiosity about the truth behind her disappearance. The playful expression vanished from his face as his tone turned serious. What happened? What exactly did you encounter on the day you vanished? Mukacho's eyes instantly filled with pain and struggle. That long-buried memory, under Suli's command, began surfacing uncontrollably in her mind. I left work as usual that day and returned to the inspectorate's dormitory. Her voice trembled slightly. Just as I was about to rest, a knock sounded at my door. I opened the door to find Section Chief Joe standing there. He said the chief had an urgent assignment for me and asked me to accompany him to the bureau immediately. Without hesitation, I followed him. Mukacho paused here, her dark eyes brimming with endless regret and anguish. However, he didn't take me to the director's office. Instead, he led me to the underground parking garage. There, I saw a man in a white lab coat, the doctor. And our inspectorate bureau chief. The chief? Suli's brow furrowed deeply. Yes. Mukacho's body trembled slightly at the painful memory. I heard the director discussing the price with that doctor. He said I was a promising experimental specimen, worth a hefty price. I tried to resist, tried to run away. But Section Chief Joe knocked me unconscious from behind. When I regained consciousness, I was already inside that cold incubation chamber. I could feel them erasing my memories. I was fading away bit by bit, another me taking my place. It was a terrifying sensation. After hearing Mukacho's account, the entire laboratory fell into a deathly silence. Suli's expression darkened considerably. He finally understood. This was no simple disappearance case at all. It was a dirty human trafficking operation. A filthy human trafficking operation orchestrated by the chief of the Zicheng Police Department himself. For money, for profit. He treated his own subordinates like merchandise, selling them to terrifying organizations like the Green Snake as experimental subjects. The rot in this city had seeped deep into its bones, beyond redemption. Interesting. A cold, blade-like glint flashed in Suli's eyes. He had thought that after eliminating Xiaze, he could finally enjoy a few days of peace and comfort. But now it seemed the trouble had only just begun. A chief of the inspectorate colluding with the Green Snake was like a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. He must find a way to eliminate him. But the man was the highest-ranking official in the system. Confronting him head-on would be nothing short of suicide. He had to find his weakness, destroy his reputation, and dismantle him from within. A new, even more audacious plan began to take shape in Suli's mind. He looked at the three avenging goddesses before him, gathered together for various reasons. One sought vengeance against the family that had betrayed her, though she had already avenged herself. One sought vengeance against the superior who had betrayed her. And the third, though she bore no personal grudge, considered anyone an enemy of her master to be her enemy as well. Seems we have a new game to play. A devilish grin spread across Suli's face once more. He addressed the three of them. From this day forward, our objective is to hunt down the director. He reached out, gently lifting Mukacho's tear-streaked face. In a tone thick with possessiveness, he spoke slowly. Dare to touch my people? Then be prepared to be uprooted and crushed to dust. Mukacho stared at the man before her. She looked into his eyes. The despair and agony born of betrayal. Strangely, it was replaced by an unprecedented sense of security. She knew she was no longer alone. She had a new master. And her master would seek justice for her. In the days that followed, Suli did not rush into action. He understood that brute force alone would be insufficient against a seasoned veteran like the Inspector General. He must find his most fatal weakness and strike him down with a single blow. Thus, a silent war targeting the very heart of Zicheng's power structure. A silent war was quietly waged. Xia Qingshu immobilized the Xia family's entire intelligence network and commercial resources. She began investigating the commissioner's illicit income and shadowy businesses from an economic angle. Meanwhile, Suli remained at headquarters, analyzing, organizing, and connecting all the gathered intelligence. A vast web of crime and conspiracy gradually took shape in his hands. Meanwhile, he used this period to transform his rebirth clinic into a thriving enterprise. Leveraging his extraordinary modification techniques and Guan Ziyao's relentless, cost-no-object investments. Within a mere fortnight, became a sanctuary known to every soul in the black market, indeed throughout the entire underground world of Zay City. A sanctuary known to all. One day, Suli lay by the villa's pool, basking in the blissful service of Xia Qingshui and Lin Wanwan feeding him from either side. Life couldn't have been more pleasant. Yet his brow was slightly furrowed, betraying a hint of unease. For just moments ago, the cold voice of the mechanical King Throne had echoed in his mind once more. Ding! Host's power has reached a bottleneck. Promotion mission issued. Mission name, the first step toward catastrophe. Objective, within 1 month, ascend to C-class disaster level mechanic. Reward, unlock the Machine Nation's new Legion feature. Advance to C rank? Sully sat up, feeling a bit irritated. He certainly wanted to advance, he dreamed of it. But the problem was, he couldn't find a way to advance at all right now. Logically speaking, advancing from D rank to C rank represented a transformation from craftsman to master for a mechanic. It required a deeper understanding and insight into the rules of machinery. During this period, he had personally crafted and installed only a few dozen pieces of fine-grade, cybernetic limbs and equipment. Whether for himself or for Xia Qingxue and the others. Logically speaking, his grasp of mechanics and cybernetic limbs should have long reached the pinnacle of D-rank execution level, perhaps even placing him among the top few in this tier. Yet no matter how he tried, that invisible barrier leading to C-class catastrophe level remained as solid as a rock, utterly immovable. What exactly was missing? Chapter 88, Flesh and Metal Mechanical Construct. Sully fell deep in thought. Was it that the equipment level for creation wasn't high enough? Or was it that advancing from D to C required not merely quantitative accumulation, but a qualitative leap? He recalled the baptism he underwent when advancing from E grade to D grade. The perfect fusion of a fine-grade artifact with a living being. So what was required this time, to ascend from D to C? Could it be that he must personally forge an epic-grade piece of equipment? But he had already done that. No, that couldn't be the direction. Sully shook his head, dismissing the notion. Advancement should be a synthesis and sublimation of one's current realm, not a reckless challenge into a completely unreachable domain. So where exactly was the problem? Life form. The word rolled unconsciously on Sully's tongue. Suddenly, something occurred to him. All his previous modifications, whether for himself or for Xia Qingxue and the others, had merely involved replacement and installation. Replacing fragile flesh and blood with stronger machinery. Was this truly integration? Or was it merely a more advanced form of splicing? A thought struck him like lightning, piercing the fog in his mind. He understood. The true difference between a craftsman and a master lies not in how formidable the parts you can build are. It lies in whether you can make cold machinery and warm flesh truly become one. No longer a simple replacement, but a symbiosis. It is to endow machinery with the vitality of flesh and blood. It is to grant flesh and blood the precision of machinery. This is the true ascension of machinery. This is the sole path to achieving catastrophe class C rank. Upon grasping this truth, Sully's eyes instantly blazed with an unprecedented radiance. He knew exactly how to complete his ascension ritual. He would create an unprecedented, truly meaningful, flesh and blood mechanical artifact. And the materials to create this thing? He had already prepared them long ago. He abruptly stood up and issued orders to the two girls beside him. 011. Follow me to the lab. Xia Family Villa, Private Laboratory. Sully did not touch the cold metal or intricate components. He simply stood before the operating table, watching silently. On the operating table lay a complete corpse preserved in cryogenic storage. These bodies belonged to loyal, yet imperfectly eliminated members of the Xia family. Now they had become a step in Sully's reform. What exactly was to be modified? Sully's mind raced. Since this was a symbiosis of flesh and machinery, selecting the first body part to modify was crucial. It couldn't be the limbs, those were purely functional tools. Not the brain, too complex, too high a risk. It must be an organ capable of both bearing mechanical power and, conversely, providing life energy to the machinery. A center capable of perfectly integrating, circulating, and symbiotically uniting. A hub where flesh and machine, two utterly distinct energies. The heart? This thought was the first to flash through Sully's mind. The heart, the pump of life, the wellspring of energy. But he quickly shook his head. He had modified Xia Qingxue's mechanical heart, but that was merely a simple blood pump providing power. A mere blood pump providing power, it fell far short of the symbiosis he sought. Then, Sully's gaze slowly drifted downward. Finally, it settled upon the abdominal cavity of the corpse. A bold and audacious idea took shape in his mind with a thunderous roar. Mechanized Dantian. In this world, neither extraordinary beings nor ordinary people possessed the concept of a Dantian. But Sully did. He came from another life. He knew, from ancient legends, the Dantian was the chi-si where energy was stored and transformed. It is the body's second heart, the very root of power. What if he could use machinery fused with flesh and blood? Could he artificially create a Dantian? One that could store and transform bioenergy. Or even function like a miniature reactor, supplying power to all cybernetic limbs. A flesh and machine core. The moment this thought emerged, it spread like wildfire, impossible to contain. Sully's breathing grew ragged. He knew he had found it. This was the key to unlocking catastrophe class C power. Mechanical King's Throne. Without hesitation, he issued the command within his mind. Using the Dantian as the conceptual foundation, with energy conversion and storage as its core functions.
With flesh-blood symbiosis as its foundational structure, derive the formula.
Ding.
Unknown concept command received.
Database matching in progress. Matching failed. Attempting to establish a new theoretical model. Warning.
This simulation will venture into uncharted territory, requiring massive consumption of source particles with unknown success rate.
Proceed? Proceed. Suli's eyes flashed with the madness of succeed or die trying. Confirmed. Initiating conceptual simulation. Source particles, 100,200,300.
Suli watched his source essence points vanish like flowing water, his heart bleeding with each loss. But he did not stop. He knew this was a gamble of epic proportions.
Win, and he would usher in a brand new era. If he lost, it wouldn't be the end of the world. After all, he had the capital. Time ticked away, second by second.
Suli's forehead was covered in beads of sweat, his focus sharper than ever before.
Finally, after consuming a full 500 points of source essence, ding!
A celestial-like notification tone resounded in his mind.
Simulation successful. Congratulations!
You have successfully created an entirely new concept of an epic tier flesh and metal mechanical artifact.
Blueprint, first generation mechanized Dantian, generated. Epic tier? Suli's pupils suddenly contracted. He had assumed that deriving a fine-grade blueprint would be the absolute limit.
Little did he expect the mechanical king's throne would deliver such an earth-shattering surprise. He immediately couldn't wait to examine this freshly minted, epic-grade blueprint.
Name, first generation mechanized Dantian Epic.
Core function, energy conversion, storage, amplification.
Converts various forms of energy biological, electrical, thermal into the purest energy and stores it within the core.
Simultaneously provides a continuous energy supply to all connected cybernetic implants.
Core materials. Life Core X1 requires the heart of a highly active C-tier extraordinary being. 23. He. I did it. I did it. Chapter 89, Irrefutable Evidence.
Suli stared at the absurdly long list of materials. The smile on his face gradually froze. He scanned each item one by one, his eye twitching with every entry. By the end, he felt completely numb.
Suli couldn't help but let out a curse. Is this ING building a Dantian? This is ING building a mini-nuclear power plant? Every single item on that list was astronomically expensive. A C-rank extraordinary being's heart? Resonance crystals? And that, tomb steel?
It was the core material for his judgment armor, precious as hell. Even if he sold everything he owned right now, he probably couldn't scrape together a tenth of what this list costs. Its high price is not its flaw, but mine. Unconsciously, Suli murmured the timeless truth once more. But this time, he felt as though his heart were bleeding.
This is ING ridiculously expensive. Machine King Throne, you bastard, are you deliberately trying to make things difficult for me? Still, ranting aside,
Suli stared at the epic blueprint brimming with limitless potential. The flame of creation burning in his eyes not only refused to die out, it blazed even brighter.
So what if it's materials? What's a little money? Steal it. If you don't have it, go and seize it. Mr. Wu wants to cooperate, doesn't he? Hasn't the Xia family just gotten back on track? Aren't they all just fat lambs waiting to be slaughtered?
A devilish grin spread across Suli's face once more. He could already envision, in the near future, countless materials and money rolling into his pockets.
No rush. One step at a time.
Suli took a deep breath, forcing down the excitement surging within him. He knew that meals must be eaten one bite at a time, and paths must be walked one step at a time.
The creation of the mechanized Dantian could wait.
The immediate priority was to resolve the trouble at hand. His gaze returned to the intelligence file on the director. It was time to meet this powerful figure who dared to treat his men like merchandise. A cold, murderous intent flashed in Suli's eyes.
Charge straight into the inspectorate and kill him? No. Too crude.
Besides, a Bureau of Supervision chief would inevitably be surrounded by layers of protection. He himself might even be a deeply concealed master. A direct assault carried too great a risk for too little reward. To deal with such a high-ranking old fox, you must use the very methods they excel at to play him to death.
We must destroy his reputation.
Make him fall from the clouds into the mud hard at the very moment he's most triumphant, most convinced of his own infallibility.
A flawless plan began to take shape in Suli's mind.
He picked up the communicator and dialed Xia Qingshua's number.
0. Present, Master.
In the name of the newly appointed head of the Xia group, send an invitation to every prominent figure in the city who still draws breath. Suli's tone brooked no argument. State that in 3 days, the Xia family will host a reconstruction banquet. To celebrate the Xia family's rebirth and to express gratitude to all who assisted the family during the previous incident. In particular, extend the most prestigious and unrefusable invitation to our chief of police.
Xia Qingxue on the other end of the line instantly grasped Suli's intent.
Yes, Master. After hanging up, a predatory smile spread across Su Li's face.
He knew the commissioner would come. For the Xia family's resurgence had become an inevitability.
And Xia Zhe's death had made the relationship between the Xia family and Green Snake rather delicate.
As the commissioner of the Inspectorate Bureau, whether to court the new Xia family or to gauge Xia Qingshue's stance, he must attend this banquet, and he would.
That reception was the guillotine Su Li had prepared for him. A stage alone was insufficient, actors and a script were also required.
Su Li began strategizing how to deliver a fatal blow. He needed evidence. Evidence that would irrevocably link the director, the Green Snake organization, and the trafficking of Mukacho. Irrefutable proof.
Some of this evidence had already been obtained by Lin Wanwan through her own means.
But it wasn't enough.
The most crucial evidence must be held by that old fox himself or his most trusted confidant.
Su Li's gaze settled on the list detailing the director's confidants. His fingers tapped lightly on one name. Section Chief Shou.
The very man who had groveled before him in the interrogation room, yet berated Mukacho. This man was the chief's right-hand man, a classic fence-sitter who bullied the weak, feared the strong, and valued his own skin above all else. Such individuals were the easiest to turn and control. A cold smile curved Su Li's lips.
He dialed another number. "Hello, is this Rebirth Clinic? I need to speak with your boss." On the other end came Guan Ziyao's distinctive electronic voice. "Dad. You finally remembered me. What can I do for you? Do me a favor. Get me a set of top-tier neural interrogation equipment. And a few of those truth-inducing substances. Also, run a full background check on someone named Zhou." 2 days later, in a remote, abandoned warehouse in the southern part of the city.
Section Chief Zhou sat bound to a cold metal chair, his face frozen in terror. Across from him sat a man wearing a silver mask.
It was Su Li. Who are you? Do you know who I am?"
Section Chief Zhou bellowed, his voice trembling with fear. Su Li said nothing, merely snapping his fingers. Behind him, Lin Wanwan licked her lips. Her blood-red eyes flashed with excitement. Her pale, delicate fingers extended, and a drop of dark green venom gathered at her fingertip.
Then she stepped before Section Chief Shou.
Gently, she flicked the drop of venom onto the back of his hand.
Sizzle.
A wisp of blue smoke rose. Supervisor Zhou's hand began to rot and turn black at a visible pace. A piercing, bone-gnawing agony instantly spread throughout his entire body.
Arg!
Section Chief Zhou let out a blood-curdling scream like a pig being slaughtered.
"I'll talk. I'll tell you everything you want to know. In less than 10 seconds.
This so-called tough guy had completely broken down. Su Li nodded with satisfaction. This was precisely the effect he wanted.
Over the next hour,
under the torment of the deadly poison and the effects of the truth serum,
Section Chief Zhou spilled everything he knew about the director. This included the director's secret dealings with Green Snake, the clandestine accounts he had privately established, and even video evidence of him personally escorting Mukacho onto that vehicle bound for hell.
Having obtained everything he sought, Su Li rose to his feet.
Put him out of his misery.
He gave a faint command to Lin Wanwan.
"Yes, master." A smile both innocent and cruel spread across Lin Wanwan's face.
When Su Li emerged from the warehouse, a small storage chip now rested in his hand. Inside lay all the incriminating evidence needed to send that lofty bureau chief to the guillotine. Now, everything was in place. All that remained was to await tomorrow's banquet, a trap.
Chapter 90, I am her master.
Banquets had always been the perfect venue for the upper echelons to indulge their desires, seek pleasure, and find kindred spirits. But the atmosphere at the Xia family's reconstruction banquet felt decidedly unusual. The lavishly decorated banquet hall still echoed with clinking glasses and flowing wine. But upon closer inspection, one would notice. Beneath the elegant gowns and tailored suits, every guest wore bulky protective garments. At least 2 tense bodyguards with bulging temples stood vigilantly by their sides. Clearly, the earth-shattering explosion at the municipal center last time had taught these self-preservation-obsessed individuals a harsh and lasting lesson. The entire banquet was shrouded in an eerie atmosphere of hypocrisy and tension. Su Li, however, moved through the crowd with the ease of a true aristocrat, a glass of red wine in hand. He hadn't brought Xia Qingxue or Lin Wanwan. Tonight, he attended as the owner of Rebirth Clinic and a business partner of the Xia family. His gaze quickly settled on a man surrounded by a crowd that fawned over him like stars clustering around the moon. A slightly plump, kindly-faced middle-aged man. The head of the Ziqing Inspectorate. Zhao Jinlong. A cold smile curved the corners of Su Li's lips. He adjusted his tie, held his wineglass, and walked straight over. "Commissioner Zhao, I've long admired your reputation." Su Li wore a perfectly measured smile, both respectful and warm. Those around him were taken aback by Su Li's presence. But remembering the Xia family and that mysterious Mr. Wu standing behind him, they all sensibly stepped aside to make way.
"Oh? And you are?"
Zhao Jinlong looked at the young man before him, handsome to an almost unreal degree, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes.
I'm Suli from Rebirth Clinic.
Suli introduced himself, adding that he was also a friend of the Xia family patriarch.
Ah, Mr. Su. Young and accomplished indeed.
Zhao Jinlong immediately switched to an even warmer smile, extending his hand to shake Suli's. After exchanging pleasantries, Suli casually remarked, "Director Zhao, I have a small lead regarding the previous explosion case.
Would you be interested in discussing it privately somewhere?"
At these words, a sharp gleam flashed in Zhao Jinlong's small eyes.
He glanced around and nodded. "Certainly, Mr. Su. Lead the way." Upstairs in the banquet hall, a secluded lounge.
The moment the door closed, the smiles vanished from both their faces.
"Mr. Su, any leads? You can share them now, right?"
Zhao Jinlong cut straight to the chase.
Suli wasted no words either. He placed a miniature projector on the table.
He flipped the switch. One by one, unspeakably disturbing images instantly projected onto the wall.
There were transaction records of Zhao Jinlong's secret dealings with the Green Snake organization.
There was surveillance footage of him knocking Mu Keqiu unconscious and handing her over to the doctor. And there was Section Chief Zhou's tearful, detailed confession testimony.
Irrefutable evidence.
Zhao Jinlong stared at the images on the wall, the color draining from his face at a visible pace. His mask of kindness was utterly shattered.
In its place emerged boundless horror and savagery.
Where did you get this?" He pointed at Suli, his voice trembling.
"That's none of your concern."
Suli leisurely swirled his wineglass, a devilish grin spreading across his face.
"I just want to ask, Director Zhao, do you have anything to explain about these little clues?" "Explain? I'll explain your mother."
Zhao Jinlong's composure shattered completely.
He slammed his fist on the table, his eyes blazing with a murderous fury. "Kid, you think this crap is enough to take me down? Let me tell you. You're courting death."
As he spoke, he had already quietly pressed the emergency button on his wrist communicator.
He intended to signal his loyal henchmen lying in wait nearby to storm in immediately.
To shoot this reckless brat to death. Suli watched his blustering, cowardly display and merely sneered with contempt.
"Director Zhao, don't waste your effort.
This room has been shielded by a special force field created by my friend.
No signals can escape. Moreover..."
Suli paused, his smile growing increasingly sinister.
"It seems you haven't quite grasped the situation yet." No sooner had he spoken.
The other door of the lounge slowly creaked open. A figure emerged silently from the shadows. When Zhao Jinlong recognized the face, his pupils instantly contracted to pinpricks. His entire body sprang up from the chair as if he'd seen a ghost.
Mu Keqiu?"
He pointed at the woman before him, half her body replaced by metal. Exuding a cold aura, his voice filled with uncontrollable terror.
You should have been in the doctor's lab, cut into pieces, right?"
Suli finished the sentence for him, his smile as dazzling as a devil's.
"Sorry to disappoint you. The doctor is dead. Now it's your turn."
Zhao Jinlong stared at the bizarre scene unfolding before him, his mind plunged into utter chaos and terror.
The doctor is dead? Mu Keqiu was saved by him? And transformed into this monstrous form? How could this be? He forced down his fear and barked, his voice harsh but trembling inside. "The doctor is dead? What the hell does that have to do with me? So what?" He pointed at Suli, roaring madly. "Who do you think you are? Her father?" Zhao Jinlong pointed at Mu Keqiu, unleashing his impotent rage at Suli. "You're sticking up for her like this? Dad?" Suli froze for a moment upon hearing this, then he laughed. He doubled over, his laughter dripping with scorn and pity. He walked over to Mu Keqiu and reached out his hand. With an intensely intimate gesture, tinged with a hint of possessiveness, he drew her into his embrace. Then, he lifted his head, looked at Zhao Jinlong across from him who was nearly losing his mind and slowly shook his head. "No, no, no." His voice was soft, yet it cut like the sharpest blade, slicing away at Zhao Jinlong's pitiful self-respect, piece by piece. "Director Zhao, you've got it all wrong. I am not her father." He lowered his head and kissed the cheek half flesh, half metal gently. Then he raised his head and declared in a tone of supreme authority, enunciating each word. Filled with supreme authority, he said word by word, "I am her master." Chapter 91, Quack. Can we make peace? I am her master. And she? Suli's hand gently stroked Mu Keqiu's soft, short hair. "My most cherished collection piece. You defiled my collection, yet you dare to sell it." A cold, emotionless gleam flickered in Suli's eyes. "So tell me, how should I deal with you?" That casual tone sent Zhao Jinlong plunging into an icy abyss. He stared at the man before him, at the expressionless figure in his arms, who seemed to silently accept everything. An unprecedented chill, bone-deep and piercing, instantly swept through his entire body. He finally understood. The man before him was not some youngster who could be bought with money or power, but a being more insane, more terrifying than Green Snake or the Doctor. A true demon. Impossible. Zhao Jinlong stumbled back in a daze, collapsing onto the ground. What did you do to her? What did I do? Su Li smiled. He released Mukachyo, walked up to Zhao Jinlong, crouched down, and met his gaze. I merely gave her a new life. I gave her a future 100 times brighter than the one she'd have following a useless piece of trash like you. He patted Zhao Jinlong's face, twisted with fear. Director Zhao, are you feeling furious and utterly hopeless right now? Do you feel like a dog trampled underfoot? Zhao Jinlong said nothing, only glaring at him with bloodshot eyes. Don't rush. Su Li stood up and walked back to Mukachyo's side. He surveyed his perfect creation. He issued the command. Kachyo. Tell him how happy you are now. A flicker of struggle passed through Mukachyo's dark eyes. It was the last vestige of dignity and unwillingness belonging to Mukachyo as a human being. But soon, that flicker of struggle was completely drowned out by the irresistible commands transmitted by the chip, and the absolute obedience to her master that emanated from the depths of her soul. She slowly raised her head, gazing at the man slumped on the ground once her direct superior. A smile slowly spread across her face. A smile that came from the heart, filled with a profound sense of happiness. Director. Her voice was soft and melodious. Thank you. Zhao Jinlong froze. If it weren't for you giving me to the doctor, I would never have met my master. And I would never have known the ultimate joy of being needed and controlled like this. As she spoke, she extended her uninjured hand. Gently, she stroked the non-existent collar around her own neck. Her expression, her posture a chilling sense of satisfaction. Therefore, Director. She looked at Zhao Jinlong, her dark eyes brimming with sincere gratitude. Truly, thank you. Put. As the final word fell, Zhao Jinlong could no longer bear the heart-piercing words. He suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. He collapsed to the ground like a dead dog, his eyes unfocused, muttering incoherently. Madman. You're all madmen. Su Li watched his utterly broken state and nodded with satisfaction. This was precisely the effect he sought. Physical death would be too easy for him. Only by forcing him to witness his former subordinates become the plaything of his enemies, yet relish it with relish. This complete shattering of his spirit was the cruelest, most satisfying revenge. Su Li paid no further attention to the broken man. He walked to the corner of the lounge, where a suitcase he had prepared long ago sat. He opened the case. Inside lay a compact, portable surgical kit. And a chip that glowed faintly. Subconscious neural control core. He picked up the case and walked over to stand before Zhao Jinlong, looking down at him from above. Director Zhao, don't rush to lose your mind. The game has only just begun. I said I'd give you a new life. Now, let's begin the first step of your treatment. Quack. What are you doing? Zhao Jinlong stared at the cold, gleaming instruments in Su Li's hands and let out a frog-like shriek of terror. He scrambled backward on all fours, his face etched with primal terror. Don't come near me. Don't do this to me. Rib bit. Can we make peace? Don't worry, Director Zhao. Su Li's smile grew even more gentle. It's just a minor procedure. It'll be over soon. He gave Mukachyo behind him a meaningful glance. Mukachyo immediately understood. She walked over to Zhao Jinlong. That cold mechanical hand casually pressed lightly on his shoulder. Snap. A crisp cracking sound echoed. Ah. Zhao Jinlong let out a blood-curdling scream like a slaughtered pig. Behave yourself. Mukachyo's voice was cold and utterly devoid of emotion. She lifted the wailing Zhao Jinlong off the floor as easily as picking up a chick, then slammed him hard onto the expensive leather sofa. Su Li calmly slipped on a pair of sterile gloves. He picked up the secondary neural control core and a miniature drill as sharp as a scalpel, then walked up to Zhao Jinlong. Director Zhao, did you know? Su Li adjusted the tools in his hands while speaking softly in a casual tone. Killing you would be simple for me. Like crushing an ant. But that would be a waste. The drill in his hand hummed softly as it slowly aligned with Zhao Jinlong's nape. Your position as chief of the Supervision Bureau still holds some value to me. So I've decided to let you continue serving this city and me in a different capacity. You devil. Feeling the icy touch on his neck, Zhao Jinlong was terrified out of his wits and struggled frantically. But it was all futile. Zzzzz. The miniature drill effortlessly pierced through his skin and bone. Su Li's hand was steady as a rock, precisely implanting the chip into his fragile central nervous system. Ah! Zhao Jinlong's body convulsed violently. Then, the madness and terror in his eyes swiftly faded. In their place stood a puppet-like figure. Su Li put away his tools and snapped his fingers. He looked at the man before him, now transformed into his loyal hound, and nodded with satisfaction. He didn't need another creation like Xia Qingxue and the others. He only needed one, a puppet hidden within the highest echelons of the government, capable of flawlessly executing his commands. And he was the perfect fit. Chapter 92, Daily Routine. A tool who could handle all his visible troubles. A tool who could provide the strongest protective umbrella for his dark empire. And Zhao Jinlong was undoubtedly the best candidate. Su Li smoothed his suit.
Facing Zhao Jinlong, who remained in a dazed state, he issued his first command.
From this moment on, forget everything that happened tonight.
You merely had a friendly conversation with me and decided to become the Xia family's most steadfast ally.
Understood? Yes, master. Zhao Jinlong replied in a completely emotionless tone. Very well. Su Li smiled.
He took Mu Keqiu's hand. She had been standing quietly by, observing everything.
Let's go, my collection. The game is over. It's time to go home.
As Su Li led Mu Keqiu out of the lounge,
the banquet outside was drawing to a close. No one knew that just moments ago.
In this small room, the future power structure of Zicheng had been completely rewritten.
Su Li felt an unprecedented sense of relief. The Xia family's vengeance had been exacted.
The hidden threats around him had been eliminated.
He now possessed wealth, power, and influence. And 3 stunning beauties utterly devoted to him. Life seemed to have reached its pinnacle.
He felt it was time to properly savor the hard-won fruits of his victory.
He gazed at the 3 equally stunning creations beside him.
A thought suddenly occurred to him. Perhaps tomorrow he wouldn't have to study those cold machines. He could take them out, like a real ordinary person.
Go shopping, buy some nice clothes, grab street food, or catch a movie?
That idea sounded rather appealing.
Back to the villa. Master? You summoned us? Yes, tomorrow. I have time. What do you want to do?
I'll spend the day with you. No sooner had he finished speaking.
Damn! Lin Wanwan's eyes lit up instantly.
Like a wild kitten, she was the first to pounce. She clung tightly to Su Li's arm, rubbing her cheek against him repeatedly.
Master, is that really true? Are we really going to do it? Wanwan is ready, you know.
As she spoke, she flashed him a series of seductive glances with her watery, crimson eyes.
You little minx!
Su Li was rendered speechless by her bold words and playfully tapped her on the head.
What are you thinking?
I mean, whatever you want to do, I'll join you.
But...
Su Li gazed at the innocent yet seductive, slightly unhinged girl in his arms. Then he glanced at the ice queen beside her, her expression unreadable, yet her ears were already tinged with a faint blush. And the former female inspector, whose mechanical half couldn't hide her fiery figure. He suddenly realized that after fighting battles his entire life,
seemed perfectly justified. These 3? I'm the same-o for all of them. He smiled. All right then.
He swept Lin Wanwan into his arms, then beckoned to the other 2 girls still standing there dumbfounded.
I've agreed.
Tonight, you'll find out who the real master of this house is.
The next day, the sun was high in the sky.
Only then did Su Li stir from the enormous bed large enough to lie down 7 or 8 people. He felt refreshed and clear-headed. Last night's recklessness had finally loosened the nerves that had been taut from constant combat and scheming.
Unwound like never before. He glanced at the girl sleeping soundly in a haphazard arrangement beside him. A look of profound satisfaction spread across his face. He didn't wake them, instead rising quietly from the bed. He took a shower and, unusually, even prepared a breakfast that was passable. As the aroma of food drifted into the bedroom,
3 girls, rubbing their sleepy eyes, emerged one after another. Each had changed into the loungewear Su Li had prepared for them.
Gone was the icy, battle-ready aura. In its place was a relaxed, alluring charm. Good morning, master.
Lin Wanwan was the first to cling to him, like a boneless cat draping herself over Su Li.
Xia Qingxue and Mu Keqiu, however, seemed somewhat uncomfortable.
A faint, hangover-like flush tinged their pretty faces, and they avoided meeting Su Li's eyes.
All right, everyone, hurry up and wash up, then come eat.
Su Li patted Lin Wanwan's bottom like an old father urging his child to get up.
After dinner, we're going out shopping. Shopping?
The 3 girls froze in place. Yes, Su Li said matter-of-factly.
We can't keep wearing battle gear forever, can we? It's about time I got you some decent clothes.
While we're at it, let's grab some good food, catch a movie, and experience what it's like to live like ordinary people.
1 hour later, at the largest shopping mall in Zicheng.
When Su Li entered the mall with the 3 girls each so beautiful they seemed unreal. Instantly, they became the center of attention.
Xia Qingxue wore an icy blue gown, her demeanor cool and aloof. Lin Wanwan wore a school uniform, radiating youthful vitality.
As for Mu Keqiu, though half her body was mechanical, her black trench coat only added to her cool, edgy charm.
Walking between them was Su Li.
Instantly drew the envious, jealous, and resentful stares of every male creature in the entire mall. At that moment, he simply wanted to savor this rare, leisurely moment of the victor. He led the 3 women from the first floor to the top floor. Any clothes, bags, or jewelry they set their sights on. Su Li waved his hand generously, uttering just one word. Buy.
He had money to burn now.
Lin Wanwan was a bit reserved at first. But soon, spurred on by the spoiled heiress Xia Qingxu, she let her true nature run wild. The 2 young women went on a shopping spree through various luxury boutiques. Meanwhile, Mu Keqiu acted like the most dedicated bodyguard. Silently trailing behind Suli, he carried their bags and packages. When they grew tired from shopping, Suli led them to the restaurant on the mall's top floor. They enjoyed an expensive but genuinely delicious meal of real meat. Then they rented out an entire movie theater to watch the latest mindless blockbuster.
Now that's what life's all about. Meanwhile, our little Guanzio was still slaving away in the black market. Dark circles ringed her eyes as she stared at the number on her communicator, one she'd dialed over a dozen times with no answer. A sigh of disappointment escaped her. Why isn't Suli answering today? Her little face was etched with worry. He must be exhausted from holding up to build that mech these past few days. Chapter 93, My life belongs to machines and code. She immediately began making excuses for Suli. He must be resting. I really shouldn't bother him anymore. Guanzio nodded obediently. Then, she pulled out a high-concentration military stimulant from beneath the workbench. Without hesitation, she injected it into her own arm. SSSSHHH. The cold liquid surged through her veins, instantly clearing the fog of exhaustion from her mind. Just 37 hours without sleep. I can keep going for 3 more days and nights. She clenched her small fist, rallying herself. That bastard Suli must be a super workaholic too. Otherwise, how could he possibly be stronger than me, a genius? I absolutely cannot let him pull too far ahead. With that thought, her determination surged anew as she dove headfirst into the complex cyborg modification blueprints before her. Little did she know that the workaholic she imagined to be in seclusion was currently surrounded by women, enjoying a life of decadent luxury she wouldn't dare dream of. How must he feel, living that decadent yet blissful life of the wealthy? Time always flies when you're having fun, just like a wonderful vacation. And Suli's day of relaxation swiftly drew to a close amidst the cheerful laughter of the 3 girls. As the evening glow painted the sky crimson, Suli escorted the 3 girls, exhausted from their day of revelry, back to the villa. With satisfied smiles still on their faces, back to the villa. But he himself did not stay behind. He hadn't forgotten that he still had another diligent, hard-working little yellow-haired guy working as a 007 under him. As the boss, he occasionally needed to inspect the work and check in on his employees. Night fell over the black market rebirth clinic. When Suli pushed open the door, he was greeted not by the familiar scent of machine oil, but by the rich aroma of coffee. Guanzio sat alone, hunched over the workbench. Dark circles under her eyes, blacker than a panda's, she stared at a complex mechanical diagram, frowning and sighing heavily. She didn't even notice Suli's arrival. What's wrong? Suli walked over to her side and asked curiously. Dad. You're here. Guanzio jumped in surprise, but when she recognized Suli, her face lit up with joy, only to fall flat moments later, like a wronged little kitten. Running into a technical problem? Suli inquired. No. Guanzio shook her head, her voice thick with frustration. It's family matters. Home? Guanzio slumped listlessly on the desk. My family is pressuring me to come home and get married again. Pressuring me to marry? Suli froze, staring at Guanzio as if she were an alien. How old are you, anyway? And they're already pressuring you to marry? In his eyes, Guanzio looked no older than 16 or 17, hardly much older than Lin Wanwan. At this age, shouldn't she be focused on school? Why get married? Me? Guanzio lifted her head at his words, fixing him with a reproachful gaze. I'm already 26. Put. Suli nearly spit out the water he'd just swallowed. What? 26. Guanzio stated matter-of-factly. Not a dude? Suli's eyes widened like copper bells. He scrutinized the girl in front of him from head to toe, carefully re-examining her. Guanzio, barely 5 feet 3 inches tall and looking like an underage girl. 26? How the hell is that possible? She was a whole year older than him, who had lived 2 lifetimes. With this underdeveloped frame? This chest as flat as an airport runway? Not even half as developed as his own Xiaqing Xue. This is not scientific. What? Are you disgusted by your own well-behaved daughter's figure? Guanzio watched Suli's expression of utter shock, as if he'd seen a ghost, and knew exactly what he was thinking. She crossed her arms, narrowed her eyes, and asked in a dangerously low tone. No, don't say that. I don't have that kind of fetish. Suli waved his hands frantically, his survival instinct kicking in. Joking aside, if he dared admit it, this little minx might just fire up her power armor and go all out against him. Guanzio snorted disdainfully. Our family bloodline is rather unique, it simply ages very slowly. Besides, this is concentrated essence, what do you know? Yes, you're absolutely right. Suli gave a perfunctory nod and quickly changed the subject. Let's get down to business. Who did your family arrange for you to marry? At that mention, Guanzio's face fell again. Who else could it be? One of those prominent families in the Federation. She said listlessly. For families like ours, these arranged marriages are just business deals. It doesn't matter who you marry, it's all the same. So you don't want to marry? Of course not. Guan Ziyao suddenly grew agitated. My life belongs to machines and code. It belongs to the stars and the vast seas. I refuse to marry some stranger and become nothing but a tool for bearing children. She stared into Su Li's eyes, bloodshot from sleepless nights. For the first time, a flame called ambition flickered within them. Su Li, I'm partnering with you to open this shop not just for profit, nor solely for your skills. I want us to build a new power, one strong enough to rival those ancient, established families using only our own strength. A free realm belonging solely to us mechanics. Su Li listened quietly to her grand declaration, yet his heart remained largely unmoved. He knew that beneath her geeky exterior, this girl was cut from the same cloth as him. Both were madmen unwilling to be manipulated by fate. So Su Li looked at her and asked calmly, "What do you need me to do?" "It's simple." A gleam flashed in Guan Ziyao's eyes. "Pretend to be my boyfriend." Su Li raised an eyebrow at her words, his gaze piercing through her like he saw right through her. "Oh? No more acting? First the marriage pressure, then the birthday banquet. This is the real reason you called me here today, right?" Caught red-handed by Su Li's words, Guan Ziyao's face flushed bright red in an instant. She fidgeted awkwardly with the hem of her dress, like a child caught red-handed doing something wrong, her voice dwindling. I had no choice, you know?" Su Li found her rare display of coyness rather amusing. He stopped teasing her and asked directly, "When?" "Now." Guan Ziyao blurted out without hesitation. "Ha?" Su Li froze, glancing out at the pitch-black night. "Now. Where to?" "I said, right now, immediately, go to sleep." Chapter 94, Wow. It's the Dian family of Dian families. "I said, right now, immediately, go to sleep." Guan Ziyao pointed at the large bed in the adjacent lounge, commanding in a tone that brooked no argument. "Look at my dark circles. They're practically hanging off my face. I have to meet those old foxes from my family tomorrow. I need to be in top form." "Then why are you pushing me?" she said, shoving Su Li into the lounge like a nagging mother. "You go to sleep too. Go to sleep. Get plenty of rest so you can help me show off and humiliate them tomorrow." Pushed along by her, Su Li felt both amused and exasperated. Watching this little yellow-haired girl who clearly needed rest herself still worrying about him, a strange warmth flowed through his heart. For once, he didn't argue. He obediently walked into the lounge. The next morning, when Su Li awoke refreshed and alert, Guan Ziyao had already prepared everything for him. A black tuxedo, clearly expensive and custom-made by a top designer. A limited edition mechanical wristwatch. Rumored to be a vintage piece from 2025, but that was the charm of mechanics. It still worked perfectly today. When Su Li slipped into the ensemble and caught his reflection in the mirror, even he couldn't help but pause in surprise. The man reflected back was strikingly handsome, radiating an air of exceptional poise. His deep black eyes held a hint of devilish amusement and the calm composure of one who commands everything. Like a true heir to an ancient noble lineage, passed down for centuries. "How about it? Your daughter no, my taste isn't too shabby, right?" Guan Ziyao, dressed in an equally splendid white princess gown, strutted like a proud little peacock. She circled Su Li again and again, her eyes brimming with awe and satisfaction. Today, she hadn't donned that cumbersome power armor. Instead, she revealed her petite, delicate, true form. Though her figure couldn't quite match Xia Qingxue or Lin Wanwan's, her doll-like, delicate features and that mischievous, spirited charm held a unique appeal all their own. "Not bad." Su Li nodded at his reflection in the mirror. He hadn't refused Guan Ziyao's request. The reason was simple. First, he genuinely needed Guan Ziyao's family connections and resources to assist him in crafting the mechanized dantian and upgrading the judgment armor. Second, he was deeply curious about the so-called upper echelons of the Federation that Guan Ziyao had mentioned. He wanted to see for himself what the pinnacle of this world truly looked like. "Ready? My boyfriend?" Guan Ziyao stepped forward, wrapping her arm around Su Li's as she tilted her face up, her eyes sparkling with a mischievous smile. "Of course." Su Li smiled, letting her hold his arm. "Let's go, my girlfriend. Let's go see these so-called great families you keep talking about." At the entrance, a sleek, all-black luxury car with a futuristic design stood quietly waiting for them. Emblazoned on its body was a family crest Su Li had never seen before. It depicted a golden phoenix with wings spread wide, poised to soar into the heavens. Golden Phoenix, its wings spread wide, poised to soar into the heavens. Golden Phoenix clan? He turned his head, looking at the smug girl beside him, asking uncertainly, "Are you a direct descendant of this family?" Golden Phoenix clan. That's not some small-time tycoon from a third-rate city like Zicheng. They're a top-tier military-industrial conglomerate renowned throughout the entire Federation. Their interests span military, civilian, energy, aerospace, and countless other sectors, their influence reaching across half the Federation. It could be said that anything powered by electricity or machinery had intricate connections to this colossal family. While researching various materials and technologies, Su Li had encountered this family's name countless times. He never imagined that the tech-obsessed girl beside him, the one who wore a tin can for a helmet and called him dad over blueprints, could be a direct descendant of this colossal entity. No, no. Guan Ziyao stuck out her tongue and waved her hand playfully. Just a collateral branch, that's all. As she spoke, she had already pulled Suli into the luxurious hovercar. Soft leather seats, futuristic holographic interiors, and even the air itself was infused with a faint, refreshingly pleasant custom fragrance. The girl snuggled close to Suli, leaning her entire weight against him, her slender arm affectionately draped around his. A delightful scent, blending her youthful fragrance with a hint of milky sweetness, instantly filled Suli's nostrils. It inexplicably calmed the rapid heartbeat that had been racing from shock. Looking at the girl beside him, who had fully embraced the role of girlfriend, Suli felt both amused and exasperated. Collateral? Who would believe that? He'd never encountered a collateral branch capable of summoning a levitating private car of this caliber, nor one who could casually throw down tens of millions in funding just to run a shady operation. This little minx sure knows how to keep her cards close to her chest. But Suli didn't press her further. He knew everyone had their own secrets. For now, he only needed to play his part well. The hovercar started silently, transforming into a streak of black light as it merged into the city's aerial traffic lanes. It sped toward a district at the very pinnacle of the city one Suli had never visited before. An hour later, the hovercar glided to a halt before an ethereal aerial estate. This was the true pinnacle of Zay City. A world ordinary people could never imagine, let alone reach. As Suli and Guan Ziyao stepped out of the vehicle, 2 rows of servants in crisp uniforms immediately bowed respectfully. Welcome home, Mississippi. Guan Ziyao merely gave a casual nod, and that innate sense of nobility and aloofness characteristic of members of prominent families. As she linked arms with Suli, they traversed the long corridor and entered a vast banquet hall resplendent with gold and splendor, as majestic as an imperial palace. Arm in arm with Suli, she traversed the long corridor, arriving at a grand banquet hall resplendent in gold and splendor, reminiscent of an imperial palace. The banquet hall was already bustling with crowds, a gathering of the elite. This was the true center of power. When Guan Ziyao appeared at the banquet hall entrance, arm in arm with Suli, instantly, she captured the attention of everyone present. The men and women who had been chatting and laughing stopped their conversations. Curious, scrutinizing, and probing gazes turned toward Suli, this unfamiliar face. They all wondered, who exactly was this man, so intimately linked by the Guan family's young princess? Was he the heir to some reclusive family? Or the offspring of some influential figure in the Federation's central government? Chapter 95, What qualifications do you have to stand beside her? Suli, however, paid no heed to the complex gazes around him. He simply stood tall, his face adorned with a composed and confident smile. Like a true master, he stood tall and composed, accepting everyone's scrutiny with utter composure. He knew that starting today, he would step onto this stage for the first time, formally, as Guan Ziyao's boyfriend. How nervous are you? The young woman whispered softly. Truthfully, she looked absolutely stunning today, her naturally exquisite face, even without makeup, now adorned with subtle cosmetics. Guan Ziyao felt the slight tension in Suli's arm muscles. Unable to resist, she whispered in his ear, her voice tinged with mischievous amusement. Suli turned his head to glance at the girl beside him. Truthfully, today was the first time he had truly seen Guan Ziyao's appearance. She was truly beautiful today. Her small face, already breathtakingly beautiful without makeup, was adorned with delicate, understated makeup, making her doll-like eyes appear even more lively. Her golden hair, meticulously styled, was elegantly yet playfully pinned into a princess bun, adorned with several diamond hairpins that sparkled with delicate brilliance. Her pure white princess dress, adorned with lace and pearls, perfectly accentuated her petite yet perfectly proportioned figure. She stood there quietly, like an ethereal fairy stepped straight out of a fairy tale. A world apart from the tech-obsessed girl who wore tin cans or cartoon pajamas daily, and constantly gushing about her dad's tech skills. Suli looked at her, and for the first time, a feeling called awe stirred within him. Not bad. He withdrew his gaze and remarked indifferently. Just a bit more crowded than the Xia family's cocktail party last time. Put. Guan Ziyao pouted in displeasure. Tough talk. Come on, she tightened her grip on Suli's arm, her chin lifted like a proud little swan. I'll show you what we've got, those crafty old foxes in my family. She led Suli through the crowd, heading straight for the deepest part of the banquet hall, a circle formed by several spry elders. There lay the power center of this banquet. Every single one was a pivotal figure within the Golden Phoenix clan. Grandfather, uncles, I'm back. Guan Ziyao halted before the circle and curtsied obediently. The elders, who had been conversing, all fell silent at the sound. Their gazes turned toward her. Their gazes appeared gentle. Yet they carried a palpable, chilling intensity, a piercing scrutiny and oppressive weight. Especially the one at the head, seated in a wheelchair. His hair was snow white, yet his gaze remained as sharp as an eagle's. He was Guan Shanhai, the patriarch of the Golden Phoenix clan and Guan Ziyao's own grandfather.
A true warrior forged in the crucible of blood and fire.
A tyrant whose every move could send shockwaves through half the Federation.
His gaze lingered affectionately on his precious granddaughter for a moment. Then, he fixed his hawk-like gaze upon Suli.
Yao Yao, who is this?
His voice was aged yet resonant, carrying the authority of one long accustomed to command.
His name is Suli.
Guan Ziyao stood tall, her face bearing a hint of pride and a touch of defiance. He's my boyfriend.
Boyfriend? When did you two start dating? And you didn't even introduce him to Grandpa?
At these words, Guan Shanhai's sharp eyes narrowed slightly. His tone sounded like the concern of an ordinary elder.
But Suli could distinctly feel an invisible pressure, as immense as a mountain, instantly enveloping her.
This was the warning shot fired by the dominant figure toward the intruder.
Suli sneered inwardly.
Yet his face remained composed, wearing that perfectly measured smile.
Without waiting for Guan Ziyao to speak, he stepped forward. Bowing slightly to Guan Shanhai, he spoke with neither humility nor arrogance. Hello, Grandpa Guan. My name is Suli.
I am a classmate of Yao Yao's and also her business partner. We only recently formalized our relationship and haven't had the chance to inform you yet. His words were flawlessly crafted, clearly establishing his relationship with Guan Ziyao,
while also making it clear he wasn't some pretty boy living off his looks. Oh? Classmates? Business partners? Guan Shanhai's gaze swept back and forth over Suli, as if trying to see right through him, inside and out. The name Suli, it rings a bell.
A middle-aged man beside him, equally distinguished in bearing, suddenly spoke up.
He was Guan Ziyao's father, Guan Jinxiong. Wasn't that the name of the owner of that newly opened, much-hyped rebirth cybernetic clinic in Ziqing a while back? That would be me.
Suli acknowledged it plainly.
Ah, so you're Mr. Su. A meaningful smile spread across Guan Jinxiong's face.
At such a young age, to have already established a foothold in a place like the black market. And to have connected with someone like Mr. Wu, that's no small feat at all. His words, seemingly complimentary, were in fact each and every one pointing out Suli's unsavory background and origins. It was a warning, don't even dream of climbing the high branches of the Golden Phoenix family. How could Suli fail to grasp the meaning behind his words? Yet he remained unflappable, merely offering a modest smile. Uncle Guan, you flatter me. It's just a small-time hustle to scrape by. Just then, Guan Shanhai, who had remained silent, spoke again. His voice was flat, yet carried an oppressive weight.
Suli, is that right?
I don't care what your relationship with Mr. Wu is, nor what shady deals you're running on the black market.
I only want to know.
His eyes, sharp as a falcon's, locked onto Suli.
What exactly do you do? What gives you the right to stand beside my granddaughter?
Guan Shanhai's voice struck Suli like a cold iron hammer, each word pounding into her.
The entire banquet hall fell silent.
Every pair of eyes focused on the young man being publicly confronted by the Federation's top leader. They all waited to see how this presumptuous young upstart would fare. Yet Suli's face showed not a trace of panic or fear. He merely straightened his back slowly. Then, in a tone so calm it bordered on arrogance, he replied.
I am but a humble individual. At present, I suppose I barely qualify for the top tier of Zay City. Oh? The top tier? Chapter 96, I'm here to eat. What are you here for?
Guan Shanhai laughed at this, his smile brimming with undisguised contempt and disdain.
Zay City?
A backwater so poor it can't even produce a handful of B-tier extraordinary individuals. I sent Yao Yao there to study just to keep her away from the family feuds and let her enjoy a few years of peace.
He looked at Suli, his gaze as if surveying a frog that ruled a puddle, a creature confined to the depths of a well. And here you are, putting on airs in front of me?
Faced with this merciless mockery, Suli didn't grow angry.
Instead, he smiled too. He held up one finger. 1 month.
He looked at Guan Shanhai, his deep black eyes. A light flickered that made everyone present's heart skip a beat, the light of ambition.
I accomplished this feat in less than a month.
He paused, then, with a tone that felt like a declaration, filled with supreme dominance, slowly uttered 5 words. The Xia family of Zicheng.
Now, it is mine.
A month ago, Suli's face bore a hint of playful amusement. I was still just a penniless kid fretting daily over how to scrape together a few extra pounds of scrap metal for my junkyard.
This statement exploded like an invisible bomb on the calm lake.
The guests around me, who had been wearing expressions of contempt and schadenfreude,
froze solid on their faces. 1 month. From a junkyard owner to controlling the entire Xia family? Is this some mythical tale? Even in Guan Shanhai's usually impassive eyes flashed a genuine flicker of astonishment for the very first time. He stared intently at the young man before him, as if trying to see right through him. He knew how deep the Xia family's waters ran, and he knew how ruthless Xia Zhe could be. Yet this young man before him had managed, in just 1 month, to topple this colossal entity that had entrenched itself in Zay City for decades? This was no longer something that could be described with a mere impressive. This was nothing short of monstrous. As the entire crowd fell into stunned silence, a voice brimming with admiration and pride suddenly rang out. Yes. Su Li's dad ahem. Guan Xiao, overcome with excitement, nearly blurted out her true feelings. She abruptly realized her slip of the tongue. Her pretty face flushed crimson, and she quickly corrected herself. No. What I meant was, Su Li is truly amazing. This statement nearly made Su Li, who was feigning composure beside her, break out in a cold sweat on the spot. Good heavens! This can't be blurted out carelessly. If his grandfather found out that not only had he kidnapped his granddaughter but also made her call him dad, the old man would probably leap right out of his wheelchair and tear me limb from limb. Guan Shanhai looked at his precious granddaughter, her face aglow with adoration, practically begging to be his #1 fan. Then he glanced at Su Li beside him, whose forehead was glistening with sweat. A complex, indecipherable gleam flickered in his sharp eyes. He remained silent for a moment before finally speaking slowly. Young man, you're quite interesting. He did not press further, nor did he inquire about details. He simply gestured towards Su Li, inviting him to sit. Take a seat. Since you're Yao Yao's boyfriend, you're a guest of our Golden Phoenix family. Join this old man for a cup of tea. Su Li felt a wave of relief wash over him. He knew he had barely passed this first test. He pulled Guan Xiao, who was still slightly flushed, to sit down across from Guan Shanhai. The surrounding guests watched the scene unfold, and their gazes towards Su Li had completely shifted. I've heard about the prosthetic body shop you're running. Guan Shanhai lifted his teacup, gently blew away the steam, and asked casually. Have you run into any trouble? If you're short-handed, grandfather can arrange for a few top-tier technicians from the family to assist you. Everyone present was sharp as a tack. The moment they heard this, they instantly understood the old man's meaning. What did he mean by providing technicians? This was clearly an attempt to plant his own spies within the shop and incidentally, to gauge the true caliber of Su Li's self-taught skills. Su Li was about to speak, preparing a smooth refusal to politely decline this kind offer. But Guan Xiao, standing beside him, beat him to it. She wrapped her arms around his arm like a mother hen guarding her food, glaring warily at her grandfather. No way! Su Li is amazing. He handles everything himself. As she spoke, she affectionately nuzzled her cheek against Su Li's shoulder. Besides, this is a family business no outsiders allowed to join. Not even you, Grandpa. Her half-joking, half-serious remark cut off Guan Shanhai's words before they could even leave his mouth. The surrounding guests sucked in another sharp breath. Seeing Guan Xiao's utterly devoted expression, as if she'd marry no one else, their estimation of Su Li soared several notches higher. What kind of love potion did this guy slip to the Guan family's little princess? Guan Shanhai looked at his granddaughter, who was clearly siding with outsiders, and found himself both amused and exasperated. He could only shake his head helplessly. You little girl. He knew that continuing the conversation would yield nothing more. After successfully defending her turf, Guan Xiao's stomach growled at the worst possible moment. Her little face flushed red again in an instant. Her eyes darted to the dazzling buffet spread beside her, and little stars began to sparkle in them. She tugged at Su Li's sleeve and murmured softly. Su Li, I'm hungry. Shall we go grab some grub? The ingredients here are all the freshest, real natural meat. It'd be a shame not to eat it. Su Li couldn't help but smile at her greedy expression. He stood up and gave Guan Shanhai a polite smile. Grandpa Guan, we'll be taking our leave now. Go ahead. Guan Shanhai waved his hand, a hint of indulgent resignation on his face. Then, under the complex gazes of all the guests present, Su Li was pulled along by Guan Xiao, both of them beaming with excitement as they headed straight for the buffet area, completely unaware that he was the center of attention. Wow! This is bluefin tuna belly. Melt in your mouth tender. And this? A 5-grade marbled Wagyu beef. Try it. Su Li, help me grab that one. That roast suckling pig. I can't reach it. Guan Xiao let her inner child run wild, like a mouse that had broken into a rice granary. Clutching her plate, she swept wildly through the buffet tables. Su Li, meanwhile, followed behind like a dutiful boyfriend, helping her carry plates and handing her napkins. The pair's utterly oblivious, food-obsessed demeanor formed a stark, comical contrast. Many onlookers couldn't help but twitch their eyes at the sight. They seriously doubted these two had come to this elite banquet for socializing or networking. Purely to pig out. Chapter 97, still too weak? Is it tasty? Guan Xiao lay contentedly on a plush sofa tucked away in a corner of the banquet hall. She rubbed her round, full belly. She watched Su Li beside her, sipping a glass of fresh juice with a look of lingering satisfaction. She asked with a grin. Not bad. Su Li smacked his lips and nodded. Only marginally better than mine. Pfft, Guan Xiao rolled her eyes. You're just bragging. After eating their fill, the two found a secluded corner to digest their meal. Su Li watched the banquet hall, where the hypocritical upper-class types were still clinking glasses and making polite small talk. Suddenly, he felt a pang of boredom. Do you big families live like this every day? He asked. Pretty much. Guan Ziao pursed her lips, a hint of disdain in her tone. If it's not this kind of banquet, it's that kind of cocktail party. Everyone wears masks, speaks insincerely, and schemes over petty gains. It's utterly tedious. She paused, then suddenly turned her head. Her large, sparkling eyes fixed on Suli without blinking. Being with you is more interesting. Whether it's running a shop or getting into fights. A hint of longing flickered across her face. Suli, when are we going to pull off another big heist? No rush. Suli shook his head, gazing toward the distance where a man stood surrounded by a crowd. A hint of deep meaning flashed in his eyes. A meal must be eaten bite by bite. The journey must be taken step by step. We are still too weak. He knew that today, though he had temporarily intimidated that old fox Guan Shanhai. But that was only because he had demonstrated sufficient value and potential. The day his growth outstripped Guan Shanhai's control. Or if he ever touched upon the other's most vital interests. Then the Guan family, so gracious today, could become the deadliest enemy tomorrow. In this world, the only things you could ever truly rely on were the cold steel in your own hands and absolute power. Let's go. Suli stood up and stretched. Dinner was done, the bluff was called time to head home. Ha? So soon? Guan Ziao seemed reluctant to leave. What else? Suli retorted. You want to stay here listening to them brag until dawn? He tugged at Guan Ziao, who was still reluctant to leave, preparing to depart. But just as they were about to exit the banquet hall, a butler dressed in a tailcoat suddenly strode up to them and bowed respectfully. Mr. Su, please wait a moment. Our master wishes to speak with you privately before you depart. Su Li's footsteps halted. He glanced at the respectful butler, then shifted his gaze to Guan Shanhai, who stood nearby, smiling at him. Su Li understood. The real show was just about to begin. Yao Yao, wait for me in the car, he said to Guan Ziao beside him. Oh. Guan Ziao felt reluctant, but she understood this was a formal conversation between her grandfather and Su Li. It wasn't appropriate for her to stay. She could only leave, glancing back every few steps, following another servant. As the side door of the banquet hall slowly closed, leaving only Su Li and Guan Shanhai behind, Guan Shanhai's smile finally began to fade. His piercing gaze fell upon Su Li once more, and that terrifying, immovable pressure characteristic of a superior figure descended upon him again. But Su Li remained as serene as ever, seemingly unaffected. Mr. Guan, I wonder what guidance you wish to impart by keeping me behind, he spoke up, breaking the silence. I wouldn't dare call it guidance, Guan Shanhai replied, his voice now hoarse and tinged with complexity. Instead of answering Su Li's question, he countered. Did you kill Xia Zhe? His question was direct, without the slightest hint of evasion. Su Li's eyes instantly sharpened. Yet his face wore an expression of utter innocence. Mr. Guan, you must be joking. Didn't the authorities already rule Xia Zhe's death as an accidental gas explosion? Ha! Guan Shanhai chuckled at this, his smile tinged with a hint of, don't try to fool me, kid. Su Li, let's be straightforward. Whether that explosion was an accident or not, you know it, and I know it. I'm not curious about how you did it. I just want to know why you did it. He stared intently at Su Li, as if trying to read the answer in his eyes. The Xia family may be a major player in Ziqing, but in the eyes of our Golden Phoenix clan, they're nothing more than a small animal we could crush at any moment. To stir up such a commotion, even risking the wrath of the Green Snake and destroying half of Ziqing's high society, your ambitions surely extend far beyond the Xia family alone, don't they? That old fox is truly formidable. Su Li silently praised him in his heart. He knew his petty tricks couldn't fool such a seasoned veteran. Since that was the case, he might as well lay his cards on the table. That's right. Su Li admitted it plainly. He picked up the long cold cup of tea from the table and drained it in one gulp. Then, he looked at Guan Shanhai. For the first time, they blazed with unmasked, fiery ambition. The Xia family? I don't even consider them worth my attention. My goal, from the very beginning, has always been one and only one. He paused, then spoke his purpose, word by word. I will establish an order in this city, one that belongs solely to me. An absolute order uncontrolled by anyone, unbowed to anyone. Guan Shanhai stared at the young man's almost arrogant declaration. Far from anger, his eyes flashed with undisguised admiration. Excellent. An absolute order indeed. He clapped his hands and burst into laughter. Ambition, skill, and madness. I like it. He looked at Su Li as if gazing upon a piece of unpolished jade. Su Li, my granddaughter, has not misjudged you. Your marriage I approve. Not only that, his voice brimmed with a deadly allure. My Golden Phoenix clan can become your first and most steadfast ally in establishing a new order. All the channels, connections, and resources my Golden Phoenix clan has cultivated over centuries can be directed toward you. And what I require in return is simple. Guan Shanhai stared at Su Li, his hawk-like eyes blazing with intense light. I need you to become the sharpest blade in the Golden Phoenix clan. Chapter 98, A Pleasant Collaboration? The brutal battlefield of the official girlfriend. A blade that can sever all enemies visible and invisible for us. He knew Suli was a beast that could never be tamed. Since taming was impossible, he might as well grant him a wider grassland, let him tear and hunt to his heart's content. As long as his hunting direction aligned with the clan's objectives. This was the true spirit and strategy befitting a genuine tyrant. Agreed. I accept. Suli's reply was crisp and decisive, without a hint of hesitation. He knew that collaborating with an old fox like Guan Shanhai was like trying to skin a tiger. But he also knew this was the best opportunity he could seize at present. He needed the Golden Phoenix clan as his vessel, a sturdy ship to shield him from storms and provide the capital for his voyage. Very well. Guan Shanhai nodded with satisfaction, a knowing smile spreading across his face. He knew that from this moment onward, the young man before him was firmly bound to the Golden Phoenix clan's chariot. Then, let us cooperate well. Happy cooperation. Suli rose to his feet and bowed slightly toward Guan Shanhai. But now, I must take my leave. He glanced toward the doorway, a resigned smile touching his lips. If I don't leave soon, your precious granddaughter might start getting upset. Go on, go on. Guan Shanhai waved his hand dismissively, a doting smile spreading across his face. Young man, spend more time with her. As Suli stepped out of the banquet hall, Guan Ziao stood by the hovercar, pouting with a displeased expression. What took you so long? Did my grandfather give you a hard time? The moment she spotted Suli, she rushed over, scrutinizing him from head to toe like a mother hen guarding her chicks. No, Suli smiled, ruffling her hair. Your grandfather is quite pleased with me as his grandson-in-law. The two settled into the vehicle, and the hovercar started silently. Guan Ziao leaned against Suli's shoulder and suddenly whispered in a teasing tone. So, my dear Suli, were you nervous just now when facing my grandfather? Nervous? Suli raised an eyebrow, looking down at her with a mischievous smile. I was just thinking, if your grandfather found out his most cherished granddaughter chasing after a man day after day, would he be so furious he'd jump right out of his wheelchair? You! Guan Ziao's pretty face flushed bright red in an instant. She thrust her tiny fist forward, delivering a light yet firm thump to Suli's chest. Don't say that. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll. She hesitated for a moment, unable to think of any threatening words that would actually intimidate him. Suli watched her adorable, flustered expression and couldn't help but chuckle. All right, I won't tease you anymore. He patted her hand. Take me home. Home? Guan Ziao's eyes lit up instantly. Yes. I've never been to your place. Perfect, I won't go back tonight. I'll stay at your place. No way. Suli refused without hesitation. Are you kidding? His place was currently hiding 3 women. If Guan Ziao, his official girlfriend, stumbled upon this, wouldn't she flip out on the spot? Why not? Guan Ziao wasn't having it. She wrapped her arms around Suli's arm and started pouting. We're boyfriend and girlfriend now. What's wrong with me staying at your place for one night? Are you seeing someone else? Suli. He felt his head start throbbing again. My place isn't convenient. He could only offer a vague explanation. I don't care. I'm going there today. Guan Ziao deployed her signature tactic of stubborn persistence. If you won't let me go, it means you have something to hide. It means you're letting me down. Seeing her determined expression as if she'd cry if he refused, Suli sighed. He knew there was no avoiding this today. Fine. What's meant to be will be. At worst, it'll just be an epic showdown. Fine, I give in. Suli threw up his hands in surrender. Fine, I'll go. But we're not actually dating, we're just pretending. Yay! Suli is the best. Guan Ziao cheered instantly. Then, upon hearing Suli's next words, she puffed up like a pufferfish. If you say that again, I'll have Grandpa teach you a lesson. No way. Half an hour later, in front of Suli's luxurious villa in the prime location. As the hovercar descended slowly, Guan Ziao gazed at the mansion before her, which was hardly any smaller than her own family home. Her little mouth gaped open in surprise. Wow, Suli, you're pretty loaded. Not bad, just scraping by. Suli opened the car door without batting an eye. He had mentally prepared himself for a world war. He led Guan Ziao, her face brimming with excitement and curiosity, through the villa's grand entrance. Then, he saw the scene in the living room. Xiao Qingxue, clad in an ice blue silk nightgown, sat elegantly on the sofa, polishing her frostblade. Lin Wanwan, clad in a fiery red spaghetti strap nightgown. She was sprawled on the carpet, playing with a mechanical puppy named Suli. Meanwhile, Mu Keqiu, clad in sleek black athletic wear. She was in the corner, doing strength training. Just like that, without warning, they appeared before Guan Ziao. The entire living room instantly fell into dead silence. The air seemed to freeze solid. The smile on Guan Ziao's face slowly faded. She glanced at the three stunningly beautiful girls in the living room, then looked back at Suli beside her, his face innocent. Her body began to tremble slightly. Her once bright, sparkling eyes instantly clouded over with mist. A full dozen seconds passed. You bastard, Suli! How dare you keep a mistress hidden away? And not just one. How could you do this to me? Miss, he looked at Guan Xiao, his tone as flat as if he were commenting on the weather. I'll say it again. We are imposters. He paused, then extended his hand, pointing toward the three girls in the living room who had already risen to their feet, staring over with expressions that screamed, "Let the show begin." And they? Suli's face broke into an incredibly sincere smile. These are my real girlfriends. Put. She felt darkness engulf her vision, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Fakes? Girlfriends? Guys? So all this time, she was the one being played for a fool? She thought Suli was just secretly keeping a dog outside. Turns out, damn it, he'd opened a freaking zoo right in their own home? Chapter 99, I can explain, plague. Don't you have anything to explain? Guan Xiao, her face pinched by Suli, glared at him with tear-filled eyes, her voice brimming with hurt and resentment. My dear boyfriend? Explain? Suli released her face, his expression innocent and self-assured. There was nothing to explain. He gestured toward the three girls nearby, who had already settled into spectator mode. They're all my machine servants. As a mechanic, having a few creations is perfectly reasonable, right? Suli's tone was as matter-of-fact as stating 1 + 1 = 2. This explanation left Guan Xiao speechless. She glanced at the three creations, each top tier in both skill and appearance. Then she looked at Suli's deadpan expression. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. As a fellow tech geek, her brain instantly switched gears. To the technical channel, you actually modified an S-class talent into a human weapon? Anger and hurt were instantly replaced by overwhelming shock and a morbid curiosity. A machine servant? An S-ranked talent machine servant? Her eyes began to gleam. How did you do this? What model is their control core? Is the mental link stable? Any data rejection reactions? Like a scientist discovering a new continent, she grabbed Suli's arm and fired off questions in rapid succession. Seeing her expression shift so abruptly, Suli knew this matter was settled. Before he could answer, buzz. His wrist terminal suddenly emitted a series of urgent vibrations. It was an emergency communication at the highest encryption level. The sender's name consisted of a single character. Wu. Suli's gaze instantly sharpened. He tapped open the message, and a text projection, layered with multiple encryption layers, appeared directly onto his retina. The message was brief, yet its content made the air itself freeze. The Green Snake operatives have arrived. Class B, codename, Plague. The target is you, and all your creations. The city is about to descend into chaos. Watch your back. Suli slowly shut off the communication. He lifted his head, glancing at the cityscape illuminated by lights outside the window. A cold, murderous intent flickered in his eyes. The relaxed and cheerful atmosphere of moments ago vanished instantly. In its place now hung a palpable, ominous tension, the kind that precedes a storm. What's wrong? Guan Xiao also sensed something was amiss. The excitement and curiosity on her face quickly faded, replaced by a look of solemnity. Nothing. Suli's face regained its composure, even flashing a faint, icy smile brimming with anticipation. It's just. The holiday was over. A new toy had arrived, delivered right to our doorstep. No sooner had he spoken than Xia Qingxue, Lin Wanwan, and Mu Keqiu instantly sprang into combat mode. A chill radiated from Xia Qingxue's body, causing the temperature in the entire living room to plummet by over 10 degrees. Countless tiny venomous snakes silently spread out from beneath Lin Wanwan's feet. Meanwhile, Mu Keqiu's mechanical prosthetic eye flickered with a dangerous red glow. It began scanning the villa's surroundings for any suspicious targets. They were Suli's most perfect creations and his most lethal killing machines. Class B powerhouses, codenamed Plague. Suli made no attempt to conceal it. Observing the three women already in combat mode and Guan Xiao's stunned expression, he stated concisely. Sent by the Green Snake faction to retrieve their creations. B rank? Guan Xiao sucked in a sharp breath. That's a Class B barrier level. A terrifying existence capable of single-handedly defending an entire city. How could a powerhouse of this caliber appear in a small place like Zay City? How did he plan to retrieve it? Guan Xiao immediately asked, her mind instantly shifting from the tender moments of romance to high-speed combat analysis mode. I don't know. Suli shook his head. But given the codename Plague, it was likely not the type to excel at frontal assaults. He walked to the villa's floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing out at the bustling city lights below. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. He would use his most proficient method to transform the entire city into his hunting ground. Then, he would force me to crawl out of my hole. Suli's words carried an ominous prophecy. Almost the instant his words fell silent. Beep. 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 The villa's highest-level security alarm suddenly blared. Simultaneously, Guan Ziyao's personal terminal began flashing frantically. What was happening? She immediately tapped her terminal, and a torrent of information from the Golden Phoenix clan's intelligence network flooded in. An unexplained explosion occurred at the 3rd energy supply station in West Sicheng district. Power and network systems across the entire Western district have been completely crippled. At Black Cross Hospital, all patients and medical staff have experienced collective genetic collapse. They have mutated into indiscriminate attacking monsters. Emergency notice from the inspectorate. An unknown high-risk virus has emerged in Zicheng. All citizens are instructed to remain indoors and avoid going out. One after another, each incident more horrifying than the last. Within mere minutes, the entire city of Zicheng transformed from a peaceful metropolis into a chaotic hell shrouded in darkness and terror. Such swift action. Suli stared at the apocalyptic scene streaming across his terminal, yet his face betrayed not a flicker of emotion. He knew this was merely the appetizer of the plague. He was declaring war on himself in the most brutal and efficient manner possible. Suli. What does he want? Guan Ziyao's voice trembled slightly. He was filtering. Using the virus he had unleashed, he was filtering out the ordinary people who couldn't resist, turning them into his soldiers. Simultaneously, he was contaminating the city, transforming it into a plague-ridden wasteland perfectly suited for his battles. We must stop him. No. Suli shook his head. He turned to face the 4 girls in the living room, already poised for battle. A smile spread across his face, one as domineering as a demon king's, filled with a desire for control. We don't need to stop him. We only need to find him. He paused, then issued his command in a tone bordering on proclamation. Qingxue, freeze all sewer lines and ventilation ducts at maximum speed to slow the virus's spread. Wan, deploy your children to cover the entire villa district. Any creature that dares approach this place execute it immediately. Keqiu, you come with me. Chapter 100, I shall strike in the form of a Gundam. Guan Ziyao. Finally, he turned his gaze toward the tech-savvy girl. I want you to use every access you have to hack into every surveillance system in Zicheng and pinpoint that person's location. Remember, I only want his location. Understood. The 4 women answered in unison. Just then, Su Li's personal terminal buzzed again. This time, it was the internal alarm from the rebirth clinic. The screen displayed live surveillance footage from inside the clinic. A faint green, mist-like gas was slowly seeping into the clinic through the ventilation ducts. Inside the clinic, the patients undergoing treatment and the nurses on duty, the moment they inhaled that gas, their bodies began to undergo horrific, visible mutations at a terrifying speed. Their skin began to rot, muscles swelled, and bones twisted. Within mere seconds, they transformed from living human beings into mindless monsters. Nothing remained but monsters driven by the most primal, murderous instincts. They snarled and roared, launching into a frenzied rampage that destroyed everything within the clinic. That place was Su Li's domain. His territory. Su Li watched the chaotic scene unfold on the screen. He smiled. That smile was cold and cruel. Found it. Slowly, he raised his right hand. Countless nanoscale liquid metal particles seeped out from beneath his skin. As if possessed of life, it swiftly covered his entire body. Helmet, chest plate, armored gauntlets, battle skirt. A suit of armor, sleek and streamlined yet radiating boundless lethal intent. The monstrous armor was instantly complete. Epic tier armor, judgment. He approached Mu Keqiu, his electronic eyes beneath the visor flashing crimson as they scanned everyone present. Then, in a tone as unquestionable as a tyrant's, he issued his final command. And so, the hunt begins. The moment his words fell, the demonic wing-like thrusters on his back erupted with blinding blue flames. Boom! The villa's massive floor-to-ceiling window, made of special bulletproof glass, shattered instantly under the violent blast of air. Su Li's figure transformed into a silver-black streak of light, soaring skyward. I shall strike in the form of a Gundam. Mu Keqiu followed closely behind. Powerful gravity reverse jets erupted beneath her feet, propelling her like a cannonball to match Su Li's pace. One ahead, one behind, they streaked like 2 meteors tearing through the night sky, hurtling toward the rebirth clinic at breakneck speed. Left behind in the living room were 3 girls, each wearing a different expression at Su Li's cheesy declaration. Xia Qingxue. Lin Wanwan, wow. Master is so cool. Guan Ziyao. Gundam? His taste is so weird. But that mecha is so cool. The night sky over Zicheng was already engulfed in chaos and panic. On the ground, flames shot skyward, explosions and screams echoed in rapid succession. Countless virus-infected monsters rampaging through the streets, savagely chasing and tearing into the surviving citizens. The entire city had descended into a living hell. Above this chaos, a figure hovered silently in midair. He wore tattered, a black cloak reminiscent of a medieval plague doctor, and a bizarre bird-beaked mask. In his hand, he carried a lantern emitting an eerie green glow. He was Plague, the B-class executive of the Green Serpent. Like an artist admiring his own masterpiece, he gazed down with rapturous satisfaction upon the city beneath him, a city he was personally dragging into the abyss. Wail, mortals! Tremble, you ants! Your despair shall become my most perfect nourishment. He spread his arms wide, and the eerie green glow within the lantern grew ever more intense. Like a virus, it spread deeper into the city. But at that very moment, a shrill, air-shredding sonic boom suddenly echoed from afar, rapidly drawing nearer. HM? The Plague's brow, hidden beneath his mask, furrowed slightly. He slowly turned his head toward the source of the sound. At the edge of the night, a silver-black iron canister, its form twisted with a grotesque beauty. It hurtled straight toward him at an unimaginably terrifying speed. Its speed had even broken the sound barrier. Behind it followed a woman who was half human, half machine. Oh? So impatient you couldn't wait to crawl out of your rat hole already? A cruel, cold smile curled at the corner of Plague's mouth. He slowly raised the lantern in his hand. Very well. Let me see just how much you're worth, you who killed the doctor. No sooner had the words left his mouth. Suli had already arrived before him. Not a word of nonsense. Not a moment's hesitation. Suli's right hand, clad in monstrous armored gauntlets, clenched into a blade gleaming with icy light. Then, with overwhelming force, it came crashing down toward the Plague's head. Death! The roar of the sonic boom had barely echoed. The blade's edge had already reached the Plague's face. Yet, facing this thunderous strike powerful enough to cleave a skyscraper in two, the Plague did not even lift an eyelid. Casually, it held the lantern emitting an eerie green glow before its body. Clang! A shrill, ear-piercing clang of metal against metal erupted. The blow was forcibly halted by that seemingly fragile lantern. No, not a lantern. It was the thick, eerie green Plague. Sizzle! Where the blade met the shield, corrosive green smoke billowed forth. Suli could even feel the stinging pain of strong acid eating away at the armored plates of his judgment armor. Is that all you've got? The voice hidden beneath the birdbeak mask was filled with mockery and contempt. You can't even break through my wall of size. How disappointing. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the lantern in his hand flared with blinding light. A green whip, serpentine and venomous, shot forth from the wick. Suli's pupils abruptly contracted. Boom! The thrusters on his back instantly overloaded and roared to life. His entire body transformed into a silver afterimage, dodging the deadly strike at an impossible angle by the narrowest of margins. The green energy whip lashed out at empty air, slamming violently into a nearby residential building. Crash! The reinforced concrete structure, upon contact with the energy whip, crumbled like foam doused in concentrated sulfuric acid. That's some serious power. Chapter 101, The Beatdown. Suspended mid-air, Suli surveyed the building's devastation. For the first time, he gained a visceral understanding of the power wielded by a B rank expert. This is level suppression. Master, I'm coming. At that moment, Mukucho's figure had already rushed up from below. Without a moment's hesitation, her uninjured left hand shot out toward the grinning Plague, grasping at it through the air. Gravity field, tenfold. Hum. An invisible, terrifying pressure descended in an instant. Within a 100-meter radius centered on the Plague, the air seemed to transform into viscous mercury in an instant. The Plague's body, which had been suspended in midair, suddenly plummeted downward, nearly crashing straight from the sky. He felt as though an invisible mountain had been placed upon him, making even lifting a finger an immense struggle. Ha! He let out a muffled grunt of surprise and uncertainty, abruptly lowering his head. His gaze locked onto the half-mechanical girl whose icy stare was fixed upon him. When he clearly saw Mukucho's face half flesh and blood, half metal. For the first time, his eyes flashed with shock and wild joy. The child of the gods? You were actually repaired by her? Ha! Truly, when you search high and low, you find nothing, but when you least expect it, it comes to you effortlessly. He let out a maniacal laugh. Originally, I intended to play a little game with you, you little mouse. But now it seems unnecessary. He snapped his head up, the eyes hidden beneath his mask flashing with a sick, burning light. I'll take you and the Son of God back with me. This would be a monumental achievement worthy of catching even His Excellency's attention. No sooner had the words left his mouth. Boom! The dark green energy instantly shattered the tenfold gravity Mukucho had imposed upon him. Then, Plague spread his arms wide, like a madman embracing the apocalypse. He chanted aloud. Hear the wails of despair. Behold this decaying world. Now, let all things return to their most primordial decay. The Plague domain's divine lament. Centered upon him, a storm-like, emerald-green energy visible to the naked eye erupted and spread wildly in all directions. Wherever that energy touched, whether towering skyscrapers or steel bridges, they began to weather, rot, and collapse at a speed visible to the naked eye. As if in this instant, time itself had accelerated by millennia. Suli and Mukucho's expressions changed drastically at the sight, and they immediately pulled back violently. They knew that if caught within that domain, even the judgment armor wouldn't last long. since close combat was out of the question. The cannon barrel locked onto its target with pinpoint accuracy, the figure in the distance, laughing maniacally. Then let's try this. Twin solar storm particle cannons. Charge, initiate. Buzz. The two menacing ion shoulder cannons began emitting a teeth-grinding hum. At the muzzles, two energy spheres as dazzling as miniature suns, visibly coalescing and swelling at a rapid pace. The terrifying energy fluctuations, potent enough to obliterate everything in their path. Even the plague, kilometers away, felt its heart race. Ha! His smile vanished. He whipped his head around, his gaze fixed intently on the two large tubes protruding from Su Li's shoulders. For the first time, a look of shock flickered in the eyes beneath his mask. What the hell is this? That energy signature is almost as strong as a battleship's secondary armament. Where did this D-rank punk pull such a beastly thing from? He's cheating. He's definitely cheating. Plague cursed furiously inside his head. He knew that if this thing hit him head-on, he'd be dead or severely injured. Damn rat. He dared not show off any longer. Instantly contracting the expanding plague domain, he channeled all his energy forward, conjuring a jade-green energy wall dozens of meters thick. He would endure it head-on. Withstand this blast, then use his most potent viruses to slowly torture this unprincipled brat to death. But just as he focused his entire being, preparing to meet that world-shattering blast, a bone-chilling coldness erupted from beneath his feet without warning. Ha! Plague's heart skipped a beat as he looked down. Unbeknownst to him, the sky beneath his feet had been covered by a thin layer of ice. And the source of that ice was none other than the icy beauty on the ground, the one he'd always dismissed as a mere ornament. At that moment, Xia Qingxue slowly raised her head. Her face, beautiful beyond belief, bore not a single trace of emotion. She merely uttered 4 words softly. Domain, eternal frozen ground. Crack. Crack. Like the command of the Grim Reaper. Centered on the plague, the surrounding space for thousands of meters weather air. Or his formidable plague domain froze solid in an instant. The dark green energy storm froze mid-air like a paused movie frame, solidifying into a grotesque ice sculpture. The plague was utterly dumbfounded. He felt as if he'd fallen into a pool of liquid nitrogen, his mind nearly frozen solid. S-class talent, Arctic catastrophe. And it was an S-rank talent with a domain activated. What the hell was going on? The intel said the target was just some D-rank punk, right? What the hell were those bastards in intelligence doing? His mind raced with furious curses as he strained every ounce of energy to break free from this damned ice. But just then, an even more deadly sensation locked onto him from all directions. He painfully rolled his nearly frozen eyeballs. Then, he witnessed a horrifying sight he would never forget for the rest of his life. Above him, the man in black armor stood with 2 blindingly bright cannons on his shoulders, trained directly on him. Beneath his feet, countless ice spears began to charge. Behind him, the half-mechanical woman was kneading a terrifyingly potent energy sphere in her hands. Above, below, behind a 3-pronged assault. All ING ultimate moves. Each one more hellish than the last. Plague's mind went blank. He finally understood. He wasn't here to hunt. He was ING here to die. This wasn't a one-on-one fight at all. This was a premeditated gang attack, specifically targeting him, the honest fool. No honor in this fight. Plague let out the last roar of his life, filled with bitter rage. Then, boom! 2 beams of light descended from the heavens. Put! 10,000 ice spears pierced through. Buzz! A black hole slammed into him from behind. 3 deadly attacks struck simultaneously and precisely upon the poor target frozen mid-air. No earth-shattering explosion. Nor was there a heart-wrenching scream. At the point where the 3 forces converged, space itself warped slightly. When all settled, all that remained suspended in the air were fragments of ice shards, now pulverized into dust by the instantaneous blast. Chapter 102, The Iron Heart. Green Snake's B-rank executive, Plague. This B-rank powerhouse who had thrown Ziqing into utter chaos. Died so quietly. Not even a single complete last word was left behind. It was frustrating. It was utterly, unbearably unfair. Su Li descended slowly from the sky. He gazed at the spot where the plague had vanished. There remained only a solitary, ancient lantern, still emitting a faint green glow, slowly drifting down from the sky. He extended his hand, and an invisible gravitational pull drew the lantern into his grasp. Ding! Epic tier item Pandora's box damaged detected. Proceed with retrieval? Acquired, 100 machinery nation points, plague gene sequence grade B, random blueprint X1. Repair requirements, 50 machinery nation points, 1 life core, 3 wraith cores. Su Li raised an eyebrow at the system prompt. Pandora's box? It sounded far more sophisticated than the name Plague Lantern. He chose not to recycle it. This thing was a treasure. He turned, shed his judgment armor, and returned to the villa. In the living room, Guan Ziao stood with her mouth agape, staring blankly at the holographic screen showing the battlefield instantly cleared. She was still reeling from the immense shock, unable to comprehend what had just happened. A B-rank powerhouse just vanished like that? From start to finish, had it even taken 5 minutes?
As Suli walked in, her gaze fixed on him like she was looking at a true monster.
Done. Call it a day.
Suli snapped his fingers, casually tossing the lantern in his hand to Lin Wanwan.
Wanwan, this new toy is yours. Thank you, master.
Lin Wanwan happily caught the lantern, kissing it like a little girl who'd just received a new toy. She could sense that within this lamp lay a power of the same origin as her own, a force brimming with deadly poison and decay. Qingxue, Ketio, you both did well this time.
Suli turned his gaze to the other two, offering his approval. Serving you is our honor. Xia Qingxue and Mu Ketio replied in unison. Alright, no need to stand around.
Suli waved his hand dismissively.
You've all worked hard tonight. Everyone gets a share of the spoils.
As he spoke, he opened the manufacturing interface of Machine Nation. He intended to use the generous system rewards he'd just acquired, along with the materials looted from the plague. He would give his 3 empresses a comprehensive equipment upgrade. The night passed without incident. The next day, as the first rays of sunlight filtered into the city that had just endured a catastrophe, the citizens of Zicheng emerged from their homes, still trembling with lingering fear.
To their astonishment, the monsters that had rampaged through the streets just yesterday had vanished without a trace.
The entire city, save for the debris strewn everywhere and some corroded buildings, had eerily returned to calm. No one knew what had transpired the previous night. Only a handful of individuals at the pinnacle of power, through various channels, had vaguely pieced together fragments of the truth. Their gazes toward a certain direction within the city grew increasingly reverent. Meanwhile, at the eye of the storm, Suli arrived at the municipal center of Zay City with his 3 creations and his girlfriend, who was still reeling from the shock. They had come to apply for exit permits.
Zesity was merely a starting point.
His true target was the heart of the Federation, that Steel City brimming with opportunity and challenge.
Mayor's office, top floor of City Hall.
The mayor of Zicheng, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline. His face immediately broke into an incredibly warm smile, tinged with a hint of flattery.
Mr. Su. You've arrived. Please, have a seat. Have a seat.
He personally served Suli a cup of the finest hot tea. Last night, he had witnessed it firsthand through military satellites, that battle unfolding above the city, like gods clashing in the heavens. He knew it was this young man before him who, single-handedly, had saved the city and saved his own mayoral position. How could he dare show the slightest disrespect to such a godlike figure who could crush a B-rank powerhouse with a flick of his wrist? You're too kind, Mr. Mayor, Suli said calmly. I'm here today to request several exit permits with the highest clearance level for travel to the Heart of Steel.
No problem. Absolutely no problem. Without a moment's hesitation, the mayor pounded his chest and agreed. Forget just a few exit permits if Suli demanded the mayor's seat right now.
He'd have to consider how best to roll gracefully out of the way. After all, in this world, strength alone dictates the rules. But who could have imagined that this top-tier powerhouse, revered like a deity by the mayor and all of Zicheng's elite, was actually just a D-rank enforcer who hadn't even touched the threshold of C-rank? Suli watched the mayor's obsequious demeanor, practically begging to kneel and lick his shoes, and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Once again, he deeply understood what it meant. Information asymmetry was the most powerful weapon in this world.
The process of obtaining the city exit permits proceeded exceptionally smoothly.
Under the mayor's personal supervision, within half an hour, 5 specially issued permits bearing the Golden Phoenix family crest and granting the highest federal travel privileges were delivered to Suli. With these in hand, they could now travel via the fastest and safest official routes directly to any core city within the Federation. After leaving City Hall, Suli did not depart immediately. First, he made a detour to the black market. At Mr. Wu's tea house. Mr. Su, thank you for everything this time. Mr. Wu personally poured Suli a cup of tea, his face bearing a hint of genuine gratitude and an even deeper trace of apprehension. Had Suli not intervened last night, he, the ruler of the black market, would likely have suffered the same fate as the entire city.
You're too kind, Mr. Wu.
Suli lifted his teacup and said casually, I was merely protecting my own territory. Regardless, this favor, old Wu here, has taken note. Mr. Wu declared solemnly. From now on, all of Su Boss's businesses in Zay City, my black market will protect them.
My pleasure. Suli nodded. That was precisely the assurance he sought. He was heading to the Iron Heart and couldn't take everyone with him. Both the Xia family and the Rebirth Clinic needed someone strong enough to watch over them. And Mr. Wu was undoubtedly the best choice. Next, Suli visited the school where Chen Tianyang's sister, Chen Ling, attended. He did not reveal himself, but instead, under the guise of an anonymous philanthropist, he donated a sum large enough to ensure Chen Ling would never want for anything for the rest of her life. He also arranged for all her future education and security needs. Your sister, I will raise her. Suli was never one to break his word. Chapter 103, Heart of Steel, City of Sin.
Suli was never one to break his word.
Only after completing all this did he return to the villa. Inside, Xia Qingxue, Lin Wanwan, Mu Keqiu, and Guan Ziyao, the four women, were already fully prepared. Xia Qingxue wore her signature ice blue gown, radiating in icy elegance. Lin Wanwan, however, had changed into a black, form-fitting combat suit for ease of movement. In her arms, she clutched the Pandora's box, now transformed into a deep purple hue, her expression one of utter adoration. Her gaze toward Suli was filled with lingering affection. Mu Keqiu wore a black trench coat, looking like the most dedicated bodyguard. Guan Ziyao, meanwhile, had switched back into the powered armor modified by Suli. She was excitedly adjusting the settings on her wrist terminal. "All ready?" Suli asked. "Yes, master," the three women answered in unison. "We're ready to go anytime, boss." Guan Ziyao exclaimed excitedly. "Excellent." Suli nodded. He cast one final glance at the city he had turned upside down. Then he turned, a smile brimming with ambition and anticipation spreading across his face. "Then, our next stop. Steel Heart. Heart of Steel, one of the Federation's three core metropolises. Some call it the City of Steel, while others label it the City of Sin. This is a paradise for mechanics. 80% of the Federation's top tech companies and 90% of cybernetic manufacturers have their headquarters here. With enough money, you can buy any part you desire here, even a small starship. Yet for the augmented, it is a living hell. In the Iron Heart, cybernetic augmentation reigns supreme. Flesh and blood are seen as primitive and inefficient. A powerful mechanic is often accompanied by an army of cybernetic soldiers. Even the most powerful extraordinary being, if their body hasn't undergone any modifications, might struggle to find a decent job here. Simply put, this is a city where money reigns supreme, technology is king, and human life is cheaper than steel. Mad City. 3 days later. A state-of-the-art Phoenix-class private interstellar shuttle belonging to the Golden Phoenix clan landed on the private helipad at the heart of Steel City. As the cabin door opened, a pungent blend of engine oil, metal, and ozone hit the senses. Suli descended the gangway with the four women. He looked up at the city before him, a cyberpunk steel jungle completely enveloped by a dense web of sky-piercing skyscrapers. The sky was densely woven with air routes like a spider's web, completely enveloping this steel jungle steeped in cyberpunk style. He sensed the faint yet undeniable aura of power emanating from the air. He knew he had arrived. Had arrived in a new, far more dangerous world. Wow! Guan Ziyao was the first to let out an excited shriek. She spread her arms wide, like a bird returning to its nest. Greedily, she breathed in the air thick with the scent of technology. "I'm back! Iron Heart!" Meanwhile, Xia Qingxue, Lin Wanwan, and Mu Keqiu seemed somewhat unsettled. They gazed curiously at this oppressive steel metropolis, their eyes tinged with wariness. "Let's go," Suli patted Guan Ziyao, who was still buzzing with excitement. "Let's find a place to settle down first." "Settle down?" At the mention, Guan Ziyao immediately puffed herself up like a proud little peacock. She puffed out her little chest. "Need we even look? Here, I've got your back." As she spoke, she deftly began operating her personal terminal. Soon, a black limousine glided silently to a stop before them. The door opened, and an elderly butler with immaculately combed hair stepped out. He bowed respectfully to Guan Ziyao. "Miss, welcome home. Mr. Fu, it's been ages." Guan Ziyao happily patted the old butler on the shoulder. Then, she pulled Suli into the carriage. Like a little girl showing off her new toy, she said triumphantly. "See? I told you I've got your back here, right?" Suli couldn't help but chuckle at her adorable, triumphant expression. He knew this time he'd truly latched onto a thick, sturdy golden thigh. The hover car glided smoothly into the aerial corridor of the Steel Heart. Suli leaned against the window, gazing out at the surreal. The futuristic cityscape filled his eyes with a gleam of excitement. Compared to this place, Ziqing felt like a small village in the countryside. This was the stage that truly belonged to him. And his first objective here was crystal clear. Get money, get materials, get the mechanized Dantian. Then, uproot the Green Snake organization, the one that dared to provoke him time and again from its very roots. Materials, materials. Suli leaned back in the hovercar's plush seat, his fingers tapping his knee absent-mindedly. His mind was already racing, formulating plans for constructing the mechanized Dantian. Tomb steel, void crystals, high-density energy cores. Though rare, these materials could be procured with sufficient funds in a place like Ironheart. But the most crucial, the core material, the life core. Essentially, the heart of a Class B extraordinary being maintained at peak vitality. That thing wasn't something money could buy. This was a true strategic grade resource, priceless and impossible to find on the market. Ah! I remember now. I have a Class B gene sequence. Could I use that to get a heart? Nah, probably not. Genes are genes, and a heart is a heart. What are you thinking about? So deep in thought? Guan Ziyao beside him handed over a glass of chilled juice and asked curiously. I was wondering where I could get a fresh, grade B powerhouse's heart. Suli took the juice, took a sip, and said in a tone as casual as asking what's for dinner. Put. Guan Ziyao nearly sprayed her juice out in shock. Her eyes widened as she stared at Suli, as if looking at a monster. You're serious? You actually want to create that mechanized dantian? What else? Suli retorted. Did I come here for a vacation? Guan Ziyao fell silent. Staring at Suli's calm face, she suddenly realized she had underestimated this man's madness all along. But she liked it. You've asked the right person. An excited, sly smile instantly returned to Guan Ziyao's face. Leaning close to Suli's ear, she whispered mysteriously. You're in luck. In 2 days, the Black Gold Auction, the largest and darkest underground auction in Steelheart, would commence. Chapter 104, With our skills, could we starve? I just got word that one of the headline items up for auction this time is a life core freshly extracted last week from the chest of some unlucky B-rank powerhouse. Rumor has it, it's incredibly fresh, still pulsing. Suli's eyes lit up instantly. Black Gold Auction? Yes. Guan Ziyao nodded, a hint of pride on her face. The Iron Heart, all the top-tier goods that can't be sold openly will appear there. Of course, the entry requirements are terrifyingly high. She looked at Suli, batting her eyelashes playfully, and asked. But with this lady here, getting you in won't be a problem. But everything inside comes with a sky-high price tag. Have you brought enough money? My dear penniless boyfriend? Money? Suli smiled at her words. Gazing out the window at the steel metropolis brimming with wealth and vice, his eyes gleamed with the hunger of a predator. In this city, making money wasn't that the easiest thing to do? Suli's face bore a look of self-assured confidence bordering on arrogance. What did he have to fear? Behind him stood Guan Ziyao, a golden opportunity representing the most elite capital and connections. And he himself possessed the most cutting-edge technology of this era, technology that could even be called ahead of its time. With technology and capital at his disposal. In a place like Ironheart, starving to death would be nothing short of a joke. Oh? Guan Ziyao watched Suli's supremely confident demeanor. Far from angering her, it made her eyes sparkle brighter. She adored Suli's fearless, domineering demeanor, as if everything was under his complete control. So, my big boss, how exactly do you plan to make a few $100 million in pocket change within 2 days? She asked with a playful smile. Simple. Suli's gaze drifted toward the surreal steel jungle outside the window. Find a patient. One who's sicker and sicker, and richer and richer. Then, cure him. A patient? Guan Ziyao froze for a moment, then instantly grasped Suli's meaning. I get it. She clapped her hands excitedly. You want to get back into the business. Let's go. I know the perfect place for you. Half an hour later, the hovercar landed in the lower levels of the Steelheart, a massive trading market teeming with chaos and vitality. This was the mechanic's nest. Throughout the entire Ironheart, and even the surrounding cities, all the top-tier rogue mechanics gather here. Here, they take on all manner of bizarre, high-paying private commissions. From repairing a scrapped household robot to modifying an illegal interstellar smuggling vessel. As long as you can pay the price, there's no job they won't take. The moment Suli stepped off the vehicle, a pungent blend of metal-cutting fumes and cheap alcohol assaulted his senses. All around, bizarrely modified humans and hurried brokers filled the space. At the very center of the market stood an enormous holographic display screen. Scrolling across it were high-paying commissions, each as daunting as they were lucrative. Blood Axe mercenaries, seeking Hellfire-class shoulder-mounted thermobaric cannons. Must be stable. Price negotiable. Blackwater Corporation urgently requires emergency repairs to the energy shield of a Ghost-class assault ship. Reward, 3 million credits. Guan Ziyao pulled Suli along, completely ignoring these ordinary commissions, and walked straight to the very top of the screen. There, marked in stark crimson letters, were several desperate commissions. These commissions had been posted here for months, even years. Countless top-tier mechanics. All had attempted them, yet without exception, all had failed. Suli's gaze was instantly drawn to the very top one. Commission title, Repair the Crimson Queen's prosthetic arm. Item model, Wrath of Azura Military Special Edition. Damage level, Core Energy Overload Burnout, Neuralink Module Pulverized. Reward, 50 million Federation credits. Note, 13 master-level mechanics have attempted repairs, all ending in failure. Client Scarlet Queen has a fiery temper, proceed at your own risk. 50 million. Just to fix one arm. This one it is. A look of interest flashed across Suli's face. He stepped before the light screen. Under the gaze of the surrounding mechanics who stared at him like he was some kind of cute little thing, he extended a finger and tapped lightly on the blood-red commission. Ding! Anonymous user has accepted the Despair commission to repair the Crimson Queen's prosthetic arm. The cold system notification echoed throughout the entire trading market. Dead silence fell over the crowd. Then, an unrestrained, uproarious laughter erupted. Ha! Another fearless rookie. Azura's Wrath? That thing's just scrap metal. Whoever touches it is asking for trouble. I'll bet $100 this kid won't last 10 minutes before the Crimson Queen's men break his legs and toss him out of the studio. Facing the surrounding jeers, Suli paid no heed. He merely turned his head to look at Guan Ziao, who shared his excitement, and asked calmly, "Where's the workshop? Follow me." A mischievous gleam of delight flashed across Guan Ziao's face, as if she relished the chaos unfolding. She pulled Suli through the chaotic market, leading him to a massive building adorned in heavy metal style. A sign hung above the entrance. Queen's Anvil. Guarding the entrance stood 2 men over 7 feet tall. Their bodies were thick with coiled muscles, covered in vicious scars and metal implants. "Halt!" One of the bald giants extended his mechanical arm thicker than Suli's thigh, blocking their path, his voice grinding like metal scraping against metal. "Private property. No trespassing." Suli said nothing, merely projecting the newly received commission details from his personal terminal. The bald giant glanced at the blood-red commission. His expression shifted from stunned surprise to undisguised contempt. "Another one coming to die?" He eyed Suli up and down, sizing up the seemingly weak and frail young man. He sneered disdainfully. "Kid, I'd advise you to get the hell out of here now. Otherwise, you won't be walking out of here later. Enough with the nonsense." Before Suli could respond, Lin Wanwan behind him stepped forward impatiently. Her crimson eyes flashed with a dangerous glint. "Dare to show disrespect to my master again, and I'll rip out your guts and tie them into a bow." "What the hell did you just say?" Chapter 105, If I can't fix it, I'm letting my cheat down. "What the hell did you say?" The bald giant roared with fury, his massive mechanical arm lunging toward Lin Wanwan's head. But before his hand could touch Lin Wanwan, a bitter cold instantly engulfed his entire arm, along with half his body, into a solid ice sculpture. It was Xia Qingxue. She merely gave the giant a cold, dismissive glance. "Dare to move again, and you die." That voice, cold and utterly devoid of emotion, froze another burly man who had been about to attack in his tracks. A fine layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. These 2 women possessed terrifying strength. Just as the tension reached a breaking point, a magnetic yet lazy and commanding female voice echoed from deep within the studio. "Ford, Patton, let them in." "Yes, Your Majesty." At those words, the 2 burly men instantly sheathed all hostility and respectfully stepped aside. The ice encasing the bald giant shattered with a crackling sound. Clutching his arm, now purple from the cold, he glared at Xia Qingxue with eyes filled with both shock and fury. Suli paid no attention to these minor figures. He led the 4 women straight into the massive workshop. Into the vast workshop filled with the pungent smells of engine oil and gunpowder. At the workshop's center, a red-haired woman in a tight red leather outfit, her figure so devastatingly hot it could make any man spit blood. She sat cross-legged on a throne welded together from scrap parts. A lady's cigarette dangled from her lips. Her ruby red eyes. She regarded Suli with an amused and appraising gaze as he entered. Her left arm, from the shoulder down, was completely empty. Clearly, she was the one who had defeated countless top-tier mechanics. "Scarlet Queen. You're the reckless rookie who took my commission." She exhaled a graceful smoke ring, her voice lazy yet carrying an undeniable weight of authority. "It's me." Suli's face showed not a trace of tension. He simply met the gaze of this formidable woman with calm composure. "Where's the stuff?" "Here." The Crimson Queen pointed casually. Suli followed the direction of her finger. Beside the throne stood a mechanical arm crafted entirely from dark red metal, exuding both streamlined elegance and a sinister beauty. It lay silently within a specially crafted metal crate. He could sense that within this arm lay a power equal to that of his own judgment armor. Nice piece of gear. He couldn't help but utter a heartfelt exclamation of admiration. "Cut the crap." The Crimson Queen clearly had little patience. She stubbed out her cigarette and declared in a tone brooking no argument. "You know the rules, right? 3 hours. If you can't fix it, you'll leave behind 1 arm of your own before you get out." "Heh, of course. Who is Suli? The man who cheats at life. If he can't fix this thing, does he even deserve the title of King of Machinery? Machine Kingdom. Analyze the blueprints. Analyze the damage points." He walked up to that metal box, not even bothering to put on gloves, just casually. He picked up the Azura's wrath, radiating an aura of destruction. Then, under the watchful gaze of the Crimson Queen's slightly furrowed brow, he closed his eyes. In his mind, he silently chanted, "Machine Nation, analyze blueprints, analyze damage points." Ding! Command received. Scanning target, Wrath of Azura Military Special Edition. Scan complete. Reverse engineering structural blueprints in progress? Blueprint analysis complete. Save to database. Scanning damage points. Scan complete. Detected 127 instances of microstructural damage, 34 energy circuit ruptures, and 1 core energy module overload burnout. Generating optimal repair plan. Plan generated. Estimated repair time, 2 hours 37 minutes. Required materials: 30 grams of high-purity Hephaestus alloy, 1 Thor-grade micro-energy core, 100,000 units of nano-repair robots. A cascade of information flashed through Su Li's mind like a waterfall. The entire process took no more than a dozen seconds. When Su Li opened his eyes again, his gaze was filled with a confident understanding. "How about it, rookie?" The Crimson Queen observed his pretentious demeanor. A mocking curve lifted at the corners of her lips. "Did you realize you don't even know where to begin?" "No." Su Li shook his head. He turned to face the woman, her expression filled with disdain. A smile spread across his face, one filled with amusement that the other found somewhat baffling. "I was just wondering. Who modified this arm for you? It's nothing but a pile of dog." "What did you say?" In the ruby-like eyes of the Crimson Queen. Instantly, 2 flames of rage ignited. A terrifying aura of AB rank powerhouse erupted violently from her body. Solid and tangible, it crushed down upon Su Li with brutal force. "Kid, you want to die?" Yet, faced with this terrifying pressure that would have made any ordinary person piss themselves on the spot, Su Li remained utterly unfazed, his expression as calm as ever. He casually tossed the discarded prosthetic arm onto the nearby operating table. Then, with the superior tone of a teacher instructing a dim-witted student, with a tone dripping with superiority, he casually remarked, "The core concept of the Azura's Fury, a military-grade berserker prosthetic, is to burn life force in exchange for short-term, limit-breaking explosive power. But the moron who modified this arm for you went and added an energy amplification module inside, like drawing a snake and adding legs. He thought this would allow you to unleash immense power without depleting your life force. But he didn't know that the Azura's Fury's energy circuits couldn't withstand that level of energy shock. That's why the core energy overloaded, scorching the entire neural interface module into scrap metal." As Su Li spoke, he deftly picked up a set of tools from the control panel, tools that looked incredibly precise and professional. This trash couldn't even handle the most basic energy circuit matching. What else could it be but dog? But rest assured, I'll fix it. Chapter 106, young yet already the father of 4 daughters. His ruthless, incisive analysis froze the Crimson Queen's face, which had been burning with rage, in an instant. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Because every single word Su Li had spoken was absolutely correct. In fact, it was even more precise and detailed than the accident report. Accident report issued to her by the Federation military. This man. Who on earth was he? How could he possibly, after just a few glances, and analyze the Azura's Fury structure and damage causes with such thoroughness? You. She was about to speak, to ask something. Su Li, however, no longer paid her any mind. He was completely immersed in his own world. His hands transformed into 2 afterimages nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Disassembling, reassembling, soldering, debugging. Each movement flowed like water, filled with an artistic beauty that was a delight to behold. Those intricate components, which seemed as incomprehensible as hieroglyphics to other mechanics. In his hands, they became the most obedient building blocks, reassembled at an astonishing speed. And with mind-boggling skill, he reassembled them. The Crimson Queen was utterly dumbfounded. Her lovely face, flushed crimson with fury, gradually gave way to astonishment and an overwhelming emotion called ecstasy. She knew this time, it seemed, she had truly hit the jackpot. "Hey! Can you fix it or not?" The Crimson Queen could no longer sit still. She abruptly rose from her throne. Taking 3 steps in 2 strides, she rushed to the control console, her beautiful eyes brimming with excitement and anticipation. "As long as you can fix it, I'll provide every material you need. No matter how expensive, how rare, I'll get it for you." "Shut up." Su Li didn't even lift his head, merely uttering 2 impatient words. Then, he turned to the person beside him, the one whose eyes were equally wide with excitement, who was practically drooling, beckoned with a wave of his hand. "Canned goods, come here. Assist me." "Yes, father." Guan Ziao responded excitedly, immediately scampering over. Like the most obedient apprentice, she began assisting Su Li. That crisp, clear dad made the Crimson Queen, who had been about to explode in anger nearby, froze solid in place. "Dad?" Her beautiful eyes darted between Su Li and Guan Ziao's faces, both looking incredibly young. Her gaze darted back and forth, her eyes brimming with shock and bewilderment as if her entire worldview had crumbled. She glanced at the 3 stunningly beautiful girls beside her, each wearing an equally matter-of-fact expression. Queen Crimson felt her brain struggling to process it all. She gazed at Su Li's profile, handsome to an almost unreal degree, with an intensely complex mix of shock, admiration, and a hint of gossipy curiosity. She couldn't help but exclaim sincerely, "I never imagined that at such a young age, you're already the father of 4 daughters. And your taste is quite unique, too." Su Li. His fluid movements abruptly halted, nearly crushing the part in his hand. He took a deep breath, deciding not to stoop to the level of this shallow woman. All he wanted now was to fix this tie arm as fast as possible, collect his payment, and get out of there. Time ticked by second. The entire workshop was filled only with Su Li's rhythmic tapping and hammering, like music.
The Crimson Queen hadn't left either. She stood there quietly. Like the most devout believer, she admired the scene before her, a miracle in its own right.
Her gaze shifted from initial shock to admiration, and finally to fanaticism. This man was nothing short of a god. The true god of machinery. Finally, after 2.5 hours had passed, Su Li set down the last tool in his hand. He picked up the Azura's Fury, now completely reborn through his meticulous overhaul. He tossed it casually to the red-haired woman beside him, who had been waiting patiently for quite some time. All done. Su Li clapped his hands and said in a tone as matter-of-fact as announcing a package delivery. Go ahead and try it out. Remember, don't go too hard. Otherwise, you might accidentally blow this entire area to smithereens. She hadn't even tested it yet, but she already knew this arm had been repaired. No, this wasn't just repair. It was an evolution. Damn. Bro. She couldn't maintain her aloof queen persona any longer. A burst of excitement made her swear, and the look in her eyes as she stared at Su Li was filled with unabashed admiration and burning intensity. Damn. That was amazing. She stepped right up to Su Li, her fiery body practically pressed against him, a potent scent of perfume mingled with hormones washing over him. Speak. What do you want? Her voice dripped with deadly allure. Beyond the 50 million, whatever you desire, I can grant it. She extended her finger, painted with red nail polish, and traced gentle circles on Su Li's chest. Even I could give you one night. Faced with an invitation potent enough to make any man's blood boil, Su Li merely stepped back calmly, creating distance. I have no interest in such worldly desires. He pulled a pre-prepared list from his pocket and handed it over. These are the materials I require. The Crimson Queen paused, then burst into laughter, her body shaking with mirth. An interesting man. She took the list, but after just a glance, her brow furrowed slightly. Grave steel, void crystals. These items you seek are military-grade controlled substances that money alone can scarcely buy. She regarded Su Li, pondering for a moment. All right then. She made her decision. I happen to have some of the items on your list in my warehouse. I can give them to you directly. As for the rest, especially this, life core, I truly don't have it. But I can secure you the highest tier invitation to the black gold auction, plus an additional 100 million in cash. What do you think? Agreed. Su Li nodded. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Money and materials a double win. Pleased to do business. The Crimson Queen extended her uninjured right hand. Happy cooperation. Su Li shook her hand. Just then, the Crimson Queen leaned close to his ear and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. Oh, and one more thing. The black gold auction green snakes people attend every year. And the one leading them is one of their bishops. That guy is a real monster, 100 times more troublesome than that plague scum. Good luck, little daddy of my 4 daughters. Chapter 107, The Isolated Canned Goods. Good luck, you little daddy of my 4 daughters. Got it. My luck's always been pretty solid. Su Li flashed a confident smile. But he took the Crimson Queen's teasing and warning to heart. Having obtained what he sought, he lingered no longer. With his 4 daughters in tow, he departed the Queen's iron anvil with a flourish. He returned to Guan Ziao's luxurious estate in the top-tier district of Steelheart. The first thing Su Li did was take the pile of rare materials given by the Crimson Queen, along with the 100 million in cash, into his mechanical realm storage space. Gazing at his newly replenished treasury, Su Li's mood soared. All right, everyone. He clapped his hands, summoning the 4 women who were curiously exploring this new home into the living room. Starting today, this will be our temporary base in the Iron Heart. Before heading to the black gold auction, we have 2 days to make preparations. He looked at Guan Ziya. Guanzi, your task is to use your family's connections to get me the full list of auction items and identify our main competitors. No problem. Dad. Guan Ziya pounded her chest in assurance, then quickly caught herself and corrected, boss. Su Li ignored her and turned to the other 3 women. Qingshuo, Wan, Kicho, your task these 2 days is to familiarize yourselves with this city. Get to know every street, every surveillance camera, and every route that could be used for killing or escape. Yes, master, the 3 women replied in unison. Very good. Su Li nodded with satisfaction. He paused, gazing at the breathtakingly beautiful girl before him. Suddenly, he felt that mere preparation seemed a bit too dull. Now that we're here, we can't just stay cooped up at home doing research every day, can we? That would make me Guan Ziao. Clearing his throat, he announced in a tone reminiscent of a boss doling out perks. Of course, balancing work and rest is also important. So, I've decided we'll take tomorrow off. I'll take you all out to properly experience the charm of this city, the Heart of Steel. Yay! Long live the boss. Lin Wanwan was the first to cheer. Xia Qingshui and Mu Keqiu's faces also flashed a barely perceptible hint of anticipation. Only Guan Ziya wore a look of utter misery. What about me? What about me? She asked, pointing at her own nose with a pout. You? Suli shot her a glance. Of course you're staying home to work overtime. Why the heck? Because I'm the boss and you're the employee. Wan Xiao, checkmate. The next day, Steel Heart, Central Business District. Suli had intended to keep a low profile, but when he saw the three works before him, already dressed in their new outfits, he knew the word low-key had no place in his vocabulary today. Xia Qingxue still wore that icy blue gown. But today, seemingly under Guan Xiao's guidance, she wore very light makeup. This added an ethereal aura to her already stunningly beautiful face. Walking down the street, she resembled a mobile air conditioner, naturally lowering the temperature within a 3-meter radius. Lin Wanwan, however, had completely let loose. Dressed in a fiery red gothic Lolita dress, her crimson eyes and sickly sweet smile. She looked like a dark princess straight out of a video game, complete with a bell-adorned collar around her neck. Jingling with every step, she commanded a 200% turn rate. The most outrageous, however, was Mu Keqiu. She rejected all dresses, opting instead for a form-fitting black leather bodysuit layered under a long trench coat. It accentuated her half-human, half-mechanical figure to perfection. She even adorned her metal arm with a bunch of shiny stickers of questionable meaning, claiming it added a touch of girlish charm. Suli felt like he was suddenly saddled with 3 SSR-tier characters. A whale splash tycoon dropped into the newbie village. Every passerby, regardless of gender, turned to stare at him. Her owner, Lin Wanwan, affectionately hooked her arm through Suli's, resting her head on his shoulder. With a blissful expression, she murmured, "It feels like we're a family on vacation, doesn't it?" Family? Suli shot her a sideways glance. Ever seen a family vacation with 3 bodyguards? We're not bodyguards. Lin Wanwan pouted indignantly. We're your little cotton coats. Right. Xia Qingxue, standing nearby, unexpectedly chimed in. Only Mu Keqiu retained the vigilance of a former inspector, his modified eyes scanning the surroundings warily for any suspicious targets. Enough banter. Suli watched the 3 of them and couldn't help but chuckle. Today, you're the bosses. I'm the driver, bodyguard, and ATM. So, where's the first stop? The arcade. Lin Wanwan was the first to raise her hand, shouting excitedly, "I heard from Consister that Steel Heart's holographic arcade is the best in the entire Federation. They have the latest immersive mecha combat games." Mech combat? Suli's eyebrows arched slightly. He seemed to have a bit of interest in it too. Alright, let's go to the arcade. Half an hour later, they arrived at Steel Heart's largest holographic entertainment center, Fantasy Realm. Suli stared at the massive, futuristic-looking venue before him and couldn't help but gasp. Truly befitting the Federation's capital, just this one arcade alone was more impressive than the damn municipal center in Zay City. The moment the 4 entered, a stunning receptionist dressed in a bunny girl uniform immediately approached them. "Welcome to Dreamscape. May I assist you today?" A professional, sweet smile graced her face. But when her gaze fell upon Mu Keqiu, clad in leather and radiating cool, edgy charm, that smile visibly grew warmer and more genuine, even accompanied by a subtle, flirtatious wink. Suli. He felt as though he'd been ignored. "For units of the latest Titanfall 7, immersive battle mode." Suli spoke directly. "Right away, sir." The receptionist reluctantly tore her gaze away from Mu Keqiu and turned to Suli. But when she saw Suli's face, her eyes lit up again. "Please follow me." Under the receptionist's overly enthusiastic guidance, the 4 entered a private VIP suite. Inside the room stood 4 futuristic silver-white gaming pods. "Enjoy your game." Before departing, the receptionist winked at both Suli and Mu Keqiu, sending them a flying kiss. Humph. Lin Wanwan and Xia Qingxue simultaneously let out disapproving snorts at the receptionist's retreating back. Suli couldn't help but laugh and sigh as he playfully tapped each of their heads. "Alright, stop eating. You're just jealous." Chapter 108, Are you kidding me? Alright, stop eating. You're just jealous. He gazed at the 4 game pods before him, a hint of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Mech combat? Perfect. Let him see just what level of mecha this world possesses. And while he was at it, he'd test the real combat capabilities of his 3 creations. The rules were simple. A devilish grin spread across Suli's face. 2 on 2. Me and Keqiu on one team. Qingxue and Wanwan on the other. The losing team. He paused, then spoke slowly. We'll treat everyone to dinner tonight. Alright. Lin Wanwan was the first to jump up. She grabbed Xia Qingxue's hand, waved her little fist at Suli, and declared with fierce determination, "Master, you and Sister Keqiu better not go easy on us. We won't hold back." Xia Qingxue merely gave a cool, dismissive snort. Yet within her icy blue eyes, a flicker of eager anticipation shone. Very good. Suli nodded with satisfaction. This was precisely the spirit he demanded. He would make them understand that even within the game, he, their master, remained utterly unbeatable. The 4 of them lay down in their respective game pods. Identity verification in progress. Initiating neural connection. Welcome to Titanfall 7.
When Sully opened his eyes again, he found himself in a vast mech hangar filled with the metallic scent of steel and gunpowder.
Before him stood rows of monstrous mechs, each boasting a unique, brutally aesthetic design.
From agile reconnaissance units to heavily armored defense types, to firepower-focused bombardment models, every variant imaginable was present.
This is interesting.
Sully's eyes flashed with excitement. Without hesitation, he selected his favorite and most challenging to pilot close combat specialized mech.
Black Knight.
This mech, clad entirely in pitch black, wielded a massive high-frequency blade, radiating raw power. Meanwhile, Mukacho selected another close combat mech, the one more inclined toward speed and agility.
Scarlet Lightning. The match began swiftly.
As Sully piloted his Dark Knight, descending onto a city battlefield strewn with ruins. Two equally menacing mechs slowly emerged from the dust across the field. One was a pure white long-range bombardment mech, its back mounted with a massive floating cannon.
Avalanche.
The other was a compact assault-type mech, its arms modified into massive drills.
Earth Drill. Master. We're here. Lin Wanwan's cheerful voice rang out in the public channel.
Sully, be careful.
Xia Qingshue's voice remained as cool and detached as ever. Bring it on. Sully's adrenaline began to surge.
His hands gripped the joystick tightly as his foot slammed down on the pedal. Kill. Black Knight, like an arrow released from its string, transformed into a black afterimage and charged headlong toward the enemy.
Battle was about to erupt. Sully's movements flowed with fluid precision.
He seamlessly integrated his vast combat experience and deep understanding of machinery into the mech's controls. Dodge, lunge, swing.
Every movement was textbook perfect. Yet,
the overwhelming, devastating slaughter he had envisioned did not materialize.
Instead, he found himself fighting with extraordinary difficulty. His opponent, Avalanche Xia Qingxue, displayed cannon skills that were absurdly accurate. Time and again, she anticipated his movements, unleashing her elusive floating cannons to pinpoint the most vulnerable spots with devastating firepower. On multiple occasions, he narrowly avoided direct hits to the cockpit. As for the Earth Drill, Lin Wanwan, she was slippery as an eel. Her maneuvers were utterly dazzling, always evading our combined attacks with impossible angles. Then, out of nowhere, she'd burst up from beneath the ground with those two massive drills, delivering a brutal strike. Sully grew increasingly alarmed as the battle progressed. He realized that his prideful skills and awareness were utterly useless against those two girls. In fact, he was even being pushed back. What? These two girls are this fierce? What the hell?
A storm of shock and disbelief raged within Sully's mind.
He had no idea. At that very moment, inside the game pods he couldn't see, Xia Qingxue and Lin Wanwan were casually having the following conversation.
Wanwan, you need to act more convincing over there.
Don't dodge so quickly. The boss can barely hit you. Got it. Sister Qingxue. You do the same. Stop aiming those floating cannons at the cockpit all the time. What if you scare the master? Yeah, I know what I'm doing. Next wave, I'll fake an energy overload and make the cannon barrel explode.
You rush in then and pretend to go down with him.
Got it. Mission accomplished.
And so, in the ensuing battle, Sully suddenly realized his luck had taken a turn for the better. First, Xia Qingxue's Avalanche suddenly suffered an energy overload during a critical shot, causing all its floating cannons to jam instantly. Then, during a surprise attack, Lin Wanwan's Earth Drill inexplicably slammed into a wall, leaving her immobilized for an extended period.
Perfect opportunity. Sully's eyes lit up instantly.
Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime chance, he executed a fluid combo sequence. Coordinating with Mukacho's flanking attack, he successfully took down both malfunctioning mechs.
Victory! As the massive victory emblem appeared on the screen,
Sully exhaled a long breath of relief, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Leaning back in his pilot's seat, he felt a mix of relief at surviving the ordeal and a hint of quiet pride.
Phew, that was close. Seems I'm still got it. If a mech pilot like me couldn't beat them, that would be pretty ridiculous.
No sooner had the words left his mouth. The two game pods beside him opened simultaneously.
Master, you're amazing.
Lin Wanwan was the first to pounce, clinging to Sully like a koala. Her crimson eyes sparkled with tiny stars.
Master, your moves just now were absolutely breathtaking. Especially that final strike. It was pure genius. So awesome. So awesome.
As she spoke, she kept rubbing her little face against Sully's chest. Meanwhile, Xia Qingxue approached as well.
Though she wasn't as effusive as Lin Wanwan.
A rare blush had crept onto her icy cold, pretty face.
Impressive. Chapter 109, Full Upgrade. Yes, very impressive.
She looked at Sully, offering her sincere approval.
I've never seen anyone push the Black Knight's mechanics to such extreme limits.
Listening to the two girls' unreserved, even somewhat exaggerated praise, Sully's lips curled upward uncontrollably.
His male pride was utterly sated at that moment like never before. He cleared his throat, feigning solemnity as he waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing special. It was mainly your mistakes far too fatal. He began to adopt the posture of a victor. To review the battle that had just unfolded. Qingxue, your energy control still needs work. How could you let the cannon barrel overload at a critical moment? And 1-1, you were too reckless. Taking on both of us and still trying to sneak around for a rear attack? Be more careful next time. Yes, Master, you're absolutely right. Understood. We'll be more careful next time. The two girls hung their heads like schoolchildren who'd made a mistake, obediently accepting Su Li's admonishment. That sight made Mu Keqiu, who had just emerged from the game pod beside them, her eyes twitch uncontrollably. She had seen it all clearly through the shared combat data. Just how much they'd held back. That wasn't holding back. It was as if they'd poured the entire Pacific Ocean into the fight. She watched her two teammates still putting on that earnest act. Then she glanced at the owner, who was still basking in self-satisfaction, completely unaware he'd been played. She suddenly felt that as the newest recruit, seemed a bit out of sync with the team's rhythm. She sighed silently. My heart feels so weary. All right. After savoring the satisfaction of playing the teacher, Su Li waved his hand generously. A magnanimous smile spread across his face. Since that's the case, I'll treat you all to dinner tonight. Come on, I'll take you guys to try some real good stuff. Yay! Master is the best. Lin Wanwan and Xia Qingxue immediately let out joyful cheers. Only Mu Keqiu, watching her two teammates with their masterful acting and that self-satisfied master, sighed silently once more. She sensed that her primary role in this household going forward might not be combat, but rather be a qualified audience member. Over the next 2 days, Su Li refrained from any leisure activities. While awaiting the commencement of the black gold auction, he remained far from idle. He practically made Gu Ziyue's top-tier laboratory his home. Carrying 3 pieces of work, he immersed himself in it day and night. On one hand, he channeled the 100 million in cash he'd obtained from the Crimson Queen, along with all his previous savings, through Guan Ziyao's channels, in exchange for a massive haul of materials. Then, he embarked on a new round of frenzied mass production and upgrades. Leveraging the mechanical King's Throne, game-breaking manufacturing capabilities, he brought every single fine-grade blueprint he'd acquired to life. He crafted 5 portable energy shields in one go. 1 for himself, and 1 each for his 4 daughters. As for that, Big Ivan, Su Li pondered for a moment but decided to hold off for now. This thing was his true trump card, one to be played only when absolutely necessary. Beyond crafting new gear, he also performed a comprehensive optimization and upgrade on his own cybernetic body and those of his 3 daughters. A comprehensive optimization and upgrade. He added instant cooling modules to Xia Qingxue's low-temperature circulation amplification backpack. This allowed it to unleash more potent freezing effects in a short burst. Lin Wanwan's toxic circulation system was implanted with a toxin concentrating chip. This enhanced the corrosive potency and lethality of the toxic mist she expelled. As for Mu Keqiu's partially mechanized body, underwent a radical overhaul. He replaced all the shoddy components with top-tier military-grade materials. He re-optimized the energy circuits and even added a small high-pressure gravity projectile launcher to her mechanical arm. A miniature palm cannon capable of firing high-pressure gravity shells. Palm cannon. Her combat prowess instantly reached a whole new level. Throughout this entire process, Guan Ziyao remained like the most diligent apprentice. She never left Su Li's side for a moment. She witnessed firsthand how Su Li transformed piles of cold, lifeless components into formidable killing machines, taking already perfect cybernetic bodies and making them even stronger. She felt that her understanding of mechanics, accumulated over the past 2 decades, was being utterly, mercilessly crushed and then reshaped. What she had learned in these 2 days by Su Li's side exceeded what she had learned in a decade. She watched the man, completely absorbed in his final adjustments. Her large, sparkling eyes brimmed with unabashed admiration. She knew she was witnessing the birth of a legend. Finally, on the night of the 3rd day, as Su Li tightened the final screw, Guan Ziyao's personal terminal chimed punctually. She opened the message, glanced at it, and immediately broke into an excited smile. She looked up at Su Li, who had just finished all the work. Su Li. Her voice carried a hint of tremor and an unprecedented gravity. The time had come. The black gold auction had begun. Got it. We should head out. Su Li stretched lazily and rose from the workbench. He hadn't been shortchanging himself these past few days. He casually upgraded his prosthetic eye. Now they not only saw farther, but also came with an 8x scope function. From now on, he wouldn't even need to open the scope when using his sniper rifle. He'd also added a silencer module and a berserk mode to his cheetah prosthetic leg. As for the mantis blades, he'd gone completely mad with them. He coated it with a layer of neurotoxin, so now slashing an enemy also inflicted poison and paralysis effects. It was all about disregarding martial ethics. It could be said that from head to toe, inside and out, 2 words were written all over him. Sinister. Let's go. Suli clapped his hands, addressing the 4 girls behind him, who had also upgraded their weapons. He snapped his fingers. Let's go see just how dark this so-called black gold auction really is. Half an hour later, Steel Heart, 3,000 meters underground. This was the venue for the black gold auction. The entire Ironheart, along with the surrounding major districts, would see its wealthiest tycoons, mercenary captains, and organization representatives converge here. Their purpose was singular: to use money to acquire everything that cannot be bought on the surface. Chapter 110, The Auction's Unmissable Highlight. After undergoing 3 layers of identity verification and weapon scans at the entrance, each far stricter than airport security, Suli and his 4 companions were finally escorted inside by a waiter dressed in a black suit. Distinguished guests, your private box is on the top floor. The attendant's demeanor was exceedingly deferential. For Guanzio had presented the highest tier invitation to this auction, the Black Gold VIP Pass. As the 5 entered the luxurious private room overlooking the entire auction hall, Lin Wanwan and Mukacho couldn't help but let out small gasps of awe. Only Xia Qingxue maintained her usual ice queen composure. After all, she had seen scenes like this before. Like she hasn't seen this before? Guanzio felt a hint of pride. Here, Suli, try this. 1982 La Fight. Oh, wait, it's 2882 Lava Heart. Made from special grapes deep within the smoking volcano, 1 bottle could buy you an entire apartment in Zicheng. Suli paid her no mind. His gaze had long been drawn to the massive auction platform below. As a melodious chime sounded, the entire hall fell silent in an instant. An auctioneer dressed in a tailcoat, wearing a monocle, resembling an old-fashioned butler, slowly ascended the stage. He bowed elegantly to the audience below. Then, he announced in a resonant voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the annual Black Gold Gala. I now declare this year's Black Gold auction officially begins." As the auctioneer's voice faded, the lights throughout the venue instantly dimmed. A single spotlight now focused on the center of the auction podium. A scantily clad bunny girl slowly pushed a cart covered in red cloth onto the stage. And now, our first item up for auction. The auctioneer's voice brimmed with excitement. He abruptly pulled back the red cloth. Beneath the red cloth lay a transparent glass container. Inside the container, a single eyeball lay submerged, its blue blood vessels still faintly pulsing. Deep sea gaze. Starting bid, 5 million. Soon, bidding commenced from the floor below. The price skyrocketed, ultimately being snapped up by a bearded mercenary for 8 million. The next few items up for auction were also rare treasures seldom seen on the market. There was a piece of special alloy armor capable of briefly withstanding cannon fire. An ancient artifact unearthed from a high-risk ruin. Each piece sparked fierce bidding wars. Each item sparked fierce bidding wars. Suli watched quietly, not making a move. These items, while impressive, were not worthy of his attention. He was waiting for that one key, the crucial element that would allow him to complete his mechanized dantian. Time ticked by second. Just as Suli was growing impatient from watching, the auctioneer's face suddenly contorted into an expression of unbridled fervor. One that bordered on the unnerving. "Ladies and gentlemen." His voice grew shrill with excitement. "Next up is tonight's most blood-soaked and most precious grand finale item." He swept his arm dramatically. A massive, Super LA forged freezer filled with frost was slowly rolled onto the auction stage. Whoosh! A blast of white cold air erupted as the freezer's door creaked open. A chilling, blood-soaked stench instantly engulfed the entire hall. There, at the center of the freezer, a basketball-sized mass, dark golden color, covered in countless severed blood vessels and nerves. And it was still beating strongly. A massive heart. It hung there, suspended in stillness. Heart of the Mad Lion. The auctioneer bellowed in a tone bordering on chanting. Taken from a grade B Golden Lion King. It is the wellspring of power. The miracle of life. Whether for genetic modification or as the core of the most advanced cybernetic body, it is the finest choice you could possibly find. Now. The auctioneer spread his arms wide, like a madman embracing a deity. Heart of the Mad Lion, starting bid. 100 million. Each bid increment must be no less than 10 million. Bidding begins now. The moment the words fell, a dazzling light, unlike any seen before, a light called desire, flared in Suli's eyes. That's it. The life core. He had waited this long for this very thing. Without a moment's hesitation, he was about to raise his bidding paddle. But at that very moment, a hoarse, inhuman voice, thick with foreboding, rose from a corner of the hall, echoing eerily before he could act. 200 million. The voice was not loud, yet it struck like a thunderclap, silencing the entire hall. Every pair of eyes instinctively turned toward the source of the sound. There, in a VIP box at the very front of the hall, a mysterious figure, shrouded in a vast black cloak from start to finish, slowly raised the paddle in his hand.
Emblazoned upon the robe was a symbol that sent a chill down the spine of every person present. A green serpent, devouring its own tail. The green serpent. Judging by his position and the terrifying aura he exuded, his status was undoubtedly high. In an instant, the entire hall fell deathly silent. No one dared speak. No one dared compete with the green snake for the item. 200 million. 200 million, going once. A fine layer of cold sweat broke out on the auctioneer's face. His voice trembled as he looked at the figure in black robes. Any higher bids? If not, then this, heart of the Mad Lion, was about to be hammered down. A calm, almost lazy voice drifted down from the top-tier VIP box. 210 million. It was Su Li. That calm voice felt like a drop of cold water splashed into a boiling oil pot. The entire auction hall erupted in an instant. Every pair of eyes shot up from the black-robed figure and fixed on the brightly lit VIP box at the top tier. Their faces were etched with disbelief and shock. Madness. Could there truly be someone in this world who wasn't afraid of death? Daring to confront Green Snake and at a place like the Black Gold auction, no less to snatch an item right from under his nose? This wasn't just bold. This is ING begging for death, looking for a more thrilling way to go. Even the auctioneer on stage froze, his gavel suspended mid-air, neither striking nor lowering. And the black-robed figure, who had remained seated impassively all along, finally stirred. He slowly raised his head. Chapter 111, Paying is for Civilized People. I am a savage. A mental pressure brimming with malice and the scent of slaughter instantly engulfed the room. Poof. A cold, disdainful snort escaped Su Li's nostrils. He merely cast a casual glance at the pretentious charlatan below. An even more domineering, colder aura, filled with judgment, instantly erupted from his body. Boom. Two invisible wills collided violently in midair. The black-robed figure's body jerked violently, emitting a muffled groan of pain. For the first time, his icy vertical pupils revealed shock and utter disbelief. His psychic energy had actually been violently repelled by his opponent? How could this be? He was the Bishop of the Green Serpent, a B-rank powerhouse specializing in psychic assaults. And the other party was clearly just a. Just as he stood in stunned disbelief, Su Li's voice, dripping with scorn and contempt, drifted down from upstairs, slow and deliberate. 220 million. Is that all the Green Snake clan has? If you're broke, crawl back home and suckle at your mother's teat. Stop making a fool of yourself here. Su Li's words, dripping with scorn and insult, landed like a resounding slap across the face of the cloaked figure. You're asking for death. A voice brimming with endless murderous intent. Each word was squeezed out from beneath the black cloak. The temperature in the entire hall seemed to plummet several degrees because of that terrifying killing intent. He abruptly raised the paddle in his hand. 250 million. 260 million. Su Li's voice remained as calm and detached as ever, as if the astronomical sum he was bidding, enough to buy half a residential complex, meant nothing to him. As if it were merely the price of 2 skewers from a street vendor. 280 million. The hooded figure raised the bid again, his voice tinged with a hint of madness. 290 million. Su Li followed suit, unhurried and composed. Like the most skilled gambler, he placed the largest bet with the most unassuming expression. Bit by bit, he was testing the limits of his opponent's sanity. 300 million. The man in black robes was finally, utterly enraged. He leapt to his feet. Those venomous vertical pupils fixed on Su Li's private box, as if intent on devouring him alive. 300 million. This price far exceeded the intrinsic value of the frenzied lion's heart itself. He knew he'd been played. From the very beginning, the other party had never truly wanted this heart. They simply wanted to disgust and humiliate him. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Everyone held their breath, staring at the VIP box on the top floor, waiting for the young madman to continue his performance. Yet, to everyone's surprise, this time, Su Li's voice did not resound again. He simply leaned back on the sofa, holding a glass of red wine. He raised his glass in a distant toast toward the black-robed man below, who was nearly boiling with rage. A smile spread across his face, one filled with regret and helplessness. The meaning was unspoken. You win. You're formidable. I can't keep up. Put. The black-robed figure could no longer contain himself. A mouthful of old blood erupted from his mouth. He felt he'd never suffered such utter humiliation in his entire life. 300 million for one bid. 300 million, going once. The auctioneer watched the black-robed man teetering on the edge, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and shouted at lightning speed. 300 million. Sold. Congratulations, sir, on successfully acquiring the heart of the Mad Lion. Thud. The auction hammer fell with a resounding thud, signaling the end of this farce. The cloaked figure did not spare Su Li another glance. He merely swept the entire hall with a gaze filled with venomous hatred. Then, surrounded by a group of equally robed henchmen, he turned and walked into the backstage settlement room.
All he wanted now was to get his hands on the item. Then, in the most brutal manner possible, he would deal with that little bastard. In the private box. Su Li. Have you lost your mind? Guan Ziyao stared at Su Li, utterly bewildered. That's the life core. You're just handing it over to him? Why give it away? Su Li swirled the red wine in his glass, a sly, fox-like grin spreading across his face. Someone is willing to pay a staggering 300 million to help us safely retrieve the item from the auction. Why would we refuse such a golden opportunity? Guan Ziyao froze for a moment, then her brilliant mind instantly grasped Su Li's meaning. Her eyes widened in shock. You mean to say? Shoo. Su Li made a shushing gesture toward her. He stood up, straightening his suit. His deep, piercing eyes flashed with a cold, predatory gleam. Let's go. The auction is over. But our hunt has only just begun. Guan Ziyao stared at Su Li's face, where a matter-of-fact smile even tinged with a hint of excitement played. She felt her worldview being shattered once again. Paying money to buy things? No. Make others pay for it, then go and snatch it back. What the hell kind of bandit logic is this? Su Li seemed to read her mind. He shrugged his shoulders, his face breaking into an utterly innocent smile. What's the problem? The rules of auctions where you pay money to buy things were made by you civilized folks. But I'm no civilized person. He pointed at his own nose, grinning like an innocent child. I'm just a barbarian who crawled out of the junkyard, ignorant of all your rules. Besides, Su Li's smile turned icy. No one said you couldn't kill and loot after the auction ended, did they? He, Green Snake, could break every rule in the book and cause such chaos in Zay City. Why should I, Su Li, have to play by their rules? Guan Ziyao. She opened her mouth, only to find herself utterly speechless. In fact, she even thought he had a damn good point. Backstage at the auction house, within a heavily guarded secret passage reserved exclusively for VIP clients, the black-robed figure codenamed Bishop, accompanied by several henchmen, was escorting a refrigerated container holding the heart of the Mad Lion toward the exit at a brisk pace. His mood was at rock bottom. 300 million. He had actually spent a full 300 million to acquire this item, which had been budgeted at only 150 million. This sum represented nearly all the liquid assets he had brought with him this time. He had no idea how he would explain this to his superiors back at headquarters. Su Li. Chapter 112, Oh, Su Li is such a bad guy. Su Li. He gritted his teeth, uttering that name. His vertical pupils, filled with venomous hatred, blazed with boundless murderous intent. He swore that once he finished his current business, he would make that kid wish he were dead. Just as he was thinking this, at the corner of the passage ahead of him, a young man in a black suit, wearing a smile, stood quietly leaning against the wall, as if he had been waiting there for quite some time. It was Su Li. The bishop's footsteps halted abruptly. The black-robed subordinates behind him instantly assumed combat stances. Kid, you actually dare come here to die? The bishop stared at Su Li, his raspy voice brimming with undisguised murderous intent and a hint of cruel satisfaction. He'd been itching for a chance to vent his frustration. Who would have thought this fool would walk right into his trap? Come to die? Su Li smiled. He glanced at the cooler the bishop clutched like a precious treasure, speaking in a tone as familiar as if addressing an old friend. No. I'm here to pick up a package. And while I'm at it, I'll settle that unfinished business from Zicheng with you lot. The bishop froze at the words, then burst into a hoarse, owl-like cackle as if hearing the most absurd joke imaginable. Settle accounts with us? He pointed at his own nose, then gestured toward the shadowy figures in black robes behind him, each radiating a dangerous aura. You? Kid, haven't you figured out the situation yet? Do you think this is still that dump where you could do whatever you wanted? No. Su Li shook his head. The smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a cold, questioning expression. I just can't figure it out. His voice echoed through the empty corridor. There's no grudge between us, no recent enmity. Why do you green snakes keep provoking me time and again? Su Li's face was etched with innocence and bewilderment. Though deep down, he knew full well that strictly speaking, it seemed he was the one who had casually killed someone from the green snakes aboard the Rising Star. But how could he admit to such a thing? He must seize the moral high ground first. Sure enough, his preemptive accusation made the bishop laugh in exasperation. Provoked you? The bishop's voice instantly turned icy cold. You killed my subordinate, the Phantom Fox. You ruined our deal with Xia Zhe. You stole our most crucial divine child. You even killed a revered doctor within our organization. With each word, the murderous intent radiating from him grew more intense. By the end, that terrifying intent had nearly solidified into tangible form, causing the very air around them to freeze solid. Now, you the very culprit responsible for all this dare ask us why we provoked you? The bishop stared at Su Li, his vertical pupils filled with endless madness and savagery. Boy, today I will tear you apart body and soul into shreds. No sooner had the words left his mouth. Boom!
A colossal, indescribable storm of psychic energy erupted violently from his body. It coalesced into an invisible giant hand, forged from the purest malice and resentment, lunging viciously towards Suli. He intended to crush this insignificant insect, who dared to challenge the green serpent's authority, in the most direct and brutal manner possible. Yet, faced with this terrifying assault capable of instantly shattering the spirit of any C-rank powerhouse, Suli's face showed not a trace of fear. He merely raised his left arm calmly. The newly equipped portable energy shield activated instantly. A pale blue, translucent shield composed of countless hexagonal energy cells instantly unfolded before him. The psychic giant hand and the energy shield collided violently. Boom! A thunderous, thunderclap-like roar exploded in everyone's minds. Frenzied psychic energy surged outward like a tsunami, sweeping in all directions. The superalloy walls lining the passageway creaked and groaned under the invisible force's impact, their sounds grinding on the teeth. Suli, however, stood immovable behind his shield. He even found the leisure to flash a kindly smile at the Archbishop, whose face was frozen in utter shock. "Is that all? Your Excellency, did you skip breakfast? Your strength seems a bit lacking." Suli's words, light as feathers yet dripping with scorn, felt like 3 red-hot branding irons searing into the bishop's proud ego. "You're asking for death." The bishop's defenses shattered completely. A shrill, inhuman scream erupted from his throat as his venomous vertical pupils instantly turned blood red. All pretense of a powerful being's composure vanished. His immense psychic energy poured forth without restraint, unleashed with frenzied ferocity toward Suli. Psychic strangulation. Soul-piercing. Cage of resentment. Wave after wave of invisible, malevolent psychic assaults pounded relentlessly against Suli's small energy shield like a raging storm. Boom! 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 The entire passage trembled violently under this terrifying psychic storm. The hexagonal grid pattern on the energy shield began flickering wildly, its light and darkness fluctuating erratically. Clearly, it was on the verge of collapse. "Just you wait and see how long this turtle shell of yours can hold out." The bishop sneered savagely, increasing his psychic output. He could already envision the moment when the shield shattered, and that reckless brat was torn to shreds by his mental energy. Yet Suli's face remained serene, even wearing a hint of amusement as if anticipating the spectacle. Watching the bishop, whose entire focus was now fixed on him, Suli silently murmured to himself, "Now." The moment the thought crossed his mind, 2 deadly, icy killing intents emerged without warning from the shadows behind the bishop. One was an icy blue, as cold as ancient glaciers. The other, a deadly crimson like a hellish scorpion. It was Xia Qingxue and Lin Wanwan. They had long since concealed themselves on either side of the passageway using various optical and energy camouflages. They had been waiting for this moment when the bishop focused all his attention on Suli, leaving his defenses most vulnerable. Death! A cold gleam flashed in Xia Qingxue's eyes. The frost blade in her hand, radiating a bone-chilling cold capable of freezing souls, sliced through the darkness like lightning, striking straight for the bishop's back. He. Chapter 113, Creating the First Mechanical Dantian, Ascending to Catastrophe Level. He. Lin Wanwan emitted a sickly, girlish laugh. The Pandora's box in her embrace, now a deep purple, suddenly blazed with intense light. A jet-green poison arrow, forged from the purest plague energy, shot silently toward the bishop's nape. Oh no! Only when 2 deadly threats closed in within inches did the bishop finally snap to attention. Alarm bells rang loudly in his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he attempted to teleport away. But it was too late. Just as he prepared to activate his ability, an invisible gravitational field, heavy as a mountain, suddenly descended from the heavens. It pinned his body to the spot, holding him fast. It was Mu Kuchyo. She had been concealed in the shadows atop the passageway all along, waiting for this final strike. No! The bishop's mouth emitted a final roar, filled with despair and utter disbelief. Even in death, he never understood. Why? Why did this seemingly ordinary young man have 3 companions? With such terrifying power and such seamless coordination? What happened to the one-on-one duel? You young whippersnappers, don't you have any sense of martial ethics? Put. Ice blades pierced through the heart. Poisoned arrow, piercing the skull. The bishop's hoarse roar abruptly ceased. The last glimmer of life in his venomous vertical pupils swiftly faded. His body slowly collapsed forward. Even in death, his face still bore a bewildered expression that seemed to ask, "Who am I? Where am I? Who's attacking me?" Suli watched the body collapse to the ground, then retracted his energy shield, now covered in cracks. He walked over to the body and pried the cryogenic container holding the heart of the mad lion from the hand that still clutched it tightly. Then, with a single kick, he sent the bishop's corpse flying to the side, as if he were kicking a bag of trash. He opened the box, staring at the dark golden heart inside still beating powerfully, brimming with explosive force. A look of immense satisfaction spread across his face, a smile of triumphant harvest. Done. Job done. Time to head home for surgery. In Guan Ziyao's private laboratory.
Suli carefully placed the still pounding heart of the mad lion into the central container on the operating table.
Then, he neatly arranged a series of rare materials obtained from the Crimson Queen, including grave steel, void crystals, and others.
All preparations complete. Gazing at these top-tier materials enough to drive any mechanic mad, he drew a deep breath. In his eyes, an unprecedented flame ignited, a flame called creation. Mechanized Dantian.
This epic tier creation, born from his own hands, capable of revolutionizing the entire mechanist system.
Today, it would finally come into being under his hands. 011 Kechio Kan. Suli's voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable authority. Effective immediately, the laboratory enters maximum alert status. Without my permission, not even a fly shall enter. Yes, master. Roger that. Father.
The four women sprang into action immediately, taking their positions and securing the entire laboratory as solid as a fortress. Meanwhile, Suli donned sterile gloves and picked up the most precise tools. He did not begin crafting immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes. The intricate blueprint of the first-generation mechanized Dantian, as vast and complex as a starry sea, flowed rapidly through his mind, over and over again. The structure of every component, the path of every energy circuit, the resonance frequency between each material. Everything was etched firmly into the depths of his soul. A full half-hour passed. When he opened his eyes again, not a trace of tension or excitement remained in his gaze. Only absolute calm remained, along with a confidence as unwavering as that of a deity. Then, let us begin. He extended his hands. A creation unprecedented in history, a miracle itself, officially commenced. Cutting, polishing, smelting, etching. His hands moved so swiftly they left after images. Grave steel was forged into a flawless skeleton. Void crystals were embedded at energy nodes. Countless neural adaptive alloys spread like a spider's web, seamlessly linking with the still beating heart of the mad lion. Machinery and flesh. Coldness and warmth. Two utterly contrasting properties, under Suli's masterful hands, began to fuse together in an unfathomable manner, gradually becoming one. The entire laboratory echoed only with the clang of metal and the hum of energy. Huan Ziyou and the other three women were utterly mesmerized. What they witnessed was not merely a surgical procedure, nor a manufacturing process. Rather, they witnessed a god of creation, forging the heavens and earth. Time seemed to stand still. The moment Suli seamlessly connected the final bioenergy conduit to the aorta of the furious lion's heart. On the operating table, that strange, eerily beautiful Dantian, a fusion of metal and flesh, suddenly erupted with a dazzling, dark golden light. A surging wave of energy, pulsing with the essence of life and power, instantly engulfed the entire laboratory. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully created the first-generation mechanized Dantian, an epic tier flesh and metal mechanical artifact. Your ascension ceremony is complete. Your rank barrier is being utterly shattered. Congratulations! You have ascended to C-class catastrophic mechanic. Boom! In that instant, Suli felt the invisible shackles that had bound his mind for so long shatter violently. The entire world, through his eyes, transformed once more. If before, he saw the threads of rules weaving through the world, now, he could even use his own will to gently pluck at those threads or even twist them. This was the realm of a C-class disaster. This was the realm of a master. Gazing upon this masterpiece before him, a flawless creation born from his own hands, a smile of profound satisfaction spread across his face. He knew that from this moment onward, he had finally, truly, set foot upon the supreme divine path leading to the mechanical god. And this mechanized Dantian was the first immortal monument he had erected along this path. He picked up the second heart, still faintly pulsing with life, his eyes gleaming with a mad light. He would implant it into his own body. He would become the first true flesh and blood ascendant. Chapter 114, Mecha or a Man's Dream, the Great Philanthropist Green Snake. Complete. Absolutely breathtaking. This is simply breathtaking. As the dark golden glow faded, Huan Ziyou was the first to let out a shrill scream like a groundhog. All ladylike decorum abandoned, she practically pressed herself against it. Those sparkling eyes brimmed with fascination and fervor, as if beholding a masterpiece beyond compare. The perfect symbiosis of flesh and machinery. An internal energy circulation system. Good heavens! Suli! You've created a god. Her gaze upon Suli was no longer mere admiration. Instead, it bordered on the fanatical devotion of a zealot. Suli, however, paid no heed to her excitement. He simply stood there, quietly feeling the profound transformation that came with his promotion to Class C. He could sense a profound, almost blood-related connection forming between himself and every mechanical creation around him. A wondrous, blood-like connection had formed. He even felt that with a single thought he could command every machine in this laboratory to serve him. It was time for the final step. Suli picked up the still faintly breathing, mechanized Dantian, a maniacal grin spreading across his face. He didn't climb onto the operating table, nor did he use any tools. He simply pressed that second heart slowly against his lower abdomen.
Under the unreasonable rule force of the mechanized king's throne, Suli's body seemed to transform into an ethereal light and shadow. That mechanized dantian, brimming with life and power, defied all physical laws and slowly merged into his body. The instant it fused completely with Suli's flesh and blood. Boom! A torrent of dark gold energy, 100 times more colossal than any previous transformation, erupted from within him. He felt as though he had become a human-shaped star. An endless, supremely pure force, raging and roaring through every bone and muscle in his body. Awesome! Suli couldn't help but let out a piercing howl to the heavens. This feeling was incredible. He could feel the judgment armor within him, nourished by this surge of energy, emitting an excited hum, like a primordial beast sated by a feast. The mechanized dantian, paired with the judgment armor. Suli was confident that even if he encountered another B-rank powerhouse like Plague again, he could absolutely crush him head-on with ease. He glanced over at Guan Ziya beside him, who was still watching the video recording of the mechanized dantian's manufacturing process. Seeing Guan Ziya drooling with fascination, he chuckled and patted her head. "Stop watching, you're drooling. Relax." Suli's tone was like a creepy uncle coaxing a little girl with a lollipop. "Once we have enough materials, I'll make one for you too." "Really?" Guan Ziya's eyes instantly lit up like 2,000-watt light bulbs. "Of course." Suli nodded. He knew that even though he was already quite powerful now. But the strength of one person alone is not true strength. True strength lies in a legion composed of the god himself and his Valkyries. Xia Qingshue's mecha was already taking shape. Therefore, it was time to prioritize the development of exclusive mechs for Lin Wanwan and Mukacho. Closing his eyes, he issued new commands to the mechanical king's throne within his mind. Using Lin Wanwan and Mukacho as blueprints, combined their innate talents and characteristics to derive the optimal, exclusive mecha blueprints. Ding! Command received. Scanning target Lin Wanwan, dual talent venomous, combat style, unpredictable footwork, fatal strike. Scanning target Mukacho, talent gravity, combat style, frontal suppression, pinpoint elimination. Matching database, constructing theoretical model. Simulation complete. 2 mecha blueprints, brimming with violent aesthetics and unique style, instantly unfolded in Suli's mind. The first was custom made for Lin Wanwan. Epic cyborg armor, scarlet thorns. This mecha radiated an eerie crimson hue, its entire design exceptionally lightweight. Its armor wasn't forged from pure metal, but rather fused from a special active alloy combined with the genetic essence of Devil's Vine. This grants it not only the strength of metal but also the flexibility and self-healing capabilities of plants. Its arms transform into dual venomous bone blades. Its back features translucent cicada wing thrusters. At the core of the entire suit lies a massive venom amplification reactor. It amplifies and purifies Lin Wanwan's own venom. Then, through capillary networks permeating the entire suit, it coats every strike with lethal venom. This is a killing machine, perfected for assassination, the ultimate instrument of death. Epic cyborg armor, Requiem. Unlike the slender elegance of Scarlet Thorns, Requiem's design radiates weight, majesty, and an oppressive, suffocating presence. Its overall form resembles a fallen angel from ancient mythology. Its armor is forged from high-strength Requiem black steel. Countless energy circuits for amplifying the gravity field are etched across its surface. But the most terrifying aspect of this suit lies at its core. The Singularity Reactor. It can infinitely amplify and compress Mukacho's gravity manipulation abilities, allowing her to artificially create miniature pseudo-black holes capable of devouring everything. This is a machine of absolute violence, designed solely for suppression and judgment. Suli gazed at the 2 sets of mecha blueprints before him, each wildly different in style yet equally monstrously powerful, a look of utter satisfaction spreading across his face. Scarlet Thorns paired with Requiem, plus Xia Qingshue's unfinished Wings of Judgment. He could already envision the near future. 3 Valkyries piloting their signature mechs, following him clad in judgment, descending upon the world like a natural disaster. The spectacular sight of every enemy daring to stand in his path being crushed into dust. Very good. Suli opened his eyes, his gaze flickering with an unprecedented light, the light of ambition. Thus, the next phase of his plan was set. He would build both sets of mecha. And the materials to build them. A cold curve formed at the corner of Suli's mouth. Green Snake. Perhaps he could borrow a little more from them? Chapter 115, Machinery Nation, Rust Town. Perhaps he could approach them again and borrow a little? Suli shook his head, quickly dismissing the thought. No. Constantly milking the green snake like a cash cow would only bleed them dry. Besides, it made him look petty. He was now a C-class disaster-level powerhouse. His vision needed to be more long-term. He couldn't keep skirmishing like before, scraping by on ambushes and schemes. He needed a platform that could transparently showcase his skills, capabilities, and reputation. A platform that would allow him to openly showcase his skills, strength, and reputation, transforming them into tangible wealth and resources. A platform that would allow him to truly establish a foothold within the vast steel jungle that was Ironheart. And he had already envisioned this platform. The next day, Ironheart City, Bounty Hunters Guild headquarters. This was one of the most chaotic yet vibrant spots in the entire city. Every day, thousands of bounty hunters, mercenaries, and lone wolves gathered here. They took on all manner of bounty missions posted by the Federation government, major corporations, or powerful families. From tracking down a fugitive to escorting precious cargo, to exploring a high-risk ancient ruin. As long as you have the skill and the guts, you can make it here. Earn enough wealth to strike it rich overnight and a reputation that echoes throughout the city. Today, a rather unique newcomer arrived in this bustling hall. Suli, accompanied by his 3 bodyguards, strode directly to the mission registration counter. "Hello, I'd like to register a new bounty hunter team," he said indifferently to the drowsy clerk. "Team?" The clerk lifted his eyelids, giving Suli a lazy glance. "What's the name?" A faint smile curved Suli's lips. "It shall be called Machine Nation." Machine Nation? The clerk paused, then chuckled. "That's quite the ambitious name. Alright, just fill out the paperwork and pay the 10,000 yuan registration fee." Suli ignored the staff member's mockery. Instead, he calmly entered his own information and that of the 3 women into the system. Soon, a brand new Black Iron ranked bounty hunter team, the lowest tier, appeared in the guild system. Team name, Mechanized Nation. Team level, Black Iron. Team members, 4. Team leader, Suli, codename, Tyrant. Members, 0 Xia Qingxue, Thornlin Wanwan, Soulbinder Mukacho. Alright, rookies. The staff tossed a black metal card onto the counter. "These are your ID cards. May you survive your first mission." Suli picked up the card without a word. He simply turned and walked to the center of the hall, standing before the enormous holographic mission display. His gaze swept past the tens of thousands of missions offering mere tens of thousands in rewards. Black Iron and Bronze tier missions offering hundreds of thousands. Instead, his gaze settled squarely at the very top of the display. There, marked in blood-red text, were several tasks that had been posted for months, tasks no one dared accept. Death commissions. He extended his finger, scanning the surrounding bounty hunters. Like a house husband browsing ingredients for dinner at the market. Like a house husband at the market, carefully selecting ingredients for tonight's dinner. Finally, his finger settled on one that looked the most lucrative. Mission name, Eradicate the Rust Town Raiders. Objective, completely eradicate the Rustbone gang of marauders entrenched in Rust Town, the abandoned industrial zone west of the city. Mission difficulty, Silver 3, extremely dangerous. Requirements, team must be Silver tier or higher, or have a C tier powerhouse present. Reward, 30 million Federation credits plus all spoils from the Rustbone gang. This one it is. A look of interest spread across Suli's face. He liked this mission. Not only because the reward was sufficiently generous, but also because those so-called raiders, in his eyes, they weren't enemies at all, but rather a bunch of hungry mouths, raw materials to be upgraded and modified. Mobile material banks. He extended his hand and tapped lightly on the blood-red contract. Ding! Black Iron Tier Team Machinery Nation has accepted the death commission, exterminate the plunderers of Rust Town. The cold system notification echoed throughout the entire bounty hunter hall. At first, the surrounding area fell deathly silent. Then erupted a roar of laughter several times louder than the uproar in the mechanic's nest earlier. Ha! Did I see that right? A newly registered Black Iron team daring to take on a Rustbone job? They're insane. These newbies must be out of their minds. Rustbone's pack of mad dogs are the kind who'd raid even AB rank powerhouse's caravan. Are they going to their deaths? Who cares? This is gonna be fun. I'll take bets how many hours they'll last. Amidst the tidal wave of mockery and whispers surrounding him, Suli paid no heed. He merely turned around, leading his 3 creations who had remained expressionless from start to finish. Like a sovereign about to enter his own domain, he walked calmly out the doors of the Bounty Hunters Guild. All that remained for everyone to see was his retreating figure. Rust Town, nestled on the flank of the Iron Heart, was a lawless backwater bordering other cities. Rust Town, situated on the western edge of the Steel Heart. Here, in this super city, lies a gray zone bordering other abandoned cities, a lawless frontier. Here, there were no towering skyscrapers, nor sleek hovercars. Instead, it is a vast steel graveyard stretching endlessly, composed of abandoned factories and rusted steel structures. The air is perpetually thick with a pungent stench, a blend of rust, acid rain, and chemical waste. This is the shadow cast by the glittering heart of steel. A vacuum where law and order cease to exist. And the paradise for every outlaw, smuggler, and predator. And Rustbone Group reigns supreme within this paradise, the most ruthless and formidable overlords of all. Their leader, codenamed Iron Slaughter, is a C-tier peak-level powerhouse whose body has undergone heavy-duty modifications covering over 90% of its surface. His ranks swell with hundreds of similarly crazily modified, fearless raiders. Like a pack of hyenas lurking in a steel graveyard, they savagely tore into every caravan and traveler daring to cross their territory. Countless bounty hunter teams have attempted to wipe them out. Yet all ended up as fresh piles of scrap metal in Rust Town. Chapter 116, Bandit Suli, a heavily modified, was currently traversing the rugged, abandoned highway leading to Rust Town. Inside, deafening heavy metal rock blared. Suli sat in the passenger seat, legs crossed, leisurely polishing his two cherished, ebony ivory, knives. In the driver's seat sat Mukacho, clad in a form-fitting black combat suit. Her cold mechanical hand gripped the steering wheel with steady precision, guiding the steel beast with both speed and stability. In the back seat of the car sat Xia Qingxue and Lin Wanwan. Xia Qingxue had her eyes closed, appearing to be dozing off, but her eyelashes kept fluttering slightly. Revealed she was sensing everything around her in her own way. Lin Wanwan, on the other hand, appeared somewhat excited. She clutched the Pandora's box, repeatedly wiping it with a soft cloth. She hummed an off-key, eerie little tune. Master. She suddenly lifted her head, her blood-red eyes sparkling with excitement. We're almost there, you know. I can smell it, lots and lots of food. Suli smiled at her words. He lifted his head and gazed out the car window. There, at the edge of the horizon, a massive steel fortress, composed of countless rusted iron and neon signs, emanating chaos and madness, was already visible in the distance. That was their destination. Rust Town. A smile spread across Suli's face, a hungry wolf's grin, filled with greed and excitement, like one who had spotted a flock of sheep. Very good. Tell everyone dinner's ready. Yes, master. A cold, murderous intent flashed in Mukacho's eyes. She slammed her foot down on the accelerator, flooring it. Boom! The massive armored SUV roared like a beast, charging like a runaway steel rhino straight toward the gates of Rust Town. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! At the town entrance, the raiders drinking cheap alcohol in the watchtower instantly spotted this unwelcome visitor with hostile intent. Without hesitation, they manned the rusted heavy machine guns on the watchtower and unleashed a furious barrage of fire toward the off-road vehicle. Rat-a-tat-tat. A torrent of fire instantly engulfed the off-road vehicle. Ha! More reckless fools. Blow them to bits. Tear them to shreds. The raiders let out excited, cruel laughter. Yet their laughter froze on their faces. For they discovered that the bullets from their heavy machine guns, bullets powerful enough to tear through ordinary armored vehicles, only splattered feeble sparks when they struck the black off-road vehicle. Not even a single decent scratch was left behind. This SUV had been specially crafted for Suli by Guan Ziyao, utilizing the Golden Phoenix clan's resources. Its armor utilized a special alloy of the same grade as that used in the Federation's main battle tanks. What the hell? The raiders were utterly dumbfounded. And in the very instant they froze in shock. Boom! A deafening roar. The off-road vehicle, with an unreasonable, everything-crushing posture, slammed through the so-called gate welded from scrap metal. Without slowing down, it barreled through the chaotic streets of Rust Town like a bowling ball. Everything in its path stalls, looters was sent flying, flesh and blood scattered everywhere. Take them out. More raiders in the town snapped to attention. They roared and bellowed, closing in from all directions to surround this rampaging steel beast. Rocket launchers. Thermite guns. EMP grenades. In an instant, a barrage of diverse weapons poured down like rain upon the off-road vehicle. But then, at that very moment, the sunroof on the SUV's roof suddenly opened. A slender, ice-blue figure slowly rose from within the vehicle. It was Xia Qingxue. She stood motionless atop the speeding vehicle, letting the fierce wind whip her ice-blue hair. She lifted her head, her ice-blue eyes devoid of emotion. She watched the raiders surging toward them like mad dogs. Yet, she simply opened her arms gently, as if embracing her own kingdom. Realm, eternal frozen ground. Crackle. As if it were death's command. A visible, white, terrifying cold current erupted from her center, sweeping out like a tsunami, madly engulfing all directions. Wherever that chill passed. Whether it was those hideous-faced raiders, or the howling rocket shells, or the energy beams brimming with destructive force. Everything was frozen solid in that instant. Within mere seconds, the entire town of Rust Town transformed from a cacophonous, frenzied den of iniquity into a deathly silent, crystalline, ice sculpture city. Excellent. Now all of this belongs to me. Suli gazed out the window at the frozen, lifelike ice sculpture exhibition, his face breaking into a smile brimming with greed and excitement like Columbus discovering a new continent. In his eyes, these frozen predators were not enemies at all. They were merely a neatly arranged, clearly marked collection of the finest materials. Their bodies, their cybernetic limbs, their weapons. Everything would become nourishment for his mechanical throne. Stop. Suli gave the order to Mukacho in a calm tone. The off-road vehicle slowly came to a halt in the central square of Rust Town. This place had once been the headquarters of the Rustbone Group.
A massive fortress, cobbled together from scraps of discarded warship armor, radiating a post-apocalyptic aesthetic. Now, this fortress along with everyone inside had been transformed into a colossal ice sculpture. Sully pushed open the door and stepped out. He approached the nearest ice sculpture of a predator still frozen in a firing stance. Reaching out, he tapped lightly on the mechanical arm that appeared to be in relatively good condition. A crisp, glass-like sound echoed. Solid build. He nodded in satisfaction. Then he turned and issued new orders to the 3 girls inside the vehicle who had also stepped out. "All right, girls." His face broke into a smile as warm and welcoming as that of a feudal landlord greeting his laborers. "Time to get to work." Chapter 117, More meat delivered to the door? Get to work. Take everything you think is valuable, strip it off, pack it up, and take it with you. Remember, hurry up. Our frozen goods don't keep for long. Yes, master. Lin Wanwan was the first to respond with an excited yes, sir. She absolutely loved this kind of scavenging work. Her figure instantly blurred into a crimson afterimage, moving like the most efficient scavenger. She began darting swiftly between the ice sculptures, violently dismantling weapons that were still somewhat intact and cybernetic implants that looked valuable. She violently dismantled them, tossing everything into a massive recycling sack. Mu Kachio, however, took a more direct approach. She approached the frozen fortress, where the monstrous mechanical arm suddenly unleashed a powerful gravitational field. Boom! A deafening roar. The sturdy fortress, pieced together from warship armor, was torn open by her. A massive gash ripped clean through its center. Then, like a diligent porter, she began hauling out the large war machines that hadn't been activated yet. And crate after crate of military supplies. Only Xia Qingxue remained still. She simply stood quietly beside Sully. Like the most loyal guard protecting her sovereign. Sully, meanwhile, resembled a king surveying his domain. Leisurely strolling through this ice-carved city he had utterly conquered. His prosthetic eye scanned, analyzed, and recorded at lightning speed every valuable piece of spoils within. Suddenly, his footsteps halted deep within the fortress. Before a massive iron throne encased in ice. Upon the throne sat a man as burly as a brown bear. Over 90% of his body was covered in rivets and exhaust pipes. His body was largely replaced by steampunk-style machinery. His face still bore that arrogant, overbearing expression. He was the leader of the Rustbone Group, the C-tier peak powerhouse known as Iron Slaughter. Sully looked at him and smiled. He walked to the throne, reached out, and gently patted the metallic head. "You're quite impressive. Now, you belong to me." As Sully surveyed the perfect iron ice sculpture before him, his mind began scheming how to transform this creature into a competent guard dog. Just then, boom! A deafening explosion suddenly echoed from the entrance of Rust Town. Immediately afterward, the entire ground began to shake violently. "HM?" Sully's brow furrowed slightly. He turned his head toward the source of the blast. In the distance, the ice layer had been violently shattered by a powerful external force, leaving a massive gaping hole. Immediately after, over a dozen massive mechs painted with the Blood Axe Mercenary Corps insignia and radiating a brutal aesthetic streamed through the breach in single file. Leading the charge was a blood-red heavy artillery mech, its shoulders bearing twin massive thermite cannons. "Hellfire! Ha! You rust-ridden scum! Your doom is upon you!" A wildly arrogant, electronically synthesized cackle blared from the red mech's loudspeaker. "From this day forward, Rust Town belongs to us, the Blood Axes." Sully watched this group of sudden intruders stealing his kill, his expression instantly turning cold. He'd worked his ass off hunting monsters for half the day. Just as he was about to loot the drops, when suddenly, a bunch of freeloaders showed up to steal his loot? How the hell could he put up with that? "Master!" Lin Wanwan beside him licked her lips, her blood-red eyes flashing with excitement and a bloodthirsty gleam. "New toys delivered right to our doorstep. Don't rush." Sully raised his hand, signaling her to calm down. He watched the dozen or so mechs strutting toward them, their arrogance palpable. A playful smile spread across his face, like a cat eyeing a mouse. In a lazy tone, he issued an order through his communicator. "Wanwan, give them a little welcome gift." "Hee, got it, master." Lin Wanwan emitted a sickly, coquettish laugh. She extended her delicate white hand and gave a light snap in the direction of the mechs. "Dinner's served, my children." As her words faded away. SSSSHHH. A series of hair-raising, fine scraping sounds erupted from beneath the frozen corpses of the raiders. Then, pop, pop. Countless pitch-black, venomous thorn vines, like awakened monsters, burst violently from the chests of the corpses. They grew, intertwined, and coiled at a visible speed. Within mere seconds, before the very eyes of the mechs, they formed a dense, impenetrable wall. A death jungle. What the hell is this? The Blood Axe mercenaries were utterly dumbfounded. Before they could react, those venomous vines, like the hungriest pythons, swept toward them with frenzied ferocity. "Fire! Fire! Burn these damn things to ashes!"
From the lead Hellfire mech came the mercenary captain's roar, a mix of shock and fury.
The twin massive thermite cannons on his shoulders instantly unleashed two searing torrents hot enough to melt steel.
Boom!
Vast swaths of vines were reduced to ash under the thermite cannon's assault.
But it was useless. More vines sprouted endlessly from the corpses of the raiders. They seemed endless, fearless in the face of death. Damn it! These vines are poisonous. My mech's energy shield is being corroded. Help! My legs are being wrapped up. Ah!
The public channel echoed with the mercenaries' terrified screams. The agile reconnaissance mechs, once entangled by the vines, saw their seemingly sturdy armor visibly corrode and melt at a visible pace. Then, more vines would burrow through the breach. Soon, the mech would cease struggling, becoming a green tomb completely enveloped by vines.
Retreat! Retreat now! The mercenary captain was utterly terrified.
His once proud mech army, faced with this eerie, death-filled devil's jungle, proved as fragile as a pile of paper toys. Without a second thought, he swung the turret around, preparing to blast a bloody path to escape this hell. But in the instant he turned. A cold gaze, one that seemed capable of freezing the soul, locked onto him completely.
He instinctively lifted his head.
And then he saw her, that icy blue figure standing silently atop the fortress not far away.
It was Xia Qingxue.
She simply raised her hand calmly.
And gently, she clasped it. Snap. Chapter 118, Guan Ziyao's anger. A faint sound.
That once mighty Hellfire mech, along with the mercenary captain still screaming in terror inside, was instantly enveloped by an invisible chill. From the inside out, it froze solid into a crystalline ice sculpture. Then, with a crash, it shattered into a sky-filling dust of ice. With the leader's demise, the remaining mechs still struggling desperately were swiftly engulfed and consumed by the endless, venomous vines. The entire battlefield fell back into deathly silence. Sully surveyed the scene before him, a chaotic yet triumphant crime scene, and a deeply satisfied smile spread across his face. He walked over to the pile of freshly discarded scrap metal, reaching out to gently tap the mangled remains of a mech, now corroded beyond recognition.
Decent quality.
Now, even the materials are saved. He turned and snapped his fingers at the three girls behind him who had finished cleaning up.
All right, girls. Don't just stand there. Get back to work. Pack up this new trash too and take it away.
Upon returning to Ironheart, Sully first paid a visit to the Bounty Hunters Guild. When he placed Iron Slaughter's mechanical head still frozen in its death-defying expression,
along with a full combat video recording the entire purge operation, onto the mission submission counter, the entire Bounty Hunter Hall fell once more into a deathly silence.
The clerk who had earlier sneered at him stared at the genuine head of a peak C-rank powerhouse before him. So terrified he couldn't speak, his hands shaking like he had Parkinson's.
Ding! Team Manhwa has successfully completed the death contract, purged the Rust Town Raiders. Mission rating, S Perfect Extermination. Team level up. Current level, Gold 1 star.
As the system notification echoed throughout the entire hall, all eyes on Sully shifted from earlier mockery and schadenfreude to the purest forms of awe and dread.
A Black Iron team registered less than 3 days ago had actually, truly, uprooted the Rustbone group which had entrenched itself in Rust Town for years from its very foundations? This wasn't just freakish anymore.
This was nothing short of a god descending from the heavens.
Sully paid no heed to the complex gazes around him.
He simply signed his name on the mission handover form with calm composure.
Then, amidst the notification chimes of the 30 million bounty and an additional perfect eradication bonus being deposited into his account,
he turned and walked away, utterly composed.
Guan Ziyao's estate, underground laboratory.
When Sully emptied the mountain of loot he'd brought back from Rust Town from the Machine Nation space,
Guan Ziyao, who had just finished days of overtime work, was utterly dumbfounded.
She stared at the mountain of wrecked mechs, weapon parts, and rare materials before her. Her small face, worn from sleepless nights, was etched with a huge question mark. You guys? She pointed at the trash mountain, then at Sully, her voice trembling slightly.
What the hell have you been doing these past few days, going on vacation or raiding an armory?
Oh, this. Sully's tone was casual, as if discussing something utterly trivial. Just cleaned up a few unruly pieces of trash along the way.
Just like that? Guan Ziyao's electronic voice instantly shot up an octave.
She rushed to the pile of parts, casually picking up a still steaming mecha arm. Her eyes nearly popped out of her head when she saw the Blood Axe emblem etched upon it.
Blood Axe mercenaries? That mad gang that dared to raid even B-rank caravans?
She picked up another piece, a helmet so badly corroded it was barely recognizable.
And the Rustbone group? That old bastard Iron Butcher?
She whipped around to stare at Sully as if he were an alien.
You wiped them all out?
Sully nodded, as if he'd merely crushed a few ants.
Guan Ziyao fell completely silent. She looked at Sully, then at the three stunningly beautiful girls behind him, each wearing an expression that seemed to say, "Isn't this perfectly normal?" A wave of immense, indescribable resentment surged through her heart. Here she was, working tirelessly day and night, helping him research, gather intel, and act as his loyal support for 3 whole days. And yet, behind her back, they'd gone out and completed such an earth-shattering dungeon run? And they hadn't even called her? Wah! Guan Ziyao couldn't hold it in any longer. She collapsed onto the ground with a thud, hugging her power armor knees as she burst into loud, wailing sobs. You bastard, Suli! You heartless bastard! You guys went out to fight, hoarding all the fun for yourselves. Why didn't you call me? I don't care. I don't care. I want to fight too. I want to dismantle mechs too. She wept like a 3-year-old whose favorite toys had all been snatched away. It was heartbreaking to hear, tear-jerking to witness. Suli watched her ridiculous tantrum and felt nothing but a headache coming on. He walked over and, with a sigh of resignation, patted her cold, tin-can-like head. All right, stop crying. His tone was like that of an old father soothing his own unruly daughter. Next time I'll definitely take you with me, okay? Really? At his words, Guan Ziyao's sobs abruptly ceased. She lifted her head, those large, watery eyes hidden beneath her helmet gazing at Suli with a mix of belief and doubt. When have I ever lied to you? A sincere smile spread across Suli's face. Pinky swear. Childish. Though he said this, Suli still extended his pinky finger. Pinky swear, hang by a thread, 100 years, no changing. Guan Ziyao extended her massive mechanical finger and carefully hooked it around Suli's pinky. Whoever breaks it is a doggy. Yay! Upon receiving Suli's promise, Guan Ziyao instantly broke into a smile. She leapt up from the ground, her energetic spirit fully restored. Gazing at the mountain of treasures before her, her eyes began to sparkle with a brilliance brighter than stars. No more time to waste. Chapter 119, Wealth unshared at home is like nightclothes in splendor. Next time I'll definitely bring you along, okay? After receiving Suli's promise, Guan Ziyao instantly wiped away her tears and broke into a smile, her energetic demeanor returning. Like a groundhog, she dove headfirst into the trash heap, diving into her favorite activity, dismantling and studying. Meanwhile, Suli gazed at the mountain of top-tier materials before him enough to drive any mechanic mad. A blazing fire of creation ignited in his eyes. He knew he had to transform every last bit of this resource into tangible combat power. He was about to embark on an unprecedented, frenzied surge of troop production and upgrades. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. During these 2 months, Suli practically made Guan Ziyao's top-tier laboratory his home, completely cutting himself off from the outside world. He immersed himself completely in the creation of endless machinery and flesh. And over these 2 months, underwent a revolutionary transformation. First and foremost, he himself. Each cybernetic body had undergone upgrades and modifications. Suli felt he was no longer merely human. He had become a human perpetual motion machine, capable of endlessly converting all forms of energy into his own power. The judgment armor within his body, fueled by this inexhaustible energy supply, finally revealed the truly terrifying power befitting its status as an epic-grade armor. Now, he possessed absolute confidence that even if he encountered another B-rank powerhouse, he could crush them effortlessly in a head-on confrontation. Next were his 3 creations. Xiaoqing Xue's epic-grade Wings of Judgment, though still incomplete due to insufficient quantities of its core material, Dragon Frost Steel. Suli had personally crafted a transitional epic-tier exoskeleton armor for her, the Frostbone Frame. This skeleton not only significantly amplified her freezing abilities, but also grants her short-range flight capabilities, allowing her terrifying domain to extend into the skies. As for Lin Wanwan and Mukachio, they had undergone a complete transformation. Suli spared no expense, crafting 2 exclusive, epic-tier, mecha suits. The Crimson Thorns and Requiem were flawlessly crafted for them. Lin Wanwan donned the elegant yet deadly Scarlet Thorns, resembling a female panther, transforming into the most terrifying venomous assassin of the night, striking silently and deadliest. Mukachio piloted the Requiem, like a fallen angel capable of suppressing all. Every movement radiates the power to tear space apart. More importantly, over these past 2 months, Suli harnessed his understanding of the Ascension ritual and vast resources. He forged a unique Ascension ceremony for each of them. Lin Wanwan, after devouring the most primordial, toxic core of the plague from Pandora's box, successfully pushed her twin talent to its absolute limit. With Suli's assistance, Mukachio seamlessly integrated her gravity-manipulating ability with an anti-gravity core salvaged from an iron slaughterer mech. In the end, she lived up to Suli's trust. Lin Wanwan and Guan Ziyao both achieved breakthroughs. They ascended to C-class disaster level. Thus, Suli now commanded 3 genuine C-class disaster level powerhouses. As Suli's most capable logistics director and chief technology officer, Guan Ziyao had also gained immensely over these past 2 months. Not only did she advance to disaster level, but her power armor was upgraded to the C-grade combat-capable Golden Phoenix Type 3. Moreover, under Su Li's intensive training and exposure to countless divine-grade blueprints, her theoretical knowledge and practical skills in mechanics underwent a qualitative leap. Now, even within the entire Golden Phoenix clan, she was undoubtedly the most outstanding among the younger generation. It could be said that the current Mech Nation team was no longer the ragtag group that once relied on ambushes and schemes to barely take down a C-rank powerhouse. They now possess terrifying strength that commands the attention of any faction. On this day, as Su Li gazed upon the 4 girls before him, transformed beyond recognition, a deeply satisfied, fatherly smile spread across his face. He knew all preparations were complete. They had firmly established their foothold in Ironheart. It was time to return to that starting village and see what had become of it. After all, wealth unshared is like fine clothes worn in the dark. Su Li was no man for keeping a low profile. He would make everyone in Zicheng witness just how far that poor boy who once crawled out of the junkyard had come. He would make that old fox, Mr. Wu, properly weigh the true worth of his business partner. All right, ladies. Su Li clapped his hands and issued new orders to the 4 war machines before him, now transformed beyond recognition. Get yourselves together. We're going home. 3 days later, Zicheng, Private Airport. A Phoenix-class private shuttle, entirely black with a sci-fi aesthetic and imposing presence, slowly descended onto the tarmac. As the cabin door opened, already waiting there were the senior executives of the Xia Group. All bowed their heads respectfully. The black market executives, led by Aki, also stood in respectful silence. This was the reception requested by Mr. Wu. They knew that the man who had completely reshuffled the power structure of Zicheng in just a few short months, the true uncrowned king, had returned. Su Li was the first to descend the gangway. He wore his usual simple casual attire, a lazy smile playing on his lips, as if he had merely returned from a long trip. Yet inexplicably, the moment everyone present saw him, they felt an intangible pressure emanating from the depths of their souls. It was as if they were facing not a man, but a primordial beast, having retracted all its claws and fangs. Immediately after, 4 figures followed behind him, descending slowly. Brother Qi. Su Li smiled and nodded at Qi, as if greeting an old friend he hadn't seen in ages. Long time no see. Mr. Su. Qi bowed slightly. On his perpetually icy face, a rare expression of reverence flickered. The boss is waiting for you at Jingxin Tea House. Chapter 120, returning to Zay City to meet old dog Wu. Su Li nodded. He knew the first person he must see upon his return was that old fox, Mr. Wu. He intended to make him witness firsthand just how far he had grown over these past 2 months. He would make him understand that their partnership would take on a new form from this day forward. Let's go. Without another word, Su Li boarded the top-tier extended-length hover limousine Mr. Wu had dispatched, which had been waiting nearby, accompanied by his 4 empresses. The convoy slowly departed the airport. Heading toward the city he had now utterly conquered. Outside the windows, the black market's high-ranking figures watched the receding convoy before finally daring to exhale long, relieved breaths. They exchanged glances, each seeing in the other's eyes a glimmer of relief akin to surviving a catastrophe. They knew that from this day forward, Zecity would have only one true voice. That voice belonged to the young man inside the car, young to a fault. Tyrant. Jingxin Tea House, top-floor private room. Mr. Wu gazed at the young man before him, whose presence now matched his own in every way. He slowly set down his teacup, his gaze lingering on the 4 young women behind the youth. He knew that using the mayor's position to court or test him had lost all meaning. For Su Li, who now possessed the power to overturn the entire chessboard, a single position on it had long since lost its appeal. He smiled. That smile held no more testing, no more scheming. Instead, it held genuine admiration, the kind that comes when meeting a worthy opponent. Su Li, I admitted I underestimated you before. Mr. Wu rose to his feet and walked to the massive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the cityscape that he and Su Li had jointly reshuffled. Zecity is too small for you. It is merely an insignificant corner on the Federation's border. A small pasture fit only for penning sheep. But you, he turned, his fox-like eyes fixed intently on Su Li. You are a tiger destined to roam the vastest plains. Therefore, today, I am not here to discuss business with you. A mysterious smile spread across Mr. Wu's face. I'll present you with a grand gift. He pulled a black data chip from his breast pocket, placed it on the table, and slid it towards Su Li. This is a place I spent years and countless lives to find. A lost relic of ancient civilization's technology, situated on the fringes of the Iron Heart. We call it the Crucible. The Forge? Su Li's eyebrows arched slightly. Yes. A flicker of fervor shone in Mr. Wu's eyes. According to the intelligence I've obtained, it holds technology and materials capable of driving the entire mechanic realm mad. But it also harbors countless war machines, beasts comparable to B-rank powerhouses that went rogue during the pre-civilization era. Several of my men have perished in that place. He looked at Su Li, his gaze like that of a persuasive demon. Now, I offer it to you as a gift. Provided you emerge alive. and bring out one specific thing I designate. Then I, Wu, will acknowledge you as worthy to stand as my equal. Then, the entire underground world of Ironheart will open its doors to you."
Suli did not immediately pick up the chip.
He merely stared silently at Mr. Wu and asked, "What do you want?"
"A heart." A flicker of longing passed through Mr. Wu's eyes.
A beating heart, the core of a relic. Suli fell silent.
He knew this was Mr. Wu's open strategy.
It was both an opportunity and a test.
Mr. Wu was using bait. He simply couldn't refuse to test just how sharp this blade truly was.
And incidentally, using his hand to pluck chestnuts from the fire for himself.
Suli activated the chip, scanning the sparse data within about the forge ruins.
Suddenly, his pupils contracted sharply. His gaze locked onto the final line of the data, a term marked as top secret. Source Forge. An ancient device from the pre-civilization era. Suli's heart began to pound wildly at that moment. He abruptly lifted his head, gazing at the confident Mr. Wu across from him. A radiant smile spread across his face. Deal. The first thing Suli did after leaving the tea house was dial Guan Xiao's number. "Guanzi, I need your help."
His voice brooked no argument.
"I need you to mobilize every resource your family possesses.
At any cost, within 3 days, secure for me the final piece required to forge the Wings of Judgment.
Dragon Frost Steel." In exchange, Suli paused, then offered a bargaining chip Guan Xiao couldn't refuse.
"The B-grade gene sequences of the Plague and the Bishop, along with all their combat data, I can share them with you."
"Deal. Father." From the other end of the line came Guan Xiao's unhesitating, ecstatic shriek. 3 days later, in Guan Xiao's private laboratory. As Suli fused the final piece of Dragon Frost Steel, urgently airlifted by the Golden Phoenix clan through secret channels, with the Yifrost skeleton, the two materials fused together perfectly. With the Yifrost bone frame, it fused together perfectly. A pair of massive metal wings, radiating an aura of sacredness and icy coldness, as if forged from 10,000-year-old mystical ice and stardust fragments. A colossal pair of metallic wings unfolded behind Xia Qingxue with a thunderous roar. Epic cyborg armor, Wings of Judgment, complete. With this divine armor, Xia Qingxue's entire aura underwent another qualitative leap. She hovered silently mid-air. Like an ice goddess poised to unleash divine retribution upon the world. Her power finally shattered that final barrier, solidly. She stepped into the pinnacle of C-class. Thus, all 3 empresses under Suli's command had now fully graduated with divine gear. The Machine Nation Expeditionary Force was now fully formed. Suli gazed upon these 3 transformed creations before him, a look of profound satisfaction spreading across his face. He knew all preparations were complete. It was time to venture into that cauldron of treasures and perils to reclaim what rightfully belonged to him. He activated his communicator and issued orders to Guan Xiao, who had been waiting on the other end for quite some time. "Guanzi, prepare your archaeological tools. Our expedition begins now." Chapter 121, The Crucible Grand Stage, come if you dare. Our expedition now begin. 5 days later. Heart of Steel, the frontier zone, a death-like Gobi Desert covered in yellow sand, designated by the Federation as a maximum level restricted area. A massive, specially modified desert buggy, brimming with hardcore industrial aesthetics, glides silently like a ghost across this desolate wasteland. This is where the forge ruins lie. Inside the vehicle, Suli sat with eyes closed, mentally rehearsing the operation plan over and over. Xia Qingxue, meanwhile, was wiping down the pair of Wings of Judgment strapped to her back, which emitted a faint chill.
Lin Wanwan cradled her, Crimson Thorns, helmet like a cherished doll, humming a tune that never quite found its melody. Mu Kachio adjusted the gravity core of the Requiem, her modified cybernetic eyes flickering with a dangerous red glow. Guan Xiao, meanwhile, resembled an elementary schooler excitedly preparing for a spring outing as she inspected her archaeological tools. A massive archaeological trowel capable of firing high-energy lasers. And an archaeological magnifying glass capable of analyzing material composition. "Suli, look!" She suddenly pointed out the car window and exclaimed excitedly. "We're here!" Suli opened her eyes and followed her pointing direction. On the distant horizon, a colossal, indescribably massive structure, a dark gold metallic hemisphere resembling an inverted giant bull. It stood silently amidst the endless expanse of yellow sand. Its surface is covered with the erosion of time and the scars of war. Yet it still radiated a heart-stopping, colossal presence. There lay their destination. The forge, a relic of ancient civilization's technology. "Everyone, prepare." Suli's voice grew utterly composed. "From this moment on, we enter level 1 combat status." The off-road vehicle came to a slow halt several kilometers from the ruins entrance. 5 people stepped out. Suli's mind moved. Judgment armor, instantly equipped. Simultaneously, Xia Qingxue, Lin Wanwan, and Mu Kachou activated their respective specialized mechs. Wings of Judgment unfurl, radiating a chill. Crimson thorns took hold, revealing murderous intent. Requiem descended, crushing pressure like mountains.
Even Guan Ziao donned her gleaming golden Phoenix Type 3 modified armor. Shouldering her archaeological trowel, she looked eager to fight. Four distinct war machines, each radiating terrifying aura,
surrounding the tyrant clad in his silver-black, monstrous armor,
descended upon the world.
Go! Su Li said no more. The thrusters on his back erupted with a burst of blue flame.
His entire body transformed into a streak of light.
First among them, he charged toward the colossal ruins, a place brimming with unknown dangers.
The instant they stepped through the relics gates, the entire colossal metal structure seemed to awaken instantly from its slumber.
Countless dark red warning lights concealed within the walls and ceiling began flashing frantically. A shrill, metallic-toned alarm pierced the air throughout the entire ruin.
Alert! Alert! Unknown organism detected. Sweeper protocol, activate. Deploying combat units. As the cold, synthetic electronic voice fell silent. Click! Click! Deep within the ruins, countless sealed alloy doors slowly swung open.
Pairs of electronic eyes, gleaming with crimson light, ignited from the darkness. Immediately, thousands upon thousands of war robots, each uniquely designed and brimming with savage killing intent. Like a tidal wave, they surged madly from those gates. Their objective was singular: to utterly tear to shreds every intruder daring to set foot within this forbidden domain of the gods. Su Li stared at the terrifying robot legion before him, a metal tsunami of destruction.
Beneath his visor, the corners of his mouth
curled into a cold, exhilarated arc.
Very well.
The appetizer has arrived. He slowly raised his right hand. The monstrous armored gauntlet instantly deformed and reassembled. A massive high-frequency particle vibration blade materialized in his hand. Then, he pointed the blade toward the endless mechanical horde before him. With a voice brimming with supreme authority, he issued the command to commence battle.
Let the carnage begin.
Su Li's voice rang clearly through the public channel, reaching every ear. Finally time to stretch our legs.
Lin Wanwan was the first to let out an excited shriek.
Her eerie crimson thorns instantly transformed into a crimson lightning bolt, darting like a ghostly apparition into the surging steel torrent. Her movements were impossibly swift. The venomous bone blades on her arms, like the scythe of death, sliced through the sturdy armor of the war robots with every swing. Emerald green venom spattered everywhere. Any robot she touched was instantly corroded into a pool of steaming molten iron. She was like a death dancer, twirling through the steel jungle.
Fire suppression. Mu Keqiu's voice echoed immediately.
She piloted the mountain like Requiem, its gravitational wings behind her flapping violently.
Gravity field amplified 30-fold.
An invisible, terrifying gravitational field instantly engulfed the entire battlefield.
The robot legions charging madly halted abruptly.
Their movements instantly slowed to a crawl, becoming sluggish and clumsy.
Then, judgment. Xia Qingshue's icy voice rang out like a divine decree.
She unfurled the magnificent wings of judgment from her back, slowly rising to hover midair. She merely raised her hand casually.
Ice Age. Crack. Crack.
A terrifying white chill, visible to the naked eye, surged outward from her like a tsunami, sweeping toward the ground. Wherever that chill passed, every war robot slowed by the gravitational field was instantly frozen solid, transformed into lifelike ice sculptures.
In the blink of an eye,
the entire battlefield transformed from a steel hell filled with clamor and slaughter into a deathly silent, crystalline ice sculpture exhibition hall.
Well done. Su Li surveyed the scene before him, a spectacle worthy of an art exhibition, and nodded with satisfaction.
His three creations, after this period of upgrades and refinement, had achieved a level of coordination that bordered on perfection.
Control, assassination, clearing the field. Seamless execution.
Even Guan Ziao, standing nearby with her archaeological trowel, too stunned to fire a single shot, watched in utter amazement.
It's over already?
She stared at the scattered ice sticks on the ground, asking in disbelief.
Over?
Su Li smiled at her words. Beneath his faceplate, the corners of his mouth curved upward in a greedy arc, like a starving wolf spotting a pen full of plump sheep.
No. This is merely the beginning. Chapter 112, Obey My Command. No. This is merely the beginning.
He descended slowly to the ground and approached the frozen robots. He extended his hand, gently caressing the cold, sci-fi-inspired metallic casing. His cybernetic eye rapidly scanned and analyzed the robot's internal structures.
Perfect modular design. High-strength adaptive alloy.
And this an energy core unlike any seen before. A blaze erupted in Su Li's eyes, a light more scorching, more frenzied than any he'd ever seen before. These were all top-tier war machines from the era of the previous civilization. Though their combat AI had gone rogue, their bodies, their structures, their materials
were nothing short of inexhaustible, limitless treasure troves. To smash them to pieces? What a waste!
It would be nothing short of squandering heaven's bounty. A sickly smile spread across Su Li's face, sending a chill down the spines of the 4 women beside him. He spread his arms wide, like a demon god embracing his devotees. Then, in a tone bordering on chanting, filled with supreme authority, he issued an order that took everyone completely by surprise. In the name of me, the sovereign of the mechanical realm, bow before me. From this day forward, you shall all become part of my legion. The moment his words fell, a terrifying, intangible force imbued with the essence of order and control suddenly erupted from his body. The new feature of the Machine King's throne, Legion, activated. That force spread like a virus, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. It ignored all physical defenses, disregarded the thick ice layers, and directly infiltrated the core AI of every war robot. Then, with an unreasonable, all-crushing force, it began frantically tampering with and overriding their underlying commands. Cleansing Scavenger Protocol. Implanting Absolute Loyalty Protocol. Linking to Machina Network. Crackle crackle. A series of fine, ice-cracking sounds echoed. One by one, the crimson electronic eyes of the frozen war robots began to slowly extinguish. Replacing them was a deep, azure glow, a light of judgment and order, sharing the same origin as Su Li's judgment armor. A blue glow. They slowly flexed their frozen joints. Then, in perfect unison, they turned toward the silver-black figure standing before them, kneeling on one knee. The sight of thousands upon thousands of war robots kneeling on one knee filled the air with a breathtaking, epic, awe-inspiring sensation. They were no longer uncontrolled killing machines, but rather, an army of absolute loyalty and absolute obedience. Steel Legion. And Su Li was their sole master. Their sole deity. The sight of thousands upon thousands of war robots kneeling on one knee filled the air with a suffocating, epic, awe-inspiring sensation. They were no longer uncontrolled killing machines, but rather, an army of absolute loyalty and absolute obedience. Steel Legion. And Su Li was their sole master. Their sole deity. Beside me, Guan Xiao, clutching her archaeological trowel, had her little mouth gaping wide enough to swallow an egg beneath her helmet. Staring at this miraculous scene before her, she was utterly dumbfounded, so much so that she didn't even notice the shovel clattering to the ground. Father, no, Su Li. Her voice trembled with disbelieving fervor. You collected them all? This is 10,000 times more thrilling than archaeology. Quiet down. Su Li's voice was calm, yet tinged with a hint of enjoyment. Don't scare my new recruit. Rookie? Guan Xiao froze in surprise. Su Li paid her no further attention. He simply issued his first command as master to the Steel Legion before him, now utterly subjugated to his will. Lead the way. To the heart of the furnace. Yes, my lord. A cold, emotionless electronic voice sounded from the largest war robot at the very front. Immediately after. Click-clack. The legions of robots, like disciplined soldiers, rose to their feet in perfect unison. Then, like parting tides, they silently retreated to either side. A broad, regal path paved with steel and loyalty instantly appeared before the 5 figures. At the end of that path lay the deepest, darkest recesses of the ruins. Wow! So cool! Lin Wanwan's eyes sparkled with little stars. Master, you look just like a real emperor. An emperor? Su Li smiled at the words. He spoke, then took the first step, striding confidently onto the path that opened solely for him. Xia Qingxue and the other 2 girls immediately followed. Hey! Wait for me! Guan Xiao finally snapped out of it, scrambling to pick up her archaeological trowel. Like a little sidekick, she scampered after them. The 5 of them walked through this silent Steel Legion. Surrounding them were countless electronic eyes flickering with a faint blue glow, and steel bodies radiating a cold, murderous intent. But at this moment, they were no longer enemies. Instead, they were the most loyal of guards. Su Li, how did you do it? Secret. Su Li's answer was simple yet enigmatic. Ugh, stingy. Guan Xiao pouted in displeasure. Just then, the lead robot at the front suddenly halted. Before them appeared a circular alloy gate larger and heavier than any door they had encountered before. At its center was engraved a blood-red skull emblem, radiating a stark warning. My lord, the guide robot's voice sounded again. Ahead lies the core area of the furnace. Per the highest authority protocol, the Guardian is about to be activated. Please prepare for combat. Chapter 123, having seen the Machine Lord, why not pay homage? Please prepare for combat. Guardians? Guan Xiao froze. Weren't all combat units already neutralized? No. A trace of gravity flashed in Su Li's eyes. He could sense it behind that massive gate, a presence far more terrifying and powerful than the tens of thousands of robots they just faced. A terrifying, overwhelming presence was slowly awakening. It seemed. Su Li slowly tightened his grip on the high-frequency particle vibration blade in his hand. The true boss was about to make its appearance. No sooner had Su Li spoken. Rumble. The massive circular alloy gate began emitting a teeth-grinding metallic screech as it slowly rose upward. A terrifying aura, more ancient and powerful than any she had ever encountered, surged forth from beyond the gate. Guanziel was knocked back several steps by the sheer force of it, her gleaming golden power armor emitting an overloaded warning signal. What an incredibly powerful energy signature! Her voice trembled as she stared at the readings on her detector, which had instantly spiked off the charts. The gate rose higher and higher. A colossal shadow, as vast as a mountain, loomed before them. When the gate finally rose completely, they finally saw the true form of the Guardian. It was a colossal humanoid mecha, towering over 50 meters tall. Its form radiated an ancient and sacred beauty, crafted entirely from an unknown silver metal that seemed to shimmer with starlight. Behind it were 12 massive energy wings resembling angelic wings. Huge energy wings. In its hand, it grasped a similarly colossal, blazing with white flames. It stood there silently, like a judgmental angel stepping out of myth. Detecting intruder. Conducting threat level assessment. A solemn, emotionless synthetic voice boomed from the colossal mecha, echoing throughout the entire space. Threat level, extreme danger. Recommendation, initiate divine punishment protocol. Its massive head slowly lowered. A pair of dazzling golden electronic eyes, as bright as the sun, locked onto Suli and his 4 companions below. Slowly, it raised the judgment sword in its hand, now engulfed in white flames. A terrifying energy capable of obliterating everything began to violently coalesce upon the blade. It's going all out. Guanziel let out a startled shriek and instinctively activated her power armor's maximum power shield. Yet Suli remained as calm as ever. He even sheathed the blade in his hand. He simply calmly removed the Yi Judgment armor from his head, revealing his face. Then, facing the massive mech poised for attack, he spoke softly. Upon seeing me, why do you not kneel? The voice was calm, yet carried an authority that seemed to emanate from the depths of his very bloodline. An absolute, undeniable authority emanating from the very core of one's soul. Re-identifying target. Detected, highest level authorization command. Verifying throne protocol. Verification successful. The once imposing synthetic voice emanating from the colossal mech instantly transformed into one of utmost deference, even tinged with a hint of trepidation. Authority level determined, sovereign of the machine nation. Divine punishment protocol, emergency termination. The next second. Under Guanziao's utterly petrified gaze filled with disbelief. That colossal mecha, towering over 50 meters tall and radiating divine majesty. Suddenly, with a clang, it discarded the still blazing sword of judgment from its grasp. Then, its colossal steel body, as massive as a mountain. Slowly, before the black-haired youth standing before it, as insignificant as an ant. And knelt on one knee. Its massive head bowed deeply. In the most humble, most respectful, most devout tone, it uttered its oath of allegiance. Guardian, serial number 001, Apocalypse. I greet you, my supreme master. The thunderous electronic voice echoed through the vast underground chamber. Guanziel was utterly dumbfounded. Her mouth agape, she stared at the giant mecha before her, docile as a kitten. Then she glanced at Suli, whose face bore an expression that screamed, "Don't mess with me." Her CPU felt like it was about to overheat. Master, she stammered. Why is it calling you master? It's simple. A kind smile spread across Suli's face. Because I am the chosen master of all machinery. The mechanical throne is the symbol of my power. Any mechanical creation possessing the highest level AI will automatically recognize my identity upon seeing me. Then, Suli spread his hands, his tone matter of fact, choosing to submit. Guanziao. She fell silent. She felt as though she'd latched onto a divine thigh 10,000 times thicker than she'd ever imagined. Alright, snap out of it. Suli paid no further attention to the wealthy woman who had begun questioning her entire existence. He walked over to the machine, still kneeling on one knee, like a king surveying his new domain. Tianqi, open your treasure trove. I want to see what treasures this forge of yours truly holds. Yes, my lord. Tianqi responded respectfully. It slowly rose to its feet, turned, and with its massive sword of judgment, made a light stroke upon the seemingly impenetrable alloy wall behind it. Boom! The wall slid silently apart to both sides. A vast, indescribably immense space, brimming with sci-fi grandeur, appeared before everyone. Even Suli couldn't help but gasp in astonishment at the sight within. Within that vast chamber, densely packed in perfect formation, stood thousands upon thousands of silver-white giant mechs, the same model as the Apocalypse, only slightly smaller in size. Their chests still pulsed with the red glow of standby mode. This was a complete pre-civilization era Mech Legion. At the very center of the Legion, atop a massive platform. A massive stone slab, entirely pitch black, engraved with countless golden patterns that seemed to contain the ultimate truths of the universe. A massive stone slab. It floated there in utter stillness. The Origin Stone Tablet. Holy crap! Chapter 124, still the same old saying, if you're not full of fire, are you even young? We're rich.
Suli stared at the treasure before him enough to drive any nation mad and couldn't help but murmur to himself. He knew that from this day forward, he would finally possess the capital to go toe-to-toe with the world's greatest powers. Apocalypse. Suli's voice grew solemn and commanding. From this moment onward, seal off this area. Without my orders, no one is permitted to enter or leave. This place shall become the first and most crucial armory and material base of my mechanical nation. As you command, my lord. Having completed all this, Suli departed this treasure trove now wholly his with his 4 girls, his heart filled with satisfaction. He did not forget his agreement with Mr. Wu. He picked one at random from the pile of mechs, the one with the most battered-looking core. That is, the energy core. He prepared to return and fulfill his duty. After all, one must uphold integrity in life. 3 days later, Zicheng, Jingxin Tea House. Mr. Wu stared at the young man before him, who had returned unscathed. A flicker of astonishment, unnoticed even by himself, passed through his fox-like eyes. He had actually survived emerging alive from that furnace? Mr. Wu, I have fulfilled my mission. Suli smiled as he pushed a metal box toward Mr. Wu. The heart you requested, I have brought it back for you. Mr. Wu suppressed his astonishment and opened the box. Glancing at the energy core inside, still faintly glowing, he nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Suli, from this day forward, you are my equal partner. The underground world of Iron Heart stands open to you at any time. Then I shall be most grateful, Mr. Wu. Suli smiled, picked up the teacup before him, and drank it in one gulp. Then he stood up, preparing to leave. Just as he was about to step out of the private room, he suddenly seemed to remember something. He turned back, flashing Mr. Wu an exceptionally kind and radiant smile. Oh, Mr. Wu. There's something I forgot to tell you. That furnace is mine now. If you ever want to take anything from it again, just remember to give me a heads up beforehand. Otherwise, I'm afraid my new recruits might not know their own strength. They might mistake your people for trash and dispose of them. The smile on Mr. Wu's face froze instantly. His eyes, deep and cunning like an old fox's, narrowed slightly. A dangerous aura began to emanate from him. Suli, young man, don't be so hot-headed. His voice turned icy. Don't forget, this intelligence was provided by me. Now you expect to pocket it all for yourself with a single word? Isn't that a bit unorthodox? Rules? Suli smiled at his words. He turned and walked back to the tea table, looking down at the old fox who still tried to play the senior card with him. A sneer of contempt and mockery spread across his face. Put. He spat the tea dregs from his mouth onto the expensive tea tray. Old Dogwu, don't push your luck. Suli's voice instantly turned icy cold and arrogant. Giving you this worthless heart was doing you a favor. It was out of respect for our past ties. Do you really think I, Suli, am some lackey under your command, someone you can manipulate at will? He lunged forward, his hand clamping down on Mr. Wu's throat, yanking him from his seat. Mr. Wu's well-groomed face instantly turned the color of liver. His piercing eyes widened with disbelief, shock, and fury. He tried to struggle, only to discover with horror that his formidable strength was as fragile as a newborn's before this young man. I'll tell you this, old Dogwu. Suli's face came close to his, those deep eyes flashed with a cold, tyrannical, murderous intent. The fittest shall prevail. I've set my sights on the forge and that makes it mine. I don't want to waste time fighting you here today. So cut the ing bull. From this day forward, our partnership ends here. From now on, we'll mind our own business. If you dare pull any more shady tricks behind my back. Suli's hand tightened slightly. Snap. A bone-crunching sound, enough to make one's teeth ache, echoed from the spot where Mr. Wu's neck met his shoulders. I guarantee your fate will be 100 times more miserable than Xiaoze's. With that, he tossed the nearly suffocated Mr. Wu to the ground like a piece of trash. Then, without a backward glance, he led his four, who had remained expressionless throughout the entire ordeal, out of the private room. Left behind was the man sprawled on the floor, coughing violently, gazing at his retreating figure with a complex expression filled with terror, venom, and bitter resentment. Mr. Wu knew that from this moment onward. Zesity, and indeed the wider world, would witness the rise of a figure more ruthless, more tyrannical, and more terrifying than himself, than Xiaoze, than anyone he had ever encountered. More tyrannical, and more terrifying. A new king. Aki. Aki. Mr. Wu collapsed to the ground, clutching his nearly severed neck. He let out a raspy, bellows-like growl, filled with venom and madness. Swish. A black figure appeared in the private room like a ghostly apparition. It was Ah Chi. He looked down at Mr. Wu, sprawled on the floor in a pitiful, frenzied state. Then he glanced at the now empty doorway. Not a flicker of emotion stirred across his perpetually icy, unchanging face. As if he had anticipated this outcome all along. Boss. He uttered just 2 words, calmly. Kill them. Kill them all. Mr. Wu pointed toward the doorway, roaring madly. His face, twisted by oxygen deprivation and fury, radiated boundless murderous intent. I want them dead. I want every single one of them dead. Yet, faced with this near hysterical command, Achi merely stood there, motionless, utterly still. He looked at his boss and slowly shook his head. Then, in a voice equally calm yet crystal clear, uttered a single sentence that plunged Mr. Wu into utter despair. Sorry, boss. I'm just a thug and a muscleman. The money you pay me. He paused, his eyes as still as ancient wells. Isn't enough to make me risk my life? Chapter 125, Chenling's family meal. Not quite to the point of sending me to my death. Achi's cold, hard words hit like a bucket of ice water at -100 degrees Celsius. It doused Mr. Wu's blazing fury from head to toe, extinguishing his reason completely. He froze. He stared at the man before him. The man he had always regarded as his most loyal and sharpest blade. That perpetually unchanging, icy face was now etched with a calmness that seemed to say, is that so? Yes. To die? To go and die at the hands of that man, the one who could snap his own neck with ease, surrounded by 4 godlike monsters? Why should I? For that measly paycheck? Put. Once Mr. Wu grasped this truth, the pent-up fury in his chest could no longer be contained. Another gush of blood spurted forth. He pointed at Achi, then gestured toward the doorway, wanting to curse. But he found he couldn't utter a single word. Because Achi was right. Damn Achi. Damn Suli. Damn it. All of you are damned. In the end, this once feared underground emperor who ruled Zesity with an iron fist could only collapse like a gambler who'd lost every last chip. He collapsed onto the ground, unleashing a futile, enraged fury like that of a defeated dog. Meanwhile, Suli, who had long since cast Mr. Wu's old dog aside, was now riding in a hovercar, cruising through the familiar streets of Zicheng. He didn't head straight back to his villa. Instead, he instructed the driver to steer the vehicle toward an ordinary residential neighborhood he hadn't visited in ages. He was going to see someone. Someone who held special significance for him. Chen Tianyang's sister, Chenling. The loyal friend who had sacrificed himself to protect Chen Tianyang. His only request before dying was for Chen Tianyang to take care of his sister. Your sister, I will raise her. Suli was never one to make promises lightly. But once made, he would see it through. Soon, the hovercar came to a stop beneath an apartment building that appeared reasonably clean and tidy. Suli didn't let anyone accompany him. He stepped out of the vehicle alone. He looked up at the window glowing with warm light. The cold, tyrannical aura that had once dominated his face gradually faded. In its place emerged a gentleness he hadn't even recognized in himself. He smoothed his clothes, then entered the apartment building. He approached the familiar door, raised his hand, and knocked softly. Who is it? A clear, pleasant young girl's voice came from inside. Soon, the door opened. A girl in a white dress, her hair tied in a ponytail. She appeared behind the door, looking pure and adorable. When she recognized the person standing outside, her bright, large eyes instantly filled with delight. Brother Suli! She exclaimed happily. Long time no see, Xiaoling. Suli gazed at the young woman before him, now grown into a graceful young lady. A warm, heartfelt smile spread across his face. How have you been lately? Brother Suli! Chenling exclaimed happily, quickly stepping aside. Come in. Come in and sit down. No, I'm just passing by and thought I'd drop in to see you. Suli waved his hand. He wasn't used to this kind of warm family atmosphere. That won't do. Chenling wouldn't take no for an answer. She reached out with her delicate little hand and grabbed Suli's arm. She literally dragged him inside. You haven't been here in ages. You absolutely must stay for dinner today. Her tone carried a hint of bossiness. And a playful innocence reserved only for those closest to her. Dragged along by her, Suli felt both amused and exasperated. He looked around the small but immaculately tidy room. The cozy little room brimmed with the warmth of daily life. His gaze drifted to the table, where a plate of steaming, home-cooked dishes sat invitingly. In his heart, that cold, hardened core forged by killing and scheming seemed to melt just a little. All right. For once, he didn't refuse. He sat down at the small dining table. Chenling immediately fluttered about like a cheerful little butterfly. She dashed to the kitchen and brought him a clean set of bowls and chopsticks. Brother Suli, please eat first. There's also soup coming right up. Suli watched her busy figure in the kitchen. Suddenly, something occurred to him, and he asked. Oh, right, Xiaoling. Didn't I have the foundation transfer you a large sum of money earlier? Why are you still living here? In his mind, with that fortune enough to buy a mansion in any major city, she should have moved away from this old place filled with unpleasant memories long ago. Ha! Chenling emerged from the kitchen carrying a steaming bowl of tomato and egg drop soup. Hearing Suli's words, she paused for a moment. Then, a sweet, slightly embarrassed smile spread across her face. I got the money. Thank you, Brother Suli. She placed the bowl on the table and sat down across from Suli. But I think things are just fine the way they are now. Tilting her head, her bright eyes. A maturity and clarity that belied her age. This place may be small, but it holds the memories of my brother and me living together. Moreover, she looked at Suli earnestly and said, I know that money didn't just blow in on the wind. You gave it to me out of kindness. But I can't just spend it with a clear conscience. I want to earn my way into a good university through my own efforts, find a decent job. Then, I'll live the life I want with my head held high. Not live as a parasite who only squanders others' kindness. Suli looked at the girl before him, barely a teenager. Yet possessed a clarity and resilience surpassing most adults he'd encountered. Truly the sister of Chen Tianyang. That stubborn refusal to admit defeat, it's exactly the same. Alright, you have your own ideas. That's good. Suli nodded, saying nothing more. He picked up his chopsticks, took a bite of the dish, and put it in his mouth. It was an ordinary home-cooked dish, made without any precious ingredients, yet the flavor was surprisingly good. It was filled with a certain flavor, the taste of home. Just as the two were savoring this rare, warm dinner moment. Knock. 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 A series of knocks shattered their tranquility. Chapter 126, No one can bully you, because you're my sister, Suli. A sudden, loud knocking echoed through the room. The radiant smile on Chen Ling's face froze instantly. A fleeting, barely perceptible flash of disgust and irritation crossed her eyes. Who could it be? Reluctantly, she stood up and walked toward the door. Xiao Ling. It's me. Li Hao. A greasy, self-important male voice echoed from outside the door. Open up already. I brought you your favorite Golden Arches family meal. Chen Ling's frown deepened. She opened the door and looked at the man outside, dressed in designer clothes, his hair slicked back with gel. His voice turned icy. Senior Li Hao, I've already told you please don't come looking for me anymore. Oh, Ling, don't be so formal. The young man named Li Hao, however, seemed oblivious to her words. Grinning cheekily, he tried to push his way inside. I'm just concerned about you. Living alone like this isn't safe, you know. I said I don't need your concern. Chen Ling's tone carried a hint of anger as she braced herself against the door, refusing to let him in. Besides, I have a guest right now. It's not convenient. Guests? Li Hao froze at the mention. Relying on his strength, he forced his way through the door crack. Then he saw her. Suli, leisurely eating her meal. A flash of unmasked jealousy and hostility instantly flickered in his eyes. He scrutinized Suli from head to toe, dressed in ordinary casual clothes. A smug, contemptuous smile spread across his face. Oh? So this is your guest? He walked over to the dining table and glanced at the few dishes laid out. To him, they were nothing but pitifully humble home-cooked dishes. He snorted in disdain. Xiao Ling, no offense, but... He slammed the Golden Arches family bucket he was holding down on the table. It made a loud thud. How could you possibly serve your guests this trash? Pointing at Suli with a condescending tone, as if bestowing charity, he said. Hey, you there. See this? Now this is what you call good stuff. Hurry up and clear that pig slop off your plate. Don't ruin my appetite. Suli slowly lowered the chopsticks in his hand. He didn't even bother to stand up. He merely lifted his eyelids, gazing at the other with a dead man's stare. He calmly observed the person before him, still chattering away. Self-important individual. What the hell are you? How dare you speak to me like this? His voice was utterly flat, devoid of any trace of human warmth. But the moment Li Hao heard those words, it was as if an invisible primordial beast. Head-on collision. Boom! A terrifying pressure, utterly beyond description, descended in an instant. Li Hao felt as though a nuclear bomb had detonated inside his skull. His mind went completely blank. His very soul trembled. His face, which had been brimming with arrogance and superiority, instantly turned as pale as paper. Thud. He could no longer support his own weight, his legs giving way. Like a pile of mud, he collapsed directly to his knees on the ground. His body shook violently beyond his control, a large wet patch rapidly spreading across his crotch. A foul, pungent odor wafted from him. Suli's brother. Chen Ling beside him was also startled by this sudden scene. She watched as the man who had been arrogant and domineering just a second ago, now kneeling on the ground, scared out of his wits. It's okay. Suli gave her a gentle smile. It was as if the person who had just moments ago radiated an aura capable of destroying heaven and earth wasn't him at all. Just a fly. It won't disturb our meal, he said, rising to his feet and walking over to Li Hao, who was nearly scared to death. Then, as casually as kicking a trash bag, he delivered a single kick to Li Hao's chest. Thud. Li Hao's body flew backward like a cannonball, slamming hard into the door. He rolled into the hallway, completely knocked unconscious. Suli pulled out his personal terminal and casually sent a message. Coordinates, XXX. Trash. 1 unit. Recycled. Soon, a special engineering robot belonging to Machine Nation activated silently.
It extended its mechanical arm, grabbing the unconsciously how as if picking up a torn sack. It lifted the unconsciously how and tossed him into the trash compactor at the back of the vehicle. Then, without a sound, it drove toward the city's landfill. After completing all this, Suli returned to the dining table as if nothing had happened. He picked up his chopsticks, took a bite of food, and chewed it slowly. Only then did he lift his head to look at Chen Ling, who was still visibly shaken. In a tone as casual as if they were chatting about everyday matters, he asked, "Does this guy bully you often at school?" "No, no." Chen Ling instinctively shook her head, but then lowered her gaze, looking a bit aggrieved. "He just keeps pestering me. It's really annoying." "I see." Suli nodded. He pulled several colorful, candy-like compressed capsules from his pocket. He placed them on the table and slid them toward Chen Ling. "Here, take these." "What is this?" Chen Ling asked curiously. "A talisman." A devilish grin spread across Suli's face. "From now on, if any foolhardy fool dares to bother you again, just toss these candies out. They'll take care of all your troubles for you." Chen Ling picked up one of the blue capsules, her expression a mix of confusion and understanding. She could sense that this tiny capsule seemed to contain some kind of powerful force. "But these alone won't be enough." Suli paused, then added, "Starting today, I'll have a few people assigned to protect you around the clock. Rest assured, they won't interfere with your daily life. They will only appear when you encounter danger." "There's no need for such trouble, Brother Suli." Chen Ling hurriedly waved her hands, speaking with a touch of embarrassment. "I can take care of myself." She didn't want to burden Suli any further. "They must be used." Suli's tone, however, became unquestionable. He gazed at the young girl before him, so sensible it tugged at his heartstrings. A fleeting softness flickered in his deep, piercing eyes, a tenderness even he himself hadn't noticed. He reached out and, just as Chen Tianyang had done to him when they were children, gently ruffled her hair. "You are my good brother's sister." He paused, his voice softening to an extraordinary gentleness, yet carrying a conviction powerful enough to win anyone's trust. "And mine too. So, be good. No one in this world has the right to bully you." Chapter 127, A Family of Divine Beings. "Yes, my sister. So listen to me. In this world, no one can bully you. Not before. And certainly not now." Chen Ling gazed into Suli's eyes, filled with unwavering sincerity and authority. The words of refusal she had been about to speak died on her lips. Her eyes flushed slightly, and a wave of warmth instantly surged through her heart. She knew that since her brother had left, she had gained another person in this world. Relative. She nodded firmly, carefully tucking away the colorful talismans scattered on the table. After finishing this somewhat eventful dinner, Suli made no further delay. He declined Chen Ling's offer to walk him downstairs and left the apartment alone. When he returned to the hovercar parked in the shadows below, the rare warmth that had graced his face vanished. In its place now resided the cold, indifferent aura of a tyrant. "Master." Inside the vehicle, Lin Wanwan was the first to cling to him, like a kitten seeking praise, presenting a tablet before him. "The gift you requested is ready." Suli took the tablet and glanced at it. The screen displayed all surveillance feeds from Zicheng First High School. In one inconspicuous corner of the feed, a girl with short hair, wearing an ordinary school uniform, looked unremarkable and even a bit introverted. Sitting quietly, engrossed in a book. Her profile appeared on the side of the screen. Name, unknown. Code name, Shadow. Ability level, C-class, potential for growth. Abilities, mimicry, stealth, information intrusion. Status, activated, standby. This was Suli, a pawn he had strategically placed before departing Zay City. An orphan with innate mimicry abilities, personally selected by him and subjected to preliminary modifications using the power of the mechanical king's throne. She could assume the appearance of anyone, mimic any voice, and infiltrate any network lacking physical barriers. A natural-born spy and assassin. She was also the first guardian Suli had prepared for Chen Ling. Very good. Suli nodded in satisfaction. He issued new orders into the communicator. Shadow. From this moment on, your primary mission is to ensure the safety of your target, Chen Ling. Eliminate all threats harboring ill intent toward her in the shadows. Yes, my lord. A voice equally cold and utterly devoid of emotion echoed back through the communicator. Then, a cold curve lifted at the corner of Suli's mouth. First, go home. In Zicheng, over the next few days. Suli, unusually, lived a life that could be described as decadent, a retired old cadre's lazy, uneventful existence. He didn't pursue any earth-shattering endeavors, nor did he delve into those cold machines. Instead, each day, accompanied by his 3 creations, he enjoyed the kingdom he had built in the most unassuming way possible. The first day dawned sunny and breezy, perfect for fishing. On a whim, Suli took Lin Wanwan to an exclusive, pollution-free fishing area on the outskirts of Zicheng, a place only the wealthy could access.
He rented a small boat, determined to fully experience the refined elegance of a lone fisherman in straw hat and cloak, fishing alone in the cold river under snow. He set up his fishing rod, baited the hook, then stretched out on the bow with a contented expression, basking in the sun. Master, master. Beside him, Lin Wanwan mimicked his pose, holding a tiny fishing rod with a look of excitement and curiosity. Do you think we'll actually catch any fish? Of course. Suli said lazily, his eyes closed. Fishing is about a state of mind, a way of harmonizing with nature. Before he could finish his sentence, a faint, familiar, sweet fishy scent wafted through the air. He snapped his eyes open. There she was, Lin Wanwan, pouting her little lips as she slipped her pale, delicate finger into the nearby bait box. Her crimson eyes sparkled with innocent, guileless light. Master, I think this bait doesn't taste strong enough. I added a little something extra for it. Suli. He stared at the box of bait, now a sinister dark green, then glanced at the lake's surface. Those fish, already beginning to float belly up in vast, churning masses. He felt his blood pressure rising. He took a deep breath, snatched the fishing rod from Lin Wanwan's hands, along with the box of deadly poison bait. Then, in a voice brimming with paternal affection, he said gently, Wanwan, be good. Fishing is just too cruel. Let's do something else instead. The next day brought drizzling rain, perfect weather for tea. Suli abandoned all outdoor plans, choosing instead to spend a leisurely afternoon at his villa with Xia Qingxue. He set out the top-tier tea set he'd acquired from Mr. Wu. He brewed the rare tea leaves extorted from the Golden Phoenix family. Then, seated across from Xia Qingxue by the floor-to-ceiling windows, they listened to the rain and savored the tea. The atmosphere was quiet and serene. Xia Qingxue maintained her usual cool demeanor, yet within her icy blue eyes reflected Suli's figure, carrying a hint of subtle contentment and attachment. She cherished these moments when it was just her and her master, alone together. However, this warm atmosphere did not last long. Master. Xia Qingxue suddenly spoke. I think this tea is a bit too hot, she said, gently blowing on the steaming cup of tea before her. Huff. A visible wisp of white cold air burst forth from her mouth. Then, snap. A soft crack. The exquisite bone china teacup, crafted from the finest porcelain and worth a fortune, along with the tea inside, instantly transformed into a crystal-clear, icy lump. Suli. He stared at the chilled, icy sculpture still radiating a bone-chilling aura. Then he glanced across the table at Xia Qingxue, who was blinking innocently. He felt his temples throbbing violently. Silently, he slid the still warm cup of tea in front of him closer to himself. Then, in a voice brimming with affection, he spoke gently. Schwer, be good. Drinking tea isn't good for your skin. Chapter 128. What? I didn't pay, so how could they let me graduate? Let's stick to plain water, shall we? On the third day, the weather was clear and perfect for shopping. After enduring the double whammy of poisoned fish and iced tea, Suli finally gave up on all leisure activities requiring any technical skill. He decided to pursue the simplest, most primitive form of entertainment. Shopping. He brought Mu Kachou to Zicheng's most bustling commercial district. The reason he brought only Mu Kachou? Because he felt that among the three works, only this half-human, half-mechanical former female inspector seemed the most normal and the least trouble. However, he soon discovered he was wrong again. Mu Kachou showed no interest whatsoever in the dazzling array of clothes, handbags, and cosmetics. Her sole focus was on, Master, this shop seems pretty good. She pointed to the adjacent shop, decorated in a heavy metal style. Master, look at this. The latest model Gauss rifle with a 3,000-meter effective range and built-in armor. Master, look at this, the latest Ripper Gauss rifle. Effective range, 3,000 meters. Comes with built-in armor-piercing capability. And this butcher's chainsaw, once you strap it on, slicing through people feels so satisfying. Master, let's buy that one. That honeycomb rocket launcher. It looks so reassuring. Suli. He watched Mu Kachou, who was pressed against the shop window, eyes gleaming, drool practically dripping from her mouth. Then he glanced around at the passers-by, who had scattered in fear at her ferocious words. He felt his heart grow weary. Silently, he covered his face with his hands. He wondered if, back when he'd been modifying them, had he accidentally deleted their feminine instinct modules? All he wanted now was to go home. Then quietly become a reclusive, deadbeat couch potato. Finally, just as Suli was about to be driven mad by this mundane, uneventful existence, a serious matter came knocking. That day, as he sat by the villa's pool pondering whether to temporarily shut down Lin Wanwan's venom circulation system, or switch Xia Qingxue's cooling module to constant temperature mode, an electronic invitation from Zicheng Supernatural Academy arrived on his personal terminal, its wording exceptionally humble and respectful. The invitation was straightforward. It sincerely invited Suli to represent this year's most outstanding graduates, to deliver a speech at the graduation ceremony. Suli stared at the invitation, completely stunned. Graduate? Outstanding graduate representative? Had he graduated? He carefully recalled the events. He seemed to have formally attended classes at that academy for just one semester. The tuition fees afterward, it seemed, had never been paid. By all accounts, he should have been expelled long ago and classified as a missing student. So how did he suddenly get graduated? And now he was even named an outstanding graduate representative? But then again, he is, after all, a C-grade extraordinary being. Who could blame him for being the master of the Xia family's master? And who's to blame that he's become so powerful now? Therefore, not only did he graduate, but he had to be the most outstanding one. Suli grasped this truth and found himself both amused and exasperated. He could vividly picture the academy's principal whom he'd met only once. That look both obsequious and uneasy would be quite the sight. "Master, are you going?" Xia Qingxue asked softly from beside him. "Of course I'm going." A mischievous grin spread across Suli's face. After all, it was an invitation from his alma mater. "I ought to go back and visit. And while I'm at it, I'll impart some valuable life lessons to those adorable juniors." Graduation day. Ziqing Supernatural Academy was decked out in festive decorations, teeming with people. All graduates wore neat academic robes, their faces bearing both anticipation and uncertainty about the future. The academy's principal, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, stood at the entrance of the auditorium. He paced anxiously back and forth, occasionally glancing at his wristwatch. He was waiting. The most outstanding and the most formidable graduate. Finally, a black, top-of-the-line hovering luxury car reserved exclusively for the Xia family pulled up slowly at the entrance of the auditorium. The principal's eyes lit up. Instantly, with an agility utterly at odds with his portly frame, he broke into a jog and hurried forward to greet them. He personally opened the car door for Suli. "Ah, Suli, you finally arrived." His face was plastered with an overwhelmingly enthusiastic, even obsequious smile. His waist bent into a perfect 90-degree angle. "Please come in. Please come in. The ceremony awaits your arrival to commence." His demeanor, practically begging to kneel and lick Suli's shoes, left the surrounding students, unaware of the truth, staring in utter astonishment. They all wondered, who exactly was this young man the principal was personally greeting with such solemnity? What on earth was his background? Suli merely gave him a faint glance. Then, in a tone that was calm yet commanding, he said, "Principal, it's been a while. Is my speech prepared?" "It's ready. It's ready. Student Suli." The principal immediately bowed and scraped like a shop assistant. He pulled a high-end data storage card from his breast pocket and presented it with both hands in a respectful manner. "This is the draft our academy's finest writers worked through the night to prepare for you. Every word is brimming with positive energy, filled with hope for the future, overflowing with gratitude for our alma mater. We guarantee it will showcase your illustrious image and outstanding achievements in the most vivid and compelling way." As he spoke, he wiped the fine beads of sweat that had formed on his forehead from nervousness with his sleeve. "You are truly a rising star. Not only have you attained C-tier strength at such a young age, you are also a role model for all the young people in Zicheng." His textbook-level flattery flowed with such natural ease and fluidity. It left the academy leaders accompanying him in the reception feeling rather inadequate by comparison. Suli didn't reach for the data card. He merely gave the bald principal, who was practically showering himself with praise, a faint, ambiguous smile. "Principal, it seems you've got one thing wrong." "Ha?" The principal froze, momentarily confused. "I didn't come back this time to listen to your praise and adulation." A wicked smile spread across Suli's face, one that sent a chill down the principal's spine. "I'm here to teach my juniors one final lesson." Chapter 129, This World is Unfair. "I'm here to teach my juniors one final lesson." He spoke, bypassing the principal, and walked straight toward the backstage area of the auditorium, leaving behind the poor principal, still frozen in place, utterly bewildered. Soon, the graduation ceremony officially began. After a series of lengthy and tedious speeches by officials and commendations for outstanding teachers, finally, the most thrilling part arrived, the speech by the outstanding graduate representative. Now, let's give them our warmest applause. Please welcome our most outstanding, most exceptional, and most legendary graduate representative of the year, Suli. The MC's voice was filled with passion and enthusiasm. Clap. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Every student craned their necks, filled with curiosity, watching the legendary senior about to take the stage. They all wanted to see what this divine figure whom the principal himself had personally come out to greet. What on earth did he look like? Under the gaze of the entire crowd, Suli, dressed in simple casual wear, hands tucked into his pockets, walked onto the podium with an expression of utter calm. His face, handsome to an almost unreal degree, and that aura utterly out of place among everyone around him. His lazy yet powerful aura instantly drew everyone's gaze, especially among the female students in the audience below. Their eyes instantly sparkled with countless little stars. Wow! So handsome. Is that Senior Suli? Love at first sight. Oh my gosh. I think I'm falling in love again. Suli paid no heed to the commotion below the stage. He walked to the podium and glanced at the so-called speech that staff had placed there in advance. Then, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, he picked up the paper without even looking at it. He crumpled it into a ball. He tossed it into the nearby trash can. The entire auditorium fell instantly silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. The principal backstage nearly fainted on the spot, his vision going black. Suli, however, acted as if nothing had happened. He walked to the microphone, cleared his throat. Then, in a voice that was calm yet clear voice that every single person present could hear perfectly, he delivered the first sentence of his speech. Good morning, fellow students and teachers. My name is Suli. Today, I stand here not to lecture you on grand principles. I simply wish to share a small, insignificant piece of my own life experience with you, something you will never learn in school. He paused, his eyes sweeping over the sea of young faces below the stage, faces filled with confusion and curiosity. A devilishly seductive smile spread across his face. The true truth. Suli gazed at the sea of young faces below, brimming with anticipation and curiosity, and smiled. Unlike the leaders before him, he didn't spout the usual platitudes about hard work, perseverance, or a promising future. Instead, in the calmest, most ruthless tone, he spoke the most genuine law of this world. This truth was simple. It could be summed up in 3 words. Unfair. From childhood, teachers and parents taught you that success comes with effort. That reward follows hard work. But today, I stand here to tell you, that's all a lie. This world, from the very day it was born, has been unfair. Some are born with S-class talent, while you might not even qualify to awaken yours. Some are born into fortunes worth billions, while you might not even be able to afford next week's tuition. Some can decide your fate with a single word. And you might not even have the courage to speak up. His words, each as sharp as a blade, plunged the entire auditorium into deathly silence. The faces of all the students, once filled with hopeful anticipation, gradually froze in place. The principal, watching from the backstage, turned ashen-faced. He could already envision himself being torn to shreds by enraged parents. Meanwhile, Suli showed no sign of stopping. He watched the crowd below, already beginning to look lost. Some even wore angry expressions, their smiles growing increasingly sardonic. So, do you feel utterly hopeless? Furious? Do you feel that since the world is so unfair, what's the point of trying anymore? No. Suli shook his head. His voice suddenly grew high-pitched, yet filled with mesmerizing power. I'm telling you this not to make you give up, but to make you see reality clearly. Since the rules of this world are inherently unfair, why should we bother to follow them? Since reason is useless, then we'll use our fists. Since being a good person only invites abuse, then we'll become a villain. He spread his arms wide, like a young tyrant declaring war on the world. Go seize. Go plunder. Go ruthlessly turn everything good you see into your own. Crush those who once looked down on you under your heel. Show this Thai world. Rules aren't meant to be followed. They're meant to be broken. And you are the ones who will break those rules. That's all I have to say. Thank you all. With that, Suli bowed slightly to the thousands of teachers and students below the stage who had frozen solid in place. Then, under the stunned gazes of everyone, eyes wide as if they'd seen a ghost, he slipped his hands into his pockets and strode down from the podium with effortless swagger. All that remained was a rebellious and arrogant back. Returning to the villa, Suli felt refreshed and invigorated. He felt he had done something truly great today, something of immense merit. He had administered the most potent vaccine in advance to those budding flowers about to enter society and face its harsh realities. As for whether they could withstand this potent medicine, that was none of his concern. What a rush! Chapter 130, Vacation with Shue Shue. Suli lay back on the sofa and let out a long, satisfied sigh. The matter in Ziqing was finally settled. The show of returning home in glory was over. That old fox, old Dogwu, had been thoroughly intimidated into submission, daring not to stir again. Chenling was now under Shadow's covert protection, leaving nothing to chance. So, what came next? A flame called ambition reignited in Suli's eyes. It was time to consider the next challenge. The Forge ruins had indeed yielded immense rewards. The resources there were ultimately finite. Moreover, the location was far too remote. He needed a larger, more bustling stage. A stage where he could fully monetize both his own technology and the legions of the Machine Nation. A stage where he could uncover more clues about the Green Snake Organization. A stage where he could truly begin to establish his earthly divine kingdom. Stage. His gaze slowly settled upon the latest map of federal forces provided to him by Guan Ziao. Provided to him. Finally, his finger came to rest on a lawless no-man's land situated at the junction of the Federation's 3 major core cities. It was a lawless zone even more chaotic, vast, and corrupt than Rust Town. Lawless territory. Chaos City. Suli's finger tapped lightly on the name, Chaos City. A contemplative gleam flickered in his eyes. This place was chaotic. Yet it was precisely this chaos that brimmed with infinite possibilities. Here, there were no entrenched great clans, nor the ever-present oversight of the Federation. What existed was only the most primal law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. This place was practically tailor-made for a lawless savage like him, the perfect stage. He made his decision. His next target would be this place. In this sin-ridden city that even the gods would turn their gaze from, he would establish the first, his very own, true divine kingdom on earth. But he wouldn't approach it like his last expedition to the forge. He wouldn't make a grand spectacle of it, bringing his entire team along. The waters of the Chaos City ran far too deep. Before fully understanding its nature, recklessly bringing everyone there was not a wise choice. He needed to scout the path first. Moreover, Suli glanced at the ice blue figure sitting quietly by the window not far away, watching the rain. Her profile was as beautiful as a painting. Suddenly, he realized it had been far too long since he'd truly been alone with her. Truly alone together. Ever since Lin Wanwan, Mukachyo, and even Guan Xiao had joined this extended family one after another. As the head of this household, he found himself overwhelmed every single day. He was either mediating jealousy squabbles or solving technical challenges. He felt he was on the verge of forgetting. On that cold, rainy night, when he pulled this girl like a wounded swan, he felt he was losing sight of that pure joy of possession. He thought perhaps it was time to give himself and her a little break. A honeymoon vacation, just the two of them. 0. Su spoke up. HM? Xia Qingxue turned her head, her icy blue eyes holding a hint of inquiry. Pack your things. A rare, gentle smile spread across Suli's face. We're going on a vacation. Vacation? Xia Qingxue froze for a moment. Yes. Suli nodded. Just the two of us. At that moment, Xia Qingxue's heart skipped a beat. On her perpetually icy, unchanging face, a captivating blush instantly spread across her face. She gazed at Suli, her icy blue eyes brimming with disbelief and delight. She had waited for these words for far too long, far too long. All right. She nodded firmly, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Yet her tone brimmed with an unprecedented thrill and joy. 3 days later, a black SUV appeared ordinary on the outside. But internally, it had undergone top-tier modifications. Slowly, it drove away from Zicheng. Inside, there was no driver. Suli leaned back comfortably in the driver's seat, activating the autonomous driving mode. Xia Qingxue, like a docile kitten, rested quietly against his shoulder. Her face glowed with a happy, contented flush. Their destination was none other than that city brimming with sin and opportunity. Chaos City. Only this time, they weren't arriving as conquerors. Instead, they were just an ordinary young couple on their honeymoon. Of course, if any foolhardy soul dared to disturb their private world, Suli wouldn't mind casually letting them experience what it truly means to endure. A truly catastrophic honeymoon. Chaos City. This city had no walls, no boundaries. It resembled a colossal, twisted mass composed of countless abandoned steel structures and distorted neon signs. A monstrous steel tumor, sprawling between the 3 core metropolises of the Federation. Here, it is a legal vacuum of the Federation. A breeding ground for every conceivable crime. As Suli drove his low-key SUV into the city's perimeter, he could distinctly sense a peculiar air of freedom permeating the atmosphere. The streets teemed with bizarrely modified humans and hardened outlaws with fierce eyes. Like a pack of hyenas, they had every newcomer with greedy, wary glances, sizing up each potential prey. Suli, the people here are so strange. Xia Qingxue instinctively drew closer to Suli's side. Though she was a C-rank powerhouse, she had grown up in the orderly city of Zicheng. This was her first time in a place so raw and untamed. Don't be afraid. Suli smiled and took her slightly chilled hand in his. They're not looking at us. They're watching our car. Suli's SUV, though outwardly unremarkable, its sleek lines alone were enough for any connoisseur to recognize its considerable worth. Sure enough, no sooner had he spoken. Several motorcycles, spray-painted with menacing graffiti and exuding a post-apocalyptic aesthetic, burst out from the alley beside them. They fanned out in a formation, trapping Suli's SUV tightly in the center. Leading the pack was a man sporting a mohawk. A cigar dangled from his mouth, and in his hand, he gripped a chainsaw sword still dripping with blood. His mechanical prosthetic eye scanned Suli's off-road vehicle from top to bottom. A greedy smile spread across his face. Well, a big fish has come along. He whistled at Suli inside the vehicle, his tone laced with mockery and menace. Kid, you new here? You know the rules around here in Chaos City, right? If you want to walk down this street, you gotta leave some toll money behind. Chapter 131, Classic Plotline: The Rules of Chaos City. Suli watched the scene unfold before him, a classic newbie quest, if ever there was one. Far from feeling the slightest bit nervous, he found it rather amusing. He couldn't even be bothered to lift a finger himself. He simply leaned back in his seat, observing the woman beside him, Xia Qingxue, whose face had already hardened into a frosty expression as their private moment was interrupted. Her pretty face already frosted over with coldness. In a tone dripping with wicked amusement, he remarked, "Here we go again, the most cliched plotline ever. Zero, looks like someone isn't too thrilled about us spending our honeymoon here. Take care of this." "Yes, master." Xia Qingxue's voice was so cold it seemed capable of freezing the very air. She slowly rolled down the car window. That face, beautiful beyond human reality, utterly devoid of emotion, appeared before the rowdy thugs who were still laughing arrogantly. The leader, sporting a mohawk, stared at Xia Qingxue with wide eyes the moment he saw her. In all his years, he had never seen a woman so breathtakingly beautiful. His greedy gaze roamed shamelessly over Xia Qingxue's body. A lecherous chuckle escaped his lips. "Whoa! There's a total knockout hiding in that car. Kid, I've changed my mind." He pointed at Su Li and commanded, "Leave the car and this chick behind. Then you can get the hell out of here. I can pretend I never saw a thing." But the moment his words fell, an icy chill that penetrated to the very marrow descended without warning. Xia Qingxue didn't even bother to activate her domain. She merely turned those eyes, now utterly transformed into pure, icy blue, and gave the mohawk-haired man a cold, dismissive glance. "You have disturbed me and my master." Her voice was soft, yet it carried the weight of a divine judgment. "Therefore, you all must die." Snap! As if it were death's decree. Centered on that black SUV, everything within 100 meters radius was instantly covered in a thin layer of frost. Those thugs who had been laughing arrogantly just a second ago, their expressions hadn't even had time to change. They were frozen solid, man and vehicle alike, into lifelike ice sculptures. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. No screams. No struggle. Only deathly silence. The onlookers, residents and outlaws who had been watching the spectacle, witnessing this scene both eerily miraculous and terrifying. Their expressions instantly shifted from spectatorship to pure, unadulterated terror. They stared at the unremarkable black SUV still parked in the middle of the road, their eyes fixed upon it as though beholding a primordial beast crawling forth from the depths of hell. Without a second thought, they scattered like birds and beasts. They scrambled and crawled their way out of this cursed place. Su Li gazed out the window at the street, which had instantly become deserted. He nodded with satisfaction at the few art installations still standing in their defiant poses. He reached out and gently stroked Xia Qingxue's cheeks, which had puffed up adorably from her anger. "Good job. Well done. Let's go, my queen. We should find a place to check in and get some proper rest," he said, restarting the SUV. The vehicle glided past the ice sculptures, as if it had merely crushed a few insignificant ants. Su Li drove the off-road vehicle through this city filled with chaos and disorder. He drove at a leisurely pace. That earlier display of force, akin to a dimensional strike, proved remarkably effective. Along the way, no more reckless fools dared to come looking for trouble. Anyone who spotted the black SUV would instinctively give it a wide berth from afar, as if they'd seen a ghost. Soon, Su Li found the most imposing hotel in the city center. He spotted a hotel that appeared to be the most imposing establishment in the area. It stood out as the only building in the area, and its exterior walls showed no signs of rust. The hotel's name was equally direct and brutal: Slaughterhouse. At the entrance, there were no doormen, only 2 heavily modified cyborgs clutching massive Gatling guns. Like 2 guardian deities, they stood guard there. Su Li casually parked the car at the entrance. Then, he walked straight inside with Xia Qingxue. The hotel lobby felt less like a hotel. It felt more like a massive underground bar. The air was thick with the decadent stench of alcohol, cigars, and hormones. Countless mercenaries and outlaws gathered here in small groups. They boasted loudly, gambled, or flirting with scantily clad bunny girls. When Su Li and Xia Qingxue, a handsome man and beautiful woman whose style clashed sharply with this place, stepped inside, instantly, they captured the attention of everyone present. Those eyes, filled with greed, desire, and ill intent, fell upon them like tangible weight. Especially on Xia Qingxue. Xia Qingxue's brows furrowed slightly. An icy chill emanated from her body without her conscious effort. Su Li, however, merely smiled. He reached out and gently drew Xia Qingxue into his embrace. With a possessive gesture, he asserted his claim. Then, ignoring the hostile stares around him, he strode straight to the bar. Behind the bar stood a voluptuous one-eyed woman, her face marred by a vicious scar. She was wiping a glass. She lifted her unblemished eye and glanced at Su Li. Her voice was hoarse and languid as she addressed Xia Qingxue in her arms. "Room or drinks?" "Room," Su Li said flatly. "Know the rules?" the one-eyed woman asked. "What rules?" "Heh, looks like another newbie." The one-eyed woman smiled, her expression tinged with a bloodthirsty amusement. She pointed to a sign hanging on the wall beside them, written in blood. On it were only a few simple words. Rules for lodging. 1. Prove you're worthy of staying here with your strength. 2. Or pay enough money to buy your way in. Simple enough. The one-eyed woman stated, either go to the arena over there and win a match, or hand over 10 million as a deposit. Of course, her single eye rested upon Xia Qingshue's flawlessly beautiful face. A mischievous curve touched the corner of her mouth. If you're willing, leave this little beauty by your side to keep me company for the night. I could also give you the finest suite free of charge. Chapter 132, I'm ignoring you now, you bad man. The moment her words fell, a terrifying killing intent erupted from Su Li's body in an instant. The entire bar felt like it had dropped several degrees in temperature. But before he could act, a cool little hand gently pressed against his arm. It was Xia Qingxue. She lifted her head to look at Su Li, a peculiar gleam flashing through her icy blue eyes. Then she turned her gaze toward the one-eyed woman, who was still staring at them with a defiant look. Slowly, she stepped out of Su Li's embrace. Then, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, she retrieved a black, unregistered Xia family-specific bank card. She placed the card gently on the bar counter. Then, with a chill even colder than the aura radiating from her body, open a room. One room. The best one. The rest of the money. Her icy blue eyes swept over everyone present. The desperados who had just eyed her and Su Li with malicious intent. Consider this their coffin money. The one-eyed woman's smile froze instantly. She stared at the ominous black card on the bar counter, then looked at the figure before her. Her aura instantly transformed into that of a goddess, unapproachable and icy blue. For the first time, that single eye revealed an emotion called terror. She had been lurking in the Chaos City for so many years, what kind of people hadn't she seen? But never had she encountered one so brazenly arrogant. You. She was about to say something. A pressure filled with a chill 100 times more terrifying than Xia Qingshuang's suddenly erupted from Su Li's body. Boom! The entire bar seemed to be instantly detonated by an invisible bomb. Everyone, whether drinking, gambling, whether flirting or bragging, in that instant, each felt their own neck gripped by an invisible giant hand, choked to the point of suffocation. They couldn't breathe, couldn't think. They didn't even have the strength to move a finger. Their souls trembled and howled. They trembled wildly, wailing in agony. The entire bar fell into a deathly silence. Only the crisp sound of glasses shattering on the floor remained. Su Li didn't utter another word. He merely swept his gaze, now utterly devoid of emotion. Slowly, he scanned every person present. His gaze treated them like a swarm of ants, easily crushed at any moment. Then, he withdrew his imposing presence. Taking Xia Qingshue's hand, he walked straight toward the hotel elevator. Only when their figures vanished completely behind the elevator doors did the entire bar crowd seem to come back to life. They collapsed to the floor with thuds, gasping for breath. Their faces bore the utter terror of survivors who'd narrowly escaped disaster. They exchanged glances, each reading the same unspoken words in the other's eyes. Those two were monsters. Monsters that absolutely must not be provoked. The hotel's top floor, the most luxurious presidential suite. The room was vast, decorated in a style that blended opulence with decadence. But Su Li and Xia Qingxue paid no heed to any of it. The moment the door closed, Xia Qingshue's icy, queen-like features tightly drawn all along, instantly crumbled. A captivating blush spread from her ears all the way down to her snow-white neck. She lowered her head, unable to meet Su Li's gaze. Her two delicate hands nervously twisted the hem of her dress. Her heart pounded wildly, thump, thump. Su Li watched her, a stark contrast to her earlier queenly demeanor. Her adorable, bashful demeanor filled him with amusement. He stepped before her, reached out, and gently lifted her smooth chin. What's wrong? His voice carried a hint of playful amusement. Weren't you being so imposing just now? Aye. Xia Qingshue's face flushed even redder. She stammered for a long while, unable to form a complete sentence. What about me? I. Xia Qingshuo took a deep breath, as if summoning every ounce of strength within her. She lifted her head, her sapphire-like eyes sparkling. Bravely met Su Li's gaze. Her voice still trembled slightly. It was filled with an unprecedented seriousness and resolve. After Xia Qingshuo spoke these words, the entire world seemed to fall silent. Her face felt as though it might burst into flames. Her heart pounded so hard it felt like it might leap out of her throat. Nervously, she looked at Su Li, awaiting his judgment. Yet Su Li's reaction was entirely unexpected. He showed no surprise, no delight. Not even a flicker of emotion. He simply gazed at her with those eyes, calm and steady. Then, a mischievous grin, full of playful amusement, curved his lips. I know you like me. His voice was flat, as if stating the obvious. So what? Ha? Xia Qingshuo was utterly dumbfounded. Her brain, which had been racing at full speed after mustering every ounce of courage, froze instantly upon hearing Su Li's and then, What was she supposed to do next? She had no idea. She just felt that in that moment, she should have said something. She just wanted her master to know her feelings. But she never imagined that after confessing, there would be an after like this. I don't know. Xia Qingshue's pretty face instantly fell. Those icy blue eyes, which had been filled with determination and courage, were swiftly veiled by a mist of hurt. She felt like a soldier who'd mustered every ounce of courage to charge into battle, only to discover she hadn't even brought a weapon. You don't know? Suli watched her adorable expression, on the verge of tears. The smile on his face grew even broader. He reached out, as if teasing a wronged little kitten. He gently pinched her cheeks, puffed up with shame and indignation. You don't even know what then means, yet you dare to copy others and confess? His tone was brimming with teasing. Xia Qingshue's hard-won courage vanished in an instant, replaced instead by endless shame and indignation. She shoved Suli away abruptly, turning her back to him. Her slightly trembling shoulders and ears flushed crimson, as if they might bleed. All revealed that she had reached the peak of her humiliation and fury. I'm ignoring you, she said in a muffled voice. You're such a jerk. Chapter 133, Am I really such a bad person? Yes, I'm a bad person. I'm a bad person. Suli watched Xia Qingshue's adorable silhouette tremble slightly with shame and indignation. Far from restraining himself, he only intensified his actions. He wrapped his arms tightly around her from behind, pulling her close. He rested his chin lightly upon her hair, which carried a faint, delicate fragrance. He whispered into her ear. But, aren't you the one who loves this bad boy the most? Mum. Xia Qingshue's body stiffened abruptly. She felt as though she was about to be completely overwhelmed by that aggressive. The masculine scent unique to her master was completely overwhelming. Her face burned so fiercely it could have fried an egg. She tried to struggle but found her body utterly limp, unable to muster even a shred of strength. Like a cat seized by the scruff of its neck, she could only submit to this villain's every whim. Let me go. Her voice held no threat as she made a final, futile attempt to resist. Yet Suli showed no intention of releasing her. Instead, he simply held her tighter. Then, in a tone laced with commanding authority, slowly issued a new command into her ear. 0. I command you. Do not get angry. Xia Qingxue, stop talking. Her body, which had been struggling faintly, instantly stilled. For she knew this was her master's command. And the master's command was absolute. An unbreakable law she could not resist, nor did she wish to. Though her heart still burned with shame and anger. Her body, however, had already responded with the most honest, primal instinct. She slowly turned around. Then, under Suli's gaze laced with a hint of amusement and satisfaction, she rose onto her tiptoes. Placing her cool, soft lips, still carrying a faint, delicate fragrance, gently pressed them against the villain's lips. Responding to the question he had just asked, one that had filled her with shame and fury. And then? The next morning. As the first rays of sunlight filtered through the curtains and into the room, Suli slowly opened her eyes. He felt refreshed and clear-headed, his thoughts sharp and focused. Though the battle last night had been fierce, it left him with an endless aftertaste. He turned his head. Beside him, the breathtakingly beautiful girl clung to his arm like an octopus, fast asleep. At this moment, Xia Qingshuo bore none of her usual Ice Queen's coldness, instead radiating a different kind of warmth. Her snow-white shoulders and a pair of long, straight legs were exposed to the air. Suli gazed at her lazy, sleepy face, radiating a different kind of allure. A wicked smile of utter satisfaction curved his lips. He reached out and gently tickled her nose. Mum. Xia Qingshuo let out a soft, kitten-like purr. When she finally focused on the handsome face mere inches from hers, last night's scenes instantly flooded her mind. Her lovely face flushed bright red in an instant. Without a second thought, she yanked the blanket over her head. No, don't look. A muffled voice filled with shame and panic came from beneath the covers. Alright, my zero. It's morning. We should get up and do something productive. Suli tossed aside the covers and strode into the bathroom, feeling refreshed and alert. Meanwhile, Xia Qingshuo remained hidden beneath the covers for another 10 minutes. Only then did she emerge, flushed and flustered, fumbling to find her clothes. An hour later, in the restaurant downstairs from the hotel, Suli leisurely ate his breakfast while swiftly browsing various information about Chaos City on his personal terminal. Swiftly browsing through various information about the Chaos City. This city was even more chaotic and fascinating than he had imagined. There were no official administrators here. The city's order was entirely maintained by several top-tier city lords, whose strength rivaled that of B-rank powerhouses. They, along with the numerous gangs under their command, jointly maintained the balance. They carved out territories, established rules, and controlled every resource and business within the city. For Suli to gain a foothold here, or even establish his own earthly kingdom, going it alone was not an option. He needs his own overt power base. An institution that would allow him to continuously convert his skills into money, fame, and influence. Master, what are you looking at? Xiao Qingshui approached, carrying a cup of hot milk, her voice tinged with curiosity. She had already changed into clean clothes, resuming her icy queen persona. Yet within those icy blue eyes lingered a tenderness only Suli could decipher. I'm looking at our future home. Suli smiled and zoomed in on the city map displayed on the terminal. His finger moved slowly across the map. Finally, it came to rest on an abandoned old industrial zone. It was the most chaotic, impoverished, and forgotten corner of the entire city. This is the place. A sharp gleam flashed in Suli's eyes. Why choose this place? Xiao Qingshui was puzzled. It looked utterly dilapidated. Precisely because it's dilapidated. A sly, fox-like grin spread across Suli's face. A blank canvas is best for painting the most beautiful picture. Moreover, he paused, his tone turning icy. This place is closest to where we disposed of those trash bags yesterday. I imagine their boss is itching to meet me right about now. Xiao Qingshui instantly grasped Suli's meaning. He intended to make an example of them. He intended to use the most direct and violent means possible. To announce his arrival to everyone in this city. Let's go. Suli stood up and wiped his mouth. We're full. Time to get to work. Let's go claim our first territory. Half an hour later, west of the city, in the abandoned industrial zone. This was the territory of the Mad Axe Gang. It was also the gang those reckless motorcycle punks belonged to yesterday. As Suli's black SUV already secretly flagged as top-tier danger by every underground faction in Chaos City, slowly rolled into this rust-stained, gunpowder-scented zone. The entire area erupted in chaos. That car. That black car. They're here. They actually dared to come onto our Mad Axe Gang's turf. Quickly notify the boss. Countless thugs and cyborgs poured out from the dilapidated factories in shipping containers. Armed with an assortment of weapons, chainsaw blades, thermal melt guns, and some even carried makeshift rocket launchers. They surrounded Suli's off-road vehicle, layering in and out until there was no room to breathe. But this time, no one dared to step forward and provoke him like those fools yesterday. They were simply staring at the car with a look that was both shocked and furious. With a complex gaze tinged with fear, they stared intently at the car. They were waiting for their boss to come and deliver justice for them. Chapter 134, You pissed yourself in fear. What gives you the right to be our boss? Soon, a burly man over 2 meters tall, his body a mass of bulging muscles, shouldering a power axe taller than himself. He was the leader of the Mad Axe Gang. A C-class peak-level cybernetic being known as the bone-shattering Grum the Bonebreaker. He surveyed the black SUV, now completely surrounded by his men. His face, thick with fleshy rolls, was twisted into a savage grimace. You bastards killed my men? No response came from inside the vehicle. Damn it! Get your asses out here. Grum was utterly enraged by this utter disregard. He abruptly raised the power axe in his hand, ready to cleave this reckless metal canister. Split it clean in two. But the instant he raised the axe, bang! A soft sound. The SUV's door opened. Suli remained as calm and composed as ever. He stepped out of the vehicle. He didn't even bother to put on his judgment armor. He simply stared calmly at the imposing giant before him, a man as massive and oppressive as a brown bear, and the dark mass of over 100 gang members behind him. Then, in a tone that suggested he was announcing something utterly trivial, From today onward, this territory belongs to me. You have two choices. He held up one finger. 1. Get the hell out of here right now, with all your trash. Then he held up a second finger. 2. A cold smile spread across his face, sending a chill down the spines of everyone present. I will personally turn every last one of you into trash. Arrogant. Do you know who I am? The burly man roared, clearly both frightened and enraged by the handsome man's words. But more than anything, he feared losing face in front of his men. Gritting his teeth, he stood his ground, spitting out harsh words. You could say he was physically weak, but his mouth was tough. I don't care who you are. Suli's reply was simple and direct. He couldn't be bothered to waste another word. He simply unleashed the overwhelming pressure of his C-class disaster-level mechanized Dantian, unreservedly, bearing down on Grum alone. Boom! Grum felt as though he'd been struck head-on by a. He felt as though a fully loaded heavy truck traveling at high speed had collided head-on with him. His prideful, heavily reinforced modified body proved as fragile as paper before this terrifying pressure. His face, once thick with fleshy muscles, instantly turned as pale as paper. Then, a warm, foul-smelling liquid slowly trickled down his thick thigh. Grum the Bonebreaker, leader of the Mad Axe Gang, had actually pissed himself in fear. The entire scene instantly fell into a deathly, awkward silence. All the underlings stared in disbelief at their boss. The next moment, their leader had wet himself. Their faces were etched with disbelief and a look of utter disgust. Embarrassing. Absolutely humiliating. The Mad Axe Gang, though not a top-tier force in Chaos City, but they were still a force to be reckoned with. And now, their boss had been scared to buy some pretty boy just one line, one look? If word gets out, how the hell are they supposed to keep operating in this territory? Damn it! Useless piece of. Someone in the crowd let out the first curse. Then, like lighting a powder keg. Grum! You coward! I've had it with you for ages. Exactly. All you do is squeeze us dry. And when it counts, you piss your pants. Put. Brothers. Don't follow this piece of anymore. We'll do it ourselves. One of the henchmen suddenly snatched a steel pipe off the ground. He swung it hard at Grum, who was still trembling in fear. Crash. Ah! Grum let out a piercing scream. Immediately, more henchmen swarmed forward. Fists, feet, steel pipes, wrenches. They unleashed all the resentment and frustration they'd been bottling up for so long. In this moment, it all erupted upon their disgraced leader. A sudden internal mutiny unfolded before Su Li's eyes, playing out in grotesque farce. Su Li stared at this scene, which could only be described as darkly humorous, utterly speechless. Shaking his head, he paid no further attention to this rabble now embroiled in infighting. He strode straight into the Mad Axe Gang's headquarters, the largest and most intact factory building. Everyone, stop. His voice wasn't loud, yet it reached every ear with crystal clarity. The thugs who had been beating each other bloody just a second ago froze instantly, as if paused by an invisible button, halting all movement. Their eyes, now pleading, fixed on this newcomer, their king. I don't need you trash as my underlings. Su Li's voice was cold and direct. But right now, I need some laborers to do the dirty work. He pointed at the industrial zone, littered with trash and debris. Clear every last piece of trash from here. Sort out every usable material and valuable item, then organize and store them properly. 3 days. He held up 3 fingers. I'm giving you only 3 days. After 3 days, if I see even a single piece of unnecessary paper left here. A kind smile spread across his face. You will vanish from this world along with that scrap of paper. Under Su Li's iron-fisted rule, that motley crew unleashed an unprecedented fervor for labor. In just 2 days, they transformed this abandoned industrial zone, once resembling a garbage dump, completely cleaned up and transformed beyond recognition. Su Li himself was not idle either. He retrieved the mountains of spoils piled high in his Machine Kingdom warehouse. Then, he began his creation. He transformed the room into a cyborg exhibition area on the left. Row upon row, each optimized by his own hands. On the right lay the surgical installation area. Over a dozen fully automated medical operating tables, crafted by his own hands. And at the very center of the entire space hung a sign. Upon it, 2 characters radiate new life and hope. Rebirth. Su Li intended for the name Rebirth. Shine brightly and radiate warmth. Provided they can afford the price. Chapter 135, Gamblers Don't End Well. Su Li, I'll step in. Soon, the Rebirth Clinic exploded in popularity within the underground world of Chaos City. It became wildly popular. At first, people were drawn by the clinic's cyborgs. Almost like black tech. Countless mercenaries, assassins, and outlaws flocked to its doors. Some came to repair cybernetic implants damaged in battle, or to upgrade to even more powerful and formidable new gear. Su Li welcomed all comers. As long as you could pay. Regardless of who you are. Regardless of your status. Here, you'll receive the highest caliber of service. Gradually, the Rebirth Clinic ceased to be merely a cybernetic prosthetics shop. Its unique, transcendent status and Su Li's unfathomable power gradually transformed it into a hub for information and missions. Every day, countless people flock here. They no longer came solely for cybernetic body transactions. They began posting missions, exchanging intelligence, and seeking partners here. Some desperate souls, after witnessing Su Li's uncanny and unfathomable methods, began treating him as a wish-granting machine. That day, inside the clinic, Su Li sat with his legs crossed, lounging in his custom executive chair, a modified version of Iron Butcher's power throne. He leisurely sipped the iced black tea brewed for him by Xia Qingxue. A man clad in a black trench coat, his face bearing a menacing knife scar, clearly no pushover. He cautiously stepped inside. First, he cast a reverent glance at Xia Qingxue, standing quietly behind Su Li like an ice queen. Then, summoning his courage, he approached Su Li and bowed deeply. Boss Su. His voice carried a hint of nervousness and flattery. I heard that here, as long as one can afford the price, you take on any business? Su Li didn't even lift an eyelid, merely responding with a faint acknowledgement. Then, a mad, hate-filled glint flashed in the scarred man's eyes. He pulled a heavy metal box from his coat. He placed it on the ground and opened it. Inside lay a jumble of assorted items. And 2 or 3 items of slightly greater value. All my possessions are in here. He pointed at the box, gritting his teeth as he spoke. I have only one request. I hope you can help me kill someone. Suli finally opened his eyes slowly. He merely stared calmly at the man whose mind had been clouded by hatred. Then, in a tone as casual as asking about the weather, he inquired. Oh? Go on. Who do you want to kill? Endless agony and venom surged into Scarface's eyes. His clenched fist was so tightly balled that his knuckles turned white. My wife. He ground out the 3 words through clenched teeth. Suli's eyebrows arched slightly, a hint of interest flickering across his face. He said nothing, merely gesturing for him to continue. She cheated on me. She betrayed me. The scarred man's voice was hoarse and thick with hatred. But none of that mattered. He drew a deep breath, as if summoning every ounce of strength within him. Only then did he utter the words that tore him apart. What matters more is that she sold my only daughter to her lover. To the manager of the pleasure nest, a scumbag named Fat Dog. At these words, Suli's previously calm eyes finally flashed a barely perceptible ripple. He knew this place, the Nest of Delights. It was one of the dens of iniquity within Chaos City. A place catering to wealthy individuals with all manner of perverted desires, offering specialized services. And the fate of those sold there was always the same. To be toyed with until death. Go on, I'm listening. A cryptic smile spread across Suli's face. He stared at the man before him, a man already twisted beyond recognition by hatred and despair. Suddenly, he found himself intrigued. He enjoyed rescuing the suffering victims in such stories. Sit. He gestured toward the chair across from him. Don't rush. Take your time. Tell me everything you know, every single detail. Let me hear your story. Rest assured, I'll take care of it. Scarface's body trembled slightly. He stared into Suli's piercing eyes, eyes that seemed to see straight through a person's soul. He knew he'd come to the right person today. Without further hesitation, he pulled out a chair and sat down. Then he began to tell his story. Scarface's real name was Ali. He had once been a somewhat renowned mercenary in the Chaos City. With his formidable skills and a reckless, fearless streak, he'd managed to earn some money and build a modest home. Later, he met a woman. A woman as beautiful as a flower. He thought he'd found a harbor where he could finally rest. So he hung up his sword, leaving behind the life of cutting-edge danger. He used all his savings to open a small auto repair shop. He married that woman and had a daughter as lovely as an angel. Those days were the happiest of his life. He believed this happiness would last forever. Until half a year ago. His wife became addicted to gambling. At first, it was just small bets. Later, she bet bigger and bigger. She gambled away all their savings and sold their auto repair shop. She even racked up a mountain of high-interest debt. The one who lent her the money was none other than the manager of the Nest of Delights. That ruthless bastard nicknamed Fat Dog. Ali had no choice but to return to his old trade to pay off the debt. He believed that if he worked hard enough, he could one day pay off all his debts and get his life back on track. But he was wrong. He underestimated the madness of a gambler. He also underestimated the ugliness of human nature. Just a week ago, when he, dragging his battered body, carrying money earned with his life, to that place that could no longer be called home, he discovered his wife and daughter were gone. On the table lay only a receipt issued by the Nest of Delights. Issued by the Nest of Delights. Clearly written on the receipt. His wife, to settle the final gambling debt, had personally sold their daughter to Fat Dog for 500,000 yuan. As a tool to settle the debt. In that instant, Ali's world collapsed completely. Chapter 136, What's the point of taking your girlfriend out? That's how it happened. After finishing his story, Ali's weathered face was already streaked with tears. He lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Suli. His voice was hoarse, filled with the most desperate plea. Mr. Su. I beg you. Help me kill that pair of bastards. I don't want my daughter anymore. I know she's never coming back. I just want them dead. I just want them to go to hell in the most agonizing way possible. Your wish is known. Suli's face showed no emotion. He merely gazed calmly at the man before him, utterly consumed by hatred and despair. He did not touch the box. Because he knew it represented this man's last shred of dignity and hope. All right. Suli stood up, his voice flat. Go back and wait for further notice. Su boss. Ali also scrambled to his feet, his bloodshot eyes brimming with tension and anticipation. You agreed? Suli didn't answer him. He merely glanced at the clock on the wall. What time is it now? 5 in the afternoon. Ali answered instinctively. Suli nodded. Then he turned away, leaving Ali with a back radiating absolute confidence. Tonight, before midnight, you'll receive word that they're all dead. After Ali left the rebirth clinic in a daze, Suli slowly approached the metal box he had left behind on the ground. He examined the box. Inside lay only a few old cybernetic parts, their surfaces etched with the marks of time. And a yellowed family portrait of 3 people.
In the photo, a younger Ali bore no trace of his later, gruesome scar. He held a little girl with pigtails, smiling like a little cutie. Beside him stood a gentle woman. Suli stared at the photograph, silent for a moment. Then, slowly, he closed the box. He hated gamblers. He despised them. Especially those who would use their own children as stakes. He turned around and issued a new command to Xia Qingxue, who had been standing quietly behind him all along. 0. HM? You know where the Nest of Delights is, right? I know. Xia Qingxue nodded. It's Blood Pigeon's territory. Blood Pigeon? Suli's eyebrows arched slightly. One of the city lords of Chaos City? Yes. Xia Qingxue's tone remained as cool and detached as ever. A B-rank powerhouse notorious for cruelty and depravity. B-rank? Suli smiled upon hearing this. That smile was icy, yet brimming with bloodthirsty excitement. Very well. Looks like tonight will be entertaining. He stretched lazily, flexing his muscles. A crisp crackling sound echoed through the air. Notify Wanwan and Kuchyo. Tonight, we'll be conducting dorm inspections. By the way, let these city lords of Chaos City properly acquaint themselves with our corporate culture here in Machinery Nation. A while back, Suli already handed over those three. Those precious little darlings who cause trouble the moment you take your eyes off them. After all, he simply couldn't manage everything alone. After all, he simply couldn't handle everything alone. Moreover, after Guanzhou and Lin Wanwan heard he'd taken Xia Qingxue to Chaos City for their honeymoon alone, they threw a fit crying, screaming, and threatening suicide. Every single day, they wailed like ghosts over the communicator. They threatened that if he didn't bring them along soon, they'd hang themselves together at home, hand in hand. Suli was driven to the brink by their antics. He had no choice but to pack them all up and bring them along. That night, at the Nest of Delights, as the most exclusive den of iniquity in Chaos City, the place was even more decadent than Suli had imagined. The air was thick with a potent blend of high-end perfume. And today, this place steeped in decadence was graced by the arrival of 4 guests whose presence felt utterly bizarre. Suli remained in his simple casual attire, hands tucked into his pockets. By his side were Lin Wanwan, Mu Kuchyo, and Guanzhou. As for our dear classmate Xia Qingxue, she was minding the shop. Suli led these 3 oddballs, each more abnormal than the last, through the brothel. The scene was as bizarre as it could possibly be. Instantly, it drew the attention of everyone present. What kind of group is this? Bringing girlfriends to a brothel? Is that guy in the power armor here for demolition? Shoo! Keep your voice down. Didn't you see that look in the woman in the black trench coat? I swear she could wring my neck in the next second. Amidst the murmurs and whispers of the crowd, a bartender behind the counter, mixing drinks. The professional smile that had been plastered on his face vanished instantly. The cocktail shaker in his hand clattered to the floor. Without a second thought, he scrambled out from behind the bar, stumbling and crawling as he fled. Then, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, thud! He knelt directly before Suli. Su boss. His voice trembled violently with utter terror. How did you honor us with your presence? He had personally witnessed it on the Bounty Hunters Association's internal forum. He knew that the seemingly harmless young man before him. Was a terrifying monster beyond imagination. Suli paid him no mind. He merely spoke, his tone calm. Have your boss send a blood pigeon to see me? Yes. I'll go right away. Right away. The bartender, as if granted a pardon, scrambled toward the backstage area. Less than 3 minutes later, a man dressed in a blood-red suit, pale as a vampire. He strode out from the backstage area, flanked by a large contingent of bodyguards. He was the master of the Nest of Delights and one of the rulers of Chaos City Blood Dove. He stared at Suli, who was leisurely eyeing the bunny girls in his establishment. He forced a smile that looked worse than crying. May I ask, Mr. Su, what brings you here today? Suli didn't answer him. Instead, he pointed a finger at a trembling, overweight middle-aged man cowering behind him. That guy called Fat Dog, he's your man, right? Yes. Cold Pigeon's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Very well. Suli nodded. I heard he bought a little girl from a woman a few days ago? Now, bring that woman and the little girl to me. And while you're at it, tie up that fat dog and send him over too. Chapter 137, crushed to mincemeat in 1 second. Suli's tone was utterly matter-of-fact. As if he were discussing a trivial matter. Yet the words themselves caused Blood Pigeon's face to turn ashen. He knew this matter today would likely not end well. Yet he dared not resist. Yes. He could only grit his teeth and force out 2 words through clenched jaws. Then, turning to his men behind him, in a voice thick with humiliation and rage, he growled. What are you standing around for? Didn't you hear Boss Su's orders? Go! Bring that person here. Yes, sir. The servants dared not delay for a moment. They scrambled and stumbled into the backstage area. Soon, two individuals still lost in their revelry were roughly dragged out. One was the woman of lingering charm who had sold her own daughter. The other was the obese middle-aged man nicknamed Fat Dog. Both were dragged out looking utterly bewildered and annoyed. "What the hell? Can't you see I'm busy?" Fat Dog cursed viciously while pulling up his pants. The woman, too, was adjusting her disheveled clothes, her face brimming with impatience. However, when they were dragged into the lobby and witnessed the bizarre scene before them, they froze in shock. They saw their immediate superior, the bartender who ruled with an iron fist at the nest of delights. They saw their boss's boss, the overseer who controlled the entire district's underground operations. And even the superior of their superior's superior. The legendary Blood Dove, one of the rulers of Chaos City. And now, these three figures, godlike in their eyes, were now bowing respectfully before a young man. The scene was suffocatingly absurd. "Old boss." Fat Dog's voice began to tremble, the arrogance on his face instantly morphing into utter terror. Blood Dove didn't even glance at him. He addressed Suli. "Boss Su, we've brought the person." "What do you say?" Suli remained silent. He merely swept his gaze over the two figures on the ground with eyes as cold and indifferent as an abyss. He glanced at the two on the ground, who were nearly scared to death. Then, he slowly shifted his gaze back to the blood pigeon. "Speak." His voice was flat. "How did they cross me? Offend you?" The blood pigeon was utterly dumbfounded. He instinctively whipped his head around, his eyes blazing with a look that seemed ready to devour them alive. He glared fiercely at the two fools on the ground. "You two bastards! What the hell did you do? How did you manage to piss off Boss Su?" "Mr. Su?" Fat Dog and the woman looked equally bewildered and innocent. They had no idea who this Su boss was. Forget provoking him, they'd never even heard of him. And someone who could make a city lord of Blood Dove's caliber kneel on the ground? Was he even someone like the maggots who'd spent their entire lives wallowing in the mud could ever hope to encounter? They racked their brains trying to figure out how they'd managed to offend such a colossus, a figure they weren't even worthy of looking up to. "Well, let me give you a hint." Suli's voice was as flat as if he were discussing some trivial matter unrelated to himself. "Ali. And his daughter. You two dogs, you haven't forgotten, have you?" At the mention of those two names, the Fat Dog and that woman were instantly struck as if by lightning. The color drained from their faces, their eyes filled with utter terror and disbelief. They never imagined that Ali, the mercenary they saw as a worthless piece of trash, someone they could toy with at will, could possibly be connected to this god before them, a god so powerful even blood pigeons sought his favor. No, Boss Su. This is a misunderstanding. A colossal misunderstanding." Fat Dog was the first to snap out of it. Like a true dead dog, he scrambled and crawled, desperate to grab Suli's leg. "That little girl, I haven't touched her. She's still safe and sound. I'll have someone bring her to you immediately. Spare my life, Boss Su. I'll never dare again." But that woman, after her initial terror, seemed to go mad. She suddenly leaped to her feet. Instead of begging for mercy, she pointed at Suli and began cursing furiously. "Ali? That good for nothing again. How much did he pay you? I'll give you double. No. 10 times more." Her face was twisted with jealousy and venom, her expression contorted into a hideous grimace. "That little brat is nothing but a money pit. So what if I sold her? She's my flesh and blood. I'll do with her as I please. None of your damn business. Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to meddle in my family affairs? You." Her hysterical tirade was cut short. Smack! A sharp slap echoed through the entire hall. It was Blood Dove. He sprang to his feet, one blow sending the madwoman flying backward. "Shut your filthy mouth. You stupid." Blood Dove's face twisted with savage fury and terror. He feared that if this stupid woman uttered another word, she would drag him down to hell with her. Suli watched this absurd farce, a true-to-life spectacle of human absurdity, and felt nothing but nausea. He couldn't even be bothered to glance at the other two again. He merely turned his head to face Blood Dove, who stared back at him with utter terror. Then he asked, "Can I kill them?" "Yes. Of course you can." Without a moment's hesitation, the blood pigeon immediately bowed and scraped, replying, "Not only kill them, Boss Su, even if you wanted to grind their bones to dust and scatter the ashes, it'd be no problem." "Very well." Suli nodded. He issued new orders to those behind him. "Kuchio. Dispose of them." "Yes, master." Mukuchio's voice was cold and decisive. She slowly stepped forward. "Gravity field compression." "No." Two screams, filled with despair and terror, abruptly ceased. Under Mukuchio's terrifying manipulation of gravity, the bodies of those two individuals, along with their bones and internal organs, were subjected to an invisible force. Brutally compressed, twisted, and crushed. Ultimately, they were reduced to an indistinguishable pool of bloody, pulpy flesh. The entire process was clean and efficient, filled with a chillingly violent beauty. After completing this, Mu Kachio acted as if nothing had happened. He returned to his position behind Su Li. Blood Dove stared at the mosaic-like mass on the ground, still twitching faintly. A chill shot straight up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He knew that the young man before him possessed not only terrifying strength, but also ruthless and decisive in battle. A true force to be reckoned with. He took a deep breath. Mr. Su, now that this matter is settled, can we now discuss the matter of cooperation? He asked, tentatively. I believe that with your strength and my connections, if we join forces, we could easily devour all the other old farts in Chaos City. Then the entire city would belong to just the two of us. However, Su Li merely gave him a cold glance. Cooperation? You're not worthy. Chapter 138, The Wealthy Family's Son-in-Law? What do you mean you're carrying my child? With that, he paid no further attention to the blood dove, who had frozen solid in place. He simply walked out of the nest of delights without looking back. And the little girl was brought back exactly as she was. Back to the rebirth clinic. Su Li handed the rescued little girl, her spirit severely shaken, to Ali, who had been waiting there all along. Watching the father and daughter embrace and weep, reunited after separation, Su Li's face showed no emotion. He silently pushed back the metal box containing Ali's last shred of dignity. Then he turned and walked deep into the laboratory. Thank you. Thank you so much. You're a good man. Holding his daughter close, Ali bowed repeatedly toward Su Li's retreating back, overcome with gratitude. Su Li didn't turn around, merely waving casually to signal they could leave. As the father and daughter's figures disappeared from the clinic entrance, the entire clinic returned to its usual tranquility. Lin Wanwan and Mu Kachio were meticulously wiping down and maintaining their exclusive mechs. Meanwhile, Xia Qingxue stood behind the counter, quietly preparing Su Li's favorite iced black tea. Everything seemed so serene. Yet, at that very moment, a series of urgent communication alerts shattered the tranquility. It was Guan Ziyao's personal terminal. She glanced at the caller ID. Instantly fell. She hesitated for a moment before finally answering the call. She said nothing, merely listening in silence. After several minutes, she ended the call. Her entire being felt drained of all strength, leaving her gloomy and dejected. She dragged her heavy footsteps to the deepest part of the laboratory. There, Su Li sat reclined in his executive chair, a modified version of Iron Butcher's throne, eyes closed in quiet repose. Guan Ziyao said nothing. She simply, like a wronged, homeless kitten, she leapt directly into Su Li's embrace. Then, she rubbed her little head against his chest, nuzzling and pressing against him, as if seeking some kind of comfort and shelter. Su Li opened his eyes, looking at the suddenly clingy little kitten in his arms, feeling both amused and exasperated. He reached out and ruffled her golden hair. What's wrong? His voice was gentle. Who upset our little rich girl and made her unhappy? No, no. Guan Ziyao's voice sounded a bit aggrieved. It was just a call from family. Oh? Su Li's eyebrows arched slightly. Pushing you to come back and get married again? No. Guan Ziyao shook her head, burying her face deeper into Su Li's embrace, as if only this could give her a shred of security. It's more complicated than that. She paused, her voice thick with irritation and unease, murmuring softly. My grandfather insists I must return. He said the family's centennial celebration is approaching. It's also the final trial to determine the next heir. He also said. Her voice grew even quieter. You must come back with me too. What? Why does this involve me? Su Li froze completely upon hearing this. His face was filled with confusion. He looked at the one in his arms, her face buried tightly against him. The little girl dared not meet his gaze, leaving him utterly bewildered. What did the Jin Feng family's heir trial have to do with him, an outsider? He, Su Li, wasn't some son-in-law brought into their family. Has your grandfather gone senile? Su Li couldn't help but mutter under his breath. No, no. Guan Yao's voice was as thin as a mosquito's leg, dripping with guilt. Yes, I did. I told them we're already engaged. And you're the father of the child in my belly. Su Li. He felt his brain was about to overheat at that moment. He reached out and yanked the girl, who was still pretending to be dead, in his arms, upright. He forced her to meet his gaze. He stared into her large, watery eyes, darting nervously from side to side. And her adorable cheeks flushed crimson as if they might bleed. He felt his temples begin to throb violently once more. Guan Ziyao. He ground his teeth, enunciating each syllable of her name. Do you think I've lived too long? I had no choice. Guan Ziyao stared at Su Li's murderous glare. She shrank back, her neck tightening, tears welling up in her eyes. She held up 2 index fingers, looking pitifully, explaining in a tone brimming with grievance and supplication. Our family trial is insane. Not only do we compete on skill and wealth, but also on whose heir is more outstanding. My cousins, every single one of them, already have kids old enough to run errands. If I don't hurry, they'll completely eliminate me.
So you're just using me as a shield? Veins bulged on Su Li's forehead. No, not a shield. Guan Ziao shook her head hastily, her bright, sparkling eyes fixed on Su Li, filled with sly, fox-like cunning and anticipation. It's the trump card. She wrapped her arms around Su Li's arm and began to act coy. Think about it, Su Li, you're so amazing, so incredibly amazing. Just stand there. All my cousins and their little crybabies. Then that heir's position would be mine for the taking, right? Then, shifting her tone, she began to coax in gently. You know, our Golden Phoenix family's treasury holds the largest and purest steel or vein in the entire Federation. All you have to do is help me handle this matter. Then, forget half even if you want the entire vein, I'll steal it for you. Su Li fell silent. He stared at this young heiress before him, who'd resorted to both beauty and self-sacrifice to achieve her ends. He felt his iron-hard resolve to build his empire seemed to have wavered just a tiny bit. After all, being a wealthy family's son-in-law by marriage. Not such a bad deal? Chapter 139, The Cheating Cat Guan Ziao. After all, being a wealthy family's son-in-law by marriage. Not a bad deal? What do you think, Su Li? Seeing Su Li's silence, Guan Ziao intensified her advances. She used her petite, delicate body, constantly rubbing against Su Li's body. Her mouth emitted soft, sweet cooing sounds of unclear meaning. Please, just help me out, okay? At worst, I'll give you every penny I earn from now on. I'll give you mine too. Please? Alright. Su Li was worn down by her persistence until he truly had no choice. He reached out and cupped her little face, which was still rubbing against him. I promise you. He sighed, his face contorting into an incredibly strained expression. After all, he had to put on a show. It wouldn't hurt him anyway. But we have a deal. His gaze grew intensely serious. It's just a sham. And I want half the vein. He reminded her. Yay! Upon hearing this, Guan Ziao instantly leapt out of Su Li's embrace. Like a little fox who'd snatched some candy. Spinning excitedly in circles on the spot. I knew it. Su Li, you're the best. She completely failed to notice the fleeting, sly smile hidden beneath Su Li's strained expression. A fleeting, sly smile like an old fox who'd gotten his way. The Jin Feng clan's heir trial? Sounds like it'll be quite interesting. Plus, it'd be a legitimate way to secure an entire top-tier mineral vein. Such a win-win opportunity both for showing off and raking in the cash. How could Su Li possibly refuse? Yet, just as Su Li was secretly reveling in his delight and Guan Ziao basked in the satisfaction of her plan succeeding, someone was displeased. A cold, icy voice echoed faintly from behind. Cheating cat. Guan Ziao's body froze abruptly. She turned to find Lin Wanwan had appeared behind her at some unknown moment. She stood arms crossed, her blood-red eyes blazing with undisguised murderous intent. She fixed her gaze on Guan Ziao, who was clutching Su Li's arm. Let go. My master. She ground out each word between clenched teeth. Your master? Guan Ziao, far from being intimidated, instead puffed out her small chest. She clutched Su Li's arm even tighter. Like a kitten guarding its food, she bared her teeth at Lin Wanwan. He's my fiancé now. If anyone should let go, it's you. Fiancé? A red glint flashed in Lin Wanwan's eyes as a dangerous aura began to spread. Just kill you, and he won't be anymore. You dare. It seemed the two young women were about to come to blows right then and there over the favor. Su Li felt the throbbing pain return to his temples. He couldn't take it anymore. He spun around abruptly. On the smooth foreheads of those two girls, still locked in a fierce battle of glances. One by one, he delivered a sharp smack. Thud. Thud. Two crisp, ringing sounds. Ouch. That hurt. Both girls instantly clutched their heads. Tears welling up, they crouched down. Behave yourselves. Su Li snapped sternly. If you two dare make a sound again, all your time this month is cancelled. What time? The time I spend with you, of course. This threat proved more effective than any other. The two girls instantly fell silent. They shot each other a defiant glare. Then, like two schoolchildren who'd done something wrong, they obediently fell in line, one on each side of Su Li. Neither dared utter another word. The next morning, a top-tier private shuttle, painted entirely in gold and white with a design blending classical and sci-fi aesthetics, bearing a golden phoenix emblem. Slowly, it descended onto the rooftop helipad of the Rebirth Clinic. When the cabin door opened, Su Li, who had been waiting there, couldn't help but let out a small gasp of surprise. There stood Guan Ziao, dressed in an ensemble several times more dazzling than her gown at the previous banquet. She descended the gangway like a true little queen. Behind her followed 2 rows of attendants and bodyguards, all dressed in uniform and radiating a steady, composed aura. The spectacle and grandeur were more extravagant than an ancient emperor's procession. How about that? Guan Ziao walked up to Su Li and gracefully spun around. How's my outfit for returning to the city? Not bad. Su Li nodded, then asked with a hint of amusement. But are you sure we're going to a trial, not a beauty pageant? Put. Guan Ziyao pouted in displeasure. What do you know? This is called presence. We're going to crush them with sheer presence from the very start. As she spoke, she already had Su Li in tow, pulling him aboard the shuttle luxurious as a palace. Come on, my fiancé. She leaned close to Su Li's ear, her breath warm and sweet, and winked playfully. Let's go home and give those who look down on us a big surprise. A big surprise? Don't tell me it's a scare? I'd hate to distract them only to get chased by a bunch of old farts. Relax, I won't die. Guan Ziyao patted her not exactly ample chest, swearing solemnly. A man should own up to his actions. Besides, I'm carrying your child. You're addicted to acting, aren't you? Veins bulged on Su Li's forehead. Golden Phoenix Clan, main residence. When Su Li followed Guan Ziyao into the vast council chamber, steeped in classical elegance and an air of authority, he braced himself for a treacherous banquet. He expected to see countless pairs of eyes filled with contempt, scrutiny, and disdain. However, reality turned out to be vastly different from what he had anticipated. In the council chamber, the elders of the clans, led by Guan Shanhai. Upon seeing him, they showed not a trace of hostility. Instead, one by one, they wore expressions of warmth and even admiration, as if looking upon an outstanding younger relative. Kind, even admiring smiles. Su Li, you've arrived, haven't you? Truly a fine young man, with extraordinary bearing. An elder with an ethereal, sage-like demeanor stroked his beard and nodded with a smile. To have captured the heart of our Yao Yao and even brought her to bear a child, truly remarkable, truly remarkable. Another elder, as benevolent as the Maitreya Buddha, chimed in with agreement. Su Li. He felt as though he'd punched a pillow. These old codgers aren't playing by the rules, are they? Everyone, please sit. From the seat of honor, Guan Shanhai spoke. His eyes, sharp as a falcon's, fixed on Su Li, brimming with satisfaction. Su Li, Yao Yao has told us everything about you. Very good. Not just buddies? How did things get so serious? You two weren't like this last time. Chapter 140, what happened to the promised show-off and slap in the face? No way? How did you two get together so fast? Last time you saw Su Li, weren't you lamenting how your precious cabbage got ruined by that pig? How did you suddenly change your tune? Su Li understood. These old foxes couldn't care less about his background or whether he truly loved Guan Ziyao. They cared about only two things. First, the terrifying potential Su Li displayed enough to stir up the entire city in his ruthless, uncompromising style. Second, Su Li appeared remarkably easy to control. An orphaned, rootless young man who'd clawed his way up from the lowest rung. His only weakness? The little princess of the Golden Phoenix clan nestled in his arms. As long as they could get a hold of Guan Ziyao, it would be like holding Su Li himself in the palm of one's hand. Such a capable, ambitious, and easily manipulated son-in-law. To them, he was nothing short of a perfect blade dropped from the heavens. How could they possibly look down on him? Yet the elders' approval didn't mean everyone else felt the same. Amidst this atmosphere of apparent harmony, a voice filled with jealousy and contempt, utterly out of place, suddenly rang out from the doorway. I wondered who it could be. So it's that pretty boy who crawled out of that backwater town of Ziqing only because of my sister? Here he is again. Why does he show up everywhere? Su Li inwardly raged, feeling he was developing PTSD from this classic villain opening line. Is there a single normal person left in this world? But this time, Su Li was genuinely mistaken. A young man in a flashy pink suit, bearing a slight resemblance to Guan Ziyao. But his demeanor seemed somewhat frivolous. He walked straight up to Su Li. He scrutinized Su Li from head to toe. His gaze was filled with scrutiny, judgment, and perhaps a hint of schadenfreude. Su Li's brow furrowed slightly. He was prepared for the man to pull out a check at any moment, demanding he leave his sister alone. Yet suddenly, the man grabbed Su Li's hands with both of his. His face instantly revealed an expression of overwhelming excitement, boundless enthusiasm, and even profound gratitude. Hero. Benefactor. He shook Su Li's hands vigorously. Shouted in a voice nearly choked with tears, filled with the relief of having survived a catastrophe. My name is Guan Zijuan, Yao Yao's cousin. On behalf of all of us siblings who were bullied by her since childhood, I offer you our deepest respect. Su Li, huh? He was completely dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? The script wasn't written like this. Bro. You have no idea. Guan Zijuan, as if he'd found his tribe, started pouring out his grievances. You have no idea what we've been through all these years. Yao Yao. She was a little demon from day one. No, a total little terror. At 3, she dared to dismantle the patriarch's motorized wheelchair. At 5, she painted her uncle's combat mech pink. At 7, she hacked the entire family's security system and blasted 2 tigers love to dance all day long. Which one of us older brothers hasn't been driven to the brink by her bizarre mechanical contraptions? Guan Zijuan's voice cracked as he spoke, tears welling in his eyes. We all thought she'd spend her entire life surrounded by cold, lifeless parts. We'd even braced ourselves for a lifetime of torment at her hands. He suddenly lifted his head, his almond-shaped eyes sparkling with the light of someone who'd seen a savior. He stared intently at Suli. Until you appeared. Hero. It was you. You subdued this female demon. It was you who rescued us from the depths of hell. As he spoke, he actually pulled a small silk banner from his pocket, one he'd somehow obtained. Embroidered in gold thread across it were 8 bold characters. A great service to the people, a boundless merit. Without a word, he thrust this banner, brimming with reverence, into Suli's hands. Then, he pulled a black card with a gold border from his breast pocket. Brother, this is the supreme VIP card for heaven and earth. Valid across the entire Federation, all expenses are on me. From now on, you're my own brother. Whatever you need, just call on me anytime. I'll climb mountains of blades and plunge into seas of fire, nothing is beyond my duty. He pounded his chest, his face radiating boldness. Just don't send her back to us again. Suli, clutching the small silk banner and that black card, froze solid in place. He stared at this cheap brother-in-law before him, whose face screamed, "You know what I mean, bro?" Then he glanced at the one beside him. Her pretty face flushed crimson with shame and indignation as she silently began rummaging through her small bag. Various wrenches, screwdrivers, and a miniature stun gun. He felt like he'd been dragged into an even more absurd family sitcom. "Don't worry, Guan Zijuan." Guan Ziyao's voice seemed to drift up from the depths of hell. Cold and filled with murderous intent. She slowly lifted her head, her face which had been flushed crimson with shame and anger. Now, it was covered in a kind, chillingly terrifying smile. "You won't live to see that day." As she spoke, she adjusted the miniature stun gun in her hand to maximum power. A dangerous blue arc flickered and crackled on its surface. "Help me." Guan Zijuan stared at the familiar lethal weapon in her hand. He let out a startled yelp and instantly ducked behind Suli. He clung desperately to Suli's clothes like a chick spotting a hawk. "Brother! My own brother! Save me! She's going to kill me to silence me! Get out here!" Guan Ziyao, wielding the stun gun, advanced step by step with an unrelenting stride, closing in relentlessly. "Today, I'll make you understand what it means to treat your elder sister like your father. Don't come any closer. Grandpa! Help! Yao Yao's having another episode." Guan Zijuan, terrified, began circling Suli like a king avoiding pillars. Caught between these two troublemakers, Suli felt like he had two heads. The elders of the clan, who had been sitting stiffly upright moments before, watched the. Not only did they not intervene. Instead, one by one, they revealed expressions of satisfied amusement. Some even wore expressions of schadenfreude. At the head of the table, Guan Shanhai lifted his teacup and took a leisurely sip. His gaze seemed to say, yes, that's the taste I was looking for." Chapter 141, The Old Fox and the Young Fox. Yes, that's the taste. Same old formula, same familiar taste. Guan Shanhai watched the chaotic scene unfold before him and nodded with satisfaction. A hint of amusement even flickered in his sharp eyes. "Looks like our Yao Yao has truly found her soulmate. Alright, canned goods, cut it out." Suli couldn't take these two troublemakers anymore. He grabbed Guan Ziyao, who was still chasing after him, and confiscated the stun gun from her hand. "Alright." Seeing Suli speak up, Guan Ziyao reluctantly stowed away her weapon. Still seething, she glared at Guan Zijuan, who was peeking out from behind Suli. Peeking cautiously from behind Suli. The farce came to an end. The banquet proceeded smoothly thereafter. Suli truly experienced the depth of the Federation's top aristocratic families. Every ingredient served at the banquet was the finest natural produce, prepared fresh by master chefs. Every beverage was a priceless vintage worth a fortune. Even the background music for the banquet was performed live by a renowned orchestra celebrated throughout the entire Federation. This was nothing short of a fairy tale life. Suli finally got to see just how extraordinary Guan Ziyao's cousins were. Indeed, a well-established family only stops acting foolish once they consider you one of their own. When they saw Suli, a fleeting hint of wariness flashed in their eyes. But what dominated was the kind of scrutiny and testing reserved for adults. They would approach him with wine glasses in hand, striking up conversations. From black market deals to the political landscape of Zicheng. Then to their views on the future development of mechanical technology. Each question seemed casual, yet each concealed a hidden edge. But who was Suli? A man who had lived 2 lifetimes and possessed extraordinary abilities. He handled these grand occasions with effortless ease. He neither revealed his true nature. He displayed confidence and vision that were more than sufficient. By the end of the banquet, all the younger generation who still harbored doubts about Suli had completely changed. They knew this man was no mere pretty boy to be toyed with. He was someone who, like their fathers, a true tyrant. A true tyrant. The banquet concluded, and the guests dispersed. Just as Suli was preparing to leave with Guan Ziyao, who was already full and beginning to feel sleepy, Guan Shanhai called him back once more. Suli, come with me to the study. His tone was utterly matter-of-fact. But Suli knew the real feast was only just beginning. In the study, the scent of sandalwood incense wafted through the air. Guan Shanhai no longer sat in his wheelchair. Instead, he stood up. His seemingly aged frame stood as straight as a spear, radiating strength and power. He personally brewed a pot of tea for Suli. How did you find today? He asked with a smile. Not bad, Suli nodded. The food was good, and the wine was excellent. Ha! Guan Shanhai chuckled, knowing Suli was playing it safe. He cut straight to the point. Suli, I invited you here today not only to see what kind of taste our Yao has. There's another matter I'd like to ask for your help with. Oh? Suli's eyebrows arched slightly. Our Golden Phoenix clan, though outwardly polished and united as a solid block. A cold gleam flashed in Guan Shanhai's eyes. But in reality, no matter how vast a family may be, it inevitably breeds a few traitors who betray their own. He paused, then slowly uttered a name. Guan Jinlei. My third son, the most ambitious and ruthless member of our clan. He has always coveted the position of family head. Recently, I received intelligence suggesting he has made contact with the Green Snake organization. He intends to use the Green Snake's hands to eliminate me and every obstacle standing in his way. Guan Shanhai stared at Suli, his eyes like those of a hawk, filled with unmasked, murderous intent. Family matters are not something I can personally intervene in. Therefore, I ask you to wield the sharpest blade and help me clean house. Suli listened, inwardly gasping at the sheer ruthlessness. Good grief, asking his future grandson-in-law to eliminate his own flesh and blood? In the eyes of these great families, is profit truly the only thing that matters? Has even the most basic familial affection vanished? He lifted his teacup, masking the flicker of emotion in his eyes. Yet his face betrayed a perfectly measured expression of slight reluctance. Cleaning house? He looked at Guan Shanhai and asked tentatively. Mr. Guan, this is ultimately your family matter. As an outsider, it wouldn't be right for me to interfere, would it? Besides, as you mentioned, that third master is the one connected to Green Snake. He must be surrounded by countless masters. With my meager skills, I'm afraid. Before he could finish, Guan Shanhai smiled. That smile resembled an old fox who had seen through the thoughts of every prey. Of course, he cut off Suli's refusal. Slowly, he extended a single finger. This is the price once the matter is settled. The corner of Suli's eye twitched imperceptibly. 100 million? Moreover, Guan Shanhai gazed at Suli and slowly extended a second finger. Secondary access privileges to all military laboratories of our Golden Phoenix family. Suli's breath caught slightly. Level 2 access privileges. That meant he could access countless military-grade core technology blueprints that were utterly impossible to find on the open market. Military-grade core technology blueprints. Moreover, just as Suli was about to nod in agreement, unable to resist any longer, Guan Shanhai slowly extended his third finger. His voice carried a deadly allure. That steel or vein you covet most. I'll decide to give you half. Go. Suli, utterly defeated, swallowed hard. He felt his iron-hard resolve to build his empire shattered into pieces by these three blunt, brutal conditions. He stared at the old fox before him, whose face radiated sincere earnestness. Only one thought remained in his mind. He needed to up the offer. No, that's not right. No, the money being offered was simply too much. He abruptly leapt to his feet. His face instantly took on an expression brimming with righteous indignation. He looked at Guan Shanhai with profound sorrow. With a hint of disappointment in his tone, he spoke with heartfelt anguish. Mr. Guan, what on earth do you take me, Suli, for? Chapter 142, For Profit, Suli is capable of anything. Yao Yao and I are soulmates. We've long regarded each other as the most important people in our lives. Her matters are my matters. The affairs of the Golden Phoenix clan are my affairs. Cleansing the family of traitors is a duty we must fulfill without hesitation. As he spoke, he pounded his chest, making a thumping sound. Rest assured. Leave this matter entirely to me. I will ensure that traitor who betrayed us is dealt with thoroughly. He paused, then shifted his tone, his face flushing with a perfectly measured mix of awkwardness and embarrassment. But, you know me, I like to do things perfectly. Everything requires a proper procedure, right? He looked at Guan Shanhai, rubbing his hands together, and murmured somewhat sheepishly. About those conditions you mentioned earlier. Wouldn't it be best to draw up a written agreement first? Guan Shanhai froze at the suggestion, then pointed at Suli and burst into loud laughter. Ha! You sly fox! He doubled over laughing, tears nearly streaming from his eyes. He had lived nearly 2 centuries, encountering countless people. He'd seen the greedy, the deceitful, the ambitious. But someone like Suli, who displayed greed and shamelessness with such refreshing originality. He'd never seen anyone so brazenly righteous about it before. Fine. 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 Guan Shanhai laughed himself silly, then wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. He waved his hand impatiently at Su Li. My word is my bond. Once spoken, it's like water spilled irrevocable. You think this old man would back down on a deal? As he spoke, he was already operating on his personal terminal. Soon, a legally binding electronic contract, dual certified by the Golden Phoenix clan and the Federation Notary Office, was sent to Su Li's terminal. There, in black and white, clearly stated, were all the terms Guan Shanhai had just promised. 100 million in cash, access privileges to the Level 2 laboratory, and ownership of that half vein of steel ore. All that was required was for Su Li to ensure Guan Jinlei vanished from this world within a month. In a reasonable manner. Now, can you relax? Guan Shanhai watched Su Li meticulously cross-checking every word of the contract, his expression a mix of amusement and exasperation. I am relieved. I am relieved. After confirming the contract contained no hidden clauses, an incredibly bright, grateful smile instantly spread across his face. He bowed deeply to Guan Shanhai. Grandpa Guan, rest assured. I, Su Li, will not fail in my mission. I guarantee your third son will depart peacefully and with dignity, leaving not a single regret. Guan Shanhai looked at his smug, ungrateful expression. He could only shake his head helplessly. He knew he had, it seemed, still underestimated this young man's thick-skinned nature. When Su Li emerged from the study, thoroughly satisfied, Guan Ziyao paced anxiously at the doorway like an ant on a hot pan. The moment she saw Su Li emerge, she rushed forward. How did it go? How did it go? She grabbed Su Li's arm and asked anxiously. Did my grandfather give you a hard time? Did he make any unreasonable demands again? No. Su Li shook his head, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. He reached out and gently tickled Guan Ziyao's delicate nose. Your grandfather just gave me your dowry early. Dowry? Guan Ziyao froze. Yes. Su Li smiled, took her hand, and led her toward the exit of the banquet hall. Come on, my little rich girl. Let's go home. I'll discuss it with you when we get back. Right. Su Li smiled, took her hand, and led her toward the exit of the banquet hall. Come on, my little rich girl. He didn't reveal the details of the contract outright, choosing instead to deliberately keep her guessing. Let's go home, and I'll discuss it with you slowly. Discuss? Discuss what? Guan Ziyao's curiosity was instantly piqued. She followed Su Li like a curious kitten, persistently asking. Just tell me already. What exactly did my grandfather say to you? Is he trying to get you to do some dirty, hard work for him again? Let me tell you, Su Li, don't let that old fox fool you. He's the master of making empty promises. Su Li listened to her adorable, biased remarks and couldn't help but chuckle. He stopped in his tracks and turned around, watching her feign mystery as she lowered her voice. He told me to help you clear away every stone blocking your path. Rocks? Guan Ziyao froze for a moment, then her brilliant mind instantly caught on. Her eyes widened in shock. You mean, my Uncle San? Shoo. Su Li made a shushing gesture toward her, his face breaking into a knowing smile. Then he said no more. He took the girl, now utterly lost in shock and ecstasy, by the hand. They boarded the hovering luxury car that had been waiting for them all along. The vehicle glided slowly away from the aerial estate, a place steeped in power and intrigue. Outside the windows, the dazzling city lights. In Su Li's eyes, they seemed to transform into one juicy slice after another. Cakes. Soon, all of this would be his. Su Li. Guan Ziyao beside him finally snapped out of her profound shock and ecstasy. She gazed at Su Li's profile, its contours shifting in the neon light, her large, sparkling eyes brimming with complex emotions. Admiration, excitement, and a hint of barely perceptible worry. My third uncle, he's not someone to be trifled with. Her voice was slightly hoarse. He commands the largest private military force within the family. He keeps countless desperados and cybernetic operatives under his command. Moreover, he himself is a genuine B-rank peak-tier powerhouse. Most crucially, she paused, her tone growing incredibly grave. He was ruthless and deeply suspicious, possessing almost no weaknesses. Killing him would be difficult. Difficult? He turned to face the wealthy young woman before him, who was worrying about him. In this world, there is no one who cannot be killed. His voice was flat yet brimming with absolute confidence. As long as the price offered was high enough. Or if the benefits gained from his death were substantial enough. Chapter 143, Guan Ziyao. I am the future head of the family. As long as the price offered is high enough. Or, the benefits his death could bring were substantial enough. He looked at Guan Ziyao, his deep eyes flashed with a cunning light like that of an old fox. You think I agreed to your grandfather's terms just for that half vein of ore? No. He shook his head. What I've ever wanted was never that half vein. What I wanted was the entire Golden Phoenix clan. Guan Ziyao's pupils suddenly contracted. You. Shoo. Su Li once again made a shushing gesture toward her. He leaned close to her ear and spoke slowly in a low, husky tone. His truly insane plan. Just think about it. Once your third uncle is dead, then, among your good-for-nothing cousins, who would stand as your rival?
Then, you would become the sole and most legitimate heir to the Golden Phoenix family.
And I.
Su Li's lips curled into a cold, calculating smile, brimming with the desire for control.
As your future family head's fiancé.
The entire Golden Phoenix clan, its centuries of accumulated wealth, expertise, and connections,
would all become ours, wouldn't they? Guan Ziyou froze solid.
She stared blankly at the man before her, who was painting a grand blueprint of how he would devour her family. She felt that her once proud, brilliant mind
had suddenly become utterly inadequate. She had thought she was already crazy enough. But this man? He was 100 times crazier than her. What he wanted wasn't to be some mere tool. What he wanted was to be the one wielding the blade. A full 30 seconds passed. Guan Ziyou finally snapped out of her profound shock.
She looked into Su Li's bright, sparkling eyes. Not a trace of fear or resistance remained. Instead, they blazed with a brilliance more dazzling and fervent than ever before.
Glow. Good. She slapped her thigh hard. This is it.
She was like a revolutionary who had found her life's calling. Her face brimmed with excitement and fighting spirit.
Su Li. From this day forward, you are my half-brother. No. You're my real dad. Together, we'll take them down. Aren't I already your father?
Su Li pinched the girl's cheeks and said with a smile.
Stop fooling around. Guan Ziyou pouted playfully, lightly tapping Su Li's shoulder.
Su Li could only smile helplessly. He knew that from this moment onward.
This glittering vessel of the Golden Phoenix clan, this pirate ship. He was utterly unable to go on. Back at Guan Ziyou's estate,
Su Li did not rush to devise an assassination plan targeting Guan Jinlei. He knew that sharpening the blade wouldn't delay the woodcutting. Before hunting that old lion, he must first hone his own claws and fangs to their sharpest edge. And Guan Shanhai, that old fox, did indeed keep his word. The very next day after Su Li returned to the estate, the 100 million yuan deposit and the access rights to the Gene Foam family's Level 2 laboratory were both transferred into his account. Su Li accepted it without hesitation. Then, the very first thing he did was lock himself away once more in that private laboratory, a facility rivaling the top research institutes of the Federation.
He intended to perform a self-upgrade.
He opened the interface of the mechanical king's throne. He surveyed the vast reservoir of source essence particles accumulated through completing numerous missions,
and the dazzling array of materials in his inventory. A look of immense satisfaction spread across his face. All right, let's begin.
The first thing he would upgrade was his eyes. This low-end prosthetic eye, though functional, was gradually falling behind his current combat pace. He needed a pair that was stronger, smarter. Eyes that could process more information for him.
Mechanical King's Throne.
Using the holographic eagle eye as a blueprint, integrate all visual system-related technologies from the material database. Consume 1,000 source points and simulate the optimal, epic tier, evolution plan.
Ding. Command received. Simulating. Simulation complete. Congratulations. You have obtained the epic tier prosthetic eye blueprint, Eye of Insight.
Eye of Insight features an independent quantum AI named Leif, capable of assisting in battlefield analysis, data processing, hacking electronic devices, and short-range tactical prediction. Its observation unit utilizes multidimensional composite crystals, freely switching between 12 observation modes including thermal imaging, electromagnetic induction, and energy flow detection.
Excellent.
A sharp gleam flared in Su Li's eyes. Without hesitation, he immediately plunged into the fabrication and self-modification of the Eye of Insight.
3 days later,
when Su Li stepped down from the operating table once more, his eyes seemed to hold countless stars, swirling and shifting like the cosmos itself. He could distinctly sense that within his mind, a sweet, melodious voice. Of course, he wasn't experiencing schizophrenia, it was the AI kicking into gear.
Leifei, online.
Sir, it is my pleasure to serve you.
Feels good.
Su Li nodded in satisfaction. Then, he turned his gaze toward his next target.
Weapons.
The judgment armor, though formidable, was his trump card not to be deployed lightly. He needed a primary weapon that was sufficiently powerful even under normal circumstances.
He opened the Golden Phoenix clan's secondary materials repository.
Inside lay an array of rare alloys he'd never even heard of.
It nearly blinded him. Ha! Ha!
Su Li roared with laughter.
Once I succeed, all these will be mine. All mine.
Without hesitation, he selected the epic tier material named Starfall Iron. Then, combining his own design philosophy for the Mantis Blade with the Golden Phoenix clan's high-frequency vibration particle technology, he forged a brand new, custom-made blade for himself, one that could be used interchangeably between the judgment armor and its standard form.
Epic high-frequency vibration particle battle blade, nameless.
It was a tango blade, entirely pitch black, approximately 2 meters long, with a minimalist design.
Yet it radiated an extreme sense of sharpness, a tang sword. The instant Suli grasped it in his hand. Hum. The blade emitted a crisp hum, like the roar of a dragon. He merely swung it forward casually. SSSSH. An invisible blade aura instantly sliced through the high-strength alloy target ahead, cleaving it in two as easily as cutting tofu. The cut was smooth as a mirror. What a blade! Chapter 144, you need items to fight the boss, but how do you get them? Boss drops. What a blade! Suli couldn't help but utter his admiration. With this blade, his close combat prowess would undergo another qualitative leap. But he knew it wasn't enough. All his cybernetic limbs, all his gear, all his power required a single, ultimate core to bear the load and drive it all. The spine. His previous centipede spine, though significantly upgraded, it had gradually become a bottleneck restricting his full potential. It was like an outdated motherboard in a computer. It could no longer support his increasingly powerful CPU and graphics card. It had to be replaced. Replace it with the absolute best. A light more intense than ever before flashed in Suli's eyes. He activated the Mechanical King's Throne once more. This time, he staked nearly all his source essence points. Mechanical King's Throne. Fuse all my techniques. Consume all my privileges. At any cost. Calculate for me the optimal, epic tier, spine for the stage. Ding. Received, Supreme Directive. Ultimate simulation in progress. Simulation complete. Congratulations. You have obtained the epic cyborg blueprint. Dragon Spine. Suli immediately examined the blueprint that had consumed his immense effort. Name, Dragon Spine Epic Tier Flesh and Machine Artifact. Core concept, utilizing the vertebrae of sub-dragon species as a foundation, through genetic grafting, neural remodeling, and mechanical symbiosis technology. Achieve seamless integration with the user's own spine. Ultimately, granting the user a new spine, one that possesses the colossal power of a dragon and the absolute precision of machinery. Core materials. Sub-dragon spinal bone X1, requirement, must retain maximum biological activity. Life core X1, grade B or higher, used to activate dragon bone vitality. Genetic grafting incubator X1. Neuronal linking fluid X 10 liters. Gazing at the blueprint, he brimmed with imagination and madness. Suli's breathing grew ragged. This was the true ascension of flesh and blood. This was the perfect symbiosis of machinery and flesh he had always pursued. The previous, mechanized Dantian, was merely the beginning. And this dragon spine will be his first step toward becoming a demigod. But Suli stared at the first and most crucial item on the materials list, and his head began to ache once more. A dragonling's vertebrae? And it had to be preserved with maximum biological activity? Where the hell was he supposed to get that? Did dragons even exist in this world? Even if they did, they'd undoubtedly be terrifying entities standing at the very apex of the food chain. Hunting a dragon? Don't be ridiculous. With his current strength, he probably wouldn't stand a chance, right? Damn it, this is trouble. Suli scratched his head in frustration. He felt like he'd slipped back into those agonizing days chasing after the life core. No money, no materials. He was stuck. What if? Suddenly, the image of a blonde girl flashed through Suli's mind. Why not call that little rich girl over and ask? He thought of Guanzio and the unfathomable Golden Phoenix clan behind her. As the Federation's foremost military-industrial conglomerate, their intelligence networks and channels were undoubtedly beyond his wildest imagination. Perhaps they truly possessed the means to obtain such legendary items? With that thought, Suli hesitated no longer. He immediately dialed Guanzio's communicator. The call connected almost instantly. Dad! You finally remembered me. Did you miss me? Guanzio's voice, brimming with surprise and vitality, came through the line. Cut the nonsense, Suli snapped impatiently. I have serious business to discuss. Go ahead, my big boss. What's on your mind? Help me look into something. Suli's tone turned serious. In your Golden Phoenix family's archives, is there any record whatsoever about creatures called dragons? Dragons? Guanzio on the other end of the line paused, taken aback. Then, her voice grew incredibly solemn. Suli, why are you asking this? You wouldn't be thinking of. Mind your own business, Suli cut her off. Just tell me, is there or isn't there? A full half-minute of silence hung on the other end of the line. Just as Suli was about to give up hope, Guanzio's voice, trembling slightly and tinged with disbelief and excitement, finally came through slowly. Yes. Not only is there one, and I know exactly where to get a complete one that still retains its highest potency. Young dragon's spine. Tell me more. Tell me more. HM? On the other end of the line, Guanzio suddenly emitted a hum filled with playful mischief. If you make it sound nice, I'll tell you. Suli. My dear daughter, hurry up and tell daddy. He. From the other end of the line came Guanzio's triumphant giggle, like that of a little fox.
She cleared her throat, dropping the teasing act, her tone turning serious. I know who possesses this spine of the young dragon.
Who? My third uncle. Guan Ziao slowly uttered a name that made Su Li's eye twitch uncontrollably. Guan Jinlei.
My third uncle has no other hobbies besides collecting bizarre and powerful creature skeletons and genetic samples. He even built a private collection hall on his estate that rivals the Federation's Natural History Museum. That, young dragon's spine, was one of his most prized possessions, a treasure he'd risked life and limb to retrieve 20 years ago from a high-risk ancient ruin. It was also his crowning jewel, the treasure he cherished most.
Su Li fell silent after hearing this. He felt as if fate had played a cruel joke on him. This ing loop is closed, isn't it?
To strengthen himself and take down Guan Jinlei. To do that, he must first upgrade the dragon spine. But to upgrade the dragon spine, he first needed to obtain the young dragon spine from Guan Jinlei.
So this basically meant he had to defeat Guan Jinlei once before he could defeat Guan Jinlei again? What the hell kind of game is this? Damn it. What's wrong, Su Li? Guan Ziao on the other end of the line detected the unease in his tone. Is it because you think it's a hassle? It's more than just a hassle.
Su Li rubbed his temples, which had started throbbing again. But a sly, fox-like gleam suddenly flashed in his eyes. Heaven never closes all doors.
Chapter 145, I avoid his sharp edge? A bold and daring plan slowly took shape in his mind. Since he couldn't win by force, then why not steal it instead?
No, it wasn't stealing.
How could scholars possibly call it stealing?
It's called technically borrowing it for a while.
The jar. Su Li's face once again broke into that devilish grin. Did you design the security system for your third uncle's private collection?
No, Guan Ziao shook her head. He paid a fortune to hire Blackwater's top-tier security team to design it. They claim not even a fly could get in.
Blackwater?
Su Li smiled at the mention.
Perfect. He commanded Guan Ziao on the other end of the line.
Right now, immediately, send me all the structural blueprints and the underlying security system code for that collection hall.
I know it's difficult, but you must do it. This is in order. Right? You want me dead?
From the other end of the line came Guan Ziao's shrill scream, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on.
That's Blackwater's Hellhound system. It's a military-grade firewall. I'm only a C class. You want me to hack this?
They'll trace me back through the network cables and turn me into mecha parts.
Then it hit him. He'd subconsciously assumed Guan Ziao was just another overpowered cheat like himself.
He'd forgotten that inside his own head lived an even more powerful cheat code.
Forget it.
Su Li rubbed his temples and said indifferently.
Get the structural diagram. Do your best. Don't worry about the security system. I'll handle the hacking. You? Guan Ziao's voice brimmed with skepticism. Su Li, I admit your skills are formidable, but that's the Hellhound. Beep. Su Li didn't waste any more words with her. He simply hung up the call.
He slowly closed his eyes.
His consciousness sank into his own, epically modified, eye of insight. Lei Fi Eye.
He softly called out the name of the quantum AI bound to his soul.
Present, sir. How may I assist you?
A sweet, intellectually beautiful female voice resonated within his mind.
Ready to stretch your legs? A smile brimming with anticipation spread across Su Li's face. Tonight, I'll take you to breach a firewall.
Roger that, sir.
A barely perceptible thrill tinged Laffy's voice. Data stream ready. Connecting to global network. Target, Blackwater Corporation, Hades security system. Initiating intrusion.
An indescribable torrent of data vast enough to overwhelm the entire small server. Through the eye of insight, it surged madly into his mind.
It was no longer mere zeros and ones, but a cascading waterfall of data, billions of streams shimmering with distinct hues, forming a vast digital universe. In that instant, his brain was forcibly transformed into a quantum computer operating at overload. Heat. Burning hot. Su Li felt his head was about to explode like an egg microwaved for 3 minutes. Explode. He let out a startled yelp, acting without a second thought. He ripped the clothes right off his body. Bare-chested, he charged into the nearby cold storage unit meant for preserving biological materials. The icy chill instantly enveloped his entire body. It granted his nearly boiling brain a fleeting moment of respite. Damn it, I miscalculated. Su Li leaned against the icy wall, gasping for breath in ragged heaves. He felt his eyeballs burning. Too bad Xia Qingxue wasn't here. Otherwise, he could have had her cast eternal frozen ground on him for some physical cooling. The effect would have been outstanding. But now, this little bit of cool air was nothing but a drop in the bucket. He could feel it clearly. His brain was being scorched bit by that terrifying torrent of data. If this continued, forget about hacking anything. He himself would turn into a drooling fool with a pointed head first. No! He must find a way to divert the flow. A resolute glint flashed in Su Li's eyes. He burst out of the cold storage.
He lunged straight toward the center of the lab toward the quantum server provided by Guan Ziao, belonging to the Golden Phoenix clan. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled a data interface. Then, amidst Laffy's worried cries of alarm. Amidst Laffy's alarmed cries filled with concern. Sir! Danger! Your biological brain cannot withstand such massive data overload. He violently thrust the interface into the server's main port. Raffi! Sully gritted his teeth and roared at the voice in his mind. Transfer all computations to this server. Today, I'll see for myself. Is its firewall tougher? Or if mine is tougher? As you wish, sir. Raffi's voice carried a hint of human-like resignation, the kind that comes with trying to reason with a stubborn fool. Yet she remained loyal, executing Sully's command. Data flood diversion initiated. Target, Golden Phoenix Type 3 quantum server. Connection established. Buzz. In that instant, every light in the entire laboratory flickered violently. The quantum server, as large as a room, began to rumble. The cooling system had activated. Sully exhaled a long, deep breath. He felt as though the pressure building in his brain, which had been on the verge of exploding, had finally been released like a floodgate had opened. That terrifying pressure instantly eased by more than 90%. Though vast oceans of data still flowed through his mind. But at this level of load, he could now handle it completely. Huff! Sully collapsed onto the ground, his entire body going limp. He felt as though he'd just been pulled from the water, his entire body drenched in sweat. He stared at the server before him, still roaring wildly. Still shaken, he cursed under his breath. Damn it, I almost blew it. He had underestimated Blackwater's firewall. And he had overestimated his own fragile, flesh and blood brain. But, no problem. Avoiding his sharp edge? I'm going head to head. Sir, a friendly reminder. Laffy's voice chimed in at just the right moment. This server's CPU usage has reached 98%. Estimated remaining uptime, 15 minutes. If we fail to breach the first defense line of the Hellhound within 15 minutes, it will go boom. It will transform into a dazzling fireworks display. Got it. Chapter 146, The Scheming Bitch Sully, the canned goods being manipulated. Got it. Sully took a deep breath and rose once more from the ground. His gaze turned icy and focused once more. 15 minutes. Enough. He plunged his consciousness back into that vast sea of numbers. This time, he was no longer fighting alone. Behind him stood a quantum server whose performance was nothing short of terrifying. Raffi. His voice was calm, yet brimming with confidence. Let him see. What a true attack truly looks like. Yes, sir. Flood attack, activate. With Raffi's command. Boom. The quantum server, already roaring wildly, instantly began emitting a piercing, shrill screech. A torrent of digital data composed of countless pieces of junk information and redundant data surged through the digital floodgates, slammed through Sully's relay station, crashing violently against the indestructible firewall of the Hellhound. Simple, brutal, and utterly unreasonable. I don't care how formidable your defenses are, or how advanced your technology is. I'll overwhelm you with data volumes far exceeding your computational limits. And I'll literally blow you apart. Alert! Alert! Unknown flood attack detected. Firewall load has reached 120%. Attempting to sever data source failed. Initiating backup defense protocol. The AI of the Hellhound was clearly thrown off balance by Sully's. Its impenetrable defenses faltered for the first time. For the first time, its impregnable defenses showed the slightest hint of chaos and vulnerability. Now! Raffi! A sharp gleam flashed in Sully's eyes. Understood, sir. Hummingbird protocol, activate. In the split second 0.01 second that the data torrent breached the firewall, an almost undetectable data probe slipped silently through the breach, vanishing in an instant. Then, in the split second before the Hellhound AI could react, it precisely linked to the highest level central database of Guan Jinlei's private collection. Connection established. Retrieving data. In that instant, every single piece of information from the entire collection exploded into Sully's mind. From the architectural blueprints of every single brick to the surveillance cameras in every corner. From the trigger mechanisms of every infrared trap to the shift schedules of every security guard. From the detailed records of every single artifact to the 36-digit dynamic passcode he had hidden in the deepest vault. Everything was packed, copied, and downloaded cleanly. Packaged, copied, and downloaded cleanly by Sully and Raffi. Alert! Unknown virus intrusion detected. Highest privileges compromised. Initiating final purge protocol. The AI of the Hellhound finally snapped into action. But it was too late. Raffi, disconnect. A triumphant smile spread across Sully's face. We should be going. Yes, sir. Sully decisively severed all connections. Boom. The quantum server, already teetering on the brink, managed to hold on. Sully then pulled out the data interface from his eye socket.
He wiped away the blood trickling from his nose due to mental exhaustion. Yet his face broke into a radiant, triumphant smile. Though the process had been rather perilous. Though the cost had been heavy. But he succeeded. Now, Guan Jinlei's so-called vault, the one where not even a fly could slip through, lay before him, stripped bare of all secrets. Like a stunning beauty stripped bare, now bearing herself before him, offering everything he desired. He had completely intimidated Guan Jinlei. Next came the call for reinforcements. Next, he would call for reinforcements. He had no intention of charging alone into Guan Jinlei's heavily guarded lair of danger. Su Li never fought unprepared battles. He dialed Xia Qingshue's communicator. 0, bring Wanwan and Keqiu to my location. Yes, master. Only after arranging all this did Su Li finally exhale in relief. He glanced at the quantum server beside him, nearly scrapped, still sputtering electrical sparks. A hint of just the right amount of heartache and guilt flashed across his face. Then, he dialed another person's number. Half an hour later, when Guan Ziyao arrived at the lab in a panic, driving her hover sports car at breakneck speed, what she saw was this chaotic crime scene before her eyes. And Su Li, leaning weakly against the corner, his face pale. Su Li, are you okay? She cried out in alarm and rushed over, her face filled with worry and heartache. Didn't I tell you not to act recklessly? That was the hellhound. As she spoke, she began examining Su Li's body. I'm fine. Su Li weakly waved his hand. A painfully forced smile appeared on his face. It's just that my mental energy is severely depleted. And he gestured toward the pile of servers beside him, now reduced to scrap metal, his face contorting into an expression of profound guilt. I'm sorry, Can. I wrecked your most cherished servers. So what if they're ruined? Guan Ziyao looked at his frail state. How could she possibly care about her servers now? She couldn't hold back any longer. In one swift motion, she pulled Su Li tightly into her arms. You idiot! You big idiot! She cried while gently pounding Su Li's chest with her fists. It's just a server. If it breaks, we buy another one. But if something happens to you, what am I supposed to do? Su Li felt the delicate, trembling body pressed against him. He breathed in the faint fragrance emanating from her. A sly, fox-like grin spread across his face. He knew that from this moment onward, this little princess of the Golden Phoenix clan had been completely and utterly in his grasp. He gently patted her back, like a kind father soothing his frightened daughter. There, no more crying. I'm fine, aren't I? Besides, I won. Chapter 147, Su Li's seduction. There, no more crying. I'm fine now, aren't I? He paused, then spoke slowly. And I won. He projected the treasure map of Guan Jinlei onto Guan Ziyao's display. Guan Ziyao stared at the screen, where every gruesome detail about her third uncle's secret treasure vault was laid bare. In an instant, she forgot to cry. Her large, watery eyes whitened in shock. Her face bore an expression of disbelief far more profound than when she had witnessed the server explosion. She stared in utter disbelief. You really hacked it? Just routine. Su Li waved his hand casually. Guan Ziyao. She stared at Su Li, feeling as though she were looking at a true monster. After calming, or rather, placating Guan Ziyao, Su Li began preparing for the upcoming base raiding operation. Xia Qingxue arrived with her people to join Su Li. Xia Qingxue, Lin Wanwan, Mu Keqiu. Seeing everyone assembled, Su Li began formulating a detailed battle plan. This time, he did not call upon any additional personnel. Because he understood clearly that Guan Jinlei's treasure vault was an internal matter of the Golden Phoenix clan. Allowing outsiders to intervene would not only complicate matters further, but also cause that old fox Guan Shanhai to harbor resentment. Moreover, most crucially, Su Li was no longer the insignificant figure he once was. To establish himself in Zicheng, he now has his own team. A team comprised of 3 C-level disaster-grade operatives, and a C-level technocrat with substantial financial backing. A top-tier elite team. To take on Guan Jinlei and his private militia? More than enough. Su Li stared at the intricate, maze-like treasure vault blueprint displayed on the light screen. His mind began racing. His fingers slid swiftly across the screen. He meticulously assigned each task. Jar, you're in charge of using your Golden Phoenix Type 3 electronic warfare module to jam and suppress the entire estate's communication systems from the outside. I'll make sure Guan Jinlei becomes deaf and blind once the operation begins. No problem. Guan Ziyao pounded her chest in assurance. Ku Qiu. Su Li's gaze shifted to the silent, half-mechanical girl. Your mission is frontal assault. Use your requiem and gravity field. Pin every last security force in the estate to the ground. Buy us time. Yes, master. Mu Keqiu nodded, her eyes flashing with icy murderous intent. Wanwan, he turned his gaze to the Yandere girl clutching Pandora's box, her face aglow with excitement. You are our spearhead.
I need you to infiltrate the estate's energy center at top speed and use your poison to paralyze and contaminate its power source. I'll turn his treasure trove into an iron coffin one you can enter, but never leave.
Hee, as you wish, my master.
Lin Wanwan stuck out her tongue and licked her lips.
As for Zero,
Suli finally turned his gaze to the iceberg who had stood silently by his side from the very beginning.
You. Come with me. A smile brimming with anticipation spread across his face. The two of us will retrieve the ultimate prize of this operation. Half an hour later.
When Xia Qingxue, Lin Wanwan, and Mu Keqiu had all prepared according to the plan,
Suli finally saw the last person he was waiting for arrive. A flashy pink suit. Driving an even flashier limited edition hover sports car. Guan Zijuan. Bro. My own brother. The moment Guan Zijuan spotted Suli, he greeted him like a long-lost relative. He rushed over enthusiastically. What's up? Did that demonic little sister of mine pick on you again? Tell me. I'll teach her a lesson. No.
Suli smiled and patted his shoulder.
I came to ask for a small favor.
He leaned close to Guan Zijuan's ear and whispered in a tone brimming with brotherly camaraderie.
Bro, wanna see some spectacular fireworks? Fireworks? Guan Zijuan froze, momentarily confused.
Seeing his dazed expression, Suli cut to the chase.
Yeah.
A kind smile spread across his face, tinged with a hint of shared resentment. A fireworks display specifically prepared for your dear Uncle San.
Guan Zijuan's pupils suddenly contracted.
His instinct was to retreat, to put distance between himself and this madman, Suli.
But before he could move,
Suli's hand had already clamped down on his shoulder like an iron vice.
Bro, what's got you so worked up?
Suli's face still bore that same benevolent smile. Yet within those deep, piercing eyes, a chill glint flickered, one that sent a shiver down Guan Zijuan's spine.
Don't you want to see with your own eyes that Uncle San, who's always been weighing you down, plummet from the clouds? Don't you want to reclaim with your own hands what should have belonged to your father?
Every word from Suli cut like a precision scalpel,
slicing open Guan Zijuan's deepest, darkest ambition. Guan Zijuan's breathing instantly grew ragged. His expression flickered between anger and fear. He knew Suli was forcing him to choose sides.
The moment he nodded in agreement, it would mean completely severing ties with his third uncle. He would be walking down a path of no return, a fight to the death. But the thought of his father, who had been suppressed and stifled by his third uncle all his life. When he thought of all the overt and covert indignities he had endured since childhood. And then, the thought of what awaited him if he succeeded. The immense profit that would catapult him to the pinnacle of success.
The last shred of hesitation in Guan Zijuan's eyes was finally consumed by boundless greed and ambition.
He abruptly lifted his head, staring at Suli. That flamboyant face broke into a grin even more frenzied and exhilarated than Suli's. Even more frenzied, even more exhilarated grin than Suli's.
Let's do this. He slapped his thigh, lowering his voice as he exclaimed excitedly. Bro! Just tell me. What do you need me to do? Simple.
Suli nodded with satisfaction.
What he wanted was Guan Zijuan as an inside man. A man who could lead them right into Guan Jinlei's estate with full legitimacy.
He slipped a miniature communicator, no bigger than a button, and a forged visitor ID card into Guan Zijuan's hand.
Tonight is your third uncle's private dinner, right? Chapter 148, Uncle San's Treasure. Tonight is your third uncle's private dinner, right? You'll bring me along as your newly hired personal bodyguard. Then find an opportunity to discreetly place this item in this spot in his study. Suli had marked one location on Guan Zijuan's terminal.
He had marked a spot one he'd carefully calculated using structural diagrams. The remaining details are mine to handle.
The rest is up to me. That's it? Guan Zijuan could hardly believe it. That's simple.
Suli patted his shoulder, a mysterious smile playing on his face.
All you need to do is be a quiet spectator.
Then sit back and enjoy the show, a carefully orchestrated performance by me, for you and my future father-in-law.
Spectacle.
Guan Zijuan looked at Suli's utterly confident demeanor, though his heart still skipped a beat.
He ultimately gritted his teeth and agreed. He knew this was a high-stakes gamble. Win, and the sky's the limit. Lose, and he'd be doomed forever. That evening, at Guan Jinlei's private estate.
The estate was ablaze with lights, security tight as a drum.
Heavily modified private guards patrolled everywhere. Automatic gun turrets lurked in the shadows.
The defensive measures were more extreme than even a Federation military base.
Guan Zijuan drove his flashy hover sports car.
At the entrance, he passed through 3 layers of strict identity verification before being granted access.
Suli, meanwhile, wore an understated black suit, sunglasses, and a mask.
Seated expressionlessly in the passenger seat, he resembled a true bodyguard. His inside eye had already scanned the entire estate's defensive deployments.
And patrol routes were all scanned with crystal clarity. Bro, are we really going to make our move here? Guan Zijuan stared out the window at the terrifying array of guards stationed every few steps. He could feel the sweat forming on his palms. My third uncle himself is a genuine B-rank powerhouse. I know. Su Li's tone remained as calm as ever. He knew full well that with his current strength, trying to forcefully kill a B-rank powerhouse with home field advantage here, that would be utterly impossible. Therefore, from the very beginning, he had no intention of truly clashing head-on with Guan Jinlei here. His objective tonight had been singular from the very start. Young Dragon's Spine. What he sought was not to kill Guan Jinlei. Rather, within the treasure trove he cherished most, beneath the defenses he believed impregnable, silently, to take away his most precious collection. This would torment him 100 times more than a direct killing. Once he obtained the spine of the young dragon, he would return home, seclude himself, and complete the upgrade of the dragon's spine. Then, when he returned to claim the man's head, wouldn't it be as easy as snatching candy from a baby? Don't worry. Su Li patted Guan Zijuan's shoulder, flashing a reassuring smile. Tonight, we don't kill. We're only taking things. The hovercar came to a stop before the main building of the estate. Guan Zijuan took a deep breath, adjusted his flashy suit, then led Su Li into the lavishly lit banquet hall. The banquet hall was already filled to capacity. Those invited to Guan Jinlei's private dinner were, without exception, his most trusted confidants and allies within the Golden Phoenix family. Guan Zijuan led Su Li on a tour around the banquet hall. He exchanged a few insincere pleasantries with the so-called uncles and elders. Then, under the pretext of needing the restroom, he quietly slipped away with Su Li. Quietly, they slipped out of the banquet hall. They arrived at the second floor, at the door of the study he had coveted for so long. Brother, this is the place. Guan Zijuan pointed at the heavy study door, crafted from a special alloy, and whispered. My third uncle's study connects to his private collection gallery. That miniature jammer is placed. No need. Su Li cut him off immediately. He stared at the door before him, a so-called absolutely secure door requiring triple passwords plus iris and genetic locks to open. Not necessary. A sneer spread across his face. He casually placed his hand on the door lock's fingerprint scanner. Then, under Guan Zijuan's stunned gaze, as if he'd seen a ghost. Beep. Identity confirmed. Welcome, Mr. Guan Jinlei. A cold, synthetic electronic voice sounded. The heavy alloy door slowly swung open. Su Li had already forged his biometric information to match Guan Jinlei's highest level access credentials when he infiltrated the Hellhound system. Now, the entire estate felt like his own backyard. Let's go. Su Li patted his now utterly dumbfounded brother-in-law on the shoulder and strode inside first. Take me to see your third uncle's treasures. Oh. Sure. Guan Zijuan snapped out of his daze and hurried after him. The look in his eyes towards Su Li had completely shifted from earlier skepticism to the purest fervor and admiration. He could hack Blackwater Corporation's top-tier defense system as easily as unlocking his own front door. This guy isn't human anymore. This was a god. A true god of electronic information. He felt like this time, he had truly latched onto the right person. Passing through the study, Su Li and Guan Zijuan approached a massive wall made entirely of one-way glass. Beyond the wall lay Guan Jinlei's private collection gallery. When Su Li saw the scene inside, even he couldn't help but utter a heartfelt exclamation of awe. Before them lay a vast space spanning thousands of square meters, pulsing with futuristic technological brilliance. Within it, the most temperature-controlled, sterile glass display cases showcased one collection after another, each capable of driving any biologist or mechanic mad with excitement. Complete skeletons of extinct prehistoric behemoths. Artifacts excavated from high-risk ruins. Mysterious mechanical artifacts from pre-civilization eras. And even several specimens preserved in nutrient solutions, still exhibiting vital signs. Live specimens of unidentified extraterrestrial lifeforms. This place was nothing short of a miracle museum, a condensed history of the entire world's evolution and technological advancement. Even Su Li couldn't help but let out a curse. Now he finally understood why Guan Jinlei had made the security here so ridiculously tight. Where is the spine of the young dragon? Suppressing the shock and greed surging within him, Su Li turned to Guan Zijuan beside him, who wore an equally mesmerized expression, and demanded. In the innermost chamber. Guan Zijuan pointed toward the deepest recesses of the collection hall. That was Uncle San's core treasure zone and the most heavily guarded area. Let's go. Chapter 149, The Professional Team. Let's go. Su Li hesitated not a moment. He opened the final door leading to the collection hall. Then, like a monarch inspecting his treasury, he strode in with great confidence. He ignored the dazzling array of priceless artifacts surrounding him. He walked straight to the deepest part of the collection hall. There, a transparent display stand carved from a single block of void crystal stood. Upon it, a 2-meter-long, pale golden vertebrae still radiated an aura of majesty. It was the very object Su Li had come to seek. This was the ultimate objective of Su Li's journey. The young dragon's spine. As Suli gazed upon it, his eyes of insight. A blaze of unprecedented, searing light erupted from them. He could distinctly sense the dragon's vital energy pulsing through that vertebra. He knew that if he could fuse it perfectly with his own body, his strength would undergo another qualitative leap. He would utterly transcend the bounds of humanity, becoming a true half-human, half-dragon monster. Very good. A look of immense satisfaction spread across Suli's face. He reached out, ready to claim this ownerless artifact for himself. But just as his fingers were about to touch the display case, a crimson energy barrier abruptly surged upward from all sides of the display case, securing the young dragon's spine firmly within its grasp. At the same moment, woo! The entire collection hall was instantly bathed in a blazing crimson glow. A piercing, top-level alarm blared throughout the entire estate. No! It's a trap! Wan Zijuan's face instantly drained of color. He never imagined his third uncle would be so cautious. After the vault's defense system had been breached, he had still kept this final safeguard in reserve. Brother! We have to get out of here. Third uncle and the others will be here any moment. He grabbed Suli's arm, ready to flee. But Suli stood rooted to the spot, utterly still. He stared at the energy barrier before him, separating him from the toy he desired most. Not a trace of panic or fear crossed his face. Instead, a cold smile filled with contempt and mockery spread across his face. A trap? Before me, this is worthy of being called a trap? Suli stared at the blood-red barrier flickering wildly before him, a sneer of utter contempt spreading across his face. He slowly raised his right hand, the monstrous judgment armor instantly covering his entire arm. Then, with a tone as if a god were judging mortals, he uttered two words indifferently. Kneel. As his words fell, a force brimming with the essence of rules and control erupted from his body. The authority of the mechanical king's throne was pushed to its absolute limit. The energy barrier, faced with Su Li's unreasonable command that became law, flickered violently twice before popping like a burst soap bubble. Instantly extinguished. This. Wan Zijuan beside him was utterly dumbfounded. He felt his entire worldview had been repeatedly pinned to the ground and savagely rubbed raw by Suli tonight. Meanwhile, Suli moved like an emperor strolling through his own backyard. Leisurely, he stepped forward and grasped the sacred aura emanating from the young dragon's spine into his hand. The smooth texture and the immense vitality it contained made him utter a satisfied sigh. Got it. He stored the dragon's spine within his mechanized realm. Then, he turned around and snapped his fingers at Guan Zijuan, who remained petrified. At that very moment, woo! The entire collection hall erupted in a blinding crimson glow. A shrill, top-level alarm finally blared throughout the entire estate. Countless heavy alloy gates began descending from all directions, attempting to seal off the entire treasure vault completely. Bro! We've been discovered. Wan Zijuan's face drained of color in terror. Don't panic. Suli's face showed not a trace of panic. He simply pressed the communicator with calm composure. The time has come. Begin. Play the music. At his command. In a corner of the estate, a miniature jammer disguised as a potted plant activated instantly. Buzz. The security captain, who had been frantically barking orders in the command center, suddenly realized all his communication devices had instantly turned into static. The entire estate's command system was paralyzed. Well done, Can. Suli silently gave a thumbs up to Guan Ziao, who was still nervously typing code in the car outside. Then, he issued his second command into the communicator. Wan. Move. Hee, finally my turn, master. At the estate's energy center, a crimson figure leapt down from the ventilation shaft like a ghostly apparition. Lin Wanwan watched the engineers frantically repairing the backup power system before her, a smile spreading across her face, innocent yet cruel. Good night, big brothers. Kachio. Suppress the security forces. On the estate plaza, hundreds of fully armed guards surged like a tidal wave, closing in on the collection hall. But at that very moment, a figure clad in a black trench coat, half-human, half-machine, descended from the heavens like a divine soldier, landing squarely in their midst. It was Mu Kachio. She piloted the mountain like Requiem, casually pressing her hand against the ground. Gravity field, 50-fold. Boom! A terrifying, despair-inducing gravitational field erupted instantly, radiating outward from her like a thunderous explosion. The hundreds of elite guards didn't even have time to scream. In an instant, they were crushed by the terrifying force, armor and all, into pools of indistinct, bloody pulp. Zero, rendezvous. When Suli emerged from the collection hall, leading the utterly terrified Guan Zijuan at a leisurely pace, the entire estate had descended into utter chaos. Communications were down, power systems failed, and the security force had been crushed by the first strike. Xia Qingxue, meanwhile, had long been waiting outside, piloting her magnificent wings of judgment. Master. Suli nodded, glancing over. Guan Jinlei, who was charging out of the main building, radiating the terrifying aura of a B-rank powerhouse. A defiant smile spread across his face. He issued his final command to Xia Qingxue. Send him a parting gift. Then, we go home. Chapter 150, Meimei's Evacuation. Yes. Xia Qingxue nodded. She slowly rose into the air, unfurling the miraculous ice crystal wings on her back. She gazed down at the estate below, ablaze with lights yet steeped in sin. Her ice-blue eyes held not a trace of emotion. She simply spread her arms wide. Like a frost goddess poised to judge the world. Domain, eternal frozen ground. Crackle. A visible, white-hot chill of terror. Centered upon her, it swept across the entire estate like a tsunami. Wherever that chill passed. Whether it was the guards still desperately resisting, or the artfully crafted buildings, everything in that instant was utterly frozen by that unreasonable, absolute chill. The entire estate, within mere seconds, transformed from a symbol of opulence and power into a deathly silent, crystalline, massive ice sculpture. Suli gazed at this spectacular work of art before him and whistled in satisfaction. He grabbed Guan Zijuan, who was now utterly speechless from fright, and climbed into the flashy sports car that had been waiting for them all along. Let's go, brother. Let's go see the real fireworks. Suli pulled Guan Zijuan, who was still frozen in terror, into the flashy hovering sports car. But just as the sports car started up, ready to speed away, boom! A deafening explosion. The enormous ice sculpture of the estate, recently frozen into an artistic masterpiece, suddenly shattered from within. Countless ice shards flew everywhere like cannonballs. A figure engulfed in golden lightning, radiating boundless fury and savagery. Like an ancient demon god breaking free from its chains, it surged skyward from the shattered ice sculpture. It was Guan Jinlei. He had actually, by sheer force of his terrifying B-rank power, broken free from Xia Qingxue's eternal frozen ground. Guan Z. Jun. His roar, filled with boundless murderous intent, thundered like rolling thunder across the night sky. I will kill you. His gaze locked onto the flashy sports car belonging to his own nephew, who was preparing to flee. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand. Thunder strike. Boom. A terrifying golden thunderbolt thicker than a water barrel. Like divine retribution, it descended from the heavens and struck the sports car with brutal force. Damn it! This is beyond the scope. Suli stared at the golden thunderbolt, brimming with destructive energy, and couldn't help but curse under his breath. He knew this sports car alone stood no chance against such a strike. Without a second thought, he kicked open the door beside him. Then, he grabbed Guan Shijuan, who was already scared out of his wits, nearly wetting himself by the collar. Judgment. Armor. Boom. In the very instant before that golden thunderbolt struck, a set of silver-black, menacing armor instantly enveloped Suli's entire body. Holding Guan Zijuan in his arms, the thrusters on his back erupted with blinding flames. His entire body transformed into a streak of light, narrowly escaping the exploding sports car. Boom! The golden lightning bolt struck the flashy sports car with brutal force. The multi-million-dollar limited edition luxury car couldn't withstand even a second, instantly turning into a searing ball of fire. Bro! You've ruined me. Guan Zijuan, pinned under Suli's arm, watched his brand new car purchase less than a week ago vanish before his eyes, letting out a blood-curdling scream like a pig being slaughtered. Shut up! Suli snapped irritably. He drove the Yi Judgment armor, not looking back once, as he fled frantically toward the direction of the Iron Heart. He knew that in the current state of his judgment, going toe-to-toe with a B-rank powerhouse in a rage was still too much to handle. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Once he got home, he'd switch to the dragon's spine. Then he'd return to take that bastard's life. Rest assured. Suli's voice boomed through the mech speakers, brimming with absolute confidence and icy murderous intent. Wait for me to install my new spine. I'll come back to kill you. He won't live to see tomorrow. Suli's voice brimmed with unquestionable confidence. But now was not the time for heroics. He immediately issued the most concise and urgent retreat order in the team channel. Sisters. Retreat. 0. Take the canister and retreat immediately via the eastern aerial route. No lingering. Wan. Kachyo. Use the underground sewage system. Erase every trace we left behind. All units. Assemble at the designated safe point in 10 minutes. Roger that, Master. Copy that. The voices of the 4 women echoed almost simultaneously over the communication channel. No questions asked. No hesitation. Only absolute obedience. Guan Ziao, who was conducting electronic suppression at the estate's perimeter. Upon receiving the order, she immediately shut down her jamming equipment without a second thought. Xia Qingxue, who had been waiting by her side for quite some time, immediately unfurled the wings of judgment from her back and grabbed hold of Guan Ziao's bulky power armor. Grip secured. Buzz. Two figures merged into a single streak of icy blue light. In an instant, they vanished into the eastern night sky. Meanwhile, Lin Wanwan and Mu Kuchio swiftly concluded their cleanup operation. Beneath Lin Wanwan's feet, the venomous vines that had been wildly writhing instantly withered, crumbled, and turned into black powder, vanishing without a trace. Mu Kuchio released the gravity field. The two exchanged a glance. Their figures flickered like two nocturnal civets. Silently, they slipped into a nearby sewer entrance that had been marked long ago. The entire retreat unfolded with fluid precision and orderly execution. It fully demonstrated the terrifying tactical execution of the Machine Nation team. Meanwhile, Wang Junlei watched the tiny insects darting away in all directions. And his estate, now reduced to ruins and ice sculptures. He trembled with rage. Trying to escape? He let out a furious roar, like a wounded lion. Not a single one of you will escape today. He raised his hand abruptly, ready to summon the heavenly thunder once more. But at that very moment, a beam of energy shot toward him from the palm of the fleeing judgment mech in the distance. That beam did not strike him directly. Instead, it slammed into the incredibly fragile ground. Boom! Chapter 151, Emerging from Seclusion. The dragon transformed body. Boom! A deafening roar. The already precariously unstable ground could no longer withstand this final blow. Crash! Collapse! Wang Junlei stumbled beneath his feet. His entire body plummeted toward the bottomless ruins of the underground treasure vault. Meanwhile, Suli seized the moment, firing his thrusters at full power. Clutching his cheap brother-in-law, who was still wailing like a ghost. Without a backward glance, he vanished completely into the night. Half an hour later, inside an unnamed, abandoned subway station. This was one of the backup safe points Suli had prepared long ago. When Suli landed, carrying Guan Zijuan, who was still wearing a mournful expression, Xia Qingxue and the other three women were already waiting there. Everyone okay? Suli asked, deactivating his judgment armor. We're fine, master. We're perfectly fine. The four women responded in unison, each with slightly unstable breathing. But they were all unharmed. Only Guan Zijuan remained crouched in the corner, drawing circles. Muttering incessantly, my car, my limited edition sports car. Suli couldn't be bothered with him. He walked up to Guan Ziyao. He took out the young dragon's spine, borrowed from Guan Junlei's treasury. The jar. His voice grew more serious than ever before. Over the next few days, I need to go into seclusion. This process must not be disturbed by anyone. I need you to guard this place with them. Don't worry. Guan Ziyao stared at the young dragon's spine, radiating a sacred aura. Instantly, she forgot all about her server that had been blown to bits. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. She knew Suli was about to undertake that insane modification capable of revolutionizing the entire mechanic field. Without a moment's hesitation, she pounded her chest and vowed. Forget days. Even if it takes a month. Not a single fly will get in. Very good. Suli nodded in satisfaction. Without another word, he walked straight into the deepest part of the subway station. A makeshift laboratory he had hastily converted. Then, he placed the young dragon's spine and the other materials purchased through the Golden Phoenix clan onto the workbench. All materials have been gathered. Now, it was time to begin his own ultimate evolution. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Mechanical King's Throne, activate. Epic grade flesh and machine artifact, dragon spine, begin forging. Time ticked by second. The entire abandoned subway station fell into a deathly silence. Xia Qingxue, Lin Wanwan, Mu Kuchio, and Guan Ziyao. The four women stood like guardian deities. Guarded the small laboratory, leaving no room for escape. Inside the laboratory, Suli had already entered a state of absolute focus, where he was completely absorbed in his task. His hands moved so swiftly they left afterimages. His inside eye dissected, reassembled, and optimized the dragon spine's blueprint to structure tens of thousands of times more complex. His mechanized dantian continuously supplied him with the purest energy. Genetic grafting, neural restructuring, mechanical symbiosis. Each technique was divine craftsmanship that would drive any mechanic mad with envy. In his hands, they unfolded with the fluidity of flowing clouds and water. That ancient relic, the young dragon's spine, activated. Slowly, it began to emit a golden glow. It seemed to come alive. Suli, like the most skilled surgeon, using his omnipotent divine hand, he meticulously fused his own vertebrae. Perfectly fused and linked vertebra by vertebra with that breathing dragon bone. The process was agonizing and protracted. Yet Suli didn't even flinch. His face bore only the purest fervor of creation. Finally, after 3 full days and nights had passed, the instant Suli injected the final vial of neural link fluid into his own body. Buzz! A piercing dragon's roar erupted violently from within his body. A pressure more overwhelming than any before. Instantly engulfed the entire laboratory. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully equipped the epic tier flesh and metal artifact Dragon Spine. Your life form is undergoing a qualitative transformation. All your cybernetic implants are undergoing supercharged enhancement. Your body is undergoing dragonification. Suli rose from the operating table. He could distinctly feel it behind him. That brand new dragon spine, a perfect symbiosis of flesh and machinery. It was continuously supplying him with terrifying power capable of shattering the heavens and earth. He merely clenched his fist casually. Boom! The air itself shattered under his grip. He felt he could now punch through a mountain with a single blow. Very good. A look of immense satisfaction spread across Suli's face. He flexed his newly transformed body. Then, he lifted his head. His gaze pierced through layer upon layer of obstruction. He gazed toward the direction of Guan Jinlei's estate. In those eyes, shimmering with a dark golden glow. Filled with cold, unmasked intent to kill. Guan Jinlei, your time of death has come. When Suli pushed open the laboratory door, 3 days had already passed. Dad! You're out of seclusion. Guan Ziya was the first to rush forward, but she abruptly halted before reaching him. Staring at Suli before her, her wide, sparkling eyes were filled with utter shock. The Suli before her was completely different from the one 3 days prior. His height seemed to have increased slightly, and his figure had become more upright and slender. But what truly made her heart race was his aura. If the Suli of before had been a sharp blade hidden within its scabbard, then the man before her now was an unsheathed weapon of unparalleled ferocity, radiating boundless authority and dominance. Merely standing there. That intangible yet palpable pressure made even her, a C-rank powerhouse, feel slightly breathless. Master! Xia Qingxue, Lin Wanwan, and Mu Keqiu also approached. Their beautiful eyes, fixed on Suli, were equally filled with shock and reverence that came from the depths of their souls. Suli merely gave a casual nod. He looked at the 4 young women before him, who had been waiting for quite some time. A cold smile spread across his face. Are you all ready? Yes, master. We're ready to depart at any time, Suli. Very well. Suli's gaze swept past them, fixing on the area beyond the subway station. Then, our revenge begins now. Chapter 152, I said you wouldn't live past the 2nd day. Fine. But you won't live past the 3rd. During the 3 days Suli secluded himself. The entire city was swept up in an unprecedented, towering wave of turmoil because of him. The private estate of Guan Jinlei, 3rd master of the Golden Phoenix clan. An unknown mob razed it to the ground. Its most prized artifact, the dragon's spine, vanished without a trace. This news exploded like a bombshell through the city's high society. Everyone knew this was the most direct and insane provocation anyone had ever dared to throw at the colossal Golden Phoenix clan. Guan Jinlei, meanwhile, had completely lost his mind. The dragon bone was gone, his home was destroyed, and his face was beaten to a pulp. He issued an unprecedented bounty worth a staggering 10 billion. He demanded the capture alive of that kid named Suli who dared to storm his estate with his nephew. That kid named Suli. He would have him torn limb from limb, his bones ground to dust. In an instant, the entire underworld erupted. Countless bounty hunters, mercenary groups, and outlaws. Like sharks smelling blood, they began frantically hunting for Suli's whereabouts. Yet strangely enough, faced with his son's utterly insane actions, as the head of the Jin Feng family, Guan Shanhai maintained an inexplicable silence from start to finish. Not only did he fail to mobilize the clan's resources to aid his son in tracking down the killer, instead, he secretly suppressed several crucial leads that could have exposed Suli's whereabouts. This left Guan Jinlei beyond his fury. A bone-chilling chill. He knew his old fox of a father no longer stood by his side. He felt as if the entire world had betrayed him. He could only pin all his hopes on the desperate men he had hired with money. What he didn't know was, everything he was doing was futile. For the murderer he sought had now completed his final transformation, now preparing to claim his head. The night grew deeper. Guan Jinlei's temporary residence, a high-security sky fortress in the city center. He sat alone, drinking in frustration. Before him stood a man clad in black spandex, his face concealed by a grotesque mask. He was the 3rd-ranked assassin on the blood list, a top-tier hitman. He was also Guan Jinlei's ace in the hole, hired at great expense for this mission. 3rd Master, we've narrowed down the kid's approximate location. The ghost-faced killer's voice was hoarse yet confident. At most, within 12 hours, we'll drag him out of that rat hole. Very good. At these words, Guan Jinlei's face, twisted with rage, finally broke into a savage grin. Remember, I want him alive. I will personally turn him into the most perfect piece of art in my collection. Yet, as he fantasized about how he would torment Suli. Boom! A deafening roar, several times more terrifying than the manor's explosion earlier. It erupted violently from the very top of the fortress. The entire aerial fortress shook violently. What the hell? Guan Jinlei and the Grim Reaper killer both paled instantly. They snapped their heads up. Then, they saw it. A terrifying scene they would never forget. There, the alloy-forged ceiling of fortress strong enough to withstand missile bombardment had been violently shattered by an indescribable, terrifying force. Shattered by a single punch. A massive, gaping hole appeared directly above their heads. Moonlight poured through the gaping hole. A figure stood bathed in the moonlight. Slowly, it descended from the heavens. He wore simple, casual attire. A lazy smile played on his face. As if he hadn't come to fight, but rather, to take a stroll. It was Su Li, Third Master Guan. He looked at Guan Jinlei, who had completely lost his mind, and smiled as he greeted him. Long time no see. Hope all is well. Su Li. I'll kill you. Su Li. After a moment of shock, boundless rage and murderous intent instantly consumed Guan Jinlei's reason. How dare you show your face before me? I'll kill you. He let out a roar like a wounded beast, unleashing the terrifying aura of a B-rank powerhouse without restraint. Golden lightning once again coiled and surged madly around his body. His entire being transformed into a golden bolt of lightning, charging towards Su Li with devastating force. He intended to use the most direct and brutal method to utterly tear apart this scum who had destroyed everything he held dear. At the same moment, the top-tier assassin by his side codenamed Ghost Mask moved. His figure slipped silently into the shadows. Like a venomous snake, waiting for the perfect moment to deliver the fatal blow to Su Li. Yet, facing this combined assault, one that would strike terror into any C-rank powerhouse would be utterly terrified and despairing. Su Li's face showed not a trace of fear. He simply stood still. Not even his posture shifted. He watched Guan Zhen, who charged toward him carrying thunderous force. A flicker of almost pitying contempt passed through his eyes, which shimmered with a dark golden light. Too slow. He uttered 3 words slowly. Then, he raised his right hand. He faced that golden lightning bolt so fast not even an afterimage could be seen. Casually, he swung forward. As if swatting away an annoying fly. Slap. A single, incredibly crisp sound. It echoed abruptly in the empty room. Time seemed to pause at that very moment. Guan Jinlei, who had been charging forward with fierce momentum, froze mid-air. His face, contorted with rage, was casually held back by an ordinary-looking palm. His terrifying thunderbolt, powerful enough to cleave mountains, vanished without a trace the moment it touched that palm. Vanished without a trace. He hadn't even managed to scratch the other's skin. How could this be? He could feel it clearly, his once proud strength. Before that palm, it felt as fragile as a newborn infant. This wasn't just a difference in rank. This was a dimensional. 3 days. It's only been 3 days. What on earth happened to this man? I told you. Su Li's voice was calm and icy, as if pronouncing a divine verdict. You will not live past the 2nd day. Though it was 3 days late. But the outcome remains the same. No sooner had the words left his mouth. A palm strike lashed out toward Guan Jinlei. Chapter 153, Kill the Peacemaker First. The moment he finished speaking, a fierce slap, carrying the force of 1,000 pounds, slammed viciously toward Guan Jinlei's face. Without a moment's hesitation, Guan Jinlei crossed his arms, channeling all his lightning power into his forearms in a desperate attempt to block the blow. Bang! A thunderous, muffled crash like a battering ram. Guan Jinlei felt an overwhelming, terrifying force surge through him, as if struck by a speeding truck. The bones in his arms cracked under the unbearable strain. He was sent flying backward, slamming violently into the alloy wall in the distance. The impact left a massive, human-shaped dent in the solid wall. Put! A mouthful of blood gushed violently from his lips. A single blow had inflicted severe internal injuries. And at that very moment, a pitch-black dagger, silent and swift as a viper's fang, emerged silently from the shadows behind Su Li, stabbing straight for his back. It was the masked assassin who had been lurking in the shadows all along. He seized what he believed to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, the split-second moment of stiffness after Su Li's attack. Yet Su Li seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. Without turning his head, he merely swung his arm backward and casually unleashed a punch. This punch appeared utterly ordinary. Yet the masked assassin lurking in the shadows felt every hair on his body stand on end. He sensed a terrifying fist wind, potent enough to tear through space itself, locking onto him completely. Without a moment's hesitation, he attempted to abandon the assassination and retreat. But it was too late. Boom! Su Li's fist struck the shadow where he hid with pinpoint accuracy. The air erupted with a deep, muffled explosion. Splash! The shadow twisted violently. The ghost-faced assassin's figure tumbled out, looking utterly disheveled. His chest was completely caved in. Blood gushed from his mouth, and the ghostly mask itself cracked open in multiple places. He stared at Su Li, his eyes hidden beneath the mask, filled with horror as if he'd seen a ghost. He couldn't comprehend it. How could his B-grade spatial stealth ability be shattered by a single punch? He couldn't comprehend it. He didn't know that Su Li's brand new, inside eyes, had long since seen through his so-called stealth. To Su Li, he was nothing more than a slightly blurred energy signal. Kill the peacemaker first, common sense, right? Su Li turned around, gazing at the severely wounded masked assassin. A gentle smile spread across his face. Step by step, he walked toward the man. The masked assassin watched the man approaching like a demon god. Fear finally flickered in his eyes. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he acted without hesitation. He was about to crush the spatial rune in his hand for a final teleportation escape. But Su Li's speed surpassed his. Buzz. Su Li's figure vanished from his original position in an instant. The next second, he materialized before the ghost-faced assassin. His hand, as iron-clamped as a vice, seized the assassin's fragile throat. Where do you think you're going? Su Li's voice, like a demon's whisper, echoed slowly in his ear. Snap. A crisp snap of breaking bone. The world plunged into utter darkness. With a casual flick, he disposed of this bothersome fly. Su Li turned around. His gaze fell once more upon Guan Jinlei, who had just pried himself free from the wall. At that moment, Guan Jinlei, gazing at the cold, lifeless body of the elite assassin lying on the ground. All traces of his earlier arrogance and fury had vanished. His eyes held only the purest fear and despair. He knew that today, it seemed he was truly doomed. My turn, huh? Guan Jinlei watched Su Li toss the masked corpse aside like discarded trash. His voice was hoarse and dry. He slowly rose from the ground. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He knew there was no turning back today. Su Li. His cloudy eyes blazed once more with the frenzied, savage rage of a trapped beast. Even if I die, I will drag you down to hell with me. He roared with fury. He unleashed every ounce of thunderous power within him, the full might of a B-rank powerhouse without reservation. Boom! Golden lightning surged like a burst dam, raging and roaring across his body. The entire aerial fortress trembled violently under the pressure of his terrifying aura. His entire being transformed into a blazing, golden sun. Secret technique, heavenly thunder descends. He staked his entire life and power on this final, most devastating strike. He would use this world-shattering blow to utterly obliterate the man before him, the one who had destroyed everything he held dear along with this very fortress. From this world, utterly and completely. Yet, facing this suicidal assault, one that would make any B-rank powerhouse pale with fear, Su Li's face remained as calm as ever. Even a hint of boredom played across his features. He simply watched silently. Like a moth drawn to the flame, the little sun hurtled toward me. Slowly, he raised his right hand. Then, he spread his fingers wide. I have said it. His voice was calm, yet filled with absolute authority. Before me, you are too slow. The moment his words fell, that miniature sun, carrying the power to shatter heaven and earth, freezing abruptly less than a meter from him. Time itself seemed to hit pause at that very instant. Guan Jinlei's face, twisted by madness, was clearly reflected in Su Li's calm eyes, which shimmered with a dark golden glow. His eyes brimmed with disbelief and despair so deep it felt bone-chilling. Despair. He realized he couldn't move. No, it wasn't that he couldn't move. Rather, the space around him, the lightning coursing through his body. Even the blood and energy coursing through his veins. Everything was being forcibly restrained by an indescribable, an even more unreasonable, terrifying force had forcibly imprisoned it all. That force emanated from Su Li's seemingly ordinary, outstretched right hand. What kind of ability was this? Guan Jinlei mustered every ounce of strength in his body. He managed to squeeze out this question through gritted teeth filled with terror. Oh, this? Su Li smiled. He looked at the so-called B-rank powerhouse before him, now utterly transformed into a lamb awaiting slaughter. In a tone brimming with benevolent explanation, he murmured softly. I call it absolute control. Just a little trick exclusive to C-rank mechanics. Chapter 154, Delivering the Goods, Celebrating the Victory. As he spoke, he slowly curled his fingers inward. Snap. Crack. A series of bone-chilling, teeth-grinding cracks erupted from Guan Jinlei's body. His seemingly indestructible body, under Su Li's invisible control, like an aluminum can being slowly crushed by a hydraulic press. Inch by inch, it began to twist, deform, and shatter. Ah! Guan Jinlei let out the final, agonizing, despair-filled scream of his life. Even in death, he could not comprehend. Why? Why could a mere C-rank possess such godlike, terrifying power? Bang! A faint sound. That once fiercely burning little sun had completely extinguished. It dissolved into a pool of indistinguishable, bloody, flesh-like sludge. Su Li withdrew his hand. He didn't even glance at that pile of refuse. He merely turned and walked to the enormous floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, the steel metropolis remained as bustling and dazzling as ever. Time to report back to the old man. He didn't even glance at that pile of trash again. He simply turned and walked over to the enormous floor-to-ceiling window. gazing out at the steel metropolis beyond, still bustling, still dazzling. A calm, satisfied smile, the smile of a victor, spread across his face. He knew that from this moment onward, no voice within the entire Golden Phoenix clan would dare defy his will. Heh, time to report back to the old man. A sly, fox-like grin spread across Su Li's face. He pulled out his personal terminal. He captured the entire sequence from Guan Jinlei's fury to despair, then his crushing defeat at Su Li's hands, as effortless as crushing a soda can. Then he added a paragraph filled with sincerity and self-promotion. Then, he added a caption brimming with sincerity and self-promotion. Grandpa Guan, I've done you proud. It seems there's been a minor mishap at your residence. Third uncle accidentally killed himself. Please take care. He paused, then added a obedient smiley face at the end. Then, he clicked send. Only after completing all this did he put away the terminal with satisfaction. He knew exactly how shocked and wary that old fox, Guan Shanhai, would be upon seeing this video. He also knew that the half-mineral vein and the level 2 lab access permissions would soon be delivered to his hands without a fight. He stretched lazily, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease wash over his entire body. Let's go, girls. He issued his final command into the communicator. The job's done. Let's head home and celebrate our success. Half an hour later, at Guan Xiao's estate villa. When Su Li returned home humming a tune, what greeted him was no longer the cold laboratory and piles of components. Instead, a lavish, steaming feast lay laid out before him. Xia Qingxue, Lin Wanwan, Mu Keqiu, and Guan Xiao. All four women had changed out of their battlesuits into beautiful casual wear. Their faces bore genuine, relaxed, and joyful smiles. Master! Welcome home! Su Li! You're back! Lin Wanwan and Guan Xiao were the first to rush forward. Like two clingy kittens, they hung onto Su Li, one on each side. Xia Qingxue and Mu Keqiu stood quietly by, watching him. Their beautiful eyes brimmed with tenderness and admiration. All right, you're all grown women now. Su Li chuckled, ruffling the two girls' hair. He gazed at the warm and beautiful scene before him. He looked at these four family members who had become utterly dependent on him. Within his heart, the cold, murderous intent and boundless ambition of a tyrant was quietly melted away by the warmth of a place called home. He felt as though he was no longer that solitary, a struggling scavenger fighting for survival. He, too, had found a home. All right, everyone, stop standing around. A gentle smile, born from the depths of his heart, spread across Su Li's face. He took the hands of the four girls and led them to the dining table. Today, we won't talk about work. We won't talk about battle. We just eat, drink, and celebrate. He raised his glass, gazing at the four most important women in his life before him. In a voice tender as never before, he murmured softly. To us. To our new life. Cheers. Cheers. The crisp clink of glasses echoed through the cozy restaurant. Outside the window, the dazzling night view. Inside the window, it belonged to the five of them. The unique taste of home. The celebratory feast stretched on into the late hours. Perhaps it was because their long-held grudge had finally been avenged, their hearts set free. Or perhaps because it had been far too long since they truly let their guard down like this. Even Xia Qingxue, usually aloof and reserved, drank more than usual. A charming blush spread across her icy beautiful face. Her ice blue eyes held a hint of a hazy, alluring quality that was never present in her usual demeanor. As for Lin Wanwan and Guan Xiao, the two with the weakest tolerance for alcohol, were already completely drunk. Haha, I'm drunk. Guan Xiao's cheeks flushed crimson like apples as she slumped over the table. She stretched out her two delicate little hands towards Su Li, babbling incoherently as she pouted. Su Li, I can't walk anymore. Come over and carry me back to the room. Me too. Me too. Lin Wanwan beside her immediately raised her hand, refusing to be outdone. Holding an empty wine bottle as if it were her favorite toy, she grinned foolishly. Master, Wanwan's drunk too. Wanwan wants a hug too. Su Li looked at these two, now completely passed out drunk. He felt utterly speechless, caught between laughter and tears. He stood up and walked over, first scooping up Lin Wanwan like a little chick. He tossed the still grinning Lin Wanwan aside. He tossed her into the guest room that had been prepared long ago. Then he walked back to Guan Xiao, who was still moaning softly. Bending down, he scooped up the drunken, unconscious little rich girl, cradling her waist. She felt astonishingly light in his arms. He gazed at the girl in his arms, who resembled a small cat. Curled up in his arms, her lips still murmuring the name, Su Li, you big dummy. A tender smile spread across his face, one he hadn't even noticed himself. He carried her into another guest room. A cold, soft little hand suddenly tugged at the hem of his shirt from behind. Su Li turned around. There stood Xia Qingxue, who had appeared behind him at some point, looking as delicate as ever. Want to come? All right. Chapter 155, this is only the beginning. Her eyes, glistening with alcohol, gazed at him quietly. That gaze seemed to hold his entire world. Su Li's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Before him stood a girl stripped of all coldness and pretense. All that remained was the most pure, tender, and utterly captivating young woman. As if compelled by some unseen force, he reached out his hand. Gently, he drew her into his embrace. "You've worked hard today too," he whispered softly into her ear. "Mm." Xia Qingxue merely murmured a soft response. Then, she buried her face deeply into the warm embrace she had longed for so long. Never to part again. Su Li held the soft, cold body in his arms, inhaling the faint, snow lotus-like fragrance from her hair. The restlessness and ambition within his heart gradually subsided. He gazed out at the glittering steel cityscape beyond the window. Suddenly, as if compelled by some unseen force, he murmured softly. "Zero, tell me this journey of mine, from finding you in the junkyard to now. Would you say I've succeeded?" This might be the first time in his 2 lifetimes. The first time he'd ever asked a question with such uncertainty. Xia Qingxue's body stiffened slightly. Slowly, she lifted her head from Su Li's embrace. Her ice blue eyes, glistening with alcohol, met Su Li's gaze earnestly. She did not answer immediately. Instead, she extended her own pale, slender hand, gently caressing Su Li's cheek. Caressing the skin that bore faint scars. A faint scar. A flicker of pain she hadn't even noticed herself pass through her eyes. Then, she smiled. This smile was no longer the false joy generated by the chip's control. It was a smile born from the depths of her soul. A pure, gentle smile so exquisite it could melt ice and snow. "No." She shook her head gently. Under Su Li's slightly surprised gaze, she stood on tiptoe, taking the initiative. Pressing her cool, soft lips against Su Li's. Then, in a tone brimming with infinite devotion and absolute certainty, as if making a solemn vow, she whispered softly into his ear. "Because this is only the beginning. My master." Xia Qingxue gazed at Su Li, her ice blue eyes reflecting his figure. As well as the myriad lights outside the window. "Your success is not for me to define." Her voice was soft, yet unwaveringly resolute. "You will have a broader world ahead of you. And I will always be by your side." Su Li gazed at the girl before him, who seemed to have matured overnight, his heart filled with 1,000 emotions. He smiled. He no longer dwelled on those tedious questions about success. He simply held her tightly in his arms. After enduring the Guan's treacherous banquet and witnessing Guan Jinlei's downfall, Su Li finally embraced the most leisurely and contented period of his life since arriving in this world. Guan Shanhai, that old fox, is extremely trustworthy. After confirming his son had truly died in an accident, he immediately fulfilled every promise. 100 million in cash, access privileges to the Level 2 laboratory, and the ownership transfer agreement for that half or vein. All were delivered to Su Li's hands without delay. Su Li accepted it all without hesitation. He was now truly wealthy enough to rival a nation. The Green Snake Organization, having suffered the successive losses of 3 key figures, the Doctor, the Plague, and the Bishop, seemed to have finally been beaten into submission. They suspended all operations, retreating like a frightened venomous snake back into its lair. Everything appeared calm and peaceful. Su Li, unusually, granted himself and his 4 family members a long, leisurely vacation. On this day, the sky was clear and cloudless. Su Li lay by the rooftop pool of the villa, enjoying Mu Kucho's perfectly calibrated massage. Meanwhile, Xia Qingxue and Lin Wanwan, clad in cool swimsuits, playing and splashing around in the pool. "Come join us, master." Lin Wanwan, like a joyful mermaid, lay sprawled by the pool. She kept splashing water at Su Li. Su Li, wearing sunglasses, lay lazily on a beach chair, utterly unwilling to move. He felt as though this decadent, corrupt capitalist lifestyle. Completely consumed by this decadent, corrupting capitalist lifestyle. Just then, Guan Xiao, wearing an equally breezy and adorable swimsuit adorned with ruffles, approached carrying a glass of icy juice. Ran over from the side. "Su Li! Su Li! Look!" She held her personal terminal up in front of Su Li. Displayed on the screen was a scenic promotional poster. The poster depicted an endless expanse of azure sea, golden sands and sizzling beauties in bikinis. Azure Coast. The Federation's latest development in artificial ecotourism island. Guan Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Rumor had it that the seawater there was absolutely pollution-free. The sand was the softest stardust sand collected from other planets. And it's even temperature-controlled. "Let's go there to play. Please?" She wrapped her arms around Su Li's arm and began her usual sweet talk. Su Li glanced at the poster, where the scenery truly looked breathtaking. Then he glanced at the 4 equally delightful family members beside him. A thought suddenly popped into his head. A beach vacation? It seemed like a rather splendid idea. He took off his sunglasses, a meaningful smile spreading across his face. "Sounds good." He downed the juice in his glass in one gulp. Then, with a sweeping gesture, "Pack up. Tomorrow, we're going to see the ocean. Yay! Long live Suli. Master. You're the best. Guan Ziyou and Lin Wanwan immediately let out joyful cheers. Even the usually aloof Xia Qingxue and the expressionless Mu Keqiu flashed with a barely perceptible glimmer of anticipation in their beautiful eyes. The next morning, the Golden Phoenix family's private shuttle soared into the sky once more. This time, its destination was no longer the cold, steel and concrete metropolis. Instead, it headed for that dreamlike resort island. A dreamlike resort island. The Azure Coast. As the five stepped off the shuttle and stepped onto the soft, cloud-like golden sands composed of countless grains of stardust, a warm sea breeze swept over them, carrying a blend of faint saltiness and the scent of sunshine. A warm sea breeze swept over them. Wow! Lin Wanwan and Guan Ziyou, two city slickers raised in the steel metropolis, were the first to let out wide-eyed exclamations. Like two unleashed huskies, they flung off their shoes. Barefoot on the sand, they ran wildly, cheered, and rolled about. Wow! It's the ocean. Chapter 156, Vacation. He owns the world. Xia Qingxue slowly removed her sunglasses. She gazed at the boundless expanse before her. A sea of azure blue, clearer than her own eyes. Feeling the warm, slightly humid sea breeze. Her face, which had been as tense as an iceberg, finally relaxed completely in this moment. A smile blossomed from the depths of her heart. Yet utterly breathtaking smile. Mu Keqiu, like the most dedicated bodyguard, stood silently behind Suli, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Yet the curious glances she occasionally cast toward the sea betrayed her innermost thoughts, the heart of a young girl yearning for freedom. Suli gazed upon this scene before him, as beautiful as a painting. Watching these four girls, who had completely let down their guard and shed all pretense before him. A genuine, relaxed smile spread across his face. He felt as though he had truly found that feeling called home. Alright, stop fooling around. He chuckled and called out to the two troublemakers still tossing sand at each other on the beach. Let's head to the hotel first and drop off our stuff. Then change into your swimsuits. Half an hour later, in the presidential suite of the island's most luxurious hotel. After the four girls changed into the battle gear Suli had meticulously selected for them, even Suli, who had seen it all, couldn't help but feel a wave of dizziness. Xia Qingxue wore a pure white one-piece swimsuit. Perfectly accentuated her flawless curves. Lin Wanwan wore a black and red bikini, her innocent yet alluring Yandere charm utterly captivating. Mu Keqiu opted for a black two-piece swimsuit. Her half-human, half-mechanical body not only lacked any sense of incongruity. Instead, it added a unique aura of strength and sensuality to her presence. Guan Ziyou. She wore a pink children's swimsuit adorned with lace and ruffles. Paired with her petite frame and doll-like, delicate features, she looked like a little schoolgirl who had accidentally wandered onto the wrong set. Elementary schooler. What are you looking at? Guan Ziyou felt Suli's gaze filled with pity and sympathy. Her pretty face flushed instantly. She crossed her arms, feigning toughness as she shouted. I'm a legal loli. It's all concentrated goodness. What do you know? Yes, you're absolutely right. Suli suppressed a laugh and nodded. Then, he snapped his fingers. Let's go, my essence. This place is reserved, so no one will disturb us. Surveying the four beauties before him, each uniquely captivating yet equally stunning, his spirit soared. By the way, from this moment on, this entire beach and this stretch of sea belong to me. No one will come to disturb us. Wow! Suli! You're my hero! Guan Ziyou immediately let out a delighted cheer. On the azure sea. A sleek, futuristic silver-white luxury jet ski. Like an arrow released from its bowstring, it raced across the waves at breakneck speed. Suli sat at the helm, reveling in the exhilarating thrill of the wind-blown speed. Behind him, four girls clung tightly to him, their excited screams filling the air. Xia Qingxue, Lin Wanwan, Mu Keqiu, Guan Ziyou, all four of them. Like a human pyramid, they were stacked one on top of the other, forming a single chain. The sea breeze swept through their long hair. Sunlight spilled across their stunningly beautiful cheeks, flushed crimson with excitement. The scene was as beautiful as a painting. Faster! Suli! Faster! Guan Ziyou, perched at the very end, shouted the loudest. Hold on tight. A mischievous grin tugged at Suli's lips. He yanked the steering wheel hard. The jet ski carved a perfect drifting arc across the sea surface. Ah! The four girls let out simultaneous screams filled with thrill and joy. They had never felt this happy or this carefree before. They seemed to have forgotten their identities, forgetting the bloody battles and cold calculations. Now, they were simply four ordinary girls enjoying their vacation. As Suli watched their radiant smiles, genuine and heartfelt, a sense of fulfillment unlike any he had ever known. Perhaps this was the life he truly desired. Wealth, leisure, and strength. And, most importantly, having them by his side. Laughing together, playing together. After a whole afternoon of wild fun on the sea. At dusk, the five of them returned to the beach. The hotel staff had already prepared, as instructed by Su Li, a lavish open-air barbecue feast on the sand. Fresh seafood hauled straight from the deep sea. Premium Wagyu beef air freighted in, along with an array of rare tropical fruits. The five gathered around the bonfire, savoring the grilled delicacies while sipping chilled fruit juice. Watching the dazzling sunset glow across the horizon and the sun slowly sinking below the horizon. The atmosphere was warm and beautiful. Su Li, Xia Qingxue, who had been quiet all along, suddenly spoke. Her ice blue eyes met Su Li's, reflecting the vast expanse of the sunset sky. Thank you. Her voice was soft, yet filled with an unprecedented sincerity. Su Li paused, taken aback. Then, he smiled. He reached out and ruffled her hair as he always did. Silly girl. Between us, there's no need to say thank you. Xia Qingxue gazed at his gentle smile, feeling the warm touch on her head. Her heart, frozen for so long, melted completely in that moment. She said nothing more. She simply leaned her body gently against Su Li's shoulder, like a kitten that had finally found its home. Seeing this, Lin Wanwan and Guan Ziao beside them immediately squeezed in on either side, determined not to be outdone, sandwiching Su Li between them. Master, I want to lean on you too. Me too. Me too. Only Mu Keqiu retained a shred of composure. She sat quietly on Su Li's other side, silently offering him a skewer of freshly grilled, sizzling Wagyu beef dripping with rich juices. Observing the four girls vying for his attention in every possible way, he felt a wave of blissful confusion. He spread his arms wide and pulled them all into his embrace. Then, he lifted his head, gazing at the enormous sunset on the horizon, about to sink below the sea level. A smile of profound contentment spread across his face. He felt as though he already possessed the entire world. Chapter 157, Xia Qingxue's Advancement Plan. Night deepened. Waves gently lapped against the shore. The bonfire gradually died out. The five of them returned to the luxurious presidential suite. Perhaps it was because they had played too wildly during the day. Or perhaps it was the alcohol that had set them free. The four young women's faces were flushed with a charming blush. Their beautiful eyes glistened with a certain unusual emotion. The atmosphere in the room began to grow distinctly suggestive. Su Li cleared his throat, about to say it was getting late and everyone should get some rest. But Lin Wanwan suddenly pounced like a wild kitten, throwing herself straight into his arms. Her crimson eyes burned with unashamed, searing desire. Master. Her voice grew hoarse, yet filled with a deadly allure. Tonight. It's my turn, right? What do you mean it's my turn? No sooner had Lin Wanwan finished speaking than Guan Ziao, who had remained silent all along, was the first to jump up. She was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Hands on hips, she glared at Lin Wanwan, her cheeks puffed out in indignation. I refuse to accept this. Everything has its proper order. Su Li is my fiancé. If it's going to be taken in turns, I should go first. Fiancé? Lin Wanwan snorted in disdain at the words, clinging to Su Li's arm. She nuzzled her face affectionately against his body. That's all fake. My master and I, that's the real deal. You. What about me? Watching the two girls about to come to blows over the right to attend the master at night. When suddenly, a cold voice, filled with queenly authority, suddenly rang out. Shut up. It was Xia Qingxue. She rose slowly from the sofa. She merely cast a casual glance at the two girls still arguing. That gaze was icy cold and utterly oppressive. Lin Wanwan and Guan Ziao instantly wilted. They snorted defiantly at each other. But neither dared utter another word. Because they both knew. In this household, who was the true, rightful mistress? Xia Qingxue paid them no further attention. With graceful steps, she walked step by step to Su Li's side. Then, under the gaze of everyone present, she slowly knelt down on one knee. She lifted her head, and within those icy blue eyes, filled with the purest and most fervent loyalty and devotion, like a knight offering everything to her sovereign. In a tone that felt like a declaration, she softly said, Master. Tonight, please take me. Could I refuse? Su Li tried to resist, but he couldn't hold back. As the saying goes, when the time is right, you must seize the moment. After enduring a holiday that was both absurd and heartwarming, Su Li's life returned to its normal rhythm. He devoted most of his time to developing new technologies and conducting daily training for several projects. Meanwhile, Xia Qingxue formally assumed her role as head of the Xia family, handling the day-to-day affairs of the Xia group. With the technical support provided by Su Li, and with the tacit approval of that sly old fox, Mr. Wu, Xia Group not only swiftly recovered from its previous internal turmoil, but also began to emerge as the leading commercial empire in Zicheng. Everything appeared to be thriving. Yet, a persistent sense of urgency lingered in Su Li's heart. He knew that whether it was the Green Snake or other factions, were like venomous snakes lurking in the darkness. At any moment, they could strike, delivering a fatal blow. His current strength was still far from sufficient. Especially Xia Qingxue. Though she had reached the peak of C rank and possessed the wings of judgment, she still hadn't found that final breakthrough to cross the barrier into B rank. That day, after finishing his daily routine, Suli finally made up his mind. He locked himself in the laboratory and issued commands to the mechanical king's throne. Using Xia Qingshui as the target, he initiated the simulation to derive the optimal ritual plan for advancing to B rank catastrophe level. Ding! Command received. Initiating S rank talent advancement simulation. Simulation cost 1000 source points. Confirm? Confirm. Suli did not hesitate. Ding! Simulation complete. Promotion ritual protocol, resonance of the far north. Ritual requirements: travel to the northernmost magnetic pole of this planet, the eternal winter icefield, hailed as the world's end. At the epicenter of the most violent frigid storm, unleash your entire Arctic cataclysm domain. Ritual core: harness the primordial power of extreme cold permeating the entire planet, achieving resonance with your domain. Within this resonance, complete the ultimate metamorphosis of your life form. Success rate 785. Note: the eternal winter icefield presents an extremely hostile environment, harboring numerous unknown, icebound prehistoric behemoths. Danger level: extreme. As Suli studied the plan presented by the mechanical king's throne, a contemplative gleam flickered in his eyes. Journey to the frozen north and orchestrate an artificial catastrophe. This plan was maddeningly audacious and profoundly challenging. He liked it. Looks like our vacation is ending early. Suli smiled. He knew this journey to Ice North would be anything but smooth sailing. Whether it was the harsh natural environment or the enemies who might spring into action at the slightest hint of trouble, he must be fully prepared for every eventuality. His gaze drifted to another corner of the laboratory. There, lying quietly, was the dismembered corpse of a Class B powerhouse he had torn apart. He had purchased it. Before departure, Suli's face broke into a maniacal grin, brimming with scientific zeal. First, I must build the vehicle for our expedition. Forging a vehicle capable of traversing the entire eternal winter icefield, crushing all enemies in its path. Land ship. It may be called a land battleship, but in truth, this contraption was designed by Suli based on the Golden Phoenix clan's military transport ship blueprints. Combined with his own era-defying black technology, the result is a supermobile fortress that can fly, run, fight, and even transform. The core materials for constructing this land ship? Suli had already secured them long ago. It was a specimen he'd acquired days prior at great expense through a secret channel at the Black Gold auction. The corpse of A. This corpse not only contained immense fire elemental energy, but its bones and skin possessed strength rivaling the highest grade heat-resistant alloys. This corpse not only contained immense fire elemental energy, but its bones and skin possessed strength rivaling the most advanced heat-resistant alloys. Using it as the keel and armor for the land ship was nothing short of a perfect match. Raffi. The flames of creation burned in Suli's eyes. Finalize the optimization of the land ship blueprints. Then, transport all materials to Foundry Workshop 1 immediately. Yes, sir. Chapter 158, Departure. Ice North. While Suli embarked on another round of frenzied seclusion to build his vehicle, he also informed Xia Qingshui of his impending journey to Ice North Star. In the villa's open-air garden. After hearing Suli's plan, her ice-blue eyes held not a trace of fear, but instead shone with an unprecedented brilliance. She knew this was her only chance to catch up with him. What preparations do I need to make? She asked. You needn't do anything. Suli smiled, reaching out to gently caress her flawless, ice-like cheek. All you need to do is trust me. Then wait. Become the true queen. 7 days later. When Suli emerged from the Foundry Workshop filled with the scent of oil and metal. Behind him stood silently a colossal steel beast, radiating an oppressive aura and brutal beauty. Its entire body was pitch black, its lines sleek yet menacing, radiating raw power. Its hull was densely packed with automated plasma turrets and missile launchers. Beneath it, 8 massive all-terrain assault wheels could conquer any terrain. And concealed on either side were 2 pairs of massive wings, ready to deploy at a moment's notice. This was Suli's ultimate achievement, the culmination of 7 sleepless days and nights. The road to the underworld. Done. Suli patted his mobile fortress with satisfaction. A look of contentment spread across his face. He walked over to the 4 women who had been waiting for him all this time. Ladies. He waved his hand. Pack up and prepare to depart. Our journey begins now. In the vast underground hangar of Guanzhou Manor. The path to the underworld, the steel colossus of menacing beauty, had already silently activated its anti-gravity engines. All systems self-checked complete. The road to the underworld stands ready for departure. Inside the cockpit, Guanzhou wore a sleek flight suit. Seated at the main pilot's seat, she shouted excitedly into the communicator. Behind her, Xia Qingshui and Mukacho sat at the weapons console and defense console respectively. A barely perceptible hint of anticipation flickered across their icy, beautiful faces. Suli, meanwhile, sat like a true captain. He sat leisurely in the command chair, a throne he had personally crafted. Beside him, Lin Wanwan was like a docile kitten. Kneeling on the carpet, she gently massaged his legs. Very good. Suli watched the main screen displaying the meticulously planned, leading to the eternal winter ice fields. Then, let's depart. Roger that, Commander. Guan Ziao excitedly pushed the control stick. Buzz. The road to the underworld surged forward like a black dragon breaking free from its chains. Silently, it leapt skyward from the underground hangar. It bypassed the official air routes, dense as a spider's web. Instead, it activated its optical camouflage and anti-radar systems. A true specter slipped silently into the sky. It raced northward toward the death zone blanketed in ice and snow. The eternal winter ice field lay at the northernmost tip of the continent. Here, one of the few areas on the Federation map marked in black as an absolute forbidden zone. For not only was it perpetually shrouded in frigid storms plunging temperatures to -200 degrees Celsius. More crucially, it was a vacuum where federal law and order held no sway. In other cities, order is maintained by money and technology. Upon the ice fields, the sole law is survival of the fittest. Countless fugitives who committed heinous crimes against the Federation, desperate outlaws with nowhere else to go, and fanatics who worship absolute freedom all gather here. They call themselves the Children of the Ice. But more people call them Sky Pirates. They piloted all manner of battered, violently modified aircraft. Like vultures circling the ice fields, madly plundering every fat sheep daring to fly beneath their wings. And today, they've set their sights on a new prey. The road to the underworld had been cruising smoothly through the stratosphere for over a dozen hours. Outside the windows, the bustling steel metropolis had long since vanished. Instead, an endless expanse of snow-covered wilderness stretched below. Boredom was setting in. Lin Wanwan yawned, leaning boredly on Suli's lap as she doodled circles. Master, when will we arrive? Soon. Suli glanced at the destination coordinates on the screen, growing ever closer, and replied calmly. But then, at that very moment. Alert! Alert! Multiple high-energy reactions detected, approaching at high speed. Leify's cold, emotionless alarm tone. Suddenly, it blared throughout the cockpit. HM? Suli's brow furrowed slightly. He immediately switched the external surveillance feed to the main display. There, directly ahead of their flight path, were 7 or 8 battered aircraft of various designs. Emitting black smoke. Like sharks sensing blood, they were closing in to encircle them. Each craft bore a gruesome skull emblem painted in blood. It was the Black Skull Pirates, the most notorious crew in the frozen wastes. Guan Ziao cheerfully explained. Their leader, Blackbeard, was rumored to be a bounty hunter whose strength had reached the peak of C rank. C rank peak? Suli smiled upon hearing this. He watched the screen, where those insignificant fish were arrogantly firing taunting signals at them. A kind smile spread across his face, as if he'd spotted a flock of fat sheep offering themselves up. He had been complaining about how boring the journey had been. Little did he expect that so soon, an appetizer would deliver itself right to his doorstep. All hands prepare. Suli rose slowly from his throne. His voice electronically synthesized, cold and filled with authority. It echoed throughout the entire cockpit. Prepare to welcome our first guests to the ice fields. Roger that. Guan Ziao's face instantly lit up with excitement. She yanked the control stick, disengaging the optical camouflage of the Underworld Express. The massive black vessel, radiating a menacing beauty, resembled a colossal beast from the deep sea. Suddenly, it materialized before the pirates. What the hell is that? What a massive ship! Chapter 159, The City at the End of the World. That massive black warship, with its menacing beauty, loomed like a colossal sea beast, suddenly appearing before the pirates. What is that? What a huge ship! The Black Skull Pirates stared dumbfounded at the colossal vessel that had materialized before them. Their arrogant taunts abruptly ceased, and the public channel fell into dead silence. They had thought themselves hungry wolves hunting fat prey, only to discover their prey was a prehistoric Tyrannosaurus Rex. Open fire, a pirate asked, trembling. Fire my ass. Run for your lives. Their leader, Blackbeard, was the first to snap out of it. Without a second thought, he swung the ship around, desperate to escape this chilling death zone. But it was already too late. Trying to escape? Inside the cockpit, Suli watched the tiny flies on the screen preparing to scatter in panic, a cruel smile spreading across his face. He couldn't be bothered to act himself, casually issuing an order to Xia Qingxue beside him. Qingxue, freeze them. Yes, master. Xia Qingxue's pretty face showed no emotion as she gently pressed the red weapon launch button before her. Wings of Judgment, Absolute Zero Cannon, fire. Buzz. An invisible, intangible wave spread out like ripples from the center of the road to the underworld, spreading out in an instant.
Wherever the wave passed, the 7 or 8 battered craft desperately fleeing, along with the pirates still screaming in terror inside them, were instantly frozen solid. They hung motionless in the sky 10,000 meters above, like prehistoric insects sealed in amber. Then, with a clatter, they shattered into a sky-filling dust of crystalline ice, drifting away with the wind. The entire process was clean and decisive, without even a single proper explosion.
Dead silence filled the cockpit. Guan Ziyou and Lin Wanwan stared blankly at the battlefield, now instantly cleared on the screen.
They knew Xia Qingxue was formidable, but they never imagined that with the judgment wings equipped, she had reached such an absurdly powerful level.
This wasn't combat anymore, it was dimensional suppression.
Su Li, however, watched it all with calm detachment, as if he'd merely crushed a few bothersome ants. He settled back into his throne and declared in a matter-of-fact tone. Alright, the flies are dealt with.
Let's continue our journey.
After clearing away this group of blind appetizers, the journey of the road to the underworld encountered no further obstacles. The farther north they flew, the more desolate and monotonous the scenery outside the windows became.
Endless white snowfields replaced all color.
Howling winds, like the wails of ghosts and wolves, lashed against the ship's armor. The air had long since cooled to a terrifying temperature capable of weakening even steel. This was the eternal winter icefield. A forbidden zone of life where even the gods seldom tread. Finally, after dozens of hours of monotonous sailing, a solitary black city loomed on the horizon, standing alone atop the icefields. The city was not large. Every structure was built from a type of black rock capable of withstanding the extreme cold. A vast pale blue energy shield enveloped the city. It held the apocalyptic blizzard outside firmly at bay. There, at the end of their journey, the first, and only, supply station. Ice North City. The road to the underworld slowly descended outside Ice North City. On that crude, frost-covered landing pad. Alright, ladies. Su Li rose from his throne. We've arrived. Over the next few days, we'll rest and resupply here. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he studied the terrifying meteorological data on the screen, detailing the core region of the eternal winter icefield. Then we'll head to the coldest and most dangerous place on this planet. To commune with the most extreme cold. To master and absorb it. He turned to face Xia Qingxue, who had remained serene throughout, yet whose eyes burned with the same fierce resolve. To complete your final rite of passage into Class B. Ice North City more than a city. It was more like a massive fortified refuge built at the edge of the world. Here, there were no flashing neon lights, no bustling traffic. Only low, sturdy houses built from black rock. And on the streets, those hurried residents. Most of them are desperados and bounty hunters like the Black Skull Pirates. Most of them were desperados and bounty hunters like the Black Skull Pirates. When Su Li arrived with 4 companions, that couldn't conceal their stunning beauty and voluptuous figures, entered the city. They instantly became the center of attention. Countless gazes, filled with greed, desire, and ill intent, poured in from every direction. Like a pack of starving wolves spotting fresh blood. Master. Lin Wanwan frowned slightly, feeling uneasy. Those crimson eyes already flickered with a dangerous gleam. There's so much trash here. Behave yourself. Su Li patted her head. Yet his face still bore that same carefree, lazy smile. He completely ignored the hostile stares around him. He simply led the 4 women straight into the largest and only inn in town. It looked like a decent enough inn. The innkeeper was a burly, one-eyed man with a menacing scar across his face. He froze momentarily upon seeing Su Li and his group enter. Then, that single eye flashed with an unmistakable gleam of greed. Guests, are you stopping for the night or staying here? His voice was hoarse, thick with innuendo. Su Li paid him no mind. He simply pulled a gleaming gold credit coin bearing the golden phoenix emblem from his pocket. Then he casually tossed it onto the bar. The best room available. Here, they still used the most primitive form of transaction, physical currency. Also, prepare some of your most distinctive local delicacies for us. Hurry! The moment that one-eyed proprietor recognized the credit coin, all the greed and desire in that one eye vanished without a trace. Replaced instead by fear that ran deep to the bone. The Golden Phoenix clan. Without a second thought, he slid down from behind the bar with a thud and knelt on the floor. His massive head bounced like a garlic press. Again and again, he banged it against the floor. I don't know who you are, but please spare me. Chapter 160, what kind of strange fetish is this? The bartenders and thugs behind him, who had been glaring with ill intent, were all stunned into silence by this sight. One by one, they all knelt down too. Are you kidding me? Members of the Golden Phoenix clan. They were divine beings, figures so formidable that even the mightiest king of the Ice Plains dared not provoke them. And they had actually dared to harbor ill intentions toward such a powerful figure just moments ago? What the hell is that if not courting death? Su Li watched the absurd scene unfold before him, finding it utterly tedious. He couldn't even be bothered to indulge in the low-level amusement of playing dumb anymore. He merely waved his hand impatiently. Enough with the nonsense.
Hurry up and serve the food. Yes. 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 Just a moment. Right away. Right away. The one-eyed proprietor, relieved as if granted a pardon, scrambled headlong into the kitchen. A few minutes later, in the inn's most luxurious private room, 5 steaming bowls of what looked like some kind of mysterious, gooey delicacy were brought in. The paste was served in a huge metal bowl. Its color was an eerie brown. Inside, one could make out unidentifiable chunks of meat and plant roots. It gave off an indescribably strange odor. Is this the finest cuisine your region has to offer? Wan Zio stared at the bowl of dark cuisine before her. Her delicate little face instantly scrunched up in disgust. Yes. Outside the door, the one-eyed proprietor answered nervously. This is the finest energy porridge on our ice fields. It's made by simmering the meat of the most cold-resistant snowline mammoth and the roots of ice marrow grass which thrives at -100 degrees Celsius for 7 days and 7 nights. Not only does it rapidly replenish stamina, but it also wards off the bitter cold. One bowl will keep you warm for 3 days and nights straight. Alright, I understand. You may leave now. Suli waved his hand dismissively. He stared at the bowl of energy porridge before him, its appearance utterly unappealing. He found himself intrigued. He picked up the spoon, scooped a spoonful, and put it in his mouth. The taste was utterly bizarre. Salty and spicy, with an indescribable fishy aftertaste. But the instant the paste slid down his throat, a surge of heat erupted violently in his stomach. Then, swiftly, it coursed through every fiber of his being. His body, weary from the long trek, instantly returned to peak condition. Not bad. Suli nodded in satisfaction. Then, under the stunned, ghost-like stares of the 4 women, he picked up the metal bowl, larger than his own face. Gulp, gulp. In just a few mouthfuls, he polished off the entire bowl of that dark concoction. He even licked his lips, seemingly wanting more. Boss, another bowl, please. Hee, you really know your stuff, sir. Coming right up. The one-eyed owner, seeing Suli's enthusiasm, instantly plastered on an obsequious grin and dashed into the kitchen to prepare another bowl. Meanwhile, the 4 girls left in the private room stared at Suli with expressions as if they were observing a prehistoric beast. Xiao Qingxue observed Suli's sated expression, then glanced at the bowl before her still steaming with suspicious heat filled with a murky brown paste. For the first time, her icy cold, pretty face revealed an expression called disgust. She simply couldn't comprehend it. How could Suli possibly drink something that looked like it had been fished out of a sewer without batting an eyelid? She couldn't help but ask, "You really can drink that?" Suli lifted his head, met her gaze, and replied in a tone that was intensely earnest and tinged with nostalgia. Much tastier than your cooking. Xiao Qingxue froze in place. Suli's words instantly dredged up those painful, long-buried memories. She still remembered clearly, back in that tiny, dilapidated junkyard. This man had ordered her a pampered young lady whose hands had never touched a pot to cook for the first time. It had truly been an impossible task for her. Even now, she could recall the bitter resentment she'd harbored toward that bastard. She had mistaken salt for sugar and soy sauce for vinegar, creating a dish so black it gleamed with resentment. She didn't even know what that concoction was. In the end, the man couldn't bring himself to eat it. But now she wanted to cook well. Yet her culinary skills, which could only be described as disastrous, seemed to have made no tangible progress whatsoever. At this thought, Xiao Qingxue's already icy cold, pretty face grew even colder. She looked at Suli, and within her icy blue eyes, a fleeting, barely perceptible flicker of hurt and defiance flickered. Silently, she lifted the enormous bowl of energy porridge before her. Then, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, she mimicked Suli's actions, tilting her head back. Gulp, gulp. In just a few gulps, she drained the bowl of that dark concoction, leaving not a single drop behind. Then, she slammed the empty bowl down on the table. Looking at Suli, she said coldly in a tone brimming with defiance, "I think it's not bad." "That's great." Suli observed her proud little expression, as if to say, "Look how amazing I am." Far from showing any tenderness toward her, he found it utterly amusing. Without a second thought, he pushed the second bowl of steaming hot energy porridge just served by the one-eyed owner right in front of Xiao Qingxue. His face broke into a warm smile brimming with care, encouragement, and kindness. "Since you think you can handle it, drink more. Don't go wasting it." Xiao Qingxue stared at the bowl of brown mush before her, larger than her own face. Then she glanced at Suli's face, radiating sincerity and unwavering certainty. All the haughty defiance and provocation on her icy, beautiful face froze instantly, replaced instead by a palpable stiffness and pallor. She felt as though she'd shot herself in the foot. "What's wrong?" Suli watched her motionless form and kindly urged, "Drink up, it'll get cold and won't taste good." Lin Wanwan, Guan Xiao, and Mu Keqiu beside her witnessed this epic display of cluelessness. Each of them struggled to stifle their laughter, shoulders twitching uncontrollably. What kind of strange fetish is this? Enjoying watching someone drink this stuff? Xiao Qingxue took a deep breath.
Her ice blue eyes flashed with an incredibly complex mix of hurt, resentment, and unwillingness as she looked at Suli.
Sorry, I'm full. You drink it. Chapter 161, oh yeah. I saw a dragon. In the end, she chose the latter between pride and taste.
Slowly, she set down the bowl in her hand and lifted her head. Fixing her gaze on Suli, she spoke in a voice that seemed to be forced out through gritted teeth.
She said coldly. Sorry, I'm full. You can have this bowl. Heh, if you just said so earlier, wouldn't that have been fine?
Suli immediately flashed a triumphant grin, radiant with the satisfaction of a scheme succeeding. Without hesitation, he carried the bowl of porridge back to the table. Then, under Xia Qingshua's furious glare, he drank it all in one satisfied gulp.
His expression was infuriating in the extreme.
After enduring a dinner filled with sharp exchanges and stinging remarks,
the five of them settled into the inn. Life in Bingbei City was monotonous and dull. There were no neon-lit entertainment districts here.
Nor were there shopping malls filled with dazzling displays.
Only the relentless blizzards that never ceased. And those outlaws, their eyes dulled, wrapped in thick furs. But for Suli,
this quiet, undisturbed life was precisely what he needed.
Over the next few days,
he immersed himself entirely in the final adjustments to the road to the underworld, and the intelligence analysis of the core region of the eternal winter icefield. Meanwhile, Xia Qingxue and the other three women underwent rigorous adaptive training under his guidance. They needed to acclimate both their bodies and their mechs to the terrifying environment at the heart of the icefields, a place cold enough to freeze everything in its path.
Time flew by in this calm yet tense atmosphere of preparation.
Finally, on a slightly less blizzard-ridden morning 1 week later, Suli summoned everyone to the bridge of the path to the underworld. He looked at the four young women before him, each having adjusted their condition to peak performance.
A solemn smile, brimming with battle intent, spread across his face. Are you all ready? Yes, master. We're ready to depart at any moment. Suli. Very well. Suli nodded.
He turned, gazing at the main screen where the area marked as the Death Eye lay. The blood-red coordinates of the Forbidden Zone. In those eyes, flickering with a dark golden glow,
a blazing flame of conquest ignited. He knew that place would be Xia Qingshue's ultimate stage for her transformation. It would also be the new starting point for him and his Machine Nation team to ascend to a higher level. He abruptly swung his hand. With a tone brimming with supreme authority, like that of a sovereign, he issued the final order to march. Destination, the end of the world. The underworld path. Depart. At Suli's command, the black colossus lurking beneath the ice roared with a deep, thunderous rumble. 8 massive all-terrain assault wheels crushed the thick ice beneath, propelling the colossal hull as it slowly emerged from Ice North City's sheltered harbor. As it was fully exposed to the apocalyptic blizzard of the eternal winter icefield, a pale blue energy shield instantly rose around the hull, firmly repelling all ice crystals and gale force winds capable of tearing through steel. The road to the underworld, like a black arc sailing through a sea of white fury, pressed forward without pause. It marched resolutely northward toward that pure white death zone where even satellite signals failed, crushing everything in its path. The further north they ventured, the more inhospitable the environment became. The sky remained perpetually a murky, leaden gray. The earth stretched endlessly beneath a pallid expanse frozen for tens of thousands of years. Here, there was no life, no sound. Only the eternal howl of wind and snow. It felt as though the entire world had been abandoned. The road to the underworld had traversed this desolate ice field for 3 days and nights straight. Inside the bridge, the atmosphere had grown oppressive. Suli, how much longer until we arrive? Guan Ziyao stared out the window at the monotonous, despair-inducing white expanse and asked impatiently. Soon. Suli's gaze remained fixed on the constantly shifting navigation coordinates displayed on the main screen. According to Leif's calculations, we'll enter the outer perimeter of the Death Eye in less than 5 hours. Everyone, stay alert. His voice grew intensely serious. The real test was about to begin. No sooner had he spoken than, alarm! Alarm! Leify's cold, emotionless alarm suddenly echoed throughout the entire bridge. Detected ultra-high-intensity bioenergy reactions ahead. Incalculable in number. What? Guan Ziyao and Lin Wanwan instantly leapt from their seats. Suli also snapped his head up, switching the main screen to long-range detection mode. On the distant horizon, a black tidal wave surged toward them with an overwhelming, terrifying momentum. When Suli zoomed the image to its maximum magnification, he finally discerned the true nature of that wave. It wasn't a wave at all. It was a terrifying tide of beasts composed of thousands upon thousands, no, tens of thousands, even millions of monstrous creatures resembling giant cockroaches, their bodies covered in black ice crystal carapaces. A terrifying tide of beasts. They resembled demons crawling out of a frozen hell. With utter disregard for death, they launched a suicidal charge against the road to the underworld, the unwelcome intruder that had dared to trespass upon their domain. Guan Ziyao stared at the screen, overwhelmed by the dense, hair-raising horror unfolding before her eyes. She couldn't help but let out a curse. What the hell did we just stir up a cockroach nest? Raffi, analyze the data on these creatures. Suli's voice remained calm, without a trace of panic. Data analysis in progress. Analysis complete. Leifei's voice chimed in promptly. Species name, Icefield predator. A gregarious species possessing exceptional environmental adaptability and reproductive capacity. Individual combat rating, F class. However, when numbers exceed 10,000, the collective biopheromones emitted by the group inflict severe mental corruption and fear effects on all lifeforms below B class. Mental corruption? Fear effects? Suli smiled upon hearing this. Gazing at the black tide of death now mere inches away on the screen, a cold, contemptuous smile spread across his face. Playing these games with me? That's like showing off in front of the master. He didn't even bother to fire the cannons of the path to the underworld. He merely rose slowly from his throne. Then, he walked to the very front of the bridge, gazing at the monstrous tide that threatened to swallow them whole. The dragon spine within him began to glow faintly, growing hotter. An ancient, terrifying aura, one born from the deepest recesses of his bloodline, brimming with supreme majesty and absolute oppression, exploded from his body. This was not mere mental pressure. It was a higher dimensional, life-level, absolute. Dragon's might. Chapter 162, The Ascent begins. The intangible dragon's might surged like a tsunami toward the black tide of beasts. In that instant, the entire world seemed to be silenced. Those icy predators, who had been charging madly without fear of death, froze the instant they touched the dragon's might. Their bodies froze rigid. Their bloodshot compound eyes, brimming with savagery and murderous intent, were instantly filled with a primal, bone-deep terror. It was an absolute dread rooted in their very genes of fear of their natural enemy. They didn't even have the courage to turn and flee. They could only lie prostrate on the ground like a swarm of lowly ants. They prostrated themselves in unison, burying their hard-shelled heads deep into the snow and ice, shivering in terror. All beasts, submit. In the blink of an eye. That tide of death beasts, still brimming with the stench of destruction, transformed into a carpet of reverence and awe. A carpet of pilgrimage. And Suli was the only god they needed to worship and revere. God. Inside the cockpit, a deathly silence hung heavy. Guanxiao, Lin Wanwan, and Mu Keqiu all stared blankly at the screen, witnessing this miraculous spectacle. Their minds had completely frozen. They knew Suli was powerful. But they never imagined he had reached such an absurdly absurd level of power. Merely the aura he emitted could make millions of terrifying beasts bow in submission? This was beyond mere strength. This was ING. A god descending from the heavens. Alright, the path is clear now. Suli withdrew his dragon's might. He sat back down on his throne, as if he'd merely done something trivial. He gave a faint command to Guanxiao, who still stood in a daze. Continue forward. Oh. Right. Guanxiao snapped out of her daze and frantically resumed control of the underworld path. The massive black vessel slowly began moving once more. Then, amidst the welcoming procession of countless subjects prostrate upon the ground, forming a black carpet. Like a sovereign surveying his domain. Slowly, it rolled toward the end of the blizzard, the end of the world. Finally, after traversing that black carpet of subjects, the road to the underworld reached its destination. The Eye of Death. It was an indescribably vast, slowly rotating super cyclone of blizzard. At its core lay an eerie, absolute vacuum devoid of any wind or snow. The sky there displayed a heart-stopping, profound dark purple hue. As if it were a gateway to another dimension. We've arrived. Suli stared at the screen, where the spectacular sight radiated an aura of destruction. His voice was calm yet solemn. Qingxue, are you ready? Yes, master. Xia Qingxue nodded, her icy beautiful face showing no trace of fear. Only the purest fighting spirit and resolve. Very well. Suli's gaze swept over every person present. Guanzi, Wanwan, Keqiu. Your task is to hold this position. Until the ritual concludes, I want nothing to disturb her. Rest assured. Yes, master. The three women answered in unison. Suli said no more. He personally escorted Xia Qingxue down from the path to the underworld. As the two stepped onto the frozen ground, hardened by ice for tens of thousands of years, a bone-chilling cold, terrifying enough to freeze the soul, instantly engulfed them. Even with Suli's formidable physique, enhanced by the dragon spine transformation, he couldn't help but shiver. Yet Xia Qingxue seemed to have returned to her mother's embrace. Her ice-blue eyes shimmered with an unprecedented sense of comfort and warmth. She could sense the primordial, pure power of extreme cold permeating this world. It was resonating with her in a wondrous way. Go. Suli released her hand and whispered softly. Go reclaim the power that rightfully belongs to you. Xia Qingxue nodded. Without looking back at Suli, she turned and walked step by step alone toward the very heart of the storm. That absolute vacuum where even light itself was distorted. the instant her entire body stepped into the eye of the storm. The entire world seemed to fall silent. Immediately. Centered on her, a pillar of icy blue energy more terrifying and more pure than any before suddenly shot skyward, piercing straight through the clouds. It dyed the dark purple sky into a dreamlike ice blue. Xia Qingxue slowly closed her eyes. She spread the magnificent wings of judgment on her back, her entire being resembling an ice goddess about to be crowned as she rose gracefully into the air. She spread her arms wide, as if to embrace the entire world. Then, in a voice like that of a deity filled with supreme majesty and chanting like a sacred incantation, she uttered 4 words softly yet distinctly. Catastrophe. Descends. Boom. In that instant, the entire eternal winter ice field shook violently. The terrifying blizzard that had raged for tens of thousands of years miraculously ceased at that very moment. Immediately after. Centered on Xia Qingxue, and even larger, colder. With countless ice crystals sharper than blades. Countless ice crystals sharper than blades. Swept wildly in all directions, intertwined with gale force winds capable of tearing everything apart. This was the ascension ceremony of the Arctic cataclysm. This was Xia Qingxue's very own divine symphony. Suli stood at a distance, piloting the judgment armor, silently observing the scene. He could distinctly sense Xia Qingxue's aura surging exponentially at a frenzied pace. Her domain was forging the deepest possible connection and resonance with the primordial essence of extreme cold permeating the entire cosmos. Her very essence was undergoing an earth-shattering metamorphosis. Yet, at this most critical moment, an anomaly erupted. Roar! A furious roar, thick with primordial and savage energy, erupted violently from beneath the thick ice. Immediately after. Boom! 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 3 thunderous explosions. 3 colossal, mountain-like blocks of frozen flesh erupted violently from beneath the ice field. It seemed as though Xia Qingxue's earth-shaking ascension ceremony had awakened them from their slumber of tens of thousands of years. Crackle, crackle. Chapter 163, Do you want to dance too? Crackle, crackle. Amidst the crackling sounds of shattering ice, the solid ice crust covering the 3 mountains of flesh began to crack inch by inch, revealing their true, savage, and violent forms within. 3 prehistoric beasts, each over 100 meters long, covered in thick white fur, and armed with 2 massive tusks like battering rams. Prehistoric behemoths. Ice mammoths. Moreover, judging by the terror emanating from them, no less terrifying than the plague and the bishop had been. These 3 were all genuine Class B powerhouses. On the bridge of the road to the underworld, Wan Xiao stared at the 3 terrifying beasts on the screen, each as massive as moving mountains, and couldn't help but curse again. Did we just stir up a nest of bosses? Buy 1, get 3 free? After breaking free from the ice, the 3 icefield mammoths, their 4 enormous eyes, like blood-red lanterns, instantly locked onto the figures suspended midair. Xia Qingxue's body. They could sense the primal cold emanating from that tiny figure, a scent that made their mouths water with desire. To them, it was the ultimate tonic. Roar! They let out a roar filled with greed and hunger. Lifting their pillar-like limbs, they charged towards Xia Qingxue. With every stride they took, the entire earth shook violently. Their momentum was more terrifying than an entire heavy armored division. Not a chance. A cold gleam flashed in Suli's eyes. He knew Xia Qingxue was at her most critical moment. She absolutely couldn't be disturbed. Without hesitation, he immediately issued the most concise combat orders over the team channel. Wan, Kachio. 1 each. Hold them off. He, understood, my master. Yes, master. 2 figures leapt off the road to the underworld in an instant. Lin Wan, piloting her eerie scarlet thorns, streaked like a crimson lightning bolt. Her target was the ice mammoth on the left. Meanwhile, Mu Keqiu piloted her heavy requiem like a black meteorite. Her target was the one on the right. In the blink of an eye, 2 mechs, brimming with brutal aesthetics, collided violently with the 2 mountain-like beasts. Boom! A battle between a C-rank peak and AB rank powerhouse. The battle commenced. Suli, piloting his judgment armor, stood alone before the largest and most formidable ice mammoth at the center. He stared at the colossal beast towering dozens of times his height. Not a trace of fear crossed his face. Instead, a savage grin filled with madness and battle intent spread across his face. Slowly, he drew the pitch-black battle blade from his back. Then, he pointed the blade's tip directly at the prehistoric beast roaring toward him. With a tone of supreme authority, like that of a sovereign, he spoke calmly. You wish to dance as well? Roar! The largest ice mammoth seemed to understand Suli's provocation. Its blood-red eyes instantly filled with boundless fury, as if an insect had dared to insult it. It raised its massive tusk, like a battering ram, wielding terrifying force capable of shattering mountains. It charged viciously toward Suli, a minuscule existence, no larger than a bug in its eyes. Yet, faced with this world-shattering blow, Suli merely snorted coldly in disdain. He didn't even entertain the thought of dodging. He merely held his battle blade horizontally before his chest. Then, the mechanized dantian within his body began to spin wildly. A terrifying energy, dark golden hue and brimming with the aura of dragon might and judgment, instantly enveloped his entire body. Show off your strength in front of me? A cruel curve lifted at the corner of Su Li's mouth. You're not worthy. The ground beneath his feet shattered with a thunderous crack. His entire body transformed into a silver-black lightning bolt surging against the current. Without the slightest evasion, he charged headlong into the white mountain hurtling toward him. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, powerful enough to make the entire ice plane tremble. The insignificant and the colossal. Technology and savagery. Two utterly contrasting forces collided in this moment with the most primal and violent impact imaginable. A furious shockwave of energy swept out like a tsunami in all directions. Layer upon layer of ice, dozens of meters thick, was torn from the surrounding terrain. At the very center of the battlefield, Su Li remained suspended in midair, utterly still. The battle blade in his hand steadfastly braced against the colossal tusk capable of shattering mountains. Not a single inch budged. The once mighty ice mammoth let out a wail filled with agony and disbelief. On its indestructible tusks, fine spiderweb-like cracks began to appear. Then, with a sharp crack, it snapped clean in two. Su Li had shattered the ultimate weapon of a peak B-rank colossus with sheer brute force alone. It was over. Su Li stared at the utterly stunned colossus before him, a cold glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The battle blade in his hand traced a perfect, pitch-black arc through the air. Put! A head as massive as a small mountain shot skyward. Warm, life-filled blood spurted like a fountain, drenching the entire pale snowfield. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Wanwan and Mu Keqiu's battle also reached its climax. Lin Wanwan pushed the bizarre and deadly potential of the Crimson Thorns to its absolute limit. She danced on the edge of a blade like the most skilled assassin. Each time, at the very instant the mammoth was about to strike. With superhuman agility bordering on teleportation, she narrowly evaded each strike. Then, with her bone blades tempered in deadly poison, she carved deep, bone-exposing emerald green wounds into its flesh. The mammoth lay battered and bruised, barely clinging to life. Mu Keqiu, however, was straightforward and brutal. Piloting the heavy Requiem, she refused to engage in any fancy maneuvers with the mammoth. She simply activated her gravity field to its maximum. Then, like an unruly humanoid Gundam, she pursued the mammoth, which was so weighed down by gravity it could barely walk. Punch after punch, she hammered it into a blurry pulp of flesh. By the time Su Li finished off his opponent and reached the two women, the battle was utterly over. Three arrogant B-rank beasts facing the Machination Nation team's ruthless, dimension-defying assault. They didn't even last 10 minutes. They had become three cold corpses. Nice work. Chapter 164, Does the Master have a reward? Su Li nodded with satisfaction. Then he turned, fixing his gaze once more upon the eye of the storm. There, suspended mid-air, Xia Qingshue's ascension ceremony had entered its final stage. Her entire body was now completely enveloped by a massive ice-blue light cocoon formed from the purest primordial cold energy. The luminous cocoon pulsed like a colossal, breathing heart. Each beat emitted terrifying fluctuations of law that made even Su Li's heart skip a beat. He knew Xia Qingxue was undergoing her final transformation. Once she emerged from the cocoon, she would no longer be the zero unit who needed his protection, but a true, equal partner who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Queen of Catastrophe, a true grade B. Su Li waited in silence. He knew this process could not be interfered with by any external force. Only Xia Qingxue herself could take that final step. Time ticked by second. Finally. Snap. A sound as clear and sharp as shattering crystal. It echoed from the massive ice-blue light cocoon. Immediately after, fine cracks spread like a spiderweb across the entire cocoon. Boom! A deafening roar. The entire light cocoon shattered explosively, transforming into a sky filled with crystalline ice-blue sparks. At the very center of that dazzling expanse of light, as brilliant as countless stars, a brand new, utterly breathtaking figure, radiating an aura of sacred majesty, slowly materialized. Still clad in that ice-blue gown. Still that face of unearthly beauty. But at this moment, Xia Qingshue's entire aura underwent a profound transformation. If before she had been a cold and beautiful icebird, then now, she was the sole ruler of winter and decay in this world. Goddess of ice and snow. Behind her, the magnificent wings of judgment no longer possessed a simple metallic texture. Instead, they had transformed into a translucent ice crystal form, existing somewhere between solid substance and pure energy. Visible deep blue runes of law flowed across their surface. Her eyes, too, had completely transformed into a pure, untainted, jade-like hue. B-rank barrier tier. Cataclysmic grade. She succeeded. Congratulations. 0. Su Li gazed at the work before him, now utterly transformed. A genuine smile of satisfaction spread across his face. No sooner had the words left his mouth. The breathtaking figure suspended midair, still radiating divine majesty, trembled violently. In her lapis lazuli eyes, which had just been filled with divine radiance, were instantly flooded with an overwhelming, indelible affection and joy. Without a moment's hesitation, the wings of judgment on her back flapped violently. Her entire form transformed into a streak of icy blue light. Like a young swallow returning to its nest, she plunged directly into the embrace she knew best and found most comforting. Master! She clung tightly to Suli, burying her face deep into his chest. Like a little girl showing off her perfect score to her parents. Her voice brimmed with uncontrollable excitement and pride. I did it! Yes! 0. Suli felt the soft body in his arms still cold, yet brimming with an unprecedented explosive power. He smiled and held her tightly in return. Then, like an old father praising his most accomplished child, with a voice brimming with pride and satisfaction, he whispered softly into her ear. You are my finest creation. You succeeded. Xia Qingxue nodded firmly in his embrace. She could feel that she had never been this strong before. Nor had she ever been this happy. She lifted her head, her eyes now restored to their icy blue hue reflected Suli's face, softened by a gentle smile. Her pretty face flushed slightly. Then, like a little girl who'd aced her test and was asking her parents for a reward, in a voice tinged with a barely perceptible hint of petulance and anticipation, she murmured softly. Master! Is there a reward? Of course there's a reward. Suli gazed at her adorable, hopeful expression and couldn't resist leaning down to press a gentle kiss to her forehead. Then, he tickled her small, upturned nose and smiled, saying, a big reward. But first, we need to leave this place. He lifted his head, glancing at the death eye, which had grown unstable due to Xia Qingxue's advancement. Then he glanced at the 3 B-rank giant beast corpses on the ground, which were practically treasures. A satisfied smile spread across his face. He issued the return to base command over the communicator. Can, Wanwan, Ketchyo. The job's done. Clean up the battlefield and prepare to head home. Roger that. Boss. Yes, master. Half an hour later. The road to the underworld soared into the sky once more. Only this time, it was towing 3 massive, mountain-like trophies. Inside the bridge, the atmosphere was jubilant. Guan Ziao clutched a massive mammoth tusk, unable to put it down, muttering over and over, we're rich. We're rich. Lin Wanwan, like a boneless cat, had once again draped herself over Suli, chattering away about how she'd used her adorable, enchanting vines to playfully kill that big, dumb elephant. Mukachio sat quietly nearby, wiping the faint traces of blood from her requiem armor. Xia Qingxue, meanwhile, clung to Suli like a little girl who'd just received her favorite candy. She clung tightly to Suli's side from start to finish. A faint smile of contentment and happiness played on her face. Suli watched this warm yet somewhat noisy scene unfold before him. A genuine, relaxed smile spread across his own face. He knew this journey to Ice North had been a resounding success. Xia Qingxue had successfully advanced to B rank. He had also secured the corpses of 3 B rank powerhouses and vast quantities of rare materials. His Mechanical Nation team had finally gained its first truly elite combat power. It could be said that even when viewed across the entire Federation, a formidable force to be reckoned with. Leaning back in his throne, he watched the vast snowy plains rush past outside the window. His mind began plotting the next move. It was time to settle the score with the Green Serpent. It was time to show him just how sharp this blade truly was. But before all that, he had one more crucial matter to attend to. He lowered his gaze to the Ice Queen in his arms, who was looking up at him with eager anticipation. Smiling, he asked. 0. Have you decided on the reward you desire? Chapter 165, I shouldn't be on the ship, I should be below deck. Have you decided on the reward you want? I have. Xia Qingxue nodded, her reply crisp and decisive. Her ice blue eyes held not a trace of hesitation, only the purest, most burning desire. She looked at Su Li, speaking each word with solemn earnestness, as if making a solemn vow. The reward I desire is you. Su Li froze. He stared at the woman before him, who now regarded him with an unprecedented. He felt like he'd really messed up. He felt like he might have overstepped. He had assumed Xia Qingxue would ask for some materials or equipment like she always did. He never imagined that after advancing to B rank, her boldness had leveled up alongside her rank, daring to demand a reward from him so bluntly. Ahem. Su Li cleared his throat uncomfortably. He glanced at Lin Wanwan and Guan Ziao beside him, both ears perked, eyes wide, faces plastered with expressions of pure schadenfreude. He felt the throbbing pain in his temples starting up again. He reached out, intending to ruffle Xia Qingxue's hair as usual to calm her down. But this time, Xia Qingxue beat him to it, grabbing his hand. Then, she gently pressed his palm against her own exquisite cheek, which was slightly warm with excitement. She looked at him, her ice blue eyes filled with an unquestionable resolve. Master. Her voice was soft, yet carried the undeniable authority of a B-rank powerhouse. Tonight, you are mine. The air in the bridge seemed to freeze. That soft yet unyielding declaration detonated like a depth charge, exploding in the heart of every person present. Guan Ziao, who had been pricking up her ears for gossip, gaped in disbelief, her mouth forming an exaggerated O. The mammoth ivory she held clattered to the floor, yet she remained oblivious. She glanced at Xia Qingxue, whose face bore an unwavering resolve and radiated an overwhelming presence, then shifted her gaze to Su Li, whose expression had frozen into an unusual stiffness. Finally, she let out a sigh filled with both envy and schadenfreude. Wow! That single exclamation ignited the fuse completely. No way! A sharp protest erupted. Lin Wanwan, who had been clinging to Su Li like a koala, wasn't having it. She suddenly tightened her arms, pressing her soft body even closer against Su Li's back. In a possessive gesture, she rested her chin on his shoulder. She flashed Xia Qingxue a smile brimming with hostility and provocation. He belongs to all of us, not just you. As she spoke, she deliberately extended her tongue, lightly licking Su Li's earlobe before cooing sweetly. Master, isn't that right? Wanwan wants a reward too. Wanwan defeated a big bad guy today. Su Li felt his temples throbbing even harder. One hand gripped his, eyes declaring with absolute certainty, "Tonight, you're mine." The other clung to his back, clamoring in the most clingy way possible that he belonged to everyone. He lowered his gaze to meet Xia Qingxue's icy blue eyes, burning with flame. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught Lin Wanwan's mischievous, trouble-making grin. For the first time, he felt that upgrading these creations too quickly. Perhaps it wasn't such a good thing after all. Especially since their audacity had risen to an unwarranted level alongside them. Behave yourselves. Su Li finally spoke, his voice quiet yet commanding. He didn't pull back the hand Xia Qingxue was holding, nor did he push away Lin Wanwan behind him. Instead, he leaned back against the throne, closed his eyes, and pressed his fingers against his throbbing temples. Raffi. Yes, master. Set course for Zicheng. With the most concise command, he forcibly ended this escalating palace intrigue. Course set. Estimated arrival at Zay City in hours. The road to the underworld emitted a low rumble. The hull shuddered slightly as it shifted course, accelerating toward the familiar southern lands. Outside the window, the pale, lifeless world of the eternal winter icefield rapidly receded into the distance. Inside the cabin, Su Li remained with his eyes closed, resting as if asleep. But his left hand was tightly clasped by Xia Qingxue's, their fingers intertwined. His back was tightly wrapped by Lin Wanwan's soft, fragrant embrace. The silent battle over the reward's ownership was clearly far from over. Guan Ziao picked up the ivory from the floor and sat far away. Wiping away drool, she watched the scene before her, a tableau worthy of a world-renowned painting. She muttered under her breath. I shouldn't be on the ship, I should be below deck. Her mutterings were faint, yet in the quiet bridge, they were audible to everyone. Even Mu Keqiu, who had been resting with his eyes closed, felt the corners of his mouth twitch imperceptibly. This battle over the right to claim the reward had finally reached a temporary truce with Su Li's forced hibernation. There were no victors, for the sovereign refused to render judgment. Yet there were no losers either, for neither side had relinquished their hold. The voyage drifted onward in this peculiar, yet strangely comforting stalemate. By the time the colossal hull of the road to the underworld touched down at the familiar secret base outside Zay City, the sky was already turning pale with dawn. The hatch opened, and the cool morning air, mingled with the scent of earth, flooded in, dispelling the ambiguous yet tense atmosphere within the bridge. All right, let go. Su Li finally opened his eyes, his tone calm and unruffled. This time, Lin Wanwan and Xia Qingxue were unusually obedient, promptly releasing their grip. They both understood that outside, the master's authority was not to be challenged. As for the matter of rewards, that could be discussed at leisure once they returned to their respective quarters. Su Li stood up, stretching his stiffened body, his gaze sweeping over the group. Raffi, transport the carcasses of the 3 mammoths to Biological Lab 1 for maximum level containment. Command confirmed. Guanzi, you and Wanwan will handle processing these spoils. The ivory is yours. The flesh and bones go to Wanwan. Break down and extract every useful material. I want maximum efficiency. Got it. Upon hearing about new materials to study, Guan Ziao instantly forgot all gossip, rubbing her hands together excitedly. Lin Wanwan licked her lips, her crimson eyes sparkling with delight. Hee, I promise to turn them into the most beautiful nutrients. Su Li's gaze shifted to the other two. Keqiu, Zero, come with me. The base's gravity training chamber. This was a room Su Li had specially constructed for Mu Keqiu. The walls and floor were constructed from the most durable alloy, capable of withstanding 1,000-fold gravitational pressure. At that moment, only Xia Qingxue and Mu Keqiu stood in the center of the room. Su Li's voice echoed through the broadcast system in the empty training chamber. Zero, starting today, you and Keqiu will engage in combat training. Chapter 166, Green Snake, it's time to end this. Xia Qingxue paused slightly at the words. Keqiu, Your task is simple. Su Li's voice ignored her confusion and continued. Use every ounce of your strength to attack her, suppress her, until she falls. Hold nothing back. Treat her as your true enemy. Yes, master. Mu Keqiu nodded, her resolute gaze instantly sharpening. A heavy force field began to coalesce around her. Master, I, Xia Qingxue, am somewhat perplexed. B rank isn't a title, it's a realm. Su Li cut her off. You are merely an empty shell possessing B rank power. You have yet to learn how to transform this force of natural calamity into your own instinct, to wield it freely at will. Your power is too scattered, too reliant on vast domains. Before a true powerhouse, this is no different from being a gaudy target. Keqiu's gravity is the nemesis of all flashy abilities. She will become your finest whetstone, teaching you how to focus your power into a single point. How to unleash the most ruthless counterattack under the most extreme pressure. Su Li paused, his voice growing colder. My team has no need for decorative ornaments. Now, begin. Yes, master. Both responded simultaneously. The moment the words fell, Mu Keqiu moved. Boom! A terrifying gravitational field descended instantly, like an invisible mountain crushing down upon Xia Qingxue. Meanwhile, Su Li severed the communication link and turned to leave the monitoring room. He had his own matters to attend to. It was time for him to prepare for his own advancement. He sat alone upon that monstrous throne, constructed from countless mechanical components. The lights across the entire bridge gradually dimmed. Only the cascading data stream on the main screen remained, emitting a faint blue glow that illuminated his calm face. Raffi. Commander, I'm here. The AI girl's voice echoed in his mind. Retrieve Xia Qingxue's promotion data model and compare it with my physiological parameters to simulate feasible scenarios for my advancement to Class B. Command received. Establishing simulation model. Initiating. Su Li closed his eyes. His consciousness sank into the deepest recesses of his body. He could see, within that universe of flesh and nerves, two utterly distinct stars danced in perfect harmony, their radiance intertwining. One was the mechanized Dantian. Like a cold mechanical sun, each beat pumped an endless stream of energy into this body. It sustained the operation of all cybernetic limbs and mechanical organs. It was the embodiment of order, the cornerstone of Su Li's power. The other was the dragon spine. Like a dormant ancient dragon, it coils along the body's central axis. It generated no energy, yet it itself embodied a higher dimensional law. The release of dragon might and the leaps in life's hierarchy all stem from this spine fused with his flesh and blood. It is the symbol of majesty, the proof of Su Li's sovereignty over the world. Xia Qingxue's ascension involved resonating with heaven and earth, transforming herself into a part of natural calamity. But Su Li knew this path was not for him. He is not nature's favored child, he is the lawmaker. His domain could not be power borrowed from the world. His domain must be a kingdom forged by his own hands, one he commands utterly. Simulation complete. Luffy's voice interrupted his contemplation. Based on the data model, 3 advancement plans with the highest success rates have been filtered for you. Option 1, Pure Mechanical Ascension. Abandon all flesh and blood, upload consciousness into the mechanized Dantian, and forge a pure grade B mechanical divine body using the dragon spine as its core framework. Success rate, 71%. Risk, humanity rapidly erodes with flesh removal, potentially transforming into an utterly rational mechanical sovereign. Su Li rejected it without hesitation. He reveled in the thrill of absolute control. Not becoming a machine devoid of human emotions. Option 2, Dragon Blood Awakening. Utilize the life essence of a B-grade organism to activate the full potential of the dragon spine, completely transforming the fleshly body into a dragon. Mechanical organs would exist as auxiliary systems. Success rate, 58%. Risk, the dragon's nature is savage. The process is excruciatingly painful, with a high probability of being corrupted by dragon essence, becoming a beast driven solely by slaughter. Only the weak are controlled by power. Su Li snorted coldly, rejecting it once more. Option 3, Kingdom Descent. Raffi's voice paused, as if performing more complex calculations. This option is the most radical and the most perfect. You need not imitate anyone, but instead forge an entirely new path. Using the mechanized Dantian as an energy furnace, the dragon spine as the core of law, and the flesh and blood genes of B-class creatures as bricks and stones, with your will as the blueprint. Within reality itself, forcibly construct the embryonic form of a domain wholly your own, the mechanical realm. Su Li's eyes snapped open. This was what he had been seeking. Not begging the world for favors, but using his own strength to wedge a domain of his own into the world. Success rate? He asked in a low voice. Theoretical success rate is below 12. Luffy's voice carried not a hint of emotion. This plan lacks the most crucial element. You possess the furnace, you possess the laws, and you will soon possess sufficient bricks and stones. But you lack the cement to perfectly bond flesh and mechanical energy. Forced fusion will only cause the energy structure to collapse completely. You will be blown to smithereens. What is the cement?
A special biological organ known as the resonance heart.
It possesses no formidable energy itself, yet it is the most perfect energy conversion medium known in the universe. It enables two entirely distinct energy systems to resonate and ultimately fuse seamlessly. Where can it be found? Searching database.
3 standard months ago, a resonance heart appeared on the black market of Scrapyard 7 and was ultimately purchased at a high price by an organization known as the Green Serpent.
Leifei's report was clear and cold.
Sully stared at the familiar green snake emblem on the screen, falling silent for a moment.
Then, he smiled.
It was a smile tinged with coldness, cruelty, and a hint of pleasure.
Leifei. Present.
Send all green snake files to the vessel. He rose slowly from the throne, descended the steps, and gazed out at the city lights of Zicheng below.
Tell her I need a one-way ticket to the snake's lair. Chapter 167, The Plan. Tell her I need a one-way ticket to the snake's lair.
Su Li's voice was calm, as if he were instructing someone on the most ordinary of tasks.
But when Guan Ziyao received the data from Laffy and Su Li's order in her private laboratory, she froze for a full 30 seconds. On the screen, the eerie green serpent emblem radiated an ominous aura. Below it lay detailed intelligence on the Green Snake Organization.
Bloody, brutal, insane. Each entry sent a chill down the spine.
The entry for the resonance heart
had been highlighted in bold red text by Lei, signifying the highest level of authorization.
One-way ticket.
Guan Ziyao murmured to herself, her beautiful brows furrowing tightly. She understood Su Li's meaning perfectly well. This wasn't a test, nor a warning. It was a war waged with total annihilation as its objective. She scanned the data rapidly, her expression growing increasingly grave.
Madman. Absolute madman.
She slid her finger across the screen, unable to resist her inner rant.
Fusing people into meat chunks and calling it evolution? Have these people's brains been rotted away by genetic viruses?
But despite her ranting, her fingers danced across the console with such speed they left after images. Countless data streams were dissected, reassembled, and analyzed under her command. As the Chief Technology Officer and Logistics Director of Machine Nation, her mind functioned like a high-precision biological computer. Su Li was responsible for deciding who to target. She, in turn, calculated the most efficient, safest, and highest yield approach to executing those orders.
Leifei, connect me to the Golden Phoenix family's internal intelligence network. Access code. Yao Yao doesn't want pocket money anymore. Access granted. Leifei's voice seemed to stutter for half a second. Check for me, has Green Snake made any major moves in Black Gold City recently? Especially anything related to biological materials or genetic samples. Guan Ziyao's eyes narrowed, flashing with the sharp intelligence of a genius.
These lunatics paid a fortune for the resonance heart. It's definitely not for display. They must be plotting something, and it likely requires massive amounts of experimental material. Since this is war, there's no reason for us to seek them out.
I'll create an opportunity for them to come to us.
A sly curve lifted the corners of her mouth, like a fox preparing to steal a chicken. Besides, it was time to show those old fossils at the Golden Phoenix family exactly what kind of potential stock they'd invested in.
Meanwhile, deep underground at the Xia family manor in Zicheng. In a pristine white medical laboratory, Su Li lay bare-chested and motionless within a colossal biological incubation chamber. Dozens of thick mechanical arms were slowly injecting the pure life essence extracted from the mammoth beast.
Through specialized conduits, it was being slowly infused into the dragon spine within his body. This was the preparatory work before advancement strengthening the body. The descent of the nation of machinery imposed devastating physical strain. He must elevate his physical fortitude to an unprecedented extreme. Only then could he withstand the instantaneous impact of the law. Within the cultivation chamber, pale golden nutrient fluid submerged his body. His eyes were tightly shut, yet his consciousness remained utterly lucid.
Pain. Indescribable agony.
As if billions of ants were gnawing at every inch of his bones, every nerve.
The B-class Colossus's frenzied life factors were attempting to tear apart his genetic chain,
seeking to assimilate him into a mindless beast.
Yet Su Li's face bore no trace of agony.
He endured it silently. In fact, he was even savoring it.
Savoring this process.
Taming it bit by bit, crushing it, and ultimately making it his own. This was the pleasure of a tyrant.
Deep within his consciousness, the dormant dragon's phantom seemed to sense this nourishment brimming with vitality. Slowly, it opened its majestic golden eyes.
It opened its massive jaws, greedily devouring every rebellious, chaotic particle that dared resist.
On Su Li's body surface, intricate, dark gold dragon scale patterns began to emerge.
His aura surged upward at a terrifying rate.
Meanwhile, as Su Li and his team made final preparations for the impending war, a conspiracy targeting them was quietly brewing.
A conspiracy targeting them was quietly brewing in another steel city thousands of miles away.
Black Gold City.
Within the lair of the Green Serpent. A half-human, half-snake monster, its body riddled with tubes, watched the intelligence feed on the screen and let out a hoarse, unpleasant laugh. The fiancé of Su Li, the young princess of the Golden Phoenix family? What a perfect experimental subject, delivered right to our doorstep. That half-human, half-snake monster was none other than Viper, the Green Snake's regional leader in Black Gold City. His lower body had undergone complete mutation, his thick black serpentine tail submerged in dark green genetic culture fluid. Only his upper body retained a semblance of human form, though its skin was now covered in hideous scales. He was the most fanatical follower of the Ouroboros, convinced that only through the most agonizing genetic collapse and could life achieve its ultimate metamorphosis. That bastard Su Li, doesn't he love playing with those cold, metallic contraptions? The Viper's tongue hissed through the air, its cloudy vertical pupils brimming with malice and mockery. I'll be damned if I don't see the look on his face when his beloved fiancé turns into a writhing, moaning mass of rotten flesh right before his eyes. It would surely be the most exquisite masterpiece on the path of evolution. A researcher in a white lab coat, his expression equally frenzied, bowed and asked, "Sir, shall we proceed immediately? The Jin Feng family's defenses are formidable." "No, there's no rush." Viper waved his scaled hand dismissively. Attacking the Golden Phoenix family directly would be too crude, lacking in aesthetic appeal. He pointed at the screen, where Guan Ziyao's bright, flamboyant smile beamed. A hunter must have patience. Especially when facing prey like this delicate, innocent, yet self-important. His gaze shifted to another intelligence report. The Golden Phoenix family would soon host an internal technical exchange meeting, publicly billed as showcasing their latest bio-cybernetic research achievements. And this little princess, as a core member of the project, would certainly attend. The venue, Eden Park in Black Gold City. A greenhouse enclosed by a steel dome, housing countless exotic plants and creatures. A twisted grin spread across Viper's face, brimming with predatory excitement. What a perfect hunting ground. Go. Send our finest gardener there. I hope that when that little princess steps into Eden, what greets her is not flowers and applause, but a feast of flesh and blood she'll never forget. Chapter 168, Hunt. Snakes. Each with their own agenda. 3 days later. Zesity, Xia family manor. Boom. A deafening roar erupted as the heavy alloy door of the gravity training chamber shattered into pieces, blown apart from within by a terrifying blast of frigid air. Xia Qingxue floated silently mid-air, her translucent ice crystal wings fluttering gently behind her. Her lapis blue eyes held the stillness of an ancient well, yet radiated an icy authority that froze the soul. After 3 days and nights of relentless, extreme pressure training, she had finally mastered how to control the natural disaster rather than become one herself. Xia Qingxue descended gently to the ground, the ice crystals around her dissipating. The divine aura in her eyes faded, returning to her usual cool detachment. She approached Mu Keqiu, extended her hand, and gently stroked the frost on the chest of Requiem. "Thank you," she murmured softly. Mu Keqiu disengaged the mecha and leapt out of the cockpit. She looked at Xia Qingxue. "You are very strong now. You have earned the right to stand by the master's side forever." This was the highest recognition a silent knight could bestow. At that moment, Su Li's voice echoed simultaneously in both their minds. Training concluded. Proceed to the bridge. Prepare for departure. The voice was calm, yet carried an ominous, storm before the rain aura. The prey has entered the arena. The bridge of the road to the underworld was lit as bright as day. Su Li, clad in a black combat suit, stood silently before the vast holographic star map. He did not sit upon the throne, yet the entire bridge seemed to freeze around him as if he were its center. Having just absorbed the life essence of an entire B-class mammoth, his aura was more restrained yet more dangerous than 3 days prior. Occasionally, a streak of dark golden light would flash within his pitch-black eyes, as if a true dragon lay dormant within. Xia Qingxue and Mu Keqiu entered the bridge in silence, one ahead of the other. Their sparring session had concluded. Yet the razor-sharp killing intent, forged through relentless trials, still lingered on their forms. Immediately after, Lin Wanwan bounded in, skipping and jumping. Like a playful kitten, she pounced straight to Su Li's side. She affectionately hooked her arm through his, tilting her little face up as if seeking praise. "Master, master." All those big bones turned into the most beautiful powder. Wasn't Wanwan amazing? Su Li said nothing, merely raising his hand. With fingers clad in tactical gloves, he tapped lightly on the holographic star chart's control interface. In the next instant, the star map contracted, replaced by a 3-dimensional projection of a city. Black Gold City. Eden Park. Wow! Your real-time projection is seriously impressive, way clearer than my crappy system at home. A lively female voice chimed in. A blue data stream materialized in midair at the center of the bridge. The projection swiftly materialized, revealing Guan Ziyao's petite figure clad in a white lab coat. She wasn't a real person, but an ultra-high-definition 3D projection transmitted via quantum communication. For the occasion, she even donned a pair of glasses to look cool. Everyone was present.
Suli finally spoke, his gaze sweeping over the three girls beside him before settling on Guan Ziyao's projection. Tell us your plan. The plan is simple. Guan Ziyao adjusted her glasses, their lenses reflecting a confident gleam. In the name of the Golden Phoenix clan, I'll spread the word that we're hosting an internal technical exchange at Eden Park to showcase our latest bio-cyborg achievements. According to intel I hacked from the black market network, the Green Snake is more interested in this project than anyone else. Her projection stepped forward, pointing at the 3D map of Eden Park. I've already inadvertently leaked my itinerary and security vulnerabilities. If things go as planned, those disgusting snakes will see me as a juicy, walk-in bait. But they'd never guess. Guan Ziyao's face broke into a smile utterly at odds with her genius girl image. A devilish grin. The bait they saw was actually the hook. Lin Wanwan clapped her hands excitedly. Then we'll storm in and wipe them all out. No. Su Li's voice cut her off. He walked to the map, extended his finger, and slowly traced a circle around the perimeter of Eden Park. A circle of death that would completely seal off the entire park. We're not going to rescue anyone. His voice was cold, devoid of emotion, yet it sent a shiver of excitement through every girl present. We are going to hunt. When they think they are the hunters, I will slam the cage door shut, turning them into prey too terrified to even cry out. The order was given. Su Li slowly ascended the steps and sat back upon his throne. Raffi. Present. Activate shadow mode. Full speed ahead. Target, Black Gold City. That black colossus lurking upon the earth. The hull trembled slightly as 8 massive propulsion wheels retracted silently into their armored housings. Replacing them were several anti-gravity engines glowing with a ghostly blue light. The colossal hull rose into the sky like a ghost, merging silently into the clouds. It sped toward the Steel City, soon to be engulfed in flames of war. Seated upon the throne, Su Li gazed at the screen displaying Guan Ziyao's face, radiant with confidence and anticipation. A cold smile curved his lips. I will not only take their resonance hearts. I will turn their garden into their graveyard. Black Gold City, Eden Park. This colossal greenhouse stood starkly incongruous against the backdrop of the entire Steel City. It served as the favored social gathering place for Black Gold City's elite. It symbolizes the luxurious yet fragile slice of nature amidst the cold. At this moment, a luxurious red carpet unfurls at Eden Park's entrance. Dozens of Golden Phoenix family guards, clad in black suits with bulging holsters at their waists, are stationed on either side, their expressions vigilant. A black extended-length hovercar glided to a stop at the end of the red carpet. The door opened, and Guan Ziyao stepped out elegantly in a perfectly tailored white cocktail dress, her high heels clicking on the carpet. Like a pearl protected by a constellation of stars, she shone brilliantly yet appeared fragile. Surrounded by her escort, she smiled as she stepped into this greenhouse oasis within the steel jungle. The moment she stepped into this Eden. Hundreds of meters away, atop a skyscraper, a man with serpentine tattoos on his face observed everything through high-powered binoculars. He picked up his communicator, his voice brimming with unchecked excitement and greed. Master Viper, the prey is in the cage. From the other end came Viper's raspy, unpleasant laughter. Very good. Have the gardeners begin trimming the excess branches. Remember, I want them alive. Chapter 169, Boom. Art is an explosion. I shall personally graft this most delicate blossom of the Golden Phoenix family onto our greatest masterpiece. Inside Eden. Guan Ziyao held a glass of champagne. She admired an alien, luminous plant with keen interest, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger. Inside her ear, a microtransmitter smaller than a grain of rice transmitted Su Li's utterly unruffled voice. Fish, hooked. How many small fry are outside? Guan Ziyao maintained her composed smile, her lips barely moving as she communicated through ventriloquism. 37. Positioned at 6 vantage points outside the compound. Heavily armed. Likely Green Snake's elite forces. Only that many? Not enough to fill a tooth gap. Guan Ziyao pursed her lips. What about inside the compound? No sightings yet. They're cautious, likely waiting for our forces to spread out before moving. TSK. A bunch of cowardly snakes. A flicker of contempt crossed Guan Ziyao's eyes as she set down her wine cup. She nodded to the guard captain beside her. The captain understood immediately and issued orders over the communicator. All guards were to split into teams of 3 and fan out across the grounds to maintain vigilance. This was a massive flaw she deliberately left open. Sure enough, within 30 seconds of the guards dispersing, leaving only 2 bodyguards by her side. Suddenly, disaster struck. Hiss. A sound like the hissing of a venomous snake erupted from the soft grass beneath their feet. Then, dozens of dark green vines, covered in barbs and slime, like tentacles reaching up from hell, they violently burst through the soil beneath the lawn. Their target was clear, Guan Ziyao. The 2 elite bodyguards didn't even have time to utter a scream. They were instantly pierced through by the sudden vines, hoisted high, and swiftly sucked dry into 2 shriveled corpses. Blood stained the emerald lawn crimson. Shrieks finally echoed through the tranquil garden, rising and falling in waves. The gardeners disguised as guests and servants revealed their monstrous true forms. Their arms had mutated into razor-sharp bone blades, their skin covered in dark green scales. Like predators, they closed in from all directions, surrounding the little princess, whose face had turned ashen at the sight of the bloodshed. Guan Ziao now sat slumped on the ground, her formal gown stained with mud and blood. Her beautiful eyes were filled with terror and panic. Like a frightened fawn, she trembled uncontrollably. "Don't come near me!" She screamed in a trembling voice, her helpless and pitiful expression etched across her face. Enough to stir the most primal violence in any male creature. The lead gardener wore a cruel smile. He advanced step by step, relishing the sight of his prey struggling in despair. He could already envision trampling this delicate flower beneath his feet. And personally injecting her with the transformation serum, the unparalleled thrill of that moment. He extended his claw-like hand, reaching for Guan Ziao's throat. "It's over, little princess." Yet, just as his claws were about to touch her pale skin, Guan Ziao, who had been trembling in fear just a moment before, suddenly lifted her head. All traces of terror and panic vanished from her face in an instant. In their place emerged a look of pity, as if observing a pitiful creature. An unmasked madness. "Yes." She smiled, revealing a row of pearly white teeth, her voice sweet yet cruel. "Your revelry is over." She pressed a miniature detonator hidden in her palm. "Now, it's time for my fireworks to take center stage." Boom! The deafening explosion instantly shattered the tranquility of Eden. Yet this was not the roar of a single bomb. It was a chain reaction triggered by special sonic bombs, erupting simultaneously from countless inconspicuous corners deep within Eden Park. Boom! 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 Invisible to the naked eye, the sound waves ruthlessly destroyed Eden's meticulously maintained ecosystem. The exotic flora and fauna that the green serpent had deemed the perfect breeding ground instantly twisted, withered, and even turned to ash under the sonic assault. A thick green toxic mist spread from the withered plants, rapidly expanding and coating the entire Eden Park in an apocalyptic hue. "What is this? My body!" The gardeners hidden among the guests and staff were already knocked senseless by the sudden shockwave the moment the explosion sounded. Then, their prized evolved flesh proved utterly fragile against the sudden toxic mist. The poisonous mist corroded their skin, seeped deep into their flesh, and dismantled their genetically modified organs. They let out piercing screams as the half-human, half-beast mutated parts of their bodies rotted and dissolved at a visible pace. This is fragrance? In the final moments of his life, the lead gardener finally recognized the genetic weapon they had once boasted about fragrance. This was the green snake's once proud, ultra-corrosive genetic toxin specifically engineered to target living organisms. Its toxicity was so potent it could reduce a Class B colossus to a pool of pus within minutes. Yet the fragrance in Guan Ziao's hands had clearly undergone an epic-level modification. It was no longer merely a toxin, but rather a biological nanoweapon capable of selective corrosion. It targets only modified flesh, those gardeners bearing the green snake's genetic imprint. Within mere tens of seconds, the once vibrant Eden Park transformed into a verdant inferno. The screams gradually subsided. Countless pools of dark green pus, mixed with shattered bones and charred flesh, quietly pooled across the ground. Guan Ziao stood rooted to the spot, her face devoid of pity, only a near-cruel rationality. She surveyed the hellish scene before her, her eyes utterly unflinching. "Cleanup complete." Su Li's voice sounded again. "All green snake-modified organisms within the park have been eliminated by fragrance." "Well done, Can." "Ha, you bet." Guan Ziao lifted her chin smugly, shedding her earlier delicate demeanor. "Now, it's your turn?" "Of course." High above, the road to the underworld had long since entered shadow mode, hovering silently above Eden Park's dome. The massive memory glass dome, shattered by the shockwaves of the sonic bomb, now bore countless cracks. Lin Wanwan's petite figure leapt from the hatch of the road to the underworld like a ghostly apparition. Chapter 170, Eden Park, time to cool down. Behind her, two slender bat-like wings unfolded, propelling her like a crimson lightning bolt straight into the cracked glass dome. Crash! The dome shattered in response. Countless shards of metal, crackling with electric arcs, rained down like a storm upon the green snake elites below, who were preparing to retreat from their high ground. Boom! Immediately after, a massive requiem descended from the sky like a meteorite, crashing violently into one of the high ground positions. A terrifying gravitational shockwave instantly severed the reinforced concrete structure of the high-rise building clean through the middle. The massive structure collapsed like a towering block of building blocks before Mukucho's ferocious gravitational field. Boom! 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 Before the green serpent elites could recover from the devastation of Eden, they were engulfed by the celestial calamity descending from above. Lin Wanwan's crimson thorns darted through the air, bone blades whirling to create crimson arcs of light. Those green snake elites who attempted to fight back couldn't even catch a glimpse of her figure before her bone blades, tempered with deadly venom, pierced their core drive systems or severed their spinal nerves. Their mechs exploded mid-air, dissolving into clusters of tragic sparks. Meanwhile, Mukacho's Requiem operated like a merciless war machine, its gravitational field crushing everything in its path. The green snake snipers hiding atop skyscrapers didn't even get a chance to fire before being crushed into pulp by the invisible pressure. In less than 2 minutes, every green snake elite inside and outside Eden Park was utterly annihilated. Only the Eden Park, shrouded in the poisonous mist of fragrance, remained standing silently. Once a symbol of life and nature, it now stood as the green snake's graveyard. Inside the bridge, Sully watched the rapidly clearing red markers on the screen, a satisfied curve lifting the corners of his mouth. Leafy, notify 0. Acknowledged. Eden Park, cooling can commence. Command received. At Sully's command, Unit 0, lying in wait at the flank of the road to the underworld, shot out like an arrow released from its bowstring. Wings of judgment traced an icy blue streak across the night sky. It plunged directly into the fissure torn through Eden Park's dome by sonic waves and toxic mist. She paused not a moment. The moment her figure vanished entirely into Eden. A chill more restrained yet more extreme than that felt on the eternal winter icefields. Centered on her, it erupted in an instant. She no longer needed to draw upon the power of heaven and earth, for she herself was the natural disaster. Her lapis blue eyes closed slightly as her fingers gently parted. 12 ice crystals encircling her body shimmered like miniature frigid stars. They instantly dispersed outward, enveloping the entire Eden Park within her absolute domain. Crackle, crackle. Visible frost spread at a terrifying speed. The remnants corroded by the fragrance, toxin, the dark green pus, the still writhing rotting flesh. Faced with the extreme cold, they instantly solidified, shattered, and ultimately turned into the finest ice dust. Even the toxic mist in the air froze solid under this chill. Transforming into countless crystal and ice crystals, they sparkled mid-air, refracting dreamlike glows. In the blink of an eye, the once bloody hellscape transformed into a crystal-clear garden of ice and snow. Everything had become pure and flawless, as if time itself had frozen solid here. 0 floated silently mid-air, enveloped in white light, like an ice goddess surveying the masterpiece she had created with her own hands. This ultimate chill sealed away the sins of the green snake. Simultaneously, it washed away every trace of blood and chaos that had stained Guan Ziao. Guan Ziao stood rooted to the spot, gazing at the scene unfolding before her like magic. A genuine look of awe spread across her face. Perfect. This was the true perfect ending. She turned and spoke into the communicator. Master, Eden Park has been fully purified by 0. I can log off now and prepare for the next phase of the invasion. Approved. Su Li's voice came through. How did the Golden Phoenix clan react? Heh, they're probably scared out of their wits. A devilish grin spread across Guan Ziao's projected face. I deliberately cut off all communication channels, forcing them to witness the Eden's tragedy unfold with their own eyes. Right about now, those old farts of the Golden Phoenix clan are probably wondering if some alien civilization invaded their Black Gold City. When I return, I'll tell them it was the work of the Green Serpent. Then it'll be perfectly natural to get them to send troops to cooperate with us in taking down the Green Snake's lair. This is called using someone else's knife to killing 2 birds with 1 stone. How perfect. Su Li offered no response to Guan Ziao's smugness, merely uttering 2 words in a detached tone. Well done. To Guan Ziao, this single phrase held far greater value than any praise. The smile on her projected face instantly grew even brighter. Of course. Because I'm your best vessel. With that, her projection flickered in the air and vanished completely. Inside the bridge, Su Li's gaze returned to the 3-dimensional map of Black Gold City. The red alert over Eden Park had been lifted. In its place, countless Golden Phoenix clan enforcement teams and guards. Green, blue, and yellow markers representing media outlets streamed relentlessly toward Eden Park. Raffi, analyze the Golden Phoenix clan's deployment. Analyzing. The Golden Phoenix clan has activated maximum alert status. Heavy forces have been deployed at all strategic locations, transportation hubs, and energy centers. Seems they're pretty shaken up. A barely perceptible curve lifted at the corner of Su Li's mouth. Leafy, locate all Green Snake strongholds and potential hideouts within Black Gold City. Locating. Locating complete. On the 3D map, dozens of hidden red dots emerge like malignant tumors, gradually surfacing in the shadowy corners of Black Gold City. Black Gold City sector, 1 major green snake nest, 5 medium-sized strongholds, and 29 minor contact points detected. Commander, the Golden Phoenix clan's armed forces are radiating outward from Eden Park, forming an encircling perimeter. It's time. Su Li's gaze locked onto the largest red dot. Wanwan, Kechio. Present. Lin Wanwan and Mu Kechio responded in unison. Execute the decapitation operation. I will lead them to Eden for 0's training. He rose slowly from the throne, drawing the pitch-black, nameless, blade from its sheath behind him. The cold blade glinted with a bloodthirsty sheen under the bridge's blue glow. This time, I shall meet that Ouroboros face to face with my own hands. Chapter 171, Eliminate one by one. Wanwan, Ketcho. Present. Yes, master. Two starkly contrasting responses, representing two entirely different personalities, yet both embodying the same absolute obedience. Leifei has already marked the locations and internal layouts of the 5 medium-sized strongholds on your tactical visors. Suli's voice was calm and unruffled, as if stating a foregone conclusion. You have 30 minutes to eliminate these 5 thorns before the Golden Phoenix family closes in. 30 minutes? Lin Wanwan's sweet yet seductive giggle rang out, tinged with a hint of bloodthirsty excitement. Master, you underestimate us. 15 minutes is more than enough to deal with these vermin. Don't get overconfident. Su Li's voice warned. The Green Snake crew are all madmen. Watch out for their suicide attacks. Roger. Mu Kucho's reply remained as concise as ever. The next instant, 2 figures, one red, one black, plunged from the path to the underworld like 2 meteors tearing through the night sky. They sped toward the depths of Black Gold City's neon-drenched, surreal steel jungle. Their hunt had begun. Su Li's gaze shifted from the 2 rapidly moving dots on the tactical map to the Eden Park, now completely frozen solid. Zero. I am here, master. Zero's voice remained cool and detached, yet carried a barely perceptible hint of anticipation. Your prey will arrive shortly. Su Li's fingers tapped lightly on the armrest of the throne. Raffi, activate the signal camouflage program. Simulate Eden Park as the emergency shelter signal for Green Snake and broadcast it citywide. Command received. Signal camouflage initiated, broadcasting across all frequencies. Simultaneously, infiltrate the city surveillance system of the Golden Phoenix family. Mark all roads leading to Eden Park as safe routes. Mark all other directions as military restricted zones. Surveillance system taken over. Road planning modified. After completing these actions, Su Li leaned back in his chair, calmly observing the map. The small red dots representing the remnants of the Green Snake faction, in panic and chaos, began converging toward Eden Park, the sole safe haven. They believed they were escaping the Golden Phoenix clan's inescapable net, rushing toward the organization's final sanctuary. Little did they know they were merely rushing toward a coronation ceremony. A coronation ceremony personally prepared by the monarch for his queen. Black Gold City, 7th District. This was a typical slum, filthy, chaotic, and reeking of machine oil and cheap alcohol. An abandoned meat processing plant served as one of the Green Snake's medium-sized strongholds. Right now, alarms blared throughout the factory. What the hell happened at Eden? We can't get through to Lord Viper. Golden Phoenix's mad dogs have sealed off the entire city. We're surrounded. A nodding lieutenant, a man whose arm had been modified into a giant crab claw, was frantically roaring into the communicator. Suddenly, his movements froze. For behind him, he heard a silver bell laughter that didn't belong to anyone here. Don't waste your effort. Your Lord Viper might already be a pretty ice sculpture by now. The crab claw man whipped his head around. There stood a petite figure clad in a blood-red dress, barefoot. At some point, she had gracefully positioned herself atop the massive meat grinder behind him. She tilted her head, her crimson eyes curved like crescent moons. Her innocent smile, paired with this bloody scene, seemed utterly eerie. Who are you? The crab claw man, both shocked and enraged, instinctively raised his massive claws. Me? Lin Wanwan vanished from her spot, only to materialize ghost-like before the crab claw man the next second. The nauseating stench of blood clung to him. She extended her delicate white fingers and gently tapped the massive claw. I'm here to invite you all to witness a magnificent fireworks display. Before her words had fully faded, countless crimson tendrils, finer than strands of hair, erupted from her fingertips. Slithering through the gaps in the claw, they instantly burrowed into the man's body. Ah! The piercing scream lasted barely half a second before abruptly ending. The man's robust frame exploded like an overinflated balloon. Amidst the sky-filling rain of blood, Lin Wanwan still smiled with innocent innocence. As if she had merely crushed an insignificant insect. Outside the processing plant, deafening gunfire and explosions engulfed the entire factory. Mu Kucho piloted the Requiem, single-handedly bearing the full brunt of the base's relentless barrage. Her gravity field was the most indestructible shield. Her iron fist was the sole sound tolling the enemy's funeral bell. Boom! The massive thick alloy fist smashed through the factory's outer wall without a hint of flourish. The reinforced concrete walls crumbled like biscuits before the sheer force of its impact. Mu Kucho piloted her mech, stepping into the factory one deliberate stride at a time. Her movements were deliberate, even ponderous, yet each step sent tremors rippling through the ground. An invisible gravitational field radiated outward from her center. Every bullet and energy beam fired at her twisted and distorted mid-air, ultimately falling powerlessly to the ground. Fire! Keep firing! Stop this monster! The Green Snake operatives inside the factory had descended into utter madness. Piloting crude, modified mechs or activating war machines stitched together with flesh and steel, they launched suicidal charges at Mu Kucho. Yet it was all futile. The moment they entered the gravity field's range, those massive war machines were slammed down as if by an invisible giant hand. Their metal shells groaned under unbearable strain, hydraulic systems instantly ruptured, and even the pilot's bones shattered inch by inch under the terrifying pressure. Mukucho's gaze remained utterly unruffled. She advanced in silence, punching. One punch. A spider-type mech attempting a sneak attack was smashed flat along with its cockpit, flattened into a disc of metal. Another punch. A roaring, charging stitched beast was hammered head to toe into the ground, reduced to a blur of flesh and blood. She was like the most efficient obstacle-clearing machine, using the simplest, most direct, and most violent means to eliminate every piece of trash blocking her path. Meanwhile, the same scenario was unfolding at the other 4 green snake strongholds. Lin Wanwan's scarlet thorns were the nightmare of every stronghold leader. She was like a crimson specter gliding through the shadows, her every appearance inevitably accompanied by a severed head flying skyward. Mukucho's requiem, meanwhile, was a natural disaster for every firing position. She never dodged, never circled around, only crushed every defense to dust with sheer force. One light, one dark. One swift, one slow. A surgical scalpel, precise and lethal, a battering ram, charging headlong. Their coordination was seamless. Chapter 172, Scum. I'm here to collect rent. Bridge of the Path to the Underworld. Suli watched silently as the 5 red dots representing medium-sized strongholds on the main screen flickered out one after another within a mere 12 minutes. Finally, they vanished completely. Reporting, Commander. All 5 targets have been eliminated. Leify's voice crackled over the comlink. Wanwan and Kechio are withdrawing along the designated route, unharmed. Good. Suli nodded, his expression betraying no hint of surprise. It seemed as though all this was merely executing the simplest of procedures. His gaze slowly shifted toward the center of the map. Eden Park. At this moment, it had transformed into a colossal, blinking trap dotted with countless red lights. The remnants of the green snakes from every corner of Black Gold City were pouring into this safe zone he had personally established, like a swarm of headless flies. 0. His voice crackled clearly through the channel, echoing above Eden Park. Your guests are all here. Begin clearing the area. Eden Park. What was once a steel greenhouse had now transformed into a colossal ice labyrinth. Crystal-clear ice walls rose from the ground, refracting the eerie neon lights above the city and completely sealing off the entire complex from the outside world. Hundreds of remnants of the Green Serpent faction stood bewildered within this frigid domain. Having narrowly escaped annihilation at the hands of the Golden Phoenix family, they followed the highest channel's guidance to the so-called emergency refuge. But what awaited them was not the organization's rescue. Instead, they were met by a deathly white expanse that seemed capable of freezing their very souls. What was going on here? The signal led us here. It's freezing. My cybernetic body is failing. Panic and unease spread like a virus through the crowd. At that moment, a cold, emotionless voice, divine and otherworldly, slowly echoed from all directions in the sky. Welcome to my garden. The moment the words fell, a sudden, strange change occurred. Crack. The solid ice beneath their feet shattered violently. Countless ice spikes, sharper than blades, erupted from the ground without warning. Ah! Piercing screams instantly echoed throughout the entire ice labyrinth. The dozens of Green Serpent members charging at the forefront didn't even have time to react before being pierced through from head to toe by the dense forest of ice spikes. Warm blood gushed forth, only to freeze into eerie crimson ice crystals the moment it touched the air. One by one, ice sculptures emerged, each frozen in the horrified expressions they wore in their final moments. This bloody yet grotesquely beautiful scene shattered the psychological defenses of everyone remaining. Enemy. Run. Break through. Smash these ice walls to pieces. The surviving members of the Green Serpent finally snapped out of the chaos and began frantically attacking the seemingly fragile ice walls surrounding them. Energy blasts, solid projectiles, and even their own mutilated, deformed limbs rained down relentlessly upon the ice barriers. Yet, to their utter despair, these attacks, powerful enough to blast through alloy doors, struck the ice walls only to shatter into a shower of feeble ice shards. These ice walls, seemingly translucent, possessed a hardness far beyond their imagination. For this was no ordinary ice. They were absolute zero barriers, forged from the law force of AB rank cataclysm. As they futilely attacked the prison, snow began to fall slowly from the sky. Ice blue snow. Each flake resembled a meticulously carved work of art, beautiful, yet deadly. As those snowflakes gently settled upon their mechs, upon their skin. Sizzle. A series of faint crackling sounds, like corrosive acid, rose up accompanied by wisps of white smoke. Their steel armor, their flesh and blood, were being mercilessly decomposed and dissolved by those seemingly gentle snowflakes. My hand is gone. Help! Help me! Desperate cries of agony echoed in waves. This is no sanctuary. This is an execution ground. And the sole deity who dictated the rules of execution hovered silently above the labyrinth's highest point.
Zero gazed down expressionlessly at the ants below, writhing in agony and slowly dying within her domain. Her gaze held neither pity nor hatred. Only absolute, icy coldness. Through a magnificent yet cruel solo dance, she demonstrated the fruits of her ascension to her master. Bridge of the path to the underworld. Suli watched silently as the screen displayed the region completely engulfed in icy blue. Watching the red dots representing enemies vanish one after another in rapid succession. A genuine smile of satisfaction spread across his face. Only this was worthy of the name Zero Unit of his mechanized nation team. This was worthy of the title Queen of Catastrophe. Commander, all small targets have been eliminated. Leify's voice chimed in at the perfect moment. The encirclement by the Golden Phoenix clan is closing in on the Serpent's Nest according to the predetermined plan. Suli rose slowly from the throne. The appetizer has concluded. Now, it's time for the main course to take the stage. La fight. Understood. Have Wanwan and Kicho stand by at the outer perimeter of the Serpent's Nest. Without my orders, they are not to take a single step inside. Order acknowledged. Suli said no more. He turned and walked step by step toward the bridge exit. A sleek silver-black armor suit enveloped his body like liquid metal, swiftly covering him entirely. Epic tier judgment. The menacing visor slowly closed, revealing only a pair of electronic eyes flickering with a dark golden glow. Leave the rest to me. I'll retrieve my spoils. Black Gold City, underground sewage system. This is the darkest corner of the entire city, the very foundation upon which the green serpent thrives. And the snake's lair coiled deep within this vast labyrinth. Boom! Suli slowly straightened his body, his dark gold electronic eyes scanning the nauseating lair before him. Scum, I'm here to collect rent. Chapter 173, The Key to the New World. Scum, I'm here to collect rent. Suli's voice boomed through the mech's loudspeaker. Coldly, it echoed through this cavern of flesh and blood. No response. Instead, dozens of tentacles concealed within the flesh walls responded. Their tips had mutated into razor-sharp bone blades and fong-filled mouthparts. Carrying a foul stench, they coiled toward Suli from all directions, intent on strangling him. Suli didn't even lift an eyelid. He simply stood still. Hum. An invisible pressure erupted with a thunderous roar. Dragon might. The aggressive flesh tentacles froze instantly upon contact with the dragon's might. As if encountering a natural enemy, they began to tremble violently before scrambling back into the flesh walls, not daring to expose even an inch. The entire serpent's nest fell into deathly silence. Suli stepped forward, advancing step by step toward the depths of the lair. Wherever he passed, the writhing flesh walls seemed to fear his very presence, retreating to either side to clear a path for him. He strode with the leisurely confidence of a sovereign surveying his domain. At the very heart of the snake nest, a massive, heart-like tumor pulsed slowly. This was the very core of the snake nest. The viper, that half-human, half-snake abomination, lay submerged in the genetic cultivation pool beneath the heart, its face deathly pale. Through the nest's sensory nerves, he saw the uninvited guest who had charged in alone. How could he alone suppress the entire lair's vitality? For the first time, fear crept into the madman's heart. "Oh Lord Ouroboros! The enemy has already." His words were cut short by a raspy voice. "I see it." The massive, heart-like tumor slowly cracked open a fissure. A massive eyeball, covered in folds and slime, stared intently through the crack at Suli, who was steadily approaching. An interesting specimen. His body carried the scent of his kind, yet was encased in a repulsive iron shell. A truly perfect contradiction. "Viper, go. Bring him back to me. I will personally peel away his iron shell and see what color his heart truly is." "Yes, my lord." Viper leapt from the cultivation tank, his serpentine tail lashing the ground with a sharp crack. The pallor of fear on his face was replaced by fanatical fervor. This is the command of the gods. He would offer the most perfect sacrifice to the gods. Suli halted in his tracks. For he saw a familiar figure blocking the path ahead. Finally, someone who could fight back. Suli cracked his neck, producing a faint metallic grinding sound. He slowly drew the nameless battle blade from his back. "I'm in a hurry. You have 3 seconds to lie down yourself, or I'll help you lie down." Arrogant tin can. The viper was utterly enraged. He let out an inhuman roar as his entire body swelled at a visible pace. Muscles tear apart, bones reshape. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a 5-meter-tall monstrosity, a sewn-together creature fusing the traits of snakes, crabs, mantises, and more. Behold! This is the ultimate form of evolution. The viper roared, swinging its massive crab claws and mantis bone blades as it charged toward Suli. A flicker of undisguised contempt flashed through Suli's electronic eyes. Evolution? No. The nameless, battle blade in his hand traced a pitch-black, flawless arc through the air. "You call this polluting the environment?" Put. The silver-black figure crossed paths with the colossal monster. Time seemed to freeze for a second in that moment. Then, the viper's massive body was neatly cleaved in two from the middle.
The cut was smooth as glass. Not a single drop of blood spilled. The high-frequency vibrating particle blade had, in the instant of cutting, completely cauterized and carbonized every blood vessel and nerve ending. The once mighty stitched monstrosity collapsed to the ground like two discarded pieces of trash. Even in death, its cloudy vertical pupils remained filled with incomprehension and terror. He could not comprehend why his prideful evolution proved so utterly fragile. Suli sheathed his blade, not even glancing at the corpse on the ground as he continued walking forward. As if he had merely crushed an ant that dared to block his path. Finally, he reached the heart of the serpent's lair. He stared at the enormous, pulsating flesh tumor and the single eye within it, an eye brimming with madness and scrutiny. "You are the Ouroboros?" Suli's voice was calm, without a ripple of emotion. "You may call me the prophet, or the god of the new world." The enormous single eye blinked slowly, emitting a raspy, sandpaper-like sound. "Tin Can, you are unique. Within you lies the essence of power, yet you shackle yourself with this cold iron shell. What a waste. Join us. Cast off your fragile metal skin and embrace the infinite possibilities of flesh and blood. I can show you true evolution, true immortality." The voice of the Ouroboros was filled with a mesmerizing, enchanting power. It was a temptation rooted deep within the genes, powerful enough to drive any being craving strength into madness. Suli heard this and laughed. His laughter rang loud and clear, brimming with contempt and mockery, causing the entire tumorous heart to tremble. "God?" He stopped laughing, his dark golden electronic eye fixed intently on the single eye, his tone icy. "A worthless creature unable to move freely, forced to parasitize within a pile of rotten flesh, and you dare call yourself a god? Your so-called evolution is nothing but uncontrolled cancerous mutation. And I." Suli raised the unmarked battle blade in his hand, its tip pointing directly at the enormous single eye. "I am the surgeon here to excise the tumor. How dare you?" The Ouroboros was utterly enraged. The entire serpent's nest trembled violently from its fury. "Since you insist on hiding within your iron shell, I shall personally dig you out, piece by piece." Boom! The massive fleshy heart exploded with a thunderous roar, revealing the hair-raising entity within. It wasn't a living creature at all. It was a mass of twisted arms, wailing heads, shattered organs, and unidentifiable biological tissues. A flesh and blood conglomerate forcibly stitched and sewn together. It possessed no fixed form, resembling a vast, constantly writhing and proliferating mass of putrid sludge. At its very core, a crystal stone pulsing like a heart and emitting a soft white glow provided this sludge with endless energy. Resonance Heart. Chapter 174, The Mechanical Nation Descends. Roar. The Ouroboros unleashed a roar composed of countless voices, its innumerable tentacles and arms surging towards Suli like a tidal wave. Not a trace of fear flickered in Suli's eyes. Only the excitement of a surgeon encountering a prime specimen. Raffi, commenced the operation. Surgical plan confirmed. Tumor core acquisition complete. Surgical blade in position. The next second. Behind the judgment armor, the Shadow Rush engine surged to overload. Suli's figure left an afterimage in his wake as he plunged directly into the savage, flesh-teeming maelstrom. He avoided direct confrontation. His form, ghostly and swift, darted through the gaps between countless arms and tentacles. The inside eye clearly marked every energy node of the Ouroboros' body as a three-dimensional model within his field of vision. Each swing of his blade was textbook perfect. Splatter! One stroke severed the primary energy supply artery. Splash! Another stroke severed the neural hub controlling its limbs. The Ouroboros roared madly, yet its terrifying attacks failed to even graze Suli's hem. It felt like a bloated giant being slowly dismembered and bled dry by a master assassin wielding a scalpel. Impossible! How could you possibly see through my structure? The Ouroboros let out a disbelieving snarl. Nothing is impossible. Suli's voice, like the Grim Reaper's verdict, echoed within its core. Before your chaotic, disordered evolution, my order is divine. As the words fell, Suli's figure materialized before the resonance heart. He extended his left hand, clad in armor, ignoring the frenzied flesh and tissue swirling around him. Then, with brutal force, he plunged it into the Ouroboros' massive body core, a conglomeration of countless organs. Ah! The Ouroboros let out the most piercing, most despairing wail of its existence. Suli's left hand grasped precisely the still faintly pulsating resonance heart. Then, he yanked it out with all his might. Put! The resonance core was ripped alive from the Ouroboros' body. The flesh and blood mass, deprived of its core, instantly ceased all movement. The massive mass of rotting flesh, like a skyscraper stripped of its foundation, began to collapse and disintegrate at an alarming rate, ultimately dissolving into a lifeless pool of organic matter. The serpent's lair fell deathly silent. Suli hovered midair, silently observing the heart of resonance in his left hand, radiating a soft glow. The final piece of the puzzle for his B-rank advancement was finally in hand. He gazed at this perfect trophy, a cold, satisfied smile, the smile of a victor spreading across his face. The operation was a success. Next, it was his turn. Suli clutched the warm, jade-like resonance heart, still faintly pulsing, and turned to walk step by step out of this blood-soaked nest of flesh, now utterly dead. Behind him lay the crumbling ruins of flesh and blood. Before him lay a new staircase leading to higher realms. As he piloted the Yi Judgment armor back up from the depths into the cold night sky of Black Gold City, Lin Wanwan and Mu Keqiu had been waiting there all along. Gazing upon the sovereign who stood unscathed, yet radiating an aura even more profoundly unfathomable than before, their eyes simultaneously reflected a light mingled with adoration, awe, and fervor. Master! They knelt on one knee, lowering their proud heads. Suli said nothing, only issuing his final command to the path to the underworld vessel in the sky. Raffi! Home! Yes, Commander. 3 days later. Zeseti. The Machine Nation team has returned in full. No one knew that beneath the chaos of the Black Gold City incident officially labeled a terrorist attack by unknown forces. A crazed organization that had lurked for years had been utterly erased from this world. The Golden Phoenix clan now owed Suli an immense debt of gratitude for this incident. They now harbored a profound, heartfelt reverence for his capabilities. Guan Xiao's standing within the clan rose accordingly, granting her greater influence and authority over resource allocation. As for Suli, the moment he returned to the base, he entered the deepest level of seclusion. This time, no one could disturb him. For what he was about to undertake was an unprecedented and extremely dangerous self-coronation. At the base's deepest level lay Laboratory 1. This space had been transformed into Suli's exclusive ascension chamber. A colossal energy furnace rumbled deeply, supplying an unceasing torrent of power for the entire ritual. The life cores of 3B-grade mammoths and the colossal biomass of the Ouroboros serpent had been refined into the purest energy, stored in surrounding incubation tanks like viscous golden liquid. Suli sat bare-chested in the laboratory center, motionless. A precise incision had been made across his chest. The resonance heart, emitting a soft white glow, was slowly pressed into his chest, fitting tightly against the cold mechanical heart. Hum! In that instant, Suli's body convulsed violently. An indescribable, wondrous sensation spread through every fiber of his being. On one side, the cold, precise, and orderly mechanical energy emanated from his mechanized dantian. On the other, the frenzied, primal, life force-filled fleshly power emanating from the depths of the dragon spine. These two utterly different, even mutually repelling forces. Under the wondrous transformative power of the resonance heart, they achieved harmonious resonance for the very first time. They no longer clashed or stood in opposition. Instead, like two intertwined DNA helices, they flowed through his body in perfect rhythm, slowly merging into one. The moment had arrived. A fierce, unprecedented gleam erupted in Suli's eyes. He slammed his hand down on the activation button beside him. Boom! The entire laboratory was instantly engulfed in an endless golden light. A colossal surge of life energy, like a flood breaking through a dam, violently poured into his body. His skin cracked inch by inch. His bones groaned under the unbearable strain. His consciousness felt as though it had been hurled into the very origin of the Big Bang, on the verge of being utterly torn to shreds by that terrifying energy. Yet his face bore no trace of pain. Only absolute mastery. And a maniacal grin. With my will as the blueprint. With the law of the dragon's spine as its core. With the mechanical dantian as the crucible. With the flesh and blood of all things as bricks and stones. His voice, in this sea of energy, resounded like a divine decree. The mechanical realm descends. Chapter 175, Day of Rest. Mechanical realm, descend. With this proclamation, Suli's body no longer merely absorbed energy. Instead, it began to radiate outward. Centered on him, an invisible wave instantly radiated outward. That fluctuation intertwined the cold, mechanical order with the wild pulsation of life. Ultimately, a brand new domain materialized around his body. This domain was no longer a nebulous spiritual pressure. Instead, it was a tangible realm visible to the naked eye. The laboratory walls groaned under the strain. The sturdy alloys began to twist and deform in an eerie manner. No longer cold metal, they seemed imbued with life, their surfaces covered in intricate mechanical patterns. Like countless miniature circuits, they now pulsed with a faint blue glow. The cultivation chambers, once storing liquid energy, shattered instantly. Golden life essence, as if guided by some invisible force. Swiftly converging. Around Suli's body, it coalesced into a vast, shimmering throne vaguely visible yet ever present. This throne was not forged from cold steel. Its foundation was flesh and blood, pulsing with vibrant vitality. Yet every bone in its frame shimmered with mechanical coldness, covered in precise gears and crisscrossing circuits. Flesh and steel, life and order, fused together in perfect harmony, creating a chillingly beautiful, otherworldly spectacle. Suli sat enthroned at the very center of this throne. His body underwent earth-shattering transformations under the baptism of energy. The veins beneath his skin became crystalline and translucent, like molten lava flowing through glass. Between his bones, faint, dark gold dragon scales flickered in and out of view, radiating an ancient and formidable aura. Most astonishing of all, his eyes were no longer the dark golden electronic or purely flesh and blood orbs. Instead, they had transformed into yin-yang eyes. The left eye is pitch black as an abyss, the right eye is brilliant as a star. Within the left eye, countless mechanical runes whirled at breakneck speed, calculating the trajectories of all things. The right eye flowed with the most primordial life energy, discerning the mysteries of all living beings. It was the pinnacle of order and the pinnacle of life. Within him, after perfect fusion, a brand new law was born. The mechanized dantian and the dragon spine had, at this very moment, fused completely into one. The heart of resonance became the most perfect bridge between them. B-class barrier level. Leify's voice, carrying an unprecedented shock, reverberated throughout the entire laboratory. Congratulations, Commander, on successfully advancing to B-class. Furthermore, your physical life form has surpassed existing data models. Data anomaly. Data anomaly. Detecting the formation of unknown domain laws. Attempting to name. Naming successful. Dome name, mechanical realm. Sully slowly raised his hand. Within his palm, a luminous mass woven from mechanical gears and a pulsating heart slowly coalesced. He felt the surging, unprecedented power within his body. He felt this realm, the kingdom of machinery, now under his complete control. He knew he had succeeded. He was no longer the tyrant trapped within the old system. He had transformed into one who could usher in a new era. Mechanical realm monarch. 3 days later. Zesity, Rebirth Clinic. This was Sully's overt base of operations and also the home where he occasionally relaxed. On the second floor of the clinic, by the floor-to-ceiling windows, Sully reclined lazily on the sofa, a glass of unidentified clear liquid beside him. His physique had fully stabilized at the B-rank barrier tier. Within him, the mechanical realm domain had taken its initial form, and every movement carried an indescribable aura of authority. Yet at this moment, he simply savored the rare respite in quiet solitude. Lin Wanwan curled up in his arms like a boneless cat. Her slender fingers traced circles on the hard yet smooth skin of his chest. Post-advancement, Sully's body was covered in a thin layer of silver-black skin, fluid and metallic in appearance. This was the outward manifestation of the mechanical realm, domain hard as armor yet smooth as silk. Master, have you gained some weight lately? Lin Wanwan suddenly lifted her head, her crimson eyes glinting with mischief. HM? Sully raised an eyebrow, gesturing for her to continue. Hee, it seems like there's something new on your body, master, something hard that makes me want to take a bite. As she spoke, she actually opened her mouth and gave his chest a gentle nibble. Sully felt Lin Wanwan's teasing nibble and merely smiled faintly. This was the outward manifestation of the realm of machinery. It will grow more solid as my power increases. Now, this body itself has become a mobile fortress. Master, when will my body be like yours? Lin Wanwan's voice brimmed with petulance and anticipation. Don't worry, it won't be long. Sully tickled her nose. Through the analysis of the resonance heart, he had already discovered a method to achieve a more perfect fusion between biology and machinery. When the time was right, both Lin Wanwan and Mu Kucho's bodies would undergo an epic transformation. Just then, a soft knock sounded at the door. Master, may I enter? Zero's cool voice echoed. Enter. The door opened, and Zero, clad in an ice blue gown, stepped inside at a measured pace. Her face bore the same eternal coolness, but upon seeing Lin Wanwan in Sully's arms, a barely perceptible ripple flashed through her jade-colored eyes. Master, Guanzio of the Golden Phoenix clan seeks an audience. She has brought the Golden Phoenix clan's highest-level confidential letter. Zero's voice remained calm, as if reporting routine official business. Yet her left hand tightened unconsciously. Sully's gaze flickered at the news. Oh? She arrived sooner than I anticipated. He knew the Golden Phoenix clan must be undergoing a major upheaval. And Guanzio, finally, was about to embark on her path to seize power. He rose slowly from the sofa, gently setting Lin Wanwan down in his arms. Lin Wanwan pouted in displeasure but said nothing more. Because she knew there was serious business to attend to. Let her in. Sully walked toward the floor-to-ceiling window, his back turned to Zero and Lin Wanwan. His gaze pierced through the glass, settling on the distant horizon. The Golden Phoenix clan. A vast and ancient conglomerate. It was time to peel back its glossy veneer and see just how much rot and filth lay hidden beneath. In the reception room, Guanzio stood in a crisp white business suit, a hint of weariness on her face. But the moment she saw Sully walk through the door, her bright eyes instantly lit up. She didn't greet him with her usual loud daddy, nor did she throw herself at him dramatically. Instead, she bowed respectfully with a slight curtsy. Mr. Sully, thank you for your assistance. And please allow me to formally request the assistance of Manhwa. She retrieved a top-level encrypted document from her briefcase. The Golden Phoenix clan is in turmoil. Chapter 176, The Great Rebellion of the Golden Phoenix clan. The Golden Phoenix clan is in turmoil. Guanzio's voice was low, tinged with weariness, yet utterly devoid of panic. Sully walked over and sat down across from her. His gaze fell upon the documents before Guan Ziao, yet he made no move to examine them. He merely said indifferently, "All right, I understand." Guan Ziao froze. She had expected Su Li to ask about the events at the Jin Feng household, to inquire about the reasons behind the internal strife. But Su Li's composure exceeded her expectations. "How can I help you?" Su Li spoke again, his tone devoid of any emotion. "Stop pretending." His last words made Guan Ziao's eyelid twitch. She knew that any pretense was futile in front of Su Li. She also knew Su Li could sense the long-suppressed ambition lurking deep within her heart. The weariness vanished from Guan Ziao's face. In its place emerged her most primal, most authentic self, cunning and confident. She looked at Su Li, her bright eyes curving into two beautiful crescent moons. "Hee, Su Li, this is all thanks to your Golden Phoenix clan." Her voice carried a hint of playfulness, laced with an almost imperceptible allure. "All yours. What a shame if they fell into internal strife." Su Li's eyebrows arched slightly. Guan Ziao's words were artfully phrased. She didn't directly address him as master, nor did she use "we" to bind them together. Instead, by saying your Golden Phoenix clan and your property, she cleverly drew Su Li into the interests of the Golden Phoenix clan. She understood Su Li's tyrannical nature and his insatiable thirst for control. The chaos within the Golden Phoenix clan was less a nuisance to Su Li than an exceptional opportunity for expansion. Su Li did not respond immediately. He merely watched Guan Ziao silently, waiting for her next words. Guan Ziao knew she had successfully piqued Su Li's interest. She stopped playing coy and slid the encrypted file in front of him, her tone turning serious. The Golden Phoenix clan is divided into 3 branches. The main branch, the Jin family, controls the clan's administrative and military power. The collateral branch, the Feng family, controls the clan's commercial and economic lifeline. The third branch, to which I belong, though holding a position of transcendence and controlling the clan's most core technologies and research, has always remained neutral in the power struggles. The Eden incident shattered this delicate equilibrium. The Eden tragedy inflicted immense losses upon both the Jin and Feng families. The Feng family suffered particularly severe damage. With their core business operations centered in Black Gold City, the destruction of Eden's commercial value, coupled with the exposure of evidence revealing green snake infiltration within the city, left the Feng family overwhelmed and severely weakened. The Jin family seized this opportunity to strike, attempting to pin all blame on the Fengs. They even planned to use this as a pretext to weaken the Feng's influence, thereby gaining complete control over the entire Jin Feng clan. This was a long brewing power struggle. Guan Ziao paused, took a sip of water, and moistened her slightly parched throat. She knew the words that followed were her true purpose. "Su Li, I need you." Her gaze locked onto Su Li's deep, piercing eyes, not wavering for a moment. "I need your strength to help me completely quell the internal strife within the Golden Phoenix clan. I need your expertise to help me root out the rotten elements within the Golden Phoenix clan, those corrupted by the green snake." She extended her hand, pointing to the documents before her. The Golden Phoenix clan's resources rank among the Federation's finest. Their scientific capabilities, their intelligence networks, their wealth, these are precisely what your machine nation needs most for its development. If you can help me seize control of the Golden Phoenix clan, then the Golden Phoenix clan will become wholly yours, machine nation. She paused, her voice tinged with a fervent loyalty. A subordinate empire. Su Li listened in silence. His face bore not a trace of emotion. Yet deep within his pitch-black eyes, a flame called control flickered slowly. A vassal empire of the machine nation. The proposal was tempting. The resources of the Golden Phoenix clan were indeed what the mechanical kingdom coveted most at present. A fractured Golden Phoenix clan held no value for him. Only by seizing complete control could he extract its maximum worth. "Are you confident?" Su Li finally spoke, his voice low and tinged with the scrutiny of a superior. "Mastering the Golden Phoenix clan requires more than just strength." The Golden Phoenix clan's rules were as numerous as cow hair. Their elders weren't pushovers either. They devour others, yet they know precisely who they dare not provoke. Guan Ziao's face once again broke into her signature sly smile. "This time, I've brought a bargaining chip they can't refuse. And that bargaining chip is you." Her eyes shimmered with a light called ambition. The Golden Phoenix clan needs a new rule to ensure their survival. And only you can bring that new rule. When Guan Ziao spoke these words, her tone was resolute and powerful, the light in her eyes brighter than ever before. She knew the rot and rigidity within the Golden Phoenix clan, and understood the stubborn obstinacy of its old guard. But she understood even more clearly that Su Li was a ruler capable of shattering all existing rules and forging new ones. Su Li did not respond immediately. He merely picked up the encrypted file from the table and began flipping through it slowly. With Leif's assistance, every piece of data and personnel composition within the files was swiftly analyzed and categorized by his insightful eye. The power networks within the Golden Phoenix clan, the internal factional struggles, and the hidden stains of the Green Serpent became crystal clear and transparent in Su Li's eyes. Those old fools of the Golden Phoenix clan were a bunch of stubborn old fools who wouldn't see reason until they were 6 feet under.
Suli's tone was calm, yet it carried an undeniable sense of judgment. A single setback in Eden was insufficient to make them abandon their pride and accept a new order. They needed deeper despair.
Therefore, you need an opportunity. Suli's gaze lifted from the documents and settled on Guan Ziyao's face. An opportunity that would strip them of all hope, leaving them no choice but to yield to you. Chapter 177, The Original Gene Bank. An opportunity that would strip them of all hope, leaving them no choice but to yield to you. At these words, Guan Ziyao's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam. She knew Suli had understood her meaning. He wasn't refusing, he was contemplating how to play this game on a grander, more decisive scale. Suli, the core of the Golden Phoenix clan, was life science technology. Guan Ziyao's tone grew unusually grave. All our industries are built upon this technology. And this technology relies on our family's ancestral gene bank, passed down through generations. She paused, as if weighing her words carefully. The original gene bank resides in the deepest depths beneath Black Gold City, within the source chamber. It is the lifeline of the Golden Phoenix clan and the cornerstone of all cybernetic body technology across the Federation. Recently, however, the ecosystem of the source has exhibited inexplicable pathological changes. Suli's eyebrows lifted imperceptibly. Anomalies? Yes. An unknown, highly mutated form of bioenergy is eroding the primordial gene bank.
A flicker of anxiety crossed Guan Ziyao's face. Both the Gene and Feng families dispatched their most elite experts, yet all were helpless. They could only watch helplessly as the life force within the primordial gene pool gradually drained away. Once the gene bank collapses completely, the life science technology that the Gene and Feng families pride themselves on will cease to exist.
The entire clan would crumble in an instant. Suli listened quietly. He knew this was Guan Ziyao's true trump card. His eyes, capable of piercing through all things, seemed to have penetrated the thick layers of earth, glimpsing the life source that was about to dry up. The old guard of the Golden Phoenix clan were likely still shifting blame and pointing fingers at each other. They would exploit this crisis as yet another tool in their power struggles. A hint of cold mockery tinged Suli's voice. Until true despair descended. What do you intend to do? Guan Ziyao looked at Suli, her eyes brimming with trust and resolve. As the family's chief technology officer, I will request access to the source chamber for a final rescue attempt. But they won't believe I can fix it. They'll only see this as my last desperate attempt. And you, Suli. She extended her hand and pointed at Suli. You are my trump card. I need you to descend upon the source with your power at the most critical moment. Then, before everyone's eyes, resolve this crisis. Let them see who truly holds the new rules capable of saving the Golden Phoenix clan. Suli closed his eyes upon hearing this. The Inside Eye and Leif were conducting high-speed simulations within his mind. The mutation of the primordial gene pool, the unknown bioenergy. For Suli, who had just ascended to be rank and mastered the realm of machinery, this was both a challenge and an ideal testing ground. More importantly, it aligned with his tyrannical style of operation. Rather than infiltrating covertly, he would openly claim the entire Golden Phoenix clan as his own, presenting himself as a savior. Then what about my interests? Suli's voice was soft, yet it cut like a blade, striking straight to the heart of the matter. Upon hearing this, Guan Ziyao's face broke into a smile that seemed to have anticipated this moment all along. That primordial gene bank was the continuation of the Gene Feng clan's bloodline. But for you, it will be the key to unlocking the mysteries of higher-level genetics. It holds the Gene Feng clan's 10,000-year-old genetic research archives, the core technologies for all biological cybernetic enhancements, and every scientific collaboration project the Gene Feng clan has within the Federation. She stretched out her fingers, counting them one by one. All of this will be completely open to you, including the entire fortune of the Golden Phoenix family and all its holdings. Guan Ziyao gazed at Suli, her tone tinged with an almost devout fervor. I am your highest representative of the machinery nation within the Golden Phoenix family. I control everything for you. Suli closed his eyes once more, lost in thought for a moment. The machinery nation's sphere of influence would no longer be confined to Zicheng. The vast resources of the Golden Phoenix clan would function like a supercharged engine, providing endless fuel for his expansion. Research, intelligence, wealth, connections. This would mark a crucial step for the mechanized nation transitioning from an underground force to a top-tier power within the Federation. When would the plan commence? Suli opened his eyes, his pitch-black pupils reflecting Guan Ziyao's face, brimming with ambition. 3 days from now. Guan Ziyao answered with unwavering certainty. As Chief Technology Officer of the Golden Phoenix clan, I will travel to the source for a week-long routine inspection. I will do everything to delay proceedings until the primordial gene bank reaches the brink of total collapse. A calculating smile curved her lips. Everything will unfold seamlessly. Upon hearing this, Suli also revealed a smile equally cold and brimming with control. Very well. The new rules for the Golden Phoenix clan. It was indeed time for someone to establish them. Black Gold City, the heartland of the Golden Phoenix clan. A structure cast from pure white nanoalloy.
Resembling a colossal flower bud, the structure stood silently at the city's very center.
This is the origin of the Golden Phoenix clan. It is also the cradle of all biotechnology within the Federation.
At this moment, the atmosphere within the origin was thick with tension. In the spacious research hall, dozens of researchers clad in white lab coats, pacing anxiously before a massive holographic screen. On the screen, a complex model composed of countless genetic sequences and bioenergy streams, visibly withering and discoloring from its core at a visible pace. That unknown mutation had already eroded nearly 1/3 of the original gene bank.
Waste. All of it is waste.
An elderly man clad in a dark robe, his face stern, slammed his fist on the table in fury. He was Guan Shangyue, the grand elder of the Guan family within the Golden Phoenix clan, the central figure overseeing the clan's administration and military authority.
Elder Guan, we've done our utmost.
A researcher said tremulously.
That biological energy is too bizarre.
It has no physical form, yet it can dissolve all life activity.
Our instruments simply cannot detect its complete data.
Humph. Guan Shangyue snorted coldly, turning his gaze to Guan Ziao, who stood nearby in a white business suit.
Officer Guan, didn't you claim you could handle this? Didn't you boast of being the Golden Phoenix clan's prodigy? Now is your chance to prove yourself. Chapter 178, I am her fiancé. Not a flicker of emotion crossed Guan Ziao's face. Her gaze remained fixed on the screen, watching the genetic model steadily wither away. She knew the time had come. Elder Guan, with our current technology, this mutation is indeed beyond our ability to resolve. Guan Ziao's voice was calm, yet it caused Guan Shanyue's brows to furrow deeply. So you're saying we just wait to die?
No.
Guan Ziao turned to face Guan Shanyue, meeting his eyes filled with fury. I have someone in mind. He might have a solution.
Guan Shanyue scoffed coldly.
Who? Those old scholars at the Federation Academy of Sciences?
If they could solve it, they would have done so long ago.
He's not a scientist.
Guan Ziao's voice carried a hint of pride she couldn't suppress.
He's the monarch of Machine Nation.
Damn it!
Guan Shanyue slammed his fist on the table, trembling with rage. You want to bring in outsiders? And that damn machinery nation that caused such chaos in Zicheng? Have you lost your mind?
Elder!
Guan Ziao's voice rose sharply, filled with force. Are you going to stand by and watch the Golden Phoenix clan's original gene bank dry up before your very eyes? That is the lifeblood of our Golden Phoenix clan. Once it is destroyed, the Guan family, the Phoenix family's collateral branches, everything will cease to exist. Better to fight back than wait for death.
Guan Shanyue was rendered speechless by her words. He stared at the withering gene model on the screen, then met Guan Ziao's unwavering gaze. His reason screamed that this was inviting disaster. Yet deep within, a voice screamed, give me a chance to save the Golden Phoenix clan. Just as Guan Shanyue wavered in indecision. Boom! At the center of the source, the floor forged from the most resilient nanoalloy suddenly began to violently tremble. Countless cracks spread like a spiderweb, racing outward in all directions at an astonishing speed. What the hell? The core power reactor was under attack. Energy levels were plummeting rapidly. The life activity within the primordial gene bank is accelerating its decline. The researchers' cries of alarm rose in waves. Guan Shanyue's face instantly turned as pale as paper. He knew this was no coincidence. The core of the primordial gene bank had reached the brink of total collapse. He whipped his head around to look at Guan Ziao, his eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. What can you possibly do now? Guan Ziao watched the chaotic scene unfold before her, yet her expression remained strangely calm. She knew Su Li had arrived. She drew the soul communicator from her bosom and whispered softly into it. Su Li, the banquet of despair you prepared is now ready. The Golden Phoenix clan humbly requests your arrival. The words had barely left her lips. Crack! The core area of the source's domain, that indestructible alloy floor, collapsed instantly under the terrifying force. Countless shards of alloy and steel burst forth in all directions. A figure clad in sleek, silver-black armor, rising slowly from the massive fissure like a deity. His eyes, one black, one white, glowed with an ancient, icy light. His overwhelming aura instantly silenced every breath, stilling the entire chaotic source realm. Su Li's gaze swept over every person present, finally settling upon the primordial gene bank, now utterly disfigured by unknown energies. A cold curve formed at the corner of his mouth. I have a solution. And I'm no outsider, I'm Guan Ziao's fiancé. The words fell into a deathly silence. All eyes converged on this man who seemed to have descended like a god or demon. Guan Shanyue's face, twisted with rage and despair, froze instantly. His mouth opened, as if to speak, but no words came out. Fiancé? He knew full well that Guan Ziao and this man named Su Li shared an ambiguous betrothal. But in the eyes of an old-school ruler like him, it was nothing more than the frivolous games of the younger generation, a temporary measure the family had adopted to win over a technical talent.
He never imagined this identity would be thrust into the spotlight at this very moment, in this manner. This was no longer inviting a wolf into the house. It was the wolf itself waving the household registration book in your face, declaring it was half the master of this house. As Guan Shangyue stood frozen in shock, Wan Zia moved. Bearing the weight of everyone's gaze, she stepped forward, walking side by side with Su Li. She lifted her head, gazing at Su Li's profile, now covered in armor, her eyes sparkling with an unprecedented radiance. Then she turned, facing Guan Shangyue and all the Guan family members, her voice clear and resolute. Elder Guan, I am not mad. I am more lucid than ever. Su Li is the only path to survival I have found for the Golden Phoenix clan. In that moment, the girl's fragility and innocence vanished completely. In their place stood an heir who had staked everything, displaying astonishing resolve and decisiveness. Su Li paid no heed to the reactions of those present. He did not even glance at Guan Shangyue once more. He simply stepped forward, walking straight toward the primordial gene bank, that place being slowly consumed by an unknown energy, slowly succumbing to death. Halt! Two guards loyal to the Guan family instinctively raised their weapons, blocking his path. They were the Guan family's loyal warriors, obeying only the Grand Elder's commands. Su Li's stride did not falter for an instant. He didn't even draw his weapon. Only his eyes, one black, one white, cast a faint, indifferent glance. An indescribable, terrifying pressure descended with a thunderous crash. This was not mere aura. Both men's legs buckled, forcing them to kneel uncontrollably on the ground. Their bodies shook like sieves, unable even to lift their heads. From start to finish, Su Li hadn't even touched them. The entire scene fell deathly silent. Only the sound of gasps filled the air. Su Li walked to the edge of the primordial gene bank and extended his hand, clad in silver-black armor. He touched no instruments, performed no physical actions. He simply stood there, watching. Within his unique eyes, the energy currents throughout the entire primordial gene bank became clearly visible. He saw it. The pathological corruption eroding the repository was neither a virus nor energy contamination. It was a type of spore extremely minute, existing between life and non-life. An ancient biological spore, frantically draining vitality and multiplying chaotically. So that's how it was. A knowing curve lifted at the corner of Su Li's mouth. A swarm of parasites that couldn't even distinguish their hosts. He slowly raised his hand, palm facing the core of the gene bank. Realm of Machinery, activate. Chapter 179, how about this surefire deal? Mechanical Realm, activate. An invisible domain instantly enveloped the entire gene bank. This time, the domain was no longer merely an oppressive force. Instead, it transformed into billions of invisible, nanoscale robots woven from the intertwined threads of mechanical and life energy. They were extensions of Su Li's will. The subjects of the mechanical realm. They surged into the energy circulation system of the gene bank, precisely locating the primordial spores that were proliferating wildly. Then, they commenced a silent devouring and purifying process. Under the horrified gazes of all present, the genetic model, already withered by nearly a third, halted its deterioration. Immediately after, the darkened areas representing the disease began to fade at a visible pace. A faint, emerald green glow, a sign of life, reawakened from the very core of the gene bank. Though faint, it was undeniably real. It stopped. Good heavens! The lesions are receding. How is this possible? The researchers' gasps filled the room with disbelief. Guan Shanyue's eyes widened as he stared fixedly at the miraculous transformation on the screen, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word. Behind him, the expressions on the faces of the Guan family members shifted from shock to awe, and finally settled into profound reverence. This man before them had accomplished in a single minute what their entire clan, despite exhausting countless resources, had failed to achieve in a manner they could not begin to comprehend. This was beyond the realm of technology. It was a miracle. Su Li slowly withdrew his hand. The genetic mutations within the gene bank had been completely eradicated. Though severely weakened, with sufficient time and resources, recovery was possible. He turned, his eyes one black, one white, resting calmly upon Guan Shanyue, whose face had turned ashen. His voice remained unruffled. Yet it carried a weight of judgment, of finality, of power. Now, we can discuss the future rules of the Golden Phoenix clan. Talk? We can talk about anything. Discuss anything can be discussed. At this moment, Guan Shanyue's back no longer held its stiffness, and his voice had softened considerably. His face, which had been etched with fury moments before, now contorted into a forced smile, as if he wished to carve the word cooperation onto his forehead. There was no choice. Circumstances were stronger than man. This man could crush great armor with one hand and fix their broken gene bank with a single glance. This wasn't just a fiancé. He was a living Buddha, the kind who could send you to meet the real Buddha at the drop of a hat. What followed became much simpler. Even a bit tedious. Su Li had no time to waste squabbling with those insignificant side branch nobodies. He simply pulled up a chair and settled himself at the entrance to the source. a cup of hot tea in hand, with Guan Ziao standing beside him, borrowing his authority to intimidate others. And the group of Guan family loyalists he'd scared out of their wits trailing behind. Anyone who came to cause trouble or loot the chaos wouldn't even get a glance from Suli. Leifi would immediately seize control of their cybernetic bodies, forcing them to perform a spot-on at ease, attention drill. The most vocal Feng family collateral branches, upon seeing their prized private soldiers and mechanical guards crumble like paper before Su Li, were the first to grovel. In less than half a day, the rebellion that could have torn the Golden Phoenix clan apart dramatically fizzled out. Cleaning house, reclaiming authority, reorganizing the council. Guan Ziao was swamped with work, her signature pen practically sparking from overuse. Meanwhile, Suli emerged from this process as the unspoken taboo figure within the entire Golden Phoenix clan. The man sitting by the main gate, sipping tea, had become the new anchor holding the Golden Phoenix clan steady. 3 days later, the top-floor conference room of the Golden Phoenix clan. This was the very heart of power, accessible only to the core leadership of the Guan family. At the far end of the long conference table sat an elderly man, alert and vigorous. His head was crowned with silver hair, and he wore a simple traditional Chinese suit, fingering 2 walnuts worn smooth and shiny. He was the true patriarch of the Golden Phoenix family, Guan Shanhai, Guan Ziao's own grandfather. Seated below him was a middle-aged man of imposing stature, commanding respect without needing to raise his voice. Guan Ziyu's father, Guan Jinxiong. The atmosphere in the conference room felt slightly off at that moment. Guan Ziao sat on the left, enthusiastically reporting the results and data from the recent suppression of the rebellion, her face animated with excitement. Suli sat on the right, expression impassive, fingering a mechanical component specially supplied to the Golden Phoenix family. After listening to his granddaughter's report, Guan Shanhai nodded. A sharp gleam flashed in his seemingly cloudy old eyes. Instead of commenting on Guan Ziao's work, he turned his gaze toward Su Li. Mr. Su. The old man's voice was steady, carrying the weight of years. Thanks to you this time, the Guan family name was spared from being tarnished by those unworthy descendants. It was no trouble at all. Su Li set down the parts he was holding, his tone calm. Since I promised Zio and accepted your payment, we're even. Even? Guan Shanhai smiled, his grin as sly as an old fox who'd mastered the art of cunning. He slammed the walnut in his hand onto the table with a sharp crack. Mr. Su, you've greatly underestimated the rules of our Golden Phoenix clan. We Guans never owe favors. Especially not life-saving ones like this. Su Li raised an eyebrow slightly. Old Master Guan, speak plainly. Guan Shanhai leaned forward, his eyes fixed intently on Su Li, and suddenly dropped a bombshell. You've repaired the gene bank, quelled the rebellion, and now you're even handling my daughter with ease. Word spreading far and wide that you're our chosen son-in-law. If this status isn't settled, where would I put my old face? Su Li froze for a moment. Before he could respond, Guan Ziao beside him exploded, her face flushing crimson like a monkey's buttocks. Grandfather. What are you saying? That was just us. Adults are talking, children should keep quiet. Guan Jinxiong glared at his daughter with fierce eyes, scolding her before turning to Su Li. His expression grew complex as he nodded, clearly tacitly agreeing with the old man's words. Guan Shanhai waved his hand, signaling his son to calm down, while continuing to stare at Su Li. His tone became unquestionable. Mr. Su, I know you're a man of great ambition with lofty aspirations. Our humble family business may not meet your standards. But rules are rules. If you wish to fully assume control of the Golden Phoenix clan's resources and ensure those collateral branches abandon all hope, military suppression alone will not suffice. You must have legitimate claim. The old man extended a bony yet powerful finger and tapped it firmly on the table. The 8th day of next month is an auspicious date. First, get married. Once the wedding is done, you'll be the legitimate co-head of the Golden Phoenix clan. From then on, whether you want the Jin Feng family to thrive or collapse, I, Guan Shanhai, will have no objections. I'll follow your lead entirely. Mr. Su, this is a surefire deal. Will you take it, or not? Chapter 180, Divine Body, Phase 1. Will you take it, or not? Su Li looked at the shrewd old man before him, then glanced at Guan Ziao beside him uneasy, yet unable to voice any real objection. He smiled. A faint smile, yet one that carried the calm assurance of absolute control. Refuse? Why refuse? As Guan Shanhai had said, this was a surefire deal. The resources of the Jin Feng family were an indispensable piece in the puzzle of his future grand design. And the identity of son-in-law was undoubtedly the most convenient and legitimate way to control that piece. As for love? Marriage? In Su Li's dictionary, they were merely another form of contract. If the stakes were high enough, he wouldn't hesitate to sign his name even if it meant selling his soul to the devil. And besides, the target was that useful, obedient vessel who'd been working for him for free all along. Old Master Guan. Su Li leaned back in his chair, his heterochromatic eyes one black, one white glinting with cold, calculating rationality. You're absolutely right. This truly was a deal too good to refuse.
Hearing this, Guan Shanhai's stern, aged face instantly relaxed, his smile spreading like a dried chrysanthemum. Guan Zhenxiong also breathed a silent sigh of relief, his gaze toward Su Li now tinged with the satisfaction of a father-in-law appraising his son-in-law. Only Guan Ziyao abruptly lifted her head, staring at Su Li in utter disbelief. You really agreed? Her voice trembled slightly, whether from excitement, shyness, or the surreal feeling of a dream coming true, she couldn't tell. Su Li turned his head to look at her. What? You don't want me to? I don't. Guan Ziyao instinctively protested, then flushed even redder, her voice dwindling to a mosquito's buzz. It just feels so sudden. There's nothing sudden about it. Su Li said indifferently. This is the optimal solution for resource integration. It's also the highest recognition of your work over this period. That sounded so much like Su Li. No sweet talk, no grand promises, just a stark exchange of interests and professional recognition. Yet upon hearing it, Guan Ziyao felt a strange sense of reassurance. This was the Su Li she knew. The tyrant who was always rational, always prioritized interests above all else, yet somehow made people feel strangely at ease. Good. Guan Shanhai slapped his thigh and sprang to his feet, as if afraid Su Li might change his mind. Since Mr. Su was so straightforward, this old man won't beat around the bush either. Zhenxiong, issue the order. Notify all collateral branches and offshoots of the Golden Phoenix clan, as well as every major conglomerate and faction within the Federation. On the 8th day of next month, at Black Gold City's Golden Phoenix Manor, the Guan family is celebrating a joyous occasion. Even if knives were to fall from the sky, this wedding must be held in grand style, shaking the entire Federation to its core. The news sent shockwaves across the world. The mysterious ruler of the mechanized kingdom who had stirred up turmoil in Zay City and quelled rebellion in Black Gold City was actually set to marry into the Golden Phoenix family. In an instant, the eyes of countless factions turned toward Black Gold City. Some envied, some seethed with jealousy, and others gnashed their teeth in secret. Yet Su Li, at the very center of this storm, remained utterly unfazed. He didn't even stay at the Golden Phoenix Manor to prepare for the wedding. After dumping all the tedious formalities and social obligations onto the excited Guan family father and son and the bewildered Guan Ziyao, he took Lin Wanwan and Mu Keqiu and plunged straight into the Golden Phoenix clan's top-tier research center. To him, the impending wedding was merely a grand performance. What truly captured his interest now was the long-sought-after, millennia-old genetic repository. Raffi. Standing before the massive holographic projection, Su Li gazed at the dazzling gene sequences, as brilliant as a starry river, his eyes burning with the flame of knowledge. Create new project. Code name, Divine Body. Now that we possess the most perfect software, it's time to upgrade our hardware. The next fortnight, the entire Black Gold City was decked out in festive decorations, bustling with preparations for the upcoming wedding of the century. But Su Li seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. He had locked himself away in the deepest laboratory of the Golden Phoenix clan, severing all contact with the outside world. Only Zero, Lin Wanwan, and Mu Keqiu were occasionally summoned inside to assist him with mysterious experiments. The laboratory doors remained tightly sealed, yet the occasional, heart-stoppingly terrifying fluctuations seeping through the cracks sent shivers down the spines of the Golden Phoenix researchers stationed outside. They had no idea what the man known as the son-in-law was doing in there. Yet they possessed an instinctive certainty. When that door opened again, the figure emerging might no longer be human. Finally, 3 days remained until the wedding. Click. The laboratory door, sealed shut for half a month, slowly creaked open. A cold, white mist seeped out through the crack. Guan Ziyao, who had been waiting by the door, immediately set down her tablet and stood up nervously. Though she'd been busy with wedding preparations these past 2 weeks, she'd rushed here to keep watch whenever she had a moment. She was both hopeful and anxious, anticipating what kind of surprise that man would bring her, yet worried he might harm himself in this reckless experiment. Su Li? She called out tentatively. No one answered. Only heavy footsteps echoed slowly from the depths of the cold mist. Thud. Each step sounded like it was crushing someone's heartbeat. Finally, the figure emerged from the cold mist and appeared before her. Guan Ziyao's pupils contracted sharply. It was Su Li. Yet it was not merely Su Li. His upper body was bare, the skin that had once been covered in silver-black streamlined armor now completely vanished. In its place was skin of near-perfect, jade-like smoothness. Beneath that skin, however, countless golden streams of light were faintly visible, flowing slowly through his body like living circuits. His eyes remained one black, one white. Yet the once blinding, intimidating aura that made others avert their gaze had now completely retreated inward. To the casual observer, he appeared no different from an ordinary, slightly more handsome boy next door. Back to basics. You. Guan Ziyao covered her mouth. She could sense that the man standing before her had ascended to a plane of existence far beyond her comprehension. Su Li gazed at her, a faint smile playing on his lips. That smile held less of a tyrant's ferocity and more of a divine composure. Seems I'm not late after all. He raised his hand and clenched it into a fist. The air in his palm instantly imploded with a muffled crack.
Divine Body Phase 1, complete.
Now, even without my mecha, I could dismantle a cruiser with my bare hands. Chapter 181, A Marriage of Convenience, United in Name Only.
Guanzhou swallowed hard. Disassembling a warship with bare hands? Is that even humanly possible? What about Wanwan and the others? She couldn't help but glance behind Su Li.
They were still conducting final adjustments. Su Li turned, gazing into the depths of the lab still shrouded in cold mist. A flicker of satisfaction crossed his eyes. The Golden Phoenix clan's gene bank truly was a treasure trove. It allowed me to find the final key that would make them even more perfect. On your wedding day, they'll be your bridesmaids and give you a huge surprise. Guanzhou froze for a moment, then flushed crimson.
What bridesmaids?
She lowered her head, tapping her toes, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz.
The dress has arrived. Would you like to try it on?
Su Li watched her act like a little girl, his gaze softening slightly.
He reached out and ruffled her hair. Let's go. My bride.
Let's go see the first grand performance we'll put on in this world.
As soon as Su Li finished speaking, Guanzhou's cheeks flushed even redder.
She lowered her head and followed behind him like a wronged young wife.
But just as they were about to step out of the laboratory corridor, click!
The laboratory door behind them swung open once more. 3 figures emerged slowly. On the far left stood Lin Wanwan. She wore a blood-red, form-fitting combat suit so vivid it seemed almost alive. Her petite frame appeared slightly taller, and her crimson eyes held a mesmerizing blend of danger and allure that sent shivers down the spine. On the far right stood Mukachyo. She remained clad in her signature black heavy armor style, but her once slightly cumbersome mechanical prosthetic limb had now become more refined and fluid, exuding a steadiness as solid as a mountain. Walking in the center was Zero. She wore an icy blue gown, her demeanor as cool and pristine as a lotus blooming atop a snow-capped peak. Yet now, her jade-colored eyes were fixed intently on Su Li holding Guanzhou's hand, her gaze churning with a storm called jealousy.
The air froze instantly.
Guanzhou, who had been basking in happiness, suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, as if 3 ancient beasts had locked onto her simultaneously. She instinctively tried to pull her hand back, but Su Li gripped it even tighter.
Master.
Lin Wanwan was the first to speak. Instead of rushing over to act spoiled as usual, she stood still, tilting her head. Her voice carried a hint of grievance yet radiated pure danger as she asked.
I hear you're getting married? And to this money-spending fool? Wanwan is unhappy.
She extended her tongue, licking her sharp fangs. Wanwan wanted to tear her dress to shreds. Mukachyo remained silent, but the gravitational field behind her began to warp slightly clearly. Her mood wasn't much better either.
As for Zero, she did nothing.
Only the temperature of the surrounding air was plummeting at a rate of 1 degree per second. Frost was already forming on the corridor walls. Guanzhou shivered in terror, feeling like a helpless little rabbit caught between several powerful figures, ready to be torn apart at any moment. Su Li stopped in his tracks, turned around, and surveyed the 3 newly enhanced specimens. He showed neither anger nor panic. Instead, a faint smile curved his lips.
What? Planning a rebellion?
His voice was quiet, yet carried an innate authority.
The previously tense atmosphere instantly deflated.
The chill emanating from Zero faltered, and Lin Wanwan's habit of licking her teeth halted. In Su Li's presence, they were always obedient. But the sense of grievance was impossible to conceal. Su Li released Guanzhou's hand and stepped before the 3 women. First, he reached out and pinched Lin Wanwan's puffed-up cheek. This was merely a transaction, a performance.
You should understand that.
But Lin Wanwan's eyes were red with tears.
But it was a wedding. I want to wear a wedding dress too. I want to marry my master too. Who says you can't?
Su Li cut her off.
This single sentence stunned everyone present.
Even Zero, who always maintained an aloof demeanor, flinched slightly. Su Li gazed at them, his eyes holding a trace of indulgence, yet also a hint of the imperiousness befitting a sovereign. The Guan family affair was for outsiders to see, for the Federation to witness. That was politics, that was profit. But for you. He reached out, gently lifting Zero's chin, meeting her glazed-over eyes directly.
Belonged only to us. Once this farce concludes, once we return to Zicheng, I will host a wedding for each of you. A true wedding, just for you and me. That will be a ceremony for family.
At this point, he paused, his gaze sweeping over the 3 women as his voice grew low and seductive. When that time comes, whether it's a wedding gown or anything else, whatever you desire, I shall provide.
Even if it's...
He leaned close to Zero's ear and whispered something softly.
The next second,
Zero's perpetually icy expression instantly flushed crimson, even the tips of his ears burning. Lin Wanwan shrieked with excitement, throwing herself onto Su Li like a koala bear clinging on for dear life. Ah! Long live my master. I want to wear that wedding dress with just a few strings. Please, okay? Mukachyo remained silent, but her tense body visibly relaxed, a faint, almost imperceptible smile curling the corners of her mouth.
The impending battlefield of chaos dissolved in an instant with Su Li's few words. It even transformed into a major sweet moment. Guan Xiao, standing nearby, watched the scene unfold. Though a pang of envy stung her heart, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She knew this wedding was truly a stroke of luck. To gain the status of a legitimate wife, even if only in name, was already an unexpected blessing. As for Su Li's heart, she sighed helplessly, watching the man surrounded by 3 stunning beauties. After all, it's so big, what's a few more won't make it cramped. Alright, enough fooling around. Su Li patted Lin Wanwan's butt, signaling her to get down. Everyone, go get ready. In 3 days, you'll be my bridesmaids. Don't embarrass me. Yes, husband. Lin Wanwan deliberately shouted loudly, then shot Guan Xiao a defiant glance. Zero regained her cool composure, though her eyes now held a hint of anticipation. Yes, master. Watching the 3 women walk away, Su Li turned and took Guan Xiao's hand once more. Let's go. Let's go try on your dress. This grand performance could do without anyone else, but it absolutely couldn't do without its leading lady. Chapter 182, Profit Still Comes First. 3 days later. Black Gold City, Golden Phoenix Manor. This estate, usually guarded by tight security and radiating a cold, technological aura, was completely transformed today. Countless holographic projectors dyed the sky a dreamlike crimson, while a colossal golden phoenix totem soared through the clouds, showering the heavens with a golden rain of light. Inside the manor, opulence reached its zenith. Celebrities, tycoon representatives, and even high-ranking military officials from across the Federation gathered here. The helipad was packed with hovering luxury vehicles, while the air buzzed with the clinking of glasses and the swirl of elegant attire. All eyes were fixed on the end of the red carpet, strewn with expensive alien petals. All awaited the arrival of the legendary man, the mysterious figure who, single-handedly, had quelled the rebellion and saved the Golden Phoenix clan. I heard that Su Li is a ruthless killer who doesn't blink an eye when taking lives. Shoo! Keep your voice down. Do you want to die? He's now the son-in-law of the esteemed Guan family patriarch. But speaking of which, the Golden Phoenix clan really went all out. I heard the dowry was half the family's control. Whispers and murmurs rose and fell. Just then. Boom! A deep, thunderous cannon blast echoed across the sky. The lights in the entire venue dimmed abruptly, leaving only a single spotlight fixed on the starting point of the red carpet. Music began to play. It was not the traditional wedding march. Instead, it was the grand, solemn, mechanically beautiful, and oppressive battle hymn of the mechanical nation. The doors slowly opened. Su Li stepped out. He wasn't wearing a traditional suit. Instead, he wore a custom-made black military dress uniform. The tailoring fit his upright frame perfectly, golden tassels hanging from his shoulders, and pinned to his chest was a badge symbolizing the highest honor of the Golden Phoenix clan. Yet what drew the most attention was not his attire. It was the overwhelming, almost suffocating aura of sovereign authority radiating from him even when restrained. With each step he took, the very air around him seemed to tremble. The guests, who had been murmuring among themselves, fell instantly silent. Many instinctively straightened their backs, as if standing at attention for inspection. Behind Su Li, 3 stunning bridesmaids, equally resplendent in their attire, stood guard. Like 3 unsheathed blades, they stood guard behind their sovereign, breathtakingly beautiful yet too dazzling to look upon directly. This was no ordinary wedding scene. This was clearly a king's coronation ceremony. Su Li walked to the center of the red carpet and paused. He turned to look toward the other side of the entrance. There, Guan Shanhai was slowly walking toward them, holding Guan Xiao's hand. Today, Guan Xiao was breathtakingly beautiful. Her pure white wedding gown, crafted over half a year by the Golden Phoenix family's top designer, fused with countless micro-optical pathways and rare materials, shimmered and sparkled under the lights, as if she wore the entire starry sky upon her. A shy yet blissful smile graced her face, her gaze fixed intently on Su Li, as if he were the only person in the entire world. The moment their hands clasped together at the center of the red carpet. Boom! The colossal holographic Golden Phoenix in the sky let out a piercing cry. A golden rain poured down from the heavens. The entire venue erupted in thunderous applause. Guan Shanhai watched the scene, tears streaming down his aged face. He knew the future of the Golden Phoenix clan was now secure. Meanwhile, Su Li held Guan Xiao's slightly trembling hands, gazing into her eyes that reflected his own image. A faint smile curved his lips. In this moment, he was neither a tyrant nor a sovereign. He was simply a groom fulfilling his vows, completing the ceremony. Are you ready? He asked softly. Yes. Guan Xiao nodded vigorously, her eyes glistening with tears. Starting today. Su Li's voice was soft, yet it reached her ears with perfect clarity. You are the queen of the mechanized kingdom. And my nominal wife, Su Li. Guan Xiao's tears fell with a soft plop. She knew full well the weight of those 3 words, in name only. But she didn't care. From Su Li's lips, those 3 words felt more real, more substantial than any I love you or forever and always. This was a promise. The promise of a man who could patch up a hole in the sky without batting an eye. She sniffed back a sob, intending to say something dignified, but the moment her lips parted, her composure shattered. Could you raise my allowance a bit? Suli. All the guests. The solemn, sacred, even slightly oppressive atmosphere of the monarch's coronation was shattered in an instant by this sudden demand for more pocket money. Lin Wan Wan below the stage burst out laughing, her unrestrained giggles nearly causing her to drop the bridesmaid bouquet she held. Even Mu Kuchio, usually as expressionless as a statue, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Suli looked at the woman before him, tears streaming down her face like rain on pear blossoms, yet still preoccupied with pocket money. That weight of being a high and mighty monarch was torn away by this single remark. He sighed helplessly. Then, in full view of everyone, he reached out and flicked her tear-streaked forehead with a light yet firm flick. Take it. The entire Golden Phoenix family is yours. Spend it however you like. Oh yeah. My husband is the best. Guan Ziyao instantly burst into laughter, tears turning to smiles. Forgetting all about ladylike decorum and the countless eyes watching below, she threw herself into Su Li's arms, smearing tears and snot all over his expensive military dress uniform. Below the stage, Guan Shanhai covered his face, unable to bear the sight. Guan Zhenxiong, however, was laughing heartily, even thinking his daughter's display of genuine emotion was brilliantly done. The latter half of the wedding ceremony took a dramatic turn. All the prepared, lengthy, and tedious vows, speeches, and sentimental segments were abruptly cut short at a single glance from Su Li. They dove straight into the simplest, most direct segments, toasting the bride and groom not really, and showing off their muscles. Su Li had no interest in toasting with this crowd of politicians and businessmen. He stood on the stage and snapped his fingers. Raffi. At your service, Commander. The holographic golden phoenix hovering above the estate suddenly dissipated. In its place appeared a massive holographic projection covering half of Black Gold City. It was a blueprint. A blueprint capable of causing cardiac arrest in every knowledgeable person present. Grade B Bio-Cybernetic Integration Implementation Plan. Today is a good day. Su Li's voice boomed through the amplifiers, filling the entire venue. Besides the wedding, I have a small gift to present to the Golden Phoenix clan and to everyone here. He pointed at the blueprint in the sky, his tone as matter-of-fact as if discussing dinner plans. This is the latest joint development between Machine Nation and the Golden Phoenix clan. It enables ordinary individuals to attain physical prowess comparable to that of a C-rank awakener through biogenetic fusion without requiring extensive mechanical modifications. More importantly, his gaze swept over the greedy eyes below the stage. Its cost is nearly 1/10 that of traditional mechanical prosthetics. Chapter 183, Do you truly not remember the past? Its cost is only 1/10 that of traditional mechanical prosthetics. Boom! The entire venue erupted. Louder than the wedding cannon fire earlier. Everyone went wild. 1/10 the cost. Comparable to a C-class awakener. What did this mean? It meant a cheap, mass-producible super army. It meant boundless wealth. It means the entire power structure of the Federation will be reshuffled. Those who had been privately wondering if the Guan family had invited wolves into their home now saw things differently. This isn't a wolf at all. This is a god of wealth. A living ancestor. Guan Shanhai watched the envious stares from his old rival's stares that could devour him alive, and his fingers trembled as he rolled the walnut in his palm. Awesome. Awesome. Never in his life had he felt so triumphant. Su Li gazed down at the crowd below, their faces twisted by greed and feverish with excitement, and the smile on his lips deepened. This was exactly the effect he wanted. A wedding? That was merely a cover. This was his true pledge of allegiance. Using absolute profit, he would bind the entire Black Gold City elite and even the majority of the Federation's forces to the war chariot of the Machinery Nation and the Golden Phoenix clan. From this day forward, anyone who dares touch the Golden Phoenix clan is courting trouble with money, power, and the entire Federation. And he, Su Li, is the sole gatekeeper holding the key to this new era. The sole gatekeeper. Ladies and gentlemen. He raised his wineglass, offering a distant toast to the frenzied crowd below the stage. To the new era. Cheers! Cheers! The clamor faded. Night deepened. Yet, in the ultra-luxury suite reserved for newlyweds on the top floor of Golden Phoenix Manor, an unusual quiet prevailed. No one came to play pranks on the newlyweds. Because no one dared. Who would dare disturb the bedchamber of the ruler of the Weapon Nation? Were they tired of living, or did they fancy replacing their cybernetic body with a new one? Su Li pushed open the door. The main lights were off, leaving only a few warm yellow wall lamps casting a hazy glow over the room, lending it an air of languid sensuality. Curled up on the absurdly oversized bed lay a white silkworm. Guan Ziyao hadn't changed out of her wedding dress. Like an unwanted kitten, she huddled in the corner of the bed. The layers of intricate, ornate skirt spread across most of the mattress, burying her entirely beneath it. At the sound of the door opening, the cocoon-like figure stirred. Then, a disheveled head peeked out. Her face flushed like a ripe apple, her eyes unfocused, clutching a half-empty wine bottle tightly in her hand. Suli? She belched, then broke into a silly grin. You're here, hee. Suli walked over, took the bottle from her hand, and placed it on the nightstand. How much have you had? Not much at all. Guanyo held up 2 fingers, gestured, then thought she might have underestimated it and added another one. Just a little bit. It was actually the whole bottle. Today she was genuinely happy, yet genuinely nervous. Happy that she had truly married him, even if only in name. Nervous about what to do next. Though she usually had no filter, spouting all sorts of sassy remarks, when it came down to it, as the little princess of the Jin Feng family with 0 real-world experience, she chickened out. So she chose the oldest and most reliable method, drinking to steel her nerves. But she accidentally overdid it. Suli watched her bleary-eyed state and shook his head helplessly. Get up. Go take a bath. Change out of those clothes. Don't you hate how they're cutting into you? This wedding dress may be beautiful, but all those layers of steel boning and corseting look exhausting even to watch. No, I can't. Guan Ziao shook her head, then suddenly wriggled forward like a caterpillar. Then, before Suli could react, she wrapped her arms around his waist. She buried her face deep into his lower abdomen. I won't wash. Her voice was muffled, tinged with tears and a vulnerability she never showed otherwise. I'm going to wear it. This is what you wanted me to wear. This is what a bride wears. Suli's body stiffened. He lowered his gaze to the woman clinging to him, refusing to let go. Her burning cheek pressed against his abs, her hot breath seeping through the thin shirt, making his heart flutter strangely. Suli. She lifted her head, her once bright eyes now brimming with misty moisture, as if she'd suffered the greatest injustice. Though it was fake. Though it was all an act. But I'm serious. She sniffed, suddenly releasing one hand to point at Suli's chest. Here. Is there even a tiny bit? Even just a tiny bit. That belongs to me? All those days gone by, have you truly forgotten them? She asked so cautiously, so humbly. Gone was the usual arrogance of the Golden Phoenix family's young miss, and gone too was the carefree spirit of the girl who used to cling to her father's legs. In this moment, she was just an ordinary girl who had fallen for someone she shouldn't have, yet couldn't help but yearn for even the slightest hint of reciprocation. Suli fell silent. He gazed into those eyes, brimming with both hope and unease. He could dismiss her as usual with a dismissive "stop fooling around." He could use reason to tell her this was merely a transaction of interests. But as he watched the tear glide down the corner of her eye, something inside him, a taut string that had been stretched to its limits, suddenly gave way. He slowly crouched down, lowering his gaze to meet hers. Then, he reached out and gently wiped the tear from her cheek. The motion was light, even carrying a hint of tenderness he himself hadn't noticed. Fool. He sighed. If it were fake. Do you think anyone is worthy of wearing this wedding dress and standing beside me? Those words spoke volumes. Guan Ziao froze. She stared blankly at Suli, as if processing the meaning of his words. Then, her eyes slowly lit up. Like fireworks ignited in the night. Really? No way. Suli flicked her forehead impatiently and stood up. Go take a shower. If you don't hurry, this wedding dress will turn into a rag. Wah! Guan Ziao was genuinely crying this time. But they were tears of joy. She leapt off the bed, nearly taking a tumble because the skirt was too heavy. Once again, like an octopus, she clung tightly to Suli's neck. Her entire body hung onto him. I knew it. I knew you cared about me. Wah, honey, you're so sweet. I want to kiss you. No kissing. You reek of alcohol. Chapter 184, B. Rank Lin Wan 1. I'm kissing you. I'm kissing you. This is my wedding night. I'm the queen. I make the rules. Mu-ah. Guan Ziya. Get down from there. I won't. I'd rather die than get down. Unless you carry me to the bath. The night grew deeper. From that quiet sweep, the sounds of a newlywed night finally began to emerge, noisy yet warm. Outside the window, the moonlight was perfect. And the future of Machine Nation quietly began amidst the night's clamor. A week had passed since Sue's divorce. He had returned to Zicheng, not only for a vacation, but also to fulfill a promise. Zesity, the rebirth clinic. This was no longer the dilapidated little clinic of old. With the massive infusion of capital from the Golden Phoenix family, 3 surrounding city blocks had been purchased and transformed into a vast base integrating medical care, scientific research, and mechanical modification, the heart of Machinery Nation. Today, however, the facility was closed. Because the monarch was making amends. In the clinic's backyard, the open-air warehouse once piled high with scrap parts had been transformed into an intimate, private wedding venue. No outsiders. No media. No pompous speeches. Only the closest few. Wow. Master, do you like this outfit?
Lin Wanwan, wearing her dream wedding dress, a custom-made creation held together by just a few strings, actually a modified combat bodysuit adorned with white lace, accentuating her figure to the extreme, spun around Suli like a happy little bird. It looks beautiful. Suli sat on a lounge chair, flipping through the freshly delivered Black Gold City financial report. Without looking up, he replied. That's dismissive. Lin Wanwan puffed out her cheeks in displeasure, plopping straight onto his lap and blocking his view with her arms. Don't look at that. Today, you're only allowed to look at me. Suli sighed and set the report aside, gazing at the little vixen nestled in his lap. Fine. I'll look at you. He pinched her cheek. But once I'm done looking, shouldn't we get down to business? Lin Wanwan froze, her playful expression fading slightly. A flicker of anticipation and nervousness danced in her crimson eyes. You mean that? Suli nodded, his expression turning serious. Zero has already reached B rank. As my right-hand man, you can't fall too far behind. I've completed the analysis of the Gene Feng family's original gene bank data. I've also found the most suitable path for your advancement. At the mention of advancement, Zero, who had been standing quietly nearby in her pristine white gown, playing the role of the bride, also approached. Even Mu Kachou, who had been silently polishing the requiem in the corner, lifted her head. Master, what is Wanwan's path to advancement? Zero inquired. Suli stood up and picked up a deep red reagent from the workbench behind him. The liquid within the vial seemed to possess a life of its own, slowly writhing and emitting a heart-stopping aura both dangerous and alluring. Pandora sequence. Suli's voice was low. This is a Class B calamity source I refined by combining the Golden Phoenix clan's life gene technology with the toxic ability originally within your body. Unlike Zero's cataclysm, which brings widespread destruction, it represents the ultimate form of erosion and control. He looked at Lin Wanwan, a hint of inquiry in his eyes. The process will be excruciating. Like 10,000 venomous snakes writhing through your veins, biting every cell to shreds before rebuilding them. Can you endure it? Lin Wanwan stared at the vial of reagent, her body instinctively trembling. It was the primal fear of a higher-level threat. But the next second, she smiled. Her smile was dazzlingly bright, yet disturbingly twisted. As long as it could help her master. As long as it could poison all the villains who sought to harm her master. She extended her slender fingers and took the deadly reagent from Suli's hand. Forget venomous snakes. Even if it were the fires of hell, Wanwan would dare to leap in for a bath. With that, she hesitated not a moment. Tilting her head back, she downed the entire vial of deep crimson essence in one gulp. Gulp! The moment the reagent touched her throat. Ah! A piercing scream instantly echoed throughout the entire backyard. Lin Wanwan's body stiffened violently, then curled up on the ground like a boiled shrimp. Countless crimson patterns, like thorns come to life, spread wildly across her snow-white skin. Her veins bulged, revealing blood inside that was transforming into an eerie, dark green hue. The sheer agony was enough to make anyone's scalp crawl just watching. Zero instinctively lunged forward, but Suli stopped him. Don't move. Suli's gaze was cold, yet his fists, clenched tightly, betrayed the tension within him. This was a hurdle she had to overcome. Only through the most extreme agony could her willpower overcome the primal essence's madness and become the true master of this power. Time ticked away, second by second. Lin Wanwan's screams grew fainter and fainter, eventually fading into unconscious moans. Her red dress was completely soaked through with sweat, making her look as if she'd been pulled from the water. Just when everyone thought she couldn't hold on any longer. Ha! A faint yet bone-chilling laugh escaped her lips. Slowly, she rose from the ground. Her once jet-black hair had transformed into an eerie deep red, moving without a breeze. She opened her eyes. Those eyes were no longer simply crimson. Instead, they had become like a kaleidoscope, swirling with hallucinatory colors, eyes filled with deadly poison. Boom! An invisible wave radiated outward from her. The decorative flowers around her did not wither upon contact with this wave. Instead, they grew wildly. Mutated. Transforming into carnivorous plants bristling with razor-sharp teeth and barbed thorns. This was her B-rank domain, Thorn Garden. No longer mere slaughter, but bestowing poisonous life upon all things, transforming the entire world into a deadly forest obeying her command. Master! Lin Wanwan staggered towards Suli, a faint smile of exhaustion yet profound satisfaction playing on her lips. Wanwan succeeded. Look! She extended her hand, and a vibrant red rose, formed from condensed poisonous mist, bloomed in her palm. This was Wanwan's wedding gift to her master. Chapter 185, Lin Wanwan, Ferris Wheel. Master! Are you going to spend the whole day alone with me? Lin Wanwan had just ascended, and the venomous energy within her hadn't fully receded yet. Her entire body felt as limp as a newly shed snake, clinging weakly to Suli. Her newly mutated kaleidoscope eyes blinked steadily at Suli. They were filled with all sorts of little thoughts. Suli casually tossed the deadly rose to Raffi for data analysis, then adjusted the pendant on his body slightly upward to prevent her from slipping off. All right then.
He agreed readily. Yay! Then I want to go to the amusement park. I'm going to eat one of those cakes covered in cream. And I'm going on the Ferris wheel. Lin Wanwan exclaimed excitedly. If she hadn't been so exhausted, she might have bounced 3 feet high on the spot. 1 hour later. Zecity's largest amusement park, Dream Starlight. Though most of this crappy place was tech-themed, the entertainment facilities built to drain bounty hunters' wallets were surprisingly well made. Sully had changed out of his black combat gear into a simple white t-shirt and jeans. He looked less like a monarch and more like a refreshingly youthful teenager. Lin Wanwan, meanwhile, had changed into a schoolgirl uniform. Her red hair was tied into twin ponytails, and she carried a cartoon-themed backpack looking every bit the part of a high schooler fresh out of class. Of course, that was assuming one ignored the occasional red glint in her eyes. And the occasional toxic mist enough to kill a cow that accidentally escaped from her fingertips. Wow! Master, look at that! I want that! Lin Wanwan pointed at a cotton candy stand by the roadside. It was a fully automated robotic arm that could mold cotton candy into all sorts of bizarre shapes. Buy it! Sully pulled out money. 2 minutes later, Lin Wanwan held a pink rabbit-shaped cotton candy larger than her head, her face covered in sticky sugar threads. Delicious! Try some, master! She stood on tiptoes, disregarding any notion of hygiene, and pressed the cotton candy already bitten into right up to Sully's lips. Sully stared at the cloyingly sweet mass, his brow slightly furrowed. He was a pragmatist. Consuming pure sugar held no meaning for him. But under Lin Wanwan's expectant gaze, he sighed and bent down to take a bite. Well, how is it? Pretty sweet, huh? Yeah, sweet. Sweet enough to make your throat hurt. Hee hee, I knew my master loved sweets. Lin Wanwan's eyes crinkled with laughter, then she took another big bite herself, as sweet as Wanwan herself. Next up is the classic amusement park ride. Roller coaster. When others ride roller coasters, help me. Lin Wanwan on a roller coaster. Whoa! This is so slow. Can you have Raffi hack the system to speed it up? This is way too boring. Sully. To prevent her from actually turning the roller coaster into a high-speed ride, Sully had no choice but to hold down her eager little hands. Haunted house. Others entering the haunted house, ghosts. Stay away. Lin Wanwan enters the haunted house. This ghost is so ugly. They actually used cheap silicone? Wow, that zombie's makeup is all smudged. Bad review. She even wanted to grab a ghost to study its internal structure. In the end, the staff member dressed as a ghost was so terrified by her that he quit on the spot, running away in tears. Sully could only hold his forehead in exasperation, paying triple the admission fee as compensation for emotional distress. After a whole afternoon of chaos. As dusk fell, the last rays of the setting sun bathed the giant Ferris wheel at the center of the amusement park, coating it with a golden rim. Master, let's ride that one. Lin Wanwan pointed at the Ferris wheel, her voice much softer this time, devoid of her earlier boisterousness. Sure. The two of them settled into the small cabin. As the Ferris wheel slowly ascended, the clamor of the city below gradually faded away. The entire panorama of Zay City spread out beneath their feet. In the distance lay the bustling spaceport, while closer by, streets glowed with lights. Further still lay the city that never slept, even in the night. Lin Wanwan pressed her face against the window, watching the scenery outside, eerily quiet. What's wrong? Tired? Sully asked. No. Lin Wanwan shook her head. She turned away from the window, facing Sully. The setting sun's rays streamed in from behind her, bathing her hair in golden light. Yet her face remained shrouded in shadow, her expression hidden. Master. HM? I'd been here before. Her voice was soft, as if afraid of disturbing something. Back then I was still small, not yet like this, not yet having met you. Back then, I could only stand outside the fence, watching other children go in to play. I used to think, if only one day I could go inside and ride the Ferris wheel just once, even just once, it would be worth dying for. She paused, then suddenly smiled, a bit foolishly. Never did I imagine that today, not only would I ride it, but I'd ride it with my master. And now, I don't want to die anymore. She walked up to Sully, straddled his lap, and cupped his face in her hands. Her kaleidoscopic eyes reflected Sully's image, filled with intense focus and deep affection. I want to keep living. Live for a very long time. Stay by your side forever, be your sharpest blade, your most obedient servant, your sweetest little candy. The Ferris wheel reached its highest point. Legend says lovers who kiss here will stay together forever. Lin Wanwan lowered her head and pressed her lips to Sully's. This kiss held no poison, no slaughter, no bloodshed. Only the sweet, cloying taste of cotton candy. And the heart of a young girl, so pure it burned with fervor. Master. Their lips parted. She whispered softly into Sully's ear with a voice that could melt bones. Come to my place tonight? Shall we have dinner? Sully raised an eyebrow, glancing out the window at the sky that had grown completely dark. The day isn't over yet.
Lin Wanwan froze, then remembered how she'd been craving a cake covered in nothing but cream all afternoon.
Her stomach promptly growled in agreement. The atmosphere had been so perfect earlier, she'd nearly forgotten about it. Of course we are. She jumped off Su Li, her energy returning instantly. Grabbing his hand, she rushed toward the door. I want cake. And steak. And one of those huge lobsters. 20 minutes later. The two were seated in a high-end Western restaurant called Starlight. This romantic haven featured elegant decor, dim lighting, and a violinist playing soothing melodies nearby. The pair of Su Li and Lin Wanwan drew quite a few glances the moment they entered. After all, one looked like a schoolgirl fresh out of class, while the other radiated an aura as powerful as a young tycoon who'd just closed a billion-dollar deal. They seemed mismatched in every way, yet somehow harmonious. Lin Wanwan ordered a table full of dishes. Black truffle cake, beef Wellington, Boston lobster, whatever was pricier, whatever was higher in calories. After all, as a Class B psionic, her digestive system was like an incinerator. Weight gain was the least of her worries. Master, ah. Chapter 186, Sea View. She speared a slice of steak with her fork and held it to Su Li's lips. Su Li opened his mouth and ate it without hesitation. Lin Wanwan never grew tired of this feeding game. The meal was so heartwarming it nearly brought tears to the eyes of the single waiter nearby. Oh, master. Lin Wanwan asked, her words muffled as she licked cream off the spoon. Isn't it Sister Kuchio's turn tomorrow? Su Li paused mid-cut with his steak knife. Where are you going to take her? Lin Wanwan looked all gossipy. Sister Kuchio's such a wallflower she'd never pick a place like an amusement park. I don't know. Su Li answered honestly. Mu Kuchio's personality is too dull. She doesn't have any particular hobbies, it's either training or zoning out. I know. Lin Wanwan leaned in mysteriously. Sister Kuchio once told me she actually loves watching really quiet things. Like what? Like art exhibitions, or going to the beach to collect seashells. Lin Wanwan blinked. I find it boring too, but if she could go with her owner, even counting ants would make Sister Kuchio happy, right? Su Li nodded thoughtfully. Art exhibitions, the seaside. That does suit Mu Kuchio's soul-soothing temperament. Are you full? Su Li set down her knife and fork, picking up a napkin to wipe her mouth. Full. So full. My stomach's about to burst. Lin Wanwan patted her flat stomach, looking utterly satisfied. Then let's go. Su Li stood up and held out his hand to her. Where to? Lin Wanwan placed her hand in his palm and used his strength to pull herself up. Su Li looked at her, a meaningful smile curving his lips. Earlier on the Ferris wheel, hadn't someone said they had a new battle suit? Lin Wanwan's face instantly flushed scarlet, the color spreading all the way to her neck. But her eyes shone with an almost frightening intensity, sparkling with excitement. She clasped Su Li's hand tightly with her other, tiptoed up, and whispered softly in his ear. Master. Better get ready for this. Tonight's Wanwan is poisonous. Zesity, Lin Wanwan's private apartment. The place is decorated in soft pinks and pastels. Dolls and lace adorn every corner, a stark contrast to her identity as a bloodthirsty assassin. But Su Li knew this was the never-grown-up girl's heart deep within Lin Wanwan. In the bedroom. The lighting was dimmed to an intimate pink hue. Lin Wanwan emerged shyly from the bathroom wearing that legendary battlesuit. It really was quite revealing. It was quite nice indeed. Early morning. The first rays of Zesity's morning sun filtered through the blinds, spilling into the second-floor office of the rebirth clinic. Su Li sat in the large leather swivel chair, sipping a cup of hot coffee with a relaxed expression. The antidote from last night had been potent, but he possessed a Class B barrier-level physique. Not only did he feel no fatigue, but he felt refreshed and invigorated, with his internal energy circulation flowing much more smoothly. 3 knocks sounded at the door. The rhythm was steady, the force even. Enter. The door opened, and Mu Kuchio stepped inside. She still wore that black combat suit designed for ease of movement, her hair pulled back in a meticulous ponytail. Her face bore little expression, like a precision instrument fresh from maintenance. Boss, you wanted me? Her voice was flat, devoid of emotion, her usual style. Su Li set down his coffee cup and gestured toward the chair across from him. Sit. Mu Kuchio complied, sitting with her back perfectly straight and her hands neatly folded on her knees. Su Li couldn't help but smile at her posture, ready to receive orders at any moment. Kuchio. His fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop. Is there something you wish to do? Mu Kuchio paused, a flicker of confusion crossing her usually serene eyes. A flicker of confusion crossed her usually serene eyes. Things I want to do? She repeated the words, as if struggling to grasp the meaning behind the question. Like killing someone? Guarding someone? Or not a mission? Su Li cut her off. I mean, aside from work, aside from fighting, aside from following my orders. You, Mu Kuchio, as a living, breathing person. Is there anywhere you want to go, anything you want to see, or anything you want to do? Mu Kuchio fell silent. Ever since Suli rescued her, brought her back to life, and bestowed with the requiem, her life had been reduced to two things: to protect Suli, and to crush Suli's enemies. As for herself, she seemed to have never given it a thought. The room fell silent for a long time. So long that Suli began to think she might say no. Mukacho suddenly lifted her head. Her gaze drifted, as if piercing through the walls to a place far, far away. The sea. She murmured softly. I want to see the sea. The sea? Suli smiled. That's easy enough. Though most of Zicheng was wasteland and industrial zones, its eastern edge bordered the vast, rust-stained sea. Though the name sounds unappealing, and the water carries a rusty tint from years of industrial pollution, at certain moments like dawn or dusk the desolate seascape of this post-apocalyptic wasteland holds a peculiar charm. When I was little at the orphanage, Mother showed me a photograph. Mukacho's voice was soft, tinged with a barely perceptible nostalgia. It was the sea from long, long ago, blue, pristine, and vast. She said the sea was the most forgiving place in the world. No matter what you cast into it, it would swallow it whole and remain as serene as ever. She paused, her gaze refocusing on Suli with new resolve. I want to go see it. To see if the sea today can still embrace everything. Suli looked at her. Suddenly, he understood. Mukacho's requiem was, at its core, gravity, a force that bore and sustained. Her heart had always borne too much weight. Past betrayals, present slaughter, future uncertainty. Perhaps her desire to see the sea was simply to find a place larger than her own heart, a place capable of bearing everything. All right. Suli stood up and walked to her. Then let's go see the sea. Right now? Mukacho hesitated. But I haven't changed clothes, and I haven't prepared. What do you need to prepare to see the sea? Suli took her hand and led her toward the door. Besides, who says we have to go to one of those trash-filled public beaches? He gave a mysterious smile. I'm taking you somewhere special. Chapter 187, The Resentful Zero. Half an hour later. A modified black SUV roared out of Zicheng's urban area and sped onto the coastal highway to the east. Suli drove himself, with Mukacho seated in the passenger seat. The window rolled down, letting in the salty, briny sea breeze that whipped through the car, ruffling Mukacho's meticulously styled hair. She instinctively reached to retie her hair, but Suli stopped her. Leave it. It looks nice loose. Mukacho's hand froze for a moment before silently lowering. She let her dark hair dance freely in the wind, obscuring half her profile and concealing the rare hint of relaxation in her eyes. The car sped along, finally coming to a halt at the edge of a sheer cliff. This was one of Zicheng's restricted zones, a former military outpost from an era long past, now abandoned and seldom visited. But the view here is the best in all of Zicheng. The two got out of the car and walked to the edge of the cliff. Beneath their feet lay a 100-meter-high precipice. Before them stretched an endless sea, its surface a strange blend of dark red and deep blue. Waves crashed against the reefs, roaring deafeningly. Though not as blue or pristine as in old photographs. This sea radiated a rugged, untamed, even brutal beauty. Just like this world. Mukacho stood at the cliff's edge, silently watching the churning, furious waves before her. The sea breeze made her combat uniform flap loudly. She drew a deep breath, a scent mingling rust, salt, and freedom. Is this the sea? She murmured to herself. More real than in the photos. Like it? Suli stood beside her, handing her a cold beer he'd just retrieved from the car. Mukacho took the beer, mimicking Suli's gesture to pull the tab, then tilted her head back and took a big gulp. The bitter liquid slid down her throat, yet it felt incredibly satisfying. I like it. She nodded, turning to look at Suli. It was the first time Suli had ever seen such a vivid expression on her face. No longer a machine that merely obeyed orders, but a living, breathing human being with flesh and blood, with emotions. Boss. HM? Thank you. For what? For bringing me to see the sea. And thank you for taking me out of that orphanage where all I could see were walls, for taking me out of that world full of betrayal. You showed me colors beyond just black and white. She didn't say those words aloud. But her eyes spoke volumes. Suli smiled, saying nothing. He simply reached out to wrap his arm around her shoulders, standing beside her as they gazed together at this sea of wasteland. Kuchio. Here. Later, we'll pierce a hole in the sky and clean up this world. Suli pointed toward the distant horizon where sky met sea. I'll take you to find that sea, the real blue one. Mukacho followed his finger's direction. In that moment, she truly felt as if she could see it. Beyond the murky waves. A streak of pure blue lay waiting quietly for them. All right. She nodded firmly. It's settled. The sea breeze swept by, dispelling all the gloom, leaving only two figures standing side by side, and that softly spoken promise about the future. Who didn't join our Suli for playtime? It was our acknowledged main wife, Xia Qingxue, Miss Zero. Evening. After escorting Mukacho back to the base, Suli returned alone to the rebirth clinic. As he pushed open the bedroom door, a faint, delicate fragrance wafted toward him. It wasn't perfume, but a unique, cool fragrance reminiscent of snow lotus blossoms. Miss Zero sat in a rocking chair by the window, a thick ancient text spread open on her lap. In her hands, she held a steaming cup of red tea. Today, she wasn't wearing her signature ice blue gown nor her combat uniform. Instead, she wore one of Suli's white shirts. The shirt was slightly too large for her, hanging loosely over her frame. It covered her thighs but revealed two long, straight, luminously white calves. Hearing the door open, she closed the book and lifted her head. Her jade-colored eyes met Suli's in silence, her gaze cool yet tinged with a barely perceptible hint of sorrow. Back already? Her voice was flat, betraying no emotion. But who was Suli? An old sea dog strike that an old tyrant he saw right through her sulking. Well, no wonder. The day before yesterday, he'd accompanied Lin Wanwan to the amusement park and gone wild all day. Today he took Mukacho to the beach to watch both sunrise and sunset. Yet he left his main wife at home reading books. Who wouldn't be upset? Suli smiled, walked over, and naturally took the teacup from her hand, taking a sip. You're back. Did you have fun? Zero looked at him, her tone still as cool as ice. Not bad. Suli set down the teacup and reached out to lift her directly from the rocking chair. He sat down himself, then placed her on his lap. Zero struggled only symbolically before nestling into his embrace, settling into a comfortable position against him. The sea breeze was quite strong. I saw Kucho's hair all messed up when she came back. Zero traced circles on Suli's chest with her finger, her tone tinged with a hint of sourness. And someone even got her a beer to drink. Pretty cool, huh? Suli raised an eyebrow. Wow, this intel network sure is efficient. That traitorous bastard, Lafei, must have sold the real-time surveillance feed to this lady again. What? Jealous? Suli pinched her expressionless, pretty face. No. Zero turned her head away, stubbornly insisting. I am Unit Zero. I only execute commands. I do not generate unnecessary emotions. Oh. Then what if I give you an order right now? Suli's fingers gently traced Zero's jade-like spine. Zero's breathing faltered for a moment, but soon, her jade-colored eyes regained their clarity. She captured Suli's wandering hand, pressing her cheek against his palm. Her voice was soft yet tinged with an undeniable rationality. Master, entertainment can wait. Now, I wish to hear your plan. She lifted her head, her gaze devoid of any lingering tenderness, holding only the cool focus of an aide-de-camp. The Golden Phoenix clan has been subdued, and the Green Serpent has been eliminated. But this is only the beginning, correct? Zesity is too small. Black Gold City is merely a corner of the Federation. Your gaze has never lingered on these places. Suli gazed at the woman in his arms, capable of tender affection one moment and transforming into a top-tier strategic advisor the next, and the smile in his eyes deepened. This was his most perfect creation. Understanding when to advance and when to retreat, knowing when to hold back, she was the one who resonated most deeply with his soul. Exactly. Chapter 188. What the hell is a mechanical tyrant switching to tomb raiding? Suli withdrew his hand and adjusted his posture, making Zero more comfortable. His gaze pierced through the window, fixed upon the pitch-black night sky, as if he could see a future even more distant and boundless. The Golden Phoenix clan was merely a stepping stone. What I desire extends far beyond mere wealth and resources. I will build a true, mechanical kingdom that belongs to us. He extended a finger, tracing an imaginary circle in the air. The current federation, though seemingly prosperous, was rotten to the core. Major conglomerates carve out their own fiefdoms, vying for power and resources. The lingering scourge of the old era still rampages across the wilderness, while the technologies of the new age remain locked behind high walls. This order is too fragile, too dull. Suli's voice was soft, yet carried a startling arrogance. I intend to rewrite the rules. With absolute power and absolute technology, I will forge a perfect world, one without strife, only obedience and efficiency. Zero listened in silence. Had anyone else uttered such words, she would have dismissed them as the ramblings of a madman. But coming from Suli's mouth, it felt entirely natural. For he was a tyrant. A king who could turn the impossible into reality. So what's our next move? Zero inquired. Suli withdrew his gaze and looked at Zero, a meaningful curve lifting the corners of his mouth. Do you remember that legend? The legend? Zero froze. The one about the greatest legacy of the old era, that place known as the Tomb of the Gods. A gleam of sharpness flashed in Suli's eyes. It said that the most advanced technology of the old era lies buried there, even the key to the ultimate secret of mechanical ascension. The Federation has long sought to find it, yet for centuries, countless expeditions have gone in and never returned. The Tomb of the Gods, Zero murmured to himself, his brow furrowing slightly. It was merely a legend, not even its coordinates were known. No. Suli cut her off. He pulled the resonance heart from the Ouroboros's body from his chest. At this moment, the heart pulsed with an unusual rhythm. It was the coordinates. Suli stared at the light in his hand, his tone unwavering. The reason the Ouroboros could fuse so many biological genes without collapsing wasn't merely due to its own abilities. It was because this very object itself was a creation from the tomb of the gods. It is guiding me. Guiding me to the place where the old gods lie buried and the new gods are born. Zero stared at the heart of resonance, the confusion in his eyes gradually fading, replaced by a flicker of eager combat intent. Since it was the master's decision, Zero swore to follow through to the end. However, she paused, a hint of worry creeping into her voice. If that place truly existed, the Federation and other major powers would surely have detected it. This journey would likely be far less straightforward than before. Easy? Suli smiled. He stood up, placed Zero on the bed, then walked to the window. Turning his back to her, he spread his arms wide, as if embracing the entire night. What I've ever wanted was never ease. If there isn't even an opponent in this world worthy of drawing my sword. How utterly boring that would be. He turned to face Zero, his eyes burning with the fierce fire of ambition. Send the orders. Have the canister prepare supplies and fill the munitions hold of the road to the underworld. Have Wan Wan and Kecho prepare for battle. 3 days from now. We're going tomb raiding. 3 days is ample time for a highly efficient team like Machine Nation to complete war-level preparations. Zesity, underground base of the heart of the mechanized nation. A massive lift platform slowly ascended. The all-black vessel, the road to the underworld, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. Once again revealed to the world. After Guan Ziyao's radical modifications over the past few days, this already fearsome warship was now armed to the teeth. Its hull was reinforced with the latest phase armor procured from the Golden Phoenix clan, while its main armament had been upgraded to 2-star destroyer cannons capable of shattering mountains. Both sides were densely packed with drone swarms. If it was once a ferocious beast, now, it was a war monster clad in heavy armor and bristling with spikes. TSK, this is the fruit of my labor. Guan Ziyao stood on the launch platform, gazing at her masterpiece with rapturous satisfaction. If those old fossils from the Federation saw this, their jaws would hit the floor. Alright, enough with the self-admiration. Suli strode over, clad in a black tactical trench coat. Behind him followed his fully armed harem squad. Zero still wore her icy blue combat dress, but the wings of judgment on her back had solidified further, faintly radiating a divine aura too intense to look at directly. Lin Wanwan had changed into a dark red leather bodysuit, 2 poison-coated bone blades hanging at her waist, her eyes sparkling with the excitement of a spring outing. Mu Keqiu wore heavy black armor, shouldering a massive alloy warhammer. Silent as a mountain, he radiated an unparalleled sense of security. Dad! I want to go too. The moment Guan Ziyao spotted Su Li, she pounced, clinging to his leg and wailing. Why leave me behind at home? I want to go tomb raiding too. I want to see ancient treasures too. No way. Su Li ruthlessly pulled his leg away. The Golden Phoenix clan's situation has just stabilized, and there's still a mountain of mess waiting for you to clean up. Besides, he glanced at Guan Ziyao's slender arms and legs. The Tomb of the Gods isn't a place for sightseeing. Guan Ziyao was crushed, pouting with a look of hurt, tears welling up in her eyes. Even though she knew Su Li was telling the truth, hearing it stated so bluntly still hurt like hell. However, Su Li changed the subject. You could handle the long-range support, or I could let you come along. Really? Guan Ziyao's eyes lit up instantly. Of course. Su Li reached out and flicked her forehead. You're my queen. Stay behind the lines and guard our home for me, that's what matters most. The word queen instantly healed all of Guan Ziyao's grievances. She nodded vigorously, a silly smile spreading across her face. Alright. I'll guard the home first. Then, once I've wrapped up things here, I'll be joining you too. Guan Ziyao thought it was a good idea, and she did just that. Su Li nodded, saying no more. The hatch slowly closed. The roar of massive engines shattered the silence of the wasteland. The road to the underworld spewed blue exhaust flames, piercing the sky like a black blade as it raced toward the unknown distance. Destination, the Tomb of the Gods. Chapter 189, The Forbidden Land of the Gods. Inside the bridge. Su Li sat upon the throne, watching the pulsating light point of the resonance heart on the main screen. That coordinate did not point toward the vastness of space. Instead, it pointed to the opposite end of this very planet beneath his feet. Across the endless sea of rust, at the western edge of the continent known as the Free Federation, there lay a death zone marked on world maps as pitch black. It was the epicenter of ancient wars and the most densely populated wasteland of radiation-mutated creatures. Even satellite signals there devolved into nothing but static. Raffi. Abel, Commander. Set course. Destination, outer perimeter of the Tomb of the Gods, western continent. Full speed ahead. Command acknowledged. Adjusting engine power. Entering suborbital hypercruise mode. Boom! The engines at the stern of the road to the underworld suddenly erupted with a ghostly blue tail flame hundreds of meters long. The massive hull instantly broke the sound barrier, exploding into a terrifying white sonic boom cloud within the atmosphere.
Like a black meteor defying the current, it tore through the clouds and roared toward the distant western continent. Several hours later, the path to the underworld had crossed the vast ocean. The once azure sky gradually turned a gloomy, oppressive yellow. The view below transformed from azure seas into a scarred, crimson wasteland. This was the western continent. Unlike the eastern continent, a wasteland yet orderly, maintaining a veneer of prosperity. This was the true realm of chaos. The Free Federation nominally ruled over this land. But in reality, warlords, financial conglomerates, and private militias each control their own fiefdoms. The air itself carries the tang of gunpowder in blood. Commander, we're approaching the target airspace. Raffi's voice crackled over the calm. Detecting intense electromagnetic interference ahead, radar systems compromised. Moreover, the screen flickered suddenly. Several red dots flashed across the edge of the radar. We're being targeted. Sully lifted his eyelids slightly and glanced at the screen. As expected. On this land, even a fly buzzing by would draw the greedy eyes of several pairs, hoping to tear off a piece of flesh. And here we were, a conspicuous, unseen black warship. Ignore them. Sully's voice was flat. Maintain speed. Ram straight through. If it's a fly, run it over. If it's a roadblock. A cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Then crush it. Command received. The road to the underworld showed no sign of slowing, maintaining its domineering stance as it plunged headlong into the murky sandstorm. Below, on the barren wasteland, several off-road vehicles, modified into steel beasts, were parked behind a sand dune. Inside, several thugs covered in tattoos and sporting mohawks peered through binoculars at the dark silhouette streaking across the sky, their eyes burning with greed. Boss. That's a big one. Never seen a model like that before. Looks even more impressive than the Federation's flagship. The one-eyed leader spat out his cigar with a sharp flick. Notify the Vulture Squadron. Tell them the fat sheep has arrived. Bring it down. Every single part on that ship, I want it. The thugs on the ground were still shouting, having even set up makeshift anti-aircraft missiles. But before they could pull the trigger, Sully merely glanced at the screen indifferently, lacking even the interest to order an attack. Rafa. Maximum cruising speed. Charge. Command received. In the sky, the black colossus abruptly accelerated. Without any artillery retaliation, the terrifying shockwave generated solely by its engines firing at full power. It transformed into a visible air hammer, crashing violently toward the ground. Boom! The violent shockwave instantly overturned every off-road vehicle. Those thugs, who had been so arrogant moments before, were hurled hundreds of meters along with their vehicles, tumbling like rolling gourds into the sand dunes. By the time they crawled out, covered in dust and dirt, the sky was already empty. Not even a taillight was visible. Only the lingering white sonic booms remained, circling silently as if mocking their overconfidence. 2 hours later, the road to the underworld traversed the chaotic wasteland and finally reached its destination coordinates. The environment here underwent a heart-stopping transformation. The yellowish dust storm vanished. In its place lay a land as black as ink, scorched as if by a raging inferno. High concentrations of radioactive dust filled the air, and even the sky took on an eerie purplish-red hue. At the edge of sight, precisely where the resonance heart pointed, a massive, translucent gray energy storm, like an inverted giant bull, enveloped an area spanning dozens of kilometers. There lay the entrance to the legendary Tomb of the Gods. And the grave of all electronic signals. We've arrived. Sully stared at the spectacular scene on the screen, his gaze sharpening slightly. Commander, radar detects numerous high-energy reactions. Leifei's voice sounded, tinged with caution. At the outer edge of the storm. The screen zoomed in. At the very edge of the gray energy storm, a dense cluster of various vehicles was parked. Heavy armored vehicles bearing prominent conglomerate insignia, bizarrely modified private spacecraft, and numerous makeshift camps perched on cliff edges. At a glance, at least 1,000 people had gathered. And these weren't just the rabble you'd find on the outskirts. Judging by the energy fluctuations emanating from them, this gathering included many formidable figures from the Western continent and even the entire Federation. C-rank awakened ones were everywhere, and faint traces of B-rank powerhouses could even be sensed. All were held back by that gray energy storm, unable to advance an inch. Like a pack of starving wolves that had caught the scent of blood but couldn't find their way in. Seems we're not the only ones eyeing the tomb for riches. Lin Wanwan leaned against the porthole, watching the bustling scene below, and pursed her lips. So many people. How annoying. The more the merrier. Sully leaned back in the throne, his fingers tapping lightly on the armrest. This tomb's entrance won't be so easy to breach. Since someone's willing to scout the way for us, even act as cannon fodder. A playful smile curved his lips. Why wouldn't we take advantage of that? Leifei, find a conspicuous spot to land. Now that we're here, it's time to let our fellow players know. The real dealer has entered the game. Chapter 190, Captain. Ah. My captain.
Outskirts of the Tomb of the Gods, Blackrock Camp. This was once a barren wasteland, but due to the impenetrable gray storm, the gathered adventurers had forcibly trampled it into a makeshift staging ground. Though called a camp, it resembled more of a chaotic black market. Mercenaries from major conglomerates, notorious fugitives from the Federation's most wanted list, and even followers of certain mysterious cults all mingled together. The air thickened with the stench of cheap tobacco, alcohol, and raw hormones. Though they eye each other with suspicion, many outright enemies, a tacit restraint prevails before the promise of immense profit. Until... boom! A deep, thunderous roar of engines thundered down from 10,000 meters above. The sound was so heavy, so overbearing, that the ground beneath the entire camp trembled slightly. Everyone instinctively froze in their tracks and looked up. There, the purplish-red clouds seemed torn apart by an invisible giant hand. A colossal black warship, so immense it took one's breath away, descended slowly, enveloped in a torrential wave of air. There, several heavy tanks belonging to a major mercenary group from the western continent had been parked. What the hell is it doing? Are you out of your minds? That's Iron Fang's territory. Run! It's going to crush us to death. Amidst the screams, the drivers inside the tanks finally reacted, frantically trying to reverse and escape. But it was too late. Boom! A deafening, earth-shattering roar. The massive all-terrain assault wheels of the road to the underworld rolled over the heavy tanks without a hint of mercy. Like an elephant crushing a few soda cans. Dust and smoke billowed everywhere. The black colossus landed with a thud. Beneath its colossal shadow, the entire camp fell deathly silent. Every mouth hung open in stunned silence as they stared at this uninvited guest. Arrogant. Arrogant. This wasn't an expedition, it was a blatant act of disruption. Bastard. Who the hell is that? Get your ass out here. A furious roar shattered the dead silence. A group of burly men clad in red power armor advanced menacingly. At their head stood a bald, muscular man, a smoking revolver machine gun in hand, every muscle in his face twitching. He was Lei Kuang, the commander of Iron Blood's Fong. In this camp, he was a big shot who wouldn't address him as Master Lei. And today, someone had the audacity to crush his vehicle flat in front of thousands. How could he possibly tolerate this? No matter which syndicate you're from, you son of a... If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll tear this piece of junk apart and sell it for scrap. Lei Kuang roared furiously, his dozens of men behind him raising their weapons, barrels trained directly at the warship's hatch. At that very moment. Whoosh! Accompanied by the hiss of escaping hydraulic pressure, the heavy black hatch slowly swung open. All eyes instantly focused on it. Everyone wanted to see which deity dared to act so brazenly here. Yet, when they recognized the figure emerging from within, the entire room fell into an even more eerie silence. Some even couldn't help but snort in derision. For stepping out was neither a heavily armed tough guy nor an imposing old man. Instead, it was a young, fair-skinned man in a black trench coat, accompanied by 3 women so beautiful they seemed unreal. One wore a cold expression like a block of ice, another sported a red dress like a club hostess, and the third carried a massive hammer barely qualifying as a female bodyguard? Is that it? With this setup, they dare come to the Tomb of the Gods? Could it be some rich kid with his harem on a misguided vacation? Ha! I thought they were some serious badasses. Lei Kuang froze for a second, then burst into a fit of laughter so hard tears nearly streamed from his eyes. Turns out it's just a wet behind the ears kid bringing a bunch of bed warmers here to play house. Kid, do you even know where you are? This is where men risk their lives. Not where you throw parties. The surrounding crowd joined in the roaring laughter, their eyes brimming with mockery and greed. To them, this group looked like nothing more than a bunch of fat lambs waiting to be slaughtered. That spaceship, those 3 prime women, and whatever goodies that pretty boy must be carrying. Today was going to be a jackpot. Sully stood at the cabin door, looking down at the crowd below who stared at him like he was a clown. Not a trace of anger crossed his face. A faint smile even played upon his lips. Like a sovereign observing a swarm of reckless ants performing their desperate antics beneath his feet. An explanation? He spoke, his voice not loud, yet clear enough to reach every ear. What explanation do you want? Simple. Lei Kuang grinned savagely, his gaze sweeping unabashedly over Zero and Lin Wanwan, his naked desire utterly unmasked. Leave this ship and these 3 women behind for the brothers to have some fun with. If I'm in a good mood, maybe I'll spare your worthless life. Then you can crawl back to your pampered little nest and suckle on your mother's teat. Ha! The captain's right. These chicks are hot stuff. Especially the one in red, she's got some serious fire. The filthy remarks came thick and fast. Su Li's smile deepened at the corners of his mouth. He turned his head and glanced at Lin Wanwan beside him. Wanwan. Someone's got their eye on you. He, really? Lin Wanwan licked her lips, a heart-stopping flicker of excitement dancing in her crimson eyes. But Wanwan only likes her master. As for this trash trying to steal things from my master. She tilted her head, her voice dripping with saccharine sweetness. Can I kill it? Of course. Su Li murmured the two words softly. Clear the area. The moment the words fell, Lin Wanwan vanished from her spot. The next second,
a crimson afterimage, ghostly and swift, materialized directly before Lei Kuang.
Too fast. So fast that Lei Kuang didn't even have time to pull the trigger. All he saw were a pair of spinning, kaleidoscope-like, eerie pupils. What? Only a single syllable escaped his throat. Put. A vivid, demonic bloom of blood blossomed at his throat. A bald head, still bearing the unvanished sneer on its face, shot skyward. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering his men's faces. The entire scene fell deathly silent. All laughter, all mockery, all greed in that instant, the single blow severed it all cleanly. Lei Kuang, who just a second ago had been bragging about playing with women, the iron-blooded Fong commander who ruled this camp with an iron fist, was gone? They hadn't even seen how that woman had struck? Ah! Captain! Kill her! Avenge the commander! Chapter 191, Machinery Tool or Life? Kill her! Avenge the captain! After a brief deathly silence, Lei Kuang's men finally snapped out of it, erupting in terrified and furious roars. Dozens of gun barrels opened fire simultaneously, a hail of bullets instantly blanketing the position where Lin Wanwan stood. However, just as the bullets were about to touch that petite figure, buzz! A suffocating, crushing pressure descended with a thunderous roar. Every bullet aimed at Lin Wanwan froze mid-air in an eerie suspension. Then, as if struck by an invisible giant hand, they clattered to the ground in a shower of metal. Mu Kachio had appeared before Lin Wanwan at some unknown moment. She raised the massive alloy hammer in one hand and slammed it down hard onto the ground. Thud! The earth shook violently. A visible shockwave swept out in a fan-shaped pattern, radiating outward from her. The mercenaries who had just moments ago been shouting for revenge were knocked flying as if struck by a stampeding herd of rhinos. They couldn't even utter a scream before being sent flying. But it wasn't over yet. Lin Wanwan's figure moved again. This time, she was no longer an assassin delivering a single, lethal strike. Instead, she transformed into a spirit dancing amidst the blood. Countless crimson tendrils, as thin as hair, erupted from her fingertips. Like living venomous snakes, they burrowed precisely into the bodies of every fallen mercenary. Ah! Piercing screams instantly echoed throughout the entire camp. The mercenaries infested by the vines began to rot and dissolve at a terrifying speed. Within mere seconds, dozens of fully armed elite mercenaries were reduced to pools of pus oozing green smoke. Only the scattered weapons and gear remained, bearing witness to their once present existence. The wind blew gently. It carried away the stench of blood, but could not wash away the fear that had seeped into their very bones. Across the entire camp, thousands of adventurers who had gathered to watch the spectacle now froze in place, not daring to breathe a single breath. They stared at the girl in the red dress, standing amidst the blood, her smile still innocent and radiant. They watched the black-armored woman, hammer in hand, standing like a demon god. Finally, they turned their gaze to the man in black who had stood motionless at the cabin door, not even lifting a finger. Fear. Endless terror washed over them like a tidal wave. This wasn't a flock of lambs. This was a ING death squad straight from hell. At that very moment. Buzz. In the distance, the gray energy storm that had been isolating them all suddenly trembled violently. The chaotic, indistinct storm barrier began to slowly rotate, revealing a deep, dark passageway leading inward. The secret realm has opened. Someone shouted, though it was unclear who. But this did not trigger the usual frenzied rush. Everyone was watching that man. He was waiting. Waiting for the other man to make the first move. Su Li didn't even glance at the corpses littering the ground. He lifted his head, gazing at the slowly opening entrance to the storm, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. Let's go, he said indifferently. Then, accompanied by his three queens, he stepped over the still warm head of Lei Kuang. The first to step onto the path of death leading to the tomb of the gods. Until their figures vanished completely into the storm. Only then did the people in the camp dare to breathe heavily. Is this what a true powerhouse looks like? One man muttered to himself. From now on, give any group with women a wide berth. Another wiped cold sweat from his brow, offering what he considered the most valuable life advice he'd ever given. Passing through that gray energy storm felt like traversing a layer of viscous water. The world fell silent in an instant. Gone were the outside clamor and the howling wind and sand. Even the roar of the road to the underworld's engines was suppressed to a whisper by some strange, unseen force. Su Li stood on the bridge, gazing through the panoramic window at the scene before him. This was no ordinary graveyard. This was clearly a mechanical holy city so magnificent it took one's breath away. This was. Wan Xiao's holographic projection materialized beside Su Li. Her eyes widened in awe at the breathtaking spectacle, her breath catching in her throat. The mechanized king's city? Mechanical king's city? Su Li raised an eyebrow. I've seen it in the ancient texts of the Golden Phoenix clan. Guan Xiao's voice trembled with excitement. Legend has it that at the end of the old era, there was a peerlessly brilliant A-class powerhouse revered as the Machine King. He devoted his entire life to pursuing the ultimate mysteries of machinery and life. Some say he went mad, banishing himself into the void. Others claim he ascended to a higher dimensional realm. Who would have thought he left such a miracle here? Sully gazed at the silver spire, and the resonance heart within his chest beat even more intensely. It yearned. It yearned to return. It seems we've come to the right place. Sully's lips curved into a faint smile. Raffi, all hands on deck. Prepare for landing. Target that spire. As the path to the underworld slowly descended onto the plaza before the spire, Sully realized they weren't alone. Several spacecraft, battered and worn yet radiating an ancient aura, were already parked on the plaza. And before the tower's tightly shut doors, several figures stood. They were mechanical puppets, long since ceased from operation. They remained frozen in a bowing posture, facing the spire, as if performing some kind of pilgrimage ritual. Sully descended from the ship with the three women. The moment his feet touched the square's ground, an invisible stream of information surged into his mind. It was an aged yet commanding voice. Newcomer. Do you too wish to become a god? Sully's footsteps halted. This voice wasn't heard through his ears, but acted directly upon his soul. Playing tricks. Sully snorted coldly, his spiritual energy erupting violently, scattering the voice that had attempted to invade his consciousness. I have no desire to become a god. He lifted his head, gazing at the towering spire piercing the clouds, his eyes blazing with defiant arrogance. I only wish to pierce a hole through this sky. As if sensing his audacity. The spire's door, sealed for untold centuries, suddenly rumbled. A beam of light shot through the crack, coalescing midair into a line of text written in the ancient universal language. First question, is machinery a tool, or a life form? This was a multiple-choice question. It was also the first threshold to enter the city of the Machine King. Is this how it begins? Lin Wanwan leaned in curiously, studying the line of text. What's there to ask? Machines are tools, of course. Just like my blade, just like my master's ship without our control, they're nothing but scrap metal. No sooner had she spoken. ZZZZT. A crimson electric arc shot violently from the light screen, hurtling straight toward Lin Wanwan. Watch out. Mukacho reacted with lightning speed, swinging her gravity hammer to block the arc. Even so, she was knocked back several steps, her arm going numb. Seems like getting the answer wrong means you get hit. Chapter 192, How could you possibly know the weight of machinery? It seems that giving the wrong answer means getting hit. Sully stared at the words, his gaze growing profound. This question, seemingly simple, cut straight to the heart of the matter. In the past, he might have answered without hesitation, a tool. After all, he was a tyrant, a master of control. To him, everything was merely a means to an end. But now. He glanced down at his chest. There, the resonance heart resonated with the mechanized dantian, transforming cold mechanical energy into warm vitality. He glanced again at Zero beside him. The woman who had once been nothing more than Unit 00 now possessed emotions more fiery than any human's, a heart that beat solely for him. Machinery. Sully spoke slowly, his voice calm and resolute. Neither tool nor life. He raised his hand and pressed it against the light screen. It is a vessel. A vessel for will, an extension of the soul's reach. Without the infusion of soul, flesh and blood remain lifeless. With the descent of will, steel becomes divine. This is my answer. The words fell. Silence fell over the entire hall. Then, rumble. The heavy door slowly swung open before the stunned gazes of all present. Beyond it lay a staircase leading to the tower's summit, paved with countless beams of light. At the staircase's end, that aged voice sounded once more. This time, it carried less authority and a hint of approval. Quite interesting. Enter, you arrogant youth. Let me see if your will truly can command this sky filled with iron gods. The aged voice still echoed. Sully smiled. He stepped through the gate, the three women following closely behind. Master? As Sully walked, he observed the ancient mechanical sentinels around him slowly awakening, their eyes glowing crimson. You've got one thing wrong. He slowly drew the nameless blade from his back. Dark dragon patterns began to shift across its jet-black blade, emitting a bloodthirsty hum. I don't need to control them. I only need. He snapped his head up, and from his oddly mismatched eyes one black, one white burst forth a terrifying, sovereign-like pressure. Make them submit. Before the words faded. Snap. Dozens of 10-meter-tall mechanical sentinels on both sides of the hall sprang into action simultaneously. These relics of an ancient war each possessed combat prowess rivaling peak C-rank warriors. Their massive swords and energy cannons were capable of tearing any intruder apart. Roar! Amidst the mechanical roar, they surged forward like a torrent of steel, charging towards Sully and his three companions. Master! A flash of crimson light flickered in Lin Wanwan's eyes as her bone blade prepared to leave its sheath. No need. Sully stopped her. Alone, he stepped forward.
Facing the overwhelming tide of steel, he neither dodged nor assumed a defensive stance.
He simply raised the blade in his hand. You say you want to see my resolve?
Su Li's voice echoed through the hall, carrying an unmatched, overbearing dominance.
Then open your eyes wide. See clearly how I dodged your sharp edge. These last 4 words are not a question. They are mockery. Boom. The next second, Su Li's figure vanished. No, not vanished. He had reached the pinnacle of speed. Divine body burst forth at full power. Mechanized Danshin operated beyond its limits.
His entire being transformed into a black bolt of lightning, not retreating backward, but charging head-on into the dozens of giant swords capable of cleaving mountains.
Clang! A deafening clang of metal on metal reverberated across the heavens.
In that instant, the movements of dozens of mechanical sentinels froze completely.
Time seemed to freeze.
Su Li's figure materialized directly behind the group of mechanical guards. He held his sword in a striking posture, yet not a single spark flew from the blade of his, nameless, warblade. He slowly sheathed his blade. Click! The crisp sound of the pommel striking the scabbard became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Boom! 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 A series of rapid explosions erupted.
Dozens of mechanical sentinels snapped cleanly in two at the waist.
The cuts were smooth as glass, the mark of being instantly severed by a high-frequency particle blade.
Dozens of C-tier peak war machines, standing before him, couldn't even withstand a single strike.
This was the power of a B-rank barrier tier warrior. This was the will of the mechanical nation monarch. Su Li turned, gazing at the staircase leading to the second level, a smug grin curling his lips.
Is this your test? If this is all you've got,
then your so-called machine king
is nothing to be reckoned with.
Su Li's words echoed through the vast hall, dripping with undisguised contempt. The mechanical wreckage still sputtering electric sparks across the floor served as the most powerful testament to his words.
Arrogant!
The aged voice sounded again, this time no longer calm and probing, but tinged with palpable anger.
Do you truly believe brute force alone will pass my trial? The true essence of machinery lies in precision, in calculation, in infinite variation.
As the voice faded, the staircase leading to the second level abruptly transformed. The once smooth, light path staircase instantly disintegrated, transforming into countless mechanical cubes suspended mid-air, constantly shifting and reconfiguring. Each cube bore intricate runic patterns, radiating dangerous energy fluctuations. This was no longer a path. It was a three-dimensional labyrinth woven from countless mechanisms and traps.
Second stage, the mechanical labyrinth.
Here, there is no direction, no gravity, every step is a deadly trap.
Want to ascend?
Then use your wits to calculate that sliver of hope.
How could you possibly comprehend the weight of machinery? This stage tests computational prowess, reflexes, and the ultimate understanding of mechanical structures. For the average brute, this is a dead end.
But Su Li merely glanced at it, the mocking smile on his lips only deepening.
Calculation? Precision? He turned his head, gazing into the void behind him. Jar. Right here. Right here. I'd been watching the whole time. Guan Ziyao's holographic projection instantly appeared, holding the tablet in her hands with a look of excitement. This old man seems to look down on us techies, huh? Su Li pointed at the dazzling maze above. It's yours now.
Fire up that brain of yours, the one you claim is the best in the Federation, at full power.
No problem. Watch this. Chapter 193, Inheritance belongs to the strong. No problem. Watch me.
Guan Ziyao adjusted her non-existent glasses, and the playful expression that had lingered vanished instantly. Replaced instead was the intense focus and fervor of a top-tier tech geek. Her fingers danced across the tablet at breakneck speed, leaving only a blur in their wake.
Leify. Establish the maze model. Synchronize data. Model established. Real-time calculations in progress.
Analyzing first-layer logic, bypassing gravity traps, locating energy nodes.
Countless data streams flooded Guan Ziyao's vision.
This so-called mechanical maze appeared as a dead end to the uninitiated, but to her possessing the Golden Phoenix clan's supreme legacy.
And the cutting-edge tech of Su Li's mechanical kingdom.
It was merely a more intricate version of a Luban lock.
Found it. In less than half a minute, Guan Ziyao slammed her tablet. Master. Follow my commands. Front left, third block jump. Su Li hesitated not a moment, not even glancing back. He leapt into the air, carrying the three women with him. The instant they landed on the block, dozens of deadly laser nets whizzed past, grazing the hems of their clothes. Not a hair out of place. Next. Up. Step on that red one. Turn right. Ignore that seemingly safe platform, it's a trap. Charge straight through and step on that gear. Duck. Energy wave incoming.
Under Guan Ziyao's millisecond precise commands, Su Li and his three companions moved through the deadly maze like dancing spirits. The deadly mechanisms, traps, and gravity reversals that should have been lethal became nothing more than a perfectly choreographed stage before them. Not only did they fail to harm them, but they became stepping stones propelling them upward.
How is this possible? The Mechanic King's voice trembled with disbelief. His pride and joy amazed that had trapped countless peak C rank experts had been effortlessly dismantled by these youngsters, as if they were strolling through their own backyard garden? Nothing was impossible. Suli landed steadily at the far end of the second-tier platform. He glanced back at Guan Ziao, who was smugly flashing a V sign in the projection, then lifted his gaze toward the tower's summit.
Old man. Your precision is outdated. In the face of absolute computational power, your labyrinth is nothing but worthless scrap of paper. As Suli's words fell, the intricate mechanical labyrinth seemed to lose its support, crashing apart with a thunderous roar and reverting into the staircase leading to the tower's summit. The Mechanical King's voice fell silent for a long while. Finally, a sigh of resignation yet tinged with a hint of relief drifted down from the tower's summit. Computing power is a form of strength. It seems that little girl's talent is no less than mine was back then. Come up. The final inheritance awaits you there. Suli wasted no more words, leading the group step by step up the staircase to the very summit of the Silver Spire. The summit was not as grand as imagined. Only a massive sphere, composed of pure blue photons, floated mid-air. Within the sphere, an ancient silver chip, emitting strange fluctuations, floated silently. This was the Mechanical King's life's work, the coveted Grade A inheritance known as the Mechanical Heart. Was this the thing that allowed one to touch the threshold of a class? Lin Wanwan stared at the chip. Even without understanding machinery, she could sense the terrifying power contained within. Suli approached the light sphere and extended his hand. The resonance heart within his body began to beat violently, as if encountering an old friend long lost. However, just as his fingertips were about to touch the orb, boom! A deafening explosion erupted from beneath the tower. Immediately after, several powerful auras, like sharp blades, pierced through the first layer of defenses and surged toward the tower's summit at breakneck speed. Kid! Get your hands off it! That thing isn't something you can claim for yourself. A thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by a golden sword chi powerful enough to tear through space, striking directly at Su Li's outstretched hand. That was an attack from AB rank powerhouse. Su Li's eyes flashed with coldness. Without moving his body, he merely swung his hand backward. Clang! The nameless blade instantly drew from its sheath, precisely intercepting the sword energy. The violent energy ripples swept out, distorting the air at the tower's peak. He slowly turned, looking down from above at the uninvited guests who had finally forced their way in. There were 3 of them. A middle-aged man clad in golden power armor wielded a massive sword, radiating a B-rank aura no less formidable than Su Li's. An elder clad in black robes, his face grim and sinister, surrounded by several mechanical crows. And the third was a woman with a voluptuous figure, yet sporting a mechanical scorpion tail. Each bore the insignia of major conglomerates or top-tier factions. Clearly, the bigwigs watching from the sidelines could no longer hold back. They'd finally torn off their masks and entered the fray. Oh? Suli regarded these 3 B-rank powerhouses without a trace of panic on his face. Instead, a hint of amused interest flickered across his lips. I thought you'd linger outside a bit longer to enjoy the show. Cut the crap. The man in golden armor snorted coldly, his massive sword pointing straight at Suli. Kid, don't think you can run wild here just because you've got some tricks up your sleeve. This is unclaimed land, and the inheritance belongs to no one. If you know what's good for you, get lost. Otherwise what? Suli cut him off. He loosened his grip on the knife handle and even stepped forward, positioning himself in front of the blue orb. He looked at the 3 greedy-eyed powerhouses before him as if they were nothing but a trio of clowns. Want to steal it? He spread his hands in an inviting gesture. Come. I'll stand right here. Who can step over me? His voice abruptly turned cold, and a terrifying killing intent belonging to the mechanical nation monarch erupted with a thunderous roar. This inheritance I shall bestow upon him as his burial offering. The moment those words left his lips, the temperature atop the tower plummeted to freezing. The golden-armored man was utterly enraged by Su Li's audacious attitude. You're asking for death. He roared furiously, his golden power armor erupting in blinding light. Transforming into a golden meteor, he raised his massive sword overhead. With the overwhelming, devastating power of a B-rank powerhouse, he brought it crashing down. Even if you are B-rank, you won't block all 3 of us at once. Simultaneously, the black-robed elder and the scorpion-tailed woman moved. With a wave of his hand, the mechanical crows instantly fragmented into hundreds of miniature suicide drones. Like a dark cloud pressing down upon the city, they descended toward the 3 women behind Su Li and the glowing sphere. Meanwhile, the scorpion-tailed woman, like a venomous snake, slipped silently around to the flank under the cover of the golden-armored man. Her mechanical scorpion tail, flickering with a sinister green glow, stabbed straight for Su Li's back. Frontal assault, flanking ambush, area bombardment. These 3 were clearly seasoned veterans, their coordination flawless as they launched a lethal strike from the outset.
Chapter 194, Mechanical Heart. Faced with such an encircling assault, any newly promoted B rank would likely meet their end on the spot. But alas, they were facing Suli, a monster possessing dual B rank cores. Block? Facing the golden greatsword mere inches from his face, Suli didn't even lift an eyelid. He merely raised his left hand slowly. He did not draw his sword. Nor did he wield any weapon. He simply raised that palm, clad in silver black armor. Clang! A soul-shaking clang of metal on metal erupted atop the tower. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. The golden armored man's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpricks. He witnessed the most astonishing sight of his life. His massive alloy sword capable of cleaving through a warship's main armor was with his bare hands. And not just the hilt. Is this your power? Suli gazed at the man before him, his face frozen in utter shock, a cold curve forming at the corner of his lips. Too weak. The next second. Snap. Suli's fingers snapped shut. That indestructible alloy greatsword shattered like a crisp biscuit in his grasp. What? The golden armored man hadn't even recovered from his shock. Suli's right hand had already moved. The nameless blade drew from its sheath. A jet-black blade of light, like a full moon of darkness, burst forth in an instant. Splash! The golden armored man didn't even have time to scream before his entire body along with his sturdy B-grade power armor was cleaved cleanly in two at the waist. Blood mixed with engine oil sprayed through the air. 1. Suli counted 1 with a faint expression. Without pausing, he used the momentum of his swing to twist his body at an impossible angle mid-air. He narrowly evaded the mechanical scorpion tail thrusting straight toward his back. The scorpion-tailed woman gasped in horror, attempting to withdraw her attack. But it was too late. Suli's left hand, like an iron clamp, seized the scorpion tail. Like ambushing people? Suli stared at the woman, her face drained of color, his eyes holding not a shred of pity. Then I'll send you down. He yanked violently. The scorpion-tailed woman's slender body flew through the air like a ragdoll, flung violently by his force. Boom! She was hurled like a human weapon, crashing heavily into the black-robed elder nearby who was controlling the flock of crows. The robed elder was utterly focused on bypassing Suli to attack Zero and the others, never expecting an assault from his own allies. Thud! A dull thud. The scorpion-tailed woman and the robed elder collided violently. The immense impact sent both of them spitting blood as they rolled into a heap. The out-of-control mechanical crows instantly lost their aim, crashing about like headless flies before detonating one after another. Boom! 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 Amidst a barrage of explosions, the robed elder and the scorpion-tailed woman were blown apart, their bodies mangled and screaming in agony. But they were B-rank powerhouses. After all, explosions of this magnitude weren't enough to kill them. Both struggled to rise and flee. Too terrifying. This man was no ordinary human. But when they lifted their heads, they discovered with utter despair. That black figure now stood directly before them. Suli's unmarked battle blade pointed diagonally at the ground, its tip still dripping with the golden armored man's blood. He looked at these two battered warriors as if they were nothing more than corpses. 2, 3. He counted the final 2 numbers softly. Then, he swung his blade. Swish! A flash of black blade light. 2 heads rolled to the ground. The world fell silent. From the moment these 3 men struck, to becoming 3 corpses. It all happened in less than 10 seconds. Suli sheathed his blade and turned, as though he had merely swatted a few flies. He walked back to the blue orb. This time, no one dared to disturb him. He reached out, gently grasping the mechanical heart. Buzz! The instant his fingertips touched the silver chip. A warm, vast, yet infinitely information-rich energy surge instantly flowed through his fingertips and into his body. This was not an attack. It was an acknowledgement. It was the triumphant cry of this inheritance core, which had waited countless ages, finally finding the master capable of bearing and mastering it. The resonance heart within Suli began to beat wildly, creating a strange resonance with the mechanical heart in his hand. In an instant, the entire blue orb atop the tower erupted with a thunderous explosion. Transforming into countless streams of blue light, they poured into Suli's body like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. Suli closed his eyes. His consciousness was pulled into a strange space. Here, there was no up, down, left, or right, only an endless torrent of data. He witnessed the old man known as the Machine King, who over the course of countless years had gradually replaced his flesh and blood with machinery. He witnessed how, within this solitary tower, the old man had deduced the ultimate mysteries of mechanical life. He saw countless mechanical blueprints he had never seen before, from the tiniest nanobots to colossal warships capable of traversing galaxies. He saw the complete blueprint for a new power system transcending existing technology, mechanical ascension. So that's how it was. Suli murmured to himself. He finally understood why the Machine King was hailed as an A-class powerhouse. For he had created not merely machinery. He created souls. He endowed lifeless objects with wisdom, and steel with life. This was the true power of the mechanical heart. Huff. Suli exhaled a long breath and slowly opened his eyes. The once distinct black and white in his eyes had now merged into a profound silver-gray hue that seemed to contain the entire cosmos. It was the radiance of wisdom. And the radiance of divinity. The silver chip in his hand had vanished. For it had completely melted away, becoming the most fundamental cornerstone within his mechanical realm. Congratulations, Commander! Leithi's voice echoed in his mind, brimming with unrestrained excitement. Detected 3000% increase in host computational power. Detected database updated to Class A civilization sequence. Detecting ultimate evolution underway within the realm of machinery domain. Suli clenched his fist. He could feel his command over every mechanical artifact around him reaching an unprecedented height. He no longer needed to lift a finger. A single thought sufficed. The silver spire beneath his feet, the majestic mechanized kingdom city, even the spacecraft piloted by the explorers outside, would become his weapons. Chapter 195, Dividing the Pie. Master. Suli. Zero, Lin Wanwan, and Mukacho gathered around, their eyes brimming with delight as they watched the man whose aura had undergone yet another transformation. Success. Suli looked at them, flashing a confident smile. He turned to face the gray sky beyond the tower. Yet at this moment, Suli felt not a ripple of emotion within him. Because he knew. From this moment onward. This world held no more secrets for him. Nor any obstacles. Let's go. He waved his hand, and the black trenchcoat flapped in the wind. Time to go home. Go wake up those who are still dreaming. All awake. 3 days later. Zesity, heart of the machine nation. When the colossal form of the E-Path to the underworld touched down once more on the base's landing pad, the entire city of Zicheng erupted in excitement. The ordinary citizens knew nothing of Suli's mission, the unwashed traces of gunpowder smoke lingering on the warship and the oppressive aura even more terrifying than before departure made one thing clear to all. That sovereign had grown stronger. And to an absurd degree. Inside the base. Guan Ziao stared at the data Suli had brought back in the blueprint of the mechanical heart. The core had already been fused. This was the technical documentation Suli had compiled, nearly fainting on the spot from excitement. This is the blueprint for an A-class energy core? The ultimate form of the nanobiological insect? Good heavens! Suli! Did you rob God's library? Clutching the tablet, she spun around the lab like a madwoman, muttering technical jargon that Suli couldn't be bothered to listen to. Suli sat on the sofa, sipping a freshly brewed cup of zero-grade tea, watching Guan Ziao's frenzy with a faint smile. This data will keep you busy for a while. Turn them into tangible results as soon as possible. Especially that new type of individual exoskeleton. I want it deployed to the Golden Phoenix Clan's guard within a month. No problem. Leave it to me. Guan Ziao pounded his chest in assurance. With this, forget a month, I'll get you a production line up and running in half the time. Just then, Leifi's voice suddenly cut in. Commander, received a top-level encrypted communication. Source, Sky Dome, capital city of the Federation. Suli set down his teacup, his gaze sharpening slightly. Connect it. A golden holographic projection unfolded in the center of the room. It was an exquisitely crafted electronic invitation, exuding a touch of vintage luxury. The cover bore the double-headed eagle emblem, symbolizing the Federation's supreme authority. To His Majesty Suli, Sovereign of the Mechanized Kingdom. You are cordially invited to attend the Federation's Summit Council, to be held on the first day of next month at the Cloudtop Palace in the capital city. Leaders from the Federation's 7 major conglomerates, 3 military factions, and all major free city-states will be in attendance. To deliberate on the future of the new world. Signed, Augustus, Speaker of the Federation. A brief silence fell over the room as they studied the invitation. Guan Ziao stopped twirling, Lin Wanwan ceased playing with her knife, all eyes turned to Suli. Everyone understood what this invitation signified. This was not merely a banquet. It was a ticket to the inner circle of the Federation's highest power. It was also a trap. The Federation's Supreme Council. Suli's fingers tapped lightly on the armrest, producing a rhythmic sound. It seemed the true old monsters could no longer sit idly by. His actions at the Tomb of the Gods on the Western continent, coupled with his earlier series of major moves in Black Gold City, had clearly struck a nerve at the very top of the Federation. They were summoning him either to co-opt him or to destroy him. Master, shall we go? Zero inquired, a flicker of caution crossing his eyes. Go. Suli rose to his feet, staring at the golden invitation. His eyes held no trace of fear, only a flame burning brightly, a flame called ambition. Why not go? They've set the stage for us. If we don't take the lead in this play, wouldn't that be a slap in the face? He turned to face his team. Zero, who had ascended to Class B, and Lin Wanwan. Himself, possessing the mechanical heart, inheritance, his strength unfathomable. Plus Guan Ziao, who controlled the vast resources of the Golden Phoenix clan and the black tech of Machine Nation.
The current Machine Nation now possessed the qualifications to go toe-to-toe with any top-tier power in the Federation. Prepare yourselves. Su Li's voice carried an air of supreme authority. This time, we're not going as guests. We are going to redistribute the spoils of this world. Half a month later. The capital city of the Federation, Sky Dome City. This is a marvelous city suspended above the clouds. Massive anti-gravity engines lift the entire city, forever bathing it in sunlight and shielding it from the wasteland and pollution below. Here lies the center of power, the pinnacle of wealth, and the paradise countless lower-class citizens dream of. Sky City. Today, this magnificent structure atop Sky City reached its peak of bustling activity. Countless private spacecraft, each uniquely designed and exquisitely luxurious, descend like a flock of birds returning to their nest, gently touching down on the outer landing pads of the palace. Each individual stepping from these vessels possessed enough influence to send tremors through entire sectors of the Federation. The leader of the Northern Warlord Blizzard, Emperor Lei. Xiansen, chairman of the Eastern Consortium Alliance. Elena, president of the Free City State Federation. These titans, usually confined to news headlines, now gathered in the Celestial Palace's vast banquet hall. They mingled in small groups, murmuring quietly. Though their faces bore insincere smiles, the air thickened with palpable tension. After all, the pie was only so big. Everyone wanted a bigger slice. At that very moment. Boom! A deep, oppressive rumble suddenly echoed from deep within the clouds. Everyone instinctively stopped talking and looked up toward the floor-to-ceiling windows on that side of the hall. The sea of clouds churned violently. A warship, entirely black like a colossal beast from the abyss, tore through the pristine clouds, slowly approaching with a terrifying, hellish aura. It was enormous. So immense that those so-called luxury private spacecraft looked laughably like toys beside it. It did not land on the helipad. Instead, it hovered imperiously directly before the cloud-top palace. The shadow cast by its immense hull instantly engulfed half the banquet hall, plunging the once bright space into sudden darkness. Whose ship is this? Are they insane? Daring to bring a warship right to the gates of the Celestial Palace? That emblem is Machine Nation. That's Su Li. A stir rippled through the crowd. The expressions of many prominent figures shifted. This isn't coming to attend the conference, it's clearly here to make a show of force. Chapter 196. Do I have a habit of arriving early? Poof. The warship's hatch opened. A pure black light stairway extended downward from midair, landing directly on the terrace of the Celestial Palace. Su Li descended. He wore a black suit today, tailored to perfection, accentuating his tall, slender frame. But he wore no tie, the collar slightly open to reveal the cool, pale skin beneath, giving off an air of lazy nonchalance. Behind him stood Zero, as icy and elegant as ever, and Lin Wanwan, whose innocent, radiant smile was almost blinding. The trio walked step by step along the path of light, entering the banquet hall. No entourage. No bodyguards. Yet the overwhelming aura radiating from them sent a wave of suffocating pressure through the room, causing every major figure present to feel a sudden tightness in their throats. That was the aura possessed only by those who had truly killed, seen blood, and even the most elite of the elite. Su Li entered the hall, his gaze sweeping indifferently across the crowd. Those who had glared at him before instinctively averted their eyes upon meeting his silver-gray gaze, unable to meet his stare. Finally, his gaze settled upon an elderly man seated at the very center of the hall, clad in a white robe. Augustus, the Federation chairman. The nominal supreme ruler of this planet. Augustus was watching him too. In those cloudy old eyes, there was no anger, only a piercing scrutiny. Mr. Su Li. Augustus spoke first, his voice aged and raspy. You are late. The entire room fell silent. Everyone held their breath, eager to see how this arrogant newcomer would respond. Su Li smiled. He walked over to an empty table no one dared sit at, pulled out a chair, and sat down with a flourish. Then, he picked up a glass of red wine from the table and gently swirled it. Your Excellency, the Speaker. He took a sip, his tone as casual as if chatting with a neighbor. For someone who came bearing a knife to divide the cake. As long as he didn't miss the cake cutting time. It's not too late. Wouldn't you agree? Besides, I've never been one to arrive early. And I've never had the habit of arriving early. Su Li's voice wasn't loud, yet it rang out distinctly in the silent hall. In any other setting, among any other crowd, such arrogant words would have drawn a chorus of curses long ago. But here, in the cloud-top heavenly palace, there was no pounding of fists on tables, no glaring eyes, and certainly no crude mockery. Chairman Augustus gazed quietly at Su Li. A faint, gentle smile even touched his deeply wrinkled face. Well said. He nodded, as if Su Li hadn't just issued a challenge, but delivered an intriguing philosophical insight. The protagonist always makes their entrance last. Since Mr. Su has arrived, please take your seat. He waved his hand lightly. The surrounding dignitaries, whose expressions had varied moments before, instantly composed themselves, replacing their emotions with polished smiles. The Thunder Emperor raised his wineglass, offering a distant toast to Su Li. His gaze held a hint of amusement, as if observing a worthy adversary. Myosin adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, a faint smile playing at his lips. His gaze lingered for a second on Zero behind Suli before politely shifting away. Elena elegantly adjusted her skirt hem, offering Suli a subtle nod that radiated aristocratic grace. This was the pinnacle of power. No smoke of battle, no foul language. All the dagger-wielding and swordplay lay hidden amidst the clinking of glasses. All the life and death gambles were concealed beneath polite smiles. Suli set down his wineglass. He understood the game these old foxes were playing. This was flattery to destroy, or probing. If you lost your composure, if you acted like a nouveau riche, the next moment, this crowd would devour you, leaving not a single bone behind. But he didn't care. He was here to overturn the table, not play make-believe with them. Since everyone was being so polite. Suli leaned back in his chair, fingers interlaced, his silver-gray eyes scanning the room as his tone turned casual. Then let's get straight to the point. This piece of cake. How do you plan to divide it? Augustus' smile remained unchanged, though a fleeting, almost imperceptible gleam of sharpness flashed in his cloudy eyes. Mr. Su certainly speaks his mind. In that case, let's cut to the chase. He pressed a button on the table. In the center of the hall, a massive holographic star map slowly rose. It was not a star chart. Rather, it was a resource distribution map of this planet. It was densely marked with various mining zones, energy points, and undeveloped restricted areas. The gateway to the new world had opened. Augustus' voice grew solemn. The old order is crumbling, and a new one must be established. The Federation has decided to redistribute all unexplored territories on this planet. This is the core agenda of our Summit Council. He extended his bony fingers and traced a circle on the map. The circle encompassed the vast territory centered around Black Gold City, extending even to the edge of the western continent. Mr. Su. Augustus looked at Su Li, his tone gentle yet laced with hidden menace. In recognition of the Machine Nation's outstanding contributions in Black Gold City and the Tomb of the Gods, the Council proposes granting you priority rights to develop this territory. A faint stir rippled through the crowd. Many eyes shifted. That area was the richest in resources, yet also the most chaotic. It was a prime opportunity. But it was also a hot potato. This wasn't an awards ceremony at all. It was clearly an attempt to pin Suli down there, forcing him to fight to the death against the madmen and monsters of the wilderness, along with the other starving wolves who hadn't gotten their share of the spoils. This was a blatant scheme. Its flattery meant to destroy. It was also the ultimate test of his true strength. Suli stared at the circle marked on the map, then scanned the surrounding gazes, those that seemed envious but were actually gloating. He smiled. This time, he laughed heartily. Your Excellency, you are too kind. He rose and walked to the map. He extended his hand and tapped lightly on the vast light screen. This cake is indeed quite good. But, as his finger slid, the circle that had originally enclosed only Black Gold City expanded instantly. It spanned the wilderness, crossed the oceans, and even encompassed half of the western continent. I feel it still isn't large enough. The entire hall fell silent. Even the smile on Augustus's face froze in that instant. Suli turned around, his back to the map, facing all the bigwigs in the room. He spread his arms wide, as if embracing the entire world. If we must divide, then let's divide it completely. Chapter 197, huh? I was joking. Did you take me seriously? Since we're splitting up, then let's part ways completely. What I want isn't just the development rights. What I want is absolute dominion over this half of the world. The moment these words left his mouth, the air in the hall seemed to be sucked out in an instant. The smiles finally slipped from the faces of the bigwigs who had been maintaining their gentlemanly composure. Lady's hand, which had been twirling his wineglass, froze. His gaze sharpened like a blade. Shensen pushed his glasses up his nose, a cold gleam flashing behind the lenses. Elena covered her mouth lightly, seemingly astonished by the young man's audacity. The gentle expression vanished from Chairman Augustus's face, replaced by a profound solemnity. Mr. Su. He spoke slowly, his voice low yet carrying an undeniable weight. Do you know what you're saying? Half the world. Are you declaring war on us and the entire Federation? That's a heavy accusation. And it weighs heavily. Faced with such an accusation, anyone else would have to weigh their words carefully. But Suli merely gave him a faint glance. Enemy of the Federation? He chuckled softly, as if he'd heard some joke. Impossible? Before Augustus could respond, a consortium representative beside him couldn't contain himself. Absolutely preposterous. He slammed his fist on the table, pointing at Suli with fury. Who do you think you are? A god? Even the emperors of the old era wouldn't dare harbor such arrogant ambitions. We're granting you the development rights to Black Gold City that's already showing you immense favor. Don't push your luck. Suli didn't even glance at that clown. His gaze remained fixed on Augustus and the others, the true decision-makers. Their gazes were cold, but unlike that fool, they did not lose their composure.
They were assessing the confidence behind Su Li's words and the price they'd pay if they truly refused. Su Li shrugged indifferently. Then forget I said anything. He withdrew his outstretched arms, sat back down in his chair, and even crossed his legs. No deal, but no hard feelings. Since you all think I'm asking for too much. He pointed at the oversized circle he'd drawn on the map, his tone as casual as haggling at the market. Shall we discuss it further? Everyone felt a lump in their throats. What the hell? 1 second he's threatening to annex half the world, the next he acts like he never said a word? Are you mocking the Federation's Supreme Council? But the truly shrewd ones, Augustus, the Emperor, only grew more wary. Because they saw through it. Su Li couldn't care less whether they agreed or not. That earlier sky-high demand was nothing but a blatant test. He was testing the Federation's bottom line. He was also testing how much fighting spirit remained in this group of so-called rulers. The outcome was clear. These people had chickened out. Faced with such outrageous demands, their first reaction wasn't to go to war, but to question and express anger. This proves that in their hearts, they have already elevated the mechanized nation to a position even higher than their own. Mr. Su is quite the humorist. Augustus took a deep breath, forcing down his rising anger, and reapplied that insincere smile. Since it was a negotiation, naturally, it could be discussed. But half a world away. He shook his head. That appetite is simply too large. Our Federation has its limits too. Bottom line? Su Li toyed with the empty wineglass in his hand, watching him with a faint, ambiguous smile. Your Excellency the Speaker. In this era, aren't so-called bottom lines broken? Of course, it won't be me who breaks them. Rest assured. The tension in the hall reached a breaking point once more. Lady's hand had already moved toward the pistol at his waist, while the bodyguards behind Xianxin quietly stepped forward half a pace. The entire defense system of the Cloudtop Heavenly Palace was covertly gathering energy. If Su Li dared utter another word out of line, this so-called council would instantly erupt into a bloodbath. However, at this critical moment, Su Li suddenly smiled. His smile was utterly harmless, even tinged with a touch of devil-may-care. Of course, I'm not the one breaking it. He spread his hands wide, looking utterly innocent as he surveyed the gathered leaders, each tense as if facing mortal danger. Relax. I'm a businessman. Harmony brings prosperity. Look how scared you all are. He shook his head, his tone as if soothing a group of children startled by firecrackers. The entire room. Lady's hand gripping the gun froze. Nyosen's hand trembled as he adjusted his glasses. Chairman Augustus's mouth twitched violently twice, nearly shattering his dignified facade. What the hell kind of person is this? One moment he wants to conquer the world, the next he's preaching harmony brings prosperity. One moment a madman, the next a rogue. He plays by no rules whatsoever. But that was precisely Su Li's brilliance. He deliberately keeps them guessing. The unknown is the most terrifying. If he laid his cards on the table from the start, these old foxes would find 100 ways to outmaneuver him. Instead, he was acting like a madman, jumping around erratically. Ironically, this has left the bigwigs accustomed to playing by the rules tied up in knots, hesitant to make a move. I was afraid that one wrong move might actually provoke this madman. Huff. Augustus exhaled a long breath, feeling as though all the composure he'd accumulated in his lifetime had been drained today. He waved his hand, signaling the security personnel around him to stand down. Mr. Su is quite the humorist. He gritted his teeth, forcing out the words with immense effort. Since Mr. Su is so sincere, let us return to our original topic. He pointed to the original small circle on the map, which only encompassed the Black Gold City area. Regarding the development rights for Black Gold City and its surrounding areas. No. Su Li interrupted him again. He held up a finger and shook it gently. That's too small. I'm not interested. Augustus's expression finally began to sour. Su Li's smile faded. He sat up straight, a heart-stopping gleam flashing in his silver-gray eyes. I want. He reached out and tapped firmly on the map, right beside Black Gold City, the territory belonging to Blizzard, the warlord of the northern frontier. Here. The entire hall erupted in commotion. Thunder Emperor leapt to his feet, every muscle taut as a crackling surge of thunderous power crackled around him. Su Li. Are you courting death? That was his stronghold. His lifeline. How dare Su Li publicly demand his territory? This was no longer a provocation. This was a declaration of war. Facing the enraged Thunder Emperor, Su Li didn't even lift an eyelid. He merely said calmly. Don't get angry so quickly. Chapter 198, Eternal Night Aurora. I'm not finished yet. Pointing toward that area, his tone remained calm as he uttered words of the most shocking magnitude. In exchange, I can help you completely eliminate the thing that has plagued the Northlands, robbing you of peaceful sleep. Eternal Night Aurora. The moment those 4 words left his lips, the Thunder Emperor, already teetering on the brink of berserk fury, froze stiff. The raging thunderous power, like a chicken with its throat clamped shut, instantly fell silent. The entire hall plunged back into deathly silence. Even the expressions of Augustus, Xianxin, and the others instantly grew incredibly grave. Eternal night aurora. This was the greatest nightmare of the Northlands and a persistent thorn in the side of the entire Federation. An utterly bizarre natural calamity erupting every 3 years. When it erupted, the entire Northland would be enveloped in an eerie aurora, rendering all electronic devices useless and causing horrific mutations in all living creatures. Each eruption exacted a devastating toll from the northern warlords, claiming countless lives. Even Lady, a B-rank powerhouse, could only resort to passive defense against such a catastrophe, utterly incapable of eradicating it. Are you kidding me? Thunder Emperor stared intently at Su Li, his voice hoarse, tinged with disbelief. That's an A-class catastrophe. Even the Federation Academy of Sciences is powerless against it. What makes you think you can solve it? What gives me the right? Su Li smiled. He offered no explanation. He merely snapped his fingers lightly. Snap. Zero, standing behind him, slowly stepped forward. As she moved, an extreme chill instantly swept through the entire banquet hall. This was no ordinary chill. It was the chill of the laws themselves. Zero did not fully unleash her domain, she merely let a sliver of its aura seep out. Yet in that instant, the luxurious fountain gushing at the banquet hall's center instantly froze solid. Countless droplets suspended mid-air transformed into shimmering, crystalline ice beads. Even the crackling thunder still crackling around the Thunder Emperor was suppressed by this chill, dimming into a dull glow. This was the proof. Su Li pointed at Zero, his tone calm. My aid, Zero. B-rank barrier tier, master of catastrophes. To you, it is an unstoppable natural disaster. But for her. Su Li paused, a proud curve lifting the corner of his mouth. It's merely a slightly more lavish dinner. The Thunder Emperor fell silent. He stared at Zero, feeling that terrifying chill that made even his heart tremble. Reason told him Su Li wasn't lying. This woman truly possessed the power to command natural disasters. If she could truly resolve the eternal night aurora, it would be nothing short of a savior's blessing for the northern frontier, long tormented by natural calamities. Even ceding a portion of territory would be worth it. You. Thunder Emperor drew a deep breath, the hostility in his eyes fading considerably, replaced by a complex weighing of options. Are you serious? I never joke. Su Li withdrew his hand and leaned back into the chair. This is a deal. I help you deal with the natural disaster, and you give me territory. Fair. Reasonable. Moreover, his gaze swept across the room, finally settling on Augustus. This isn't just a deal for the North. It's also a gesture of goodwill toward the Federation. Proof that I possess both the capability and the right to claim a share of this pie. Even. He smiled meaningfully. To make this pie even bigger. Prove I have both the capability and the qualifications to share in this pie. Even. He smiled meaningfully. Go make this cake bigger. Those words hooked everyone present like a sharp barb. Dividing the pie is a zero-sum game, a fight to the death. Making the cake bigger is an expansion game, a win-win collaboration. If Su Li truly possessed the ability to resolve class and natural disasters and develop those death zones known as forbidden territories, then the Federation's territory and resources would experience explosive growth. The stakes involved were enough to drive anyone mad. Xianxin, the consortium representative who had previously harbored hostility towards Su Li, now pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. A shrewd, calculating gleam flashed in his eyes. Mr. Su. He spoke, his tone considerably more courteous than before. If you truly can solve the eternal night aurora problem, then I believe the Northern Territory land would not be something the Thunder Emperor would begrudge. He turned to look at the Thunder Emperor. The Thunder Emperor snorted coldly. Though he said nothing, his tacit approval was clear. After all, that territory, though rich in resources, was perpetually plagued by natural disasters, making development costs astronomical. If it could secure peace across the entire North in exchange, this deal would be well worth it. Not only that. Chairman Augustus finally spoke. He looked at Su Li, and within those cloudy old eyes, a genuine sense of respect had taken root. If you can truly prove your worth, the Federal Council is willing to create a new seat for you. The 8th Standing Counselor. The moment these words left his lips, the chamber erupted once more. Standing Counselor. That is the very core of the Federation's power structure. It holds legislative authority, impeachment power, and even the authority to deploy the Federation's regular forces. For centuries, this position had been monopolized by the 7 great conglomerates, never once touched by outsiders. Now, Augustus was willing to break this ironclad rule just to win over Su Li? This isn't just showing favor. It's an absolute gamble. As Su Li listened to this promise, one that would drive countless men mad, his expression remained serene and unruffled. He swirled the red wine in his glass, observing the crimson liquid within. Permanent council member? Nothing but an empty title.
What he sought had never been to integrate into this rotten system. Rather, he sought to harness its power to achieve his ultimate goal.
I appreciate your kindness, Mr. Speaker,
Suli said indifferently. As for the seat in such matters, we can discuss them later. Let us first settle the business at hand. He set down his wine cup and rose to his feet. Since no one objects,
then it's settled.
In 1 week, I will lead my team to the north.
At that time, I hope everyone.
His gaze swept across the room, radiating an air of unquestionable authority.
Don't forget today's promise.
With that, he lingered no longer. Taking Zero and Lin Wanwan with him, he turned and walked away. That dashing silhouette, that defiant posture just as when he arrived. He regarded the Federation's highest authority as nothing. He regarded the assembled dignitaries as mere weeds. Only when Su Li's figure vanished completely at the end of the light path did the massive black warship rise into the sky once more, disappearing into the sea of clouds. The tension in the banquet hall finally began to ease.
Madman. Chapter 199, Taking Command of the Northern Frontier.
1 week later. Northern Frontier, Fortress of the Icy Winter. This was humanity's last line of defense on the northern continent, and the headquarters of the Thunder Emperor's Blizzard Legion. Further north lay the frozen wasteland, a land shrouded in eternal ice and snow, known as the Godforsaken Land. It was also the source of the eternal night aurora's eruption.
Today, the atmosphere at Winter's fortress was unusually grim.
On the ramparts, countless heavy cannons had shed their covers, their black muzzles fixed on the north.
Tens of thousands of soldiers clad in white polar power armor stand at the ready. For according to the monitors, that triennial nightmare, that A-class cataclysm that devoured countless lives, the eternal night aurora, is about to descend. Boom!
The familiar, heart-stopping rumble echoed through the sky. But this time, it was not the prelude to a catastrophe. Instead, a massive black warship sliced through the swirling blizzard, slowly descending onto the fortress's landing pad.
The road to the underworld. The hatch opened.
A chill sharper than the northern winds surged forth first. Su Li descended, accompanied by Zero, Lin Wanwan, and Mukacho. The Thunder Emperor had been waiting for quite some time. Though the face of this tyrant who had ruled the north for decades remained stern, a hint of fatigue and tension was evident between his brows.
You've arrived.
The Thunder Emperor looked at Su Li, his voice low. 10 minutes past the agreed time. I took care of a few blind little bugs along the way.
Cost me a bit of time.
Su Li offered a casual explanation, utterly dismissive of insects that could halt warships. He looked up at the dim northern sky. Where grayish-white clouds should have been, an eerie, ever-shifting aurora now danced.
Purple-red, sickly green, and ghostly blue.
The colors intertwined, not creating beauty but radiating a sickening, twisted horror. The air was thick with high-intensity electromagnetic radiation, accompanied by the audible crackle of electrical currents.
Was this the harbinger of the eternal night aurora?
Su Li narrowed his eyes, the silver-gray light within them flickering faintly. The resonance heart pulsed softly within his chest, seemingly sensing a familiar vibration.
Indeed.
The Thunder Emperor nodded, his expression grave. In 3 hours, the aurora would erupt completely.
At that point, the magnetic field would be utterly disrupted, rendering all electronic devices inoperable. What was even more terrifying was,
he gestured toward the desolate wasteland beyond the city walls.
Creatures exposed to the aurora would undergo irreversible mutations, transforming into monsters driven solely by the urge to kill. Each aurora eruption brings waves of beasts numbering in the millions. All we can do is hold our ground, filling the breach with human lives.
At this point, Lady turned to look at Su Li, his eyes holding a glimmer of hope, yet also a hint of doubt.
Su Li, are you truly confident? This is no joke. If we fail, it won't just be you. Everyone in this fortress, hundreds of thousands of lives, will perish.
Su Li withdrew his gaze and looked at the Thunder Emperor. He did not answer directly. Instead, he turned his head to look at Zero beside him. Zero was gazing upward at the sky filled with auroras, a look on his face that seemed to savor the sight as if it were a delicious meal. She even extended her pink tongue to lick her lips.
Zero.
Su Li called softly.
HM?
Zero snapped back to attention, turning to look at Su Li. Her jade-colored eyes sparkled with excitement.
How does this taste? It's complex. Chaotic. Zero answered honestly. Like a pot of overcooked awful stew. But,
a confident curve lifted at the corner of her mouth.
With a little refinement,
it should make for some pretty decent nourishment.
Su Li smiled.
He turned his head and patted Lady's broad shoulder.
Did you hear that? For my queen of catastrophe. This is no catastrophe. This is clearly nothing but buffet.
The Thunder Emperor froze. The aides and staff officers behind him froze as well.
Treating an A-class catastrophe like a buffet? Is this something a carbon-based life form should even utter?
But Su Li gave them no time to question it.
Zero, go. He issued the order with detached calm. Don't overeat. Yes, master. Zero bowed slightly, performing an elegant curtsy. The next instant, the wings of judgment behind her abruptly unfolded. No longer the translucent ice crystal form of before, but fully materialized divine wings flowing with deep blue runes of law. Boom! She soared skyward. Like an ice blue meteor streaking against the current, she slammed directly into the aurora clouds, brewing a storm of destruction. Madness. Has she lost her mind? Thunder Emperor roared in disbelief. That was the core region of the aurora. The magnetic fields and radiation there could instantly shred a warship. Even a B-rank powerhouse would be. His words caught in his throat before he could finish. For he witnessed the most unbelievable sight of his life. Zero, charging into the clouds, wasn't torn apart. On the contrary. She hovered at the very heart of that chaotic aurora, arms spread wide. A white halo purer, more overbearing, and colder than the eternal night aurora erupted suddenly, radiating outward from her. Absolute zero domain, divine authority descends. This was no ordinary freezing. It was the freezing of the laws themselves. The wildly twisting, shifting colored auroras froze the instant they touched the white halo, as if someone had pressed pause. The once raging energy currents froze instantly. Then, crackle crackle. The crisp sound of freezing echoed from 10,000 meters above, yet rang clearly in everyone's ears. The sky filled with auroras, the disaster cloud layer vast enough to blanket the entire northern frontier, were transforming at a visible speed into ice. Colored ice. How could this be? On the city walls, countless soldiers gaped in disbelief, their weapons slipping from their hands. They stared at the sky above them, rapidly freezing over, and at that tiny figure suspended in the heavens, divine and distant. Stunned into speechlessness. Is this the power of the mechanized kingdom? Is this the queen of catastrophe? Roar! As if sensing the threat overhead, deep within the wasteland, the tide of millions of mutated beasts already poised for attack erupted prematurely. They charged toward the winter fortress like mad beasts, desperate to tear their enemies apart before the aurora faded completely. Beast Tide. The Beast Tide is coming. All hands prepare for battle. Chapter 200, Northern Frontier Special Zone of the Mechanized Nation. Emperor Lei, a battle-hardened commander, was momentarily stunned by the spectacle above but quickly regained his composure, barking orders. No need. Su Li's voice rang out once more. Standing at the edge of the city wall, he watched the tide of beasts surging below like a black tsunami, his face showing not a flicker of emotion. Since it's a buffet, how could one just eat the main course? Some side dishes are in order. He snapped his fingers. Wanwan, Ketcho. It's your turn. Hee, finally my turn. Lin Wanwan licked her lips excitedly, her kaleidoscopic poisonous eyes glinting with an eerie light. So many little cuties if they all turned into flower fertilizer. Wouldn't they bloom into the most beautiful flowers? She leapt from the 100-meter-high city wall. Mid-air, countless crimson-red, deadly spores erupted from her body. B-rank domain, thorns of paradise. The spores drifted on the wind, landing upon the frantically charging mutated beasts. In just 1 second, the mutated beasts' bodies began convulsing violently, then visibly sprouted clusters of lurid red flowers. The red flowers sucked dry their flesh and blood, then exploded, scattering even more spores. 1 became 10, 10 became 100, 100 became 1,000. The once black tide of beasts instantly transformed into a sea of death, a crimson ocean of flowers. As for Mu Kachio, her approach was far simpler and more brutal. She plunged directly into the densest part of the beast tide. Grade B domain, gravity abyss. Centered on her, gravity within a kilometer radius surged 100-fold. Squish! Tens of thousands of mutated beasts were crushed into thin sheets of flesh before they could even scream. The earth wailed, space trembled. 2 people. Just 2 people. Held back a terrifying tide of monsters numbering in the millions. It was nothing short of a massacre. Watching it all unfold, the Thunder Emperor felt his entire worldview crumbling. His vaunted iron defenses, his hundreds of thousands of soldiers who faced death without flinching, were utterly laughable against these monsters. 10 minutes. A mere 10 minutes. In the sky, the eternal night aurora that had plagued the Northlands for centuries transformed completely into a vast, colorful ice sheet covering the entire heavens. On the ground, the tide of millions of mutated beasts became a silent sea of corpses and blood. Zero descended slowly. In her palm lay a multicolored crystal stone radiating terrifying energy fluctuations. It was the compressed, refined core of the aurora. Master. She approached Su Li, presenting the crystal as if offering a precious treasure. It has a slightly spicy taste. But the energy is potent. Su Li accepted the crystal, sensing the violent energy within, and nodded in satisfaction. Then he turned to face the Thunder Emperor, now completely petrified. Thunder Commander. He weighed the crystal in his hand, his tone light. Look. This natural disaster has been resolved, hasn't it? The promise, isn't it time to deliver? Shouldn't the promise be fulfilled? Su Li's voice was soft, yet it struck like a heavy hammer, pounding against the Thunder Emperor's heart. The Thunder Emperor snapped back to reality and took a deep breath. He gazed at the sky above, now utterly still, then at the horrifyingly numerous beast corpses strewn beneath the city walls, and finally at the man before him, far too young, yet overwhelmingly powerful to the point of despair. In his eyes, there was no anger, no resentment. Only one thing remained: profound admiration. And a hint of the resignation that comes with being a commander. "I concede." The Thunder Emperor's voice was steady and powerful, without the slightest hesitation. He turned to face the tens of thousands of northern soldiers still frozen in shock upon the city walls, and the Winterfell fortress behind him, a bastion bearing the hopes of countless souls. "Transmit my command." His voice boomed through the loudspeakers, echoing across the entire fortress and the barren wasteland that had just endured its baptism. Effective immediately. The actual control of the 72 cities of the north, along with the undeveloped territories to the east, is hereby transferred to the Machine Nation. All garrisons are to cooperate unconditionally with the handover. The announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd. Though rumors had circulated beforehand, the sheer impact remained immense when the Thunder Emperor publicly declared this decision. This was the North. The very foundation of the Thunder Emperor's lifelong endeavors. Just handing it over like that? Sully was also taken aback. He had only intended to claim that undeveloped Forbidden Zone. He never imagined the Thunder Emperor would bundle up half his fortune, the 72 cities of the northern frontier, and hand them over as well. "Commander Lay." Sully raised an eyebrow. "I recall our deal was only for that restricted zone. You gave me too much." "Not at all." The Thunder Emperor shook his head. A wry smile flickered across his stern face, mingled with a hint of relief. With the eternal night aurora gone, the greatest threat to the north had vanished. But with that threat gone, the northern realm's once tense resolve had also relaxed. "I know my men and those city lords all too well. Once the external enemy is gone, they will turn on each other, fighting for power and profit. I'm too old now. I can't hold them back anymore." His gaze fixed on Sully, growing intensely earnest. "Rather than watch the north rot away in internal strife, it's better to place it in the hands of a true powerhouse. You are strong. Stronger than me, stronger than those politicians in the Federation who are all talk and no action. If you can resolve the natural disasters, you can bring genuine stability to the tens of millions of people in the north." At this point, Emperor Lay suddenly straightened his back and rendered a crisp military salute to Sully. "This is not merely a transaction. It is a solemn entrustment. Your Excellency Sully are now in your hands." Sully gazed at the elderly man before him, who had willingly relinquished power for the sake of his people. The hint of amusement in his eyes vanished. In its place was solemnity. He did not return the salute, for he did not belong to the military. But he nodded. "Rest assured. Since this is my territory, no one dares to cause trouble here. Whether it's natural disasters or man-made calamity. That's how it is. No bloodshed, no war. Merely a buffet, a promise. The northernmost territory of the Federation, vast and untamed. Officially renamed Mechanical Nation Northern Frontier Special Zone." And Sully's cake, just as he had said. It grew even larger. Now, the grand development begins. Sully stood atop the highest point of the Winter Fortress, surveying the vast expanse of land that had just been incorporated into his domain. "Lay Fi. Present, Commander. Initiate the Celestial Engineering Project. Relocate every single production line of the Golden Phoenix clan here. I will transform this wasteland into the Federation's largest mechanical armory. Order acknowledged. Mobilizing engineering drone fleet. Planning energy network. Generating city construction blueprint." Chapter 201, Sully arrives. A clear sky is imminent. 3 days later. A scene etched into everyone's memory forever unfolded across the northern wastes. Countless massive transport vessels, laden with supplies and equipment, swept in from the south like a dark cloud obscuring the sky. Billions of engineering nanobots swept across the land like a golden sandstorm. Wherever they passed, abandoned mines were swiftly filled, shattered roads instantly repaired. Automatic factories, hundreds of meters tall, rose from the ground as if sprouting from the earth, their construction visible to the naked eye. Massive mining machines roared as they bored deep into the earth, continuously extracting rare mineral veins buried for countless millennia. The once barren and lifeless northern frontier transformed overnight into a colossal, tireless steel construction site. And the mastermind behind it all was Guan Xiao. The heiress of the Golden Phoenix clan, now queen of the Machine Nation, sat in the cockpit of an engineering mech wearing grubby overalls and a hard hat, her excitement bubbling like a child with a new toy. "Ha! Now this is infrastructure. This is industrial aesthetics. Dad, check out the placement of that nuclear fusion reactor. Isn't it super cool? And that fully automated cybernetic limb assembly workshop. It can produce 100,000 sets a day." Sully stood beside her, gazing down at the bustling scene below, unable to suppress a sense of awe. This was the power of Machine Nation. This is the allure of technology.
With sufficient resources and computational power, he could build a city of miracles from the ruins.
Indeed. He nodded in affirmation. But factories alone are not enough.
These tens of millions of northerners cannot be mere spectators.
He turned his head to look at Lei Di, who had been following behind him all along. Commander Lei. Since you've entrusted them to me, I must find them something to do. Issue the recruitment order. I intend to establish the first war academy of the mechanized kingdom in the north. What will they be taught? The Thunder Emperor inquired.
Su Li smiled. He extended his hand, and within his palm, the projection of the mechanical heart slowly materialized.
Countless intricate mechanical blueprints and genetic modification schematics intertwined in the air, weaving dazzling patterns. Teach them
how to fortify their bodies with steel,
how to alter their fate through technology, and
how to ascend to godhood.
Become gods. That word is too grand, too distant.
For the people of the north still struggling to survive at the poverty line, becoming a god feels utterly unreal. What truly concerned them was what they would eat next, whether they could survive this winter. Therefore, Su Li's first command was remarkably down to earth.
Open the granaries. Distribute the grain. 4 simple words. The Thunder Emperor froze.
Su Li, the northern frontier does have some grain reserves, but they wouldn't last half a month to feed tens of millions.
Who said we'd use your old grain?
Su Li waved his hand dismissively.
Lafite. Open the cargo hold of Transport Fleet 3.
Inside are the Golden Phoenix clan's latest high-energy compressed nutrient paste and seeds for cold-resistant, high-yield crops just cultivated.
Feed them first.
Only when they're full will they have the strength to work for me.
That same afternoon,
gigantic holographic projections rose in the squares of all 72 cities of the northern frontier.
No speeches. No nonsense.
Only rows of orderly distribution points and mountains of food stacked in crates. All northern frontier residents could claim 3 high-energy nutrition bars and 1 set of cold-weather clothing per person per day using their identification codes.
No cost whatsoever.
Only one condition: obey the administration of the Machine Nation. When the first warm, sweet, and energizing spoonful of paste touched their lips. When the first lightweight yet exceptionally warm new cold weather suit was put on.
Countless northerners wept.
They had struggled their entire lives in this bitterly cold land, accustomed to the chill, accustomed to hunger, accustomed to being crushed by both natural disasters and warlord oppression.
They never imagined that one day they could be so easily fed and clothed. Is this the new lord?
An old man clutched a jar of nutritional paste, trembling as he knelt and bowed his head toward the direction of Winterfell.
A living Buddha.
A living Buddha indeed. It wasn't just the old man. The sturdy men, the women whose eyes had once been dull and lifeless, even the children still sniffling with runny noses. For the first time, their eyes held light. A light called hope. And this was precisely what Su Li desired. With bellies full, hearts settle.
With hearts settled, the next step could begin. The next day.
New notices plastered every street and alley.
Mechanical Nation Grand Construction Recruitment Notice.
Recruiting miners, construction workers, mechanical apprentices, security personnel.
Compensation, board and lodging provided, with daily energy block rations.
Outstanding performers may qualify for a Class C bio-cybernetic implant, upgrade slot, or even gain admission to the War Academy for advanced training. This time, no coercion is needed. Even without those tempting enhancement slots, the mere promise of room and board was enough to send the entire North into a frenzy.
Millions of laborers surged toward registration points like a tidal wave.
They once fought for survival. Now, they fought for their future. In the command center of Winterfell Fortress.
Watching the bustling construction sites on the screens, observing the eyes brimming with determination.
The Thunder Emperor sighed deeply.
I lost. Defeated, and I admit it.
I've guarded the northern frontier for 30 years, yet I've only managed to hold one city.
But you. He looked at Su Li, his eyes filled with admiration. In just 3 days.
You captured the hearts of tens of millions. Su Li stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing down at the steel city rising rapidly below.
This is just the beginning. He remarked calmly.
When this northern frontier special zone is finally completed, you'll see what a true miracle looks like.
Over the next month, the North seemed to be on fast forward.
Under the terrifying infrastructure capabilities of Machine Nation and the astonishing enthusiasm unleashed by tens of millions of northern frontier residents, a miracle truly unfolded. Where barren frozen ground once stretched endlessly, futuristic dome cities now rose skyward. Giant geothermal conversion towers continuously channeled heat from beneath the Earth's surface, transforming cities once buried in perpetual snow into places as warm as spring.
Barren mining districts transformed into fully automated industrial forests. Countless robotic arms worked day and night, transforming deep-buried ores into the finest alloys.
These materials are then reassembled into mechanical prosthetics powerful enough to reshape the world. Farmers who once only knew how to swing a hoe now don exoskeleton armor, becoming builders of immense strength. Children who once knew only tears now walk into spacious, well-lit war academies, learning to pilot drones and write code. The entire Northland was transformed beyond recognition.
Chapter 202, The Vast Starry Sea. No more hunger. No more freezing to death. Even the once rampant mutated beasts have been eradicated, now serving as meat on people's dinner tables. On this day, Suli rode in an open-top hovercar, accompanied by Lady and Guan Xiao, inspecting the newly completed Dome City No. 1 Dawn City. Wherever the convoy passed, crowds gathered like a sea of people. Long live the mechanical nation. Cheers surged like a tidal wave. The gaze of those citizens, men, women, and children alike, was filled with near fanatical adoration as they looked upon Suli. Those eyes did not gaze upon a ruler, but of a god. A god who had pulled them from hell, granting them dignity and hope. The motorcade came to a slow halt in the central square of the city. Suli rose to his feet and waved to the surrounding crowd. At that very moment, amidst the crowd, an elderly woman clutching a child suddenly pushed her way to the front, shouting excitedly, "Lord Suli has arrived! A clear sky is upon us!" These words ignited the crowd like a spark, setting their emotions ablaze. Lord Suli has arrived! Justice shall prevail! Lord Suli has arrived! A clear sky is upon us! The cries rose and fell in waves, eventually coalescing into a thunderous roar that shook the heavens and earth. It reverberated throughout the entire city, piercing the dome of the sky and echoing across the azure skies of the north. The Thunder Emperor listened to the deafening cries, gazing at the young figure standing atop the carriage, bathed in sunlight. His eyes welled up. Throughout his life of military campaigns, he had heard countless flattering words and witnessed boundless reverence. But never had he heard such pure, heartfelt adoration. Blue sky. He murmured to himself. Yes. The sky of the north has finally brightened. Suli listened to the repeated cries of blue sky, gazing into the tear-filled eyes before him. Within his heart, that heart of resonance which had always beaten solely for gain and control suddenly trembled violently. A warm current surged from his core, spreading throughout his entire being. It was the power of faith. The collective will of all beings, powerful enough to drive the divine body to evolve once more. He closed his eyes and drew a deep breath. Feeling this power surge within him, feeling the profound resonance between this land and his soul. When he opened his eyes again, a divine light flickered in Suli's eyes. Night fell. The clamor of Dawnlight City gradually subsided. Suli returned alone to his new northern palace, a steel fortress suspended above the city. From the vast floor-to-ceiling windows, he surveyed the city below, ablaze with lights. The fates of tens of millions now rested upon his shoulders. Yet he did not indulge in the feeling of being revered by all. For he understood clearly that this title of sky's honor was both glory and a shackle. To uphold this sky, his current strength alone was far from sufficient. Raffi. Suli turned and walked toward the holographic star map at the center of the hall. Present, Commander. Report current resource reserves. Understood. After 1 month of development, the Northern Frontier Special Zone has established 3,200 factories of various types, producing 500,000 sets of C-grade standard cybernetic implants and 100,000 tons of B-grade special alloys daily. The Golden Phoenix Clan's funding channels are now fully operational, with orders from major federal conglomerates booked through next year. Our current resource reserves are 120 times greater than before. Suli watched the staggering astronomical figures scroll across the screen and gave a slight nod. Money? He no longer lacked it. He no longer lacked manpower. Territory? He now commanded half the world. On this planet, he had already reached the pinnacle. Yet his gaze swept past this blue planet, reaching toward the boundless expanse of the starry sky. Too slow. Suli sighed softly. This pace would suffice for dominating this planet. But if the goal was to leave this place, he pointed toward the starry sky overhead. It was nowhere near enough. The legacy of the Machine King contained not only mechanical technology, but also a long-buried history. This planet is merely a cradle. Even a prison. True civilization, true power, they all lie beyond, in the vast sea of stars. To shatter this cage and step into the vast starry seas, he needs more than resources. He needs a more advanced energy core and a superluminal engine capable of traversing light years. Raffi, how's the analysis of that thing from the Tomb of the Gods coming along? Suli inquired. Alongside acquiring the mechanical heart, he had also discovered that hidden in the deepest recesses of the Tomb of the Gods lay the wreckage of a giant colonial ship from an ancient era, or perhaps even an extraterrestrial civilization. That was his true objective. Reporting, Commander. Analysis progress, 15%. The warship's energy system employs antimatter technology beyond our current understanding, straining our computational resources. 15, huh? Suli stroked his chin. Looks like we'll need some outside help. His gaze settled on the edge of the star chart, where the icon representing the Federation Academy of Sciences glowed. There, the planet's most brilliant minds gathered, preserving countless top-secret archives of ancient space technology. Before, he had no right to touch it. But now, he was the Federation's 8th standing counselor, the Lord of the North, the sovereign who held the reins of power over the mechanical nation. Notify Augustus. A playful smile curved at the corner of Suli's lips. Tell him. I'm quite interested in the Federation's Spark project. I wish to visit the Academy of Sciences. To borrow something. The Federation's capital city, Sky Dome. The Federation Academy of Sciences. Today, this white colossus, a symbol of humanity's highest intellectual achievement, stands under heavy security. Not only were the Federation's most elite guards stationed there, but even the Academy's internal defense systems had been fully activated. For today, the man known as the living legend, the Azure Sky of the North, was scheduled to visit. Your Excellency Suli, welcome. The Academy's president, a gray-haired, bespectacled old scholar, stood at the entrance with a group of core researchers to greet him. His expression was stiff, his eyes reflecting both the yearning for the cutting-edge technology Suli possessed and a wary suspicion toward this formidable figure. After all, Suli's request to borrow a few things sounded anything but genuine to anyone who heard it. You're too kind, Deanly. Suli stepped out of the hovercar with Zero and Guan Ziao. Dressed casually today, he looked like a tourist visiting the university. But this did nothing to lessen Dean Li's vigilance. May I ask which project has piqued your interest, Mr. Suli? Dean Li inquired tentatively. All of them. Chapter 203, The 1-Year Pact. All of them. Suli smiled, his gaze sweeping over the towering white colossus piercing the clouds, a gleam of sharpness flashing in his eyes. I heard that deep underground in the Academy of Sciences, there's a sealed blueprint for an ark from the old era? President Li's expression changed instantly. This is top secret. Where did you hear this, Lord Suli? Those blueprints are among the Federation's highest secrets. It said they represent the ultimate spacecraft designed by humans of the old era to escape this planet. Only successive speakers and directors have been authorized to know of its existence. That's irrelevant. Suli waved dismissively and strode straight inside. What matters is, I want to see it. Lord Suli. This is against protocol. Deanly grew anxious, instinctively trying to stop him. Protocol? Suli halted his steps and glanced back at him. A faint divine light flickered in those silver gray eyes. Deanly. My current position is that of a federal standing council member. I have the authority to access all classified federal files. Moreover, he gestured toward Guan Ziyo behind him. I have brought the Golden Phoenix clan's latest bio-supercomputing core, and he pointed to his own head. The complete theoretical model for interstellar navigation left behind by the Machine King. I'm not here to take your things. I'm here to help you. Turn that moldy scrap of paper lying in your database into a real starship. Dean Li froze. He looked at Suli, then at Guan Ziao, whose face radiated confidence. As a pure scholar, his thirst for technology ultimately overcame his fear of power. If Suli was telling the truth, if the ARC project could truly be restarted, it would be the lifelong dream of every researcher. Are you certain? Dean Li's voice trembled slightly. As long as you cooperate. Suli smiled. That smile radiated confidence and held an undeniable allure. 1 year. He held up one finger. Give me 1 year. I'll take you to the heavens. Dean Li's eyes widened like copper bells. A year? Lord Suli, are you joking? Even at the peak of the old era, building a spacecraft capable of breaking through the atmosphere took years. Let alone with our current industrial capabilities. And when you say reach the heavens, Director Li swallowed hard, tentatively asking, are you referring to establishing a new space station, or landing on the moon? The moon? Suli snorted derisively, his eyes brimming with contempt. He lifted his head, gazing through the Academy's vast glass dome at the azure sky. President Li, your vision is too narrow. When I speak of reaching for the heavens, I don't mean circling endlessly in our own backyard. Rather, he turned to face President Li, his silver gray eyes burning like 2 stars named ambition. Cross the starry seas. To see the true cosmos beyond this planet. True space travel? Director Li was utterly petrified. The researchers around him, who had been whispering among themselves moments before, now fell silent as if ducks with their throats clamped shut. He's lost his mind. This man is absolutely insane. In an era where the Earth's surface was covered in wasteland and even low Earth orbit was choked with space debris, he actually wanted to build a starship capable of interstellar travel within a year? This is pure fantasy. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Dean Li shook his head repeatedly. As a scientist, his rigorous mindset couldn't accept such absurd claims. What about energy? The engines? Life support systems? And most crucially, the warp drive technology required for faster-than-light travel. We don't have any of that. Even if we had the blueprints, our current industrial capabilities couldn't build them. Who says we don't? Suli cut him off. He pulled a crystal the size of a fingernail from his robe, glowing with a faint blue light. This was the first antimatter energy crystal extracted from the remains of the Tomb of the Gods after the fusion of the mechanical heart. This is the energy source. He placed the crystal on the table. Though no larger than a fingernail, the energy fluctuations it contained instantly sent the laboratory's alarms off the charts. As for the engine, he gestured towards Zero behind him. My second in command has already grasped the fundamental principles of spacefolding. Combined with my mechanical realm, we can handcraft a basic curvature engine within a year. As for life support systems and materials, he gestured toward Guanxiao. The gene foam family's biotechnology, combined with the newly established Grade A alloy production line in the north. Is that sufficient? Deanly stared at the crystal on the table, then at Zero, then at Guanxiao. His breathing grew ragged. His mind was racing. Antimatter energy, spatial laws, biological life support, Grade A alloy. These technologies, once seemingly beyond his reach, now lay before him. Though they still sounded insane, still brimming with uncertainty. But, theoretically, it was actually feasible. Madman, you truly are a madman. Deanly muttered to himself, yet his eyes blazed with a fire even more fervent than Su Li's. It was the scientist's hunger for the unknown, the pursuit of truth. But, he snapped his head up, fixing a piercing stare on Su Li. I love this madman's plan. Your Excellency Su Li. From this day forward, all researchers of the Federation Academy of Sciences are at your command. Su Li smiled. He extended his hand, clasping it firmly with the trembling old hands of Deanly. Happy collaboration. In that case, let us begin. For the sake of. He gazed out the window at the sky, his voice firm and profound. The vast sea of stars. After leaving the Academy of Sciences, Su Li did not return directly to the northern frontier. He instructed Zero to take Guanxiao back first to oversee the situation, while he piloted the road to the underworld, alone to the planet's highest peak, Tongtian Peak. At over 10,000 meters above sea level, the air was thin and the wind biting cold. Standing atop the icy rock at the summit, Su Li gazed upward at the sky above him, now transformed into a deep blue. Even in daylight, a few stars could faintly be seen here. Lei Fei. Here, Commander. Are you ready? Divine body all metrics adjusted to optimal state. Judgment armor has loaded the latest void add-on components. Resonance core fully charged. Ready for takeoff at any time. Chapter 204, Solo Breakthrough of the Atmosphere. Very good. Su Li took a deep breath. The icy air flooded his lungs, leaving him utterly alert. Building a spaceship was the path to take everyone with him. But before that, he wanted to go alone first. To see what lay beyond that shell that had imprisoned humanity for centuries. To see the source of that so-called Tomb of the Gods. Snap. Silver-black streamlined armor instantly enveloped his entire body. Two blinding streams of plasma erupted from the thrusters on his back. Boom! The snow atop the heaven-piercing peak vaporized in an instant. Su Li transformed into a black streak of light, charging resolutely toward the heavens. 10,000 meters. 20,000 meters. 50,000 meters. The air grew increasingly thin, and the sky's hue shifted from deep blue to purplish black. Warning! External temperature plummeting rapidly. Warning! Imminent breakthrough of the stratosphere. Lei Fei's alarm sounded in his mind. But Su Li's speed not only held steady, it accelerated. The mechanized Dantian within his body raced like a miniature sun, supplying him with an endless stream of power. Dragon Spine roared with joy, yearning to shatter these constraints. 100,000 meters. This was already near the edge of space. Gravity began to wane, and a thick, grayish haze appeared before his eyes. This was the space debris belt left behind by the wars of the old era, the celestial curtain sealing off human civilization. Countless abandoned satellite wreckage and spacecraft fragments spin wildly in high-speed orbits, like a colossal meat grinder. Was this the prison? Suspended beneath the canopy, Su Li gazed at the dense swarm of space debris, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Then, smash it to pieces. Buzz. Judgment's energy shields activated across its entire armor surface. The nameless blade in Su Li's hand drew from its sheath, transforming into a 100-meter-long black light blade. Without flinching, he charged straight into the deadly debris field. Boom! 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 The violent impact echoed through the vacuum, where sound could not travel, yet the tremors reverberated directly through the armor into Su Li's very bones. This was the true collision of steel. Su Li charged like an indestructible projectile, forging a path through the sea of debris. Fragments capable of piercing spacecraft collided with his shield, only managing to create ripples. Massive chunks of wreckage were cleaved clean in two by the battle blade in his hand. He had no idea how long it had been. Perhaps a minute, perhaps a century. The hazy mist before his eyes suddenly dispersed. All the clamor, all the obstacles vanished in an instant. In their place, a vast expanse. Suffocating, profound, boundless. Darkness. That was true space. That was the true starry sky. Su Li floated in the vacuum. Beneath him lay that beautiful, azure planet.
Above him, the Milky Way stretched out, formed by billions of stars. Without the atmosphere to dim them, the stars shone so brightly they hurt the eyes, so brightly they made one want to cry. Too beautiful. And so cold. Suli gazed silently at it all. This was his first time and the first time for any human of this era to stand beneath the starry sky with his physical body. Is this what lies beyond? He reached out his hand, as if to touch those distant stars. But then, at that very moment, his gaze suddenly froze. For he saw, deep within the dazzling Milky Way, in that primordial void of darkness, a pair of enormous, icy eyes, slowly opening, staring intently. Staring at him. An alien creature? Suli's heart clenched violently. This was no illusion. The chilling sensation of being observed by a higher dimensional entity even caused the dragon spine within him to emit an uneasy growl. That eye was enormous. It loomed across distant galaxies, as if it were a fissure torn open by the universe itself. Within its pupil lay no emotion, no intelligence, only the most primal, most pure, all-consuming hunger. An alien entity? Suli narrowed his eyes, straining through the observation system and his armor to decipher the true nature of that presence. But all the feedback from Rafi was garbled code. Warning. Detecting unknown high-energy reaction. Warning. Mental contamination index skyrocketing. Warning. Do not look directly. Do not look directly. Red alerts flashed frantically across his vision. Suli felt his consciousness begin to blur. Countless eerie whispers echoed in his ears, like billions of insects gnawing at his nerves. Get out! He roared, unleashing the full might of his mechanical realm domain. A B-rank barrier-level mental storm violently shattered those eerie whispers. His clarity returned. When he looked again, that eye seemed to blur once more, vanishing back into the dark nebula. As if everything that had just happened was merely his hallucination. But Suli knew it was no illusion. That thing was real. And it had found him. Was that why the humans of the old era sought to flee? Suli murmured to himself. Gazing into the abyssal darkness, a smile not of fear but of madness curled at the corners of his mouth. Interesting. So this vast sea of stars harbors such a massive shark. He gripped the unmarked battle blade in his hand. He had thought that leaving the planet would mean smooth sailing ahead. But now it seemed the real battlefield lay beyond. But so what? Since it's the sea, then there are fish. Since there are fish, then there's killing. Just wait. With that said, he lingered no longer. The thrusters on his back ignited once more, and his entire body transformed into a black meteor, plunging at breakneck speed toward the azure planet below. This reconnaissance mission was worth it. Though he hadn't been able to see the whole picture. He had confirmed one thing at least. This starry sky was not lonely. And it was thrilling. Back into the atmosphere. Suli did not land directly. Instead, at high altitude, he connected to Guan Ziyao's communication. Jar. Where the hell did you go? Why did the signal drop for so long? You scared the crap out of me. Guan Ziyao's anxious voice came through, the background filled with the roar of machinery. Took a little tour of the sky. Suli's tone was light. Oh, that ARC project. What about it? Change the name. Suli watched the earth growing ever closer below, his gaze sharpening to a piercing intensity. From now on, it's called Operation Hunter God. Also, notify Wanwan and Ketcho. Tell them to stop messing around. Double the intensity of the special training. The enemy we're facing. Maybe even larger than we imagined. Chapter 205, It Spreads. When Suli returned to the surface, night had fallen over the northern frontier. But the news he brought back was heavier than the night itself. The universe is fake? In the conference room, Guan Ziyao's eyes widened in shock, the tablet she held clattering to the floor. Even Zero, whose expression had remained icy, flinched visibly. To be precise, the starry sky we see is fake. Suli sat in the main seat, projecting the data he had recorded in space onto the large screen. It was a mere few seconds of footage. In the footage, the colossal eye spanning the depths of the starry river slowly opened. Surrounding that eye, the once sparkling stars now resembled a charred oil painting. They began to curl and peel away, revealing a nauseating, writhing backdrop of flesh and blood. As if someone had draped a star-studded curtain over the planet's exterior. And now, that curtain was torn. What the hell is that? Lin Wanwan covered her mouth. Even she, who dealt with toxins daily, felt a wave of physical nausea at the sight of that writhing, bloody background. This was the true nature of the celestial curtain. Suli's voice was icy. That layer of space debris encircling the planet wasn't meant to lock down our technology. It was meant to protect us. To shield us from being seen by that thing out there. Dead silence fell over the entire room. Everyone was stunned by this earth-shattering truth. Humankind had always believed itself to be a bird trapped in a cage, desperately striving to fly free. Little did they know. Beyond the cage, there was no sky of freedom. Instead, A gaping abyss, its maw wide open, waiting for prey to walk right into its clutches.
Then what do we do? Guan Ziyao's voice trembled slightly. If it's so dangerous out there, should we still continue the hunt for God's plan? Should we still build the spaceship? We build. Su Li's answer was unequivocal. Not only must we build it, but we must make it faster and stronger. He pointed at the eye on the screen, slowly closing. Haven't you noticed? It's spreading. The screen image zoomed in. Where the eye had closed, ink-like black patterns seeped outward through the cracks in the starlit curtain. Wherever those patterns touched, the once fake stars extinguished completely, turning into true, dead silence. He had detected the cage's weakening. Su Li rose to his feet, his gaze piercing. It was trying to squeeze its way in. If we do nothing, continuing to hide within this cradle. Then on the day this celestial canopy shatters completely. We'll truly. Nothing more than a buffet. He surveyed the crowd. In those eyes, one black, one white, there was no fear, only a resolute determination born of being driven to the brink. Therefore, we have no retreat. Either we arm ourselves into a tough nut that'll knock out its teeth before it enters. Or, he clenched his fists, knuckles popping. Just as he opened his mouth. Charge forward. Pierce his throat. Pierce it. Su Li's words struck like a thunderclap, shattering the suffocating fear that hung heavy in the conference room. Yes. If we can't escape, then we'll fight our way out. Good. Thrust through him. Lin Wanwan leapt to her feet first, her crimson eyes blazing with frenzied battle intent. Whether it's a god or a demon, if it dares block my master's path, I'll unleash the deadliest poison upon it. Me too. Mukacho rose to his feet, slamming his heavy hammer down onto the ground. My hammer has never struck anything of this caliber. Zero remains silent. She silently walked behind Su Li, her jade-colored eyes growing more resolute than ever. I am your sword. She murmured softly. Where the sword points, there lies the battlefield. Looking at this group of women who, even in the face of that unspeakable terror, still chose to trust and follow him unconditionally. A surge of heroic resolve welled up within Su Li's heart. Good. He nodded. Since none of them feared death, then, let's get to work. In the days that followed, the entire northern frontier entered an even more frenzied mode of operation. It wasn't just the production lines. It was the evolution of every single person. Su Li once again locked himself away in the lab. This time, he wasn't just researching the spaceship. He was exploring how to distribute the power of the gods to everyone. Since that thing outside is a conglomeration of flesh and energy, then, the resonance heart was the ultimate weapon against it. Su Li began experimenting with the properties of the resonance heart, combining the Gene Feng clan's genetic technology and the mechanical legacy of the Machine King to develop an entirely new demigod armament. This was a mass-producible forbidden technology capable of granting ordinary individuals B-rank combat strength in a short time. The cost? Burning away life. But in the face of impending doom, it was the most worthwhile bargain. 1 month later, the first batch of prototype demigod armor units rolled off the production line. It was a black and red exoskeleton armor, with a miniature reactor emitting a dark red glow embedded on its back. The wearer could unleash a punch powerful enough to shatter city walls within 10 minutes. This thing felt off. Emperor Lei stared at the suit, his brow furrowed. Even after removing it, the wearer would be bedridden for half a month. Moreover, their mind would suffer irreversible corruption. I know. Su Li said indifferently. But this is for the death squads. For those willing to burn their last drop of blood for humanity's future. He looked at the Thunder Emperor. Commander Lei. How many such men do you think exist in the north? The Thunder Emperor fell silent. He turned his head, gazing out the window at the Winterfell fortress standing firm in the blizzard. He watched the young soldiers patrolling the ramparts. For a long time. He let out a long sigh. The sons of the north are all men of honor. Su Li nodded. Good. This first batch of demigod armaments will be entrusted to them. This is our trump card. To prevent my trump card from being exposed if I fail. Failure? What are you planning to do? Lady keenly grasped the crux of Su Li's words, his expression shifting abruptly. Su Li, what do you mean by that? Are you not planning to use this army? Su Li smiled, walking to the massive floor-to-ceiling windows to observe the bustling base outside. That's 10,000 lives. Chapter 206, The Day of Godslaying. Though the men of the north fear no death, I, as the azure sky, am not so incompetent as to rely on sacrificing lives to fill the void. He turned and pointed at the large screen behind him. Displayed was a massive mechanical schematic, brimming with brutal aesthetics. It was a cylinder. Standing 100 meters tall with a diameter of 30 meters. It resembled a tower, yet at its core lay a dark gold sphere spinning wildly, radiating terrifying energy fluctuations. Lady's eyes widened. Codename, Godslayer's Spear. Su Li's voice was calm, yet tinged with a madness that sent shivers down the spine.
I crammed in all the Golden Phoenix clan's nuclear fuel reserves, plus the antimatter crystals and power cores I excavated from the Tomb of the Gods.
Through my mechanized dantian, I compressed it. And compressed it again. Until the tipping point. He reached out and made an explosion gesture. Boom. This blast. The yield equaled 100 Big Ivans detonating simultaneously. And it was a directional blast. Thunder Emperor sucked in a sharp breath. 100 Big Ivans? A directional blast? Are you trying to blow this planet to smithereens? What the hell are you trying to do?
Lady's voice trembled. Sully lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the thick clouds as if staring directly at that false starry sky.
That thing wants to force its way in?
Then before it sticks its head in,
blow a hole through the sky first. Then,
he pointed at the massive cylinder.
Stuff this thing. Shoved it into his mouth.
This is called. A cruel curve lifted at Sully's lips.
Physical anesthesia.
The entire room fell silent. Even the most reckless Lin Wanwan was stunned by Sully's insane plan.
This was no longer a battle. This was a gamble with their lives.
Staking the fate of this entire planet on a game of Russian roulette with that unknown god.
So who would be the one to go?
Zero spoke up suddenly. Her voice was cold and faint.
Yet the question cut like a knife, striking straight to the heart. With such a massive yield and such intricate operations, ordinary missiles simply couldn't accomplish this.
Someone must pilot it personally, someone must manually detonate it at the closest possible range.
This meant certain death.
Sully looked at her. He looked at this woman whose eyes were filled with worry, yet she still forced herself to remain calm.
He smiled. A gentle smile.
Of course. He pointed at himself.
No. No way. I forbid it.
The voices of the three women rang out simultaneously, filled with anxiety, anger, and panic. Lin Wanwan rushed forward and clung to Sully's waist, tears streaming down her face as she cried out, "Master, you can't die.
If you die, Wanwan won't live either.
I'll blow myself up to keep you company in death." Zero remained motionless, but the wings of judgment behind her began trembling uncontrollably. The room's temperature plummeted instantly to freezing, thick frost coating the walls.
Who said I'm going to die?
Sully sighed, ruffling Lin Wanwan's hair before turning to Zero, who was nearly freezing the house solid.
Do you two have some misunderstanding about my abilities?
He pointed at the blueprint. This thing is indeed powerful, but it's only meant to blast open the sky canopy and deliver a decisive blow to that giant.
As for me, he patted the sleek silver-black armor covering his body. Possesses the divine body. I have the mechanized dantian. And the resonance heart. Most crucially, a glint of madness flashed in his eyes. I have the path to the underworld. After a month of extreme modifications, that ship is no longer an ordinary warship. Its current speed can reach sublight in an instant. As long as my reflexes are quick enough, at the moment of detonation. He mimed a gliding motion. I could harness the blast wave's momentum to break through the celestial canopy and enter true outer space. As for the explosion's epicenter, that's for the god to enjoy. I had no intention of going down with him. But Guan Ziao still couldn't shake her unease. What if the shockwave proved too powerful? There are no what ifs.
Sully cut her off.
His expression turned serious, that commanding presence returning once more. At this level of operation, no one but me could pull it off. Even Zero couldn't withstand that kind of instantaneous energy overload. Moreover,
a smile flickered at the corner of his mouth once more, tinged with a heart-stopping fervor.
Don't you think? Hand-feeding a god a super bomb is incredibly satisfying? Everyone. Of course. This is the real reason. What about humanity? What about the future? At the end of the day,
this man, at his core, is a complete and utter
madman.
A tyrant who dared to stake an entire planet for the sake of extreme thrills and control. Thunder Emperor stared at Sully, opened his mouth, and finally could only raise his thumb in resignation.
You're something else. Since you put it that way.
Then I'll put my old bones on the line and go crazy with you this once.
Leave the ground defenses to me. As long as I'm still breathing, not a single fly will interfere with your launch. Sully nodded. It's settled then. 3 days later.
When the sky's canopy shatters.
That day. The day of the god's slaying. 3 days hence.
Northern frontier, summit of the heaven-piercing peak. This place stands closest to the heavens on this planet, and it is the launch site chosen by Sully. The 100-meter-tall Godslayer spear now stood erect upon its launch platform at the peak's summit. Its dark gold core rotated slowly, emitting terrifying energy fluctuations that caused visible distortions in the surrounding space. A bitter wind howled, whipping up a blizzard of snowflakes. Yet within 100 meters of this colossal metal cylinder, an eerie vacuum and stillness prevailed. That was the energy field inherent to the Godslayer spear. Sully stood beneath the launch platform, clad in black combat gear overlaid with the silver-black armor of the divine body. He was conducting final checks.
Raffi, system self-check. Core reactor normal. Antimatter containment field stable. Ignition countdown module ready. Thrusters preheated. Ready for launch at any time, Commander. Su nodded. He turned to look behind him. Zero, Lin Wanwan, Mukachio, Guanxiao, and Lady. Everyone was present. They looked at Su with complex expressions. Though Su spoke lightly, this was an unprecedentedly reckless endeavor. The slightest misstep meant certain death. Don't look at me like that. Su smiled, walked over, and hugged each of them in turn. Wait for me to return. I'll tell you all about what gods taste like. Chapter 207, The Shattered Sky, Laffy. Finally, he approached Zero. He reached out to smooth her wind-tossed bangs. Guard the home. If any stragglers slip through, you know what to do. Zero nodded firmly. Her jade-colored eyes reflected Suli's figure, as if etching him into her very soul. Leave none behind. Understood. Suli hesitated no longer. He turned and stepped onto the elevator of the Underworld Express. The doors closed. The massive warship emitted a deep rumble as it slowly ascended, docking with the colossal Godslayer spear. Boom! The next instant, engines at the stern of the path to the underworld erupted with an unprecedented blinding light. Like an unyielding titan, it thrust the world-destroying spear skyward, tearing through the clouds with unflinching resolve as it soared toward the heavens. On the ground, Thunder Emperor lifted his head, watching the rapidly fading speck of light vanish from view, then picked up his communicator. All forces, heed my command. Battle readiness level 1. All anti-aircraft guns, all missiles lock onto the sky. If anything falls from the sky, blow it to smithereens. At an altitude of 100,000 meters. Suli sat in the cockpit, watching the gray, hazy sky loom ever closer before him. And behind that canopy, the slowly writhing, nauseating shadow of flesh and blood. That I seemed to sense the threat. It accelerated its penetration. Countless black tentacles had already pierced the thin membrane of the sky, like greedy tongues reaching out to lick this world. The timing was perfect. A savage grin twisted Suli's lips. He slammed the control stick down. Raffi. Release all restrictions. Maximum power. Give me. Bash through. Boom. The speed of the road to the underworld broke through its limits in an instant. Bearing down on that colossal Godslayer spear, it plunged like a burning nail. Into the pupil of that eye. Explosion. Suli pressed the red button. Boom. In the silent vacuum, a burst of light 10,000 times brighter than the sun erupted. That was the terrifying energy unleashed by 1,000 big Ivans detonating simultaneously. It was the ultimate annihilation born from antimatter and matter colliding. The colossal gazing across the depths of the cosmos contracted violently the instant it encountered this energy. Then, it disintegrated. Countless fragments of flesh and blood exploded in the void, transforming into a blood rain that blanketed half a galaxy. The celestial barrier that had imprisoned humanity for centuries was torn asunder by this terrifying shockwave, creating a massive breach into the true cosmos. True starlight poured upon this azure planet for the very first time. And Suli, at the epicenter of the explosion. Warning. Shields breached. Warning. Armor damage at 90%. Warning. Thrusters offline. Warning. Laffy's alarms blared relentlessly across the screens. Suli felt as though an invisible giant hand had struck him with a brutal slap. The excruciating pain instantly overwhelmed his consciousness. In the final second before losing consciousness, he saw that dazzling starry sky. He saw the new world he had blown open with his own hands. His lips twitched with a pained smile. It was worth it. 1 month later. Zesity, heart of the mechanized nation, top-tier rehabilitation center. This was a special care ward. No beeps from medical equipment filled the room, only the warm sunlight streaming through the window. Suli slowly opened his eyes. A pristine white ceiling met his gaze. His body ached. It felt as though every bone in his body had been shattered and reassembled. But he could feel the resonance heart still beating strongly, continuously repairing his damaged body. Awake? A gentle voice sounded beside his ear. Suli turned his head. It wasn't the perpetually stern Zero he saw. Nor was it the boisterous Lin Wanwan. Nor was it the taciturn Mukachio. But it was a completely unfamiliar young woman. Her silvery white hair fell smoothly over her shoulders. She wore a simple nurse's uniform, yet her pale golden eyes shimmered with a familiar yet alien glow of data. At that moment, she held a peeled apple in her hand, gazing at him with genuine concern. That look was very human. Like a young wife worrying about her husband. Suli froze for a moment. His mind was still foggy, and he couldn't immediately place who this was. Ha? Why are you here? He managed to speak, his voice hoarse. Are you the new nurse? The girl blinked, a hint of mischief flashing in her pale golden eyes. She held the apple to Suli's lips, a playful smile curving her lips. What? Commander, have you been asleep for a month that you can't even recognize my voice? Suli's body trembled. That title. That tone. And that profound spiritual connection etched deep into his soul. His eyes widened as he stared at the girl before him, possessing a perfect human form yet radiating unique data fluctuations. Lala Faye? The girl smiled. Her eyes crinkled at the corners, like a cat that had successfully stolen a treat. Bingo! Correct. But no reward, though. She stuffed the apple into Suli's mouth, then casually reached out to tuck the blanket around him. Miss Kwan used the Golden Phoenix clan's latest bioprinting technology, combined with the mechanical ascension blueprints left behind by the Machine King, to create a new body for me. She said. Lafayette paused, a faint blush unexpectedly spreading across her cheeks. She said, since I'm considered family too. Then from now on, when it comes to taking care of the commander, I ought to do my part. Suli chewed on the apple in her mouth, gazing at the AI girl before her, both familiar and fresh. Suddenly, he felt. He was actually worth it. This explosion not only shattered the heavens, revealing the vast sea of stars, it also brought forth a flesh and blood life. Where were they? Suli swallowed the apple in her mouth and scanned the empty hospital room. Given Lin Wanwan's clingy nature and Guan Ziyao's loud personality, the ward should have been flooded with tears and commotion by now after he woke from his critical injuries. This sudden silence felt oddly unfamiliar. Everyone was busy. Leifei peeled another slice of apple and popped it into his mouth. Crunching down with his cheeks puffed out, he mumbled indistinctly. Once they realized you were out of danger and your vitals were stabilizing, they finally relaxed. Chapter 208, Destruction and Rebirth, The Gift of the Gods. Then they all ran off to clean up your mess. Clean up the mess? Suli raised an eyebrow. Yeah. Leifei swallowed her apple and extended her slender fingers, tracing a gesture in the air. A holographic news projection instantly unfolded within the hospital room. The screen showed the massive gap torn open in the sky canopy and the dazzling starry sky that had never been seen before. Commander, do you realize how much shockwaves your single shot sent through this world? The entire Federation has gone mad. Every belief system collapsed, every scientific theory was rewritten. That old man Augustus nearly had a stroke on the spot. Now the Federation Council is in utter chaos. Leifei pointed at the screen, where Zero sat with a cold expression in the main seat of the Federation Parliament Hall, 12 ice crystals suspended behind him. Zero now represents the Machine Nation, holding court in the capital city. The moment she took her seat, the bickering politicians fell silent, not daring to breathe a word. Then, the scene shifted. The ruins of the massive launch site atop Tongtian Peak. Countless engineering robots bustled about the site. Guan Ziyao, wearing a hard hat. She directs the Golden Phoenix clan's transport fleet as they frantically gather fragments that have fallen from the celestial canopy. Miss Guan declared that every scrap of flesh torn from the gods and every fragment of the celestial canopy was priceless treasure. Not a single gram could be wasted. She was busy making her fortune, her smile stretching wide. The scene shifted. The barren wasteland of the northern frontier. Lin Wanwan and Mukacho were leading the northern frontier's new army and suppressing a fresh wave of mutated beasts spawned by the shattered sky canopy and the backflow of spiritual energy. Wanwan and Kacho were training their troops and adapting to the new world's rules. Leifei shut off the projection, gazing at Suli. A hint of amusement flickered in his pale golden eyes. Look. Your queens are all fighting for your new world. So, the mundane task of tending to the wounded naturally falls to me. She deliberately thrust out the still impressive curve of her chest, bionic, yet astonishingly resilient. On the newly appointed life secretary. Suli watched her playful demeanor and thought again of those women out there holding their own. He smiled. His smile was relaxed and content. This was his confidence. This was his Machine Nation. He didn't have to shoulder everything alone. Because behind him stood a group of women capable of stunning an entire era. All right then. Suli leaned back, sinking comfortably into the pillows. Then I'll leave it to you, my Lafayette secretary. But, his gaze suddenly deepened. Since you're awake, I can't just lie here forever. Help me up. I want to see what this new world I've blown open has brought as a welcome gift. Has your body recovered? Raffi hesitated, holding the apple-peeling knife in her hand, motionless. Though she now possessed a physical form, her core AI logic remained intact. The data informed her. The commander's bodily functions were stable now, but still far from peak condition. Who do you think I am? Suli flung back the covers and stepped out of bed. He cracked his neck, producing a series of crisp pops. Though his muscles still ached, and a chill crept through his bones as if wind had seeped into their crevices. But the resonance heart within him pulsed like an unstoppable nuclear reactor, relentlessly pumping vitality. Of course he'd recovered. Standing by the window, he stretched lazily. Sunlight spilled across his bare torso, outlining his perfect muscle definition. Moreover,
He clenched his fists, feeling the power within him now more refined and more formidable than ever as a result of recovering from this severe injury. Destruction paved the way for rebirth. That blast didn't kill me. Instead, it caused the divine body. A faint, starlight-like azure glow suddenly emanated from the surface of his skin. This was a new mutation born from absorbing antimatter energy and the remnants of divine flesh and blood. Evolved. Raffi gazed at the man standing in the sunlight. In that moment, she felt as though she were witnessing a deity awakening. She smiled and lowered the small knife in her hand. Yes, Commander. In that case. She walked over to the coat rack, took down the black trench coat, and gently draped it over Su Li's shoulders. Then please. Go and inspect your new world. Half an hour later. Zesity, the supreme command tower of the heart of the machine nation. Su Li, clad in his signature black trench coat, stood before the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, surveying the city below. Zesity had been utterly transformed. With the celestial canopy shattered, genuine starlight and cosmic rays now poured unimpeded onto the earth. Energy concentrations in the air surged dramatically, forming visible auroral bands across the city sky. This was more than just a scenic upgrade. It signaled the true dawn of this planet's era of spiritual energy revival. Organisms mutate, machines awaken, and human potential expands infinitely. This is a new era brimming with opportunity and peril. Commander. Raffi stood before the console, her hands flying across the light screen. According to feedback from the Global Monitoring Network, after the sky dome shattered, a total of 372 unknown energy reaction sources crashed across the planet. Among them, 12 exhibited the most intense energy reactions. She pulled up a global map. 12 crimson-red points of light were scattered across the globe, marked as S-Class. S-Class? Su Li raised an eyebrow. Seems like this welcome gift was quite generous. He pointed to the light spot closest to Zay City. That light point fell precisely upon the former divine graveyard, now the ruins of Machine King City. That location. Su Li narrowed his eyes. It seemed the old man had left behind more than just one mechanical heart. Lei Fi. Notify Zero and the others. Stop playing house over there. Everyone return. We're heading out. Harvest the first offering of the divine gift. Su Li's command is the supreme will of the mechanized kingdom. In less than half a day, Zero returned from the Federation's capital city, bearing an S-Class Resource Priority Development Agreement personally signed by Augustus. Guanzio withdrew from Tongtian Peak, bringing back 10 full containers of sky canopy fragments and divine blood samples. Lin Wanwan and Mukacho concluded their northern border training exercises, returning to the ranks brimming with killing intent and the scent of gunpowder. The entire force was assembled. Chapter 209, Su Li. You're not dead. All members assembled. Zesity, heart of the mechanized nation, helipad. As Su Li stood there, gazing at the three women who had rushed back covered in dust and fatigue. Before he could open his mouth to show off, a crimson figure charged toward him like a cannonball. Master. You're not dead? Lin Wanwan launched herself forward, clinging to Su Li's body. Her legs clamped tightly around his waist, her beautiful face streaked with tears and snot, utterly unconcerned with her appearance. Su Li stumbled back half a step from the impact, but before he could feel touched, he was already amused by her opening line. He raised his hand and gave Lin Wanwan a sharp smack on the butt. Are you asking for a beating? Cursing me to death the moment we meet? Wah, but it was really scary back then. Lin Wanwan buried her face in his neck and cried even harder. That massive explosion in shockwave we were watching from below and thought you'd been reduced to dust. I don't care. You're never allowed to do something like that again. If you die, I'll poison the entire Federation to keep you company in death. Wah! Su Li listened to this confession dripping with Yandere vibes and sighed helplessly. Yet the pressure on her shoulders softened, transforming into gentle, soothing pats. All right. Stop crying. How could I possibly die? Who do you think I am? I'm a scourge. A scourge that endures for millennia, got it? Just then, Wan Zio approached as well. Though not as dramatic as Lin Wanwan, her eyes were still red-rimmed. She walked up to Su Li, scrutinizing him from head to toe, left to right. She even reached out to pinch his arm. Only after confirming he was a warm, elastic living being did she exhale a long sigh of relief. Scared the hell out of me. She plopped down on a nearby crate and wiped her sweat away without a care for her appearance. If you really died, what would happen to my family fortune? What about my newly built production lines? And she looked up, her eyes darting nervously, yet added earnestly. What about me? Su Li smiled at her awkward expression. He reached out and ruffled her meticulously styled long hair. Don't worry. As long as I'm still here. Your family fortune, your production lines, and you. No one will dare touch them. Finally, it's Zero. She stood quietly nearby, watching Su Li interact with the other two women. She didn't rush over, nor did she cry. Only those fists, clenched tightly all along, finally relaxed. The icy coldness that had been taught in her jade-colored eyes, as if it might shatter at any moment, melted into gentle water at that instant.
Sully pushed Lin Wanwan off him and walked over to Zero. He looked at this woman, the most sensible, yet the one who broke his heart the most. What? Don't you want to hug her? Zero shook her head. No need. She murmured softly. Just seeing you standing here is enough. That was Zero. Her love never needed grand gestures. As long as he was present, her world felt whole. Sully said nothing. He simply reached out, pulled her into his arms, and held her tightly. Silly girl. He whispered softly into her ear. You are my sword. How could a swordsman survive without his sword? So, you won't escape this life. Zero's body trembled slightly. Then, she reached out and embraced Sully in return. She buried her head deep into that embrace filled with the scent of gunpowder, yet offering her an overwhelming sense of security. I won't run. Not even if it kills me. The wind howled fiercely on the tarmac. Yet in this moment, it felt unusually warm. This is the reunion of the Machinery Nation. It was also their home. Alright, enough with the sentimentality. Sully released Zero, clapped his hands, and the calm, wise demeanor of a sovereign returned to his face. Raffi has already told me everything that happened after I fell unconscious. The Federation Council's compromise, the collection of Skyfall fragments, and the mutant beast tied in the north. You all did well. His gaze swept over the women, his eyes holding a hint of approval. However, his tone shifted, taking on a playful edge. Beyond the data Laffy could uncover. What else is there? Something I don't know about? Hearing this, the women, who had been immersed in the warm atmosphere, instantly wore peculiar expressions. Wan Xiao couldn't hold back first. She raised her hand like a schoolgirl answering a question, her face beaming with schadenfreude. I know. Dad. Your father-in-law, my dad, sent me a top-secret message the other day. He said those old farts from the major conglomerates in the Federation secretly formed a dragon-slaying alliance while you were unconscious. Dragon-slaying alliance? Sully raised an eyebrow. Yeah. Wan Xiao said vividly. They're all nice and polite to Zero on the surface, but behind the scenes, they think you're either dead or crippled for life. They see Machine Nation as nothing more than a child clutching a gold brick. So they plan to set a massive trap for you during that S-Class Divine Gift competition. Rumor has it they've even roped in a few reclusive old monsters from the Western continent. Just waiting for you to walk right into it. Sully heard this and instead of getting angry, he laughed out loud. Dragon Slayers Alliance. Interesting. Seems that one blast still didn't hurt these guys enough. Just then, Lin Wanwan approached, her voice thick with mystery. Oh, and Master. While clearing the beast tied in the Northlands, I discovered something peculiar. She pulled a transparent sealed bag from her pocket, containing a writhing, black tumor-like mass. This was dug out of the brain of a mutated B-rank beast king. It doesn't appear to be a product of natural mutation. Rather, it seemed like... Lin Wanwan licked her lips, a flicker of disgust crossing her eyes. It resembled some kind of artificially implanted control chip. Moreover, the material and technology of this chip belong neither to the Federation nor the Golden Phoenix family. Sully took the bag, and the insight I activated instantly. Countless data streams flashed before his eyes. Seconds later, his gaze turned cold. This was bioweapon technology from an ancient era. The kind found only in the Tomb of the Gods. He lifted his head, gazing toward the distant west. It seemed that besides the conglomerates eager to carve up the pie, there were also rats lurking in the sewers, eager to crawl out and bite during this chaos. Chapter 210, The Dragon Slayers Alliance, Elder Withered Prosperity. The Dragon Slayers Alliance, the mysterious chip, and that S-rank gift that fell from the heavens. Sully clenched the sealed bag in his hand. The black tumor instantly burst under his grip, dissolving into a pool of dark liquid. This game was getting more and more interesting. He turned to face the road to the underworld, poised for action behind him. His black trench coat flapped fiercely in the wind. If they wanted to play, then we'll play along with them. All hands aboard ship. Destination, ruins of the mechanized King's City. Go tell those dreamers. This dragon is not dead, but hungrier than ever. Western continent, ruins of Machina City. Once the holy land of mechanical civilization, it now lay transformed into a vast, chaotic arena. That S-great divine gift that fell from the heavens, that pool of liquid gold like light, still floated silently at the ruin center. The energy fluctuations it emitted were like a piece of rotting flesh exuding a deadly scent, drawing countless greedy hyenas. Yet, at the four cardinal points of the ruins, four terrifying auras loomed. Like four divine pillars anchoring the sea, they firmly suppressed the smaller factions stirring with ambition around them. These four auras represented the so-called Dragon Slayers Alliance. East. A gaudy golden airship, encrusted with jewels of every hue, hovered mid-air. Seated on its deck was a corpulent middle-aged man, his hands adorned with rings.
He is the vice-chairman of the Eastern Consortium Alliance, a B-rank powerhouse, Qianhuanon, the Golden Leopard. His special ability is metal manipulation specifically. Perverse ability where any metal he purchases obeys his commands as if an extension of his own limbs. It is said that his spaceship is his most formidable weapon. South. Amidst a region blanketed by withered vegetation stood a bizarre figure, his entire body wrapped in bandages, revealing only a pair of sinister eyes. He was the most notorious mercenary captain in the Western continent, a B-rank powerhouse known as the Corpse Fiend. He specialized in manipulating corpses, a true necromancer. North. A towering, muscular man with rock-hard physique. He bore a battle-axe larger than a door panel, yawning boredom. He was the second most formidable warlord in the north after the Thunder Emperor, a B-rank powerhouse known as Bone-Shattering Barbarian. Any one of these three could dominate a region on their own. Yet now, all three cast occasional, reverent glances toward the west. There, no grand spectacle awaited. Only a man, gaunt as a skeleton, who seemed as if he might breathe his last at any moment. Seated in a battered wheelchair. He emitted no energy fluctuations whatsoever, appearing as nothing more than an ordinary old man nearing the end of his days. Yet within 100 meters of him, there was absolute stillness. Even the wind seemed to halt its passage there. Even light seemed to be swallowed up upon reaching that spot. He was the true trump card of this alliance. An ancient monster who had lived for untold ages, ranked number 1 on the Federation's most wanted list. The Withered Elder. Legend has it he once stood with one foot on the threshold of a rank. Yet for reasons unknown, he failed, becoming a pseudo-A rank neither fully alive nor dead. His purpose here is singular. He came solely for the legendary divine body possessed by Su Li. Cough cough. The Withered Elder suddenly coughed twice, the sound like two pieces of dry wood scraping together, making one's teeth ache. Has that Su Li not arrived yet? Not yet, ancestor. Qian Wantong replied through the communicator with a fawning expression. Probably scared out of his wits? After all, who wouldn't tremble at the sight of our forces? Exactly. Bone Shatterer growled in his deep, rumbling voice. That kid's just lucky picked up some junk from the old era. If it came down to a fight, I'd split him in two with one swing of my axe. Don't underestimate him. The corpse demon spoke in a sinister tone. To survive that massive explosion, the kid's got some serious luck on his side. Tough luck? A greedy green light flickered in the murky old eyes of the Withered Elder. Tough luck is good. Only one with such tenacity is worthy of becoming my new vessel? He extended his withered, chicken claw-like hand, grasping at the void. As if he already saw Su Li being stripped of flesh and bone, his soul ceased to rebirth. At that very moment. Rumble. A thunderous roar suddenly echoed from the horizon. Immediately after. The thick clouds were violently torn apart. A massive black warship, radiating an unrivaled aura of dominance, descended from the clouds like a crushing force. It's here. Qian Wanong sprang to his feet, the fleshy rolls on his face jiggling wildly. The Withered Elder slowly raised his head. A green light surged within his cloudy eyes. Finally. My new clothes. Has come to me. Boom. The road to the underworld did not crash down directly as it had before. It hovered a kilometer above the ruins, its massive hull casting a shadow that perfectly enveloped the entire area where the S-Class gift lay. Simultaneously, it enveloped all 4 of these so-called dragon slayers within its shadow. The hatch opened. 4 figures leaped down from 1,000 meters above. No parachutes. No safety gear. Like 4 black meteors, they tore through the air with piercing screeches, crashing violently toward the ground. Thud. 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 4 thunderous crashes. Dust and debris erupted in all directions. When the dust settled, Su Li stood at the forefront, his black trench coat billowing without wind. His silver-gray eyes calmly surveyed the 4 hunters surrounding him. Zero, Lin Wanwan, and Mu Keqiu stood in a triangular formation behind him, each radiating an oppressive B-rank aura. Well, quite the gathering. Su Li brushed dust from his trench coat, his tone as casual as if he'd just dropped by for a visit. So, I hear someone wants to slay a dragon? And they even set up a trap for me? His gaze finally settled on the withered old man in the wheelchair. Old codger. On a freezing day like this, instead of lying in his coffin, he's out here. Looking for trouble? The entire crowd fell silent. Everyone was stunned by Su Li's audacious attitude. Facing an encirclement by 3 B-rankers and 1 pseudo-A rank powerhouse, not only did he show no trace of fear, but he immediately pointed at that terrifying old monster and cursed him out. Looking for death? What the hell kind of nerves does that take? Good. Very good indeed. The Withered Elder laughed bitterly in fury, his bellows-like cackle echoing over the ruins. Youngsters these days, they truly don't know their place. Su Li, do you think blowing up a skyscreen makes you truly invincible? When this old man ruled the Federation, your grandfather wasn't even born yet. If you know what's good for you, hand over your body willingly. I might even show mercy and spare your little lovers. Otherwise,